I am the despised trash raccoon dog that everyone loathes, nearly treated as expendable material due to my inherently low potential. She was the campus belle in everyone's eyes, with only a D-level talent, yet she adopted me at the lowest price just to activate the system. The whole school was mocking us as a naturally perfect pair of good-for-nothings. They think we are weak and easy to bully, but they don't know that the hundredfold feedback system on me will push her to the divine altar, and I will become the most terrifying divine-level contract beast in her arms. My name is Qin Mo, a bargain-priced ring-tailed raccoon cat, lying in a cage at the Zhangcheng Beast Taming Center of the Qinqing Empire, worried about my fate of possibly being used as expendable material. 3 days ago, I transmigrated into this widely recognized worst exotic beast. A stunning figure shattered my despair. She was Jiang Zhiwen, a young girl with a D-grade professional talent. In her previous life, she was the Dark Knight Empress who ruled the underworld, reborn solely to activate the system. The system required her to contract a beast companion. At first glance, she chose me, this bargain bin ring-tailed raccoon. I quickly darted out of the cage, affectionately rubbing against her calf, feeling relieved that I wouldn't have to be disposable material anymore. Do you intend to form a contract with this ring-tailed raccoon? A middle-aged teacher named Zhou Yang came over, frowning and dissuading, pointing out that the ring-tailed raccoon had low potential and was not worth cultivating. He thought Jiang Zhiwen was short on money and even offered to cover the expenses for her to choose again. Jiang Zhiwen firmly declined. Thank you, Teacher Zhou, but I think this ring-tailed raccoon is quite good. Finally, Zhou Yang and Jiang Zhiwen agreed that if she failed the secret realm trial after 1 month, she would break the contract and repeat a year under his supervision. Jiang Zhiwen agreed without hesitation. From now on, you'll be called Silver Clarity. She looked at my silver fur and gem-like eyes and said gently. Then, Jiang Zhiwen bit her finger and completed the beast taming contract. Ding! Host detected forming a beast taming contract. The hundredfold feedback system is officially activated. Whenever the bound target's strength improves, the host will receive a hundredfold feedback. The currently bound target is Jiang Zhiwen. My cheat has arrived. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen gazed at the luminous panel in her mind, a flash of joy passing through her eyes. Her system had also successfully activated. After paying 500 credit points, Jiang Zhiwen carried me out of the beast taming center. On the road, I checked my attribute panel, race, ring-tailed raccoon cat % level, black iron tier 1% potential ceiling. Black Iron Tier 5 skills, quick movement, claw swipe available evolution paths. Frostblade Spirit Cat, Shadow Assassin, truly the trash among trash. But with hacks, I am full of hope. We arrived at the training ground of Zhangcheng No. 1 High School. As soon as we entered, many students began to mock and jeer, belittling Jiang Zhiwen's D-grade talent and my worthless ring-tailed raccoon cat. A worthless beast master paired with a worthless contracted beast, isn't that just perfect? Someone said loudly. A cold gleam flashed in my eyes, and my figure suddenly vanished. A silver silhouette darted left and right across the training ground. After a moment, it returned to Jiang Zhiwen's embrace, shaking the blood droplets from its claws. Everyone who had been clawed in the face covered their faces and stepped back. Although the ring-tailed lemur is considered useless, speed is its specialty, no one can dodge my surprise attacks. Jiang Zhiwen brought me into the private training room exclusively available to the top 10 students. Little one, stay put obediently. I'll take you home once I complete the system mission, she said, placing me on the folding bed as she instructed. My heart was in turmoil. You're actually a reincarnator? Jiang Zhiwen entered the egg-shaped virtual combat simulator, muttering to himself. I must reach bronze rank as soon as possible, this time I will definitely save them, Mom and Dad. An hour later, the system notification sounds rang out incessantly. Ding. The bound entity's strength has increased. Congratulations, host. You have received a hundredfold feedback reward, enhanced olfactory sense. Ding. The bound target's strength has increased. Congratulations, host, for receiving the hundredfold feedback reward, night owl perception. Ding. The bound object's strength has increased. Congratulations, host, for receiving a hundredfold feedback reward, level increased by 1 tier. The system notification sound triggered no less than 20 times in a short span. I got up with a confused look on my face and quickly summoned the system panel. Rank, Black Iron Tier 6% potential limit, Black Iron Tier 5% so this is Black Iron Tier 6 already? My level has already shattered the potential limit. The virtual combat device opened, and a weary Jiang Zhiwen stepped out. Upon seeing me, she exclaimed in surprise, "You've actually reached Black Iron Tier 6? She picked me up and lay down on the folding bed, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. A lowly ring-tailed raccoon actually displayed traits only seen in top-tier mutant beasts? Perhaps she could spare some effort to nurture me. I pointed at my belly with my tail, then gestured toward the virtual combat simulator. It implies the need to consume metal to fulfill the Frostblade Spirit Cat's evolutionary path. I understand, high-quality metal must be consumed. Jiang Zhiwen pondered briefly, then smiled and said, "Tomorrow, you'll come with me to the school's beginner's secret realm. I recall there's a decent quality copper vein inside." The next morning, we arrived at the entrance of the beginner's secret realm, where many students had already gathered in the square. Jiang Zhiwen gazed at the massive gate of the secret realm and murmured, "A black iron tier secret realm, how nostalgic." At that moment, Zhang Yuan, a genius mage who had awakened an S-class professional talent, approached and kindly invited Jiang Zhiwen to join his team. A fleeting trace of concealed killing intent flashed through Jiang Zhiwen's eyes. In her past life, Zhang Yuan had drugged her out of unrequited love and ambushed her team, indirectly causing the deaths of her first contracted beast and her teammates. "No need, I'm used to being alone," Jiang Zhiwen coldly refused, not wanting to alert the enemy prematurely. Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. "You wretched woman, just you wait. Once we're inside the secret realm, you'll be begging me in tears." Entering the novice secret realm, within the dark and damp dense forest, Jiang Zhiwen instructed me not to run around, then took out a spear taller than herself. Thick killing intent erupted as she instantly transformed into a battle-ready Valkyrie. She charged into a pack of parasitic hyenas with me in tow. Despite the dense forest, Jiang Zhiwen's spear moved as nimbly as a swimming fish, its cold glint flashing between the trees. Over a dozen hyenas and one leader-class hyena fell one after another beneath her spear. Luminous orbs flew out from the hyena corpses and merged into Jiang Zhiwen's body, amplifying her aura. Ding! The bound entity's strength has increased. Congratulations, host, you have received a 100-fold feedback reward, root entanglement. The level up is still too slow. Jiang Zhiwen slightly furrowed his brows, then called me over. Forget it, let's take Yinshan to the mineral vein first. Chapter 4, Slaying the Rock Serpent Commander. Deep within the dense forest, two figures darted through the undergrowth. Jiang Zhiwen watched the silver figure ahead, her eyes filled with astonishment. Throughout their journey, Yin Che had consistently detected monsters and traps ahead of time, guiding her to evade them. This shouldn't have been surprising, but neither the curled-tail civet nor its evolved form were creatures known for their heightened senses. This little creature was becoming increasingly unfathomable to her. Qin Mo remained oblivious to Jiang Zhiwen's inner confusion. With the aid of his night owl perception, he moved through the dense forest with ease. Traps and hidden monsters alike were utterly exposed before his heightened senses. Suddenly, Qin Mo halted in his tracks. "What is it, Yin Che?" Jiang Zhiwen whispered, glancing warily around. Qin Mo pointed with his tail toward the front, then gestured between himself and Jiang Zhiwen before shaking his head. "You mean there's a big one up ahead, and it's powerful?" Jiang Zhiwen instantly understood, unconsciously tightening his grip on the spear in his hand. Qin Mo nodded, then let out a low howl. "Beastmaster, should we take a detour?" In his perception, the aura emanating from that massive creature ahead was like a blazing inferno. By comparison, he and Jiang Zhiwen were merely two tiny sparks. While he trusted Jiang Zhiwen, a reincarnated individual, to have his own hidden cards, Qin Mo himself disliked taking risks. "That won't do. The copper vein is right ahead." Jiang Zhiwen ruffled Qin Mo's hair and chuckled, "Leave it to me from here on out." With that, Jiang Zhiwen hoisted his spear and strode ahead. The beginner's secret realm controlled by Jiangcheng First High School was the lowest tier Black Iron level 1. The monsters within were capped at Black Iron level 9 at most. Though she was currently only at Black Iron tier 3, her vast combat experience from her previous life gave her confidence to handle any monster below bronze tier. Behind her, Qin Mo shook his head and reluctantly followed, claws paddling along the ground. "I know you're a reincarnator with a system, but why can't you just play it safe? Must you always take such risks?" Meanwhile, somewhere deep within the dense forest. "Young Master Zhang, we've found Jiang Zhiwen's trail." A petite girl approached Zhang Yuan, her face filled with respect as she reported, "Judging by her movements, she's likely heading toward the copper vein." "Good work," Zhang Yuan nodded, his tone calm. "She didn't notice us, right?" "Don't worry, young Master Zhang. My innate talent is insect affinity, she won't detect me." The girl giggled, unconcerned. Not only was Jiang Zhiwen unaware of the covert surveillance, but even if she sensed something amiss, would she really suspect the insects that were everywhere in the dense forest? "Don't underestimate her," Zhang Yuan remarked, glancing at the girl. "You'll pay dearly for that." With that, Zhang Yuan withdrew his gaze and murmured to himself, "Looks like she wants her curly-tailed civet to complete its evolution within the secret realm." The Frostblade spirit cat's evolved form possessed respectable power. Were it not for the rare curled tail civet that could break through the limitations of its potential, such creatures would never be reduced to mere ornamental pets. She was quite fortunate. The girl inwardly rolled her eyes. Among beasts of the same tier, the Frostblade spirit cat ranked only average, nowhere near the might of the truly formidable beasts. Worse still, this type had no known evolutionary path, its potential severely limited. In her eyes, Jiang Zhiwen was utterly useless beyond her pretty face. She couldn't fathom why young Master Zhang would take a liking to her. This thought stirred a pang of envy within her. In terms of looks, she wasn't much less attractive than Jiang Zhiwen. In terms of talent, her class-specific talent, Insect Affinity, was a B rank, far surpassing Jiang Zhiwen's D rank talent. Yet Zhang Yuan consistently ignored her repeated hints, his attention fixed solely on Jiang Zhiwen. Zhang Yuan shot the girl a dismissive glance. This foolish woman was already blinded by jealousy. Hadn't she noticed that Jiang Zhiwen had already reached Black Iron Tier 3 before entering the secret realm? After all, they had only just completed their class change ceremony 2 days prior. Even he, backed by the deputy city lord, was merely at Black Iron Tier 2. Jiang Zhiwen came from an ordinary family, how could she possibly compare? Moreover, as far as he knew, when Jiang Zhiwen signed the beast contract yesterday, that curled tail civet was only at Black Iron Tier 1. Yet overnight, that curled tail lynx had shattered its potential ceiling to reach Black Iron Tier 6. If there wasn't some secret behind this, he'd rather smash his head against a tree. Let's go check it out. Zhang Yuan didn't want to waste words on the girl. He immediately stood up and ordered the burly man beside him, who stood as still as a wooden post. This burly man was a bodyguard sent by his grandfather, Zhang Fingyan, to protect him. His name was Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo was a Black Iron 9th tier beastmaster. Not only did he possess a Black Iron 9th tier short-tailed sawfish crocodile as his contract beast, but having risen from the underground fighting pits, his personal combat prowess alone was on par with other Black Iron tier professionals. His grandfather, Zhang Fingyan, had paid a hefty price to get Zhang Mo into the novice secret realm. With Zhang Mo present, no matter how great the secret Jiang Zhiwen harbored, she couldn't cause any trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo, racing toward the mineral vein, remained utterly unaware of the danger closing in. As Jiang Zhiwen parted the obstructing vines, a partially exposed mineral vein instantly came into view for both man and beast. At the entrance, a massive python 10 meters long and as thick as a water barrel lay coiled silently. Its fine scales shimmered bronze, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Behind the python, a half-meter-tall black chest emitted a faint glow, drawing their attention. A black iron treasure chest. Seeing the black chest, Jiang Zhiwen's face couldn't help but break into a smile. Treasure chests were non-renewable resources within the secret realm. Once opened, they would never respawn. She never imagined she would encounter one. Her gaze then shifted from the chest to the giant python, her expression turning serious. Drawing on her extensive experience, she quickly identified the serpent's true nature. A rock python overlord that had already undergone one evolution, its bronze-colored scales a testament to its level nearing bronze rank. Such a monster was undoubtedly a dominant presence in this beginner's secret realm. Beside him, Qin Mo's body trembled involuntarily twice. It was the fear of a powerful predator ingrained in his curly-tailed civet bloodline. Even as Qin Mo struggled to control it, he couldn't completely shake off the influence at the bloodline level. Damn it! I must complete my evolution immediately. Qin Mo screamed inwardly. This feeling was unbearable, and he refused to endure it a second time. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Zhiwen sensed Qin Mo's unease and soothed him softly, stay right here. I'll go take care of that big beast. With that, Jiang Zhiwen charged forward, spear raised. At the entrance to the vein, the rock serpent commander watched Jiang Zhiwen charging toward it. Its upper body suddenly reared up, its mouth emitting a rumbling sound like thunder. It had spotted Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo long ago, but having just finished its meal, it couldn't be bothered with these two insignificant ants. But it never expected this ant to disregard its mercy and actively provoke it. As if sensing the overlord's fury, insects and birds in the surrounding dense forest scattered in a spectacular flight of terror. In the next instant, the rock python commander's massive body shot forward, charging toward Jiang Zhiwen. Yet, just as Jiang Zhiwen and the rock python overlord were about to collide, the overlord's agile tail suddenly swept out, redirecting its charge toward Qin Mo at the edge of the dense forest. Having evolved from an ordinary rock python, the commander's long life had taught it one crucial lesson: prioritize eliminating the easier enemy first. Compared to the human woman charging at it, that curled-tailed civet was clearly an easier target. Moreover, the curled-tail civet's reaction deeply displeased it. Faced with the aura it radiated, a lowly beast like the curled-tail civet should have been cowering obediently on the ground, trembling in fear. Inche, watch out. Even Jiang Zhiwen, with her extensive combat experience, hadn't anticipated the rock python leader pulling this move on her. She shouted the warning immediately. Did it really think I was a soft target? A cold gleam flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as he forced himself to ignore the discomfort, stomping down hard with his right front paw. It was true he enjoyed hiding behind Jiang Zhiwen's powerful protection to coast by, but that didn't mean he was a pushover to be pushed around. With Qin Mo's movement, several vines as thick as thighs instantly shot up from the ground, binding the rock python commander tight and secure before it could react. Would type root entanglement? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Zhiwen's face. This skill wasn't uncommon, but in most cases, only wood-type professions and monsters could master it. When had the curled-tail lynx gained this ability? Could her contract beast be a mutant? Yet, neither in her past life nor this one had she ever heard of mutant variants of the curled-tail raccoon cat. Yet despite her confusion, Jiang Zhiwen wouldn't pass up the chance to strike while the iron was hot. Her spear thrust forward repeatedly, searing several wounds into the rock python commander's body. Moments later, the rock serpent commander broke free from the vine's grasp, its emerald green serpentine eyes gleaming with cold fury. To be struck by a tailed weasel's attack was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. Its agile tail lashed out, whipping up dust that swiftly obscured its form. Under this cover, the massive serpentine body charged toward Qin Mo once more. But Jiang Zhiwen, already prepared, gave the rock python commander no chance to escape. With a flash, he intercepted the commander's path. Seeing this, the rock python commander had no choice but to shift its focus back to Jiang Zhiwen. Soon, the man and the serpent were locked in combat. Not far away, Qin Mo watched the two figures locked in combat. A faint green glow began to shimmer around his right front paw, the precursor to unleashing the root entanglement technique. However, Qin Mo did not rush to act. Having already deployed his root entanglement technique once, the rock serpent commander was undoubtedly on guard. He needed to wait for the right moment to create an opening for Jiang Zhiwen. After a long while, Qin Mo suddenly saw his chance. His right front paw slammed down with force. Thick vines burst from the ground, instantly binding the rock serpent commander who was dodging Jiang Zhiwen's attack. One vine even burrowed into the commander's body through the wound Jiang Zhiwen had inflicted. The rock serpent commander let out a piercing wail, its massive body thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to break free from the vine's grip. Jiang Zhiwen wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. With a flash, he appeared at the rock serpent commander's side, thrusting his spear straight into the commander's eerie green serpentine eye. The rock serpent commander's movements froze instantly, its shattered eyes still holding a trace of disbelief. Moments later, a massive surge of vital energy erupted from the rock python commander's corpse, surging into Jiang Zhiwen's body. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward, Gravity Swamp. Thanks for that, little one. Jiang Zhiwen approached, spear in hand, her praise unstinting. Though she had delivered the fatal blow to the rock serpent commander, without Qin Mo's inspired root entanglement, she had no idea how much longer she would have battled the creature. Qin Mo responded with a low growl before leaping onto Jiang Zhiwen's shoulder, settling comfortably into a reclining position. The power of the root entanglement skill could be either great or small, and to bind the rock python commander, he had poured every ounce of strength into those two strikes. He was utterly exhausted now. Jiang Zhiwen patted Qin Mo's head soothingly before leading him toward the black iron treasure chest. But just then, a crisp round of applause echoed from the dense forest. Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo turned to look, only to see Zhang Yuan emerge from the thicket with a man and a woman in tow. His face lit up with admiration as he exclaimed, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!" Chapter 5, Eliminating the Enemy. Zhang Yuan. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jiang Zhiwen's expression darkened instantly. Even a fool could tell Zhang Yuan's sudden appearance at this moment meant nothing good. To slay a Black Iron Tier 9 Rock Python commander at merely Black Iron Tier 3 Zhiwen, you surpass my expectations by far. Zhang Yuan, however, seemed oblivious to Jiang Zhiwen's expression as he spoke to himself, truly worthy of my attention. His gaze then shifted to Qin Mo, and this curl-tail civet is no ordinary creature either. Not only has it surpassed its potential limits, but it's even mastered wood element root entanglement. Zhiwen, is this also your doing? What does it matter to you? Jiang Zhiwen replied coolly, her gaze sweeping over Zhang Yuan and the girl before settling on the silent, burly man. He had little impression of the girl, but a Black Iron Tier 1 practitioner posed little threat to him. The same applied to Zhang Yuan. A Black Iron Tier 2 mage could only master a handful of spells. Even with Zhang Yuan's S-rank talent, silent casting, she still held him in no regard. The only one who truly commanded her caution was this silent, burly man. Lion King Zhang Mo. After Zhang Fengyan's downfall in her previous life, most of the professionals attached to the Zhang family had severed ties with them. Zhang Mo was one of them. Zhang Mo earned the title Lion King not only because he later contracted a formidable Earthshaker Lion King, but also due to his own exceptional combat prowess utterly unlike the frail, weak-looking beast tamers. At his peak, Jiang Zhiwen would have had no fear of Zhang Mo. But she had just endured a fierce battle, her stamina severely depleted. Although Zhang Mo hadn't yet contracted the Earthshaker Lion King, according to her memories, the short-tailed saw crocodile he currently had under contract was also a formidable beast. Unless she played her trump card, she stood no chance against Zhang Mo in her current state. Zhiwen, you're no fool. Don't you understand why I'm here? Zhang Yuan appraised Jiang Zhiwen from head to toe, his tone cool. I don't want to get rough with you, but that depends on you playing nice. Jiang Zhiwen fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking up, the treasure chest is yours. Let me leave, and I'll pretend this never happened. How about it? That trump card was meant for a treasure within the secret realm, she wouldn't waste it here. Zhiwen, do I look like a fool to you? Zhang Yuan sneered. You can leave if you sign this contract obediently. With that, Zhang Yuan tossed a scroll before Jiang Zhiwen. A soul blood contract. Jiang Zhiwen picked up the scroll and examined it, her gaze turning cold. Once signed, such a contract could never be broken. Even one soul would fall under the control of the contract's master, a common method used in the underground slave markets to control slaves. Quite right, Zhang Yuan nodded. Zhiwen, you truly live up to your reputation as first highest top scholar spotting this contraband at a glance. Now it's your decision, sign this soul blood pact willingly, or wait until I capture you and force your hand to sign? If you choose the latter, Zhiwen, you'll suffer greatly. I'm actually a bit reluctant to see that happen. Seems there's no room for negotiation. Jiang Zhiwen sighed, no longer concealing his murderous intent. I hadn't planned to trouble you so soon, but since you're eager to meet your end, I'll see you off. Before the words faded, Jiang Zhiwen vanished, leaving only a spear standing where he'd been. Young master, be careful. Zhang Mo's expression darkened as he rushed to block Zhang Yuan's path, simultaneously releasing his contract beast as short-tailed sawfish from the beast taming space. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed as the girl beside Zhang Yuan was impaled through the throat by a sharp blade, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Even the rock python commander understood the principle of picking on the weak. Jiang Zhiwen certainly wasn't ignorant of it. Watch the ground. Beware her curly-tailed civet's root tendrils. Zhang Yuan scanned the surroundings, searching for Jiang Zhiwen while issuing the warning. Qin Mo's root entanglement technique had left a profound impression on him. In his view, without that skill, even Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo combined might not have stood a chance against the rock python commander. Perched on Jiang Zhiwen's shoulder, Qin Mo heard the warning and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He then raised his right front paw and swept it through the air. The ground beneath Zhang Yuan and Jiang Mo suddenly trembled. Duck! Don't get tangled! Zhang Yuan shouted, about to dodge, when suddenly a mountain crushed down on his shoulders, pinning him immovable. No! It's an earth-based gravity swamp. Zhang Mo, with his richer combat experience, quickly recognized the skill Qin Mo had unleashed. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan grew even more horrified. This skill was clearly the work of Jiang Zhiwen's curled tail civet. The curled tail civet was a genuine gold element beast. Even its evolved forms, the Frostblade Spirit Cat and Shadow Assassin, belonged to the gold and dark elements respectively. But why could that curly-tailed civet not only learn the wood element root entanglement but also master the earth element gravity swamp? Jiang Zhiwen was equally astonished, yet his movements showed no hesitation. In a flash, he appeared behind Zhang Yuan, driving a sharp dagger through the young man's back, piercing clean through. Zhang Mo tried to intervene, but trapped in the gravity swamp, he had barely turned when Jiang Zhiwen's attack struck. His short-tailed sawfish, while unaffected by the gravity swamp, was now tightly bound by vines erupting from the ground, thrashing wildly, leaving it utterly incapable of rescuing Zhang Yuan. As he watched the dagger pierce Zhang Yuan's heart, despair washed over Zhang Mo's face. His entire family was held captive by Zhang Fengnian. With Zhang Yuan now dead, regardless of whether he survived his ordeal, his family would inevitably fall victim to Zhang Fengnian's cruelty. He longed to seek vengeance against Jiang Zhiwen, but trapped in the gravity swamp, he didn't even know where Jiang Zhiwen was, leaving him utterly powerless to act. Just then, a scroll rolled to Zhang Mo's feet, the very soul blood contract Zhang Yuan had produced earlier. Sign this, and I'll spare your life. Jiang Zhiwen's voice echoed, though she herself remained unseen. She needed a subordinate to handle matters she couldn't personally attend to. Zhang Mo possessed both strength and potential, making him a suitable candidate. Under the soul blood contract, she had no fear of Zhang Mo breaking free from her control. Zhang Mo let out a bitter laugh, saying nothing. Instead, he sat down on the ground. His answer. What a pity. Jiang Zhiwen's voice echoed as the ground trembled. Thick vines shot out, piercing the unresisting Zhang Mo. Playing it safe, she didn't approach Zhang Mo recklessly but instead had Qin Mo handle it. As Zhang Mo died, the short-tailed sawfish let out a piercing scream before collapsing unconscious. Not only would a beastmaster suffer backlash upon breaking a beast contract, but the contract beast itself would also endure backlash upon the beastmaster's death. Under the backlash of the beast contract, the short-tailed sawfish wouldn't regain consciousness for at least 3 to 5 days. In the next instant, Jiang Zhiwen materialized out of thin air. In her hand, a silver talisman paper ignited without flame, swiftly reducing to a pile of ashes. You've earned your demise by forcing me to expend my soul little void escape talisman, Jiang Zhiwen declared, her expression tinged with pain. Jiang Zhiwen spoke, her face etched with pain. The minor void escape talisman was a high-grade talisman only a purple gold grade talisman master could inscribe, each one priceless. This particular one had been a bargain she'd snagged from a Jiangqing general store based on memories from her past life, a one-of-a-kind find in the entire city, and now it was wasted here. Qin Mo weakly patted Jiang Zhiwen with his tail, offering consolation. After 2 consecutive battles, during which he had unleashed 4 full-power root entanglements and 1 gravity swamp, he was utterly drained of energy. Little guy, you've done a great job this time. Jiang Zhiwen stroked Qin Mo's fur, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Had it not been for Qin Mo's root entangle and gravity swamp, neither of these 2 battles would have ended so swiftly. Especially the second battle had Zhang Yuan not perished, leaving Zhang Mo utterly disheartened and abandoning resistance. Who knows how much more effort it would have taken to deal with that Lion King from his past life. Perhaps this lifetime could be the one where he truly dedicated himself to the profession of Beastmaster. At this thought, Jiang Zhiwen murmured to herself. The power of a Beastmaster was built upon the strength of their contracted beast and the skills of the Beastmaster themselves. While Qin Mo's current performance wasn't enough to make her abandon the secondary profession granted by the system and return to the ranks of Beastmasters, it was certainly enough to make her consider devoting more thought to this profession. Jiang Zhiwen then led Qin Mo toward the treasure chest. After all these twists and turns, it was time to see what the treasure chest actually contained. Besides, seeing her contract beast looking half dead, she'd have to dig up enough copper ore for the little guy. Chapter 6, First Evolution. Standing before the black iron treasure chest, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but let a hint of anticipation show on her face. This was the very first treasure chest she'd encountered since her rebirth. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhiwen forcefully lifted the lid. Two distinct ores, one golden, one black, immediately caught her eye. The golden ore was roughly the size of a palm, its surface smooth as glass, devoid of any impurities, like a jade stone polished to perfection over centuries. The black ore, however, was basketball-sized, its pitted surface crisscrossed with dark red veins. Mingjin crystal essence and crimson vein copper ore? Jiang Zhiwen's eyes lit up as she retrieved both ores from the chest. In the next instant, the black iron treasure chest dissolved into countless specks of light. Seeing this, Qin Mo's face immediately fell with disappointment. He had hoped to try swallowing the black iron treasure chest. Jiang Zhiwen, of course, could guess his thoughts. Amused, she set Qin Mo down on the ground and then held the Mingjin crystal essence to his lips. Don't be too greedy. This Mingjin crystal essence is more than enough to sustain your evolution. At her words, Qin Mo opened his mouth and bit down on the golden ore. Though seemingly hard, the Mingjin crystal essence had a texture akin to soft jade. With a crisp snap, Qin Mo bit off a small chunk. He then summoned the system panel for a glance and discovered that this single bite of Mingjin crystal essence had provided him with a full 3 kilograms of metal essence. This discovery thrilled Qin Mo immensely. He devoured the remaining Mingjin crystal essence in just a few bites. Ding! Congratulations, host. Evolution conditions have been met. Proceed with evolution? As the last morsel of Mingjin crystal essence vanished, the system prompt instantly echoed in Qin Mo's ears. Yes. Instantly, a warm current surged through Qin Mo's body, followed by excruciating pain that felt like scraping bone. Holy! How could it hurt this much? Qin Mo's eyes widened instantly, his soft silver fur bristling on end like a hedgehog that had lost its composure. Simultaneously, a soft silver light surged forth, enveloping Qin Mo entirely within its glow. After about 10 breaths, the silver light faded, revealing Qin Mo's figure. The evolved Qin Mo had transformed from the size of a house cat to that of a cheetah, his entire body now sculpted with beautifully streamlined muscles. The claws, previously hidden within his paw pads, now protruded outward, gleaming with a metallic silver sheen. A casual swipe left deep gouges in the hard ground. Moreover, Qin Mo's once silky silver fur had transformed into a deep, glossy black save for his tail, which retained its natural, curled shape. Finally over. Qin Mo exhaled deeply, eagerly opening the system panel. Host, Qin Mo In Che. Current bound target, Jiang Zhiwen. Species Frostblade Spirit Cat. Level, Black Iron 7th tier. Potential Capron's Tier 5. Skills, Metal Manipulation, Root Entanglement, Gravity Swamp, Claw Swipe, Night Owl Perception. Evolution Paths, Irontail Mountain Lord, Gilded Bone Fiend. Not bad. Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction. After evolving, his potential cap had risen to Bronze Tier 5. Along with the level increase, he gained the new skill, Metal Manipulation. His gaze then fell upon the evolution paths. Irontail Mountain Lord, Bronze Tier 9 unachieved, Devour Silver Tier Tiger Beast Cores 05. Gilded Bone Fiend, Bronze Tier 9 unachieved, Devour Imperial Lava 0100 kg. These evolution requirements were as demanding as ever. Qin Mo curled his lips and closed the system panel. This was a time for celebration, best not dwell on those headaches. Seeing Qin Mo successfully complete his evolution, Jiang Zhiwen instantly exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across his face. Every evolution of a beast carried inherent risks. Though Qin Mo had always shown exceptional potential, her heart remained in her throat until she witnessed his successful evolution. Now, she could finally relax. Her gaze then swept over the corpses of Zhang Yuan and the others, and her smile gradually faded. What a pity she had been forced to use the small void escape talisman. Jiang Zhiwen sighed regretfully. It seems I was not destined for that treasure. She had two objectives for entering the novice secret realm this time. The first was naturally to find a copper vein to help Qin Mo complete his evolution. The second was a spatial treasure hidden within the novice secret realm. But that treasure was concealed within spatial turbulence. Without the minor void escape talisman, she couldn't even approach it, let alone retrieve it. As for the repercussions of Zhang Yuan's demise, she couldn't care less. The demise of a genius mage with S-class innate talent within the novice secret realm would undoubtedly cause a massive stir. But in the short term, neither Zhang Fingyan behind Zhang Yuan nor the administration of Jiangqing First High School would suspect her. As long as she used this time to strengthen herself, even if the truth eventually came out, she could handle it with ease. Jiang Zhiwen then moved to finish off the unconscious short-tailed saw-toothed crocodile, tossing its corpse into the depths of the mineral vein alongside those of the rock python leader in Zhang Yuan's party. After cleaning up the aftermath, Jiang Zhiwen made no further delay, immediately leading Qin Mo out of the novice secret realm. Half a day later, in the southern wilderness of Jiangcheng, Qin Mo weaved effortlessly through an encircling horde of blood-eyed macaques, moving with such leisurely ease it resembled a casual stroll. Beside him, Jiang Zhiwen leaned against a large tree, watching helplessly as Qin Mo toyed with the monkey horde. Not far from her, a massive black-furred ape lay motionless in a pool of blood. "Alright, Yin Che, enough playing. We should be going." Her presence here stemmed from a system quest: eliminate any bronze-tier monster leader. After much deliberation, she had chosen the blood-eyed macaque leader as her target. Blood-eyed macaques were weak as individual beasts, relying solely on their group-living nature to survive in the wild. This was a weakness inherent to their species, and even the blood-eyed macaque chief was no exception. In terms of individual strength alone, the bronze-tier blood-eyed monkey chieftain was inferior even to the rock python overlord found in the novice secret realm. With its troop held off by Qin Mo, she dispatched the leader with minimal effort. Hearing his beastmaster's voice, Qin Mo immediately abandoned his playful mood. A blurred shadow shot from his body, darting swiftly through the monkey horde. Immediately, the entire troop of blood-eyed macaques collapsed to the ground, utterly silent. Shadow assault? Jiang Zhiwen recognized the skill Qin Mo had unleashed, a hint of surprise flitting across her face. This was a skill only dark-type beasts could master. But recalling Qin Mo's earlier displays of root entanglement and gravity swamp, Jiang Zhiwen quickly understood. His own contract beast had already mastered unrelated wood and earth skills. Adding a dark skill wasn't particularly surprising. At least compared to earth and wood, the Frostblade spirit cat had some connection to darkness. After all, the Shadow Assassin, another evolved form of the curled tail cat, was a pure-blooded dark element beast. Meanwhile, Qin Mo surveyed the corpses of the blood-eyed macaques and nodded with satisfaction. The Shadow Assault skill was naturally the system reward he received after Jiang Zhiwen ascended to Black Iron Tier 4. Compared to the root binding and gravity swamp control skills, the more offensive Shadow Assault undoubtedly suited his preferences better. After quickly clearing the battlefield, just as Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen were about to leave, a blue firework suddenly burst in the distant sky, forming a pattern of crossed swords and shields. Both Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo recognized this emblem immediately. For it was none other than the emblem of the Jiangqing City Guard. A distress signal from the City Guard? That direction the Shallow Rest Valley secret realm? Watching the fireworks slowly fade from the sky, Jiang Zhiwen suddenly recalled an incident from his past life. The Shallow Abode Valley secret realm, under the control of the Jiangqing City Guard, had inexplicably collapsed. According to her memory, the collapse of the Shallow Abode Valley secret realm occurred over 10 days later. However, the collapse of a secret realm would surely have shown signs long beforehand. As for whether the City Guard had sent out a distress signal in her previous life, she had no recollection. After all, at this point in her past life, she was still struggling within the school's beginner's secret realm. How could she have known what was happening outside? After leaving the beginner's secret realm, she had been running around cultivating her contract beast, leaving her no energy to pay attention to other matters. Go take a look. Jiang Zhiwen's thoughts raced, and she quickly made up her mind. Soon, the human and beast were swiftly heading toward the direction the signal had come from. Chapter 7, The City Guard's Trial and the Two-Headed Serpent. After 10 minutes or so, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen emerged at the entrance of a valley. The valley stretched endlessly into the distance, its entrance guarded by a squad of city guards. Looking past the makeshift fortifications at the entrance, one could clearly see that the left wall of the valley had been completely hollowed out. Numerous structures had been built within the hollowed-out mountain, their surfaces clearly marked with the crisscross sword and shield emblem indicating their ownership. The right wall, however, was covered in vines and moss. Through the dense tangle of vines, the gate to the secret realm, firmly embedded into the mountain, could be faintly discerned. Jiang Zhiwen stepped forward to state her purpose. The city guard stationed at the entrance merely gave her a surprised glance before quickly granting passage. Upon entering the valley, Jiang Zhiwen discovered a gathering of professional adventurers who had come to provide support. They were clustered near the left cliff face, occasional cheers rising from their ranks. Jiang Zhiwen approached and listened intently for a moment, quickly grasping the reason. 5 days prior, all monsters within the Shallow Abode Valley's secret realm had inexplicably transformed into undead creatures. The city guard had dispatched 3 elite squads to investigate, but all 3 had become trapped within the secret realm, their fates unknown to this day. Left with no other option, the city guard had to send out a distress signal, seeking external assistance. However, as the Shallow Abyss Valley secret realm was a Tier 4 Black Iron secret realm, compounded by this unknown disturbance, it was fraught with danger. Therefore, the city guard must screen all professionals offering assistance. Only those who defeat the monsters prepared by the city guard will be permitted to enter the Shallow Abode Valley secret realm. Of course, even those who failed the screening would receive a token gift from the city guard as a token of gratitude for their willingness to assist. Understanding the situation, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo straight to the queue awaiting screening, positioning themselves at the very end. The line moved slowly forward, and soon it was Jiang Zhiwen's turn. Black Iron Tier 4, a student from Jiangqing First High School? The city guard handling registration eyed Jiang Zhiwen with a peculiar expression. But he wasn't foolish enough to mock or question a professional volunteer. He quickly completed the registration and had his colleague escort Jiang Zhiwen to the testing grounds. Others, however, held no such reservations. Seeing that the test subject was merely a black iron 4th-tier student, the observing professionals immediately began murmuring among themselves. What kind of little brat is this, barging into this place to make a scene? Judging by her appearance, she must be a student who just completed her class change recently. Rookies like her should stick to the beginner's secret realm at school. And a beast tamer, no less. The Shallow Valley secret realm is crawling with monsters and traps. A beast tamer could die in there without even knowing how. What were the city guards thinking, letting this little brat take the test? She's just going to cause trouble. And that brat has no self-awareness whatsoever. She's an absolute eyesore. Watch your language, everyone. The girl came here with good intentions to offer support. Support? More like adding to the chaos. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, a cold glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as every muscle in his body tensed abruptly. But just as he prepared to teach those people a lesson, Jiang Zhiwen pressed her hand against his arm first. Don't pay attention to those irrelevant matters, Jiang Zhiwen said calmly, her expression serene as she followed the city guard leading the way. Sorry, Jiang, those professionals also received the distress signal and came to assist. We really can't say much about it. Upon reaching the perimeter of the testing grounds, the escorting city guard turned to Jiang Zhiwen, his face tinged with regret. It's fine, Jiang Zhiwen shook his head. Thank you for your understanding. The escort guard smiled upon hearing this and continued, because this operation is extremely dangerous, the test monsters we've prepared all possess bronze-tier combat strength. If you and your contract beast can endure for 15 minutes, you will pass our screening. I understand. Thank you. Jiang Zhiwen gave a slight nod, assembled the spear folded into 2 sections on his back, and led Qin Mo into the testing grounds. The moment they entered the testing grounds, Qin Mo's gaze locked onto the central area. His body leaned forward slightly, assuming an attack stance. Under the effect of night owl perception, he clearly sensed a powerful monster lurking beneath the ground there. Under Qin Mo's gaze, the ground in the center rapidly cracked open, and a metal cage rose from beneath. Inside stood a 5-meter-tall, obese, 2-headed monster covered in pale green scales. Upon seeing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, the serpentine heads of the 2-headed monster instantly reared up, emitting roars of varying pitches from their mouths. A 2-headed sea monster? Jiang Zhiwen raised an eyebrow, her tone finally showing a hint of fluctuation. Who would have thought the city guard would use such a monster for testing? In terms of raw combat power alone, the 2-headed water monster wasn't particularly formidable. The one before them had reached bronze tier 1, but it wasn't necessarily much stronger than the rock python commander found in the novice dungeon. However, creatures like the 2-headed water monster possessed exceptionally tenacious vitality. With both heads capable of continuously spewing venom and ice mist, it proved far more troublesome in combat than the rock serpent commander. If one were to rank the monster's low-level adventurers dread-facing most, the 2-headed water monster would undoubtedly crack the top 20. The sight of the 2-headed water monster drew audible boos from the gathered adventurers. Many even shouted for Jiang Zhiwen to surrender immediately and stop wasting time. Jiang Zhiwen paid no heed to the voices, his gaze fixed on the 2-headed water monster as he mentally strategized. Just then, the metal cage slowly opened. The 2-headed water monster let out 2 distinct roars, then began shuffling forward on its stubby limbs. Its bloated body, resembling a mountain of flesh, charged straight toward Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Seeing this, Qin Mo charged forward without retreating. Yin Che, watch out for that 2-headed water monster's venom and ice mist. Don't clash with it head-on. Jiang Zhiwen called out from behind, maneuvering alongside with his spear raised, searching for an opening to strike. Qin Mo let out a growl of acknowledgement, then transformed into a black streak of light that sliced through the double-headed water monster's body. His sharp claws effortlessly sliced through the 2-headed water monster's defenses, leaving several gashes across its body. Shattered pale green scales and black blood splattered onto the ground, releasing a foul stench. That Frostblade spirit cat was incredibly fast, comparable to bronze-tier flying monsters. Outside the testing grounds, spectating professionals gasped in astonishment. While Frostblade spirit cats were renowned for their speed, such extraordinary agility was exceedingly rare. Speed alone was useless. Given the 2-headed water monster's size and vitality, that Frostblade spirit cat couldn't inflict any effective damage. True enough. Besides, the crux of this battle wasn't the Frostblade spirit cat, but the young Beastmaster. A Beastmaster without a contract beast to protect them wasn't much stronger than an ordinary person. Amidst the murmurs, the 2-headed water monster let out an angry roar. Its left head shook violently several times before opening its mouth to spew a cloud of fine, icy mist. The thick, white mist spread rapidly, engulfing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiwen retreated to a safer distance while continuously swinging her spear, creating gusts of wind that scattered the approaching frost mist. Qin Mo's response, however, was far simpler and more brutal. A rhythmic roar erupted from his throat. He then raised his right forepaw and slammed it down onto the ground gale force. Instantly, a roaring gale erupted, sweeping the encroaching ice mist away completely. Witnessing this, not only the gathered professionals but even the city guards wore expressions of utter astonishment. A wind elemental gale blast. Amidst the silence, someone suddenly gasped in surprise. The gale blast was actually a rather useless skill. Its lack of lethality, limited range, and high mana cost made it widely despised. Had this skill appeared on a wind elemental beast, the crowd present wouldn't have given it a second glance. You might even blurt out a curse, "What a crappy skill." Yet the Frostblade Spirit Cat that just unleashed Galeblast was undeniably a golden elemental beast. There must be something peculiar about this Frostblade Spirit Cat. Someone shouted in alarm, only to be met with looks of utter bewilderment from those around them. Even a blind man could see that. Why bother saying it? A mutant? Or something else? For a moment, the onlookers buzzed with speculation. Many eyes also turned to Qin Mo, their gazes flickering with hidden greed. This Frostblade Spirit Cat was so unique it would surely fetch a hefty price. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, having dispersed the icy mist, Qin Mo closed in on the two-headed serpent once more. Leveraging his speed advantage, he repeatedly left claw marks upon its body. The two-headed serpent wasn't stupid. After being toyed with several times by Qin Mo, it shifted its focus to Jiang Zhiwen. But Jiang Zhiwen was equally slippery. The two-headed serpent's clumsy, slow attacks posed no threat to her. Instead, she seized the opportunity to stab several bloody holes in its body. Such wounds were insignificant to the two-headed serpent, but its repeated failures only fueled its rage, causing it to roar incessantly. In its rage, the two-headed serpent tried spewing venom. But Qin Mo merely swatted his paw, and a whirlwind swept the venom back onto the creature itself. Not only did it fail to affect Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, but it also corroded a significant portion of the serpent's own scales. Having learned its lesson the hard way, the two-headed serpent monster wisely refrained from spewing venom. Without the threats of venom and icy mist, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen handled the two-headed serpent's attacks with ease. Soon, 15 minutes passed. Suddenly, several thick metal chains shot out from the walls surrounding the testing ground, binding the two-headed serpent creature firmly in place. "Ms. Jiang, congratulations on passing the screening." The city guard who had guided them earlier entered the training ground. He first congratulated Jiang Zhiwen, then spoke with a serious expression. "Student Zhang's prowess is undeniable, but I must remind you, Shallow Rest Valley is a Tier 4 Black Iron secret realm, fraught with perils. Furthermore, 5 days have passed since the anomaly occurred in the Shallow Rest Valley secret realm. Even we, the city guard, cannot ascertain the current conditions within. Therefore, whether to enter the Shallow Abode Valley secret realm is something you should consider carefully." "Thank you for the warning," Jiang Zhiwen said calmly, her expression unruffled as she glanced at the system quest that had suddenly appeared in her mind. "Take me to the entrance of the secret realm." She had already intended to investigate Shallow Rest Valley, and now that a corresponding system quest had appeared, she had even less reason to back down. Hearing this, the city guard said no more and immediately led Jiang Zhiwen towards the secret realm's entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Zhiwen declined the city guard's offer to find her temporary teammates and stepped into the secret realm with Qin Mo. Chapter 8, Shallow Abode Valley. Shallow Rest Valley Secret Realm. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen trudged through the damp, muddy terrain within the valley, shrouded in black mist. Before them, intricate paths branched out in all directions, forming a natural labyrinth. The thick black mist in the air severely obstructed their vision, making it difficult to discern anything in the distance. Suddenly, a piercing whistling sound cut through the air. A pallid shadow shot out of the black mist, lunging straight toward Qin Mo. Jiang Zhiwen was about to warn him, but Qin Mo had already stepped forward. His sharp claws sliced through the air with ease, effortlessly cleaving the pale shadow in two. With a heavy thud, a corpse hit the ground. It was a strange bird, about the size of a human head, with hollow eye sockets and not a single feather on its body. Its withered, ghastly white skin clung tightly to its bones, making it look utterly terrifying. What astonished Qin Mo most was that not a single drop of blood remained within the creature's body. This was an undead creature forcibly transformed through a necromantic ritual. Jiang Zhiwen stepped forward to examine the corpse before explaining to Qin Mo, "These undead creatures are the most commonly used cannon fodder among the undead race. True undead monsters can only be slain by scattering their soul flames." As she spoke, Jiang Zhiwen's expression grew serious. Ordinary undead monsters were of little concern to her. Their combat prowess consistently ranks at the bottom among monsters of the same tier, posing very limited threat. But undead monsters that mastered necromantic rites were a different story. This not only meant the undead monster could endlessly produce cannon fodder, but also signified that it had gained intelligence. "Hope it's not an over-limit monster," Jiang Zhiwen murmured as she watched the churning mist ahead. The most significant difference between a Tier 4 secret realm and the other 3 tiers lies in the presence of a small number of transcendent monsters within it. Monsters that have shattered the realm's level restrictions and broken through to the next tier. An undead monster that had mastered necromantic rites was already troublesome enough. If this monster also reached bronze rank, even she would find it a headache. Just then, dozens of shadows shot out from the black mist once more. Qin Mo's eyes narrowed sharply. His throat convulsed twice before erupting in a deep, thunderous roar. A tangible wave of sound swept through the air. In the next instant, the flying shadows plummeted to the ground, utterly still. A sonic skill? Witnessing this, Jiang Zhiwen was both shocked and delighted. surprised that his own contract beast possessed such an obscure skill. His delight stemmed from the realization that with this sonic ability, the converted undead cannon fodder would no longer pose a threat. Qin Mo stared at the corpses on the ground, his expression equally astonished. The skill, Blast Roar, was acquired alongside abilities like Night Owl Perception and Gale Blast. Its greatest strength was its wide area of effect, unmatched by any other skill Qin Mo possessed. However, its weakness was equally obvious. Its damage output was extremely weak, only marginally stronger than Gale Blast. Earlier, he had only cast it on a whim, never expecting such remarkable results. Qin Mo then led the way, guiding both man and beast along a narrow path teeming with monsters as they sped forward. Occasionally, converted undead creatures launched attacks at Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, but he dispatched them with ease. After traveling a short distance, the ground beneath their feet underwent a dramatic transformation. The once damp, muddy terrain had turned dry. No vegetation could be seen on the decaying ground, only piles of white bones scattered haphazardly. Something was terribly wrong here. Qin Mo frowned and looked up at Jiang Zhiwen. The instant he set foot on this barren land, he distinctly felt his stamina slowly draining away. This is the desolate land of the undead. Jiang Zhiwen spoke with a grave expression. Certain special undead artifacts or powerful undead monsters emit an aura that corrupts the surrounding environment. Under the influence of this undead aura, the land rapidly decays and becomes barren, devoid of any vegetation. This is the wasteland. Any living creature stepping into such a desolate land would be affected by the lingering undead aura, causing their power to be suppressed. Meanwhile, undead monsters dwelling within the wasteland gain comprehensive enhancements. This dynamic shift makes even the weakest undead creatures formidable adversaries. Most crucially, any living being that perishes within the barren land's reach will be automatically transformed into an undead monster. Unlike cannon fodder forcibly converted through necromantic rites, undead monsters born from the barren land retain at least 60% of their former strength. Before he could finish speaking, a nearby pile of bones began to stir. Accompanied by a spine-chilling creaking sound, over a dozen skeletons swiftly rose to their feet, their hollow eye sockets ignited with ghostly blue flames. These were the most common skeletal skeletons among the undead. Seeing Qin Mo advance toward the skeletons, Jiang Zhiwen immediately warned, the soul flames of these monsters are hidden within their sternums. The flames in their eye sockets are merely illusions. With that, Jiang Zhiwen charged forward, spear in hand. Despite the wasteland's enhancement, these skeletal skeletons were only Black Iron Tier 3 in strength. Knowing their weakness, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen dispatched them all with little effort. Strands of vital essence flew out from the shattered bones and sank into Jiang Zhiwen's body. The undead monsters remained as stingy as ever. Jiang Zhiwen assessed her condition and shook her head repeatedly. The life essence provided by these dozen or so skeletal skeletons was equivalent to that of a single ordinary Black Iron Tier 5 monster. For her current state, this meager amount of essence was utterly insignificant. After dispatching the skeletal remains, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen pressed onward. They hadn't gone far when another large group of skeletal skeletons surrounded them. Unlike before, this time the skeletal remains included several black skeletons wielding bone staffs. The soul flames of these skeleton mages are concealed within their wands, that is their true fatal weakness. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze swept over the black skeletons as he spoke the warning. Qin Mo let out a sharp cry, his figure vanishing instantly from the spot. A black streak of light sliced through the air, shattering the bone staff in the skeleton mage's grasp. The ghostly blue flames in the skeleton mage's eyes flickered violently twice before it crumbled into a pile of scattered bones. Without the skeleton mage, the remaining skeletal skeletons posed little threat to Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. The man and beast swiftly disposed of the remaining skeletal creatures. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward, Dark Curse. As Jiang Zhiwen absorbed the life essence of this batch of skeletal remains, a system notification suddenly rang in Qin Mo's ears. Dark Curse? Qin Mo froze, swiftly opening the system panel to examine the newly acquired skill. Dark Curse inflicts a 10-second dark curse on a target. If the target dies while cursed, it spawns a dark slave lasting half an hour. After reading the skill description, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. His gaze swept the surroundings, finally locking onto a pile of skeletal remains in the distance. In the next instant, Qin Mo materialized before the bones. A claw, faintly shrouded in black light, swept across the bones. The skeleton that had just risen didn't even have time to react before scattering back to the ground. Immediately, the scattered bones glowed black, rapidly coalescing into a skeleton warrior wielding a bone blade and bone shield. Darkness slave, was this the curse of darkness? Jiang Zhiwen, watching beside him, wore a look of shock for the first time. Though the dark curse skill was exceedingly rare, her past life's experience allowed her to recognize it instantly. And precisely because of this, she felt such shock. Because undead monsters were immune to the effects of the dark curse skill. Yet Qin Mo had just shattered this ironclad rule. Deep within the distant black mist, three figures huddled together, their expressions turning startled at the sight. Big sis, this Frostblade spirit cat is kinda weird. The smallest figure stared at the 2-meter-tall dark slave, stammering nervously, maybe we should pick a different target. Shut up. The figure called Big Sister snapped back in a low voice. No matter how strange this Frostblade spirit cat is, it's only Black Iron 7th tier. Besides, we're in the dark while they're out in the open. We're ambushing them, what's there to fear? As she spoke, the leader waved the bronze-colored mirror in her hand. The mirror revealed the scene near Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. The boss is right, the final figure spoke, his voice deep and measured. With the mirror of foresight, we hold an innate advantage. This Frostblade spirit cat is so unique on the black market, it could fetch tens of millions of credit points. 10 million credit points. The small figure gasped, breathing instantly becoming ragged. Greed filled the gaze fixed on Qin Mo. Meanwhile, oblivious to the lurking watcher, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen swiftly made their way deeper into the barren wasteland. Chapter 9, Turning on Each Other. Half an hour later, deep within the wasteland. With the assistance of 3 dark slaves, Qin Mo was locked in combat with a towering, bronze-hued tiger-shaped skeleton over 3 meters tall. Despite being outnumbered 4-1, the tiger-shaped skeleton held a slight advantage due to its level superiority and the wasteland's buffs. Jiang Zhiwen, meanwhile, was engulfed by a swarm of gray-white bats. While not in mortal danger, she couldn't spare herself to aid Qin Mo anytime soon. Not far from them, a half-meter-tall black box emitted a faint glow, dispersing the swirling black mist around it. "In Che, if you can't hold on, run. Don't try to tough it out." Jiang Zhiwen swung his spear to sweep away the approaching gray-white bats, shouting loudly. "Arg! Don't worry, this big guy can't touch me." Qin Mo deftly maneuvered around the tiger-shaped skeleton, his voice sounding remarkably relaxed. Though his attacks couldn't inflict significant damage on the tiger-shaped skeleton, the clumsy creature couldn't harm him either. In contrast, the 3 dark slaves fared much worse. One dark slave's bone blade and bone shield lay shattered on the ground. The other 2 fared slightly better, though their bodies were still covered in cracks. Far away, the 3 figures watching from the shadows fell silent as they observed the scene reflected in the bronze mirror. Had they not witnessed it themselves, none would have believed a Black Iron 7th tier Frostblade spirit cat could fight a bronze 1st tier undead monster to a standstill. Especially since both were still within the influence of the barren land. That little girl's strength is truly formidable, she doesn't seem like a beastmaster at all. The diminutive figure watched Jiang Zhiwen, who remained remarkably composed amidst the swarm of gray-white bats attacking her, and couldn't help but speak up. Though those gray-white spectral bats were no higher than Black Iron Tier 3 and lacked individual potency. But sheer numbers were overwhelming. He knew he couldn't possibly withstand such a swarm for this long without getting hurt. That little girl's strength is indeed impressive, but who knows if her brain is any good. The leader stared intently at the scene reflected in the bronze mirror and ordered the other 2 prepare to act. "Isn't this the wrong time to act?" Hearing this, the short figure froze for a moment before quietly protesting, "Neither the little girl nor the Frostblade spirit cat have reached their limits yet. I meant to step in and help." The leader shot the short figure a meaningful glance. "We're all professionals here to investigate the anomalies in Shallow Abode Valley. Lending a hand when trouble arises is only natural, right? Got it, boss. You're brilliant." The short figure instantly grasped the meaning and hurriedly chimed in. Then the 3 of them stopped hiding their presence and dashed out swiftly. Qin Mo, who had been circling the tiger-shaped skeleton, immediately sensed the disturbance. His figure flickered, and he returned to Jiang Zhiwen's side. "What's wrong, In Che?" Seeing Qin Mo's sudden movement, Jiang Zhiwen's face clouded with confusion. "Oh whoa!" Qin Mo pointed his tail toward the dark mist nearby, then made a gesture with his claws. 3 practitioners are rapidly approaching? Jiang Zhiwen's gaze sharpened, his expression turning grave. Qin Mo nodded, then lowered his voice to give a low howl, his eyes asking for confirmation. Since entering the secret realm, he hadn't used either Root Entangle or Gravity Swamp. First, these skills were useless against the monsters within the secret realm. Second, he had been saving them as trump cards. Whatever those 3 adventurers intended, he was confident he could subdue them with these 2 abilities. No need to use them yet. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Jiang Zhiwen swept aside an approaching gray-white bat and murmured, "Just remember not to let your guard down." Meanwhile, freed from Qin Mo's restraint, the tiger-shaped skeleton swiftly crushed a dark slave. Just as the second dark slave was about to fall to the tiger-shaped skeleton's claws, a small figure suddenly burst out of the black mist and collided head-on with the skeleton. "You beast! Take this shield!" With a furious roar, a metal round shield slammed into the tiger-shaped skeleton, instantly drawing its attention. In the next instant, 2 figures burst from the black mist, flanking the tiger-shaped skeleton from both sides. The tall, slender figure on the left wielded a long whip, swinging it relentlessly, creating a constant whistling sound. The figure on the right, however, was a mechanical puppet, its metal body gleaming coldly. The little girl's got guts, taking on a swarm of ghost bats and a bronze tier 1 transcendent monster all by herself. As the 3 figures engaged the tiger-shaped skeleton, a seductive woman in red appeared not far from Jiang Zhiwen, chuckling softly. "Allow me to introduce myself. Shui Hongyi, nicknamed Sister Hong. Black Iron 9th tier Holy Word Mage. Those 2 are my teammates." As she spoke, a burst of white light erupted from the red-robed woman's hand. The surrounding ghost bats, swept by the light, let out piercing screeches and fled rapidly. I was drawn here by the treasure chest. Never imagined there'd be so many monsters. Jiang Zhiyun's face twisted into a wry smile. If not for the skeleton summoning scroll in my possession and my fairly powerful contract beast, I'd likely be dead already. By the way, my name is Jiang Zhiyun. I'm a student at First High. Thanks for your help, Sister Hong. Seeing Jiang Zhiyun's innocent expression, Qin Mo was instantly speechless. A student from First High? So you've only been a class changer for a few days, little Sister Jiang? Shuahani exclaimed in surprise. In such a short time, you've reached Black Iron Tier 4 and passed the city guard screening? Impressive. Not at all, just got lucky. I stumbled upon a black iron treasure chest in the school's beginner's dungeon and pulled out a skeleton summoning scroll and a life fruit. Jiang Zhiyun's face flushed slightly as he admitted, if I hadn't gotten lucky with that chest in the beginner's dungeon, I wouldn't have been so reckless rushing out like this. That's only human nature. Shuahani chuckled, about to say more, when the voice of that small figure suddenly called out from nearby. Big sis, cut the chat. Come help us. Shuahani looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 players and a puppet being overwhelmed by a tiger-shaped skeleton. The remaining 2 dark slaves had already been torn to shreds. That skeleton was this powerful? Shocked, Shuahani's gaze drifted involuntarily to Qin Mo beside her heartbeat suddenly quickening. She must get her hands on that Frostblade spirit cat. So that's why he came for Yin Che. Noticing Shuahani's gaze, Jiang Zhiyun understood instantly, though his expression remained impassive. Qin Mo sneered inwardly. They actually set their sights on this young master? You'll all be crying soon. The 2 men and the beast swiftly joined the fray. Though formidable, the tiger-shaped skeleton couldn't withstand the combined assault. Even with the Wasteland's enhancement, it ultimately fell. Before long, the tiger-shaped skeleton crumbled into scattered bones under their relentless assault. A vast surge of vital energy burst forth from the bones, each strand merging into the bodies of Jiang Zhiyun and the others. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a hundredfold feedback reward, level up by 1 tier. As the system notification sounded, Qin Mo's aura surged rapidly under the astonished gazes of the others, instantly breaking through to Black Iron Rank 8. Zhang Xiaomei, this Frostblade spirit cat of yours is no ordinary creature. Shuahani's eyes flickered as she asked curiously, I wonder where you contracted it, Zhang Xiaomei? Right here at Jiangqing's Beast Taming Center. Jiang Zhiyun answered with complete candor, Yin Che was originally just a common curly-tailed civet. I felt sorry for it and bought it. I never imagined it would turn out to be this powerful. Qin Mo rolled his eyes silently beside her. So that's how it was. Shuahani was utterly shocked, and her desire to get her hands on Qin Mo grew even stronger. So, Jiang, have you considered selling this Frostblade spirit cat? After a moment's silence, Shuahani tentatively asked. Yin Che is family to me, Jiang Zhiyun shook her head. I wouldn't sell it. I see. That's truly unfortunate. Shuahani sighed. If only you'd been more sensible, little girl. Then I wouldn't have had to make things so awkward. Yes, it's such a pity. Jiang Zhiyun looked at Shuahani with a faint, ambiguous smile. Sister Hong, aren't you going to make your move? What do you mean, make a move? Shuahani asked, her expression blank. The next moment, a flash of cold steel streaked toward Jiang Zhiyun. Jiang Zhiyun, who had been prepared, naturally wouldn't fall for such a sneak attack. He thrust his spear forward, precisely intercepting the incoming dagger. Her strike missed, and Shuahani swiftly backed away from Jiang Zhiyun. Simultaneously, the other 2 professionals and the mechanical puppet closed in from different directions. The little girls got sharp wits. The short man wielding a metal round shield eyed Jiang Zhiyun coldly. But after fighting all the way here, you and your contract beast must be running on fumes, right? How about this? Spend the night with me, then immediately dissolve the beast contract. I might even ask the boss to spare your life. As he spoke, the short man advanced step by step, his metal shield raised. Cut the crap and get on with it. Shuahani snapped, her face grim. Better to get it over with before things get complicated. Big sis, you're being too cautious. With 3 of us at Black Iron Tier 9 and a Black Iron Tier 9 mechanical puppet, what could this little brat possibly do? The short man retorted verbally, yet his body surged forward like a bulldozer at full throttle, charging straight toward Jiang Zhiyun. Shield Armor Warrior Skill, charge! Simultaneously, the tall, lanky man and the mechanical puppet swiftly closed in on Qin Mo, attempting to pin him down and prevent him from aiding Jiang Zhiyun. As for Shuahani, she stood to the side, chanting incantations. Having worked together for years, the trio required no communication to execute the most effective response based on the situation. Chapter 10, Eliminating the Trio. As the tall, slender man and the mechanical puppet charged toward him, a flicker of mockery passed through Qin Mo's eyes. His claws, faintly glowing with a pale green light, slammed down with force. Thick vines burst from the ground, instantly binding the tall, slender man and the mechanical puppet tightly. Simultaneously, Qin Mo vanished from his original position. Vine entanglements? The tall, thin man cried out in alarm, his expression abruptly darkening as he shouted hoarsely, "No! Sister Hong, watch out!" Shui Hongi, with her extensive combat experience, had already halted her incantation the moment the vines emerged. She moved closer to the mechanical puppet. But how could her speed compare to Qin Mo's? A black flash streaked past. A claw, faintly shrouded in black light, slashed across Shui Hongi's throat. Instantly, a torrent of blood gushed forth. Shui Hongi let out a piercing scream, clutching her throat as she slurred out a chant. A blinding white light exploded outward from Shui Hongi, engulfing a 50-meter radius. Holy Word Mage's signature skill, Holy Light Burst. Qin Mo, who had been prepared, had already retreated a considerable distance while Shui Hongi chanted the spell and avoided being hit by the Holy Light Burst. The tall, thin man bound by the roots was far less fortunate. Having only just wriggled free of the vines, he had no time to dodge and took the full brunt of the Holy Light Burst, sustaining extensive burns across his body. As for the short man and Jiang Zhiwen, they had long been outside the blast's radius and remained completely unharmed. Seeing that her desperate attack not only failed to harm Qin Mo but also accidentally injured her own allies, Shui Hongi closed her eyes in despair and collapsed to the ground. Her lifeless body began to rapidly decay. Moments later, a dark slave rose from Shui Hongi's corpse and strode purposefully toward the short man. At the same time, Qin Mo vanished once more. The tall, thin man's expression changed abruptly as he hastily flicked out a yellow talisman. The talisman ignited without flame, swiftly reducing to a pile of ashes. Instantly, a layer of golden light enveloped the tall, thin man. The golden armor talisman, a low-level talisman that even a black iron tier talisman master could draw, condensed a golden light around him, temporarily boosting his defenses. A crisp clang echoed. The next moment, Qin Mo's figure appeared nearby, shaking out his slightly numb claws. He hadn't expected the tall, slender man to possess such a valuable item. But he wasn't foolish. Since the tall, slender man was protected by a talisman, he would simply switch targets. The tall, slender man clearly anticipated Qin Mo's move. Relying on the protection of the golden armor talisman, he closed in, his whip lashing out like a serpent, coiling toward Qin Mo. Simultaneously, the mechanical puppet, freed from the vine's grasp, charged toward the dark slave, intent on preventing it from aiding Jiang Zhiwen. Seeing the lanky man persistently harassing him, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He raised his claw and slammed it down with tremendous force. "You think you can trap me with your roots again?" A look of contempt flashed across the tall, thin man's face. "I won't fall for the same trick twice." Before he could finish speaking, the tall, slender man felt his body suddenly sink. Wielding his whip, he nearly collapsed face first onto the ground. An earth element gravity swamp? The tall, slender man gasped in horror. Impossible. In such a short span, Qin Mo had consecutively unleashed 3 entirely unrelated skills. What element root entanglement, earth element gravity swamp, and the necromancy skill summoning skeleton soldiers from Shui Hongi's corpse. Apart from the last skill, which he had witnessed Qin Mo use through the Mirror of Foresight, the other 2 were entirely new to him. Combined with the sonic wave he'd used earlier and the gale force he'd unleashed at the city guard barracks. What kind of freak is this? The tall, thin man's face twisted in horror. Had he known this Frostblade spirit cat still held so many hidden cards, he would have stopped Shui Hongi at any cost. Meanwhile, the short man was also locked in a fierce battle. Jiang Zhiwen possessed vastly superior combat experience and knew the shield-armored warrior's weaknesses inside out. At this moment, he was barely holding his ground solely thanks to the shield-armored warrior's formidable defense. But as time dragged on, defeat and death were inevitable. Before long, the golden light enveloping the tall, slender man faded away. Qin Mo wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, slicing across the tall, thin man's neck. Blood gushed forth. The tall, thin man clutched his throat as he collapsed to the ground, utterly silent. This time, Qin Mo did not cast the Dark Curse. Having already unleashed the Dark Curse, root entanglements, and gravity swamp, his dwindling spiritual energy was completely drained. Had it not been for the system's reward that had elevated him to Black Iron rank 8, he would have collapsed long ago. With the tall, thin man dead, the uncontrolled mechanical puppet froze in place, motionless. Seeing this, Qin Mo immediately commanded the Dark Slave to support Jiang Zhiwen. Facing the combined assault of Jiang Zhiwen and the Dark Slave, the already outmatched short man could no longer hold his ground. He soon fell dead beneath Jiang Zhiwen's spear. "Well done, Yin Che." After dispatching his opponent, Jiang Zhiwen walked over to Qin Mo and praised him loudly. Qin Mo let out a low growl, collapsing onto the ground in a heap, utterly motionless. The consecutive battles had left him utterly exhausted. Jiang Zhiwen ruffled Qin Mo's hair before heading toward the black iron treasure chest. Before long, Jiang Zhiwen returned to Qin Mo's side holding a pale blue potion. "We got lucky this time. The chest contained 5 bottles of low-grade universal recovery potion." "Quick, take this," Jiang Zhiwen said, uncorking the bottle and holding it to Qin Mo's lips. "We still have to keep exploring deeper inside." Qin Mo swallowed the potion, his condition rapidly stabilizing. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen seized the opportunity to clean up the battlefield. First to be dealt with were the corpses of the tall, thin man and the short man. Jiang Zhiwen tossed both bodies into the distant black mist, preventing them from being transformed into undead creatures by the wasteland that might cause trouble later. Next, Jiang Zhiwen rummaged through the remnants of Shui Hongyi's clothing and pulled out a palm-sized golden pouch. A small spatial pouch? Jiang Zhiwen exclaimed in surprise, not bad at all. Space pouches were treasures that only tailors of silver rank or higher could sew. Though the one in her hand was merely the lowest tier black iron grade, its market price still soared to 100,000 credit points. Most black iron tier practitioners wouldn't necessarily splurge on such an item. With Shui Hongyi dead, Jiang Zhiwen effortlessly erased the lingering imprint and opened the spatial bag. The mirror of foresight, no wonder it could locate us so precisely. Jiang Zhiwen retrieved a bronze-colored mirror from the pouch, a smile spreading across her face. With this mirror of foresight, our next operation will be much easier. After stowing the mirror of foresight, Jiang Zhiwen continued inspecting the spatial pouch, only to find it contained nothing but daily necessities and miscellaneous items. His interest waned instantly, and he tossed the spatial pouch into his system backpack. Before long, Qin Mo had fully recovered. Then, the man and beast pressed onward once more. Chapter 11, Dawn's First Light. Soon after, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo came to a halt behind a mountain ridge. In the distance, 12 crooked bone towers pierced the sky. Grim bone flames flickered at their tips, dispersing the surrounding black mist. At the center of the towers stood a colossal altar fashioned from the bones of an unknown giant beast. 15 practitioners clad in city guard uniforms were tightly bound to bone pillars erected along the altar's edge, their exposed skin devoid of any trace of color. Surrounding the pillars swarmed a dense throng of undead monsters. At the very center of the altar stood a figure cloaked entirely in black robes. Before him, a ball of ghostly fire hovered, emitting an eerie glow. So it was the Dawn cult up to their old tricks. Behind the ridge, Jiang Zhiwen lowered the mirror of foresight, her brow furrowed. Through the vision mirror, she clearly saw a palm-sized torch emblem on the shoulder of the cloaked figure. That was the Dawn cult's emblem, symbolizing redemption and light. Jiang Zhiwen was no stranger to the Dawn cult. Combining her past and present lives, she had encountered this organization countless times both in textbooks and in reality. In fact, the very reason for her downfall in her previous life was inextricably linked to this very organization. The demonic deity from beyond the realms had been summoned by the Dawn cult through the blood sacrifice of over a dozen cities. These damn rats just won't die. Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but curse under her breath. Founded shortly after the Great Cataclysm, the Dawn cult proclaimed itself the dawn of humanity, its members self-styled as a superior new breed of humans. Historically, the sect orchestrated several massive beast waves, each claiming tens of millions of lives. At the height of its power, it even occupied numerous free cities, openly collaborating with monster forces to launch attacks against the three great empires. Later, the three empires and other free cities united, sacrificing 3 mythical artifacts to utterly destroy most of the sect's core elite forces. Suffering heavy losses, the Dawn cult went underground. Yet even then, these rats in the sewers never truly ceased their activities. They would periodically surface to stir up trouble, becoming an unrelenting nuisance. Oh whoa! Just then, Qin Mo beside him let out a howl, wagging his tail toward the city guards on the bone pillar and gesturing with his claws. Should we rescue those unlucky souls first? Those unlucky souls had been dispatched by the city guards higher-ups to investigate the anomalies in Shallow Rest Valley, so their strength was undoubtedly guaranteed. Rescuing them would be a significant boost. Especially since our Beastmaster still had 4 bottles of low-grade universal recovery potions, which could temporarily restore some of the city guards' combat effectiveness. Don't act rashly just yet. Jiang Zhiwen pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Within the school's novice secret realm, she could act without restraint. She knew the monsters there posed no real threat, and she carried the small void escape talisman as a life-saving measure. But the current situation was different. Undead monsters were notoriously unpredictable, and now she was entangled with those rats from the Dawn cult. In such a situation, the slightest misstep could land her in grave danger. Better to stay put and wait for an opportunity, or simply hold out until other adventurers arrived before making a move. Qin Mo let out a low growl before flattening himself back against the ground. Better safe than sorry. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen waited like this for nearly half a day. Just as Qin Mo was losing patience and about to urge his Beastmaster to leave, the undead creatures in the distance suddenly stirred. Hordes of undead creatures weaved between the bone towers, as if searching for something. A rogue had slipped in. Jiang Zhiwen glanced through the far-seeing mirror, then shook her head. Too bad it's a rookie, though their innate talent seems promising. Through the mirror's projection, she immediately spotted several glaring mistakes. Such a basic mistake could only be made by a novice thief who had just recently changed professions. Fortunately, undead creatures generally possessed weak senses, and the rogue's class talent happened to conceal their life essence, allowing them to remain undetected thus far. Qin Mo also spotted the conspicuous traces. Following the trail, he soon spotted a blurred figure. The figure clung tightly to a bone tower, nearly blending into it. Only his keen eyesight allowed him to spot it at all. Just then, Qin Mo's ears twitched. He whipped his head around, alertness etched across his face. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiwen swiftly lowered the far-seeing mirror and grabbed the spear resting nearby. Behind the man and beast, the black mist churned violently. Moments later, 4 figures emerged from the darkness. 2 men and 1 woman. 3 professionals clad in city guard uniforms stood in a triangular formation, shielding a baby-faced girl in a blue and white school uniform at their center. Students? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Mo's eyes before he instinctively glanced at Jiang Zhiwen's Zhongcheng No. 1 high school uniform. He immediately spotted the difference. Though both uniforms featured blue and white, the patterns on their cuffs were distinctly different. Jiang Zhiwen's cuffs bore a pattern of mist, while the other person's cuffs featured 2 slender bamboo stalks. That was the second high school uniform. Noticing Qin Mo's movement, Jiang Zhiwen quietly offered an explanation. At the same time, the 4 others also spotted Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Are you Sister Jiang Zhiwen? The baby-faced girl's face lit up with delight upon seeing Jiang Zhiwen, and she hurried forward. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, stepping in front of Jiang Zhiwen as he watched the girl warily. Jiang Zhiwen likewise tightened her grip on the spear in her hands, her back taut like a panther poised to strike. This girl appeared to be only 11 or 12 years old, yet her cultivation level had already reached the 9th tier of black iron. With the situation unclear, she dared not let such an anomaly approach her freely. The lead city guard quickly pulled the girl back several steps. My apologies, Miss Jiang. Our young mistress has little experience with outdoor activities. Only after both parties had pulled back a safe distance did the lead guard rush over to explain to Jiang Zhiwen. Our young mistress is the daughter of the commander. Due to her unique professional aptitude, she was specially sent into the secret realm to investigate the cause. The daughter of City Guard Commander Quan Gong? Jiang Zhiwen studied the baby-faced girl, noting a faint resemblance to Quan Gong. His gaze then shifted to the speaker. You know me? A prodigy who passed our city guard screening at the rank of Black Iron Tier 4. How could I not recognize you? The lead city guard flattered with a smile. As he spoke, a look of genuine admiration flickered across the guard's face. Their group had exerted considerable effort to reach this point, and that was only because thieves had scouted ahead. But Jiang Zhiwen, a beastmaster, had made it this far alone with his contract beast. Such prowess was truly formidable. Once Qin Mo understood the situation, his interest waned, and he lay back down. Though Jiang Zhiwen still gripped his spear, his tense muscles relaxed, though he maintained a distance from the 4. The city guard captain leading the group said nothing upon seeing this, but inwardly, he gave her a silent nod of approval. No wonder this human and beast had made it this far. Such vigilance was far beyond what ordinary students possessed. Sister Jiang, my name is Kwang Xiaoyan. At that moment, the baby-faced girl beside her piped up, I'm your biggest fan. My fan? Jiang Zhiwen looked puzzled, simultaneously searching her mind for memories of Kwang Xiaoyan. 3 years ago, didn't you, Sister Jiang, stand alone at the entrance of No. 2 high school, knocking down anyone who dared to enter or leave? Kwang Xiaoyan blurted out excitedly, completely oblivious to the fact she was still wearing her Zhongcheng No. 2 middle school uniform. Qin Mo couldn't help but look up at his beast master. Wow, you were that fierce back then? Noticing the teasing glint in Qin Mo's eyes, Jiang Zhiwen flushed with rare embarrassment before slapping him on the head. Kwang Xiaoyan, however, paid no heed and continued chattering away. Through Kwang Xiaoyan's account, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen gleaned several useful pieces of information. First was the detailed composition of their group. Apart from the scout, the thief Xiao Zhou, who had only recently changed professions and was only at Black Iron Tier 2, the other 4 were all at Black Iron Tier 9. Kwang Xiaoyan herself was a Black Iron 9th Tier light priest. The city guard leading the group was named Li Wei, a Black Iron 9th Tier shield knight. The other 2 members were Li Gang, a Black Iron Tier 9 berserker, and Jia Yun, a Black Iron Tier 9 mage. During this time, Jiang Zhiwen also recalled information about Kwang Xiaoyan from his previous life. Kwang Xiaoyan, the only daughter of Kwang Gong, commander of the Zhongcheng City Guard. She awakened her profession at the age of 10 and died young, cause of death unknown. That brief sentence comprised all the information she could recall about Kwang Xiaoyan. Now it seemed her untimely death was most likely connected to the shallow Rest Valley secret realm. After Kwang Xiaoyan finished speaking, Li Wei finally took the floor again, exchanging the intelligence they had each gathered with Jiang Zhiwen. Chapter 12, Arrangements. Before long, the black mist swirled once more from behind, and a figure darted out swiftly. This time, Qin Mo made no move. For the newcomer was none other than the rookie thief from Kwang Xiaoyan's group. Xiao Zhou, any discoveries? Li Wei looked at the panting young thief, his expression questioning. Sorry, Captain, Xiao Zhou shook his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. There are too many undead monsters down there. I couldn't get around them. It's okay. You've done your best. Li Wei patted Xiao Zhou on the shoulder, offering reassurance. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it this far. Should I try again later? Xiao Zhou murmured, his face still flushed with embarrassment. No need, Li Wei shook his head and smiled. Jiang has already scouted the situation below. Jiang? Xiao Zhou froze, only then noticing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen nearby. He instinctively hugged his legs and shivered. How is that demoness here too? He had a vivid impression of Jiang Zhiwen. Not because of her looks, but her fierce fighting prowess. 3 years ago, during the annual exchange event for freshmen between Jiangqing First High and Second High, this devilishly beautiful woman single-handedly blocked the school gates, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Some defiant freshmen tried to challenge her, only to be carried out horizontally after entering vertically. Several unlucky ones who made flippant remarks even had their legs broken outright. Ironically, she always had the moral high ground, leaving the teachers tasked with maintaining order powerless to intervene. It was precisely because of Jiang Zhiyun's fierce reputation that their entire freshman class spent the entire year unable to hold their heads high on campus. Seeing Xiao Zhou's performance, Qin Mo couldn't help but glance up at his own Beastmaster. What an imposing presence, Beastmaster. Jiang Zhiyun ignored Qin Mo, turning instead to Li Wei and asking, "Captain Li, what's the plan now?" Li Wei pondered in silence for a long moment before his voice grew solemn. "I cannot let the rats of the Dawn sect run rampant." Just as Qin Mo expected Li Wei to launch into a passionate speech, he abruptly shifted his tone, "But we cannot disregard the young lady's safety either." Huang Xiaoyan pursed her lips but wisely kept silent. Xiaoyan's safety is indeed paramount. Jiang Zhiyun nodded. Even setting aside her status as the only daughter of City Guard Commander Quan Gong, the title Self-Awakened alone would make Huang Xiaoyan's worth skyrocket. For self-awakened individuals could also participate in the class change ceremony. If successful, an awakened one would gain a second profession and its innate talents. Even if the transition failed, they could still gain a second-class talent for their current profession. Therefore, I request that you, Jiang, escort the young lady and her companions out of the secret realm. I'll try to stop that rat from the Dawn cult. Hearing Jiang Zhiyun's words, Li Wei's face lit up with a smile as he voiced his thoughts. "Captain." Xiao Zhou's expression darkened, his face betraying a look of anxiety. "If that's the case, I'll stay too." Female mage Xiao Yun's expression was resolute. "My class talent is sink or swim. If it truly comes down to a life or death situation, I can self-detonate and take that rat down with me. You two stay behind to be heroes, and leave me to be the deserter?" Berserker Li Gang rolled his eyes and snapped, "I'm staying too." "Captain, I'll stay too." Xiao Zhou piped up immediately. "Shut up." Before he could finish, Li Gang cut him off harshly, "You're only Black Iron Tier 2. What good would you do here? Just cause trouble?" Xiao Zhou could only shut his mouth, casting a pleading glance toward Jiang Zhiyun. At this point, only this demoness could possibly persuade their captain. Qin Mo observed the group's reactions and turned his questioning gaze toward his own Beastmaster. Naturally, he hoped Jiang Zhiyun would lead Huang Xiaoyan and Xiao Zhou out of the secret realm immediately. After all, they'd already uncovered the cause of the secret realm's anomaly and secured the city guard's favor. There was absolutely no need to take unnecessary risks. "I must stay." Jiang Zhiyun shook her head, her expression calm. "As for the reason, I cannot tell you. The reason for staying was, of course, the system quest. If I were to leave the secret realm midway, this mission would be considered a failure. Though there's no penalty for failure, the mission rewards are exceptionally generous. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't willingly give them up." Hearing this, Li Wei's face twisted into a bitter smile. He wouldn't press Jiang Zhiyun on why she had to stay, but since she'd made her position clear, he couldn't very well ask her to escort Huang Xiaoyan out either. "Gangzi, you escort the young lady and Xiao Zhou out. Xiao Yun and I will stay behind." After a moment's hesitation, Li Wei finally made his decision. Zhao Yun, being a mage, far surpassed Li Gang, a berserker in area of effect attacks. Moreover, as Zhao Yun had pointed out, when facing certain death, her ability to detonate herself made her the sharpest spear in the arsenal. Though reluctant, Li Gang understood the stakes and silently accepted the arrangement. He vanished into the rolling black mist with Huang Xiaoyan and Xiao Zhou. After Li Gang and his group departed, other professionals arrived at the scene one after another. Persuaded by Li Wei, they all chose to stay. Half a day later. Leaning against Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiyun's face broke into a smile as she watched the scene unfold on the far-seeing mirror. After waiting so long, the opportunity had finally arrived. Not far behind her, a dozen or so professionals watched the scene unfold, their expressions shifting in unison. "Jiang, what's happening?" Li Wei hurriedly asked. "That rat from the Dawn cult has left the altar and entered the leftmost bone tower," Jiang Zhiyun said with a smile. Although undead monsters guarded the bone tower as well, their numbers were far fewer than those surrounding the altar. Most crucially, there were no bronze-tier transcendent monsters lurking near the bone tower. Everyone rejoiced this was a rare opportunity. "Captain Li, Uncle Fong, and I will take out that Dawn cult rat. Yun, you lead the others to the altar to rescue the hostages." Jiang Zhiyun stowed away the mirror of foresight and swiftly made her arrangements. The Uncle Fong she mentioned was Fong Zhang, a Black Iron 9th-tier sword dancer. Sword dance warriors were a subclass of the thief profession, possessing stealth abilities yet fighting like berserkers, exceptionally adept at offense. With such a powerful attacker coordinating, plus Li Wei the shield warrior drawing fire, she was completely confident they could take down that Dawn cult rat. Seeing Jiang Zhiyun take the initiative to issue commands, everyone present nodded in agreement. It was true that Jiang Zhiyun was the lowest level among them. But the fact that a Black Iron Tier 4 Beastmaster had arrived here first spoke volumes. Moreover, many who had dealt with Xue Hongyi recognized the mirror of foresight in Jiang Zhiyun's hands. Whether by choice or circumstance, Jiang Zhiyun had seized the mirror of foresight from Xue Hongyi's trio. Her prowess was undeniable. And since their nominal temporary leader, Li Wei, hadn't objected, the others certainly weren't about to jump in and make a scene for no reason. The group then split into two teams, each charging toward the Bone Tower and the altar respectively. Chapter 13, Ji Changfeng. Ding. Bound Entity's Strength Enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a hundredfold feedback reward, potential overdraw. Before the Bone Tower, as a surge of vital essence flowed into Jiang Zhiyun's body, her aura rapidly intensified, propelling her cultivation to Black Iron Tier 5. Qin Mo heard the system notification sound in his ear. Congratulations, Jiang. Seeing Jiang Zhiyun break through to Black Iron Tier 5, Li Wei and Fang Zhang beside her immediately offered their congratulations. Qin Mo took this opportunity to examine his newly acquired skill. Potential Overdraw instantly evolves to the next evolutionary form. If no evolutionary form exists, increases to the next level. Lasts 1 hour. After duration ends, current level drops by 5 tiers. After reading the skill description, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. This was a god tier skill for all-out effort. Of course, its side effects were equally terrifying. The direct 5-tier drop in level upon skill expiration was a price that would sting even Qin Mo, who had Jiang Zhiyun's golden leg to rely on and never worried about leveling speed. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyun exchanged a few polite words with the two before they all stepped into the Bone Tower together. Boom! The moment the group stepped inside, the white bone gates slammed shut behind them. Immediately, a swirling mass of bone white flame erupted from nowhere, engulfing the gate. Qin Mo's expression darkened instantly. He transformed into a streak of light and slammed into the skeletal gate. With a dull thud, Qin Mo was sent flying backward amidst the surging flames. Yin Che. Jiang Zhiyun caught Qin Mo in time, concern etched on his face. Ouch. I'm fine. Qin Mo shook his slightly numb claws, signaling Jiang Zhiyun not to worry. Seeing this, Fang Zhang and Li Wei also launched their attacks at the White Bone Gate. But their attacks couldn't even shake the flames covering the surface of the White Bone Gate. Let me try. Jiang Zhiyun set Qin Mo down on the ground and raised his spear, ready to charge forward. Don't waste your effort. Just then, a voice tinged with mockery echoed from atop the Bone Tower. Unless you reach bronze rank, don't even dream of shaking my bone flames. Qin Mo followed the voice and saw a figure cloaked in black robes slumped on a skeletal chair on the 3rd level of the tower, their stark white handbones propping up their head. Within the shadows concealed by the robes, 2 flickering embers of ghostly fire could faintly be discerned. Qin Mo frowned, while Jiang Zhiyun and the other 2 beside him wore equally grave expressions. A mere trio of Black Iron Tier practitioners, accompanied by a Frostblade Spirit Cat, dare challenge my Bone Tower? Truly ignorant of their own mortality. The cloaked figure raised its right hand, speaking indifferently, very well. I'm bored anyway. Might as well entertain you. Before the words faded, 5 skeletons plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. All 5 skeletons were serpentine in form, their bones gleaming with a bronze sheen. Their massive bodies radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. Fang Zhang and Li Wei's expressions abruptly changed. What kind of freak was this? He could summon 5 bronze-tier transcendent monsters with a mere wave of his hand. Though their strength was no small matter, facing even one transcendent monster was already pushing their limits. Facing 5 simultaneously? They had absolutely no chance of victory. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun, however, keenly noticed the peculiarity on the 5 skeletons. 5 slender golden threads had sunk into the skulls of the skeletons, their other ends connected to the black-robed figure's right hand. Puppet control magic. Jiang Zhiyun's face turned as cold as ice. He uttered each word deliberately. You are Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng, the puppeteer, one of the most enigmatic 3 kings of the Dawn sect. His signature skills were the demon puppet control technique and the flesh parasite technique. Through demon puppet control, Ji Changfeng could effortlessly transform targets whose level and soul strength were no higher than his own into puppets under his command. The flesh parasite technique granted Ji Changfeng an endless number of clones. Though Ji Changfeng had never advanced beyond the sovereign tier in his previous life, these 2 skills made him the longest surviving of the 3 kings. After the other 2 were successively slain, Ji Changfeng remained free and unburdened. Even when she finally fell to the hands of the Ji Changfeng's true form was never discovered. Oh? You recognize me? Ji Changfeng's voice echoed, tinged with a hint of surprise. This is interesting. Too bad. You're dying here today. As she spoke, Ji Changfeng pressed her right hand downward. As the 5 golden threads trembled, the colossal serpentine skeleton sprang into action, closing in on Jiang Zhiyun and her 2 companions from all directions. Seeing this, Fang Zhang and Li Wei immediately gritted their teeth and charged forward. Just as Qin Mo was about to strike, Jiang Zhiyun shot him a meaningful glance. Ignore those skeletons. Focus on Ji Changfeng. Qin Mo understood instantly. His legs pushed off the ground and his figure vanished from his original spot. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhiyun charged toward the staircase, rifle raised. Swish. Golden threads quivered as a serpentine skeleton materialized directly before the staircase, its massive form completely blocking the upward passage. Jiang Zhiyun's expression darkened, but he had no choice but to swing his spear forward. On the other side, Qin Mo leapt upward, charging toward Ji Changfeng. His claws flashed repeatedly, leaving a trail of blurred shadows. "You think you can hurt me?" Ji Changfeng's voice rang out, dripping with scorn. "You truly are a foolish beast." Before the words faded, a pallid bone flame surged from the air, coalescing into a protective shield that enveloped Ji Changfeng. Qin Mo's attack struck the flame shield, causing the bone fire to flicker and sway. Fang Zhang and Li Wei witnessed this scene, their faces immediately clouded with disappointment. They had hoped Qin Mo might deliver some stunning performance, yet he couldn't even breach Ji Changfeng's flame shield. White was waiting. Jiang Zhiyun frowned inwardly as well. If she couldn't eliminate Ji Changfeng, then she'd have no choice but to find a way to escape with Qin Mo. "I'll see just how tough your turtle shell really is." On the third level of the bone tower, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as he slammed both paws down on the ground. In the next instant, a blurred shadow shot from Qin Mo's body, slamming into the flame shield. The pale bone flames flickered violently, instantly cracking the shield. Fang Zhang and Li Wei's initial joy quickly turned to bitter smiles. The pale bone flames surged upward, swiftly repairing every crack on the shield. "Shadow assault?" Ji Changfeng stared at Qin Mo in astonishment. "You beast have truly surprised me. Pity, the gap between us is far beyond what a beast like you could ever comprehend." As he spoke, the eerie flames in Ji Changfeng's eyes flickered twice. "Get down!" As Ji Changfeng's voice echoed, ripples rippled through the air, and invisible sonic blades shot toward Qin Mo. "Sound-based skills?" Li Wei's expression changed, and he shouted urgently, "Jiang, recall your contract beast." The next moment, a deep, muffled roar echoed. A tangible wave of sound swept through, colliding with the sonic blades. Both vanished without a trace. "Oh?" Ji Changfeng looked up in surprise, revealing his true face beneath the black cloak. It was a face of stark, white bone, the left half covered in writhing flesh. Within the hollow eye sockets, an eerie flame flickered violently, revealing the turmoil within his heart. "I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." Ji Changfeng stared intently at Qin Mo. "Turning you into a puppet would make for a splendid collection piece." As he spoke, Ji Changfeng extended his left hand toward Qin Mo. 5 golden threads shot out like lightning, striking toward Qin Mo. "In Che, be careful." Seeing this, Jiang Zhiyun shouted urgently, "Don't get tangled in those threads." Truthfully, Qin Mo didn't need Jiang Zhiyun's warning. Just looking at those 5 serpentine skeletons, he already knew the consequences of being bound by those golden threads. As the golden threads closed in, Qin Mo instantly raised his paw and struck. Thick vines burst from the ground, blocking his path and deflecting the incoming golden threads. "Root entanglement?" Fang Zhang's shocked voice rang out, only to quickly turn into a scream. Having taken a solid hit from the serpentine skeleton, Fang Zhang quickly refocused his attention, daring not to let his mind wander back to the battle between Qin Mo and Ji Changfeng. On the other side, Li Wei, struggling to withstand the serpentine skeleton's assault, was equally stunned by Qin Mo's unexpected maneuver, his face instantly contorting with shock. But then, Li Wei let out a sigh. Qin Mo's performance had indeed surpassed his expectations. But as long as he couldn't injure Ji Changfeng, mastering countless skills was futile. Moreover, when it came to raw offensive power, Root Entangle couldn't hold a candle to Shadow Assault. "Jiang, recall your contract beast. I'll escort you and old Fang out." This Frostblade Spirit Cat showed tremendous potential. It would be a shame if it perished here. Besides, both Fang Zhang and Jiang Zhiyun had rushed to aid them after receiving the city guard's distress signal. As a member of the city guard himself, he couldn't just stand by and watch them get trapped here. "In Che, come back." Jiang Zhiyun shot Li Wei a meaningful glance before shouting at Qin Mo. Though his contract beast was unique, it was only Black Iron Rank 8, merely a Frostblade Spirit Cat. Constrained by its rank and species, no matter how unique it was, its potential power remained limited. It could handle ordinary foes, but against a monster like Ji Changfeng, its power was clearly insufficient. Given the circumstances, retreating was undoubtedly the wisest choice. "Oh whoa!" Hearing Jiang Zhiyun's words, Qin Mo shook his head and let out a roar of frustration. "Beastmaster, let me try again. Little one, stop being stubborn and come back." Jiang Zhiyun frowned, raising her right hand to forcibly pull Qin Mo back into the Beastmaster's space. Because Qin Mo resisted the Beast Tamer's space so fiercely, after one failed attempt to pull him in, she never used that skill again. But in this critical moment, she couldn't afford to worry about Qin Mo's resistance. Roar! Qin Mo opened his mouth once more, this time emitting a deep, thunderous roar that echoed like a tiger's cry. Simultaneously, a mass of black flames surged upward, completely enveloping Qin Mo. Seeing this, Fang Zhang and Li Wei both wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Did this Frostblade Spirit Cat actually have a hidden card? Jiang Zhiyun's face betrayed no change, but inside, his mind was in turmoil. This was clearly the phenomenon accompanying the Frostblade Spirit Cat's evolution. But as far as she knew, for a Frostblade Spirit Cat to evolve, it must first break through its potential ceiling and reach Bronze Tier 9.
Bloodline inheritance? Or innate abilities?
A flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Zhiyun's mind, but she quickly pushed them aside, focusing her attention on the serpentine skeleton before her.
You still won't die, you beast?
Ji Changfeng watched the scene unfold, his guard rising silently. Still, he sneered, very well. Then I'll show you just how vast the chasm is between you beast, and me. As he spoke, Ji Changfeng rose from the skeletal throne. The black cloak enveloping his form instantly shattered, revealing the copper-hued skeletal structure concealed beneath. Simultaneously, he released his aura without restraint. Bronze 5th tier. Fang Zheng gasped in horror, unable to dodge in time as a serpentine skeleton bit him, leaving half his body drenched in blood. Li Wei's face also twisted with shock. Bronze tier 5. This was the highest level monsters within the Black Iron secret realm could attain. Even transcendent monsters couldn't break this ceiling. The city guard had controlled the shallow Abode Valley secret realm for nearly a century, yet this was the first time a monster of this tier had ever appeared within its confines. Jiang, I suggest you recall your contract, beast. Li Wei glanced up at the flickering black flames before warning Jiang Zhiyun, if we delay any longer, I might not have the strength left to get you both out of here. He had no idea what effect Qin Mo's trump card might have. But whatever tricks Qin Mo still had up his sleeve, he didn't believe Qin Mo could pose a threat to Ji Changfeng. A monster reaching the realm's power ceiling possessed strength far beyond any ordinary creature of the same tier. Letting Che try again, Jiang Zhiyun murmured after a moment's silence. Rest assured, I have a way to get you both out of here. Recalling Qin Mo's past performance, she ultimately decided to trust her contract beast. If need be, she'd deploy that ultimate survival trump card she'd been saving. I'll go help old Feng. Li Wei heard this and silently shook his head. Forget it. If things go south, we'll just have to send old Feng out alone. Just then, another thunderous tiger roar erupted within the bone tower. Immediately, a massive tiger paw emerged from the black flames, slamming heavily against Ji Changfeng's protective shield of fire. The shield instantly shattered. The pallid bone flames flickered violently before dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 14, Potential Exhaustion. At the same time, the black flames slowly dissipated. Qin Mo's figure materialized not far from Ji Changfeng, his amber eyes brimming with mockery. Is this the gap between you and me? Compared to before, Qin Mo's form had undergone a dramatic transformation. His body, once the size of a cheetah, had swollen into a tiger-like form standing 1 meter 50 centimeters tall at the shoulders and stretching 2 meters in length. Muscles bulged exaggeratedly across his frame, radiating explosive power. His once silky black fur had grown coarse and bristly, resembling steel needles. His naturally curled tail now stretched out straight, and a single casual flick sent a howling gust of wind trailing behind him. Is this the Iron Tail Mountain Lord? Ji Changfeng's eyes blazed with intense fire as he gasped in horror. This can't be. It was clearly just a Frostblade spirit cat. Why had it suddenly transformed into the extremely rare Iron Tail Mountain Lord? Could it be evolution? But haven't Frostblade spirit cats been proven to have no evolutionary variance? Moreover, evolution in exotic beasts invariably requires meeting stringent conditions, since when could it occur casually on the spot? Even the legendary hybrid species couldn't achieve that. But Ji Changfeng quickly regained his composure, his voice tinged with mockery. So what if you become the Iron Tail Mountain Lord? Beasts remain beasts. The gap between us isn't bridged by you becoming an Iron Tail Mountain Lord. As he spoke, the flesh clinging to the copper-colored bones began to writhe violently, eventually coalescing into a layer of flesh armor that enveloped Ji Changfeng. Simultaneously, Ji Changfeng raised his right hand. Golden threads trembled as 5 serpentine skeletons abruptly soared into the air, landing before him to face off against Qin Mo. With the pressure of the serpentine skeletons lifted, Li Wei and Feng Zhan caught their breath, their expressions shifting unsteadily. They had heard of the Iron Tail Mountain Lord, a rare beast. This was a rare beast capable of fighting beyond its tier, rumored to possess strength rivaling legendary beasts of the same rank. Yet no matter how formidable the Iron Tail Mountain Lord might be, Qin Mo's rank remained fixed at Black Iron 8th tier. Facing 6 bronze tier opponents alone, even if Qin Mo transformed into the Iron Tail Mountain Lord, he would likely be overwhelmed. Jiang, if things go south, immediately recall your contract beast into the beast taming space. I'll get you an old Feng out. Watching Qin Mo and Ji Changfeng's 5 serpentine skeletons locked in combat, Li Wei seized the moment to recover while whispering urgently to Jiang Zhiyun. Jiang Zhiyun offered no reply, instead charging swiftly toward the 3rd floor of the bone tower, spear raised. After transforming into the Iron Tail Mountain Lord, Qin Mo's power had indeed surged dramatically. Yet entangled by the 5 serpentine skeletons, he posed no threat to Ji Changfeng. If this stalemate continued until Qin Mo's transformed state expired, their only option would still be to flee. Feng Zhang and Li Wei snapped into action. Exchanging a glance, they gritted their teeth and charged toward the 3rd level of the bone tower. But Ji Changfeng wouldn't give them the chance to unite. With a mere wave of his hand, clusters of white bone fire rained down, coalescing into a bone fire barrier that completely sealed off the staircase leading to the 3rd floor of the bone tower. Though thin, the barrier proved exceptionally resilient. Feng Zhang and Li Wei's attacks struck it without even causing a ripple. Jiang Zhiyun's attacks could shake the barrier, but with a flash of light, the pierced sections instantly restored themselves.
Even so, Jiang Zhiyun's performance left Li Wei and Fang Zheng utterly astonished. Still not strong enough.
Jiang Zhiyun stared at the bone fire barrier before her, her expression resigned. Her level was still too low. Even with the second profession, Rakshasa King, granted by the system, her attack power had only just crossed the threshold of bronze rank.
Moreover, the spear she wielded was merely an ordinary weapon purchased from a shop.
If she could upgrade to a leveled spear, her strength would increase significantly. But having only recently been reborn, she was strapped for cash and naturally unwilling to waste her scarce credit points on the junk black iron weapons in the armory. Her original plan was to wait until reaching bronze rank before gathering materials and commissioning a blacksmith to craft a custom spear, a transitional weapon to carry her through until gold rank. But then she ran into that freak, Ji Changfeng, right here in the shallow Abyss Valley secret realm. If only she'd traded for a black iron spear instead. Jiang Zhiyun sighed inwardly, then turned her gaze to Qin Mo on the third floor of the bone tower and shouted, "Yin Che, let's get out of here." She was decisive by nature. Seeing the situation was hopeless, she immediately prepared to leave. Hearing Jiang Zhiyun's words, Qin Mo's heart stirred. He pointed his tail toward the gates sealed by bone fire. "Roar! Beastmaster, I'll hold this thing off. You guys go help outside." Though entangled by 5 serpentine skeletons, he couldn't pose a lethal threat to Ji Changfeng. But creating an opening for Jiang Zhiyun and the others wasn't beyond his capabilities. Once the monsters outside were dealt with, freeing up the other adventurers to join the assault, he didn't believe Ji Changfeng could hold out. Jiang Zhiyun hesitated briefly before immediately signaling Fang Zheng and Li Wei to charge toward the skeletal gate. "Fine, since I've already decided to trust my contract beast, I might as well go along with its madness one last time." Think you can escape?" Ji Changfeng sneered coldly, conjuring 3 balls of bone fire that slammed toward Jiang Zhiyun and the others. "Roar!" Qin Mo roared, slamming his paw onto the ground. The ground trembled violently, as if vines were about to burst through the soil. "Trying to escape by tangling roots?" Ji Changfeng's eyes flickered with a sinister flame. With a casual tug of his right hand, 5 serpentine skeleton forms soared into the air. "Beasts are beasts. Since I knew you'd pull this trick, how could I not be prepared?" Before Ji Changfeng's words had fully faded, he met Qin Mo's gaze, a gaze brimming with mockery. "Who told you I only know root entanglement?" In the next instant, terrifying pressure descended from above, crushing the 5 serpentine skeletons back into the ground. Gravity swamp. Flesh and blood writhed across Ji Changfeng's face as he gritted his teeth. "I truly underestimated you." Seizing the opening, Qin Mo broke free from the encirclement. While shielding Jiang Zhiyun and the others from the bonefire, he opened his mouth and spat a deep blue wind blade toward the skeletal gate. The blade whistled through the air, crashing heavily against the skeletal gate. Instantly, a crack tore open in the bonefire, sealing the gate. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiyun and the others held nothing back, unleashing all their attacks upon the gate. They successfully carved out a 1-meter-wide opening. The trio immediately scrambled through the opening. Before leaving, Jiang Zhiyun didn't forget to toss a bottle of low-grade universal recovery potion toward Qin Mo. "Now, we can have some real fun together." Qin Mo swallowed the low-grade universal recovery potion and turned his gaze back to Ji Changfeng. A cold gleam flashed through his amber eyes. The effect of potential overdraw lasted a full hour, and less than 10 minutes had passed. He had plenty of time. At that moment, Ji Changfeng also commanded 5 serpentine skeletons to break free from the gravity swamp's grasp, their eyes burning with a ghostly flame as they fixed their gaze on Qin Mo. "Trying to stall for time until those rats outside come to your aid?" Ji Changfeng looked down on Qin Mo from above, sneering coldly. "That depends on whether you have the guts, you beast." As he spoke, the 5 serpentine skeletons landed around Qin Mo and launched their attack in unison. Qin Mo met them without flinching, weaving nimbly between the 5 serpentine skeletons. This time, he deliberately adopted a defensive stance, no longer seeking opportunities to strike Ji Changfeng. His only goal now was to stall Ji Changfeng and buy time for his own beastmaster. There was no need to waste energy on offensive maneuvers. Ji Changfeng naturally sensed Qin Mo's intent, but whenever he tried to break free, Qin Mo would open his mouth and spew several wind blades at him. After his flesh armor was torn apart twice by the wind blades, Ji Changfeng had no choice but to abandon other plans and focus solely on confronting Qin Mo. The two remained locked in combat for half an hour. While Qin Mo and Ji Changfeng were locked in combat, the group outside the bone tower began to disagree. After rescuing the city guards from the altar, Fang Zheng proposed leaving the secret realm immediately. Having barely escaped the bone tower, he had no desire to return and face that freak Ji Changfeng again. As for Qin Mo, he could only offer an apology at worst. He'd compensate Jiang Zhiyun more generously once they left the secret realm. Fang Zheng's proposal gained significant support among the adventurers. Rescuing the city guards on the altar had already drained their strength, with many sustaining serious injuries. Under these circumstances, no one was willing to take further risks. Moreover, from Fang Zheng's account, they now understood Ji Changfeng's true strength. Bronze Tier 5. And he commanded 5 Bronze Tier serpentine skeletons.
Such a monstrosity was far beyond what their injured group and the half-dead city guards could possibly handle. Though Qin Mo had temporarily held Ji Changfeng back, who knew how long he could keep him occupied? Pinning their hopes on a black iron 8th tier Frostblade Spirit Cat was an utterly unrealistic gamble. They'd be better off fleeing now. Jiang Zhiwen, Li Wei, and the other city guards naturally advocated heading to the Bone Tower to confront Ji Changfeng. Jiang Zhiwen was worried about his own contract beast. As for Li Wei and the other city guards, they simply wanted to stop Ji Changfeng. Though they didn't know Ji Changfeng's true intentions, a member of the Dawn cult appearing in the shallow Abode Valley secret realm could only mean trouble. After a heated argument, Bong Zhang led the majority of the adventurers away. Only a handful of lightly wounded professionals remained, prepared to fight to the death alongside Jiang Zhiwen and the others. After thanking the others, Jiang Zhiwen produced the 3 remaining bottles of low-grade universal recovery potions and administered them to the rescued city guards. The group then charged once more toward the Bone Tower. Inside the Bone Tower, Qin Mo, weaving between serpentine skeletons, suddenly twitched his ears and a smile spread across his face. Without further reinforcements, he'd have no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, his beast master was dependable. Hearing the chaotic footsteps approaching from outside the Bone Tower, the ghostly flames in Ji Changfeng's eyes flickered twice. But when the skeletal doors swung open and Jiang Zhiwen and the others appeared, he instantly relaxed. So it was just a bunch of half-dead rats. Ji Changfeng withdrew his gaze with utter indifference, sneering coldly, "If you just fled, I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But since you've come running right to me, you'll all stay right here." As he spoke, Ji Changfeng raised his left hand. Over a dozen humanoid skeletal towers burrowed up from the ground, their eye sockets flickering with ghostly flames, as if mocking Jiang Zhiwen and the others for walking straight into the trap. At this sight, Jiang Zhiwen and the others paled. Ji Changfeng had been holding back a trump card all along. Though these humanoid skeletons were only black iron 9th tier in their current state, they stood no chance of dispatching them swiftly. And to make matters worse, Ji Changfeng and 5 bronze-grade serpentine skeletons were lurking nearby, watching them with predatory eyes. For a moment, many began to consider retreat. Chapter 15, Slaying Ji Changfeng. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous tiger roar exploded within the Bone Tower. Qin Mo watched the humanoid skeleton emerge from the ground, his face lighting up with delight. "If you'd brought out these goodies earlier, I wouldn't have had to fight you for so long." Qin Mo then swiped his claw, unleashing a gravity swamp that temporarily trapped the serpentine skeletons attacking him. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to charge toward one of the humanoid skeletons. "You beast must be out of your mind." Ji Changfeng froze at Qin Mo's unexpected move, then sneered coldly. In his view, Qin Mo was merely trying to quickly eliminate those black iron grade skeletons to ease the pressure on Jiang Zhiwen and the others. "Jiang, tell your contract beast to stop wasting energy." Li Wei immediately turned to Jiang Zhiwen, his voice urgent. "Leave these black iron grade skeletons to us." Qin Mo was their strongest combatant, now his stamina shouldn't be squandered on these black iron tier skeletons. "Don't worry. Yin Che wouldn't do anything pointless." Jiang Zhiwen's face flashed a faint smile as she charged forward with her spear toward a bronze tier serpentine skeleton. She understood her contract beast's plan. Now, all she needed to do was buy time. "Oh no!" Li Wei slapped his thigh in frustration, but gritted his teeth and led the rest of the city guards forward. With things having come to this, could he possibly back down now? If need be, he'd risk his life to get the others out. A desperate last stand. Ji Changfeng shook his head, his tone dismissive. Before his words faded, the eerie flames in his eyes suddenly flickered violently twice. The flesh on his face twisted wildly, betraying the turmoil within. For he saw the black iron grade skeletons scattered by Qin Mo, rapidly coalescing into a skeleton warrior wielding a bone blade and bone shield. "Dark! Curse!" Ji Changfeng gritted his teeth, enunciating each syllable. He hadn't expected Qin Mo to also possess this extremely rare necromantic skill. No wonder Qin Mo had suddenly shifted his target. Those black iron tier skeletons were the perfect targets for casting a dark curse. Li Wei and the others, however, wore expressions of delight. Though they couldn't fathom how Qin Mo had acquired a necromantic skill, now clearly wasn't the time to delve into such matters. Before long, over a dozen black iron tier skeletons lay defeated beneath Qin Mo's claws. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, Qin Mo immediately led the dozen newly summoned dark slaves to reinforce Jiang Zhiwen and the others. The duration of potential awakening was running out. They had to finish this quickly. With this fresh wave of dark slaves joining the fray, the 5 bronze tier serpent skeletons were swiftly shattered, reduced to scattered fragments of bone. Ji Changfeng tried to intervene, but Qin Mo held him firmly in check, leaving him powerless to stop the serpentine skeleton's demise. "I remember you and that little brat. We'll settle this later." Minutes later, realizing his cause was hopeless, Ji Changfeng spat out a parting threat before Qin Mo extinguished his soul flame, leaving him dead beyond death. Roar! Qin Mo withdrew his claws from Ji Changfeng's corpse and turned to his beastmaster with a smug look. "Beastmaster, I told you I could handle this guy." "You're the best," Jiang Zhiwen murmured with a doting smile, ruffling Qin Mo's fur.
After transforming into the Iron-Tail Mountain Lord, Qin Mo's fur had become coarse, yet it felt surprisingly pleasant to the touch.
Jiang Zhiwen couldn't resist giving it a couple of firm rubs. Li Wei and the others nearby all wore looks of envy.
They too yearned for such a powerful and human-like companion.
Meanwhile, the utterly exhausted Qin Mo could hold on no longer.
His eyes rolled back and he collapsed limply onto the ground. A flash of black light enveloped him, and Qin Mo transformed back into his Frostblade spirit cat form.
Jiang Zhiwen gasped in alarm.
Realizing Qin Mo had merely fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion, she exhaled in relief and summoned him back into her beast taming space. Mr. Jiang, you and your contract beast have been a tremendous help to us this time. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen stow Qin Mo away, Li Wei finally spoke up. Once we leave this secret realm, the city guard will surely reward you handsomely. The city guards nearby nodded in agreement. This operation could be said to have been entirely saved by Qin Mo's decisive intervention. As Qin Mo's master, these merits naturally belonged to Jiang Zhiwen.
Moreover, even setting Qin Mo aside, Jiang Zhiwen's own prowess alone was enough to earn their respect. We should depart the secret realm first, Jiang Zhiwen said. Though Ji Changfeng is dead, no one knows if he left any other contingency plans. After everyone had spoken, Jiang Zhiwen finally addressed the group. Right. Let's get out of the secret realm first. Li Wei nodded eagerly. The group then briefly cleared the battlefield. Finally, they discovered a dark red, diamond-shaped crystal emitting a potent life force from Ji Changfeng's corpse. Though they recognized the dark red crystal as a rare treasure, Li Wei and the others wisely refrained from disputing it with Jiang Zhiwen. The group swiftly departed the shallow Rest Valley secret realm. After an unknown length of time, Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a lavishly decorated room. Sister Jiang, your contract beast has awakened. Before he could assess his own condition, a crisp voice rang out beside him. Qin Mo looked in the direction of the voice and recognized the speaker as the baby-faced girl he had encountered earlier in the secret realm Quang Shayan. A series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room. Soon, Jiang Zhiwen appeared within Qin Mo's line of sight. The moment he saw Jiang Zhiwen, Qin Mo's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! How did you reach Black Iron Rank 8, Beastmaster? How long have I been asleep? You're finally awake, Jiang Zhiwen chuckled at Qin Mo's dazed expression. You've been out cold for 3 full days and nights. Only 3 days? That's not too bad. Qin Mo breathed a sigh of relief before beginning to assess his own condition. Since his Beastmaster had reached Black Iron Tier 8, the system feedback suggested he should have received quite a few rewards. But soon, Qin Mo closed his attribute panel in disappointment. He had indeed received quite a few feedback rewards. But aside from his rank increasing from Black Iron Tier 3 to Black Iron Tier 9, he'd only gained a few passive skills that enhanced his attributes, like brute strength. Such skills offered very limited improvement, barely better than nothing. Oh well, regaining the lost rank was already a decent outcome. Qin Mo shook his head, then suddenly froze. What's wrong, Yin Che? Jiang Zhiwen saw this and felt a sudden tightening in her heart. She hadn't forgotten that after slaying Ji Changfeng, Qin Mo's level had plummeted to Black Iron Tier 3. Clearly, while his contract beast had rapidly evolved into the Iron-Tail Mountain Lord form, the cost paid for this transformation was immense. Although Qin Mo's level had now risen to Black Iron Tier 9, there was no guarantee that no aftereffects would remain. Oh whoa! I'm hungry. Qin Mo pointed his tail at his stomach, wearing an innocent expression. Jiang Zhiwen froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Got it. I'll take you out for a feast later. During the 3 days Qin Mo had been asleep, she and other city guards had entered the shallow Rest Valley secret realm multiple times, finally uncovering Ji Changfeng's intentions. Destroy the shallow Rest Valley secret realm and seize its core. A 4th-tier Black Iron secret realm held immeasurable value. Its destruction would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the Jiangqing city guard. Precisely for this reason, the city guard's reward was exceptionally generous. Professionals like Fang Zhang who entered the Shallow Dwelling Valley secret realm would each receive 100,000 credit points and a skill book corresponding to their profession. As for the adventurers who followed Jiang Zhiwen and others into the Bone Tower to slay Ji Changfeng, each received 500,000 credits and a skill book corresponding to their profession. As the foremost contributor to preserving the Shallow Rest Valley secret realm, Jiang Zhiwen received even richer rewards. 5 million credits, a rare skill book usable across all professions, and additionally, Jiang Zhiwen gained an honorary title within the city guard. This status granted Jiang Zhiwen preferential treatment at all facilities under the Jiangqing city guard's jurisdiction. Now flush with wealth, a lavish meal was no big deal. Hearing Jiang Zhiwen's words, Qin Mo's stomach promptly growled twice in protest. He scrambled off the bed. What was there to wait for? Let's go now. Jiang Zhiwen shot an amused glance at the impatient Qin Mo but said nothing more. She promptly motioned for Quang Shayan to leave the room together. During Qin Mo's 3-day slumber, Quang Shayan, the Light Priestess, had diligently tended to her, allowing Qin Mo to venture into the shallow Rest Valley secret realm with peace of mind. Bringing Quang Shayan along this time was also a way to thank her for her hard work over the past 3 days. Chapter 16, The Rules of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. 2 hours later, Western Jiangcheng.
Qin Mo stood before a dilapidated row of old houses, eyeing her beastmaster with suspicion.
Is there really a feast in this rundown place? Sister Jiang, why did you bring us to the old district?
Huang Xiaoyan glanced around, equally puzzled.
Do you know about Jiangqing's underground black market, Xiaoyan?
Jiang Zhiwen shot an unreadable glance toward a certain spot behind them before turning to smile at Huang Xiaoyan. My dad mentioned it. Huang Xiaoyan nodded, then complained, but when I asked him where the underground black market was, he said he didn't know either.
Seriously, he can't even fake it properly. As the commander of the Jiangqing City Guard and one of the most powerful figures in the entire city, how could Quan Gong not know where the underground black market in Jiangcheng was? Sister Jiang, are you saying the underground black market is in the old city district?
After voicing her frustration, Huang Xiaoyan quickly caught on, her face lighting up with surprise.
Qin Mo also perked up with interest. An underground black market, huh?
Whether in his past life or this one, those 4 words had only ever existed in novels and storybooks to him.
Now he finally had the chance to see one for himself.
Soon after, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo and Huang Xiaoyan to their destination, a 3-story hotel nestled in the heart of the old city. The establishment was simply called One Hotel. It wasn't large, and its interior was quite modest.
The staff at the entrance immediately approached Jiang Zhiwen and Huang Xiaoyan.
Welcome to One Room Hotel.
Jiang Zhiwen gave a slight nod before inquiring, is the 100 Treasures restaurant open today?
The staff member beamed and nodded. You've arrived at just the right time, honored guests. Bai Xinlu just received a fresh shipment of premium goods today.
Looks like you're in for a treat today.
Jiang Zhiwen smiled at Qin Mo and Huang Xiaoyan upon hearing this. Jiang Zhiwen then declined the staff member's offer to guide them, leading Qin Mo and Huang Xiaoyan through the hotel lobby and into the warehouse.
After that, the 2 humans and 1 beast took an elevator, rapidly descending to the 10th underground level. The elevator doors opened onto a narrow passageway.
Its end was sealed by a stone wall, not even a door in sight. Jiang Zhiwen stepped forward, casually tapped the stone wall a few times, then pressed firmly.
With a rumbling roar, the stone wall rapidly descended, revealing the scene beyond. It was another hotel, identical in layout to the first. The constant clamor of voices poured out from within.
Unlike the deserted first hotel, this one was packed to the rafters, with not a single seat available.
Qin Mo looked around, inwardly amazed. Who would have thought there was such a hidden world beneath Jiangcheng? Sister Jiang, is this the underground black market?
Huang Xiaoyan scanned the surroundings, her face brimming with curiosity. This is only part of the underground black market. Jiang Zhiwen shook her head.
Follow me.
With that, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo and Huang Xiaoyan toward the hotel exit. Stepping outside, Qin Mo was startled by the scene before him. While the old town streets above were sparsely populated, the scene before them was teeming with people. The brightly lit stone road was packed with people, and the air was filled with the clamor of vendors hawking their wares.
It's so lively here. Huang Xiaoyan's eyes widened in astonishment.
It's more than just lively, Jiang Zhiwen said solemnly.
Xiaoyan, don't wander too far from me.
Just then, Qin Mo tugged at Jiang Zhiwen's sleeve with his paw and pointed his tail toward a shadowy figure in black robes nearby.
Shouldn't people conceal their identities in a place like the underground black market?
Seeing Qin Mo's actions, Huang Xiaoyan caught on and looked at Jiang Zhiwen with confusion.
No need for such trouble, Jiang Zhiwen shook his head. Follow me. With that, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo and Huang Xiaoyan into the crowd. Before long, the 2 humans and 1 beast emerged outside a 5-story building. Constructed from unidentified wood that emitted a pleasant fragrance, the building bore a red plaque above its doorframe. In bold, flowing characters, it read, 100 Treasures Pavilion.
What puzzled Qin Mo was that, aside from the first floor, the other 4 stories of the 100 Treasures Pavilion were completely dark, clearly closed to the public. My apologies, honored guests, but the shop is currently at full capacity. At that moment, a staff member approached with an apologetic expression. Jiang Zhiwen merely retrieved a small jar from his compact spatial pouch and handed it to the attendant, stating calmly, "Take me to the 2nd floor." "Ah, a returning customer," the attendant said solemnly upon receiving the jar.
"Please forgive my impertinence." With that, the staff member opened the small jar in front of Jiang Zhiwen. An intense aroma of wine instantly filled the air. Bronze tier, 9th grade blood monkey brew. The attendant cast an appraisal spell on the liquid inside before hastily resealing the jar. "Honored guests, please," he said respectfully. The group proceeded directly into the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Along the way, Qin Mo and Huang Xiaoyan learned about the 100 Treasures Pavilion's rules from Jiang Zhiwen. The first floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion had no restrictions. Anyone who could afford it was welcome. However, while the food on the first floor was delicious, it served only to fill one's stomach. The 2nd through 5th floors were a different story. The delicacies served on these 4 floors were not only exquisite but also possessed various miraculous effects. However, gaining access to these 4 floors was no simple matter. The threshold for the 2nd floor is a jar of 9th tier bronze wine. The threshold for the 3rd floor is even higher. Not only must one present a jar of 9th tier silver grade wine as a token of respect, but one's own rank must also reach the silver tier. The 4th and 5th floors follow suit.
Unless a purple gold tier or higher powerhouse arrives, the 100 Treasures Pavilion makes no exceptions for anyone.
Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoyan shook her head in disbelief.
Such rules appeared simple on the surface but were actually extremely stringent.
For obtaining high-grade wine, there were only 3 possible avenues. The first method involves professionals with the brewer profession using their skills to brew. However, the brewer profession is extremely rare, and with varying skill levels among practitioners, the quality of the brewed wine is difficult to guarantee. The second method involves opening treasure chests, though the probability of obtaining fine wine through this route is even more remote. By comparison, the most reliable method is the third, searching for it in the wild. Yet even then, the quality of leveled wine found in the wild remains unpredictable. And yet, the 100 Treasures Pavilion not only requires leveled wine as an entry requirement but also enforces strict restrictions on the wine's level. No wonder the first floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion is packed to the rafters, while floors 2 through 5 are completely deserted. The 2 men and 1 beast cross the lobby, swiftly ascending to the second floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion under the envious gazes of numerous patrons. Along the way, some unfamiliar with the tower's rules attempted to purchase Jiang Zhiwen's reserved spot, only to be met with derisive laughter. Huang Xiaoyan was baffled, but a nearby staff member explained with a smile that Baijin Tower's slots were strictly non-transferable. Of course, the 100 Treasures Pavilion didn't concern itself with how its patrons acquired their fine wines. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Encounter with Lu Xinghe. Second floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Qin Mo sat at his chair, devouring his meal voraciously. The long table before him was laden with an array of dishes. 2 staff members stood by, promptly clearing empty plates and replacing them with fresh dishes. At the adjacent table, Jiang Zhiwen and Huang Xiaoyan sat facing each other. Compared to Qin Mo's wolfish eating, the 2 women's movements were distinctly more ladylike and graceful. Yet the food before them vanished just as rapidly, their pace scarcely slower than Qin Mo's. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward, soul nurturing technique. The system notification suddenly rang in Qin Mo's ear, causing him to pause mid-chew. What's wrong, Yin Che? Jiang Zhiwen, sitting beside him, noticed Qin Mo's unusual reaction and asked. Ouch. Nothing, just choked on eating too fast. Qin Mo snapped back to reality, dismissing the system alert for now. He planned to investigate it after finishing his meal. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaoyan, full and satisfied, rubbed her belly contentedly and remarked, no wonder the 100 Treasures Pavilion dares to enforce such strict rules. Their craftsmanship is truly remarkable. After just this one meal, my mental power has actually increased by a full 30%. Her mental power now rivaled that of a bronze-tier practitioner. Beyond her mental strength, her physical power and stamina had also seen significant gains. A 30% increase in spiritual power? Jiang Zhiwen raised an eyebrow before nodding with a smile. Xin Xiaoyan has been quite fortunate. While the delicacies prepared at the 100 Treasures Pavilion could enhance attributes, the extent of the boost varied from person to person. Compared to that, she hadn't been so fortunate. After consuming so many delicacies, her strength and speed had only increased by 20%, while her mental power had risen by less than 10%. Of course, she understood the primary reason for this outcome: her foundational strength was simply too formidable. Especially after completing the Shallow Abode Valley Secret Realm quest, all her attributes had risen significantly, reaching the standard of a bronze-tier practitioner. Under these circumstances, a table of bronze-tier dishes naturally offered her only limited gains. Fortunately, she hadn't come seeking attribute boosts, so this outcome didn't disappoint her. Meanwhile, Qin Mo reclined contentedly in his chair, beginning to study the system rewards he had acquired earlier. Soul Nurturing Technique, Bronze-Tier Cultivation Method. Practicing it slightly increases spiritual power, limited to 1 session per day. A cultivation technique? After reading the Soul Nurturing Technique's description, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. He had heard Jiang Zhiwen mention cultivation technique skills before. These skills existed somewhere between active and passive abilities. Once learned, consistent practice could repeatedly enhance one's attributes. Unlike other skills, cultivation techniques had no prerequisites. Any profession or level could learn them. Moreover, cultivation techniques were the only skill type with distinct tier classifications. Precisely because of their unique nature, every cultivation technique on the market was inflated to astronomical prices. Even the lowest tier black iron grade cultivation technique commands a price of over 1,000,000 credit points. Finally, something worthwhile. Qin Mo tucked away his attribute panel with satisfaction. As a master of numerous skills, the attribute he needed most was mental power. Unfortunately, most of the passive skills he had acquired thus far boosted strength and speed, with very few enhancing mental power. The emergence of the soul nurturing technique had effectively resolved her most pressing need. The cultivation method for the soul nurturing technique was quite straightforward. One only needed to enter a meditative state and guide their spiritual energy to circulate through the body along a predetermined path. Qin Mo tried it out of curiosity and completed the practice in under a minute, his mental strength increasing by an almost imperceptible amount. Ooh!
After finishing his trial run of the soul nurturing technique, Qin Mo finally let out a howl at Jiang Zhiwen.
Beastmaster, I'm full. Jiang Zhiwen nodded and summoned a staff member from the 100 Treasures Pavilion to settle the bill. Qin Mo's eyes widened instantly upon hearing the price quoted by the staff. Just this one lavish meal had cost them over 1,000,000 credit points. Consider that his own worth had previously been a paltry 500 credit points. This single meal alone could have bought him countless times over. Huang Xiaoyan was equally stunned. Though her father commanded the city guard, 1,000,000 credit points spent on a single meal was still beyond her wildest dreams. Jiang Zhiwen, however, remained composed.
He swiftly settled the bill and led Qin Mo and Huang Xiaoyan out of the 100 Treasures restaurant.
Please wait, ladies.
Outside the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Jiang Zhiwen had just led Qin Mo and Huang Xiaoyan a short distance away when a slightly flippant voice suddenly called out from behind them. Jiang Zhiwen frowned and looked in the direction of the voice, her gaze hardening slightly. The one who had called out to her was a meticulously dressed white-haired elder. His pale hair was pulled into an exaggerated topknot, and silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. At that moment, he was tapping his finger on a small blue bird perched on his shoulder.
Jiang Zhiwen recognized the man before her.
This was Lu Xinghe, Jiangqing's sole purple gold tier beastmaster and the unseen owner of the Jiangqing Beastmaster Center. In her previous life, she had idolized Lu Xinghe for a long time. This legendary powerhouse of Jiangqing had started with a mere F-grade professional talent. Yet through sheer passion for the beastmaster profession and his own tenacity, he had risen step by step to purple gold rank, building the Jiangqing Beastmaster Center from scratch. My apologies, my pet has a tendency to speak without restraint. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen's gaze turn to him, Lu Xinghe spoke with an apologetic expression. Bull! Bull! The small blue bird perched on Lu Xinghe's shoulder instantly flew into a rage, squawking loudly. A peculiar expression flashed across Jiang Zhiwen's face, but he quickly dismissed it, stating he wouldn't take offense at a mere pet. Lu Xinghe's face darkened, about to speak, when Huang Xiaoyan turned around just then.
Grandpa Lu? Upon recognizing Lu Xinghe's features, Huang Xiaoyan's expression instantly turned astonished. So it's you, Xiaoyan. Lu Xinghe froze upon seeing Huang Xiaoyan, then couldn't help but tease, your old-fashioned father finally came to his senses and let you come to the black market? He'd never tell me where the black market is. Huang Xiaoyan pouted and pointed to Jiang Zhiwen beside her. I came with Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang? Lu Xinghe turned his gaze back to Jiang Zhiwen. As a sworn brother to Quan Gong, he knew Huang Xiaoyan inside out. He knew this young lady's temperament all too well. For Huang Xiaoyan to act so intimately, this Jiang girl must possess something extraordinary. Then, Lu Xinghe spotted Qin Mo standing nearby, his gaze sharpening slightly. As the behind-the-scenes owner of Jiangqing's Beast Taming Center, he had honed his keen eye over the years. With just one glance, he recognized Qin Mo's extraordinary nature. Whoa! Old man, what are you staring at? Qin Mo felt uneasy under Lu Xinghe's gaze and immediately barked at him.
In Che, don't be rude. Jiang Zhiwen saw this and softly scolded. Lu Xinghe was famously good-natured, but he was still a purple gold tier powerhouse, not someone she could afford to provoke right now.
It's nothing, Lu Xinghe hastily shook his head, then asked curiously, may I ask where you contracted this frostblade spirit cat, Jiang? Chapter 18, Wealth Connects the World. Right here at Jiangqing's Beast Taming Center.
Jiang Zhiwen made no secret of it, openly telling Lu Xinghe about Qin Mo's origins. There was absolutely no need to conceal such matters. As the behind-the-scenes owner of Jiangqing's Beast Taming Center and one of the city's few purple gold tier powerhouses, it would be incredibly easy for Lu Xinghe to investigate her background if he truly wanted to. Especially since she was currently wearing the uniform of Jiangqing First High School. Beast Taming Center? Lu Xinghe's snow-white eyebrows twitched violently twice. When had his Beast Taming Center ever sold frostblade spirit cats? No. It might not be a frostblade spirit cat. A flash of insight struck Lu Xinghe's mind, his eyebrows twitching incessantly. If it wasn't a frostblade spirit cat, then it could only be a curled tail lynx. And over the past 2 months, his Beast Taming Center had only sold 3 curled tail lynxes, only one of which had been contracted by a beast tamer. Sigh. Getting old. Lu Xinghe sighed, forcing a bitter smile. My eyesight's failing me, mistaking treasure for trash. He had always prided himself on his keen eye, yet he couldn't even discern the true nature of a single curled tail civet. What treasure? Huang Xiaoyan looked at Lu Xinghe in confusion. Though she knew Qin Mo was special, she had never inquired about Jiang Zhiwen. In her view, it might involve Jiang Zhiwen's secrets, and prying would only invite his displeasure. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the curled tail civet cat sold at a discount by the Beast Taming Center. Lu Xinghe looked at Jiang Zhiwen, his tone more certain than questioning. Jiang Zhiwen nodded, acknowledging Lu Xinghe's conjecture. Huang Xiaoyan suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Xinghe reacted this way, he'd let a treasure slip through his fingers. Mr. Jiang, I wonder if you have any intention of selling this frostblade spirit cat. Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. I can trade you a silver-grade Crimson Flame Foal for it. The Crimson Flame Foal ranked among the most coveted low-tier beasts by beast tamers, offering top-tier potential and combat prowess. With dedicated training, a Crimson Flame Foal could evolve into a formidable Crimson Flame Nether Foal, easily dominating all beasts of gold rank and below. His offer stemmed not only from recognizing Qin Mo's exceptional talent but also from the presence of Quang Xiaoyan.
Jiang Zhiwen, of course, refused without hesitation. Having chosen Qin Mo, she never intended to abandon him.
Unfazed by Jiang Zhiyun's refusal, Lu Xinghe immediately turned his attention to Qin Mo.
Little guy, fancy switching masters?
Lu Xinghe leaned close to Qin Mo, his voice dripping with seduction. Just come with me, and I promise you'll live in luxury.
Not only that, I can find you a whole bunch of little female cats to keep you company.
Whether bronze tier or gold tier,
No problem at all.
Qin Mo rolled his eyes and turned away, refusing to engage with Lu Xinghe.
He'd be crazy to abandon Jiang Zhiwen that golden opportunity for another master. Old man, I want pretty sisters too.
Just then, the little green bird perched on Lu Xinghe's shoulder chirped cheerfully, hurry up and find me a pretty sister. The attention of everyone nearby was instantly drawn.
Upon recognizing Lu Xinghe's identity, they all wore expressions that wanted to laugh but dared not.
Quang Xiaoyan, however, had no such reservations.
She laughed out loud without a care. Shut up.
Lu Xinghe's face darkened as he growled under his breath, dare to make a sound again and I'll lock you up for a month.
The little blue bird instantly fell silent, obediently lowering its head. Grandpa Lu, where did you find such an exceptional pet?
Quang Xiaoyan stifled her laughter before asking.
Even Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Xinghe, their faces brimming with curiosity. Picked it up from the trash.
Lu Xinghe replied casually. Whoever abandoned it was blind, they couldn't even recognize a golden finch. The golden-breasted sparrow, one of the mutated varieties of the wind-calling sparrow. Possessing both wind and gold attributes, it not only ranks among the strongest beasts of its tier but also boasts potential reaching the purple-gold level. Though the golden piercing sparrow possessed no evolutionary forms, its purple-gold potential alone was enough to make countless beast masters flock to it.
Exactly. Utterly blind.
No sooner had Lu Xinghe finished speaking than the small blue bird perched on his shoulder lifted its head and chirped, that fool actually mistook bird master for an ordinary wind-caller sparrow.
How utterly stupid.
The crowd fell silent.
After exchanging a few casual words with Quang Xiaoyan, Lu Xinghe turned and disappeared into the crowd.
Before leaving, the old man didn't forget to try to persuade Qin Mo to follow him. All he got in response was Qin Mo's retreating figure.
Sister Jiang, that's just Grandpa Lu's nature, he loves collecting all sorts of strange beasts.
After Lu Xinghe departed, Quang Xiaoyan finally said apologetically, I'm sorry for the trouble.
Jiang Zhiwen shook her head, unconcerned. Having idolized Lu Xinghe in her past life, how could she not know the temperament of this legendary beast tamer?
Jiang Zhiwen then led Qin Mo and Quang Xiaoyan forward. Moments later, the two humans and one beast came to a halt before a colossal structure.
Wealth connects the world? Qin Mo tore his gaze away from the massive vermilion signboard and looked at Jiang Zhiwen in confusion. What is this place? Sister Jiang, I recall this as a casino, right? Just then, Quang Xiaoyan's voice rang out, tinged with hesitation. Although gambling was officially banned in the Qinqing Empire, enforcement was lax in practice.
Fortune's Realm was one of the largest casinos in the Qinqing Empire, rumored to have several king-tier professionals backing it.
This place isn't just a casino.
Jiang Zhiwen explained with a smile, it's also the real underground black market. Not only Jiangcheng, but professionals from other cities also come here to trade goods.
You can often find rare items here that are unseen elsewhere. With that, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo and Quang Xiaoyan into Kaitong Tianxia. Welcome to Fortune's Realm. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, a masked attendant approached, presenting a tray. Placed on the tray were two masks and a large black cloak. Quang Xiaoyan instinctively glanced at Jiang Zhiwen. This is the rule here. If you only play in the casino on the first floor, whether to conceal your identity is entirely up to personal preference. Jiang Zhiwen picked up a mask and handed it to Quang Xiaoyan, explaining, but if you wish to access the other floors, you must wear a mask to conceal your identity. As he spoke, Jiang Zhiwen draped the black cloak over Qin Mo's shoulders and slipped a mask over his own face. Once again, welcome to Kaitong Tianxia, esteemed guests, the attendant said, putting away the tray with a smile. May you both find what you seek.
With that, the staff stepped aside. Jiang Zhiwen nodded and led Qin Mo and Quang Xiaoyan upstairs with practiced ease. Her purpose here was to seek materials for forging weapons. She had no interest whatsoever in the myriad gambling games on the first floor.
Chapter 19, The Secret Black Market.
Passing through the staircase guarded by staff, they reached the second floor where a metal door immediately came into view.
Qin Mo couldn't help but startle at the sight of the metal door. Both its design and the aura it emitted were identical to the secret realm gates he had seen before. A black market forged from an entire secret realm? What an enormous undertaking! Could there be another secret realm hidden here?
Quang Xiaoyan was equally astonished.
It's nothing more than an abandoned secret realm. Jiang Zhiwen shook his head and explained, the core of this secret realm is completely destroyed. What remains is nothing but an empty shell. Quang Xiaoyan understood, yet couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
Under normal circumstances, once the core of a secret realm is completely destroyed, the entire space collapses along with it.
To preserve the entire realm intact under such circumstances would demand resources of astronomical proportions.
Only a powerhouse like Kaithon Tianxia, with its vast wealth, would indulge in such extravagance. Passing through the secret realm's gate, the two humans and one beast instantly appeared on a boundless plain. The clamor of voices echoed across the plain, and as far as the eye could see, the surrounding area was teeming with people.
What a lively scene! Qin Mo marveled inwardly.
The streets outside were already bustling, but compared to the scene before them, it was like comparing a minor wizard to a grand sorcerer.
Quang Xiaoyan beside him wore an equally stunned expression.
This is nothing, Jiang Zhiwen chuckled.
The black market in the imperial capital is much larger than this. With that, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo and Quang Xiaoyan into the crowd, weaving between the stalls. After wandering for a while, Qin Mo noticed something quite interesting. The stall owners here had different requirements for those who came to trade. Two common types emerged. The first was refusing credit points and accepting only barter. The second involved specific requirements regarding the trader's profession and level. Less common were requests to know the buyer's identity or background.
Additionally, there were some rather peculiar demands, such as restrictions on the trader's height or attire, among other things.
Qin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the variety.
Suddenly, Qin Mo halted in his tracks, his gaze settling on a stall not far away. The stall was piled high with assorted goods, half books and calligraphy scrolls, the other half jars, pots, and broken fragments. What caught Qin Mo's attention was a metal fragment the size of a human head, appearing to be the remnant of some sort of shield.
What's wrong, Yin Che? Noticing Qin Mo's unusual reaction, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but ask in confusion. Whoa! Beastmaster, there seems to be something good over there. Qin Mo raised his paw to indicate. Jiang Zhiwen's interest piqued.
She stealthily led Qin Mo and Quang Xiaoyan toward the stall Qin Mo had pointed at.
Nothing but common junk here. The vendor must be desperate to sell.
Upon reaching the stall, Quang Xiaoyan merely scanned it casually before leaning close to Jiang Zhiwen and whispering. Having been exposed to antiques through her husband Quan Gong's collecting hobby, she had gained some familiarity with such items. Though the stall displayed a wide variety of antiques, at a glance, they all bore the style of the period before and after the Great Cataclysm. While these items were undoubtedly ancient, they were also mass-produced. Aside from a handful of rare treasures, most held little value. The truly valuable pieces were usually rare items that had become popular after the Great Change but had since been lost to history. Additionally, antiques bearing the styles of other races held considerable value as well. Jiang Zhiwen smiled meaningfully. 99% of the goods at stalls like this have dubious origins. Profits are tenfold, there's simply no such thing as a loss. Speaking ill of others to their face is hardly a commendable habit. Just then, the stall owner, who had been resting with eyes closed, suddenly opened them and glanced at Quang Xiaoyan. Quang Xiaoyan flushed instantly, but fortunately, her mask concealed any visible change in her expression. The vendor didn't bother to confront Quang Xiaoyan, instead turning his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. If the young lady fancies anything, she may take it herself. Since you're my first customers today, I'll give you a 20% discount. His eyes narrowed beneath the mask, his voice sounding unusually warm. Despite the mask, he could tell both Jiang Zhiwen and Quang Xiaoyan were quite young. These were practically lambs delivered to his doorstep. He'd feel guilty if he didn't fleece them thoroughly. Jiang Zhiwen immediately crouched down in front of the stall and began carefully selecting items. But soon, his movements halted, as if he'd encountered something troubling. If I'm not mistaken, these should be standard issue gear from the Crimson Lotus Death Legion. Jiang Zhiwen sighed, too bad they're so badly damaged. The Crimson Lotus Death Legion was a formidable force in history. Active during the early days of the Great Cataclysm, at its peak it controlled territories nearly half the size of the present-day Qinqing Empire. Its commander was the first professional to reach the epic tier, later even stepping halfway into the legendary tier. Alas, the commander perished while exploring a perilous region, causing the Red Lotus Death Legion to disintegrate and fade into history. Otherwise, the current three great empires might well have become four. But regardless, this is still the Crimson Lotus Death God Legion's property, the vendor said with a smile. Even as fragments, they hold immense collectible value. Alright then, he said, since fate has brought us together, I'll give you a bargain price. There are 15 fragments in total. Each one is worth 10,000 credit points, but I'll give you a 20% discount. You can take them all for 120,000 credit points. Quang Xiaoyan pursed her lips but remained silent. She didn't know what Jiang Zhiwen was planning, but clearly, staying silent was the best choice right now. Collecting one or two pieces of this sort of thing was enough. Why would anyone need to buy the entire lot? Jiang Zhiwen shook his head, then patted Qin Mo on the shoulder. Little guy, pick out 2 fragments for me. After we get back, I'll treat you to a big meal. Qin Mo let out a little yelp and immediately stepped forward, selecting pieces with all the airs of an expert. The vendor didn't stop him. The crowd here was a mixed bag, naturally including all sorts of eccentric oddballs. He was long accustomed to such things. Soon, Qin Mo selected 2 fragments. One was the fragment that had initially caught his attention, while the other was simply one he picked up on a whim because it looked nice.
Alright, I'll take these two. Jiang Zhiwen picked up the two fragments and then spoke.
16,000 credit points, please, the vendor said with a smile, glancing imperceptibly at the two fragments. They are indeed standard Red Lotus Death Legion equipment fragments. The vendor withdrew his gaze, finally feeling at ease.
Chapter 20, Qin Mo Gold. Yin Che, what secrets do these fragments hold?
After settling the payment and walking a short distance away, Huang Xiaoyan immediately drew close to Qin Mo, her face brimming with curiosity. Although they had approached the stall at Qin Mo's suggestion, she hadn't paid it any mind initially. After all, no matter how special Qin Mo was, he was still just a frostblade spirit cat. Surely he couldn't possibly discern treasures like the treasure-seeking rat or other such exotic beasts? Yet Jiang Zhiyun's actions had shaken her doubts. Though she hadn't known Jiang Zhiyun for very long, she understood clearly that Jiang Zhiyun never made meaningless moves. Given that, the truth was becoming increasingly apparent. Qin Mo likely possessed abilities akin to the treasure-seeking rat, capable of identifying treasures. Though this defied all logic, she chose to believe her idol. Jiang Zhiyun held the two fragments, her gaze fixed on Qin Mo. Woof! Qin Mo raised her paw, pointing at the head-sized metal fragment, and let out a howl. Another type of metal was hidden within this one. Its grade should be quite high. After evolving into the Frostblade Spirit Cat, Qin Mo naturally mastered the skill, metal manipulation. Though he rarely had occasion to use this skill, its existence had significantly heightened his perception of metals. Combined with the enhancement of night owl perception, he had detected the anomaly within that metal fragment. Of course, he can only sense that it contained another type of metal material of considerable grade. As for what exactly it was, he had no idea. After all, he was merely an ordinary Frostblade Spirit Cat. Jiang Zhiyun understood and casually tossed another fragment into his small spatial pouch. He then held the head-sized metal shard up to Qin Mo's mouth. Good silver clear, take a bite. Hearing Jiang Zhiyun's words, Qin Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he still bit down on the fragment. With a crisp snap, Qin Mo bit off a corner of the fragment. It was Qin Mo Gold. Through the gap bitten by Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiyun quickly discovered another type of metal material hidden within. Qin Mo Gold, a gold-grade material. When forging weapons, merely adding a small amount of Qin Mo Gold powder significantly increases the likelihood of the resulting weapon possessing the properties of armor-piercing and laceration. This was a relatively rare type of gold-grade material. Nice work, Yin Che. Jiang Zhiyun stowed the fragment containing Qin Mo Gold into her system inventory, offering her praise with a smile. This small piece of Qin Mo Gold would be enough to elevate the quality of the weapon she intended to forge by a significant notch. Though Huang Xiaoyan had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand still sent shockwaves through her. What kind of freak of nature was this Frostblade Spirit Cat? Its terrifying combat prowess was one thing, but possessing abilities akin to a treasure-seeking rat was another. After the initial shock, Huang Xiaoyan quickly regained her composure and approached Qin Mo. A silvery clear. The saccharine voice sent an involuntary shiver down Qin Mo's spine. Though her mask hid her expression, he couldn't help imagining Huang Xiaoyan's flattering smile. Ooh. Speak properly. Qin Mo shuddered and snapped irritably. I want to snag a bargain too. Huang Xiaoyan's voice returned to normal as she gazed at Qin Mo with eager eyes. I'm not a treasure-hunting rat. Qin Mo let out a growl and turned to look at Jiang Zhiyun. Finding the Qin Mo Gold was just a fluke. Besides, snagging a bargain isn't that easy. Jiang Zhiyun and Huang Xiaoyan might not have noticed, but he clearly caught the stall owner's subtle maneuver earlier. The Qin Mo Gold was simply well hidden. Otherwise, Jiang Zhiyun would never have been able to purchase the fragment containing it so effortlessly. Don't be hard on Yin Che, Jiang Zhiyun shook his head. Snagging a bargain is something that happens by chance, not by design. Vendor stalls in the underground black market might not have eagle eyes, but they've seen countless treasures. Moreover, every one of these fellows was a shrewd operator. The slightest hint of unusual behavior would immediately raise their suspicions. Snagging a bargain from them was no easy feat. Huang Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel disappointed, though she said nothing more. Jiang Zhiyun then led Qin Mo and Huang Xiaoyan between different stalls, constantly searching for the materials needed to forge weapons. It took nearly half a day before Jiang Zhiyun finally gathered all the materials needed for forging the weapons. During that entire period, not a single bargain presented itself. Whoa! Beastmaster, where shall we go next? Stepping out of the gates of wealth connects the world, Qin Mo immediately shed his black cloak and let out a howl toward Jiang Zhiyun. Huang Xiaoyan also removed her mask and looked at Jiang Zhiyun. Xiaoyan, do you know about the underground bare-knuckle fights in Zhangcheng? Jiang Zhiyun removed her mask and asked casually. My father mentioned it, Huang Xiaoyan nodded. Rumor has it the major families of Zhangcheng are secretly orchestrating it. Within Zhangcheng, the most powerful forces in the open were naturally the city lord's mansion and the city guard, both backed by official connections. However, they belong to different factions and are constantly competing behind the scenes.
Beyond these two major powers, the strongest forces within Jiangqing are the three great families, the Qins, the Changs, and the Peis. The Qin family, backed by Jiangqing city lord Qin Ming, stood at the top of these three. The Chang family controls half of Jiangqing's medicinal herb supply. Though they currently lack a purple gold tier practitioner to command their forces, their accumulated legacy allows them to comfortably hold the second position. As for the Pei family, it was the newest and least established of the three major clans. However, with a purple gold tier blacksmith at its helm, even the city lord of Jiangqing treats the Pei family with respect. No faction within Jiangqing dares to provoke them. Beyond these, the Zhang family, represented by Deputy City Lord Zhang Fengnian, has also demonstrated rapid ascent. Particularly after Zhang Fengnian's young grandson, Zhang Yuan, recently awakened an S-tier class talent, greatly boosting the Zhang family's prestige. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan was confirmed to have perished within the novice secret realm. Zhang Fengnian flew into a rage, dispatching multiple groups of professionals into the novice secret realm to investigate. Yet they failed to uncover the truth, and even Zhang Yuan's body remained unfound. In the end, Zhang Fengnian had no choice but to stand down. Recently, however, rumors have circulated that it was a professional from the Qin family who ambushed and killed Zhang Yuan. Fearing Zhang Yuan's potential rise would threaten their status, the Qins allegedly broke protocol to eliminate him. Despite the Qin family's strenuous denials, the rumor only grew louder. Any discerning observer could see that Zhang Fengnian was undoubtedly fueling these rumors from behind the scenes. Indeed, the three families behind the underground boxing matches were Qin, Chang, and Pei. Jiang Zhiyun nodded and smiled. Our next destination is the underground boxing ring. Chapter 21, Underground Black Market Boxing. The underground boxing arena occupied a sizable section in the southern part of the black market. The vast open space held no other structures, only 6 towering fighting platforms suspended mid-air. Each platform was flanked by a table laden with numerous items, each bearing labels like 10 consecutive wins or 20 consecutive wins. 6 teams of fighters from different tiers were locked in fierce combat atop the rings. Huge crowds surrounded the rings, screaming wildly, unleashing their pent-up emotions. A palpable, maddening atmosphere permeated the air, as if it could awaken the beast lurking within one's heart, compelling people to climb onto the stage and fight. Roar! Qin Mo crouched low, every muscle taut. His claws unconsciously scraped the ground as a low growl escaped his throat. The surrounding environment ignited the fighting spirit within him. All he wanted now was to climb onto the stage and unleash his fury. Beside him, Huang Xiaoyan wore an equally blood-boiling expression, though her maidenly reserve kept her demeanor less overt than Qin Mo's. Only Jiang Zhiyun remained composed, unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere. Just then, a match on one of the rings concluded. The victor was a tall, burly man, his upper body bare, steel-like muscles covered in vicious scars. He pounded his chest repeatedly, letting out a series of inarticulate growls. A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from him, sending chills down the spines of those around him. A momentary silence fell around that platform, as if everyone had been stunned by the killing intent radiating from the man. But soon, even more enthusiastic cheers erupted around the arena. Congratulations to contestant 369, securing 7 consecutive victories. A resonant voice cut through the air as an elderly man dressed in ornate robes abruptly appeared at the edge of the ring. Gripping a microphone in one hand and pointing toward the burly man with the other, he bellowed, "Does anyone else wish to challenge him?" The cheers around the stage grew even more intense, yet no one stepped onto the platform. Huang Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Zhiyun in confusion. She could guess the stage must have a level restriction. But the man on the stage was already Bronze Tier 1. Even with a level restriction, shouldn't Bronze Tier professionals be able to fight? Yet the Bronze Tier practitioners surrounding the arena merely wore looks of resentment, none stepping forward to challenge. She didn't believe those Bronze Tier practitioners were afraid of the man on the stage. After all, some of them were Bronze Tier 9 practitioners. Qin Mo, however, had noticed something amiss. Before he could ponder it further, Jiang Zhiyun had already revealed the mystery. Just as Huang Xiaoyan had surmised, all 6 platforms had strict tier restrictions. The 3 black platforms corresponded to the black iron tier, the 2 blue platforms to the bronze tier, and the central white platform to the silver tier. As for gold tier practitioners, across Jiangcheng, gold tier practitioners were already considered prominent figures. Naturally, they wouldn't stoop to participating in underground fights. Of course, these rank restrictions only applied before stepping onto the platform. If a professional achieved a breakthrough on the platform provided it wasn't through cheating, they could continue fighting on that same platform. Additionally, to encourage other practitioners to challenge such opponents, the organizers have added a special rule. Should anyone defeat a professional under these special circumstances, they can directly inherit the opponent's current winning streak without having to start over from scratch. Ah, so that's how it is, Huang Xiaoyan realized with a sudden understanding. She couldn't help but remark, well, it seems this person has been quite fortunate. Since that man dared to step onto the underground boxing ring, his own strength couldn't be too weak. His opponents were merely black iron tier fighters. With such a level advantage, few professionals could defeat him. Good luck? Jiang Zhiwen chuckled softly. Perhaps.
Under normal circumstances, this man would indeed be considered fortunate. Had the organizers not dispatched carefully cultivated professionals to ambush him, he should have had no trouble securing 10 consecutive victories with his level advantage.
Unfortunately,
he had crossed paths with her. Her reason for coming here was the reward for 20 consecutive victories on the arena stage, the Silver Forge Order.
The Forge token was an emblem issued by the Chang family.
With it, one could request a Chang family blacksmith of matching level to forge an item without question. She had originally thought achieving 20 consecutive victories would be time-consuming, but unexpectedly, just as she was dozing off, someone delivered the pillow. Shortly after, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo forward to the registration desk to collect their identity tokens.
Then, under the gaze of the crowd, they ascended the arena. An 8th-tier Black Iron Beast Master?
Seeing Jiang Zhiwen step onto the stage, the burly man burst into laughter. Well now, truly a young bull fearing no tigers. Since you've gifted me this winning streak, little girl, I'll show mercy today. I'll only break both your legs.
That should teach you a lesson. In underground bare-knuckle fights, surrender isn't an option. The battle only ends when one side is completely incapacitated.
Jiang Zhiwen offered no reply, merely assembling her spear with an expressionless face.
Beside him, Qin Mo couldn't hold back a low growl, his gaze cold and piercing as he stared at the burly man. You like breaking legs, huh? I'll remember that. Amidst the clamor surrounding the ring. Betting's open. Betting's open. Place your bets now. Number 444 pays 5 to 1, number 369 pays 5 to 1. Besides the winner, you can bet on fight duration 2 lucrative odds. This offer won't last forever. 20,000 credits on number 369 to win. 10,000 credits on number 369. 50,000 credits. The crowd eagerly pulled out their credits to place bets, but almost all were backing 369 to win. Only a handful gambled on Jiang Zhiwen, hoping for a big payoff. No wonder the disparity in strength was too glaring. One was an Iron-tier Beastmaster at the 8th rank, bound to a Frostblade Spirit Cat, a beast that wasn't particularly outstanding. The other was a Bronze-tier Berserker. Setting aside the level disparity, the Beastmaster was at an absolute disadvantage purely in terms of class. The Berserker class possessed some of the most formidable charge abilities among all professions. Moreover, by sacrificing all defensive capabilities, the Berserker's offensive power ranked among the highest of any class. When a Beastmaster engaged a Berserker, the moment the Berserker charged within striking distance, the inherently fragile Beastmaster could essentially be considered defeated. This situation only improves after reaching Gold rank. At Gold rank and above, Beastmasters not only contract more beasts but also master the life share skill, drastically boosting their survivability. Given the dual disadvantages of level and class, the onlookers saw no chance of victory for Jiang Zhiwen. Even if Jiang Zhiwen had a hidden trump card, it wouldn't matter. Because the underground arena strictly prohibited the use of potions and any kind of equipment. Unless the Frostblade Spirit Cat could stop number 369. But was that even possible? They knew full well the capabilities of such a beast as the Frostblade Spirit Cat. Hearing the murmurs around him, Qin Mo sneered inwardly. A bunch of blind fools, just wait until you lose everything. Chapter 22, Metal Manipulation. Amidst the crowd, Huang Xiaoyan wore a look of deep conflict. She naturally had no doubts about Jiang Zhiwen's abilities. Although Li Gang had escorted her out of the Qianshi Valley secret realm early, preventing her from witnessing the final battle firsthand. Through Li Wei and Zhao Yun's accounts, she had gained a clear understanding of Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo's true capabilities. Even under normal circumstances, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo could each single-handedly hold their own against bronze-tier monsters. Not to mention Qin Mo possessed that desperate technique to transform into the Iron Tail Mountain Lord for a short time. Her dilemma was that her credit points were running low. While Jiang Zhiwen was gathering materials earlier, she hadn't been idle either, picking up quite a few trinkets that caught her eye from the stalls within the secret realm. Now, she had only a little over 1,000 credit points left. And now, a golden opportunity to make a killing presented itself. As the betting window was about to close, Huang Xiaoyan sighed and placed her last 1,000-odd credits on the line. At that very moment, as the figure of the elderly man in the ornate robes vanished from the stage, the battle on the platform officially commenced. Despite holding advantages in both level and class, contestant 369 showed no complacency, unleashing his full power from the very start. His towering, muscular frame glowed with an eerie crimson light amplified by his class skills as he charged toward Jiang Zhiwen like an arrow released from its bowstring. "Inche, stop him!" Jiang Zhiwen shouted, raising his hand to strike Qin Mo with a burst of white light. Wind body, cloud form, a universal skill for all professions, granting the target a state of gathered wind and clouds. For 10 minutes, speed increases by 30%, and afterimages trail behind the user during movement. She had specifically selected this skill from the City Guard's collection to maximize Qin Mo's strengths. Arg! Qin Mo roared, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from his spot. That Frostblade Spirit Cat is incredibly fast. Witnessing this, someone gasped in astonishment. Speed won't save you. The Frostblade Spirit Cat isn't built for offense. Someone nearby instinctively retorted, but was cut off mid-sentence. Fool. Just because the Frostblade Spirit Cat isn't good at offense, does that mean the Berserker is good at defense? The speaker froze, then snapped to attention. True, the Frostblade Spirit Cat isn't known for its attacks, but it isn't facing a class renowned for defense either. If that Frostblade Spirit Cat truly found an opening, it might just pull off an upset. Everyone knows the Frostblade Spirit Cat excels in speed. How could I possibly be unprepared? On the stage, contestant 369 snorted coldly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. A flash of yellow light erupted, instantly coating contestant 369 in a thick layer of golden scales. Rock Scale Technique. Rock Scale Technique, a low-level earth element spell that transforms the caster's skin into rock-like scales, significantly boosting physical defense for 1 minute. Witnessing this, many spectators gasped in astonishment. They hadn't expected number 369 to have such a hidden trump card up his sleeve. This skill undoubtedly compensated for some of the Berserker class's inherent weaknesses. However, Rock Scale Technique was not a universal skill available to all classes. Contestant 369's mastery of it was clearly due to his class-specific talent. The next moment, a crisp clang echoed. Accompanied by sparks flying in rapid succession, countless fine scratches instantly appeared on the rock scales. Number 444 had lost. Witnessing this, someone below the arena declared, "Rock Scale Technique lasts a minute. That's enough time for her to die several times over." The greatest weakness of low-level beastmasters lies in their own frailty. As long as the beastmaster themselves were eliminated, even the most powerful contract beast would be useless. And that Frostblade Spirit Cat? It wasn't even remotely powerful. A Frostblade Spirit Cat unable to break through even the Rock Scale Technique's defense. What use could it possibly be in this situation? Fall. The roar of number 369 erupted as a pair of fists slammed toward Jiang Zhiwen. The metal gauntlets flashed with a cold gleam. If that punch landed cleanly, even Jiang Zhiwen's attributes, comparable to a bronze-tier professional, wouldn't save her. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the crowd below. They didn't believe a frail black iron-tier beastmaster could evade the bronze-tier berserker's unstoppable strike. The next moment, the cheers abruptly fell silent. Just as the fist from number 369 was about to strike Jiang Zhiwen, he stumbled strangely. Not only did the fist brush past Jiang Zhiwen, but he himself collided with the spear at the most inopportune moment, the sharp spearhead piercing straight through his abdomen. Most crucially, apart from initially emitting a burst of white light, Jiang Zhiwen hadn't performed any other actions from start to finish. A fixed match? The thought flashed through everyone's minds, only to be immediately dismissed. This was an underground boxing ring. Anyone daring to fix a match here would be shot dead by the staff on the spot. Besides, even if number 369 wanted to fix the match, he wouldn't resort to such a clumsy method, would he? It was that Frostblade Spirit Cat. Just then, someone realized, their voice filled with astonishment, what an intelligent beast. He now understood completely. Qin Mo's earlier flurry of attacks had been nothing but a diversion. While lowering number 369's guard, he had also perfectly concealed his intent to unleash the metal manipulation skill. Only to strike suddenly at the last moment, delivering a devastating blow to subject 369. The Frostblade Spirit Cat's metal manipulation. With this person's reminder, those around them also reacted in unison, filled with astonishment. The metal manipulation skill had always been used as an offensive ability. The most common application involved controlling a mass of metal to rain down on enemies. The sharper and more numerous the controlled metal pieces, the greater the skill's destructive power. Yet in the hands of this Frostblade Spirit Cat, the skill revealed a completely different application. The Frostblade Spirit Cat merely tugged casually at the metal gauntlet held by Unit 369, effortlessly nullifying the latter's fierce assault. "I underestimated you." Covering his wound, Unit 369 staggered back several steps. His gaze fixed on Qin Mo, who had suddenly appeared, his tone icy. He had actually been outmaneuvered by a beast. Arg! Qin Mo let out a cry, flashing a defiant grin at number 369. "This young master has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. You'd better hold on tight. You think this will provoke me into wasting my strength on you?" Number 369 sneered coldly, flicking off his metal gauntlet and tossing it aside before charging straight at Jiang Zhiwen. Being outmaneuvered by the Frostblade Spirit Cat had indeed enraged him, but he wouldn't lose his mind over it and get bogged down fighting a single contract beast. Chapter 23, Dominant Victory. Number 369 was fast, but Jiang Zhiwen's movements were even faster. With a howling wind, the alloy gun barrel lashed savagely across Unit 369's face, sending him flying backward. Before number 369 could land, another shadow streaked past. A cold gleam flashed, and number 369's legs were instantly covered in a dense network of wounds. Thud! With a dull thud, the burly figure of number 369 slammed heavily against the edge of the arena. A Frostblade Spirit Cat landed on him, wiping the blood from its claws with utter disdain on his tattered, ragged pants. "You!" Number 369's face flushed crimson, but before he could finish his sentence, Qin Mo's claw came crashing down. The dazed and disoriented number 369 reeled from the blow, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious. Witnessing this, an eerie silence descended upon the crowd surrounding the ring. What had they just witnessed? Despite being at a disadvantage in both profession and rank, a Black Iron 8th tier Beastmaster had crushed a Bronze 1st tier Berserker with near overwhelming force. And this was a Beastmaster who was so frail he could only fight through his contract beast? The next moment, the silence shattered, replaced by a roar of fervent cheers. In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Jiang Zhiwen's decisive victory over the 369th contestant, despite the significant level disparity, had earned him the audience's complete respect. By comparison, Qin Mo's performance paled in comparison. As for number 369? No one paid any attention to a mere background character. Congratulations to contestant 444 for defeating contestant 369. Just then, the elderly man in the ornate robes appeared on the stage and announced loudly, according to the rules, contestant 444 will inherit contestant 369's winning streak. Will anyone be able to defeat number 444 and end her winning streak? Let's wait and see. As the elder's voice echoed, the surrounding cheers grew more intense, punctuated by occasional curses. These were the unlucky souls who had bet heavily on contestant 369's victory only to lose their entire stake, venting their frustration. But drowned out by the cheers, these scattered curses drew no attention. While the crowd cheered, staff members climbed onto the stage, carrying the unconscious contestant 369 away for basic medical attention. Old Chang, what do you make of this? At the edge of the crowd, an elderly man turned to his companion and whispered, should we send someone to take him out? The speaker was Qin Wu, the Qin family's representative at the underground boxing arena. No need to rush. The man called Old Chang shook his head, replying calmly, this fight's outcome doesn't prove anything. While Jiang Zhiwen's performance might seem impressive to ordinary observers, in his eyes, it held little merit. Number 369's weaknesses were too obvious, and Jiang Zhiwen had the advantage of preparation against unpreparedness. Victory was only to be expected. Qin Wu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Then let's test the waters first. Turning to the staff nearby, Qin Wu instructed, have number 97 step up for the challenge. Also, lower the odds for number 444 slightly. The staff immediately nodded in agreement and quickly departed. Before long, a Black Iron 9th tier professional stepped onto the stage where Jiang Zhiwen stood. A shield-armored warrior? Qin Mo's gaze fell upon the 2-meter-tall shield, as large as a door panel, in the challenger's hands. He frowned slightly. He detested this type of Class 1 that specialized entirely in defense. Like a stone in a latrine, stubborn and inflexible. While they posed no real threat to him, defeating them easily was no simple task. Jiang Zhiwen remained expressionless, only tightening his grip on the spear in his hand. Your winning streak ends here. The shield-armored warrior stood not far from Jiang Zhiwen, sneering coldly, I won't be as careless as number 444. In his view, number 444's defeat wasn't due to Jiang Zhiwen's strength, but rather his own stupidity. Had number 444 shown even a shred more vigilance, he wouldn't have been taken down by Jiang Zhiwen's spear in one strike. Jiang Zhiwen glanced at the shield-armored warrior but said nothing. Meanwhile, the ringside announcer's voice echoed once more, declaring the new odds. This time, the odds on Jiang Zhiwen's victory had dropped significantly from 5 to 1 to 2.6 to 1. Spectators rushed to place their bets. Due to his previous impressive performance, a notably larger number of professionals were backing Jiang Zhiwen this time. Yet most still believed Jiang Zhiwen's chances were slim. After all, a shield warrior differed from a berserker, a class known for high offense and low defense. The shield warrior's specialty lay in defense. Although Jiang Zhiwen had decisively defeated contestant 444, she was ultimately just a beastmaster. Even with her inherent combat prowess, she was unlikely to match a professional of the same rank. Many even believed that if contestant 444 hadn't underestimated Jiang Zhiwen due to stereotypes, she might not have won at all. As for Qin Mo, no one held much hope for him. Simply facing number 444's rock scale technique had left Qin Mo utterly helpless. Now he was up against the most defense-oriented shield armor warrior. Amidst the crowd, Guang Xiaoyan listened to the surrounding murmurs and smirked inwardly. A bunch of blind fools. How could you possibly fathom Sister Jiang and Yin Chei's true strength? Daring to place heavy bets? Just wait until you lose everything. With lightning-fast calculation, Guang Xiaoyan staked nearly 6,000 credit points she had won earlier. Soon, the battle on the stage commenced. Qin Mo's figure vanished from his original spot in an instant. At the same time, Jiang Zhiwen charged toward the shielded warrior with his spear raised. Attacking proactively? Seeing this, a trace of mockery flashed in the shield-armored warrior's eyes. Come on then, let's see if you can break through my defenses. The shield-armored warrior raised his great shield, and a layer of dark light emanated from his body. Defensive stance, a class skill of the shield-armored warrior. Entering this stance increases defense by 50%. It is cancelled upon moving. Defensive stance? Jiang Zhiwen snorted coldly, switching his spear from thrusting to swinging, and lashed out fiercely at the shield-armored warrior. With a thunderous crash, the shield-armored warrior was sent reeling back several steps. What immense strength! The shield-armor warrior barely steadied himself, his heart pounding with shock. Could such power truly belong to a beast master? At that moment, a deep, rumbling roar exploded across the arena. A Sonic-type skill trouble. The shield-armored warrior sensed trouble, but it was already too late to dodge. The invisible sound wave swept over him like a heavy hammer smashing into his skull, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Instantly, his body felt light as a feather. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself soaring through the air, his body already outside the ring's boundaries. Chapter 24, Blood Orchid. As the shield-armored warrior crashed outside the arena, silence once again fell around the ring. A shield-armored warrior, fully prepared for defense, had been tossed off the stage so cleanly? What kind of monstrous strength was this? After a long moment, someone gasped, he actually forced a shield-armored warrior to abandon his defensive stance? No one answered. Meanwhile, more eyes turned toward Qin Mo. Soundwave-type skill. This Frostblade Spirit Cat actually possesses sonic skills. While sonic skills generally lack lethal force, their greatest advantage lies in bypassing physical defenses. When used effectively, they could often yield surprising results. Take just now, for instance. It was Qin Mo's roar that momentarily stunned the unsuspecting shield-armored warrior, allowing Jiang Zhiwen to effortlessly toss him off the stage. This Frostblade Spirit Cat is definitely a mutant. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Simultaneously, a wave of intense stares converged on Qin Mo. While the Frostblade Spirit Cat itself wasn't particularly remarkable, a mutated variant was an entirely different story. Noticing the unabashed stares around him, Qin Mo couldn't help but frown. He seemed to have overreacted. As the saying goes, it's not the thief who steals you fear, but the one who keeps you in mind. Being watched by so many people, even if only a small fraction took action, would be more than enough to make him feel overwhelmed. As if sensing Qin Mo's thoughts, Jiang Zhiwen patted his head and said calmly, "Just give it your all." Since she decided to enter the underground boxing tournament, she naturally had no fear of revealing her true strength. Qin Mo let out a low growl, casting aside his lingering doubts. If his own beast master didn't care, then he had nothing to worry about either. He just had to be careful not to be forced into using the potential overdraw skill. Meanwhile, at the edge of the crowd, that little girl has incredible strength, probably on par with a bronze-tier professional. Qin Mo remarked with admiration before turning to tease old Chang, "That girl's got the perfect grip for blacksmithing. Why don't you recruit her into the Chang family?" As the managers of the underground boxing ring, their primary duty was to recruit skilled fighters who excelled in the matches for their respective families. "You should take that up with old Pei." Old Chang shot Qin Mo a glare and snapped irritably. Though the Chang family had many blacksmiths, their highest ranked was only silver tier. Therefore, the highest tier forge permits the Chang family could issue externally were also silver tier. Among Jiangqing's three major families, only the Pei family could truly be considered a sanctuary for smiths. Because the Pei family possessed Jiangqing's sole purple gold tier blacksmith. Seriously, haven't you ever considered recruiting that girl? After the banter, Qin Mo's expression turned serious as he asked. "We'll see. Defeating number 97 isn't exactly a big deal." Old Chang pondered for a moment before replying, "If that girl can defeat Blood Orchid, I'll personally recruit her." Blood Orchid? Qin Mo's eyes flashed as he nodded. Then let Blood Orchid fight next. Xuelan had achieved 10 consecutive wins in the underground boxing circuit despite being targeted by their three major families. Her strength was undeniable. If Jiang Zhiwen truly defeats Blood Orchid, he'll have no choice but to challenge that old fox from the Chang family. Xuelan! 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 As a fiery red-clad woman stepped onto Jiang Zhiwen's ring, deafening cheers erupted from the crowd. Qin Mo looked around in confusion, puzzled by the sudden frenzy among the spectators. This was the professional fighter who had once achieved 10 consecutive wins in underground boxing matches. Noticing Qin Mo's reaction, Jiang Zhiwen explained with a smile. According to underground fight club rules, only fighters who had achieved 10 or more consecutive wins were granted their own code names. Qin Mo understood at once, finally turning his gaze toward Blood Orchid. His heart skipped a beat. Upon seeing Xuelan, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. What a strange woman. Xuelan's appearance could only be described as delicate and refined. Not only did she pale in comparison to Jiang Zhiwen's breathtaking beauty, but she also fell short of even average standards of attractiveness. Yet, in her every movement, there was an undeniable aura that drew people's eyes to her and made them feel a natural affinity. Was it a professional talent, or a special skill? Qin Mo's eyes flickered as he pondered silently. Jiang Zhiwen remained calm as ever. She had seen plenty of professionals wielding charm-type skills in her past life. Moreover, the Blood Orchid before her clearly hadn't mastered the art of enchantment yet. It wasn't natural or seamless. The young girl was quite skilled. Xuelan halted 5 meters from Jiang Zhiwen, smiling faintly. "But if you want that 10-win streak, you'll have to get past me first." She knew Jiang Zhiwen's record all too well. But having defeated bronze-tier professionals herself before, she wouldn't be intimidated just because Jiang Zhiwen had beaten numbers 369 and 97. "Then let's fight," Jiang Zhiwen said calmly, her spear pointing directly at Blood Orchid.
Simultaneously, the betting staff emerged, urging the surrounding spectators to place their wagers.
Xuelan had previously achieved a prestigious 10-match winning streak in underground fights. This time, Jiang Zhiyun's odds reached a staggering 7-1, even higher than when he faced number 369. Spectators placed their bets one after another. Perhaps it was Xuelan's intimidating reputation, or perhaps it was the influence of her skills, but this time, an unusually large number of spectators bet on Xuelan to win. Apart from Huang Xiaoyan, who steadfastly backed Jiang Zhiyun, only a handful of others placed wagers on Jiang Zhiyun's victory, treating it as a gamble. As the betting concluded, the battle on the stage erupted instantly. Qin Mo charged forward first, heading straight for Blood Orchid. "Little one, I'm not your opponent."
Xuelan surveyed the arena, her gentle, melodious voice carrying an indescribable allure. At the same time, an intangible aura radiated from her, compelling others to instinctively draw near.
Ha! Xuelan really is ruthless. Laughter erupted from the crowd of onlookers, hope that Frostblade Spirit Cat can keep its cool.
As a formidable fighter who had achieved 10 consecutive victories in underground boxing matches, Xuelan's reputation was no secret among those who frequented the black market fighting rings. As a Black Iron 9th tier elemental mage, Blood Orchid not only mastered her spells with exceptional skill but also possessed a mysterious enchantment ability. Using that skill, Blood Orchid had repeatedly turned Beastmasters' contract beasts against their masters right in the ring. Jiang Zhiyun merely watched coldly from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening.
She believed Qin Mo would not be charmed by Xuelan.
"Whoa! Don't strut around in front of this young master." With a roar, Qin Mo's figure abruptly materialized to the right of Blood Orchid. His claws flashed relentlessly, weaving a shimmering net of cold light that instantly enveloped Blood Orchid.
Chapter 25, Spell Overlay. What a clueless beast. Xuelan's soft voice echoed, quickly transforming into urgent chanting.
A flash of light erupted from the jet black staff in Blood Orchid's grasp, and a thick layer of deep blue ice armor materialized around her form.
Elemental Mage's signature skill, Ice Armor.
The claws, glinting with cold light, struck the ice armor, producing a teeth-chattering scraping sound. Fine ice shards scattered, forming a thin mist of frost around Xuelan. Enveloped within the frosty haze, Qin Mo's movements visibly slowed considerably. Simultaneously, a sphere radiating intense cold coalesced and shot toward Jiang Zhiyun at breakneck speed. Jiang Zhiyun's expression remained unchanged as he casually thrust his spear forward. The spear tip struck the ice orb squarely.
The orb instantly exploded, showering Jiang Zhiyun with shards of ice and a torrent of yellow-green acidic liquid. Ice sphere and acid bomb? Spell stacking?
Jiang Zhiyun leapt backward, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Spell stacking was a common technique among spellcasters, releasing multiple spells in succession to achieve unexpected effects.
This technique demanded immense skill from the caster. First, the caster's mental fortitude must be strong enough to simultaneously execute 2 or more spells.
Second, the caster must possess exceptional control over the spells being unleashed. Even after meeting these 2 conditions, practitioners must undergo extensive training to master this technique proficiently. Generally, only practitioners at the gold rank or higher pursue this technique. For lower-level practitioners, it's more efficient to focus on leveling up and learning more powerful skills rather than investing extensive time in mastering this technique. As for skill mastery, that becomes a concern only after one's leveling pace slows and their strength shows no significant improvement for an extended period.
That Xuelan, currently only at Black Iron Tier 9, could master a professional technique like spell stacking naturally astonished Jiang Zhiyun.
As Xuelan displayed her prowess, the cheers around the arena grew increasingly fervent. This spell stacking technique is always a sight to behold. Amidst the crowd, a bronze tier mage wore an envious expression. Too bad this technique demands such immense mental energy. Not only does it demand immense mental energy, but it requires even greater control over the spells themselves. Someone nearby chimed in, marveling, no wonder she's the professional who achieved 10 consecutive wins in the underground tournament. She's got some serious skills. That young Beastmaster girl probably won't make it past Blood Orchid.
Need I say more?
That Frostblade Spirit Cat can't even break through the defense of an ice armor spell. It poses no threat whatsoever to Blood Orchid.
That young Beastmaster might have some skill, but expecting her to withstand an elementalist's relentless barrage while closing in? Utterly unrealistic.
Oomph. That beast tamer brat must have some hidden cards up her sleeve.
Blood Orchid might not win. You're so confident in that girl? You didn't place a hefty bet on her winning, did you?
While the onlookers buzzed with speculation, Qin Mo had already slipped out of the icy mist's reach, watching Blood Orchid thoughtfully.
Skill stacking, he hadn't even considered that possibility before. The girl reacted quickly. Xuelan shot Qin Mo a glance before turning to Jiang Zhiyun with a coy smile. I wonder how many of my moves you can actually block.
As she spoke, Xuelan raised her jet black staff. Amidst rapid incantations, 2 fireballs rapidly coalesced, hurtling toward Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun respectively. Though elemental mages could practice spells from all elements, the vast majority specialized in one elemental school, supplementing it with spells from others.
And her specialty?
Fire magic, renowned for its devastating offensive power.
The fireball streaked across the arena, swiftly closing in on Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo. Just as the human and beast seemed certain to be struck, the two fireballs suddenly exploded, scattering into countless fragments of flame that engulfed the entire surrounding area. A cage of flames, drawing a prison upon the ground. Spectators surrounding the arena gasped in awe. This seemingly simple move showcased Xuelan's mastery of spell control to the fullest. Yet, whether it was Jiang Zhiwen or Qin Mo, a peculiar expression flickered in both their eyes at this sight. Xuelan's move was indeed dazzling. Any other Black Iron tier practitioner would likely find it a headache. But, whoosh! A howling wind suddenly swept across the stage, scattering the swirling fragments of flame. Qin Mo retracted his claws, watching the stunned Xuelan with a mocking smile. Didn't expect that, did you? Little Master still has tricks up his sleeve. Had Blood Orchid simply attacked with fireballs, his gale technique might not have scattered them. But she'd played the smart aleck, trying to use fireball to create a flame barrier to trap them. It was nothing short of backfiring spectacularly. Faced with this sudden reversal, the spectators surrounding the arena froze in shock before erupting into a chorus of boos. At the same time, many eyes turned toward Qin Mo with growing intensity. This Frostblade spirit cat actually possessed wind element skills, truly a mutant breed. Whirlwind? Xuelan's face flushed crimson as she snorted, "Your tricks are unexpectedly cunning, you beast." Because it had the sonic skill, Explosive Roar, as a foundation. Xuelan showed little surprise upon witnessing Qin Mo unleash Galestorm. After all, it was a mutant species. Mastering one or two skills outside its natural element wasn't exactly astonishing. "I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve to surprise you." Qin Mo let out a howl, his figure vanishing abruptly from the spot. At the same time, Jiang Zhiwen charged toward Blood Orchid, spear raised. Xuelan instantly grew wary. With her ice armor spell protecting her, she wasn't worried Qin Mo's attack would harm her. Her true concern lay in Qin Mo's mastery of sonic-based skills. If Qin Mo caught her off guard with a sudden roar, it could very well give Jiang Zhiwen an opening. Jiang Zhiwen's monstrous strength could shake even a shield-armored warrior in defensive stance. If he closed in, she doubted she could withstand his assault. Watching Jiang Zhiwen rapidly close the distance, Xuelan hurriedly chanted an incantation, casting Light Breeze upon herself. Light Breeze grants the user the ethereal state for 1 minute. Though both wind element skills and differing by only one character from Gale Wind, Breeze Wind proved far more popular than that useless Gale Wind. Under the lightness state, the caster not only gains increased movement speed but also becomes more agile in their actions. While its effects and duration couldn't compare to Cloud Body, Wind Form, Light Breeze remained a highly practical wind element skill. Using Light Wind's boost, Xuelan swiftly retreated, attempting to create distance between herself and Jiang Zhiwen. Just then, the arena suddenly began to shake violently. Chapter 26, 8 Consecutive Victories. What's happening? In an instant, all eyes turned to the stage, even drawing the attention of spectators surrounding the adjacent stages. Blood Orchid's alarm bells rang loudly, her vigilance reaching its peak. The next moment, thick vines burst from the ground, coiling toward Xuelan like giant snakes. Just as Xuelan prepared to dodge, a terrifying gravitational force suddenly pulled down on her, halting her movement. In the next instant, the vines wrapped around her tightly. Root entanglement, gravity swamp, dual techniques combined. Spell stacking? Impossible. Blood Orchid, bound by the vines, paled in horror and let out a startled scream. As a practitioner who had mastered the art of spell stacking, she knew all too well how difficult this technique was to master. Had she spent all the time she dedicated to mastering this technique on leveling up instead, she would be at least bronze tier 7 by now. Beyond that, she possessed naturally potent mental energy and had mastered 3 passive skills that amplified it, enabling her to attempt spell stacking at the Black Iron tier. Yet the technique she'd painstakingly mastered was being executed with such effortless ease by a mere Frostblade spirit cat. Whether that Frostblade spirit cat had long mastered spell stacking or learned it on the spot after being inspired by her, it was something she simply couldn't accept. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze fell upon Qin Mo, who had suddenly appeared, a flicker of surprise lighting up her eyes. Just when she began to take Qin Mo's actions for granted, he would do something new that made her eyes light up. What incredible luck it had been back then. Jiang Zhiwen sheathed her gun and murmured softly. The luckiest thing since her rebirth might just be contracting Qin Mo. Not only had it allowed her to successfully activate the system, but it had also granted her such a unique contract beast. A deafening silence fell around the arena. Every spectator wore an expression of utter astonishment, even Quang Xiaoyan, who had long been aware of Qin Mo's prowess, was no exception. The technique of stacking spells was no commonplace skill. Moments later, the area around the arena erupted with renewed commotion. Cheers and murmurs mingled, punctuated by occasional angry shouts, creating a tidal wave of sound that seemed poised to topple the suspended arena. More eyes fixed on Qin Mo atop the platform, their gazes flickering. Professionals who had spent years navigating the underground black market were rarely virtuous souls. Killing for treasure was something these people had done countless times. Qin Mo's unique abilities were already enough to draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Xinwu, this girl belongs to the Chang family. From the edge of the crowd, old Chang glared at Qin Wu, his expression ready to roll up his sleeves and fight. "You're not taking her from me." He no longer cared about Jiang Zhiyun's strength. Qin Mo's exceptional qualities alone made him worthy of being recruited into the Chang family. Oomph. As if your Chang family is so important? Qin Wu snorted coldly, meeting old Chang's glare without flinching. His voice was deep and firm. "Don't forget, I gave up number 527 to your Chang family last time. If another promising prospect shows up later, I won't compete with you." Old Chang showed no sign of yielding either, his expression resolute as he declared, "But I won't give up this young girl." "Does your Chang family even know how to cultivate contract beasts? That frostblade spirit cat falling into your hands would be like a pearl lost in the mud." "True, our family lacks high-level beast tamers, but don't forget our family head and Mr. Lu Xingha are sworn brothers. If need be, our Chang family will leverage our connections to have the Beast Master Center's experts provide guidance." "You. Alright, you two old codgers, stop bickering." Just then, an old woman clad in deep green robes approached, her tone sharp. "That girl's backer is quite powerful, you know." Qin Wu and old Chang both turned their gaze toward the old woman, their expressions filled with questions. "The daughter of Commander Quang has been following that girl around all along." The old woman shot them a dismissive glance. "Haven't you two old geezers noticed? Commander Quang's daughter?" Both men were startled by the revelation. Quang Xiaoyan's identity might be a secret to ordinary people, but as members of Jiangqing's three prominent families, how could they not know her background? She was a rare self-awakened talent. Not only had she reached Black Iron Tier 9 at such a young age, but her class talent was also rated a grade. In fact, if it weren't for the need to solidify her foundation and prepare for her class change ceremony. With the resources at Quang Gong's disposal, Quang Xiaoyan would already be at least a silver-rank professional. Quang Gong's decision to let his precious daughter stay by Jiang Zhiyun's side made his intentions crystal clear. "This girl is someone I, Quang Gong, have set my sights on. Anyone who dares to snatch her away is asking for trouble." Qin Wu and old Chang immediately backed down. Qin Mo's performance was certainly exceptional, but it wasn't worth the three major families of Jiangcheng risking the wrath of a purple gold tier professional over him. Especially since this purple gold tier practitioner was one of the most powerful figures in Jiangcheng. It wasn't that the three major families of Jiangcheng feared Quang Gong, it simply wasn't worth it. What a pity. Qin Wu watched Jiang Zhiyun and Qin Mo on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. This frostblade spirit cat was so extraordinary it must hold some significant secret. If they could recruit Jiang Zhiyun into the family, once he gradually integrated into the Qin clan, the secrets of that frostblade spirit cat would naturally fall into their hands. But alas, Quang Gong had beaten them to it. Old Chang also wore a look of regret. His thoughts mirrored Qin Wu's. Once Jiang Zhiyun entered the Chang family and grew accustomed to its generous treatment, would she ever willingly leave? Once Jiang Zhiyun gradually integrated into the Chang family, wouldn't both she and that frostblade spirit cat eventually bear the Chang surname? On the stage, Jiang Zhiyun advanced with her spear, stopping 5 meters from Xuelan. "Sister," she said, "it seems you won't be able to stop me from achieving 10 consecutive victories." Jiang Zhiyun gazed at Xuelan, her tone calm. Xuelan gave a bitter smile, saying nothing. She hadn't failed to consider seizing an opportunity to break free from the vine's constraints. But that damned frostblade spirit cat was lurking nearby, watching her every move. Every time she tried to chant a spell, that frostblade spirit cat would immediately pounce to interrupt her. After several failed attempts, she had resigned herself to her fate. Losing to such an unusual frostblade spirit cat wasn't exactly shameful. At least compared to number 319, who was taken down by Jiang Zhiyun's single shot, and number 97, ambushed by Qin Mo's sonic type skill, she had lost with far more dignity. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiyun said nothing further, instead turning his gaze toward Qin Mo. Qin Mo understood and immediately manipulated the vines to fling the blood orchid, who had given up resistance, off the stage. Congratulations to contestant 444 on achieving 8 consecutive victories. As Xuelan was ejected, the figure of the elderly man in fine robes reappeared on the stage, loudly announcing the result. Chapter 27, Qin Feng. Amid the roar of the elderly man in fine robes, the spectators surrounding the stage erupted into cheers. Occasional curses were heard amidst the cheers, but they were quickly drowned out by the growing excitement. Yet despite the fervor, no one else stepped onto the stage to challenge Jiang Zhiyun. Even Xuelan, a formidable fighter who had achieved 10 consecutive wins in the underground fights, had fallen to Jiang Zhiyun. Others would have to carefully weigh whether their strength was sufficient before considering a challenge. Bronze-tier professionals were confident they could defeat Jiang Zhiyun, but the problem was that Jiang Zhiyun was competing on the Black Iron tier stage. This stalemate persisted for a long time. Just as Qin Mo was growing impatient, a Black Iron tier 9 hunter finally stepped onto the stage. As for the outcome, it goes without saying. Hunters excelled at deploying traps, possessed formidable ranged attacks, and could even tame beast companions, a truly versatile profession. While highly popular for wilderness adventures, this class held little advantage in arena combat. Qin Mo dispatched him effortlessly, without Jiang Zhiyun even needing to intervene. Such an outcome naturally drew a chorus of boos. Following that Black Iron Tier 9 hunter, several other professionals took the stage to challenge him. As expected, they all ended up defeated by Jiang Zhiwen. Before long, Jiang Zhiwen's winning streak reached 19 consecutive victories. After sending so many cannon fodder to wear me down, it's time to get serious now. On the stage, Jiang Zhiwen surveyed the crowd, her expression turning intensely serious. As the saying goes, the last 9 miles make up half the journey. With only one match left to reach 20 consecutive victories, she dared not let her guard down at this critical juncture. Beside her, Qin Mo let out a low growl, his face equally solemn. The consecutive battles had taken a tremendous toll on both his physical and mental stamina. The last 3 matches had been especially grueling, fought almost back to back. No sooner had he defeated one challenger than the next would eagerly step onto the stage, leaving neither him nor Jiang Zhiwen any chance to recover. Moreover, those 3 opponents had been exceptionally troublesome, either incredibly slippery or tough as nails, forcing him and Jiang Zhiwen to expend considerable effort to defeat them. Qin Mo understood clearly that this was the backstage organizers of the underground boxing tournament beginning their targeted assault. First, they strategically deployed professional fighters for a grueling series of matches to wear down their stamina and energy. Then, they'd unleash their ace to decisively seal the outcome. So, who's sending fighters for this final match, you or me? As they approached the edge, Qin Wu looked at old Chang and the green-robed old woman and asked, "Uncle Wu, let me give it a shot." Before old Chang and the green-clad old woman could respond, a clear voice suddenly rang out from nearby. The 3 turned to look, seeing a youth approaching them. The youth possessed an exceptionally handsome face, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. Yet his eyes resembled deep pools, occasionally flashing with piercing brilliance. A blue-feathered wing-collar sparrow perched quietly on the youth's shoulder, elegantly preening its feathers. "Fomer, what made you think of this underground boxing ring?" Qin Wu looked at the youth and chuckled. "Aren't you usually averse to places like this? I heard a peculiar frostblade spirit cat appeared at the arena. I want to see if that frostblade spirit cat can match my red feather." The youth pointed toward the distant arena, his tone tinged with an inexplicable undertone. At his words, the wing-collar sparrow perched on his shoulder, previously preoccupied with preening its feathers, lifted its head and let out a proud chirp. The youth, named Qin Feng, was the nephew of Jiangcheng City Lord Qin Ming. A student at Jiangcheng First High School, he had only recently completed his class change. With the Qin family's backing, Qin Ming had already reached Black Iron Tier 9 despite his recent class change. Beyond that, Qin Ming had also mastered several rare skills available to Black Iron Tier Beastmasters. Of course, the Qin family's relentless investment in Qin Feng's cultivation stemmed from more than just his status as Qin Ming's nephew. The more crucial reason lies in Qin Ming's contract beast. The wind-summoning sparrow named Hongling had been confirmed to have awakened phoenix bloodlines. While wind-collar sparrows themselves possess limited potential, ranking as mid to low-tier beasts even inferior to frostblade spirit cats. But a beast that had awakened the bloodline of a divine beast clearly defied conventional wisdom. With dedicated cultivation, even if Hongling couldn't evolve into the legendary divine phoenix, it could at least reach the purple gold rank, and there was a significant chance it might even advance to the radiant rank. Hearing this, Qin Wu couldn't help but glance at old Chang and the green-robed old woman. The prize for the underground boxing tournament was jointly provided by the 3 major families. Now, at this critical moment to target Jiang Zhiwen, he naturally needed to seek the opinions of the other 2. Old Chang and the green-robed crone naturally had no objections. While Qin Feng's background might be a secret to outsiders, the 3 major families were closely intertwined. They naturally knew all about Qin Feng. Moreover, they were eager to see whether that frostblade spirit cat could truly outmatch the wind-collar sparrow, a bird carefully bred by the Qin family and possessing phoenix blood. Then proceed with caution. Seeing that old Chang and the green-robed old woman raised no objections, Qin Wu finally nodded. "Oh, and that young lady is actually your classmate. Don't get so caught up in the fight that you forget to catch up with her when you get the chance." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Qin Wu hurriedly added. Jiang Zhiwen hadn't concealed her identity. With the Qin family's intelligence network, uncovering her information was no trouble. He knew clearly that Jiang Zhiwen, like Qin Feng, was a student at Jiangcheng First High School. It was just that Qin Feng was usually taught by the Qin family's professionals and rarely attended school. In truth, most offspring of Jiangcheng's major factions followed this pattern, maintaining a nominal enrollment to qualify for the secret realm trials organized by the Qinqing Empire. Most of the time, they were personally instructed by their family's professionals. Students like Zhang Yuan and Kuang Xiaoyan, who spent most of their time on campus, were actually the minority. Hearing this, old Chang and the green-robed old woman both shot sidelong glances at Qin Wu. Did they really need to guess what this old codger was up to? Qin Wu wore a look of utter indifference. "I'm just using the beauty ploy. What are you gonna do about it?" Qin Feng nodded with a wry smile, then led his contract beast, Red Feather, toward the arena. "Ha, another beast tamer?" As Qin Feng stepped onto the stage, murmurs instantly filled the area around the arena. "If I'm not mistaken, that kid's contract beast should be a wind-collar sparrow, right?" "That's right, it's a wind-collar sparrow. Has the organizer run out of options, sending this kid to take out the undefeated champion?" It's no secret that underground tournament organizers send people to take down undefeated fighters.
In fact, when the previous professional challengers took the stage, many had already realized the organizers were preparing for an ambush. But after all that build-up, the one sent to take down Jiang Zhiwen was a beast master who had contracted a wind-caller sparrow.
This undoubtedly left the surrounding audience deeply disappointed. Idiot! That's the city lord's nephew.
A well-connected professional fighter in the crowd sneered with disdain that wind-summoning sparrow may look unremarkable, but it's awakened phoenix bloodline. Any ordinary beast facing that wind-caller would be lucky to unleash even 60% of its power.
Hearing this, the onlookers gasped in shock.
Who would have thought this youth had such formidable connections? Not only is he the city lord's nephew, but he's also contracted a beast awakened with divine bloodline.
No wonder the organizers sent him to take down Jiang Zhiwen. It seemed a fierce battle was about to unfold. Chapter 28, The Contract Beasts Battle.
On the stage, Jiang Zhiwen stared at Qin Feng, his expression growing increasingly stern. She knew Qin Feng's background inside out. Not only had Qin Feng contracted a wind-summoning sparrow awakened with phoenix bloodline, but she also possessed the A-rank professional talent, rapid growth. This talent had only one effect, reducing the requirements for her contract beast to level up and evolve. The wind-summoning sparrow, awakened with phoenix bloodline, combined with Qin Feng's class talent, was like adding wings to a tiger. In her previous life, Qin Feng had relied on this talent and the wind-caller sparrow to outshine S-rank talent holders like Zhang Yuan in the Secret Realm trials, ultimately claiming victory. Afterward, she advanced her studies at the Imperial Capital Academy, rapidly increasing her strength. By the time she and 9 other mythic tier practitioners confronted the Outer Realm demon god, Qin Feng had already succeeded to the position of Jiangqing City Lord and smoothly ascended to epic tier. Unlike the overrated Zhang Yuan, Qin Feng truly deserved the title of genius.
Jiang, it's been a while.
Qin Feng came to a stop not far from Jiang Zhiwen, a gentle smile spreading across her face. As he spoke, surprise flickered through his mind. Though he rarely visited the school, he was no stranger to Jiang Zhiwen, the famously unapproachable flower of First High.
Naturally, he was also aware that Jiang Zhiwen's professional aptitude was only D-grade. With only a D-grade talent and lacking his own privileged background, Jiang Zhiwen had managed to break through to Black Iron rank 8 in such a short time, only slightly slower than Qin Feng, who had the full backing of the Qin family. There was clearly some undisclosed secret at play. But he had no intention of delving deeper. I never expected to cross paths with you, Qin, here. Jiang Zhiwen tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, leaning forward slightly, poised and ready. Mr. Jiang, since we're both beast masters, let's settle this the way beast masters do. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen's stance, Qin Feng hastily waved his hands. He wasn't some freak like Jiang Zhiwen. While he wasn't as frail as other beast tamers, his own combat prowess was equally limited. If he really had to engage Jiang Zhiwen in close combat, he doubted he'd last 10 moves. Jiang Zhiwen remained silent.
Her goal was to secure 20 consecutive wins in the underground fights and claim that Silver Crucible token.
Now was the critical moment. How could she possibly give up her advantage?
Jiang, let our contract beasts fight freely.
Regardless of the outcome, I'll consider this round yours.
As if sensing Jiang Zhiwen's thoughts, Qin Feng immediately interjected, I merely wish to witness just how extraordinary this Frostblade Spirit Cat truly is.
Jiang Zhiwen pondered for a moment before nodding.
While the two were talking, Qin Mo and Qin Feng's wind-caller sparrow, Hongling, perched on their shoulders, were glaring at each other.
Ooh! You mangy bird, what are you staring at? Chirp! You black cat, who do you think you're talking about?
Believe it or not, Birdie here could turn you into roasted cat.
Oof!
Chirp! Noticing the tense standoff between the two contract beasts, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle.
Seems these two little ones are even more impatient than us.
Qin Feng patted the wind-summoning sparrow Hongling on her shoulder, signaling it to leave, then stepped back to the edge of the arena.
In Che, it's your turn.
Jiang Zhiwen flashed an encouraging smile before stepping aside as well. Spectators surrounding the arena immediately began buzzing with speculation.
Which contract beast do you think will win? No contest, it's definitely the wind-caller sparrow. That's right. That Frostblade Spirit Cat may be a mutant, but how can it compare to the bloodline of a divine beast? Not to mention that Frostblade Spirit Cat has fought so many consecutive battles.
Exactly. That Frostblade Spirit Cat is lucky to have even 30% of its strength left, while that Windcaller Sparrow is still at full power. If that young Beastmaster joined the fight, the outcome might be uncertain.
But with just the contract beasts battling? There's no contest. The onlookers were almost unanimously convinced Qin Mo would lose. After all, no matter how much of a mutant Qin Mo was, he wasn't made of iron. After consecutive battles, both his physical and mental stamina were severely depleted. Facing a Windcaller Sparrow that had awakened divine beast bloodlines in his current state? There was simply no way he could win. Unless Qin Mo had some hidden trump card they didn't know about. But was that even possible? In previous battles, Qin Mo had already demonstrated skills like Root Entanglement, Gravity Swamp, and Gale Blast. For a mutant species, such displays were already astonishing. After other practitioners had prepared their defenses, Qin Mo hadn't displayed any further skills. In the end, he even needed Jiang Zhiwen's assistance to defeat the challenger. If he still had hidden cards up his sleeve under these circumstances, they'd gladly eat their words. Chirp. Simultaneously, the two contract beasts on the arena entered combat. The wind-caller sparrow, Red Feather, seized the moment to attack, flapping its wings to whip up swirling dust sandstorm. A sudden gale swept across the empty arena, the swirling dust obscuring most of the ring. Tiny pebbles concealed within the dust storm shot toward Qin Mo like cannonballs. Though Qin Mo's vision was obscured, his night owl perception allowed him to easily detect the hidden projectiles beneath the dust. He raised his paw and struck. A howling wind erupted across the stage. The whirlwind swept the sand and stones back, hurling them toward the wind-caller sparrow Hongling on the opposite side. You little punk, trying to play with wind in front of this young master? You're still too green. Chirp. The wind-caller sparrow's voice echoed across the arena. Instantly, two wind blades sliced through the tempest, hurtling straight toward Qin Mo. The wind blades glowed a deep indigo, their surfaces faintly flickering with firelight. Qin Mo's eyelid twitched, and he swiftly dodged to the side. The blades sliced across the arena floor, instantly leaving two gashes several inches deep. What powerful wind blades! A gasp rose from the crowd below. Had this attack power already reached the silver grade level? All 6 underground boxing arenas were forged from special materials and reinforced with various formations and enchantments. Under normal circumstances, even a silver tier powerhouse couldn't damage them. Though Hongling's 2 wind blades only left scratches on the platform, it was more than enough to demonstrate their formidable destructive power. The purifying effect of phoenix flames? At the edge of the ring, Jiang Zhiwen's brow furrowed involuntarily. With her keen eyesight, she could easily discern the true nature of those 2 wind blades. Purely in terms of destructive force, they had indeed reached the bronze tier level, yet they fell far short of silver tier. The reason those wind blades left marks on the stage was because they contained phoenix flames. As one of the world's most potent flames, the phoenix flame possessed extraordinary purifying properties. The formations and enchantments on the stage were utterly useless against the phoenix flame. This wind-caller sparrow had actually mastered the phoenix flame. Below the stage, those with discerning eyes recognized the significance and gasped in unison that Frostblade Spirit Cat was doomed to defeat. The onlookers nodded in agreement. With the wind-caller sparrow now wielding the phoenix flame, the outcome of the battle was undeniably certain. Phoenix flames consume all in their path. Though at its current level, the wind-caller sparrow could only unleash the weakest blue flame, it was more than sufficient to handle a Frostblade Spirit Cat. The moment that Frostblade Spirit Cat touched even a wisp of phoenix flame, the battle would be over. Phoenix flame? On the arena platform, Qin Mo stared at the gouges on the ground, his gaze sharpening as faint black flames began to rise from his body. Though he knew little of the phoenix flame's true nature, he sensed its threat. In his current state, continuing this stalemate would only leave him with less and less room for error. Given that, he might as well seize the moment while he still had some strength left and unleash his full potential in a desperate gamble. Chapter 29, Another Kind of Evolution. Noticing Qin Mo's unusual state, Jiang Zhiwen hesitated inwardly for a moment, but ultimately chose not to intervene. Qin Mo's trump card was exposed, so be it. After all, she now held other trump cards of her own. Moreover, she and Qin Mo were but a hair's breadth away from bronze rank. Even if someone with ulterior motives targeted her, as long as it wasn't a silver tier or higher practitioner, she was confident she could escape. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as he barked the command, Red Feather, Flame Slash. Though he didn't know what other tricks Qin Mo had up his sleeve, it didn't matter as long as he interrupted him in time. Cheap. The wind-summoning sparrow Hongling emitted a crisp, piercing cry before flapping its wings and soaring into the air. Strands of azure flame appeared, swirling around Hongling and gradually coalescing into the phantom form of a phoenix. In the next instant, the phantom phoenix sliced through the sky, trailing a brilliant fiery streak as it charged straight toward Qin Mo. This was the phoenix bloodline's inherited skill. Seeing this, gasps erupted from the crowd below the stage, mastering a bloodline inheritance skill at the Black Iron rank? This wind-caller sparrow must possess an exceptionally pure bloodline. That Frostblade Spirit Cat has absolutely no chance of winning now. Others nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, many eyes flashed with greed, though they quickly suppressed their expressions. Given Qin Feng's status, professional practitioners from the Qin family were undoubtedly providing covert protection. To attack Qin Feng would be suicide, given their strength. On the stage, Jiang Zhiwen's expression grew grave. She raised her right hand, ready to summon Qin Mo into her beast-taming space at any moment. She had personally experienced the devastating power of the Flame Slash skill. In her previous life, she had sparred with a legendary phoenix. Though she had already set one foot on the threshold of mythical tier power, she was still wounded by that phoenix's Flame Slash. It took her 3 full months of recuperation to fully recover afterward. This Flame Slash from the wind-summoning sparrow couldn't compare to that phoenix's strike from her past life, but the current Qin Mo was nowhere near the level she had been back then. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the arena. A mass of black flames surged upward, enveloping Qin Mo within its embrace. Simultaneously, the phoenix's phantom, which had been hurtling toward her at incredible speed, seemed to respond to some unseen summons. It plunged precisely into the black flames, merging completely with them. This sudden turn of events left the spectators surrounding the arena utterly speechless. What kind of skill was this? Amidst the silence, a voice rang out from below the stage, filled with shock. That was the inherited skill of the phoenix bloodline. And now it's been absorbed and fused by a frostblade spirit cat. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would have dismissed it as a joke. Unheard of. Never heard of such a skill. Someone nearby murmured hoarsely, an elemental mage's elemental avatar could achieve that, but that's a skill only legendary tier elemental mages can learn. It might not be a skill at all. Perhaps that frostblade spirit cat possesses some unique treasure instead. Another voice offered a guess, though the tone was far from confident. A treasure capable of assimilating and absorbing phoenix flames? That's far rarer than an elemental mage who's mastered elemental avatar. Such treasures are invariably held by powerful professionals or ferocious beasts, or else lie hidden within perilous realms. How could one possibly appear on a frostblade spirit cat? I don't think so. This situation actually resembles the evolution of exotic beasts, but the frostblade spirit cat has long been confirmed to have no evolutionary variants. While the audience buzzed with speculation, Qin Feng and Jiang Zhiwen wore expressions of stark contrast. Qin Feng's gentle smile gave way to astonishment, her deep pool-like eyes filled with bewilderment. Jiang Zhiwen, however, wore a look of deep concern. Every evolution of a beast carried immense risk. Although Qin Mo's current situation wasn't strictly speaking an evolution, such an unexpected change would inevitably affect him. After fusing and absorbing the flame slash, even she, with her extensive experience, couldn't predict whether Qin Mo would be able to evolve into the Irontail Mountain Lord form again in such a short time, as he had done last time. Chirp! Just as everyone was distracted by this sudden turn of events, the wind-caller sparrow Hongling flapped its wings once more, gathering a multitude of fireballs before it. Hongling! Qin Feng quickly called back her contract beast. Given the uncertain situation, it was best to wait and see. Otherwise, what if these fireballs were assimilated and absorbed by Qin Mo again? Worse yet, what if they turned around and became Qin Mo's advantage? That would be courting trouble. Chirp! To Qin Feng's surprise, Hongling, usually docile and obedient, seemed to have been provoked. Completely ignoring his commands, it hurled the fireballs at Qin Mo on its own accord. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen suddenly darted forward, intending to intercept the falling fireballs. Merely absorbing the flame slash had already made Qin Mo's evolution fraught with uncertainty. If these fireballs were allowed to strike, only heaven knew what might happen. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted across the arena. The black flames enveloping Qin Mo surged upward by over 10 meters, their originally deep black hue rapidly tinged with a brilliant golden glow. The surging black flames collided with the descending fireballs, both vanishing into nothingness. Simultaneously, Qin Mo's figure reappeared on the stage. His size remained unchanged, still that of a cheetah. But his deep black fur had vanished, replaced by fine, dark golden scales. The skin beneath the scales clung tightly to the bones, giving the appearance of a desiccated corpse stripped of flesh, a sight that sent a chill down the spine. A tail longer than his body hung limply to the ground, its protruding bone spurs clearly visible. At the very tip of the tail, a ball of blue-gold flame burned. Is this the golden bone fiend? Gazing at Qin Mo's drastically altered form, Jiang Zhiwen's expression flickered with hesitation. Qin Mo's form bore a striking resemblance to a mythical beast she knew, the golden-hued bone demon, yet subtle differences remained. As for the others, they were utterly speechless. They had never seen such a beast before. Could this be an evolved form of the frostblade spirit cat? Qin Feng stared intently at Qin Mo, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Not far away, atop a towering building, Lu Xinghe watched the scene on the arena, his eyes suddenly gleaming. I knew that frostblade spirit cat was no ordinary creature. No, I must find a way to get my hands on that frostblade spirit cat. Roar! Qin Mo paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. The moment his evolution was complete, he leaped fiercely into the air, lunging toward the crimson feather mid-flight. He didn't have much time left. Because he had absorbed and fused the phoenix flames from the flame slash, his final evolution outcome was affected. Not only did he evolve into a golden bone demon instead of the Irontail Mountain Lord he was meant to become, but the duration of his potential overdraw skill had also plummeted from 1 hour to a mere 5 minutes. Naturally, the drastic reduction in skill duration came with weakened side effects. Once the potential drain effect ended, he would only enter a 24-hour weakened state, unlike last time when his level had plummeted by 5 tiers. This could be considered an unexpected blessing. Chapter 30, The Forge Order Secured. Seeing Qin Mo lunging toward it, Hongling immediately flapped its wings and soared upward. However, Qin Mo's speed proved faster than she anticipated. A dark golden streak flashed as Qin Mo's front claw darted out, striking the ascending windcaller sparrow. Unlike his Irontail Mountain Spirit form, in his gilded bone demon form, Qin Mo could not wield most of his skills. In exchange, his strength and speed were vastly enhanced in this form. Qin Mo's monstrous strength now rivaled Jiang Zhiwen's, perhaps even surpassing it.
Though Hongling had awakened Phoenix bloodlines, she remained merely a black iron tier wind-caller sparrow.
Qin Mo's strike sent her crashing down onto the arena with a wail. Hongling. Xin Feng's expression darkened instantly.
He immediately fired a burst of green light toward the wind's summoning sparrow, which was writhing in agony. Just as the green light was about to strike, a tail covered in bone spines suddenly shot out from the side, sweeping the wind's summoning sparrow aside. Qin Mo watched the wailing wind summoning sparrow, and a cruel glint flashed in his golden and azure eyes. Silver clear. As Qin Mo raised the bone-spiked tail once more to smash down on the wind-caller sparrow, Jiang Zhiwen beside him hurriedly spoke up to stop him. As far as she knew, the golden bone fiend was a savage beast, brutal and bloodthirsty. Although their own contract beast had always shown remarkable understanding of human nature, she couldn't guarantee Qin Mo would be able to restrain his instincts in this situation. Hearing Jiang Zhiwen's voice, Qin Mo's movement halted momentarily before he let out a howl. Beastmaster, seal me within the Beastmaster's realm. The aura emanating from that wind caller made him deeply uneasy, stirring an instinctive urge to kill it.
Qin Mo understood clearly that this was the natural aversion of the golden bone demon to Phoenix bloodlines. Even with his utmost suppression, he couldn't entirely escape the pull of his primal instincts.
Jiang Zhiwen understood immediately and swiftly raised her right hand.
A dark golden streak of light flashed, and Qin Mo's figure vanished from the arena. Thank you, classmate Jiang.
Xin Feng hastily thanked Jiang Zhiwen while simultaneously raising his hand to fire several green beams at the red-feathered bird. Enveloped by the green light, the wind caller quickly ceased its wailing. Struggling, it flew onto Qin Feng's shoulder, head bowed in sullen dejection. It had actually been defeated by a frostblade spirit cat. Qin Feng patted the wind-caller sparrow's head consolingly before turning to Jiang Zhiwen. Classmate Jiang, I lost this time. He hadn't expected that frostblade spirit cat to have such a hidden trump card, the ability to transform into a completely different type of beast. With Hongling defeated by such a frostblade spirit cat, he conceded defeat wholeheartedly. Qin, your wind-caller sparrow is quite formidable too. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze fell upon Hongling. Yet his mind did not conjure the scene from his past life, this very wind-caller sparrow summoning celestial flames to incinerate tens of thousands of beasts during the Jiangqing Beast Tide. That battle had cemented the wind's summoning sparrow Hongling's fame in his previous life. Yet that very battle had also drained nearly half of its Phoenix bloodline, ultimately halting its ascent at the King tier, preventing any further breakthrough. In this life, perhaps this wind-caller sparrow could fully awaken the Phoenix blood within its body, revealing the true might befitting a divine Phoenix. Still, it can't compare to your frostblade spirit cat. Xin Feng gave a bitter laugh, then his face lit up with fierce fighting spirit, but I believe my Hongling will defeat it. During the secret realm trials, let's face off again. How about it? This time, it was a pure battle between contracted beasts, with neither master truly intervening. While this format spared him from Jiang Zhiwen's threats, Hongling likewise lost the enhancement of his skills. If both sides fought without restrictions, he was confident Hongling wouldn't lose to Qin Mo. After all, his background far surpassed Jiang Zhiwen's. With the Qin family's resources, he could easily acquire rare beastmaster skills. With that skill advantage, he could completely bridge the gap between Hongling and Qin Mo. All right. Jiang Zhiwen paused briefly before nodding in agreement. With a clear answer secured, Qin Feng made no further delay and immediately leapt off the stage. Congratulations to contestant 444 for achieving 20 consecutive victories. After Qin Feng departed, the figure of the elderly man in fine robes reappeared on the stage, bellowing loudly. This time, however, the surrounding reaction was not as enthusiastic as before. For one thing, they had known the outcome of this battle long before it even began. Qin Feng had explicitly stated beforehand that regardless of the outcome between the two contract beasts, Jiang Zhiwen would ultimately be declared the victor. Second, many were still immersed in Qin Mo's performance. Many were pondering what the final form Qin Mo had displayed truly represented. An evolved form of the Frostblade Spirit Cat? A unique variant of the Frostblade Spirit Cat? Or perhaps simply a treasure or skill capable of transforming into other beasts? Lost in these speculations, the audience naturally paid little heed to the outcome that had long been decided. Mr. Jiang, do you wish to continue the battle? Seeing the muted reaction around him, the elderly man in fine robes who had anticipated this outcome felt no disappointment. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. As one of the hosts of the underground boxing ring, he had long received intelligence about Jiang Zhiwen from his family, making it easy for him to call her name. Jiang Zhiwen shook her head. Though she still possessed some reserves of strength, having achieved her objective, there was no need to continue fighting. Jiang, you may choose any prize from the 20 win streak rewards. The elderly man in the ornate robes nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Would you like me to describe each one for you? Although Jiang Zhiwen's professional talent was only D grade, professional talent alone didn't determine everything. Take the young master who just lost, for instance, wasn't he a practitioner with an A grade talent? Yet he still ended up defeated by Jiang Zhiwen. And among those who transferred professions alongside their young master, awakening S rank or even SS rank talents who could claim to defeat him with certainty? Judging by the prowess Jiang Zhiwen has demonstrated thus far, barring unforeseen circumstances, he is bound to shine brilliantly in the upcoming Secret Realm trials. Both he and the Qin family behind him would be delighted to befriend such a promising prodigy. Thank you for the offer. Jiang Zhiwen shook his head, pointing to the silver token on the nearby table. I'll take that silver forge token. The elegantly dressed elder promptly retrieved the token and handed it to Jiang Zhiwen, adding, since you've chosen this forge token, student Jiang, I assume you intend to commission a Chang family blacksmith to craft your equipment. If you trust the Qin family, we could handle this for you. Qin. What do you mean by that? Before Jiang Zhiwen could respond, a furious shout erupted from nearby. A voluptuous, stunningly beautiful woman suddenly appeared on the stage, glaring angrily at the elderly man in fine robes. This stunning woman was the hostess overseeing the 2 bronze battle stages. Witnessing the elderly man in fine robes blatantly poaching her client, she couldn't help but step forward to confront him. I'm just telling the truth. The elderly man in fine robes remained composed. Your Chang family may boast many silver-tier smiths, but their craftsmanship is no better than ours in the Qin family. What difference does it make whether I approach your Chang family or ours? Besides, my young master and Mr. Jiang are classmates and alumni. Wouldn't it be more fitting for my Qin family to handle this matter? The stunning woman was instantly speechless. The elderly man in fine robes spoke the truth. Among the 3 great families, the Pei family, possessing a purple gold tier blacksmith, naturally excelled most in forging. As for the Qin and Chang families, while the Chang family has more silver tier smiths than the Qins, their forging skills are hardly demonstrably superior. Thank you for your kind offer, elder, but I already have a suitable candidate in mind. At that moment, Jiang Zhiwen, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up with a smile. Though her tone was polite, anyone could detect the refusal within her words. The elegantly dressed elder naturally said no more, merely informing Jiang Zhiwen that should she change her mind in the future, the Qin family would always welcome her visit. Jiang Zhiwen expressed her gratitude repeatedly before departing the underground boxing arena. Chapter 31, The Power of Nature. 3 days later, in the southern wilderness of Jiangcheng, Jiang Zhiwen casually pulled her spear from the monster's corpse, a smile spreading across her face. She had finally broken through to bronze rank. Ever since obtaining the silver forge permit 3 days prior, she had departed the underground black market with Qin Mo and Kuang Shaoyan. For the next 3 days, she remained in the southern wilderness controlled by the city guard, relentlessly hunting monsters in the area to complete system quests. Nearly 3 days of non-stop combat had finally allowed her to break through to bronze tier 1. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward, natural power. At that moment, Qin Mo, dozing under a nearby tree, was startled awake by the sudden system notification. Ha! Another reward arrived? Qin Mo lifted his head in confusion, then quickly snapped to attention, giving Jiang Zhiwen a loud howl. Beastmaster, you've finally broken through to bronze rank. Jiang Zhiwen's mouth twitched, but she didn't respond. 2 days prior, when she successfully ascended to Black Iron Tier 9, her contracted beast had inexplicably broken through to bronze tier. Not only that, but during her push to bronze rank, Qin Mo's level had also risen consecutively, now reaching bronze tier 3. Even though she was accustomed to Qin Mo's unnatural rate of advancement, she couldn't help but feel a jolt of astonishment. Is it me who has the system, or is it you? After racking her brain trying to understand why Qin Mo's level could rise so rapidly, Jiang Zhiwen could only conclude that he was simply special. Woof. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen's expression, a hint of amusement flashed in Qin Mo's eyes before he let out a wolf-like howl at her. Beastmaster, where should we go next? First, we'll have the Chang family forge a suitable weapon for you, Jiang Zhiwen said, stroking Qin Mo's silky fur. Then we'll head to the Chaos Sky Island Secret Realm. 5 days hence, the Bronze Tier Secret Realm, Chaos Sky Island, would manifest. This was a brand new secret realm, brimming with treasures and opportunities. In her previous life, though she knew of the Chaos Sky Island Secret Realm's emergence, her mere Black Iron Tier 2 cultivation made venturing into a Bronze Tier Secret Realm impossible. In the end, she could only join the ranks of many underpowered adventurers, gazing enviously at those returning from the Chaos Sky Island Secret Realm laden with riches. Reborn, she would not let such an opportunity slip away again. In truth, her urgency to break through to bronze rank stemmed largely from this very secret realm. According to her past life's memories, the Chaos Sky Island Secret Realm harbored an incredibly precious time artifact capable of dramatically accelerating cultivation speed. In her past life, that artifact had ultimately fallen into Zhang Yuan's hands. But in this life, Zhang Yuan had already met his end at her hands, along with the famed Lion King Zhang Mo, who had perished long ago. The treasure that should have been Zhang Yuan's, she could only accept it in his stead. Ah woo. Hearing this, Qin Mo's interest was instantly piqued. He had always heard that professions like blacksmiths and alchemists held high status in this world, but he had never actually seen practitioners of these trades. Now, at last, he had the chance to see the world. As for the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island, he didn't place much importance on it. Counting the abandoned secret realm converted into the underground black market, he had already visited 3 secret realms. Secret realms held no novelty for him anymore. Let's go. Seeing Qin Mo's eager expression, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but smile before leading him toward Jiangqing's city center.
Along the way, Qin Mo took a moment to examine his newly acquired reward.
Nature's power, passive effect, while in a forest environment, slightly increases the recovery speed of physical stamina and mental energy.
Active effect, consumes mental energy to summon a tree spirit from a group of trees, lasting 1 hour. The tree. Active effect, consumes mental energy to summon a treant from a cluster of trees, lasting 1 hour. The trent's level and power are influenced by the tree's level and the amount of mental energy expended. A skill with dual effects? After reading the description of nature's power, Qin Mo couldn't help but smile. He had already acquired quite a few skills through system rewards, but this was the first time he'd encountered one with both active and passive effects. Now he had another ace up his sleeve. Back in the underground boxing ring, he had practically used every trick in his arsenal. Apart from the passive skill, Night Owl Perception, which might have gone unnoticed, all his other skills had been exposed. Given his and Jiang Zhiwen's performance in the underground arena, it was a certainty that someone with ulterior motives would have them in their sights. However, these past few days they'd been under the protection of the city guard, which was why those individuals hadn't rushed to make a move against him and Jiang Zhiwen. Being targeted by a group of ill-intentioned individuals, with his trump cards completely exposed, Qin Mo still felt uneasy. Now, at last, he had new means at his disposal. If any reckless fools dared to come looking for trouble, he could give them a pleasant surprise. The journey passed without incident. Before long, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo arrived outside an expansive estate. The estate occupied nearly half the street, its buildings shimmering in and out of view beneath the tree canopy. At the estate's heart stood a pavilion with soaring eaves and intricate brackets, its architectural style strikingly similar to Han Dynasty structures from Qin Mo's past life. After presenting the silver smelter order at the gatehouse, Jiang Zhiwen smoothly escorted Qin Mo into the estate. Upon passing through the main gate, they were soon met by members of the Chang household. Mr. Jiang, according to protocol, you may designate any one of our Chang family's silver-tier smiths to assist you once. The Chang family representative in charge of reception smiled at Jiang Zhiwen. Do you have anyone in mind, Mr. Jiang? If not, I can introduce them to you one by one. He dared not show the slightest disrespect to a professional like Jiang Zhiwen, who had achieved 20 consecutive victories in the underground boxing arena. Is Mr. Chang Fonglin available at the moment? Jiang Zhiwen looked at the receptionist and inquired. Chang Fonglin of the Qinqing artisan clan, a legendary blacksmith renowned throughout the Qinqing Empire in his previous life. Not only was his own level epic, but he had personally forged numerous legendary grade equipment pieces. He was hailed as the blacksmith most likely to forge mythical equipment in centuries. In her past life, she had shared a profound connection with Chang Fonglin. Chang Fonglin was her most capable lieutenant, and all the equipment she used had been forged by his own hands. Long before deciding to forge weapons, she had already set her sights on this former subordinate from her past life. Master Fonglin is resting in the guest quarters. The attendant hastily replied, though hesitation flickered across his face. After a moment's hesitation, the person spoke up. Student Jiang, according to our rules, you may designate any silver-tier blacksmith from the Chang family. However, I must remind you that due to his professional aptitude, Master Fonglin's forging success rate is only 30%. Whether to have Master Fonglin forge it is something you should carefully consider. Chang Fenglin's professional talent is named Divine Forging, a talent of the highest S rank with extraordinarily remarkable effects. Any equipment forged by Chang Fonglin not only gains various powerful additional effects, but upon successful forging, also possesses a certain probability of breaking through its original level. Yet, where there are advantages, there are also disadvantages. Due to the influence of his professional talent, Chang Fenglin's forging success rate is alarmingly low. Even with the Chang family investing resources without regard to cost, Chang Fenglin's forging success rate barely reached 30%. Fortunately, the equipment Chang Fonglin forged possessed exceptionally remarkable effects. While insufficient to cover the Chang family's losses, it was more than enough to solidify their resolve to continue investing. I know. Jiang Zhiwen nodded, her tone calm. I have faith in Mr. Chang Fonglin. Chang Fonglin was her longtime subordinate. How could she not know his professional aptitude? Even with her full support in his previous life, Chang Fenglin's forging success rate had only reached 50%, utterly incomparable to other smiths of his rank. Yet every piece of equipment bearing his name was a masterpiece. Given the rich rewards, taking some risks was hardly an issue. After all, she still held over 2 million credit points. Even if Chang Fenglin's forging failed, she could always purchase a bronze grade spear to make do. Chapter 32, Forging Results. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen's resolve, the man said no more and immediately led her toward the courtyard where Chang Fonglin rested. My success rate is less than 30%. Should the forging fail, I won't offer any compensation. Whether to use this silver crucible token to have me forge it you might want to reconsider, young lady. Within the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his hair bearing faint scorch marks, regarded Jiang Zhiwen with grave expression. Since I've asked Master Fonglin to handle this, I naturally trust your abilities. Jiang Zhiwen chuckled at this. If it truly fails, then I suppose I'll just have to blame my bad luck.
According to established custom, when commissioning a blacksmith to craft custom equipment, one should prepare at least 3 sets of materials. If the forging succeeds, whatever materials remain belong to the blacksmith. If the forging fails, one must simply accept their misfortune.
Of course, for the sake of their reputation, smiths usually offer some compensation, though it's never much. In that case, let's see what materials you've prepared. Chang Fenglin stowed away the silver forge token before addressing Jiang Zhiyun.
Jiang Zhiyun promptly produced all the prepared materials and informed Chang Fenglin that he needed to forge a spear. Red-veined copper ore, jade sand, Qin Mo gold, netherworld blood crystals.
Chang Fenglin's gaze swept over the materials, surprise evident as he remarked, quite a collection of fine items.
Even an experienced bronze-tier practitioner might struggle to gather these, let alone you, Jiang Zhiyun, who's only just broken through to bronze. I've always had good luck, Jiang Zhiyun chuckled casually. The crimson-veined copper ore came from the beginner's secret realm at Jiangcheng First Middle School. There was also a Ming gold crystal essence, but Qin Mo consumed it to fuel his first evolution. As for the nether blood crystal and shattered jade sand, they came from the shallow dwelling valley secret realm. The former was precisely the dark red rhombic crystal found within Ji Changfeng's corpse. The latter was discovered unexpectedly within the secret realm later on, when she and the city guard were investigating Ji Changfeng's intentions. With the courtesy of the other city guards, all the jade shards ended up in her possession. As for Qin Mo gold and the other materials, needless to say, they were all procured from the underground black market. Gathering these items did require some effort on her part, but it wasn't exactly a monumental challenge. This wasn't merely a matter of luck. Chang Fenglin shook his head and then said, "But Jiang, the materials you've gathered are too diverse. If you intend to use them all, they must be refined beforehand. Refining the materials plus the forging time would take about 3 days total." As he spoke, Chang Fenglin handed Jiang Zhiyun a slip of paper. "Here's my private communicator contact. In 3 days, Jiang, you can reach me directly through this." With that, Chang Fenglin turned and walked into the forging room, carrying the materials Jiang Zhiyun had brought. "Student Jiang, if you have no other arrangements, you may stay within this estate to cultivate during these 3 days. After Chang Fenglin departed, the Chang family member in charge of reception immediately offered. This estate contains several specially designed cultivation chambers where progress is roughly 50% faster than outside. Jiang Zhiyun politely declined the offer. For most practitioners, the 2 primary methods of leveling up are hunting monsters to absorb their life essence or self-cultivation. But she was different. She had a system. Even if the Chang family's cultivation chambers offered superior effects, they couldn't compare to the rewards she earned from completing daily quests. After that, Jiang Zhiyun took Qin Mo away from the Chang family estate and returned home. For the next 3 days, aside from completing the system's daily tasks, Jiang Zhiyun practically never left the house. Qin Mo was perfectly content with this arrangement, staying home to rest thoroughly for 3 days. Truth be told, since becoming Jiang Zhiyun's contract beast, this was the first time he'd felt this relaxed. Though Jiang Zhiyun's level didn't increase during those 3 days, Qin Mo still received 2 system rewards. A tier up in level and the earth element skill, rock scale technique. Qin Mo was no stranger to rock scale technique. He had used this skill when facing off against number 369 in the underground boxing ring. However, in Qin Mo's view, the rock scale technique was somewhat of a liability. His greatest advantage lay in his speed. He simply didn't need to engage enemies head-on. Thus, rock scale could only serve as a supplementary skill, increasing his margin for error in combat. It was rarely put to use. Upon discovering Qin Mo had advanced to Black Iron Tier 4, Jiang Zhiyun showed only a momentary surprise before quickly regaining her composure. Such developments had long ceased to surprise her. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Jiang Zhiyun opened her communicator and dialed the number Chang Fenglin had left her. "Jiang?" The communicator connected swiftly, and Chang Fenglin's voice came through. His tone was calm, yet he couldn't hide his excitement. "It's me, Jiang Zhiyun." Hearing the unmistakable thrill in Chang Fenglin's voice, she chuckled and teased, "I suppose I don't need to ask about the forging results." "You're right, Jiang. This forging was a complete success." Chang Fenglin's voice came through. "If you're free, Jiang, come to the villa now. I'll be waiting for you here." Alright, Jiang Zhiyun agreed immediately, then hung up the communication and headed to the Chang family estate with Qin Mo. Before long, Jiang Zhiyun and Qin Mo reappeared in the Chang family estate's annex. "Ha! This Frostblade spirit cat has actually reached bronze tier 4? Inside the courtyard, Chang Fenglin looked at Qin Mo, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. As far as he knew, when Jiang Zhiyun participated in the underground boxing tournament, Qin Mo was only at Black Iron Tier 9, right? Yet in just a few days, Qin Mo had reached bronze tier 4. Such a rapid advancement was simply beyond the realm of reason. Jiang Zhiyun smiled, choosing not to respond. Chang Fenglin didn't dwell on it either. He was merely a blacksmith. Whatever secrets this Frostblade spirit cat held were none of his concern. Then, Chang Fenglin retrieved a spear as tall as a man from his spatial pouch. The spear was entirely black, its surface crisscrossed with dark red and golden patterns. The dark crimson nether blood crystal was largely encased within the shaft, with only a small portion exposed, emitting an eerie glow.
A gold tier 2 spear, imbued with 3 effects: laceration, weakening curse, and life drain.
Chang Fenglin reluctantly handed the spear to Jiang Zhiwen, his expression serious. Considering you're only bronze tier, I've imbued this spear with 2 forging marks. Currently, this spear functions as bronze tier 5 equipment. Only when you reach gold tier will the forging marks unlock fully.
Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Feng. Jiang Zhiwen accepted the spear, unable to put it down.
She found nothing amiss in Chang Fenglin's decision to seal the spear. High-grade equipment undoubtedly brings a significant boost in power, but equally, channeling such gear exacts a tremendous toll on the user. Without the seal imposed by Chang Fenglin, this golden grade spear could only serve as a trump card for critical moments in her hands. But now, she could wield it as a standard weapon.
For most practitioners, this dilemma might cause hesitation.
But she didn't need to. She held numerous trump cards even without this ace up her sleeve, it wouldn't significantly impact her.
As long as Jiang is satisfied. Chang Fenglin smiled, a complex expression flickering in his eyes.
Truthfully, the Chang family had considered secretly intercepting this spear and substituting it with any ordinary silver-grade spear. After all, Jiang Zhiwen wasn't a blacksmith, he'd likely never detect the difference.
But after deliberation among the Chang family's senior members, they ultimately dismissed the idea. While this gold-grade spear was indeed precious, its value wasn't high enough to justify risking the Chang family's reputation. Moreover, with Chang Fenglin present, such equipment would inevitably be forged in the future. Moreover, Jiang Zhiwen was no pushover to be trifled with.
Setting aside her own demonstrated potential, the mere presence of Quan Gong, the commander of the city guard behind her, was enough to make the Chang family abandon their greedy ambitions.
Jiang Zhiwen remained unaware of these intricate maneuvers.
After thoroughly examining the spear in her hands, Jiang Zhiwen once again expressed her sincere gratitude to Chang Fenglin before taking her leave from the Chang family estate.
Chapter 33, Encounters in the Secret Realm of Chaos Sky Island. 2 days later, northern Jiangcheng.
Amidst undulating hills, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo hid behind a large boulder, carefully avoiding passing monsters.
Wah! How much longer until the secret realm appears, Beast Master? Qin Mo carefully suppressed his aura while glancing at Jiang Zhiwen.
They'd been waiting nearly half a day, yet there was still no sign of a secret realm emerging nearby. This place wasn't like the southern wilderness controlled by the city guard. The southern wilderness was thoroughly cleared by the city guard at regular intervals, leaving only black iron tier monsters and a few weak bronze tier monsters.
But this area wasn't under the control of any faction in Jiang City.
Bronze tier monsters were not exactly a dime a dozen here, but they were plentiful nonetheless. Occasionally, even silver tier monsters would pass through. In the past half hour alone, using night owl perception, he had already detected no fewer than 3 monster auras far surpassing bronze rank. The strongest among them might even be approaching gold tier strength. Don't worry, the secret realm should appear soon. Jiang Zhiwen crouched behind a rock, glanced up at the sky, and whispered.
She knew the Chaos Sky Island secret realm would open during daylight hours today, but the exact time remained unclear.
After all, at this point in her past life, she was merely a black iron tier 2 beast tamer. Back then, she was consumed by preparations for the impending secret realm trials. How could she have spared any thought for other matters? But judging by the sky, the opening of the Luancong Island secret realm couldn't be far off. Qin Mo sighed softly and lay back down. Jiang Zhiwen chuckled softly, patting Qin Mo before patiently waiting, hidden behind a rock. The sky gradually darkened. Just as the last rays of sunlight were about to vanish, a streak of light suddenly sliced through the air, landing not far from Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo. A massive crater abruptly appeared in the previously level ground. An ancient bronze-hued door, perfectly fitted, was embedded in the pit's bottom. At its center, a swirling vortex of light consumed the space. A whoa! Roar! Chirp! The sudden disturbance quickly drew the attention of nearby monsters. A cacophony of cries echoed across the undulating hills as hordes of creatures surged toward the gate of the secret realm. Go! Jiang Zhiwen wasted no time, urgently signaling Qin Mo to leave their hiding spot. With a leap, they plunged into the secret realm gate. Shortly after the man and beast stepped through the gate, the overwhelming horde of monsters began to converge. At that moment, as if stimulated by some force, the secret realm gate suddenly blazed with intense light. A dense white light enveloped several nearby mountain peaks, the magnificent spectacle clearly visible even from a great distance. Half an hour later, the white light dissipated. All bronze and black iron tier monsters on the surrounding hills vanished without a trace, with only a handful of silver tier creatures escaping unscathed. Faced with such bizarre events, the remaining silver-grade monsters were terrified out of their wits. They scrambled frantically toward the distance, daring not to linger for even a moment. This allowed the Jiangcheng professionals who arrived later to proceed unimpeded, easily uncovering the cause of the nearby changes. News of a brand new bronze tier secret realm appearing in northern Jiangcheng swiftly spread through various channels. Bronze tier professionals within Jiangcheng mobilized at the news, and even some black iron tier professionals confident in their abilities rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm,
Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen materialized on a small island roughly 100 meters in diameter. The island's vegetation was sparse. Aside from a few half-dead, stunted trees whose names Qin Mo couldn't identify, only a handful of weeds and moss remained. In the distance lay countless islands. Metal chains about a meter in diameter connected island to island. Gusts of wind swept through periodically, causing the chains to sway violently. Qin Mo stood at the edge of the island and looked down, discovering a churning sea of clouds below. Occasionally, enormous monsters swam through the clouds, their aura suffocating even from a great distance. These were the Celestial Veil Tomb beasts dwelling within the Celestial Veil Tomb. Jiang Zhiwen stood beside Qin Mo and explained softly, Heavenly Veil Tomb beasts are born at the sovereign tier. Upon reaching maturity, they naturally ascend to the legendary tier. In her previous life, she had once captured one as a mount. Unfortunately, despite investing vast resources, that Skyveil Tomb Beast had plateaued at legendary rank, unable to break through further. Otherwise, during the final decisive battle, with a mythic tier Celestial Veil Tomb Beast as her ally, she could have retreated safely even if she couldn't defeat that foreign demon god. Hearing Jiang Zhiwen's words, Qin Mo couldn't help but frown. They were currently in nothing more than a bronze tier secret realm, yet such a monster had appeared within it. Could it be because this Chaos Sky Island's secret realm was particularly unique? Rest assured, what we saw was merely a projection of the Heavenly Veil Tomb Beast. As if sensing Qin Mo's confusion, Jiang Zhiwen explained with a smile, below us lies an abyss without bottom. Should one slip and fall, while they might not become the Heavenly Veil Tomb Beast's meal, they certainly wouldn't leave behind a whole corpse. Whoa! This sure is a great place to dispose of bodies. Qin Mo's eyes widened in realization as he withdrew his gaze, silently adding to himself. Alright, time to find that treasure. Jiang Zhiwen, oblivious to Qin Mo's thoughts, beckoned him to follow as they walked toward the distance. Swiftly passing through the swaying metal chains, the man and beast suddenly appeared on an island stretching as far as the eye could see. The entire island was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring distant views. Something was off about this fog. At the island's edge, Qin Mo watched the lingering mist before him and instantly grew wary. The dense fog not only obscured his vision but even interfered with his senses. Even with the enhancement of night owl perception, he could only clearly sense events within 100 meters beyond that. He was powerless. This was the mirage mist of the Mirage Beast. Jiang Zhiwen withdrew his gaze from the mist, his brow furrowing slightly. The Mirage Beast was a legendary creature. It was said that this strange beast possessed the bloodline of a true dragon within its body, hence it was also referred to as the sea dragon in various tales. These creatures possessed immense power and were profoundly elusive, rarely revealing their true forms. Perhaps the seashells scattered along the shore, the chirping birds in the dense forest, or even an inconspicuous stone underfoot could be manifestations of the Shindragon. The mist it breathes, known as Shinchi, not only obscures perception but can also trap one in inescapable illusions. The Chaos Sky Island's secret realm was merely a bronze tier secret realm, so it naturally wouldn't harbor such a powerful beast, one that was at least epic tier in its weakest form. Yet even the lingering mirage mist left behind by these beasts is enough to cause headaches. Oh whoa! At that moment, Qin Mo beside him suddenly let out a howl, raising his claw to strike with a fierce slap. A dark figure was sent flying by the blow, crashing into the ground nearby. It twitched twice before going completely still. Qin Mo stepped forward to investigate and discovered it was a mantis the size of an arm. Its entire body was a withered yellow, covered in dense, leaf vein-like patterns. If one ignored its size, it could easily be mistaken for a dry leaf common in the forest. It was a tree mantis. Jiang Zhiwen also stepped forward to examine it, then suddenly understood. Tree mantises were a type of exotic beast quite popular among beast tamers. This beast possessed potential reaching as high as Silver Tier 9, and its innate strength ranked among the top within its tier. With dedicated cultivation, even if it couldn't be evolved, its raw power alone was sufficient to carry a beastmaster safely into the gold tier. Though this particular tree mantis was only at bronze tier 1, any practitioner lacking speed or defense would have no choice but to flee upon encountering it. Unfortunately for this tree mantis, it had the misfortune of encountering Qin Mo, a freak of nature. Wah! Beastmaster, are you staying? Qin Mo extended a claw to prod the unconscious tree mantis while glancing at his beastmaster. Jiang Zhiwen shook his head, his spear thrusting forward to pierce the unconscious insect with pinpoint accuracy. A cluster of vital essence flew from the tree mantis's corpse and merged into Jiang Zhiwen's body. Chapter 34, Vision Technique. Ding! Bound Entity's Strength Enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a hundredfold feedback reward, Vision Technique. As the life essence was absorbed by Jiang Zhiwen, Qin Mo heard the system notification ring in his ears. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Mo immediately opened the system panel to inspect it. Vision Technique consumes mental energy to gain sight of an area and reveal invisible units within it. This skill came at just the right moment. After reading the skill description, Qin Mo's heart leapt with excitement. He immediately closed the system panel and attempted to cast the skill. In the next instant, two beams of white light shot out from Qin Mo's eyes, piercing through the churning mirage mist ahead. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Mo took in the entire scene beyond the shimmering mist. It was a swamp littered with rotting corpses. Countless monsters lurked among the marsh's weeds and dead trees, patiently waiting for prey to draw near. Deep within the swamp, a massive creature lay half submerged in the muddy ground, only its pair of dark yellow eyes visible. On a clearing behind it, a bronze chest half a meter tall emitted a faint glow. Moments later, the white light faded. The scene before him was once again obscured by the thick, shimmering mist. Qin Mo shook his slightly dizzy head, silently feeling relieved. Thank goodness he had acquired the vision spell skill. Otherwise, stepping unprepared into the swamp ahead would have left him dead or at least skinned alive. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen watched Qin Mo swing his head back and forth, her heart churning violently. Drawing on her vast experience from a past life, she recognized the skill Qin Mo had just cast. The exclusive class skill of Holy Word Mage's vision spell. Given Qin Mo's past behavior, she had long grown accustomed to his ability to cast spells beyond the gold element. Even if he suddenly unleashed a forbidden spell from another element one day, she wouldn't bat an eyelid. But when had her contract beast mastered a class-exclusive skill? That was something even the legendary divine beasts at the apex of the beast ecosystem couldn't achieve. What on earth was the origin of her contract beast? Whoa! Qin Mo had no idea Jiang Zhiwen was once again stunned by his display. Once he recovered from the aftereffects of casting vision spell, he immediately turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. Beastmaster, there's a bronze treasure chest in the swamp ahead, and a big guy guarding it. Want to go check it out? Hearing Qin Mo's voice snapped Jiang Zhiwen back to reality. Why overthink it? Regardless of Qin Mo's background, he was still her contracted beast for now worthy of trust. That's enough. As for everything else, that could wait. With the system by her side and the experience from her past life, she could return to her peak in no time. By then, even if her contract beast truly underwent some unforeseen transformation, her strength would allow her to handle it with ease. Was that a swamp ahead? Understanding Qin Mo's meaning, Jiang Zhiwen's expression grew considerably more serious. Swampy terrain ranked among the most dreaded landscapes for low-level adventurers. Exploring such areas required not only guarding against elusive monsters but also navigating the swamp's myriad natural traps. Before mastering aerial techniques, adventurers found their movements severely restricted when fighting in swamps. Though Jiang Zhiwen possessed the experience of his previous life, he still hesitated to venture into the marshlands lightly. And that was without considering the thick mirage mist that blanketed the area. Venturing into the swamp with both vision and perception obstructed was simply too risky. Even with his contract beast possessing the skill vision spell, it remained equally perilous. Because casting this skill consumed an enormous amount of mental energy. His contract beast was only bronze tier now. Even if it did nothing else but cast vision, its spiritual energy would be drained dry in no time. Oh whoa! Qin Mo nodded, a questioning look on his face. What did that monster look like? Did you get a clear view, Yin Che? Jiang Zhiwen didn't make a decision immediately, but continued to ask. Oh whoa! Qin Mo let out a howl, waving his claws in animated gestures. Though a special bond existed between the Beastmaster and his contract beast, allowing them to understand each other more easily. But when describing overly complex information, physical gestures were still necessary. At this moment, Qin Mo desperately wished he possessed a skill akin to telepathic communication. It would make expressing himself so much less exhausting. As for speaking aloud, that was a feat only monsters and beasts of sovereign tier or higher could achieve. Even with the system's support, speaking aloud remained a distant dream for Qin Mo in the short term. Judging by this, the monster was likely a swamp lizard. Through Qin Mo's description, Jiang Zhiwen's mind swiftly conjured up the relevant monster information, and he promptly made a decision. Let's go check it out. Swamp iguanas weren't particularly powerful monsters. Their only advantage was their thick, tough skin. But neither she nor Qin Mo feared monsters like this, those with solid defense but severely lacking in offense. Soon, the two human and beast pushed through the churning mirage mist ahead and stepped into the swampy area. The moment they stepped into the marsh, several black tendrils shot out from the muddy water, darting toward Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Qin Mo reacted with lightning speed, instantly raising his claw to strike. Thick vines burst from the ground, forming a barrier between him and Jiang Zhiwen, blocking the incoming black threads. Only then did Qin Mo clearly see what had attacked them. They were leeches, each about the size of a fist, with mouths inside suction cups lined with rows of serrated teeth. The sharp teeth easily tore through the vine's outer layer, allowing the leeches to cling firmly to the vine. Jiang Zhiwen casually thrust his spear forward, piercing the leeches with pinpoint accuracy. He then flicked the spear, flinging the leech corpses dangling from its tip away. These leeches were merely black iron tier 1. At Jiang Zhiwen's current bronze tier 1 level, killing them yielded not even a shred of vital essence. Suddenly, Qin Mo had an idea. The vines blocking his and Jiang Zhiwen's path suddenly collapsed forward. Thick tendrils floated above the muddy ground, continuously extending ahead. Within mere breaths, a 50-meter-long vine pathway materialized before Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. This represented the absolute limit of Qin Mo's current abilities. To force the vines to grow further would cause his mental energy to drain exponentially, a burden Qin Mo couldn't bear at this moment. You're quite clever. Jiang Zhiwen looked at Qin Mo, offering her praise without reservation. This approach wasn't particularly ingenious. Many practitioners employed similar methods when traversing swampy terrain. For instance, using the frost cover skill to blanket the marsh in solid ice, or employing hardening spell to transform the muddy ground into a hardened surface. The methods varied, countless in number. Given Qin Mo's consistent performance, Jiang Zhiwen wasn't surprised he'd come up with this solution. A man and a beast trot along a path formed by vines, soon stepping onto a massive floating rock. Just then, a sharp arrow suddenly whizzed toward them from the distance. Chapter 35, The Three-Eyed Tribe. Before Qin Mo could react, Jiang Zhiwen had already deflected the arrow. Turning toward the arrow's origin, they saw a giant wolf bursting from the shimmering mist, closing in on them at breakneck speed. The wolf's entire body glowed blue, surrounded by crackling lightning, giving it an unearthly appearance. Seated atop its back was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her form was indistinguishable from a human's, save for the 6 eyes adorning her face. Holding a massive black bone bow, she drew the arrow, aiming squarely at Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. The Three-Eyed Clan. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze sharpened, his expression turning grave. The Three-Eyed Tribe, one of the royal clans of the alien races. This race possessed innate marksmanship. Their extraordinary vision combined with formidable physique allowed the Three-Eyed Tribe to strike down enemies before they could even detect the threat. In her past life, she had witnessed countless professionals fall victim to the Three-Eyed Tribe's hidden arrows. Even she herself, back in her King Tier days, had been gravely wounded by a Three-Eyed Clan marksman's hidden arrow. Only by relying on her substitute puppet had she managed to survive. The Three-Eyed Clan? Qin Mo's gaze fell upon the woman's face. She has 6 eyes, doesn't she? But he only muttered the thought to himself before regaining his composure, watching the stunningly beautiful woman with heightened vigilance. From her, he sensed a deadly threat. If he let his guard down, he might truly meet his end at the hands of this stunning beauty. A human, and a weak frostblade spirit cat? The blue giant wolf halted about 50 meters away from Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. The Three-Eyed Clan woman's gaze swept over Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, a trace of disdain flickering across her stunning face. As one of the royal clans among the alien races, how could the Three-Eyed Clan possibly regard a weak beast like the frostblade spirit cat? In their eyes, such creatures were so insignificant they weren't even worthy of being on the menu. It was Jiang Zhiwen who piqued the Three-Eyed Tribe's interest. Not because of her strength, but because of her appearance. Due to their human-like appearance, the Three-Eyed Tribe's aesthetic preferences closely mirrored those of humans. The human woman over there. The Three-Eyed woman boldly scrutinized Jiang Zhiwen, her voice calm. Kneel and pledge your allegiance to me, and I may spare your life. She speaks human language? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Mo's eyes. The Three-Eyed Tribe was one of the royal clans among the alien races, naturally endowed with exceptional intelligence. Mastering the languages of other species posed no difficulty for them. As if sensing Qin Mo's confusion, Jiang Zhiwen offered a quiet explanation. Qin Mo's expression darkened as understanding dawned. Dealing with intelligent beings versus mindless creatures was like night and day in terms of difficulty. Not to mention that this stunning woman's strength itself was formidable. Human woman, my patience is not infinite. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen's silence, the Three-Eyed woman's expression darkened. She coldly snorted, I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. After 10 breaths, if you still have no answer, then you shall die. With that, the Three-Eyed woman abruptly drew back the black bone bow in her hands. The black bone bow instantly stretched to its full moon shape. The bow body, crafted from some unknown bone, creaked and trembled incessantly, as if it might snap at any moment. No need to think about it. Jiang Zhiwen's face turned icy. With a flick of his foot, his entire body sprang forward. At the same moment, Qin Mo vanished from his position. Foolhardy. The Three-Eyed woman snorted coldly. A red light flashed in her top pair of eyes before she released the taut bowstring. 2 arrows shot forth like cannonballs, aimed directly at Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen flickered his spear, deflecting the incoming arrows with pinpoint accuracy. On the other side, Qin Mo effortlessly dodged the incoming arrows. The mist arrows plunged into the churning, shimmering mist behind them, followed immediately by a wail of despair. Clearly, some unfortunate monster had taken the arrow meant for Qin Mo. The beautiful woman's expression remained unchanged. She squeezed her legs tightly around the massive blue wolf beneath her and continued to draw her bow. The blue giant wolf let out a long howl and swiftly retreated, carrying the beautiful woman. Simultaneously, a volley of arrows flew swiftly from the beautiful woman's hands, blanketing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. What a nuisance! Qin Mo dodged the incoming arrows, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He had to find a way to get closer to that Three-Eyed Tribe woman. Otherwise, he'd just be a sitting duck for her arrows. But the blue giant wolf, though not as fast as him, was still remarkably swift. Distracted by the arrows fired by the Three-Eyed Tribe woman, he found it nearly impossible to catch up to the blue giant wolf. As for his own beast master? Her speed couldn't even match the blue giant wolf, making it even harder for her to get close to the Three-Eyed Tribe woman. He had to control that giant wolf. Qin Mo's thoughts raced as his gaze swept the surroundings, searching for a suitable foothold. To restrain the giant wolf, he could only deploy his root binding technique.
But once he unleashed the root bind, it would inevitably shatter the floating stones beneath his feet. If he didn't find a secure foothold beforehand, once the floating stones were shattered, he and Jiang Zhiwen would be forced to fight the three-eyed woman amidst the treacherous traps of the swamp.
Human woman, you'd be wise to surrender now.
The three-eyed woman's voice rang out, dripping with undisguised mockery. With just you and that trash-tier frostblade spirit cat, you'll never get close enough to me. The blue giant wolf beneath the three-eyed woman let out a piercing howl, as if mocking Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen's expression remained unchanged, but two pools of dark fire ignited in her eyes.
Rakshasa King class skill, Battle Will Awakened. Battle Will Ignition ignites one's battle will, comprehensively enhancing all attributes. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. As this bronze tier class skill activated, Jiang Zhiwen's speed surged dramatically. Simultaneously, a white light shot from Jiang Zhiwen's hand and vanished into Qin Mo's body. Cloud body, wind form. With Jiang Zhiwen's skill enhancement, Qin Mo's speed increased by a full third, leaving vivid afterimages in his wake. A boring trick. The three-eyed woman sneered, raising her black-boned bow and firing an arrow skyward. Moments later, countless tiny light arrows rained down like hail, blanketing the entire floating stone. Heavenly net arrow formation. As the light arrows descended, Qin Mo's afterimages shattered like bubbles, vanishing instantly. Even Qin Mo himself was forced to activate rock scale technique to defend. A crisp clatter echoed. The light arrows continuously collided with the rock scales, sparking bursts of sparks. Under the relentless assault, dense cracks began to appear across the hard rock scales, as if they might shatter at any moment. Rock scale technique? The three eyes of the three-eyed clan woman flickered with a faint light, taking in every change on Qin Mo. A human-like look of surprise flashed across her face. Interesting. He is somewhat stronger than the other Frostblade spirit cats. You've earned the right to be my meal. Before the words had fully left her mouth, several more arrows shot forth, sealing off the space around Qin Mo. Seeing no way to evade, Qin Mo gritted his teeth and charged straight into the barrage. As the arrows bounced off him, the rock-like scales covering Qin Mo shattered, stripping him of his defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, Qin Mo brought his claw down with a thunderous smash. The loose stones beneath his feet trembled violently as thick vines burst from the earth, coiling toward the three-eyed woman. Root entanglements? A flicker of disdain crossed the three-eyed woman's eyes as she clamped her legs together with force. The blue giant wolf let out a howl, its limbs bending as its massive body leapt upward. In the next instant, terrifying pressure descended from above, forcing the blue giant wolf back to the ground. The vines seized the opportunity, binding the blue wolf tightly in place. Gravity swamp. The three-eyed woman's expression abruptly changed. Spell stacking? Impossible. How could a mere Frostblade spirit cat master such techniques? Oh whoa! You're the one who's ignorant. Qin Mo wouldn't pass up this chance to kick someone when they're down. He immediately closed in on the three-eyed woman. But Jiang Zhiwen's movements were faster. In her battle-ignited state, Jiang Zhiwen leapt several times to land beside the blue giant wolf. Without hesitation, her spear pierced through the creature's skull. A streak of blood surged along the spear into Jiang Zhiwen's body, strengthening her aura. This was the manifestation of the spear's life-draining effect being triggered. The giant wolf let out a piercing howl before collapsing to the ground, utterly silent. Useless beast. Seeing her mount slain with a single spear thrust, the three-eyed woman cursed grimly. With a forceful twist, she snapped her black-bone bow clean in two. Sharp blades sprang from the broken bow, their surfaces glowing with a brilliant green hue, beautiful yet deadly. Come on then. I'll see if you humans and that Frostblade spirit cat have what it takes to survive my blades. The three-eyed woman's voice rang out, filled with murderous intent. Gripping one half of the bow in each hand, she charged swiftly toward Jiang Zhiwen. Chapter 36, The Raging Three-Eyed Tribe. Jiang Zhiwen's expression remained unflinching as she swung her spear like a club, bringing it down over the woman's head. The three-eyed tribe woman didn't retreat a single step. Gripping the broken bow with both hands, she yanked it back with all her might. The bowstring, made of some unknown material, snapped taut, instantly deflecting the descending spear. Simultaneously, Qin Mo materialized behind the three-eyed tribe woman. His sharp claws, gleaming coldly, sliced across the back of her neck. A crisp clang echoed through the air. Dense scales suddenly erupted across the back of the three-eyed woman's neck. Qin Mo's claws struck the scales, leaving only faint white marks. I've been waiting for you, you beast. The three-eyed woman sneered coldly, parrying Jiang Zhiwen's spear while closing in on her. As for Qin Mo, she simply ignored him. A mere Frostblade spirit cat couldn't even breach her defenses. It posed no threat whatsoever. The only concern was avoiding being entangled by that Frostblade spirit cat's tendrils. Just then, Qin Mo suddenly shouted at Jiang Zhiwen. Beastmaster, retreat. Jiang Zhiwen retreated without hesitation. Simultaneously, Qin Mo leapt from the shattered floating stone and bounded toward the distance. The next instant, a gaping maw bristling with razor-sharp teeth erupted from the swamp below, swallowing the three-eyed woman whole along with the shattered floating stone. Swamp worm. The enraged voice of the three-eyed tribe woman echoed from within the swamp worm's belly. Immediately, the swamp worm's massive body began writhing violently, splashing muddy water everywhere. Clearly, the three-eyed woman was making her move inside the creature's belly. Qin Mo landed on a patch of dry grassland, casting an inquiring glance at Jiang Zhiwen. Swamp worms were common monsters in marshlands, average in strength but exceptionally resilient and defensive. Jiang Zhiwen deflected the splashing mud with his spear while explaining, "It's difficult for practitioners of the same level to break through its defenses." Before he finished speaking, the swamp worm's belly split open, and the three-eyed woman emerged, covered in filth. Qin Mo instinctively looked toward Jiang Zhiwen. Players of the same level struggle to breach a swamp worm's defenses? Jiang Zhiwen shot Qin Mo a disapproving glare but said nothing. As one of the royal clans among the alien races, could ordinary practitioners even be compared to them? This was a race capable of effortlessly fighting opponents several levels above them. Slaughtering a swampworm should be child's play. Foolhardy beast. Meanwhile, the three-eyed woman casually swung her blade. A slash of light sliced through the air, cleaving the frantically struggling swampworm in two. Foul-smelling blood splattered everywhere, some landing on the woman's face. She merely licked it off nonchalantly. Put. Disgusting. As expected, these lowly monsters are pure trash. With that, the three-eyed woman's gaze settled on Qin Mo. Hope your beastly blood tastes better. As she spoke, the three-eyed woman bent her knees and launched herself toward Qin Mo like a cannonball. "Inche, watch out." Jiang Zhiwen's expression darkened as he charged toward Qin Mo, spear raised. She knew all too well that her contract beast's greatest weakness lay in its inherently fragile defenses. Even mastery of the rock scale technique couldn't compensate for that. If the three-eyed tribe woman closed in, his contract beast might not withstand her fierce assault. As the three-eyed woman closed in, Qin Mo swiftly raised his paw and struck. A blurred shadow shot from his body, striking toward the three-eyed woman. Shadow assault? The three-eyed woman's voice rang out, tinged with disdain. Nothing but these boring tricks. As she spoke, the three-eyed tribe woman swung her blade, cleaving the incoming shadow completely apart. Qin Mo inwardly gasped at the precision of her blade work. The defining strengths of the shadow assault skill were its speed and stealth. Whether facing Ji Changfeng in the shallow Abode Valley's secret realm or clashing with other practitioners on the Black Fist arena, this skill had never failed him. Yet this once unbeatable skill had been thwarted by the three-eyed woman. "What other tricks do you have, you beast? Bring them all out now." The three-eyed woman's voice rang out, brimming with unmasked arrogance. "Let this beast witness the vast chasm between your vile trash and my true power." As she spoke, the three-eyed woman charged toward Qin Mo, hurling the broken bow shaft from her left hand. The cold blade sliced through the air, whistling toward Qin Mo. Qin Mo neither dodged nor retreated. A spear thrust out from the side, piercing the flying blade with pinpoint accuracy. The three-eyed woman snorted coldly. With a flick of her right hand, the broken bow shaft snapped back along its string. Just as she prepared to strike again, four thick arms suddenly emerged from the muddy ground, clamping down on her legs. Then, two tree-like beings, each standing about 2 meters tall, emerged from the muddy water below, blocking the path in front of Qin Mo. This swamp was not lacking in withered, decaying trees. Qin Mo had initially channeled his natural power on a whim, never expecting to actually summon tree ants. What surprised him even more was that these tree men, summoned from the decaying wood, could move freely within the swamp. Summoning tree ants? No, this is the power of nature. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze fell upon the tree ant covered in mud, surprise flickering in his eyes. While both summon tree spirit and natural force could conjure tree spirits, the two skills possessed subtle differences. The former is a universal skill available to all classes, requiring no medium to cast. The latter, however, is exclusive to the druid class and requires a tree as a medium to summon a tree ant. Yet in terms of sheer effect, the power of nature undoubtedly surpassed summon tree ant. His own contract beast actually possessed such a skill? How many more hidden cards does he have up his sleeve? This is nature summoning. Impossible. This can't be. At the same time, the three-eyed woman let out a hysterical scream. How could a lowly creature like a frostblade spirit cat possibly learn such a skill? Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but glance at Jiang Zhiwen. "Beast Master, what's gotten into this guy?" The three-eyed tribe woman's reaction was a bit too intense. Even if the skill of harnessing natural power is relatively rare, it shouldn't cause a member of the royal family of another race to lose their composure like this. The three-eyed tribe revered nature, believing themselves to be the sole favored children of the Mother of Nature. Jiang Zhiwen observed the three-eyed woman descending into frenzy and offered a casual explanation. Even the high elves hold no standing in the eyes of this race. Before Jiang Zhiwen could finish, Qin Mo already understood her meaning. No wonder the three-eyed woman reacted so violently. By then, the woman had regained her composure. Her 6 bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin Mo, her murderous intent laid bare. No matter what vile means you use to obtain Mother Nature's blessing, once you're dead, no filth will ever defile her gift. As she spoke, the three-eyed woman swung her blade with savage force, each strike and maneuver utterly relentless, her stance radiating a complete willingness to go down with Qin Mo. Chapter 37, Soul Chaos Incense.
Seeing the three-eyed woman break free from the Trent's grasp and charge toward him, Qin Mo didn't engage her further. With a single leap, he vanished onto a distant grassy plain. The triad blocking his path received its command and advanced toward the three-eyed woman. Not only that, but the ground where the three-eyed woman had stood moments before trembled. 2 more tree men emerged from the muddy earth. 4 tree men now surrounded the three-eyed woman, pinning her in the center. Jiang Zhiwen wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. He immediately raised his spear and charged forward. Yet the three-eyed woman seemed fixated on Qin Mo. Seeing him steadily widening the distance between them, she simply clasped her hands together. With a sharp snap, the black bone bow, previously snapped in 2, fused back together. She drew back the bowstring, and a volley of arrows shot out like lightning, sealing off all space around Qin Mo. Seeing no way to evade, Qin Mo had no choice but to activate his rock scale technique once more to endure the onslaught. The rock scales collided with the arrows, shattering into fragments that scattered in an instant. Deprived of momentum by the rock scales, the arrows landed limply on Qin Mo's body, failing even to pierce his skin. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear into the three-eyed tribe woman. As the spear's laceration and weakness curse effects activated, a gruesome wound instantly appeared on her midsection, blood gushing forth. Laceration and curse effect? The three-eyed woman sensed something was amiss the instant it happened, her expression shifting abruptly. In a one-on-one fight, she held Jiang Zhiwen in utter contempt. Her naturally formidable physique ensured she stood unbeatable. But now she was being besieged by Jiang Zhiwen and 4 Traiants working together. Not only were those 4 Traiants thick-skinned and tough, they also showed no fear of death, attacking with a strategy of trading blows for blows. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen proved elusive, using the tree men as cover to deliver sudden, stabbing thrusts. These sneak attacks were particularly dangerous, forcing her to constantly guard against them. Now cursed, her strength waning while theirs grew, countering Jiang Zhiwen's ambushes became even more taxing. And to make matters worse, that damn Frostblade spirit cat was lurking in the distance, watching her every move. That Frostblade spirit cat had already unleashed skills that absolutely shouldn't possess root entanglements, shadow assaults, even harnessing the power of nature. Who knew what other tricks it still had up its sleeve? Overconfidence. Facing a genuine threat to her life, the three-eyed woman couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. She shouldn't have revealed herself so rashly in the first place. With the speed of her ghost wolf mount and the cover of the mirage mist, she could have easily toyed with Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo at her mercy using her masterful archery. Alas, she hadn't taken Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo seriously from the start. That was why she had abandoned her own advantages, exposing herself to Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's line of sight. Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo cared not a whit about what the three-eyed clan woman was thinking. Seeing the three-eyed tribe woman wounded, both man and beast launched a frenzied assault. Strike while the iron is hot. Thick vines erupted from the swamp, coordinating with the 4 Traiants to maintain relentless pressure on the three-eyed woman. Jiang Zhiwen danced around her, his spear transforming into a vicious serpent, carving fresh wounds into her flesh. The tide of battle steadily turned in favor of Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. You lowly creatures dare think you can kill me? Covered in blood, the three-eyed woman parried the attacks from the Traiants and Jiang Zhiwen, a look of madness spreading across her face. Then we'll die together. As she spoke, the three-eyed woman frantically drew back her bowstring. Arrows emitting a strange fragrance shot out in all directions. Soul-scattering incense. Trouble. Jiang Zhiwen's expression darkened as he rushed forward to stop her. Qin Mo reacted just as swiftly, directing the Traiant to intercept the arrows. Yet despite their combined efforts, they managed to block only a fraction of the arrows. The rest vanished into the swirling, churning mist of Shinchi. From within the shimmering mist, the cries of monsters rose in waves. Yin Che, finish this quickly. Hearing the sounds around them, Jiang Zhiwen let out a fierce shout, abandoning the hit-and-run tactics and charging straight at the enemy head-on. Qin Mo, meanwhile, directed the Traiants to surround and attack the three-eyed woman, creating an opening for Jiang Zhiwen, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding situation. Empowered by night owl perception, he clearly sensed a vast horde of monsters converging on their battlefield. Though many unlucky creatures had been swallowed by the swamp's natural traps, the remaining horde was still overwhelmingly vast. What terrifying power the Chaos Soul Incense possessed! Qin Mo inwardly gasped. Earlier, their battle had been so fierce, yet aside from that unfortunate swampworm, the surrounding monsters had remained utterly indifferent to the commotion. Yet, provoked by those arrows radiating that strange fragrance, the monsters collectively descended into madness. Even death couldn't halt their advance. Oomph. You lowly creatures should consider yourselves honored that I deigned to use the soul chaos incense on you. The three-eyed woman tossed aside her black bone bow, gripped the spear piercing her arm, and sneered coldly, how long do you think you can hold out against these crazed monsters? Before her words faded, a colossal monster burst forth from the churning mirage mist. It was the very same swamp iguana that Qin Mo had initially glimpsed guarding the bronze treasure chest through his vision spell. Its eyes blazed crimson as it charged toward the three-eyed woman, its tail lashing out to sweep aside approaching lesser monsters. Then you needn't trouble yourself. Jiang Zhiwen kicked the three-eyed woman, swiftly drawing his spear to pierce through her heart. But true to her status as royalty among the alien tribes, even with her heart pierced, she clung to life, her face twisted in scorn as she stared at Jiang Zhiwen. By then, the swamp iguana had charged to within striking distance. Though the bronze 9th tier swamp lizard might not match Jiang Zhiwen or the three-eyed woman in raw combat prowess, its massive frame still radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Moreover, a relentless wave of monsters closed in around them, forming an impenetrable encirclement.
Jiang Zhiwen's face darkened as he drew forth a silver talisman. A 5 elements escape talisman?
The three-eyed woman sneered disdainfully. In a place like this, where mirage chi permeates everything, the 5 elements escape talisman is useless.
The 5 elements escape talisman was one of the many talismans a silver-ranked talismanist could draw.
It allowed one to harness the environment to perform the 5 elements escape technique, making it a highly practical talisman. This 5 elements escape talisman was one of Jiang Zhiwen's most valuable life-saving trump cards, purchased at a high price from the underground black market.
Oh whoa!
Just as Jiang Zhiwen prepared to recall Qin Mo into her beast taming space and activate the 5 elements escape talisman to flee, Qin Mo's cry suddenly rang out beside her. Jiang Zhiwen and the three-eyed woman turned toward the sound to find Qin Mo standing atop a monstrous creature's head. The creature was a colossal skeleton, its bones gleaming bronze. One hand wielded a blade, the other a shield, as it strode rapidly toward them.
A dark slave? This is the dark curse? The three-eyed woman's horrified voice rang out. How could this be? How could a skill bestowed by Mother Nature coexist with filthy undead magic?
The three-eyed woman's chest heaved rapidly as she coughed up blood and fragments of torn-out organs, yet she paid it no heed, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Mo.
Chapter 38, cleverly seizing the bronze treasure chest. Oh whoa! Qin Mo let out a howl toward Jiang Zhiwen. Beastmaster, get out of here. As for the three-eyed woman,
she was merely a dying alien race he couldn't be bothered to care. Hearing Qin Mo's voice, Jiang Zhiwen drew his spear and leaped forward, landing right beside the dark slave.
Impossible. This can't be happening.
The three-eyed woman lay motionless on the ground, her eyes fixed on the dark slave breaking through the encirclement, muttering incessantly. Even as her last breath left her, the look of utter disbelief remained frozen on her face. As the woman of the three-eyed clan died, a massive cluster of vital essence burst forth from her corpse, vanishing into the churning, dense mist of Shinchi.
Ding! Bound entity's power enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward, Mimicry. So the three-eyed woman was finally dead?
Startled by the sudden system notification ringing in his ears, Qin Mo froze for a moment before snapping to attention. He immediately began examining his newly acquired skill. Mimicry upon casting transforms the caster into any monster of equal or lower level for 30 minutes. Can be detected by scouting skills. Qin Mo stared at the skill description, lost in thought. This skill clearly wasn't as versatile as others like Root Bind, but if used effectively, it could yield extraordinary results. Take the current situation, for instance.
Arg! Qin Mo turned his gaze to Jiang Zhiwen beside him.
After absorbing the life essence provided by the three-eyed clan woman, Jiang Zhiwen's level had advanced further, reaching bronze tier 2.
What is it, In Che?
Noticing Qin Mo's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen's face flashed with confusion.
Whoa! I figured out how to open that bronze treasure chest. Qin Mo leapt down from the dark slave's head, a smile spreading across his face.
Originally, both he and Jiang Zhiwen had decided to abandon the bronze treasure chest. There was no way around it. The Chaos Soul incense released by the three-eyed woman before her death had attracted far too many monsters.
For the foreseeable future, that area would be a monster paradise.
Until those monsters sobered up from the Chaos Soul incense's effects and reclaimed their territories through bloody battles, stepping into that area recklessly would be nothing short of suicide. Though both Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen possessed formidable strength and life-saving techniques. But they certainly wouldn't use their last resort for a mere bronze-grade treasure chest. Especially since Jiang Zhiwen's primary objective was the time artifact nurtured within the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island. Before obtaining that treasure, she would never lightly expend her survival resources. Jiang Zhiwen quickly grasped Qin Mo's meaning, her puzzled expression swiftly morphing into astonishment.
Qin Mo didn't keep her guessing.
Under Jiang Zhiwen's gaze, his body rapidly transformed, ultimately becoming a large bird with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters. This strange bird was one he had spotted while scouting with his vision technique. Its level was only Black Iron 9th rank, perfectly within the range transformable by morphing technique.
A vulture? Jiang Zhiwen's astonishment deepened. Was this a disguise? Or another skill? There were simply too many skills capable of altering one's form.
Even with her extensive experience, she couldn't immediately identify the specific technique Qin Mo had employed. Even so, Qin Mo's performance was astonishing enough.
Since reaching bronze rank, Qin Mo had become increasingly unpredictable.
First, he had consecutively unleashed class-exclusive skills. Now, he possessed the ability to alter his own form.
What form would his contract beast take after its second evolution?
Chirp! Just as she pondered this, Qin Mo's voice sounded again in Jiang Zhiwen's ear.
Beastmaster, hurry up and get on. I'll take you to open a treasure chest.
Simultaneously, Qin Mo flapped his wings continuously, hovering 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Jiang Zhiwen snapped back to attention, leaping up and landing steadily on Qin Mo's back. Beast Master, hold on tight. Qin Mo let out a crisp bird call, then flapped his wings, carrying Jiang Zhiwen into the swirling, churning mist of mirage gas.
Soon, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen appeared above a bronze treasure chest.
Around the chest, hordes of monsters were engaged in a frenzied slaughter, leaving Qin Mo utterly astonished.
The effects of the Chaos Soul incense were truly terrifying. It could influence so many monsters from such a great distance.
Fortunately, he possessed the shape-shifting art. Otherwise, no matter how formidable he and Jiang Zhiwen were, reaching the bronze treasure chest under these circumstances would have been nearly impossible.
Chirp. Beast Master, it's up to you. I'll cover you from here. Jiang Zhiwen understood immediately, leaping down with her spear raised. Before he even touched the ground, Jiang Zhiwen thrust his spear forward, piercing 2 monsters attempting to block his path. Qin Mo, however, could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. While in the shape-shifting state, none of his skills could be activated.
This was the greatest flaw of the mimicry skill.
Fortunately, Jiang Zhiwen didn't need Qin Mo's help. After swiftly dispatching several approaching monsters, Jiang Zhiwen flung open the bronze treasure chest.
Several faintly glowing items appeared before her eyes. Without pausing to examine them, Jiang Zhiwen swiftly tossed the items into her system space before leaping onto Qin Mo's back, where he stood ready. Qin Mo wasted no time either, flapping his wings as he soared toward the distance. Soon, the man and beast landed in an open clearing. After repeatedly scanning the area to confirm no other monsters were nearby, Jiang Zhiwen finally retrieved the items from the treasure chest within the system space. A silver crystal the size of a baby's fist, its interior holding a vivid shadow that resembled some kind of monster. An ancient-looking book, its cover adorned with 3 bold, sweeping characters, body forging technique.
And finally, a half-map, blurred and incomplete.
Che, you've got some luck. Jiang Zhiwen examined the silver crystal before turning his gaze to Qin Mo.
Whoa!
Qin Mo immediately turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen, his eyes brimming with anticipation. His Beastmaster wouldn't make such a claim lightly. If she said so, then that silver crystal must be something special. This is the beast core of a silver-grade silverback beast. Jiang Zhiwen held the core close to Qin Mo's lips and added, silverback beasts belong to the tiger-type monsters.
Qin Mo was instantly overjoyed. His second evolution offered 2 paths, the Irontail Mountain Lord route and the Gilded Bone Fiend route.
A silver-grade tiger-type beast core was precisely the essential item for the Irontail Mountain Lord path. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Mo bit down on the silverback beast's core and swallowed it whole. The moment it entered his body, it transformed into pure energy that surged through his entire being, swiftly absorbed by Qin Mo. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen began examining the other 2 items.
Black Iron Grade Cultivation Technique?
Jiang Zhiwen glanced at the body tempering technique, a hint of disappointment fleeting across his face. Black Iron Grade cultivation techniques offered extremely limited enhancement, especially since the body forging art focused solely on strengthening the physique. For her current stage, cultivating the forging body art wasn't exactly a waste of time, but it was barely better than nothing.
Forget it. I'll just toss it into the underground black market auction once I leave this secret realm.
Jiang Zhiwen tucked the forging body technique away, her gaze settling on the half map.
The map detailed information about Chaos Sky Island, meticulously marking the monsters and resources found on each island within its secret realm.
The Mirage Island beneath their feet was prominently listed. According to the map, this island was rich in medicinal herbs and had a chance to yield a bronze-grade timber called evil-repelling camphor wood. This wood had wide-ranging uses, crafting equipment, brewing potions, drawing talismans, and even serving as fuel for cooking high-level food. Beyond these details, a conspicuous red dot marked the map. According to the map, it marked the location of a treasure vault.
Unfortunately, the location of the treasure vault's key was recorded on another half of the map.
Unless the other half is found, even locating the treasure vault would leave one standing outside, drooling with envy.
Chapter 39, The Encounter.
Jiang Zhiwen tucked away the map with a hint of disappointment and led Qin Mo away from the island shrouded in mirage-like mist. Following the map's guidance, the man and beast swiftly made their way to an island in the central part of the Chaos Sky Islands. According to the map, a Crimson Sun Spirit fruit tree grew on that island. During his time at the Beast Taming Center, Qin Mo had overheard staff discussing the Crimson Sun Spirit fruit. This spirit fruit was one of the finest treasures for assisting the evolution of low-level fire attribute beasts. Like shadow gems, it was priceless and virtually impossible to find on the market. Beyond that, the Crimson Sun Spirit fruit could also be consumed by practitioners. After consuming it, practitioners had a certain probability of cultivating a trace of Crimson Sun power within their bodies, which could enhance the skills they possessed to a certain degree. This was precisely why Jiang Zhiwen had set his sights on the Crimson Sun Spirit fruit tree. Half a day later, at the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island. Guided by the map, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen easily traversed half the secret realm, emerging upon an island over 100 li in diameter. According to the map, this island was actually a volcano, with the Crimson Sun Spirit fruit tree growing within the crater at its center.
Blazing hot.
Even though he was prepared, the sudden surge in temperature upon setting foot on the volcanic island made Qin Mo feel uncomfortable. "In-che, why don't you take shelter in the beast taming space for a bit?" Noticing Qin Mo's discomfort, Jiang Zhiwen suggested. Qin Mo shook his head hastily. "It's just a bit warmer out here, much better than the beast taming space." Jiang Zhiwen's face showed a hint of resignation at the sight, but he said nothing more. He led Qin Mo toward the center of the island. After walking a short distance, Qin Mo's ears suddenly twitched. He immediately stopped in his tracks, alertness flashing in his eyes. "Arg! Beastmaster, there's fighting up ahead." Hearing Qin Mo's voice, Jiang Zhiwen's expression grew solemn as he unconsciously tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. Just then, a look of surprise flashed across Qin Mo's face. "What is it, In-che?" Jiang Zhiwen looked at Qin Mo in confusion. "Whoa! Our old acquaintance is here too, and so is that scruffy bird. But they're being surrounded right now. Should we help?" Qin Mo waved his claws a couple of times, looking at Jiang Zhiwen as he waited for her decision. "Qin Feng and that wind-summoning sparrow?" Jiang Zhiwen paused briefly before nodding. "Let's lend a hand. The Qin family's favor still holds some weight." "Woof!" Qin Mo let out a cry and immediately rushed off with Jiang Zhiwen toward the source of the sound. Soon, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen appeared near a mountain hollow. Within the hollow, Qin Fenghe and two other contractors were being besieged by dozens of attackers. The wind-caller sparrow Red Feather was trapped within a large net, struggling frantically, while two contract beasts watched it menacingly nearby. Those were Zhang family operatives. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze swept across the faces of the professionals attacking Qin Feng, her eyes suddenly turning icy. She recognized several familiar faces, the very professionals who had hunted her in her previous life. So they were her enemies. That made things easier. Qin Mo let out a howl and vanished from his spot in a flash. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. An unsuspecting Zhang family mercenary was impaled by vines that suddenly burst from the ground, dying instantly. Witnessing this, the remaining Zhang family mercenaries were startled, their expressions turning wary. The leader, abandoning Qin Feng and the two operatives beside him, scanned the surroundings with a sinister glare. "Who? Which fool dares interfere with the Zhang family's business? Come out here. Arg! The Zhang family sure has some nerve." Qin Mo's voice rang out. The next moment, a fireball slammed toward the source of the voice. Boom! A stone pillar shattered under the impact, sending fragments flying. But Qin Mo had already shifted to another position the instant he spoke. "You cowardly lurker! Come out!" Seeing the attack miss its mark, the lead Zhang family professional's expression darkened further as he gestured to the two professionals behind him. The two understood and quickly broke away from the encircling attack on Qin Feng and his companions, their figures vanishing from sight. "Ooh! I'm not coming out. If you've got the guts, come find me." As Qin Mo's voice echoed, a blurred shadow darted from the corner, striking one of the Zhang family professionals. Though alert, the man's reflexes couldn't compare to those of the three-eyed woman earlier. Forget splitting the shadow assault head-on, he barely managed to dodge the vital areas before the blurred figure struck, severing his left arm clean off at the shoulder. "Damn it! You cowardly bastard, don't let me catch you." The lead Zhang family professional scowled, his gaze darting around the room, searching for Qin Mo's possible hiding place. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, under siege, wore an odd expression. That familiar cry, combined with the root tendrils and shadow strike. Was it that Frostblade spirit cat? The wind-caller sparrow, Red Feather, trapped within the net, also lifted its head. Its gaze swept over a blurred figure, and it couldn't help but let out an excited cry. "Tweet! Cat brother, come save me!" Though they weren't on good terms with Qin Mo, necessity knows no law. The moment Hongling recognized him, the bird humbly lowered its stance to plead for help. "Woof! Just wait there." Qin Mo moved swiftly, his gaze sweeping over the remaining Zhang family professionals. Pick the softest target first. Even the rock python overlord in the novice dungeon understood this principle, and Qin Mo certainly wasn't any different. Soon, Qin Mo's gaze locked onto a tall woman. A beast master. Before reaching gold rank, a beast master without a contracted beast was undoubtedly the softest target among all professions. Except for freaks like his own beast master. The next moment, a deep, rumbling roar echoed through the air. Invisible shockwaves swept over the crowd in the mountain hollow, momentarily stunning them. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mo swiftly closed in on the Zhang family's female beast tamer. His claws, gleaming with a sinister black light, slashed mercilessly across her throat. The female beastmaster screamed in agony, clutching her gushing wound as she collapsed to the ground. Moments later, a dark slave crawled out of the lifeless corpse. Its bronze-hued bones and the flickering ghostly flames dancing within its eye sockets radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. A necromancer? Or a necromantic summoner? The lead Zhang family professional's expression darkened. His gaze darted warily around the area as his tone softened. "We apologize for any offense taken earlier, sir. As long as you do not interfere in the affairs between the Zhang and Qin families, our clan will surely reward you handsomely afterward." Hearing this, the two practitioners beside Qin Feng paled and immediately turned to look at her.
Qin Feng understood the look and immediately declared loudly, "I am Qin Feng of the Qin family. Qin Ming, Lord of Jiang City, is my uncle. I pledge the reputation of the Qin family and my uncle. Should you assist us in escaping this predicament, the Qin family will offer substantial gratitude." Though he had already guessed Qin Mo's identity, he naturally wouldn't expose it at this moment. "Ooh. I'll remember that." Qin Mo's voice echoed once more. Simultaneously, the towering dark slave strode toward the wind, summoning Sparrow Hongling, trapped within the vast net. Of the two contract beasts guarding Hongling against escape, one had already fallen unconscious due to the backlash from its master's death. Only the blue-furred earth wolf remained on watch. As the dark slave approached, the blue-furred earth wolf's hackles instantly bristled, its mouth emitting constant warning barks. Simultaneously, the Jiang family professionals, sensing the dark slave's intent, swiftly closed in on it. Chapter 40, Zhang Hao's Shock. Facing the Jiang family professionals' assault, the dark slave struggled to hold his ground and soon found himself at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the expression of the lead Jiang family professional finally eased slightly. Qin Mo, concealed in the shadows, took it all in, a mocking smile spreading across his face. The next moment, the ground shook violently as a mass of vines burst forth from the earth. Just as the Jiang family professionals prepared to dodge, a terrifying pressure descended from above, crushing them like a mountain. Root tendrils entwined with gravity swamp dual techniques combined. After repeated practice, Qin Mo executed this technique with increasing mastery. Caught completely off guard, how could the Jiang family's professionals possibly evade Qin Mo's meticulously prepared assault? Several Jiang family operatives were instantly bound by the vines. One unlucky soul was even impaled through the body by a vine, clearly beyond saving. Damn it! This is a trap. The lead Jiang family professional's expression darkened once more as his gaze swept over Qin Feng and the other two under siege. With some operatives redirecting their attacks toward the dark slaves, the pressure on Qin Feng and her companions eased abruptly, granting them a moment to catch their breath. No! We can't let that Qin brat escape alive. The Zhang family leader's mind raced. He resolved to ignore Qin Mo, who remained hidden in the shadows, and focus all efforts on eliminating Qin Feng first. Found him. Hey, boss. Just then, two voices suddenly echoed from near the mountain pass. The lead Zhang family professional immediately gestured behind him. A fireball hurtled swiftly toward the source of the sounds. Had their beast master been discovered? Qin Mo, concealed in the shadows, wore a look of confusion. If Jiang Zhiwen had truly concealed herself, those two Zhang family professionals should never have spotted her. Moreover, with Jiang Zhiwen's prowess, a surprise attack from the shadows would have left those two Zhang family professionals utterly unable to react, let alone relay any warning. But he soon understood the reason. Because Jiang Zhiwen had never intended to conceal herself. A spear tore through the air, shattering the incoming fireball head-on. Jiang Zhiwen appeared expressionless in the mountain hollow, her icy gaze sweeping over the Zhang family professionals as if they were a group of walking corpses. Behind her, two Zhang family professionals stared at her in utter terror. How fast? A student from First High? The Zhang family's leader eyed Jiang Zhiwen's first middle school uniform, suspicion creeping across his face. Just then, another Zhang family professional leaned close to the leader and whispered something. Jiang Zhiwen? The girl the young master is pursuing? The Zhang family professional leader scrutinized Jiang Zhiwen, frowning. Wasn't that girl supposed to be a useless D-rank talent? But this girl's rank is a full bronze tier 2. Forget a D-rank talent, worthless beast tamer. Even if our young master were still alive, without the Zhang family's full backing, he couldn't have reached bronze tier 2 in such a short time. The Zhang family professional shook his head, admitting he didn't know the reason behind it. But he was certain the girl before them was the one their young master had been pursuing. Interesting. The lead Zhang family professional's eyes flickered as he remarked indifferently, if I recall correctly, this girl comes from an average family background, right? Correct. According to our investigation, both her parents were ordinary professionals. They went missing in the wilderness a year ago and remain unaccounted for to this day. Most likely perished in some godforsaken backwater, the Zhang family professional remarked nonchalantly, his gaze then settling on Jiang Zhiwen. A D-rank talent, a complete waste of space, yet you reached bronze tier 2 in such a short time. Seems you've got quite the secret hidden away. The Zhang family professional's face twisted into a cold sneer. But since you dared to interfere with the Zhang family's business, you'll die right here. Before the words had even faded, the Zhang family professional charged straight at Jiang Zhiwen. Though Jiang Zhiwen had reached bronze tier 2, he was confident he could easily dispose of such a weak beast master. Especially since Jiang Zhiwen's contract beast wasn't even nearby. As for that Qin family brat, he wouldn't be free of his bonds in such a short time. He's a bronze tier 9 shield warrior. Watch out for his drag skill. Qin Feng shouted the warning the moment he saw this. Jiang Zhiwen's expression remained unchanged. She knew the leader far better than Qin Feng did. His name was Zhang Hao, a shield armor warrior with the B-rank class talent, defense conversion. Due to his class talent's effect, his defense wasn't particularly strong, but his offensive capabilities rivaled even berserkers of the same level. As for the drag skill Qin Feng mentioned, it was a class skill available to bronze tier shield armor warriors. When activated, it conjures a light tether to pull targets within 30 meters toward the caster, a highly practical crowd control ability. How utterly reckless. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen stand his ground without flinching, Zhang Hao's expression twisted into a savage grimace as he flicked his wrist, sending a beam of light hurtling forward. Drag! The light chain struck Jiang Zhiwen with pinpoint accuracy. Zhang Hao immediately gave it a hard tug. Jiang Zhiwen didn't budge an inch. Refusing to believe it, Zhang Hao exerted even more force. But the result remained the same. Jiang Zhiwen stood perfectly still, not budging an inch, a faint, almost imperceptible sneer playing on his face. Immovable as a mountain, Rakshasa King's class skill. Upon activation, the user becomes immune to all displacement type abilities for 30 seconds. Seeing that dragging was futile, Zhang Hao instantly released the light chain in his hand and raised his shield before him. A flash of crimson light erupted as Zhang Hao's speed surged, propelling him before Jiang Zhiwen in an instant. Shield charge. What met Zhang Hao was a spear smashing down from above. Zhang Hao swiftly raised his shield to block. Soon, Zhang Hao and Jiang Zhiwen were locked in fierce combat. Though Zhang Hao held the advantage in level, Jiang Zhiwen's combat experience and innate attributes far surpassed his own. After only a few exchanges, Zhang Hao found himself at a disadvantage. The two Zhang family professionals who first spotted Jiang Zhiwen's movements attempted to come to his aid, but Qin Mo wouldn't give them that chance. A dark shadow swept past, and the two Zhang family professionals instantly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Moments later, two dark slaves crawled out from the corpses of the Zhang family professionals and strode toward the Zhang family professionals surrounding Qin Feng and his two companions. So weak. At the same time, Qin Mo appeared in the mountain hollow, flicking the blood from his claws with a dismissive expression. For two bronze tier professionals, they couldn't even match the black iron tier fighters he'd faced on the underground arena. Those black iron tier professionals could at least hold out for a while under his fierce assault. What Qin Mo didn't know was that although those two had reached bronze tier 1, they had only broken through after entering the Chaos Void Island's secret realm. Their strength wasn't much stronger than that of black iron tier professionals. Given his full effort, their instant defeat was only to be expected. Just a Frostblade Spirit Cat? As Qin Mo emerged, all eyes turned to him. Except for Qin Feng, who had anticipated this outcome, everyone else wore expressions of utter disbelief. Zhang Hao, who had been overwhelmed by Jiang Zhiwen, was so stunned he forgot to dodge, getting stabbed in the thigh by Jiang Zhiwen's spear. Yet even then, Zhang Hao's gaze remained fixed on Qin Mo, his mouth muttering incessantly, "Impossible. How could it be a Frostblade Spirit Cat?" Chapter 41, The Reason. Zhang Hao's reaction was understandable. From the moment he first saw the dark slave, he had been convinced that the one ambushing them in the shadows was a necromancer or a necromantic summoner. But when Qin Mo appeared, he realized how wildly off the mark his guess had been. The mysterious professional he'd feared so intensely turned out to be nothing more than a Frostblade Spirit Cat. As an evolved form of the tailed civet, the Frostblade Spirit Cat's strength, while not the weakest among beasts of its tier, was still only mid-tier at best. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Hao wouldn't have even bothered to glance at such a beast. Yet it was precisely this Frostblade Spirit Cat that toyed with them like playthings, effortlessly slaughtering many of his men. It was like watching a docile sheep suddenly tear off its fleece to reveal a powerful tiger's body and a ferocious, blood-red maw. A tiger in sheep's clothing, nothing more, nothing less. No, there must be others lurking in the shadows. Refusing to accept reality, Zhang Hao scanned the surroundings and bellowed fiercely, "You cowardly lurker! Get your ass out here! Sneaking around! Arg! Shut up!" Qin Mo's figure flickered, appearing before Zhang Hao. Sharp claws slammed against his face, silencing the rest of his words. Jiang Zhiwen showed no mercy either, thrusting his spear like a venomous snake, piercing Zhang Hao's heart with deadly precision. In a one-on-one fight, Zhang Hao was no match for Jiang Zhiwen to begin with, let alone now that his mind was clouded and his senses in disarray. Seeing Zhang Hao's death, the remaining Zhang family operatives immediately abandoned Qin Feng and the others, attempting to flee into the distance. They weren't fools. If even the strongest among them, Zhang Hao, had been so easily killed by Jiang Zhiwen, they'd be next if they didn't flee. And besides Jiang Zhiwen, that monstrous Frostblade Spirit Cat was still lurking nearby, eyeing them hungrily. But would Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen simply let them escape? Three dark slaves, controlled by Qin Mo, closed in on the Zhang family's professionals. Simultaneously, a mass of vines burst from the ground, sealing off their retreat. Seeing this, Qin Feng and the others threw everything they had into the fight, desperately clinging to the Zhang family professionals attacking them, refusing to let them escape. Jiang Zhiwen, meanwhile, weaved through the fray, wielding a long spear to strike down any Zhang family professionals who dared break through the encirclement. Meanwhile, the wind-caller sparrow, freed from the net's constraints, soared skyward as its crimson feathers fluttered. Fireballs rained down relentlessly, as if they were free. The fireballs, imbued with phoenix flames, struck the Zhang family practitioners, instantly scorching their flesh and skin, leaving them screaming in agony. With the combined efforts of the group, the remaining Zhang family professionals soon met the same fate as Zhang Hao, dead as a doornail. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for your assistance.
Having dealt with the Jiang family's professionals, Qin Feng had no time to rest.
She hurriedly brought 2 professionals to Jiang Zhiyun's side and offered her sincere thanks.
The 2 Qin family operatives remained silent, their gazes fixed on Qin Mo with a mix of awe and fear. Not only did this Frostblade spirit cat far exceed their expectations in power, but it also possessed numerous skills beyond the realm of gold element magic.
Only a fool would mistake it for an ordinary Frostblade spirit cat. Oh whoa!
Before Jiang Zhiwen could speak, Qin Mo's cry rang out first.
Qin, don't forget the generous reward we agreed upon.
Qin Feng instinctively glanced at Hong Ling.
Chirp.
Hong Ling flapped her wings, translating Qin Mo's words to Qin Feng.
Rest assured, the Qins always keep their word.
Grasping Qin Mo's meaning, Qin Feng wore an expression of helpless amusement, yet still patted his chest solemnly to assure him.
Woof. Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction, then lay down beside Jiang Zhiyun and said nothing more.
Jiang Zhiyun playfully scolded Qin Mo with a light pat before turning to Qin Feng and asking, how did Qin Mo end up surrounded by the Jiang family's professionals?
Although the Jiang family showed signs of rapid rise, they still lagged significantly behind Jiangqing's 3 major families. Moreover, the 3 major families of Jiangcheng had always been united as one. Attacking any one of them would invite the thunderous retaliation of all 3.
Zhang Fengnian, having ascended to the position of Jiangqing's deputy city lord, was certainly well aware of the dynamics between the 3 families.
How could he suddenly sever ties with the Qin family?
Hearing this, Qin Feng's face twisted into a bitter smile.
Zhang Yuan died in the school's novice secret realm. I assume you've heard about it, Jiang? Jiang Zhiyun nodded. Of course she knew about it. After all, she had personally killed Zhang Yuan, forcing her to expend a precious minor void escape talisman and even causing her to miss out on the spatial treasures within the novice secret realm. Zhang Yuan's death, though we don't know who struck the fatal blow, is actually a blessing for our Jiangcheng triad of major families. Qin Feng explained, the Zhang family's rise was too rapid, and Zhang Yuan had awakened an S-tier talent. If Zhang Yuan had truly grown stronger, the 3 major families of Jiangcheng might well have become 4.
Therefore, while Zhang Fengnian dispatched investigators to probe Zhang Yuan's death, our 3 families secretly sent agents to obstruct their efforts. First, it was to frustrate Zhang Fengnian. Second, it was a way to express our gratitude to whoever had killed Zhang Yuan. However, due to the persistent inability to uncover the truth, coupled with our 3 families' covert obstruction, Zhang Fengnian began suspecting that Zhang Yuan's death was orchestrated by us.
Jiang Zhiyun understood.
No wonder rumors had been swirling around Jiangcheng lately, all pointing fingers at the Qin family.
Noticing the shift in Jiang Zhiyun's expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Among the younger generation of the 3 major families, I stand out the most.
Naturally, I became the target of Zhang Fengnian's retaliation. We had anticipated this, but we never imagined Zhang Fengnian would be so bold. As she spoke, Qin Feng's face was etched with frustration. After all, the Zhang family's influence pales in comparison to the 3 major families of Jiangcheng. They likely assumed that even if Zhang Fengnian sought revenge, he would proceed cautiously. Who could have imagined he'd act like a reckless fool and directly send a group of mercenaries to attack Qin Feng inside the secret realm? And he nearly succeeded. Had Jiang Zhiyun not arrived just in time, the 3 of them would have certainly perished under the Zhang family mercenaries' assault. After learning the full story, Qin Mo couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. Poor guy.
Jiang Zhiyun shook his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Qin Feng didn't dwell on the topic.
Instead, he changed the subject and invited Jiang Zhiyun to team up for a secret realm expedition. Jiang Zhiyun considered it briefly before politely declining Qin Feng's invitation. Qin Feng's strength was indeed formidable, making him a valuable asset within the secret realm. But her purpose here was to find the time artifact hidden within the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island. Teaming up with Qin Feng would not only disrupt her plans, but she also couldn't guarantee that Qin Feng wouldn't turn against her once she saw the artifact. After all, treasures stir the heart. She wouldn't pin her hopes on Qin Feng's integrity. Though disappointed, Qin Feng did not press the matter. She took her leave with 2 other adventurers. He also informed Jiang Zhiyun that upon their return from the secret realm, the Qin family would offer a generous reward in gratitude.
Jiang Zhiyun offered polite acknowledgments before hurrying with Qin Mo toward the island center.
The Crimson Sun Spirit Fruit Tree still awaited them there.
Soon, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun reached the volcanic crater at the island center.
Within the crater, a towering tree stood about 10 meters tall, rooted in the dark red lava.
Its fiery red leaves swayed constantly, resembling dancing flames.
A delicate fragrance wafted from the crimson gold fruits nestled among the leaves, overwhelming the thick sulfuric stench within the crater.
Yet neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiyun's gaze lingered on the tree.
Instead, their eyes were fixed on the dark red lava. A monstrous 4-winged bird was submerged in the molten lava, its dark crimson eyes fixed intently on them as it emitted shrill cries. Clearly, this monstrous bird was the guardian of the Crimson Sun Spirit Fruit Tree.
What a nuisance!
Qin Mo sighed inwardly, simultaneously crouching low and letting out a deep growl. At the same time, at the edge of the volcanic island, Homling, the wind-summoning sparrow perched on Qin Feng's shoulder, suddenly turned its head toward the crater and grew restless.
What's wrong, Hongling?
Noticing the unusual behavior of her contract beast, Qin Feng hurriedly asked, attempting to soothe the agitated wind-caller sparrow.
Chirp. I sense a really annoying creature. Even more despicable than that dead black cat back then.
Qin Feng understood immediately, realizing Hongling was referring to Qin Mo, who had transformed into the golden bone demon on the Black Fist arena. Having awakened the phoenix bloodline, Hongling possessed an innate aversion to brutal, bloodthirsty beasts like the golden bone fiend.
Could a monster even more repulsive than the golden bone fiend have appeared within this volcano? No, I must return to help.
Qin Feng made her decision instantly, leading 2 Qin family professionals back toward the volcano.
Chapter 42, Slaying the Four-Winged Molten Fire Crow.
By the time Qin Feng and the 2 professionals reached the crater, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen were already locked in combat with the monstrous bird. To be precise, only Jiang Zhiwen was actually fighting the creature. As for Qin Mo, he had transformed into a condor using his shape-shifting ability, becoming Jiang Zhiwen's mount. So it's a 4-winged molten flame crow, Qin Feng observed, her eyes narrowing in recognition as she studied the monstrous bird with 4 wings sprouting from its back. Like the gilded bone demons, these 4-winged molten fire crows were inherently savage and bloodthirsty, exactly the kind of monsters Hongling despised. Being of the same avian lineage, it was no wonder Hongling reacted so strongly. As Qin Feng pondered, the wind-summoning sparrow Hongling had already flapped its wings into the air, channeling wind blades to strike at the 4-winged molten fire crow.
How did another vulture appear? What about that frostblade spirit cat?
The Qin family practitioners accompanying Qin Feng now wore puzzled expressions.
Qin Feng sighed, offering no reply.
Another Qin family professional stared at him as if he were an idiot.
What was there to think about? It was obvious that the vulture before them was the transformed frostblade spirit cat. What exactly was the background of that frostblade spirit cat? Had the young master discerned any clues?
The Qin family practitioner who had spoken then realized he'd asked a foolish question and immediately changed the subject. Though not a beast master himself, his Qin lineage had granted him considerable experience. He'd seen countless contract beasts, including the wind-caller sparrow that had awakened phoenix bloodlines, yet he'd never encountered such an extraordinary frostblade spirit cat. Its power far surpassing other frostblade spirit cats of its rank was one thing, but its ability to effortlessly wield skills beyond the gold element was another. Now it had even demonstrated the ability to shift forms. This was clearly beyond the capabilities of a frostblade spirit cat. Unless this frostblade spirit cat, like the young master's wind-caller sparrow, possessed the bloodline of a legendary hybrid species.
But therein lay the problem. The frostblade spirit cat is different from the wind-caller sparrow.
The latter possesses a trace of phoenix blood within their body, and their evolutionary path has been verified. They are capable of evolving all the way into a phoenix.
However, both the awakening of phoenix bloodlines and the evolution of wind-caller sparrows into phoenix forms are exceedingly rare. As for the frostblade spirit cat, countless beast tamers have confirmed it possesses no evolutionary variants whatsoever. If it lacks an evolutionary form, how could it possibly carry the bloodline of a legendary variant? As for mutant species, what kind of mutant could mutate so drastically?
Qin Feng tossed a ball of white light toward Hongling, shaking his head and frowning without comment. Ever since witnessing Qin Mo's prowess on the underground fighting stage, he'd been intensely curious about him. He had combed through every Qin family text, even consulting Lu Xinghe.
After hours of speculation, they still couldn't pin down Qin Mo's origins. In the end, they could only attribute it to Jiang Zhiwen's professional talent. They both knew Jiang Zhiwen possessed a D-grade strike talent, which slightly enhanced the attack power of contracted beasts. But what if Jiang Zhiwen had awakened more than one professional talent? Or what if his talent had mutated? Such occurrences weren't unheard of. Regardless of the frostblade spirit cat's origins, it's best we refrain from wild speculation. Another Qin family practitioner interjected, setting aside Miss Jiang saving the young master. Her demonstrated prowess alone is formidable.
As a beast master, she managed to fight a bronze tier, 7th rank 4-winged molten fire crow to a standstill.
That level of power isn't something just anyone can possess.
Hearing this, Qin Feng snapped back to attention and nodded in agreement.
That frostblade spirit cat clearly held the key to Jiang Zhiwen's secret. Jiang Zhiwen's rapid advancement to bronze tier 2 was likely connected to that secret as well. Pursuing the truth would inevitably antagonize Jiang Zhiwen.
While the Qin family wasn't exactly afraid of Jiang Zhiwen, a beast master who hadn't fully matured yet, there was no conflict of interest between them.
There was absolutely no reason to make an enemy.
Not to mention Jiang Zhiwen had the city guard commander, Quang Gong, as his powerful backer. While the city guard and the city lord's mansion were constantly locked in open and covert struggles, that was due to their differing factional allegiances. They fought for the interests of their respective factions. Quang Gong, his uncle Qin Ming, and indeed the entire Qin family held no personal grudges against him. If Jiang Zhiwen were to push Quang Gong into opposition with the Qin family, it would undoubtedly be a case of losing more than one gains. That frostblade spirit cat was so peculiar. I was merely curious for a moment. The Qin family practitioner who had spoken first offered an awkward, defensive explanation before falling silent. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Qin Mo, his eyes brimming with undisguised awe and longing. Young master, since you and Jiang are fellow alumni, perhaps you could cultivate a closer relationship with her. Another Qin family practitioner chimed in at the perfect moment. Given the prowess Ms. Jiang has demonstrated, she is bound to shine brilliantly in the upcoming Secret Realm trials. She might even become your classmate at the Imperial Capital Academy. A professional of her caliber. Even if we cannot recruit her to the Qin family, we must not allow her to distance herself from us.
I understand, Uncle Hui.
Qin Feng nodded hastily. The speaker was not merely his bodyguard, but one of the elders who had watched him grow up. At this moment, he could only adopt a humble and receptive demeanor. While Qin Feng and his companions conversed, the battle on the other side had already reached its conclusion.
After ascending to bronze rank, ordinary bronze-tier monsters were no match for Jiang Zhiwen. The only advantage this four-winged molten firecrow held was its ability to fly. But even that sole advantage was nullified by Qin Mo, who had transformed into a sky vulture. Not to mention the assistance of the wind-caller sparrow, Hongling. Faced with the combined assault of Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling, the four-winged molten firecrow couldn't hold out for long. Seizing the moment, Jiang Zhiwen thrust his spear through its skull, killing it instantly. With the four-winged molten flame crow dealt with, Qin Mo immediately carried Jiang Zhiwen back to the crater. Simultaneously, he reverted to his original form, lying motionless on the ground. Though his beast master was slender and agile, carrying her into battle was no easy feat. At least it was far more exhausting than fighting alone. Though they'd long suspected it, witnessing Qin Mo transform from a sky vulture back into a frostblade spirit cat still left Qin Feng and the others visibly stunned. Thank you for your assistance, Qin.
Without your help, taking down that four-winged molten firecrow would have taken me much longer. Jiang Zhiwen first soothed Qin Mo, who was feigning death, before turning to Qin Feng and offering his sincere thanks.
Not at all.
With your strength, Jiang, defeating that four-winged molten firecrow was merely a matter of time. Qin Feng hastily waved his hands, explaining, the main reason I rushed back was because Red Feather was causing quite a ruckus. As she spoke, Qin Feng gestured toward the wind-caller sparrows gnawing at the four-winged molten flame crow's carcass nearby. He was concerned Jiang Zhiwen might misunderstand. After all, they had just bid farewell and left moments ago, only to turn around and follow back. It was only natural for Jiang Zhiwen to be suspicious.
Jiang Zhiwen nodded in understanding.
Then, shifting the topic, Jiang Zhiwen smiled and said, I was actually fretting about how to harvest the Crimson Sun Spirit Fruit, but now that you're here, Qin, the problem is easily solved. Qin Feng immediately understood and promptly summoned the wind-summoning sparrow Hongling to pluck the Crimson Sun Spirit Fruit. Receiving Qin Feng's command, Hongling finally abandoned the mangled corpse of the four-winged molten fire crow it had been tearing apart and flew toward the Crimson Sun Spirit Fruit Tree.
Chapter 43, The Savage Rat Subhumans.
Before long, Hongling returned bearing 4 ripe Crimson Sun Spirit Fruits. Jiang Zhiwen kept only one of the 4 Crimson Sun Spirit Fruits for himself, giving the remaining 3 to Qin Feng. In exchange, Qin Feng produced a palm-sized piece of spicy metal waterstone. Similar to the Shadow Gem and Crimson Sun Spirit Fruit, the Xinjin Waterstone was a treasure that aided the evolution of low-level beasts. The difference was that while the Shadow Gem and Crimson Sun Spirit Fruit were single-attribute treasures, the Xinjin Waterstone was a rare dual-attribute artifact. Upon receiving the Xinjin Waterstone, Jiang Zhiwen immediately held it to Qin Mo's lips. Meanwhile, Qin Feng handed all 3 Crimson Sun Spirit Fruits to the wind-summoning sparrow, Hongling.
The 2 contract beasts, naturally, showed no hesitation with their master.
In just a few bites, they swallowed these precious treasures whole. Soon, the wind-caller crow Hongling fell into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, a soft flame burst forth from Hongling's body, enveloping it entirely. Barring any mishaps, when Hongling awoke, it would have evolved into the next form of the wind-caller sparrow. On the other side, Qin Mo's cultivation level surged from Bronze Tier 4 to Bronze Tier 6, effortlessly shattering the potential ceiling of the Frostblade Spirit Cat. Not only that, but his sleek black fur now bore faint dark blue ripples, making him appear even more mystical. Even though they had long known Qin Mo was extraordinary, Qin Feng and the 2 Qin family professionals couldn't help but show astonishment at witnessing him so effortlessly shatter the Frostblade Spirit Cat's potential ceiling. Jiang Zhiwen, however, remained unperturbed. She had witnessed such feats too many times to be fazed.
Whoa! Is that tree just going to stay here?
After absorbing the Xin Gold Waterstone, Qin Mo stretched his limbs before turning to his beastmaster. Don't be greedy, Jiang Zhiwen said impatiently. This Crimson Sun Spirit Fruit Tree is extremely difficult to transplant, and I don't have a specialized plant ring.
It's best to leave it here.
With that, Jiang Zhiwen took her leave of Qin Feng and departed the island with Qin Mo. As for Qin Feng and the other 2, they remained near the volcanic crater. The environment here was ideal for the wind-summoning sparrow Hongling to complete its evolution. He planned to make further decisions only after Hongling had finished evolving.
After leaving the volcanic island, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen swiftly traversed the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island, guided by the hidden map.
Soon, the man and beast appeared on an island blanketed in snow. This island spanned over 1,000 li in diameter, more akin to a small continent than an island. Rolling mountains dotted the landscape, covered in hardy, cold-resistant plants.
Among them, the faint outlines of ruined structures could be glimpsed.
Monsters occasionally appeared within Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's sight, only to flee swiftly upon sensing the aura emanating from the man and his beast.
This must be the place. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze swept the surroundings, finally settling on a distant peak shaped like a ram's head.
In his previous life, Zhang Yuan's acquisition of that time artifact had caused quite a stir throughout Jiangcheng. Later, Jiangcheng's practitioners turned the Chaos Sky Island's secret realm upside down. Though they failed to find a second time artifact, they did uncover the origin of Zhang Yuan's treasure. It was a sacred artifact venerated by a small alien tribe within the Luancong Island's secret realm. According to information passed down from his previous life, that tribe resided near a Yangshuo mountain peak.
Oh whoa! At that moment, Qin Mo's voice echoed in Jiang Zhiyun's ear.
Beastmaster, a group of monsters is approaching and they mean trouble. After advancing to Bronze Tier 6, Qin Mo's personal attributes saw further enhancement. With the Night Owl's heightened senses, ordinary monsters stood no chance of evading his perception.
Jiang Zhiyun's expression sharpened as he gripped his spear tighter.
Before long, the ground nearby began to shake violently.
AOW! Get out here! Qin Mo raised his claw and slammed it down.
The ground beneath trembled violently as thick vines burst through the earth. Emerging from the earth alongside the vines were over a dozen rat-headed, human-bodied monsters. These creatures wore tattered animal hides and wielded crude bone weapons.
Their bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun as drool dripped from their mouths.
So it was a pack of rats. Qin Mo's gaze swept over the rat-headed, human-bodied creatures as a low warning growl escaped his throat. "In Che, be careful." Jiang Zhiyun's gaze fixed on a rat-headed humanoid wielding a crude wooden staff as he cautioned, "These are savage rat subhumans.
They possess immense strength. Don't engage them head-on.
Barbarian rat subhumans have a protrusion at the back of their heads that's their fatal weakness."
Barbarian rat subhumans, it said they're the monstrous offspring of the barbarian tribe mating with swallowing heaven rats.
Though they failed to inherit the swallowing rat's bloodline, they possess the robust physique and inexhaustible brute strength of the barbarian tribe. However, due to their glaringly obvious weakness, the savage rat subhumans rank among the weakest of all subhuman monsters.
Oh whoa! Got it!
Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qin Mo's figure abruptly vanished from his original position.
A dark figure darted left and right among the swarm of savage rat demi-beasts. Wherever he passed, another savage rat demi-beast collapsed, blood spurting from its neck.
Soon, the vast majority of the rat-like humanoids lay fallen beneath Qin Mo's claws. Only the one wielding the wooden staff remained standing.
So weak. Not even as good as that bunch from the Zhang family. Qin Mo reappeared beside Jiang Zhiyun, wiping the blood from his claws on the ground while inwardly complaining. That's only natural. As if sensing Qin Mo's thoughts, Jiang Zhiyun chuckled. Speed is the savage rat humanoid's greatest weakness. Combined with their obvious vulnerabilities, they're naturally easy to deal with. Though these subhumans had reached bronze rank, their speed alone fell short of many black iron monsters. As he spoke, Jiang Zhiyun planted his foot firmly and launched himself forward, his spear thrusting straight toward the rod-wielding ratkin. This was the sole savage rat subhuman that had reached Bronze Tier 9 and evaded Qin Mo's attack. Seeing this, Qin Mo vanished from his spot once more. This Bronze 9 savage rat subhuman was indeed formidable. Both in strength and physique, this Bronze 9th Tier savage rat subhuman had already approached Silver Tier limits. Were it not for the restrictions of the Chaos Void Island's secret realm, it likely would have broken through long ago. It had even successfully compensated for its previous weakness in speed. In a one-on-one fight, both Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun would have to expend considerable effort to subdue it. However, neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiyun would grant it the chance to fight one-on-one. Facing the combined assault of Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun, coupled with its glaring weaknesses, the vermin humanoid fought desperately but soon met its end at Jiang Zhiyun's spear. As a large mass of vital essence flowed into Jiang Zhiyun's body, a timely system notification sounded in Qin Mo's ear. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward, Water Spirit Vitality. Chapter 44, The Snow Barbarian Tribe. Hearing the system notification, Qin Mo immediately focused his attention on the newly acquired skill. Water Spirit Vitality summons a half-hour lasting water spirit to empower oneself. While active, self-recovery abilities increase and mental energy consumption slightly decreases. Great skill! After reading the skill description, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. Mental energy was precisely the attribute he needed most right now. Even though he diligently practiced the soul nurturing technique daily, the bronze tier cultivation method offered only limited gains. As his mastery of skills grew, so did his demand for spiritual energy. While water spirit vitality didn't increase his mental power, it reduced its consumption, making it an extremely practical skill for him. As for the skill's other effect, he paid it little mind.
Just as Qin Mo was examining his newly acquired skill, Jiang Zhiwen had fully assimilated the life essence.
Afterward, the man and beast continued their journey toward Yangshou Mountain.
Though the island beneath their feet was vast, almost qualifying as a small continent. Fortunately, Yanshou Peak was situated right at the island's edge, not too far from where Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had first landed. After spending most of the day, the man and beast finally arrived at the base of Yangshou Peak. The moment they stepped into the vicinity of Yangshou Mountain Peak, a makeshift camp composed of numerous haphazard structures came into view. The camp teemed with numerous ratkin subhumans, including several bronze 9th rank individuals. Amidst the throng of ratkin, several imposing figures stood over 3 meters tall, barking orders to the surrounding subhumans. So it was the snow barbarian tribe, no wonder there were so many ratkin around.
Jiang Zhiwen's gaze settled on those imposing blue figures, a look of realization dawning on his face.
The snow barbarians were one of the many barbarian tribes. This tribe not only inherited the barbarian race's thick skin and immense strength, but also awakened the ability to control frost and ice due to their lifelong existence in the frozen wilderness. Among the numerous barbarian tribes, the snow barbarians consistently ranked among the strongest in terms of average combat prowess. Of course, this ranking applied solely within the barbarian tribes. When compared to all non-human races, the snow barbarians would only rank in the middle tier, with stronger races being a dime a dozen. Take the 3i tribe encountered earlier, for instance. They are a race capable of overwhelming the snow barbarians in every aspect. Additionally, the snow barbarians are the most enthusiastic among all barbarian tribes for domesticating subhuman ratkin. A place teeming with ratkin might not necessarily have snow barbarians, but wherever snow barbarians roamed, vast numbers of ratkin were guaranteed to be present. Meanwhile, Qin Mo's gaze settled upon the altar at the camp's center. Constructed from an unknown blue ore, the altar was strewn with the bones of various monsters. A small, exquisitely crafted hourglass floated at the altar's center, emitting a soft blue glow. Several burly, bronze-tier 9th rank snow barbarians, clad in heavy armor, stood guard beside the altar, preventing any living creature from approaching it. Beyond the snow barbarians, the altar was completely surrounded by a dense swarm of ratkin subhumans, forming an impenetrable barrier. Under these circumstances, let alone taking the hourglass from the altar, even approaching it was an extremely difficult task. What a hassle! Qin Mo sighed inwardly, his face betraying his helplessness. He then turned his gaze toward his own Beastmaster. Oh, Beastmaster, what should we do? When it came to understanding these monsters, he certainly couldn't compare to his own Beastmaster. If his Beastmaster had no viable solution, then he'd have to resort to using his shape-shifting art to transform into a snow barbarian and attempt to infiltrate the camp. Surveying the vast swarm of rat-like humanoids surrounding the altar, Jiang Zhiwen also felt a headache coming on. Though these ratkin had obvious weaknesses, as the saying goes, a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant. Even she wouldn't dare expose herself to an attack by such a vast number of them. Not to mention that among the swarm of ratkin, there were also a significant number of snow barbarians. Unlike the rat-like humanoids, the snow barbarians possess no obvious fatal weaknesses. She needed to devise a way to lure away some of the snow barbarians and ratkin. Jiang Zhiwen stared intently at the altar in the distance, deep in thought. At this moment, she desperately wished she were a mage. A bronze-tier mage could already learn the skill, Blink. This skill greatly enhances a mage's mobility and flexibility. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan had undoubtedly relied on this skill to retrieve the treasures from the altar. Unfortunately, neither her Beastmaster nor Rakshasa King classes possessed anything comparable. Just as the human and beast pondered their options, a sudden clamor erupted in the distance. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen quickly concealed their forms while simultaneously scanning the direction of the noise. Several adventurers were sprinting toward them, pursued by an enormous white python over 8 or 9 meters long. Though the white python's size couldn't match the rock python commander found in the novice secret realm, the aura it emitted far surpassed that of a black iron 9th tier rock python commander. Moreover, Qin Mo keenly noticed a raised fleshy growth on the white serpent's head. Was this a sign of its transformation into a dragon? Qin Mo thought of the myths and legends from his past life, and his expression grew solemn. This is a snow demon python, Jiang Zhiwen whispered from beside him. It possesses a trace of dragon blood within its veins. However, this snow demon python hasn't even activated its dragon bloodline, so its power is quite limited. Qin Mo looked at Jiang Zhiwen with confusion, his expression puzzled. Once the snow demon python activates its dragon bloodline, Jiang Zhiwen continued, the fleshy growth on its head will transform into a unicorn horn. Jiang Zhiwen patiently explained, carefully suppressing her own aura. She had been contemplating how to draw away some of the snow barbarian tribe, and this snow demon python had arrived at the perfect moment. But first, she had to ensure neither she nor Qin Mo were detected. Qin Mo understood and crouched down as well, trying not to draw attention. Quick! There's a monster tribe over there. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance, quick, lure that snow demon serpent over there. No way, boss. We smashed a bunch of snow demon serpent eggs, and the scent is still on us. Another urgent voice cut in, its tone laced with desperation. Hearing this, Qin Mo silently shook his head. As the group of adventurers and the snow demon python drew nearer, he could clearly sense their specific conditions. Apart from the lead hunter, who was bronze tier 2, the rest were all bronze tier 1. Yet that snow demon python was a staggering bronze tier 9, even showing signs of breaking through the secret realm restriction and stepping into silver tier. For such a team to dare provoke that snow demon python was sheer audacity. At that moment, the snow barbarians within the camp also detected the commotion. Several snow barbarians, accompanied by a large group of ratfolk, left the camp and headed this way. Seeing this, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen quickly suppressed their auras to avoid detection by the snow barbarians and ratfolk. Chapter 45, Assaulting the Altar. Chief. Monsters are coming up ahead. Just then, a frantic professional shouted as he sprinted for safety. I'm not blind. The lead hunter, watching the snow barbarians closing in, bellowed, Stay alert, everyone. I won't be able to protect you all. With that, the hunter suddenly accelerated, charging straight toward the snow barbarians. Several adventurers, seeing this, summoned their last ounce of strength and followed close behind. Ku-ho! Seeing the adventurers charging toward him, the snow savage chieftain immediately opened his mouth to issue a warning. But how could the adventurers, who had finally glimpsed hope of escaping the snow demon serpent, be deterred by mere warnings? Hearing the snow savage's warning cry, the adventurers not only failed to slow down but instead pushed their limits to the absolute limit, closing in on the snow savage at breakneck speed. How utterly reckless! Qin Mo, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but shake his head. The snow demon serpent pursuing these adventurers was indeed formidable, but the snow barbarians and ratfolk sent to scout the situation were no pushovers either. These adventurers thought they could divert the trouble elsewhere, but they'd picked the wrong targets. At the very least, given the prowess of these adventurers, neither the snow barbarians nor the ratfolk were suitable scapegoats. Qin Mo then turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. Ha! Beastmaster, should we rescue these guys? Naturally, he had no desire to rescue these adventurers who had brought this upon themselves. But if they were worth saving, he wouldn't mind stepping in. Jiang Zhiwen shook her head without hesitation. Her previous intervention to aid Qin Feng stemmed from the Qin family's favor still holding some use for her. Plus, she had a grudge against the Zhang family, which was why she stepped in to help. But these adventurers had no connection to her whatsoever. They weren't the future powerhouses she remembered. How could she possibly risk endangering herself and Qin Mo for them? Moreover, their allegiances were unclear. Who could guarantee they wouldn't turn on them after being saved? She'd experienced this kind of thing before in her past life. Upon receiving Jiang Zhiwen's response, Qin Mo let out a low growl before silently watching the situation unfold. Under the relentless pressure of the snow demon python, the group of adventurers soon fled toward the snow barbarian tribe. What greeted them was an assault from the snow barbarians and the ratfolk subhumans. Primitive bone weapons whipped through the air with fierce momentum as wielded by the snow barbarians and raccoon. One adventurer, unable to dodge in time, was struck by a bone weapon and died instantly. The lead hunter, horrified by the sight, shouted urgently, Split up! Run separately! Find your own way to survive! Though losing his comrades meant he'd likely struggle to survive alone in this chaotic secret realm of Chaos Sky Island, it was still better than losing his life. With that, he abandoned his comrades behind and fled alone into the distance. As a hunter, he held a distinct advantage in such a situation. Combined with the fact that neither the snow barbarians nor the ratkin subhumans excelled in speed, he managed to escape alive. His teammates, however, were not so fortunate. The remaining few adventurers quickly met their end at the hands of the snow barbarians and ratkin. Ku-ho! After dispatching the adventurers, the snow barbarian leader turned his gaze toward the snow demon python and issued another warning. Compared to the easily dispatched adventurers, the snow demon python was undeniably a far greater threat. The snow demon python's gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, its eyes suddenly turning blood red. Its relentless pursuit stemmed from a single purpose, to personally eliminate the humans who had harmed its young and disrupted its evolution. Yet these muscle-bound fools had beaten it to the punch and eliminated its enemies. With nowhere to vent its fury, the snow demon serpent immediately shifted its target, launching an attack on the snow barbarians. The snow barbarians, naturally unwilling to back down, immediately commanded their rat-like humanoids to surround the snow demon python. Both sides soon became locked in a fierce battle. Thus, the adventurers' plan to divert the danger had succeeded. However, aside from the hunter who narrowly escaped, the others were no longer around to witness this scene. Seeing this, Qin Mo turned his gaze toward his own beastmaster. With part of the camp's forces now tied up by the snow demon python, it was the perfect moment to strike. Jiang Zhiwen understood and gave a slight nod. This was indeed a rare opportunity, one not to be missed. Whoa. Hold those guys off, beastmaster. I'm heading to the altar. Alright, Che, be careful. Jiang Zhiwen paused briefly before agreeing to Qin Mo's proposal. Qin Mo was indeed better suited than her to challenge the altar. If any real danger arose, she could simply pull Qin Mo into the beast tamer's space and make a run for it. With the plan settled, Jiang Zhiwen immediately left their hiding spot, charging straight toward the camp with her spear raised.
The snow barbarians and ratkin within the camp quickly spotted her and immediately opened their mouths to issue warnings. Jiang Zhiwen paid no heed to the warnings, continuing to advance rapidly toward the camp. Ku-ho! Jiang Zhiwen's actions undoubtedly enraged the snow barbarians and ratkin within the camp. Soon, a large number of ratkin, led by several snow barbarians, closed in, forming a tight, impenetrable circle around Jiang Zhiwen. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Mo stomped his claw down hard, instantly transforming into a black streak of light that shot toward the altar at the camp's center. With most of the snow barbarians and ratfolk's attention drawn to Jiang Zhiwen and the snow barbarians, Qin Mo encountered little resistance and reached the altar without hindrance. However, the bronze 9th-ranked snow barbarians guarding the altar also spotted Qin Mo. Cool woo! A bronze tier level 9 snow barbarian wielding a wooden staff emitted a dangerous growl, simultaneously conjuring a barrage of ice spikes aimed at Qin Mo. As the ice spikes hurtled toward him, Qin Mo opened his mouth and unleashed a deep, thunderous roar. A tangible shockwave swept through the air. Though insufficient to deflect the incoming spikes, it caused them to lose their aim. Seizing this opening, Qin Mo dodged the weapons hurled by the other 2 snow barbarians and charged straight toward the hourglass at the altar's center. The urgent task was to seize the treasure. There was no need to engage with these snow barbarians. Seeing Qin Mo's actions, the snow barbarians guarding the altar flew into a rage. The one wielding the wooden staff let out a series of deep, guttural growls. As the snow barbarian's voice echoed, the surrounding barbarian rat subhumans also closed in. Though the surrounding ratmen were tasked with guarding the altar, it was a sacred site of the snow barbarians. Without explicit orders from the snow barbarians, those ratmen dared not approach it on their own initiative. The snow barbarian wielding the wooden staff summoned the surrounding rat-like humanoids to aid him at that moment, a clear sign of his intense fury. Qin Mo paid no heed to the snow barbarian's thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, he had already appeared beside the hourglass. Just as he reached out to seize the hourglass, a sudden chill swept over his back, causing every strand of his sleek fur to bristle. Something was wrong. A warning bell rang in Qin Mo's mind, and he immediately leaped sideways to a safe distance. The next instant, a blinding silver bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, slamming into the spot where Qin Mo had just been. In an instant, fragments of rock scattered everywhere. Chapter 46, The Ancestral Spirit's Bargain. Gazing at the altar now pitted with a deep crater, Qin Mo shuddered. Thankfully, his reflexes had been sharp enough. Had that sudden silver lightning bolt struck him, he would have been skinned alive if not killed outright. At the same time, a phantom figure materialized atop the altar. It was a snow barbarian wielding a staff. Unlike other snow barbarians, this one wore ornate robes, and the exposed skin bore an unusual pallor. The snow barbarian's phantom gazed intently at Qin Mo. Its ethereal eyes held an indescribable wisdom, as if capable of piercing through the human heart. As the snow barbarian apparition materialized, the surrounding snow barbarians and ratkin subhumans lowered their weapons, kneeling around the altar while letting out excited cries. Could this thing be the deity worshipped by this tribe of snow barbarians? Witnessing this bizarre scene, Qin Mo's heart sank as he silently speculated. This is the ancestral spirit of the snow barbarians. Just then, Jiang Zhiwen appeared beside Qin Mo and offered an explanation. With the apparition's arrival, the snow barbarians and ratkin subhumans who had been attacking her ceased their assault and turned to kneel before the altar. She seized the moment to break free and hurry to the altar. Ancestral spirits? Ha! Qin Mo studied the snow barbarian apparition before posing a crucial question. How powerful is this thing? Uncertain, but at least silver rank. Jiang Zhiwen's expression grew grave as he replied in a solemn tone, however, it won't exceed silver tier level 5 at most. The Chaos Sky Island secret realm is a tier 4 bronze secret realm. The highest level monsters within can only reach silver tier 5. No matter how unique the ancestral spirit of the snow barbarians before them might be, it couldn't break this ironclad rule. Hearing this, Qin Mo finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was only silver tier. With his current strength, after activating potential overdraw, he might just be able to take on a silver tier monster. Do not underestimate this snow barbarian ancestral spirit. Not only did the ancestral spirit inherit all the abilities it possessed in life, but it could only be slain by completely depleting the energy within its body. As if reading Qin Mo's thoughts, Jiang Zhiwen promptly cautioned him. Hearing this, Qin Mo instantly abandoned the idea of using potential overdraw. The duration of potential overdraw was limited. He had no guarantee he could exhaust the ancestral spirit's energy before the ability's duration ended. After all, neither this altar nor the ancestral spirit had existed for an unknown duration. Only the ancestral spirit itself knew the immense power it held within. Humans, and this Frostblade spirit cat. At that moment, the voice of the snow barbarian ancestral spirit suddenly echoed in Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's minds, startling them both. Telepathy. The snow barbarian ancestral spirit actually possessed such a rare ability. No need for alarm. I mean you no harm. The voice of the snow barbarian ancestral spirit sounded again. Bull. Hearing this, Qin Mo instantly cursed inwardly. If it truly had no ill intent, how then to explain that bolt of lightning it had just unleashed upon him? If I wish to kill you, how could you possibly evade it? The voice of the Snow Barbarian tribe's ancestral spirit sounded once more, simultaneously raising its right hand. Qin Mo's muscles instantly tensed, while Jiang Zhiwen beside him clenched the 5 elements escape talisman in his hand. In the next instant, a thick silver bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the distant snow demon python. The bronze 9th rank snow demon python, along with the surrounding barbarian rat subhumans attacking it, were all reduced to charred black carbon. Only a few snow barbarian tribesmen remained standing where they were, untouched by the lightning strike. Qin Mo unconsciously swallowed hard. Now he believed the ancestral spirit of the snow barbarians had no ill intent. Jiang Zhiwen turned his gaze toward the snow barbarian ancestral spirit, awaiting its next command. Given the power displayed by this snow barbarian ancestral spirit, Zhang Yuan in his previous life would never have had the ability to forcibly seize the treasure from it. Zhang Yuan's eventual acquisition of the hourglass from the altar clearly resulted from some sort of deal struck with the snow barbarian ancestral spirit. Human, I can see that both you and this Frostblade spirit cat are quite extraordinary. Especially this Frostblade spirit cat. Despite possessing no bloodline of legendary beasts, my insightful eye tells me its potential far surpasses even yours, human. The snow barbarian ancestral spirit regarded Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, its voice tinged with astonishment, truly a strange occurrence. Jiang Zhiwen instinctively turned to Qin Mo, her face etched with profound shock. She had, of course, heard of the famed inside eye. This skill had only one effect, to probe a target's potential. Beyond that, it possessed no other abilities. Even so, it was considered a divine skill among support classes, jokingly called the prodigy detector by practitioners. Any professional who mastered it, regardless of class or innate talent, would instantly become a prized guest among major factions. Yet now, the ancestral spirit of the snow barbarian tribe was telling her that insight's eye revealed her potential to be inferior to that of her own contract beast? In her previous life, she had ascended to the pinnacle of mythic tier existence. And in this life, she had already unlocked her second profession, Rakshasa King, at an early stage. And now, her potential was supposedly inferior to her own contract beast? Could it be she had bound the avatar of some deity? But even an avatar of a deity wouldn't be this absurdly overpowered, right? She had clashed with deities in her past life. Though she and a host of mythical tier powerhouses ultimately fell to that extra-dimensional demon god, she possessed a clear understanding of divine power. Oof. Let's get down to business. Cut the nonsense. Seeing his beast tamer looking utterly disillusioned, Qin Mo immediately changed the subject. He'd worked so hard to latch onto this golden opportunity. If the ancestral spirit of the snow barbarian tribe shattered his resolve with a few words, he'd have nowhere to cry about it. Jiang Zhiwen had calmed down by now and turned her gaze toward the snow barbarian ancestral spirit. If she could reincarnate back to her student days, what was so strange about her contract beast being a little unusual? Regardless, Qin Mo was still her contract beast for now. What was the rush? The snow barbarian ancestral spirit's voice echoed once more in Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's minds. After so many years, I've rarely encountered a living being I can converse with. What's wrong with saying a few more words? Hearing this, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen exchanged a glance. This revelation contained more than a hint of information. No need to guess, I truly cannot communicate with my own kind. As if sensing their thoughts, the snow barbarian ancestor spirit spoke openly. I touched a taboo, drawing down the god's punishment. Not only was my tribe banished to this hidden realm, but I myself was cursed, rendered incapable of communicating with my kin in any form. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen remained silent, waiting for the snow barbarian ancestor spirit to continue. I intend to make a deal with you. The snow barbarian ancestor spirit wasted no time in revealing the terms. The hourglass enshrined upon this altar is your payment. Wah! What is the nature of this bargain? It's simple. Within the mountain's depths lies my corpse. Destroy it, and the deal is done. Rest assured, my remains now possess at most silver-grade power. With your strength, destroying them will pose no difficulty. With that, the snow barbarian ancestral spirit pointed toward the rear peak of Yangshuo Mountain. Qin Mo looked at Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen paused briefly before nodding in agreement. As for this time artifact, why not take a gamble? After all, she had enough trump cards to ensure her survival. Even if the ancestral spirit of the snow barbarian tribe had some sinister plot, she could always escape with Qin Mo in time. Chapter 47, Calamity Descends. As the deal was struck, the ancestral spirit of the snow barbarian tribe vanished instantly. Simultaneously, a white glow emanated from the altar. Moments later, a map drawn upon leather from some unknown beast appeared upon the altar. With the ancestral spirit gone, the surrounding snow barbarians and ratfolk subhumans rose to their feet, closing in once more on Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Oh, and my people aren't exactly the brightest. You'll have to figure out a way to escape on your own. Just then, the voice of the snow barbarian ancestors suddenly echoed in Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's minds. Neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiwen found this surprising. The snow barbarian ancestor spirit was merely testing their strength. Arg! Qin Mo roared, slamming his claws down on the altar. A tangible shockwave swept through the air, momentarily stunning the surrounding snow barbarians and ratfolk. Seizing this opening, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen snatched the map from the altar and dashed toward the camp gates. The snow barbarians and ratkin subhumans, snapping back to their senses, attempted to block their path. Yet they were halted by tendrils suddenly piercing from the ground and a sudden shift in gravity. Beside Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen wielded her spear like a club, mercilessly flinging aside every snow barbarian and ratman blocking their path. Soon, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, determined to break through, successfully escaped the camp. Impressive strength. The entrance to the mountain's interior lies within the cave at the far left of the mountainside. Shatter the green stone slab at the end to reveal the passageway. Following the map through the passage would lead them to the place where I buried my bones. No sooner had they departed the snow barbarian camp than the voice of the snow barbarian ancestor's spirit echoed in Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's minds. Qin Mo cursed silently under his breath before hastening with Jiang Zhiwen toward the rear peak of Yangshuo Mountain. Along the way, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen encountered numerous monsters. Most fled upon sensing their presence, but a few ill-fated creatures fell to Jiang Zhiwen's spear. Before long, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen reached the mid-slopes of Yangshuo Mountain. What met their eyes were numerous long-abandoned caves. Various debris littered the interiors, thickly coated with dust. Many cave entrances were half buried in snow, leaving only narrow openings. The only exception was the cave on the far left. Not only was this cave the largest, but its entrance showed no sign of snow accumulation whatsoever. Even its interior appeared to be regularly maintained. Seeing this, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen instantly grew wary. Grumble. Just as Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen cautiously approached the cave, an angry roar erupted from within. Immediately, a snow barbarian emerged from the cave, its eyes fixed intently on Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Unlike the snow barbarians in the camp, this one's skin was a mottled blue and white, and its level had reached a staggering silver tier 1. An ultra-limit class monster. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen exchanged a glance, then attacked simultaneously with perfect coordination. Thick vines burst from the ground, coiling around the snow barbarian's limbs. Jiang Zhiwen seized the moment to close in on the snow barbarian at lightning speed. Ku-ho! The snow barbarian roared in fury, suddenly exerting immense force with both hands. The vines that had bound him were torn loose by sheer brute force. What incredible strength! Seeing this, Qin Mo was secretly astonished. Ever since he mastered the root entanglement skill, this was the first time a target had ever broken free from the vine's grasp by sheer brute force. Fortunately, Jiang Zhiwen had already charged to the snow barbarian's front. His spear, like a venomous snake, struck at the vital points all around the snow barbarian. Simultaneously, Qin Mo manipulated the vines to re-entwine the enemy, creating an opening for Jiang Zhiwen to strike. The snow barbarian's strength was undeniably formidable. Even while entangled by numerous vines, he continued to grapple fiercely with Jiang Zhiwen. Unfortunately for him, strength alone could not overcome overwhelming numbers. After a brief struggle with Jiang Zhiwen, Qin Mo seized the moment to launch a shadow strike, blinding the snow barbarian. Deprived of sight, the snow barbarian was no match for Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. The man and beast swiftly combined their efforts to slay it. As the snow barbarian perished, a vast mass of vital essence burst forth from its corpse and poured into Jiang Zhiwen's body. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward. Calamity descends. As Jiang Zhiwen's level rose from Bronze Tier 2 to Bronze Tier 3, the system prompt sounded in Qin Mo's ear. Curse of Misfortune imposed, consumes half of the target's current mental energy to impose a curse effect. During the duration of this effect, the target periodically receives random curses. The duration of the Calamity effect is determined by the amount of mental energy consumed. A lottery-style skill? After reading the skill description, Qin Mo couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The skill's power was undeniable, but its randomness was too extreme, with a huge gap between its potential highs and lows. Such a skill could serve as an unconventional tactic, yet it couldn't be relied upon as a trump card to turn the tide in critical moments. Sighing inwardly, Qin Mo closed the attribute panel and entered the cave alongside Jiang Zhiwen, who had finished absorbing the life essence. Soon, they found the blue stone slab mentioned by the snow barbarian ancestor spirit at the cave's end. Jiang Zhiwen examined it closely and quickly determined it was merely an ordinary stone slab imbued with an enchantment effect. Over time, the enchantment had long since lost its potency. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen then struck simultaneously, shattering the slab in an instant. A deep, dark passageway suddenly appeared before Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. A faint, hazy glow emanated from within, accompanied by the faint sound of water echoing from the passage's depths. Jiang Zhiwen retrieved a torch from her small spatial pouch, lit it, and leaped into the passageway first. Qin Mo followed closely behind. As soon as the figures of the man and beast vanished into the passage, a shadowy figure crept cautiously into the cave from outside. This figure was none other than the Bronze Tier 2 hunter who had narrowly escaped earlier. After fleeing the pursuit of the snow demon python and the attacks of the snow barbarian tribe, the man, panicked and desperate, had fled to the summit of Yangshuo Peak. Finding temporary cover on Yangshuo Peak, he witnessed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen teaming up to kill that silver tier snow barbarian. His mind immediately began to churn with schemes. Jiang Zhiwen looked so young he should be easy to manipulate. With his silver tongue, surely he could persuade Jiang Zhiwen to team up with him? Who knows? He might even reap some benefits by tagging along with Jiang Zhiwen.
But when he cautiously avoided the monsters and reached the cave, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo had already entered the passage at the end.
Gazing at the passageway leading to who knows where, the hunter gritted his teeth and finally leaped inside. Chapter 48, Instant Death. In the dim passageway, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen swiftly made their way toward the central region of the mountain's core, following the map. Along the way, they encountered numerous skeletal remains. Some belonged to the snow barbarians, others to various monsters, and even human corpses could be seen. Jiang Zhiwen examined them closely and realized the clothing styles of these human remains predated the Great Cataclysm. Jiang Zhiwen speculated that these must be unlucky souls who had fallen into a spatial fissure before the Great Cataclysm and been transported here. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen silently sighed at this thought before continuing their journey.
Before long, the man and beast arrived at a vast, open hall. The hall stood about 10 meters tall, its ceiling and walls adorned with murals depicting the history of the snow barbarian tribe. Beyond the murals, the walls were artfully inlaid with numerous candlesticks. Though it was unclear how long they had been burning, the candlesticks still emitted a bright glow, illuminating the entire hall.
At the hall's center stood two enormous coffins. The coffin on the left was crafted from an unidentified blue ore.
Qin Mo had seen this material before. The altar within the snow barbarian tribe's camp was constructed from precisely this ore.
The coffin on the right was fashioned from metal, its surface encircled by thick chains.
Most of the chains had already snapped, and the remaining ones were covered in cracks, looking as if they might break at any moment. Qin Mo stepped forward and discovered that the coffin on the left was not sealed shut. Through the cracks, one could clearly see the scattered burial offerings inside. Most were bone artifacts, along with medicinal herbs and the flesh and blood of monsters. However, over time, the medicinal herbs and the flesh and blood of the monsters had long since rotted, emitting an indescribable stench.
Qin Mo quickly covered his nose and stepped back. Thud!
Just then, the coffin on the right suddenly began to shake.
A dull knocking sound emanated from within, drawing the attention of both Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen.
Thud! Thud! The muffled knocking sounded again. Then, the intact chains wrapped around the coffin suddenly glowed, emitting a soft light.
Immediately after, an angry growl erupted from within the coffin.
Roar! These chains won't hold much longer.
Should we just release the thing?
Qin Mo tore his gaze away from the coffin and turned to his own beast tamer. They were bound to face the creature within the coffin eventually. In that case, it might be better to release it early to avoid complications later. Jiang Zhiwen paused briefly before nodding in agreement. Qin Mo's suggestion was somewhat risky, but with their strength, handling it shouldn't be too difficult. Besides, even if something unexpected happened, she could carry Qin Mo to safety in time. Having made the decision, Qin Mo immediately cast Water Spirit Vitality, imbuing herself with a water spirit. Then, with a swipe of her paw, a blurred shadow shot from his body, striking the intact chain on the coffin with pinpoint accuracy. Already on the verge of breaking, the chain snapped instantly under the external force. Freed from their restraint, the heavy metal coffin lid was violently hurled upward by a tremendous force, crashing heavily onto the ground beside it and sending a shower of debris flying. A snow barbarian corpse, standing nearly 2 meters tall, crawled out of the coffin. Its entire body was a dark bluish gray, with withered skin clinging tightly to its bones. Its blood-red eyes held not a shred of clarity. Even so, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen could discern traces of the ancestral spirit of the snow barbarians within it. Clearly, this was the very corpse of the snow barbarian ancestral spirit they sought. Silver rank 4. Gazing at the corpse before them, Jiang Zhiwen's expression grew considerably more solemn as he cautioned, "Yin Che, be careful." Though the snow barbarian ancestor spirit's corpse was only silver tier 4, not reaching the peak of the Chaos Sky Island secret realm, no one knew what techniques it truly possessed. Roar! The corpse's gaze locked onto Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, emitting an ominous, incomprehensible growl. In the next instant, a torrent of black mist erupted from its corpse, surging toward Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Qin Mo swiftly cast the gale technique. A fierce gale suddenly swept through the vast hall, whipping the surging black mist toward the passageway at the opposite end. Roar! The corpse let out another growl. The black mist, swept back by the gale, instantly seemed to receive some kind of summons, coming to life in an instant. Massive swaths of the dark mist coalesced into chains, launching attacks from all directions toward Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo, who had been prepared, naturally avoided being struck by such attacks. Qin Mo effortlessly dodged the incoming chains with his speed. Though Jiang Zhiwen's speed couldn't match Qin Mo's, her spear proved more than sufficient to neutralize the chain's threat. Seeing its attacks fail, the corpse grew increasingly enraged and charged directly at Qin Mo. Compared to Jiang Zhiwen at Bronze Tier 3, the aura emanating from Qin Mo at Bronze Tier 6 was undeniably more formidable. The corpse of the ancestral spirit instinctively sought to eliminate Qin Mo, the more threatening target, first. As the corpse charged toward him, Qin Mo instantly raised his forepaw. "Taste this new skill I just learned." A jet of black light shot from Qin Mo's claw, striking the corpse of the ancestral spirit with pinpoint accuracy. The corpse's movements instantly slowed to a crawl.
Is that a slow curse? Witnessing this, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but feel astonished. His contract beast actually possessed cursing skills?
Yet despite her astonishment, Jiang Zhiwen's movements remained swift and unhesitating. Taking advantage of the ancestral spirit's corpse being affected by the slow curse, she immediately closed in, thrusting her spear repeatedly. As Jiang Zhiwen's attacks landed repeatedly, flashes of light occasionally erupted from the spear, a sign that its secondary effects had been triggered.
While the life drain effect couldn't affect the corpse of the ancestral spirit, the bleed and weakening curses remained unaffected.
Soon, the corpse of the ancestral spirit bore numerous gruesome wounds.
Yet for a corpse, such injuries were clearly insignificant.
As the slow curse effect faded, the corpse of the ancestral spirit immediately launched a fierce assault on Jiang Zhiwen, the closest target. Faced with the corpse's relentless, reckless assault, Jiang Zhiwen had no choice but to focus entirely on defense. Fortunately, Jiang Zhiwen possessed extensive combat experience. With Qin Mo providing support from the sidelines and the effects of the weakening curse, the corpse of the ancestral spirit posed little threat to her. Just as Jiang Zhiwen was defending with all her might, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, a sinister crimson glow suddenly flickered across the corpse of the ancestral spirit.
Its movements froze in place.
Then, under the stunned gazes of Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, the corpse was instantly engulfed in a layer of crimson flames. Within mere breaths, it was reduced to a pile of ashes.
Instant death curse? Jiang Zhiwen stared at the newly formed ashes on the ground, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Instant death curse, a supremely tyrannical cursing technique. Upon hitting its target, it possessed a certain probability of directly annihilating the victim. This probability depended on the power disparity between the parties involved, never exceeding 20% at its highest and dropping to 0 at its lowest. Yet even so, instant death curses sent shivers down the spines of practitioners. After all, it was utterly unreasonable. A single stroke of bad luck could mean instant death, leaving no chance to even struggle. What puzzled Jiang Zhiwen, though, was when exactly had her contract beast unleashed the instant kill curse? She hadn't sensed any unusual activity whatsoever. Qin Mo beside her stood frozen in place. Could catastrophe befall actually trigger a random instant kill effect like this? But Qin Mo quickly regained his composure. Even if Curse of Calamity could randomly trigger an unreasonable instant death effect, it merely raised the skill's ceiling. As long as the skill retained its random nature, it could never be relied upon as a trump card. Especially since its mana cost remained fixed regardless of when cast, it would always drain half of the caster's current mana pool. Chapter 49, Harvest and Turmoil. Qin Mo then stepped forward and sifted through the ashes formed from the ancestral spirit's corpse.
A thumb-sized transparent bead emerged from the ashes. Made of an unknown material, the sphere contained a vividly lifelike image within, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Snow Barbarian tribe's ancestral spirit. Unable to discern the origins of this transparent orb, Qin Mo turned to his beastmaster. "This is a soul bead," Jiang Zhiwen explained. "It's a rather unique type of beast core." Jiang Zhiwen's gaze fixed on the translucent orb as he explained, "Only monsters surpassing the sovereign rank and possessing profound mastery of soul power can condense such a thing within their bodies. Though the Snow Barbarian tribe's mastery of souls was nearly non-existent, it was not unreasonable for the ancestral spirit, distinct from its kin, to have formed a soul bead within its body. Unfortunately, like the corpse of the Snow Barbarian ancestral spirit, the power contained within this soul orb had nearly dissipated entirely. It now barely maintained its rank, hovering just above bronze tier. For an ordinary bronze tier practitioner, such a soul orb still held considerable utility. Yet if used on her or Qin Mo, its effectiveness would be little more than a token benefit. After all, both she and Qin Mo possessed innate attributes far surpassing those of ordinary bronze tier practitioners. A soul orb barely clinging to silver rank would be utterly useless to them. A special beast core? Qin Mo instantly lost interest, tossing the soul orb toward Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen casually tossed the soul orb into a small spatial pouch. She planned to wait until they left the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island before tossing the soul orb and the body tempering technique she had obtained earlier onto the underground black market for auction. Then, the man and beast approached, carefully examining the two coffins within the hall. Though most of the burial artifacts within the stone coffins had decayed, Jiang Zhiwen still found two bone artifacts containing faint traces of energy. Drawing upon her memories from her previous life, Jiang Zhiwen quickly identified the origins of these two bone artifacts. These were consumable items commonly used by the Snow Barbarian tribe. Simply triggering the spiritual imprint left upon them would activate them, releasing the spells or skills engraved within. Both bone artifacts contained an engraved spell called Blood Explosion. This spell circulated among numerous barbarian tribes, its effect being to burn one's own blood to gain a short-term, explosive surge in strength and cultivation level. It's a rather effective last-ditch skill. Even if Jiang Zhiwen had no use for such items himself, he could still sell them on the black market for a decent price. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Mo retrieved a small wooden box from the metal coffin. The box, made of an unknown material, remained remarkably well preserved despite its unknown age.
A faint, herbal scent lingered on its surface. A delicate lock fastened the front of the box. Unlike the box itself, which seemed untouched by time, the enchanted lock had long since deteriorated, rendered useless. Opening the box revealed several scrolls made from monster hides. Unfortunately, after careful examination by Jiang Zhiwen, it was discovered that the contents recorded on these scrolls were almost identical to the surrounding murals. The only difference was that the scrolls presented a more complete and clearer account than the murals in the main hall. This discovery left Qin Mo feeling profoundly disappointed. He had hoped to find something valuable. However, Jiang Zhiwen informed Qin Mo that while such items held little practical value, they were highly sought after in the antique market and could fetch a good price. After that, Jiang Zhiwen packed away the scrolls and left the hall with Qin Mo. The transaction with the ancestral spirit of the snow barbarian tribe was complete. It was time to retrieve the treasure from the altar. The man and beast swiftly retraced their steps along the passageway. Before they had gone far, a sudden, heavy clatter of footsteps echoed in their ears. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen stiffened, immediately turning their gaze toward the source of the sound. Before long, a bronze tier 2 hunter burst out from another passageway. Following close behind him was a swarm of dark purple bats, each as large as a wash basin. These bats had round heads, large ears, and even round noses. From a distance, they resembled pig faces. Pig-faced purple bats? Jiang Zhiwen watched the swarm of dark purple bats, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. These bats preferred hot, arid environments. He never expected to encounter them here. His astonishment quickly gave way to urgency as Jiang Zhiwen turned and led Qin Mo away. Pig-faced purple bats were bloodthirsty and highly aggressive. Though individually weak, these creatures always hunt in packs, making them extremely difficult to eliminate. Moreover, their corpses carried a chance to self-detonate, making carelessness a recipe for disaster. Consequently, even professionals significantly higher in level than the pig-faced purple bats would avoid provoking them unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Zhiwen was no exception. "Save me. I can reward you with the location of a silver treasure chest." Seeing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen turn to leave, the bronze tier 2 hunter urgently shouted. "A silver treasure chest?" Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen halted in their tracks, turning back in unison. "Arg!" Seeing the bronze tier 2 hunter about to be surrounded by pig-faced purple bats, Qin Mo roared instantly. A tangible shockwave swept through the passageway, sending a shower of stone dust cascading down. The swarm of pig-faced purple bats was also affected by the skill, momentarily slowed. Seizing the moment, the bronze tier 2 hunter suddenly accelerated, pulling away from the pig-faced purple bats. Seeing this, Qin Mo raised his paw and struck. Thick vines burst from the ground, completely sealing off the passageway. Jiang Zhiwen advanced with her spear, swiftly dispatching several pig-faced purple bats that had managed to slip past the vine blockade. Only after completing these actions did Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen turn their attention to the bronze tier 2 hunter they had rescued. "Wah! Hope you weren't lying to me. Otherwise, your fate will be far worse than provoking that swarm of pig-faced purple bats." Under Qin Mo's piercing gaze, the bronze tier 2 hunter felt as if he'd been locked onto by a primordial beast, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. "That silver treasure chest is inside the pig-faced purple bat's lair." Grasping Qin Mo's meaning, the bronze tier 2 hunter hurriedly spoke up, "But there's a silver tier pig-faced purple bat guarding the chest." "The nest of the pig-faced purple bats?" Hearing this, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but wear a look of helplessness. Who would have thought we'd end up tangled with these pig-faced purple bats after all? But the silver treasure chest truly stirred her heart. Chests exceeding the secret realm's level restrictions were rarer than even ultra-limit monsters. Arg! At that moment, Qin Mo suddenly roared, dispelling the vines torn open by the pig-faced purple bats. He then transformed into a black streak of light and charged forward. "Inche, be careful. These pig-faced purple bats' corpses might self-detonate." Seeing this, Jiang Zhiwen hurriedly called out a warning. With his contract beast strength, dealing with these pig-faced purple bats was naturally no problem. But if he got hit by a pig-faced purple bat's self-detonation by accident, that wouldn't be a laughing matter. "Oh whoa! Got it!" Qin Mo's voice rang out, followed by a streak of light slicing through the swarm of pig-faced purple bats. Lifeless bat corpses rained down from the sky, quickly blanketing the passageway below. Occasionally, a corpse would explode, but Qin Mo, already prepared, dodged each blast without suffering any harm. Chapter 50, Misfortune and Fortune are two sides of the same coin. Not far away, the bronze tier 2 hunter watched the scene with a blank expression. Though he had witnessed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen teaming up to slay the silver tier snow barbarian. At that time, Jiang Zhiwen had been the primary force, with Qin Mo merely distracting the enemy from the sidelines. Even after witnessing Qin Mo unleash root entanglement and shadow assault skills that shouldn't have been mastered by a Frostblade spirit cat, he dismissed it as Qin Mo being somewhat unusual. Deep down, he hadn't truly regarded Qin Mo as particularly formidable. After all, no matter how exceptional a Frostblade spirit cat might be, how formidable could it truly be? Not to mention that Jiang Zhiwen's performance at the time had been truly dazzling, capturing most of his attention. Yet the events unfolding before him shattered his assumptions. A swarm of pig-faced purple bats that had chased him into desperate flight were now being dispatched with effortless ease by a single Frostblade spirit cat. Was this truly within the capabilities of a Frostblade spirit cat? Even if these pig-faced purple bats weren't exceptionally powerful individually, they were still bronze-tier monsters. The hunter was utterly at a loss for words to describe his current state of mind. It was like watching a pig, always sluggish and lazy, suddenly have its pigskin peeled away to reveal a roaring tiger tearing through the forest. This conflicting sensation made the hunter feel like he could spit blood. Qin Mo paid no heed to the hunter's thoughts, swiftly weaving through the swarm of pig-faced purple bats. His sharp claws relentlessly reaped their lives. In his eyes, these pig-faced purple bats were no tougher to deal with than the savage rat subhumans. The only difference was that these purple-faced bats lacked the barbarian ratkin's obvious fatal weakness. Before long, the entire swarm lay dead beneath Qin Mo's claws. The hunter swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Qin Mo with pure awe. Qin Mo paid him no mind, instead turning his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. Whoa! Beastmaster, what happened to these things exploding? He'd even held back during the fight, careful not to get caught in the purple pig-faced bats' explosions. But even after he'd slaughtered every last one of those pig-faced purple bats, fewer than 10 corpses had detonated. Surely it can't just be because he's lucky? It must be due to environmental factors. Having watched the battle for so long, Jiang Zhiwen had noticed something. He explained with a smile, this pig-faced purple bat is a fire attribute monster. It thrives in heat and fears the cold. The environment here likely suppresses their self-destructibility. Though she possessed memories from her previous life, she hadn't delved into studying creatures like pig-faced purple bats back then either. Her knowledge of these creatures was limited to basic information. Arg! Qin Mo didn't dwell on the question, instead turning his attention to the hunter. The hunter instantly understood and immediately led the way, guiding Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen toward the pig-faced purple bat's lair. Along the way, through brief conversation, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen learned some details about this hunter. His name was Fudola. It was said his clan had been quite prominent before the great upheaval of heaven and earth. However, neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiwen showed much interest in such matters, so Fudola didn't elaborate further. Fudola's innate talent was particularly intriguing. It was a B-rank talent called Fortune and Misfortune Intertwined. This talent greatly enhanced Fudola's luck, allowing him to frequently stumble upon extraordinary treasures beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yet, these very blessings would also bring misfortune, plunging him into peril. Take, for instance, when he first led his team into the lair of the snow demon python. Though they gained considerable rewards inside, they were also relentlessly hunted by the snow demon python. Then there was this recent incident in the pig-faced purple bat's lair. They discovered a silver treasure chest, only to be hunted down by the purple-faced pig-faced bats, forcing them to flee for their lives. When Fu Duo reported his innate talent, Qin Mo clearly noticed a fleeting look of surprise in his Beastmaster's eyes. It wasn't until later that Qin Mo learned from his Beastmaster that this class talent had a certain probability of mutating into the S-rank talent, Fortune Smiles. Though not the highest SSS tier talent, it possessed an effect coveted by countless practitioners. It dramatically enhanced the practitioner's personal fortune, enabling them to effortlessly escape dire straits and turn danger into safety. Guided by Fortune's blessing, they soon arrived at the entrance of the pig-faced purple bat's lair. Compared to the hall housing the snow barbarian ancestor's spirit remains, the purple pig-faced bat's lair was noticeably larger. The entire lair stood about 30 meters tall, with countless pig-faced purple bats hanging upside down from the ceiling. At its center lay a steaming lava pool, while the surrounding stone walls were riddled with caverns and passageways leading to unknown destinations. Qin Mo immediately spotted the silver treasure chest Fudola had mentioned earlier. A stone pillar stood upright in the lava pool at the nest's center. Upon it, the silver treasure chest lay quietly, emitting a soft, silvery glow. Whoa! Beastmaster, I'll hold off these bats, you go open the chest. Pulling his gaze away from the silver treasure chest, Qin Mo scanned his surroundings before turning to Jiang Zhiwen. Unlike Jiang Zhiwen, he possessed not only a system space but also a small spatial pouch to conceal its existence. Even if he could open the chest, he might not be able to carry everything inside away in one go. Not to mention, as a contract beast, he couldn't open the chest at all. Yin Che, be careful. Here, the abilities of these pig-faced purple bats might not be affected. Jiang Zhiwen nodded, his gaze fixed on the constantly steaming lava pool. Be careful not to get caught in their self-detonation, he said solemnly. Oof. Don't worry, I've got this. With that, Qin Mo first cast a water spirit enchantment on himself before darting forward. You little bastards, I'm coming for you. His body still mid-air, a deep roar already echoed, explosive roar. Solid-like sound waves rampaged through the purple-faced bat's lair, startling a swarm of the creatures. Atop the central stone pillar high above the nest, a man-sized pig-faced purple bat opened its eyes. Its wings, shimmering with a faint silver-white glow, flapped violently as it screeched and charged toward Qin Mo. Bring it on! Qin Mo used a stone pillar to change direction, seizing the moment to unleash the gale spell. In an instant, a violent storm raged. Many of the pig-faced purple bats hurtling toward Qin Mo were blown off course by the sudden gale, tumbling headlong downward. Only the silver-ranked pig-faced purple bat remained unaffected, relentlessly pursuing Qin Mo. Seeing Qin Mo draw the attention of most of the purple-faced bats, Jiang Zhiwen immediately leaped down from the cave entrance and dashed straight toward the silver treasure chest. Futilely, meanwhile, found a concealed spot to hide, silently monitoring the battle. More accurately, he was watching Qin Mo's movements. Qin Mo sensed Fudola's gaze. He paid it no mind, however, continuing to weave through the swarm of pig-faced purple bats, occasionally landing a couple of swift strikes on the silver-grade one. As for the bronze-tier pig-faced purple bats, Qin Mo paid them no mind. Though eliminating them posed little challenge, he feared his Beastmaster's prediction might prove accurate. If the purple-faced bat's self-destructibility remained unaffected here, actively killing them would only invite trouble. Anyway, the bronze-tier pig-faced purple bats posed little threat, so he simply let them swarm him. Chapter 51, Beast Cores and Healing Arts. While Qin Mo was entangled in combat with a swarm of pig-faced purple bats, on the other side, Jiang Zhiwen had already reached the stone pillar at the center of the lava pool. Several pig-faced purple bats guarding the treasure chest were easily dispatched by Jiang Zhiwen. Whether due to the environment or sheer bad luck, the corpses of those bats all exploded. Despite his precautions, Jiang Zhiwen was still jolted by the shockwave, his qi and blood churning violently. Ignoring the turmoil within his body, Jiang Zhiwen flung open the silver treasure chest and swiftly swept its contents into his system space. "In Che, run!" After securing the chest's contents, Jiang Zhiwen swiftly exited the lava pool while bellowing at Qin Mo. "Oh whoa! Got it! You go first. I'll have a little fun with this big guy." Knowing Qin Mo's strength, Jiang Zhiwen said no more and sprinted back toward the passage they had come through. Squeak! Seeing Jiang Zhiwen attempt to flee, the silver-ranked pig-faced purple bat let out a shrill screech and charged recklessly toward him. It intended to tear this damned thief who stole its treasure to shreds. But what met it instead were Qin Mo's razor-sharp claws. The black glowing claws sliced through the silver-grade pig-faced purple bat, the dark light sinking deep into its body. Catastrophe befalls. As a deep black light flashed, several strands of black mist instantly coiled around the silver-grade pig-faced purple bat. Wherever the black mist touched, the bat's flesh dissolved, turning into foul-smelling pus. Witnessing this scene, Qin Mo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This randomly triggered curse seemed no less devastating than the instant death effect from before. Fudola, lurking nearby and watching the battle in secret, widened his eyes in astonishment. What kind of skill was this? Venom curse? Jiang Zhiwen, who was still running, recognized the curse's effect, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Judging by the symptoms, it must be the curse of Calamity skill. Jiang Zhiwen watched the silver tear pig-faced purple bat wailing in agony and thought to herself. Having witnessed Qin Mo unleash Calamity upon foes twice now, her past life's wealth of experience finally allowed her to identify the skill's true nature. The exclusive class skill of the hidden profession, Harbinger of Doom, Calamity upon. Though astonished that Qin Mo could master even a hidden class's exclusive skill, Jiang Zhiwen had witnessed his use of vision and natural force before, so this revelation didn't surprise her too much. If her contracted beast could master exclusive skills from common classes, then learning those of a hidden class wasn't beyond comprehension. After a moment of quiet reflection, Jiang Zhiwen withdrew her gaze and sprinted back toward the passage they had come through. At the same moment, Qin Mo closed in on the silver-rank pig-faced purple bat. Strike while the iron is hot. Sharp claws slashed relentlessly, weaving a net of flashing cold light that enveloped the silver-rank pig-faced purple bat. Though the bat attempted to evade, the effects of the venom curse severely impaired its condition, rendering it utterly incapable of dodging Qin Mo's attacks. Soon, the silver-grade pig-faced purple bat was covered in wounds, its vitality rapidly fading. At that moment, Qin Mo's expression changed abruptly. Forgetting to deliver the finishing blow, he sprinted back toward the passageway he had come through. The bronze-tier pig-faced purple bats that had been relentlessly attacking Qin Mo also sensed something amiss, and with shrill screeches, they scattered in all directions. Within mere breaths, an eerie crimson hue began to emanate from the silver-grade pig-faced purple bats. Then, they exploded with a thunderous boom. The silver-grade pig-faced purple bat's self-detonation. As the violent energy rampaged through the purple bat nest, shattered stone pillars crashed down, plunging into the lava pool. Scorching molten lava splashed everywhere. Many unfortunate bronze-grade pig-faced purple bats were struck by the molten lava, instantly melting grotesque, bloody holes in their bodies. Many more bronze-tier pig-faced purple bats perished under the violent energy shockwave, their corpses exploding in turn. The relentless explosions reduced the entire lair to utter chaos. Fortunately, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had retreated into the passageway they had come through in time, escaping the blast's effects. Inside the passageway, Qin Mo swallowed hard as he surveyed the near-total destruction he had single-handedly wrought. Thankfully, his danger perception was sharp. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly this time. As for mortal danger, he wasn't particularly worried. His Beastmaster was right here. If things got really bad, he could always have his Beastmaster seal him away in the Beastmaster's space. There was no way he'd end up in a life-threatening situation. As the explosions grew increasingly violent, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen dared not linger in the passage any longer.
They hurriedly retreated along the path they had come. They hadn't gone far when a dull thud echoed from behind. A massive avalanche of debris crashed down, completely sealing off the passage behind them while also shielding them from the full force of the explosion. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiwen shot Qin Mo a reproachful glare. "That's what you get for being so mischievous." Qin Mo gave a sheepish chuckle and nudged Jiang Zhiwen playfully. Jiang Zhiwen shook her head helplessly, then motioned for Qin Mo and Fudo, who was desperately trying to blend into the background, to follow her along the passageway out. Soon, Qin Mo and his group returned to the cave they had come from. After confirming the surroundings were safe, Jiang Zhiwen finally retrieved the items she had obtained from the silver treasure chest. There were 5 items in total. 2 were beast cores, while the other 3 comprised a skill book, a piece of crimson ore, and a half-torn map. Jiang Zhiwen first picked up the half-map for inspection. As expected, it was the other half of the map to the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen immediately scanned the red dot marked on the map. If all went according to plan, that was where the treasure vault key would be located. However, upon clearly seeing the red dot's location, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's expressions froze. For the red dot marked the very peak of Yangshou Mountain where they stood. Moreover, according to the map's description, the treasure vault key was hidden at the bottom of the lava pool in the center of the pig-faced purple bat's lair. This news left Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen utterly disheartened. Not only was the passage to the pig-faced purple bat's lair already blocked off. Even if the passage remained intact, retrieving the treasure vault key buried deep within the lava pool would prove nearly impossible. "Well, it seems I'm not meant to find this treasure vault." Jiang Zhiwen sighed and tucked the map away. The treasure vault was out of the question, but the map's value remained undeniable. Even if she had no use for it herself, she could trade it for favors or simply sell it on the black market. Next, Jiang Zhiwen began examining the 2 beast cores. Tiger-type beast core, Yin Che, "This one's yours." After glancing at the first beast core, Jiang Zhiwen held it to Qin Mo's lips. This was the beast core of a silver-ranked roaring general, and the roaring general belonged precisely to the tiger-type monsters. Qin Mo's eyes lit up instantly. He swallowed the beast core in a few bites, then looked at the other one in Jiang Zhiwen's hand. "This is a bird-type beast core. Would you like it?" Jiang Zhiwen examined it briefly before offering it to him. Qin Mo shook his head immediately. So it wasn't tiger-type after all. Disappointment washed over him. Jiang Zhiwen casually tossed the beast core into a small spatial pouch and began examining the remaining 2 items. First was the crimson ore. The ore was only fist-sized, yet it felt unusually heavy and continuously radiated heat. Drawing on his past life's experience, Jiang Zhiwen quickly identified the ore's true nature. It was a mineral called molten fire essence, a gold-grade material like Qin Mo gold. However, compared to Qin Mo gold, molten fire essence was far rarer and held even greater value. Most crucially, molten fire essence served not only as a material for forging equipment but also as one of the summoning mediums coveted by novice summoners. With molten fire essence, summoners could conjure powerful molten fire giants to serve their commands. This scarcity keeps its market price sky high, making it a rare commodity. Next was the skill book. To Jiang Zhiwen's disappointment, the skill book wasn't particularly rare. It merely contained a common skill, healing. This skill requires reaching bronze rank to learn, and its effect is merely equivalent to the initial healing spell of the priest class. However, this skill possessed advantages unmatched by healing. First, as a universal skill, it could be learned by all classes. Second, healing art consumed extremely low mental energy, less than 1/5 of what healing required. Pulling his gaze away from the skill book, Jiang Zhiwen turned to look at Qin Mo. Yin Che. She had no intention of learning this skill, but since her contract beast could even master class-specific skills, learning healing technique shouldn't be too difficult, right? Woof. Hand over the skill book. Catching Jiang Zhiwen's intent, Qin Mo immediately spoke up. He was actually quite interested in the healing technique skill. While its healing effects weren't particularly outstanding, its strength lay in its minimal mental energy consumption. If he was also under the buff of water spirit vitality, the cost of casting this skill would likely be negligible. Jiang Zhiwen handed the skill book to Qin Mo. Qin Mo raised his paw to press against the skill book, simultaneously communicating with it through his mental energy. Soon, the skill book dissolved into a white light and vanished into Qin Mo's body. Fudola, watching from the side, couldn't help but wear an expression of envy. Humans are no match for beasts. If this healing technique skill book were sold on the market, it would fetch at least 1,000,000 credit points. After all, it was a universal skill only accessible to bronze-tier practitioners, so its price wouldn't be low. Yet such a precious skill book was casually used by Jiang Zhiwen on Qin Mo. Even having witnessed Qin Mo's prowess firsthand, he couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Chapter 52, The Reward. But clearly, neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiwen cared about Fudola's thoughts. Their rescue of Fu Duolai was nothing more than a transaction. Now that the deal was done, why would they bother with Fu Duolai? After mastering the skill, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen immediately departed the cave, heading toward the Snow Barbarian tribe's camp. Fudola silently followed behind them. Neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiwen said anything about it.
though their deal was done. But for the sake of the silver treasure chest, as long as Feudaleo didn't cause trouble, they didn't mind offering him some protection before leaving the secret realm.
Feudola clearly understood their intentions, maintaining a discreet distance as he trailed behind them like a shadow. Soon, Qin Mo's group arrived at the Snow Barbarian tribe's camp. What met Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's eyes were collapsed structures and corpses strewn across the ground. The central altar in the camp had split open down the middle, and the hourglass that had once floated above it now lay buried among the rubble like discarded trash. What had happened? Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen exchanged stunned glances. Just then, a white light flickered from the altar's ruins. The figure of the Snow Barbarian ancestral spirit appeared before Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Unlike before, the spirit's form was now nearly transparent, as if it might vanish at any moment. Seeing this, the confusion in Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's eyes deepened. Was a powerful enemy approaching? Yet within this secret realm, they could think of no one who could threaten the Snow Barbarian ancestral spirit before them. Stop guessing. I am responsible for all of this. The voice of the Snow Barbarian ancestral spirit sounded at the perfect moment, tinged with a hint of amusement and ease. Since the transaction is complete, this momentary bell is yours. With that, an invisible force lifted the hourglass from the altar's ruins and delivered it to Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen accepted it without hesitation, immediately tossing the hourglass into his system space. This momentary bell was once a sacred artifact of our tribe, though it is now sadly damaged. Watching Jiang Zhiwen stow the hourglass, the Snow Barbarian ancestor's spirit sighed, "If possible, I hope you may one day restore it to its former glory." With that, before Jiang Zhiwen could respond, the Snow Barbarian ancestor spirit waved a hand. An invisible force enveloped Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, carrying them away from the camp. Simultaneously, a brilliant azure light surged from the cracked altar, rapidly spreading outward until it enveloped the entire Snow Barbarian tribe camp. Finally, liberation. The voice of the Snow Barbarian tribe's ancestral spirit echoed. Immediately afterward, the azure light dissipated. Along with it vanished the corpses within the Snow Barbarian camp. At that moment, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen understood why the Snow Barbarian ancestor spirit had made that bargain with them. "Let's go." Jiang Zhiwen tore her gaze away from the ruins and motioned for Qin Mo to leave. Her purpose for entering the Chaos Sky Island's secret realm had been to obtain the treasure known as the Ephemeral Bell. Now that she had obtained it, she intended to leave the secret realm and return to Jiangcheng to prepare for the upcoming secret realm trial. The human and beast, along with Feudo who remained conspicuously invisible, hurried toward the secret realm's exit. Before long, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen encountered the Qin family trio again. Upon learning Jiang Zhiwen also intended to leave the secret realm, Qin Feng immediately invited her to travel together. Jiang Zhiwen naturally accepted. The secret realm had been open for some time now, and many practitioners had entered. While her strength meant she needn't fear these adventurers, encountering an unwise one could still lead to trouble. Traveling with Qin Feng and his two companions was different. With the Qin family's reputation, they could avoid a great deal of trouble. The journey passed without incident. The group soon left the Chaos Sky Island's secret realm behind. "Jiang, why wait for another day? Why not drop by my place sometime? It would be the perfect chance for me to express my gratitude." Outside the secret realm, after Feudola took his leave, Qin Feng promptly extended the invitation to Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. She still had quite a few valuable items she wouldn't need, which she could conveniently hand over to the Qin family for disposal, saving her another trip to the underground black market. The group then hurried toward the Qin residence. The Qin family estate sat at the junction of Jiangcheng's old and new districts. Compared to the Chang family estate, which occupied nearly half a street, the Qin family estate was much more low-key. Covering less than a quarter of Chang's estate, its interior architecture and furnishings were notably simple. The only noteworthy feature was the large number of copper bark iron willows planted throughout the grounds. Occasionally, one could spot Qin family practitioners training beneath these trees. These iron willows were genuine bronze-grade timber. Though not as versatile as the evil-warding camphor wood, they were an excellent material for crafting shields and armor, each tree being quite valuable. Only wealthy families like the three great clans of Jiangcheng possessed the financial means to use such iron willows as decorative elements. After entering the estate, guided by Qin Feng, the group soon reached the treasure vault deep within the grounds. "Mr. Jiang, you may select any 2 items from this vault as my token of gratitude." Inside the vault, Qin Feng offered a wry smile. "It's not that I'm stingy, but my authority only extends this far." Jiang Zhiwen nodded in understanding. Though Qin Feng was a key protege of the Qin family, he hadn't yet proven himself. The family couldn't grant him too much authority. After careful consideration, Jiang Zhiwen ultimately chose 2 silver-grade tiger beast cores and 2 gold-grade talismans. The 2 talismans were the Substitute Talisman and the Sweet Dew Talisman. Like the Substitute Puppet, the Substitute Talisman was a passive trigger item. However, compared to the Substitute Puppet, which could withstand any single lethal attack and fully restore the practitioner's condition, the Substitute Talisman's effect was significantly weaker. The Substitute Talisman could only block attacks below Radiance grade and did not restore the professional's own status.
Even so, it remains a valuable life-saving item. The Sweet Dew Talisman requires active activation. Once triggered, it releases a Sweet Dew spell, rapidly restoring the caster's status. This somewhat compensates for the substitute talisman's shortcomings. These 2 gold-grade talismans were precisely the tokens of gratitude she had selected. As for the 2 silver-grade tiger-type beast cores, she had traded them for soul pearls and the body tempering technique, so overall, she had gotten a bit of a bargain. Her soul bead was nearing a drop to bronze grade, and the body tempering technique was merely a black iron grade cultivation method. Originally, she had considered supplementing with some credit points or even a bone artifact engraved with blood explosion. However, both the Qin family professional tasked with guarding this treasure vault and Qin Feng firmly refused, so she did not press the matter. Chapter 53, The Effect of the Instantaneous Spell. After selecting the treasures, Jiang Zhiwen retrieved the 2 bone artifacts engraved with blood explosion and several scrolls made from monster hides. She entrusted the Qin family to handle their disposal. Such a minor matter was naturally not refused by Qin Feng. She immediately summoned the Qin family professionals responsible for such affairs and purchased these items at the standard price. Afterward, Qin Feng hosted a banquet to entertain Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Besides the trio from the Qin family whom they had encountered within the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island, Qin Feng's eldest uncle, Qin Han, also attended the banquet and personally expressed his gratitude to Jiang Zhiwen. That a gold-tier professional wielding the Qin family's real power came forward to express gratitude was sufficient proof of the Qin family's high regard for Jiang Zhiwen. During the banquet, Jiang Zhiwen also learned many secrets about the various factions in Jiangcheng from Qin Han. These were details unknown to her in her previous life. After all, in her previous life, she had spent a long time struggling at the very bottom, constantly hunted by the Zhang family, leaving her no time to understand such matters. And by the time she rapidly rose to power, the major factions of Jiangcheng seemed like mere pawns she could crush at will. Why would she have bothered to uncover their secrets then? Qin Mo showed no interest in such matters, merely focusing on devouring his meal. Suddenly, Qin Mo's movements halted. Immediately, the aura he emitted surged sharply, his cultivation level rapidly climbing from bronze tier 6 to bronze tier 7. Coming to his senses, Qin Mo couldn't help but wear a look of astonishment. Had this meal actually granted him a level up? At that moment, the others' gazes also fell upon Qin Mo. This Frostblade spirit cat truly is extraordinary, Qin Han remarked, appraising Qin Mo. Though not a beastmaster himself, he knew the potential ceiling for a Frostblade spirit cat was only bronze tier 5. Once a beast's rank surpassed its potential limit, each subsequent rank became exceedingly difficult to attain. According to what he'd learned from Qin Feng, Qin Mo had swallowed a spicy metal waterstone within the secret realm of Chaos Void Island to break through to bronze tier 6. From his breakthrough to now, it had only been a day or two. To achieve another breakthrough in such a short span demonstrated just how exceptional Qin Mo was. The expressions of the 3 Qin family members who had entered the Chaos Sky Island secret realm varied. Qin Feng's expression was complex, a mix of envy, but more prominently, a look of eager anticipation. Anyone could sense the intense fighting spirit radiating from him. Qin Feng's expression stemmed directly from his pact with Jiang Zhiwen. Earlier, on the underground boxing ring, Red Feather had been defeated by Qin Mo. At that time, he had agreed with Jiang Zhiwen that they would face off again during the secret realm trial, a full-fledged battle between them, not just a contest between their contract beasts. Now, witnessing Qin Mo's level advancement, he instantly felt immense pressure. As a beastmaster, he understood all too well how dramatically a beast that had shattered its potential ceiling would grow with each level increase. Especially when it came to an anomaly like Qin Mo, who defied all conventional wisdom. Fortunately, he wasn't without his own advantages. First, as a key protege of the Qin family, he possessed far greater resources than Jiang Zhiwen. In terms of professional skills, Jiang Zhiwen simply couldn't match him. Second, his contract beast, Red Feather, had successfully evolved into a blazing wind sparrow after consuming the Crimson Sun Spirit fruit. However, due to the Phoenix bloodline being reactivated, Hongling is currently slumbering within the beast taming space. When it awakens, its power will undoubtedly undergo a tremendous leap. By then, even when facing off against the 2 prodigies, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, he would have the confidence to engage them in battle. As for the other 2 Qin family practitioners, their expressions were pure envy and shock. Jiang Zhiwen remained the most composed. She had witnessed Qin Mo's silent, sudden power surges countless times before, so this moment held no surprise for her. At least this time, the upgrade had some traceable origins. After all, the food provided by the Qin family was prepared by practitioners possessing the chef profession. Consuming such food over time naturally boosted one's strength and level. Noticing the stares, Qin Mo let out a low growl before burying his head back in his food. The room fell silent. Soon after, the banquet concluded. Jiang Zhiwen politely declined Qin Han's kind offer to let her stay at the estate for cultivation, and instead brought Qin Mo back home. Upon arriving home, Jiang Zhiwen immediately retrieved the instant clock she had obtained from the snow barbarian camp. Qin Mo looked curiously at the hourglass in Jiang Zhiwen's hand. He knew full well that his beastmaster had ventured into the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island precisely for this object.
For it to capture the attention of a reborn powerhouse like his beast master, it must possess something extraordinary.
Unfortunately, he couldn't discern anything unusual about it.
Noticing Qin Mo's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen smiled and immediately communicated with the time artifact through his mental energy. A soft blue aura emanated from the hourglass, radiating outward from its center until it formed a closed, hemispherical light barrier.
The momentary bell could be activated once every 24 hours.
Upon activation, it created a special space lasting 12 hours, where time flowed at 1/10 the speed of the outside world. At that moment, Jiang Zhiwen's voice echoed in Qin Mo's ear, explaining the artifact's function.
Qin Mo suddenly understood.
No wonder his beast master held this fleeting moment bell in such high regard.
With the effects of this momentary bell, combined with some accelerated cultivation methods, wouldn't leveling up be a breeze?
While a practitioner's strength wasn't entirely determined by level, leveling up was indeed the most direct way to enhance one's power. Inche, I'll be staying home to cultivate these next few days. Jiang Zhiwen's voice sounded again. If you get bored, you can go out and play on your own.
Just remember not to get into trouble.
Qin Mo let out a satisfied growl, leaping onto the sofa and settling into a comfortable position to nap. With rare time to rest properly, he wasn't going anywhere. For the next 3 days, Jiang Zhiwen ventured out during the day to complete the system's daily tasks, while evenings were spent at home cultivating with the aid of the fleeting clock.
As for Qin Mo, he stayed home to rest. Though the journey through the Chaos Void Island's secret realm hadn't taken much time, the battles they'd endured were numerous.
He'd clashed with the Three-Eyed Tribe on the Mirage Island, battled the Zhang family's professionals and the Four-Winged Molten Ravens on the volcanic island, and the island housing the Ram-Headed Peak was another story altogether. Despite emerging unscathed from these consecutive battles, Qin Mo felt profoundly drained mentally. After 3 days of recuperation, Qin Mo had completely shed his mental fatigue, readjusting himself to peak condition. During these 3 days, Jiang Zhiwen had advanced from Bronze Tier 3 to Bronze Tier 5 by completing the system's daily quests, aided by the fleeting clock. Jiang Zhiwen's rapid leveling also earned Qin Mo numerous system rewards.
First came the level advancement.
Through the system rewards, Qin Mo's level smoothly reached Bronze Tier 9, successfully fulfilling the first requirement for his next evolution. Next, he only needed to consume one more Silver Tier Tiger Beast Core to evolve into the Irontail Mountain Lord.
Second was the enhancement of his attributes. The only disappointment for Qin Mo was that the enhanced attributes did not include spiritual power. Yet this attribute was precisely what Qin Mo needed and valued most. Even with the Water Spirit Vitality skill, coupled with his daily cultivation of the soul nurturing technique and reaching Bronze Tier 9, his need for spiritual power only grew stronger. What could he do? Who could blame him for mastering so many skills? Especially when among them was a glutton like Calamity's curse, which consumed mental energy directly based on percentage. Beyond level and attribute gains, Qin Mo also acquired a dark element skill named Shadow Leap. When activated, this skill allowed him to leap a short distance and enter a brief stealth state. It felt like a combination of the mage classes, Blink, and the assassin classes, Stealth, albeit in a weakened form. Qin Mo was quite satisfied with this skill.
Already adept at speed, acquiring this skill greatly enhanced his agility, allowing him to leverage his speed advantage more effectively.
Qin Mo's level increase naturally didn't escape Jiang Zhiwen's notice.
However, she had long grown accustomed to such developments, and after a moment of surprise, she quickly regained her composure. That day, Jiang Zhiwen returned home after completing the system's daily tasks as usual.
What puzzled Qin Mo was that Jiang Zhiwen didn't use the instant clock for cultivation as usual. Instead, she simply lay down against him. "Ha? Beast Master, not practicing today?"
"No cultivation today," Jiang Zhiwen shook her head and smiled. "Tomorrow is the secret realm trial. I need to conserve my energy and get my condition back in shape today."
"I see." Qin Mo understood and stopped resisting, letting Jiang Zhiwen use him as a pillow. Chapter 54, Before the Trial. The next morning. Early in the morning, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo to the City Lord's mansion. As the annual grand event of the Qinqing Empire, the Secret Realm Trial was directly overseen by the City Lord's mansion. Students participating in the trial must assemble at the City Lord's mansion before being transported collectively to the trial realm. When Jiang Zhiwen arrived at the City Lord's mansion, the outer plaza was already crowded with students, among whom were many familiar faces. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen, many eyes widened in astonishment. Bronze 5th rank? Impossible. How could that useless Jiang Zhiwen have advanced so rapidly? Suddenly, a shrill, hysterical scream pierced the crowd. Everyone turned to see a girl dressed in flashy, flamboyant attire. Her normally pretty features were now contorted into a hideous grimace, her eyes bulging like those of a vengeful specter. Her words acted as a spark, instantly igniting the entire venue. Jiang Zhiwen was no stranger to students at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, nor to students at other high schools in Jiangcheng. During the joint freshman exchange event between Jiangcheng No. 1 and No. 2 high schools, Jiang Zhiwen single-handedly blocked the entrance to No. 2 high school, making her the center of attention. Combined with her stunning, almost sinful beauty and figure, she naturally became the center of everyone's attention.
After Jiang Zhiwen transitioned to a beast tamer and awakened her D-rank talent, countless people secretly mocked her. Especially those unlucky souls who had always been overshadowed by Jiang Zhiwen's brilliance, relegated to mere backdrops in her presence. They felt a particular sense of satisfaction. Though many of them, to preserve their dignity, refrained from openly mocking her like others did. When news spread that Jiang Zhiwen had contracted a curled-tail raccoon cat, their schadenfreude and disdain only deepened. Everyone believed Jiang Zhiwen was finished. Even if she didn't sink to the lowest ranks, she'd only be kept as a pretty ornament, her looks the sole reason anyone would tolerate her. From then on, she'd be worlds apart from them. Yet this very useless ornament had, within a mere month, ascended from Black Iron Tier 1 to Bronze Tier 5. In an instant, the square echoed with murmurs of envy, jealousy, speculation about whether Jiang Zhiwen had climbed the social ladder, or suspicions that he had stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune. Quiet. Outside the city lord's mansion, this racket is utterly disgraceful. Just then, a voice boomed across the square, drowning out the clamor. The crowd looked up to see a burly man clad in armor striding toward the square. Beside him followed a baby-faced girl glaring at them with wide eyes. To the assembled crowd, the burly man was no stranger. For this was none other than Quang Gong, commander of the Jiangqing City Guard and a purple-gold ranked shield armor warrior. Simultaneously, many in the crowd recognized Quang Shayan. News of Quang Shayan's identity quickly spread. Ha! A beast master? Should we go over and say hello? Qin Mo, cradled in Jiang Zhiwen's arms, withdrew his gaze from Quang Shayan and turned to look at Jiang Zhiwen. To avoid trouble, Qin Mo had already cast his shape-shifting technique on the road, reverting to his raccoon cat form. Now it seemed this move was undoubtedly wise. Simply Jiang Zhiwen's rank advancement to Bronze Tier 5 had already drawn so much attention. If anyone had noticed his own rank, who knew what kind of uproar it would have caused? No need. They're already coming over. Jiang Zhiwen said with a smile, then stepped forward to greet Quang Gong and his daughter as they approached. Mr. Jiang has made remarkable progress these past few days. Quang Gong's gaze swept over Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Qin Mo's shape-shifting technique might deceive ordinary bronze or silver tier practitioners, but before a purple-gold tier expert like him, it held no secrets. With a single glance, he had already seen through Qin Mo's true nature. A bronze tier, 9th rank Frostblade Spirit Cat, paired with a bronze 5th tier Beastmaster. Even though he was already aware of Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo's exceptional abilities, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Quang Shayan, however, was far less preoccupied. She greeted Jiang Zhiwen affectionately, looking as if she might throw herself into his arms at any moment. As for Qin Mo's transformation, Quang Shayan paid it no mind. After all, she had witnessed Qin Mo transform into a gilded bone demon with her own eyes, and had heard Li Wei and Jia Yun mention his previous transformation into an iron-tail mountain spirit. In her mind, Qin Mo's transformation into a curly-tailed cat was most likely the result of some skill he had activated. As for what that skill actually was, she certainly wasn't going to pry into it. So that good-for-nothing managed to climb to Bronze Tier 5 so fast? Turns out he really did hook up with someone powerful. A sour voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The remark immediately drew murmurs of agreement from several others. Though no one dared to discuss it as loudly as before, out of respect for Quang Gong's authority, muttered whispers still filled the air. Jiang Zhiwen and Quang Gong naturally paid no heed to these murmurs. Qin Mo was tempted to step in and teach these people a lesson. However, Jiang Zhiwen clearly sensed his intent and clamped her arms tightly around him. Qin Mo struggled twice but couldn't break free, so he abandoned the idea of intervening. Instead, he shot warning glances at the most vocal troublemakers. Qin Mo's gaze sent a chill down their spines, causing them to involuntarily take a few steps back. Mockery erupted from the surrounding crowd. Their faces flushed crimson. They'd actually been intimidated by the gaze of a curly-tailed civet cat. If word got out, they'd surely become laughingstocks. Just as they were about to spit out some threats, another voice echoed from beyond the square. Ha! Such a lively crowd here today? Seems the young ones participating in this secret realm trial are full of energy. Very good, very good. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, where an elderly man with snow-white hair was strolling toward them. Dressed in refined garments and wearing silver-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, the old man sported an exaggerated, sky-high topknot that lent him a slightly comical air. A white snake, as thick as a thumb, coiled around his arm, constantly flickering its tongue. Compared to Quang Gong, this elder was far more familiar to everyone present. Lu Xinghao, the mastermind behind Jiangqing's Beastmaster Center, idolized by countless Beastmasters in the city, and a purple-gold ranked Beastmaster. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Xinghao slowly walked toward the location of Jiang Zhiwen and Quang Gong, father and daughter. Grandpa Lu. Quang Shayan greeted him first. Lu Xinghao smiled as he ruffled Quang Shayan's hair, then pulled out a palm-sized beast egg and handed it to her. Shayan, you mentioned wanting a pet, right? This is something Grandpa Lu specially picked out for you, a crimson cloud koi. It should hatch in a couple of days. Quang Shayan took the egg, playing with it fondly. Aren't you usually the one who hates these kinds of gatherings, old man? Quang Gong's voice chimed in just then. Why did you suddenly show up today?
Can't an old man like me just come take a look? Lu Xinghe puffed out his cheeks and glared, then turned to Jiang Zhiyun with a smile. Student Jiang, how's that proposal of mine coming along? If you're willing to transfer this frost-coated curl-tail lynx to me, I'll let you pick any beast from the beast taming center, even the non-sale items. As fellow purple gold tier practitioners, his spirit power as a beast tamer slightly surpassed Quan Gong's, allowing him to see through Qin Mo's disguise. But since Qin Mo had proactively used a skill to disguise his identity, he saw no reason to expose it unnecessarily. Besides, that disguise wouldn't last long anyway. Chapter 55, Attention from All Sides. Upon hearing Lu Xinghe's words, countless eyes turned to Qin Mo. What was the background of this curled tail civet that made Lu Xinghe value it so highly? After all, even the lowest tier non-saleable beasts at Jiangcheng Beast Taming Center were mutated species, most possessing potential reaching the purple gold tier. Yet Lu Xinghe was willing to trade those beasts for this curly-tailed civet. Whoa! Old man, don't even think about it. I'm not going to deal with a decrepit old geezer like you. Before Jiang Zhiyun could respond, Qin Mo spoke up first, swishing his tail and wearing a look of utter disgust. Lu Xinghe couldn't understand what Qin Mo was saying, but that look of disgust was all too familiar to him. After all, he'd seen that look on the faces of far too many exotic beasts. He didn't mind it. He'd encountered beasts that despised him before, but hadn't he charmed them all in the end? He was confident that with a few more encounters, Qin Mo would surely be charmed by his allure. Just as Lu Xinghe was about to speak again, Quan Gong cut him off. Alright, old man, we're not the main attraction today. True enough. I suppose I have been stealing the spotlight. Lu Xinghe nodded and prepared to follow Quan Gong and his daughter into the city lord's mansion. Just then, a piercing bird call rang out, capturing everyone's attention. They all looked toward the source of the sound, where a large blue bird with a wingspan of over a meter was flying toward them from the distance. Most of its feathers were a delicate, elegant blue, but the tail feathers and wing plumage blazed with a brilliant red, like a burning flame. Upon its head, a ball of bright yellow flame pulsed steadily, emitting a soft glow. A blazing wind sparrow? How could a blazing wind sparrow become like this? Could it be a mutant? You fool! This is clearly the legendary blazing wind sparrow that has awakened the phoenix bloodline. The young master of the Qin family has arrived. A bronze tier 9 blazing wine sparrow that's awakened phoenix bloodline. It seems the top spot in this secret realm trial is undoubtedly Qin Fang's. Oomph. If Zhang Yuan hadn't mysteriously died in the novice secret realm, would Qin Feng even get a chance to shine? As if Zhang Yuan could have surpassed Qin Feng even if he were alive. That's a bronze tier 9 blazing wind sparrow. Even if Zhang Yuan hadn't died, breaking through bronze tier would have been a stretch. Even Jiang Zhiyun managed to break through to bronze rank. With Zhang Yuan's family background, how could he possibly fall short of Jiang Zhiyun? Amidst the murmurs, Qin Feng's figure appeared before the crowd. After a few days, Qin Feng had successfully broken through to bronze tier 2. Though he couldn't match Jiang Zhiyun at bronze tier 5, he stood out remarkably among the black iron tier students. Ignoring the surrounding murmurs, Qin Feng walked straight toward Jiang Zhiyun. Jiang, I never imagined you'd reach bronze tier 5 in just a few days. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Zhiyun, a wry smile on his face. He had thought that breaking through to bronze tier 2 would narrow the gap between him and Jiang Zhiyun. But it seems the gap has only widened. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd all wore expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Jiang Zhiyun actually knows the young master of the Qin family? Shriek! Just then, Honling descended from the sky, folding her wings as she landed on Qin Feng's shoulder. Her ruby-like eyes fixed on Qin Mo, and she let out a defiant cry. You black cat, this time Bird Master will beat you until you beg for mercy on your knees. Having successfully evolved into a blazing wind sparrow and with the phoenix bloodline reawakened, Honling was brimming with confidence. Facing Qin Mo again, it was certain that even without its Beastmaster's aid, Qin Mo would be no match for it. Ooh. Oh. I'll be waiting. Qin Mo yawned lazily in response. Though Honling had broken through to bronze tier 9 in such a short time, its rapid advancement left even him in awe. But he hasn't been making no progress these days. His current stats could rival those of silver tier monsters and professional adventurers. Coupled with his arsenal of skills, Red Feather would need to ignite his phoenix bloodline to stand a chance against him. Screech! Honling let out another piercing cry, poised to strike at any moment. Fortunately, Qin Feng intervened just in time to restrain it. This scene only fueled further speculation among the crowd. Why would this firewind sparrow, a mutant species that had awakened phoenix bloodlines, show such intense focus on that curl-tail civet, just like Lu Xinghe? Could it be that this curl-tail civet had also awakened the bloodline of some legendary mutant species? Yet both known evolutionary forms of the curl-tail lynx, the frostblade spirit cat and the shadow assassin, had been confirmed to possess no further evolutionary stages. How could such a beast possibly possess legendary bloodlines? As for a mutant species? What kind of mutant species could possibly command the attention of a stormwing sparrow that has awakened the bloodline of a phoenix? The group was utterly baffled. Unfortunately, neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiyun would provide answers to these questions.
Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Qin Feng exchanged greetings with Lu Xinghe and Quang Gong before leading Hongling away into the distance. He feared that if they lingered any longer, Hongling might clash with Qin Mo. They had already attracted enough attention. If Qin Mo were to reveal the true form of the Frostblade Spirit Cat, who knew what kind of storm it would unleash? After Qin Feng departed, Quang Gong and Lu Xinghe also headed toward the city lord's residence. Only Quang Xiaoyan remained behind, pestering Jiang Zhiwen with a constant stream of chatter. Several students who had intended to approach Jiang Zhiwen to chat witnessed this scene and promptly abandoned their plans. This young miss was not someone they could afford to offend. Subsequently, the other students participating in the Secret Realm trial arrived one after another. Notably, Jiang Zhiwen's homeroom teacher, Zhou Yang, arrived at the city lord's residence shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Jiang Zhiwen, whose cultivation had reached the 5th tier of bronze rank, and Qin Mo in his arms, Zhou Yang froze in place. It took him a long while to recover, his face finally breaking into a bitter smile. It seems I really am getting old. I couldn't even recognize the potential of a beast. Zhou Yang's gaze settled on Qin Mo, and he spoke with a hint of relief. Thankfully, Jiang Zhiwen, you have your own mind. Otherwise, I, as your teacher, would truly have misled my student. Though he was merely a silver-tier berserker, he had once stumbled upon a treasure capable of piercing disguises. Thus, he quickly discerned Qin Mo's true nature. A bronze tier, 9th stage Frostblade Spirit Cat. It had been just over a month since he'd dissuaded Jiang Zhiwen from contracting Qin Mo. In such a short time, the curly-tailed civet, originally only an iron tier level 1, had not only evolved into a Frostblade Spirit Cat but also shattered the species' potential ceiling. Such an ascent rate would likely rival even the legendary exotic species. It wasn't teacher Zhou's fault. Jiang Zhiwen shook her head. I never imagined Yin Che would be so special back then. Initially, she had contracted Qin Mo simply because he was convenient. After all, she had already decided to abandon the Beastmaster profession back then. Bonding with Qin Mo was merely to activate the system. Who could have imagined Qin Mo would be so extraordinary? He was just an ordinary curly-tailed raccoon cat, yet he displayed traits unseen in many legendary variants. It seemed to level up just by eating and sleeping, and its various skills came effortlessly. Even she didn't know how many hidden tricks her contracted beast still had up its sleeve. Whether you realized it back then or not, being able to contract this curly-tailed raccoon cat is your good fortune. I hope you achieve great results in this secret realm trial. Zhou Yang sighed with emotion, offered Jiang Zhiwen a few words of encouragement, then turned and left. Chapter 56, the trial begins. Time swiftly approached 9 in the morning. With the toll of a bell, 2 figures emerged from the city lord's mansion. On the left was an elderly man clad in an opulent robe. His benevolent features still hinted at the dashing good looks of his youth. Unfortunately, the perpetual shadow of gloom on his face made it difficult for others to feel close to him. This elder was none other than the deputy city lord of Jiangcheng, Zhang Yuan's grandfather, the purple gold tier mage Zhang Fingyan. Beside Zhang Fingyan stood a middle-aged man with thick brows and wide eyes, appearing honest and straightforward. Yet the occasional flash of sharpness in his eyes revealed he was far from as simple as he appeared. This middle-aged man was Qin Feng's uncle, the lord of Jiangcheng, the purple gold-level dragon blood warrior Qin Ming. With these 2 heavyweights making their presence known, the murmurs across the square instantly fell silent. Qin Ming's gaze swept over the students participating in the secret realm trial. He raised his hand and pressed a button on his communicator. The ground in front of the square instantly cracked open, and a massive gate to the secret realm rose from beneath, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. Once the gate had fully stabilized, Qin Ming spoke. Though your instructors should have already briefed you on the trial's details, I must reiterate the rules. First, each of you may only remain within the secret realm for 6 hours. Upon reaching that time limit, you will be automatically teleported out. Second, before entering the realm, each of you will be issued a recording device. Remember to protect your device. Because when final scores are calculated, only the data recorded by the logger will be considered. If your recorder is lost or damaged, your score will be reset to 0. This serves as an additional test for you. Finally, the trial secret realm consists of 3 tiers, corresponding to the black iron, bronze, and silver ranks. Only monsters of the corresponding tier will appear on each level. You must decide for yourselves which level to enter. In principle, we do not prohibit you from hunting powerful monsters to earn higher scores, but I urge you to remember these 4 words. Know your limits. At that moment, Zhang Fingyan's voice chimed in. The city lord speaks wisely. Though we assign staff to monitor every trial realm session, accidents can still occur. Therefore, how to protect yourselves within the trial realm is what you should be focusing on. Only by staying alive can you have a future. If you die, everything becomes meaningless. With that, Zhang Fingyan turned to Qin Ming. Does the city lord have anything further to add? None, Qin Ming declared with a sweeping gesture, his voice deep and authoritative. All students participating in the secret realm trial shall enter the realm in an orderly fashion, following their respective school sequence. Jiang Zhiwen carried Qin Mo to the gates of the secret realm. Suddenly, Qin Mo leaped down from Jiang Zhiwen's arms. A flash of black light erupted as Qin Mo transformed back into his Frostblade spirit cat form, no longer concealing his staggering bronze 9th tier cultivation level. This unexpected change caused countless eyes to widen in astonishment. Before anyone could react, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo vanished through the secret realm's gate.
This Frostblade spirit cat is quite interesting.
Xin Ming watched the scene unfold, a faint, inexplicable smile spreading across his face. With his strength, he had long seen through Qin Mo's disguise. He had expected Qin Mo to wait until inside the secret realm to shed his disguise, but never anticipated such a sudden move. Those youngsters were quite startled.
Hopefully, it won't affect their performance.
It's merely psychological tactics. Zhang Fingyan shook his head, remarking indifferently, if they can be swayed by such crude psychological tactics, then they hold little value worth cultivating.
As he spoke, Zhang Fingyan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He knew Jiang Zhiwen, of course.
After all, she was the girl his most cherished grandson was madly pursuing. Naturally, he had gathered information on Jiang Zhiwen.
After Zhang Yuan died in the novice secret realm, Jiang Zhiwen had been one of his suspects.
However, Jiang Zhiwen's professional talent was only D-grade, and she had contracted a worthless creature like the tailed weasel. She posed no threat to Zhang Yuan, who was protected by Jiang Mo. Furthermore, the three major families of Jiangcheng had openly and covertly obstructed his investigation into the truth at the time. He had quickly dismissed his suspicions about Jiang Zhiwen and instead turned his attention to the Qin family. His focus had been primarily on the Qin family's young master, so he hadn't realized this little girl had already reached bronze tier 5.
Not only that, but even that curled tail raccoon had evolved into a Frostblade spirit cat, reaching a staggering bronze tier 9.
Given this, the girl was no less suspect in the death of his own grandson. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Fingyan's eyes at this thought. His grandson had pursued this girl relentlessly before his death, and with her now under such heavy suspicion, it was only fitting to find an opportunity to send her down to join him.
Within the trial's secret realm, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen appeared amidst a vast expanse of yellow sand. At this moment, Jiang Zhiwen remained unaware that she had already caught Zhang Fingyan's attention. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Because the staff closely monitored the entire situation within the trial's secret realm. Unless she deliberately concealed her strength, drawing Zhang Fingyan's attention was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Qin Mo scanned his surroundings and quickly spotted a monster. It was a sand rat, barely half a person's height, and not very high level, only black iron tier 5. Its fur blended perfectly with the surrounding environment, making it easy to overlook if one wasn't paying attention. However, Qin Mo's attributes rivaled those of a silver-grade monster or a professional adventurer. Coupled with his passive skill, night owl perception, the sand rat couldn't possibly escape his senses. "In Che, can you communicate with that little guy?" Jiang Zhiwen had also spotted the sand rat, but instead of acting, she turned to look at Qin Mo. Sand rats possessed surprisingly high intelligence. This was the perfect opportunity to see if useful intelligence could be gleaned from this particular specimen. I'll try." Qin Mo let out a howl, and his body vanished instantly. The sand rat quickly sensed danger, but before it could react, a tail coiled tightly around it. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it couldn't break free. "Oh, behave yourself. I'll ask you a few questions, then let you go." Squeak. Hearing this, the sand rat's frantic movements slowed considerably. It cautiously eyed Qin Mo, its eyes reflecting a mix of hope and suspicion. Seeing this, Qin Mo immediately released his tail, letting the sand rat fall to the ground. He wasn't worried about the little creature escaping. With his speed and perception, if this sand rat could actually slip away right under his nose, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Squeak. Freed from Qin Mo's grasp, the sand rat let out a delighted squeak before turning its gaze back to him. "Squeak. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know." It hadn't been without thoughts of escape, but upon sensing Qin Mo's terrifying aura, it swiftly abandoned the notion. Cooperating might offer a chance at survival, but attempting to flee. It didn't believe it could escape Qin Mo's grasp. Hearing this, Qin Mo immediately turned to his beastmaster. "Ask this little fellow where the passages to other areas are. Also, inquire if there are any peculiar monsters lurking nearby." Each layer of the trial secret realm contained numerous passages. Using these passages, students participating in the trial could easily travel to other layers. To achieve a better score, she couldn't remain confined to the first layer, where only black iron tier monsters roamed. Inquiring about the whereabouts of unique monsters served the same purpose to achieve a better score. Special monsters yielded scores several times, even dozens of times, higher than ordinary ones, offering immense rewards. Of course, the difficulty of defeating special monsters was also incomparable to that of ordinary ones. For ordinary practitioners, finding special monsters would require careful consideration of their own qualifications. But she clearly had no need for such reservations. Chapter 57, The Lobster and the Emerald Prison. Qin Mo repeated Jiang Zhiwen's question. Squeak. Squeak squeak. Upon hearing Qin Mo's question, the sand rat hastily raised its paw, gesturing frantically. "Is there a passage beneath the sand dunes ahead? Is there a strange fish in the oasis to the left?" Moving on. Qin Mo nodded as he listened. After a long while, the sand rat finally stopped its gestures and cautiously raised its head to look at Qin Mo. Whoa! Alright, let's go. At Qin Mo's words, the sand rat seemed to receive a pardon. It swiftly burrowed into the sand and scurried off into the distance. Afterward, Qin Mo relayed all the information the sand rat had shared to Jiang Zhiwen. Let's head to the oasis first. Jiang Zhiwen listened and immediately made the decision. Qin Mo naturally had no objections. The man and the beast promptly set off for the oasis the sand rat had mentioned. Meanwhile, at the plaza outside the city lord's mansion, countless holographic screens hovered above the gates of the trial realm, each displaying distinct scenes. The professionals who had gathered to witness the trial gazed at the scenes within the screens, occasionally letting out gasps of astonishment. The young master of the Qin family's blazing wind sparrow is so powerful. A bronze-tier monster couldn't even last a single move against it. That's a Stormwing awakened with Phoenix bloodline. How could any ordinary bronze-tier monster possibly match it? I even suspect that Stormwing Sparrow could take on a silver-grade monster head-on. Su Zhibai from second high is incredibly powerful too. He single-handedly took down 10 bronze-tier monsters without a scratch. Fifth high has produced several promising newcomers this year. Their ranks may be lower, but their combat talent is truly exceptional. Speaking of which, where's Jiang Zhiwen from first high? Haven't seen her around. Her contract beast just caught a sand rat, probably to ask for directions. They're still on the move. Jiang Zhiwen has the highest level among all students, but who knows how strong she really is. Oomph. Just a D-rank talent waster who lucked into a high-ranking position. How strong could she really be? A beastmaster's strength relies entirely on their contract beast. That Frostblade Spirit Cat may have reached Bronze Tier 9, but its actual combat prowess is still up in the air. After all, a rare beast like the Frostblade Spirit Cat. Not necessarily. Don't forget how seriously young Master Qin's Blazing Wind Sparrow regards that Frostblade Spirit Cat. Quang Xiaoyan, standing beside Quang Gong, flushed with indignation upon hearing the disparaging remarks about Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo. What a bunch of blind fools. Seeing this, Quang Gong chuckled and patted Quang Xiaoyan on the shoulder, his gaze shifting to Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo within the light screen. The incident in the Shallow Rest Valley secret realm had left a deep impression on him, both of Jiang Zhiwen and that Frostblade Spirit Cat. After so long apart, he wondered just how far this man and beast had progressed. Beside him, Lu Xinghe stared fixedly at Qin Mo, his eyes practically glowing with envy. Zhang Fengyan maintained his usual gloomy expression, his gaze darting back and forth between the numerous light screens. No one could fathom what was going through his mind. Within the secret realm, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo traversed the endless yellow sands, soon emerging at the edge of an oasis. The oasis itself wasn't particularly large, with lush vegetation encircling its edges. At its center lay a lake that occupied nearly half the oasis. A multitude of monsters swarmed around the lake, each keeping to their own territory. Within the lake, a strange fish with a fish body and bird wings kept leaping out of the water, emitting chirping sounds from its mouth. Is that a fish? Qin Mo's gaze fixed on the strange fish, surprise flickering in his eyes. He never imagined encountering a mythical beast described in the classic of mountains and seas from his previous life here. So it was a loach after all. Such a legendary species still exists within this secret realm. Jiang Zhiwen's voice chimed in just then, confirming Qin Mo's guess. Too bad it's only black iron tier. Yin Che, hold the line for me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Jiang Zhiwen had already charged forward, spear raised. Qin Mo sighed, then swept his gaze over the restless monsters surrounding them, issuing a low, warning growl. Sensing the aura Qin Mo emitted, the surrounding monsters scattered in flight, daring not to linger. At the same moment, Jiang Zhiwen leapt into the air, thrusting his spear straight toward the fish demon's eye. The professional practitioners watching the square all showed expressions of astonishment. A beastmaster, instead of commanding his contract beast to fight, was taking matters into his own hands? But in the next instant, the spectators' eyes widened in shock. The black iron 9th tier loach couldn't even block Jiang Zhiwen's spear thrust. It was pierced clean through and died instantly. Was this the combat prowess expected of a beastmaster? Even accounting for the significant level disparity between Jiang Zhiwen and that giant fish, a legendary aberration, no less. Who would have thought it could be instantly killed by Jiang Zhiwen's spear? Zhang Fengyan, witnessing this scene, darkened his expression, a fleeting, concealed glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Quan Gong and Lu Xinghe beside him exchanged a subtle glance at Zhang Fengyan before refocusing their attention on Jiang Zhiwen within the light screen. Within the secret realm, as the leechfish perished, a vast mass of vital essence surged forth from its corpse and merged into Jiang Zhiwen's body. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a hundredfold feedback reward, Emerald Wave Prison. The system notification sounded promptly in Qin Mo's ear. After briefly checking the system panel, Qin Mo closed it with a hint of disappointment. Like Root Entanglement, Azure Wave Cage was a restriction-type skill. However, compared to Root Entanglement, Azure Wave Prison was far more dependent on its environment. In environments rich with water spirit energy, the power of Azure Wave Cage would increase dramatically. Yet in other locations, its effectiveness became severely limited. Particularly in areas rich with fire and earth elemental energy, successfully casting Azure Wave Prison was highly questionable. Furthermore, this skill lacks the stealth and speed of Root Entanglement. Of course, this skill possesses advantages that Root Entanglement simply cannot match. That is its extremely low spiritual energy consumption. Among all the skills Qin Mo currently possessed, the mental energy cost of the Emerald Wave Cage was only slightly higher than Healing Magic and lower than all other skills. By then, Jiang Zhiwen had returned to Qin Mo's side, shaking the dead loach still impaled on his spear. "Inche, fancy some grilled fish?" Qin Mo instantly felt several black lines appear on his forehead. "Young lady, is this really the time for grilled fish? Don't forget you're still in the secret realm trial." Half an hour later. By the oasis lake, Qin Mo gazed at the fragrantly roasted loach, tears welling up uncontrollably at the corners of his eyes. He never imagined his own beast tamer could hide such culinary skills. Seeing Qin Mo's expression, Jiang Zhiwen smiled, split the grilled loach fish in half, and offered one portion to Qin Mo's lips. Qin Mo certainly wasn't going to be polite with his beastmaster. He immediately opened his mouth and took a bite. As the first bite of fish crossed his tongue, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. He distinctly felt his spiritual power increase. Though this increase was far less than what he gained from practicing soul nurturing techniques, it was still a tangible attribute boost. And it was precisely the spiritual power he needed most. No wonder his beastmaster had wasted time on these loach fish. Seeing Qin Mo's expression, Jiang Zhiwen smiled faintly and began to eat the loach in her hand with ladylike grace. Chapter 58, Qin Mo takes action. Outside the city lord's mansion plaza. Watching Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen looking so relaxed and carefree, many spectating professionals were at a loss for words. This was the annual Secret Realm trial. Not only them, but all the top academies of the Qinqing Empire were watching too. Every year, promising talents emerging from the Secret Realm trials had the opportunity to enter these elite academies for advanced studies, thereby embarking on the path to becoming powerful. If it were them, they'd be desperate to hunt monsters within the Secret Realm every single moment to rack up points. How could anyone waste time like Jiang Zhiwen was doing? Many snickered inwardly. They believed Jiang Zhiwen was relying on her high rank to disregard others. In their eyes, Jiang Zhiwen was bound to fall flat on her face because of her arrogance. Yet some agreed with Jiang Zhiwen's approach. Monsters like the Inu were extremely rare, and most importantly, its flesh could enhance mental power. Like mages and priests, the beastmaster profession demanded immense mental energy. Spending some time on the loach was merely sharpening the axe before chopping wood. The heated debate soon escalated into a wager, drawing numerous professionals to place bets. Even figures like Quan Gong and his group caught the excitement and joined the wagers. Jiang Zhiwen, deep within the secret realm, remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. After dispatching the loach, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo swiftly departed the oasis, heading toward the passage leading to the next level. Before long, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen passed through the gate at the passage's end, arriving at the second layer of the secret realm. This time, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen emerged onto a small island. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding expanse was an endless expanse of water. Numerous islands were scattered across the water, each teeming with bronze-tier monsters of varying levels. The waters between the islands were dominated by whirlpools, and at the bottom of a few of these whirlpools, a faintly glowing metal door stood. Clearly, these distinctive whirlpools served as passages to the next layer. However, hordes of monsters swarmed near these passages. Breaking through their blockade to enter was no easy feat. "Oh whoa! Beastmaster, shall we linger here a while or proceed directly to the next level?" Qin Mo withdrew his gaze and looked at his beastmaster. "Let's head straight to the next level." Jiang Zhiwen scanned the surroundings, finding no unusual monsters, and promptly replied. With her and Qin Mo's strength, dealing with ordinary silver-tier monsters was not exactly a piece of cake, but it wasn't particularly difficult either. They just needed to be careful not to provoke silver-tier 9 overlords or aberrations like the giant leeches. Hearing this, Qin Mo immediately darted forward, charging toward the nearest passageway. He wanted to test his newly acquired skill. Bronze-tier monsters surrounding the passageway issued warnings as Qin Mo charged toward them. Many monsters launched direct attacks at him. Water jets, ice spikes, venom, lightning orbs. A barrage of attacks descended upon Qin Mo from all directions. Jiang Zhiwen, who remained on the island, watched the scene unfold. Her expression grew grave as she instinctively raised her right hand. Though she trusted Qin Mo's strength, he was now suspended mid-air with no foothold. Facing such a barrage of attacks, accidents were inevitable. Has that Frostblade spirit cat lost its mind? Daring to charge headlong into the defenses of a group of bronze-tier monsters? What does it think it is? Some legendary beast? I thought this Frostblade spirit cat was something special, but it turns out to be such a fool. Outside the city lord's mansion, many professionals on the plaza couldn't help but snicker at Qin Mo's actions. Frostblade spirit cats capable of surpassing their potential limits were indeed rare. But even if they did break through their limits, could such a beast really turn the tables? They could believe that Frostblade spirit cat could handle 3 or 4 bronze-tier monsters at once. After all, it was a beast that had surpassed its potential limit. It was only natural for it to be stronger. But facing dozens of bronze-tier monsters? Even silver-tier beasts and adventurers would find that a challenge. They certainly didn't believe that Frostblade Spirit Cat could hold out. Not only the professionals unaware of Qin Mo's background, but even Quang Xiaoyan showed signs of worry. She knew Qin Mo had trump cards, the ability to transform into the Iron-Tail Mountain Spirit or the Golden Bone Demon. But such trump cards clearly couldn't be used frequently. If he exhausted them here, what would he do when facing danger later? Under countless gazes, Qin Mo's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was perched atop the head of a bronze tier 6 emerald-crowned water snake. This was the shadow leap of the dark element. On the plaza, someone recognized the skill Qin Mo had unleashed and gasped in shock. This Frostblade Spirit Cat actually possesses a dark element skill. Before others could react, the projection screen showed Qin Mo suddenly roaring as he raised his claw and slammed it down. A tangible wave of sound swept through, momentarily stunning the monsters closing in. In that brief moment, countless bubbles rose from the water's surface, precisely encasing the bronze-tier monsters within. The bubbles appeared fragile enough to burst with a single poke, yet they proved surprisingly resilient. Even as the trapped monsters struggled violently, the bubbles showed no sign of breaking. A Sonic-type skill. Aquatic prison. As two cries of astonishment rang out in succession, the spectating professionals gathered in the square all wore expressions of shock. That Frostblade Spirit Cat actually possessed the rare Sonic Wave skill. If that were all, it might be tolerable, but the Frostblade Spirit Cat had actually learned Azure Wave Prison. That's a water-type skill. You're a gold element Frostblade Spirit Cat. Mastering the dark element Shadow Leap was one thing, but learning a water element skill? This Frostblade Spirit Cat is quite something. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Ming's interest in Qin Mo surged. Qin Mo had already caught his attention by shedding his disguise before entering the trial realm, but he never imagined this Frostblade Spirit Cat could actually cultivate skills from 3 different elements. Lu Xinghe beside him was positively glowing with excitement. It had been ages since he'd seen such a unique beast. If circumstances permitted, he would have rushed into the trial realm to lure Qin Mo out immediately. Even Zhang Fingnian's face flashed a hint of astonishment, clearly not expecting Qin Mo to possess such abilities. Only Quang Gong remained composed. Through Li Wei, Zhao Yun, and others' accounts, Quang Gong had long known Qin Mo wielded wind, wood, earth, and shadow skills. Now, witnessing Qin Mo unleash a water element skill, Quang Gong merely showed a momentary surprise before regaining his composure. After all, Qin Mo had already mastered so many elements beyond metal. One more water element skill wasn't particularly hard to accept. Meanwhile, within the trial's secret realm, under the gaze of countless onlookers outside, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen swiftly bypassed the monsters trapped in the water bubbles and plunged into the vortex leading to the next level. Chapter 59, The Fire Spirit Tree Demon. Third layer of the trial's secret realm. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen materialized amidst a mountain forest. Lush vegetation obscured the sky above, allowing only scattered rays of sunlight to filter through. A clear mountain stream flowed ahead, fish occasionally leaping from its waters. Several winding mountain paths crisscrossed and stretched into the distance, their destinations unknown. Qin Mo surveyed his surroundings, his muscles suddenly tensing as a dangerous aura emanated from him. Damn it! We've been teleported straight into some big shot's lair. Jiang Zhiwen also sensed the abnormality. Leaning against Qin Mo, she scanned the surroundings warily. It was far too quiet around here. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. And with no signs of recent combat nearby, it was clear that one or more powerful monsters lurked in the vicinity. Suddenly, a dense rustling sound emanated from the surroundings. The ground trembled continuously, as if something was burrowing beneath the earth. Trying that trick on me? Qin Mo's gaze turned icy as he raised his claw and slammed it down with tremendous force. Thick vines burst forth from the earth. Each vine was entwined with a root gleaming with a silvery white sheen. Root entanglements. Outside the city lord's mansion, someone on the plaza couldn't help but gasp in shock. Why could this Frostblade Spirit Cat even wield wood elemental skills? How many more tricks does it have up its sleeve? Just as the watching professionals were stunned, the scene on the light screen shifted once more. The roots entangled by vines retracted one after another. Simultaneously, countless flaming red leaves burst forth from the forest, completely engulfing the space around Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. It was a fire spirit tree demon. Even Jiang Zhiwen, with all his experience, couldn't help but smile at the sight of those flaming leaves. Who would have thought they'd encounter such a unique monster within the trial's secret realm? Similarly, among the spectators on the plaza, there were no shortage of discerning professionals who recognized the creature attacking Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen as a fire spirit tree demon. The moment the name Fire Spirit Tree Demon was uttered, the square erupted in a frenzy. Tree demons were exceptionally rare monsters. These creatures possessed tenacious vitality, making it nearly impossible for a professional of the same level to defeat one alone. Moreover, tree demons were masters of concealment. Unless the tree demon revealed itself or one possessed extraordinary perception, even practitioners several levels above it might fail to detect its presence. But none of that was the most crucial point. The most crucial aspect is that every part of a tree demon is valuable. Its leaves and fruits serve as prime materials for alchemy and potion making. Their branches and roots are exceptionally suited for crafting wands, bows, and other equipment. Beyond these, the tree demon heart nurtured within its body is a treasure beyond price. Not only can the heart of the tree demon directly boost a practitioner's level in spiritual power, but it can also be used on exotic beasts to help them break through their potential limits, even achieving full evolution. Precisely because every part of a tree ant is valuable, each discovery sparks fierce competition among adventurers. And this is merely an ordinary tree demon. Compared to ordinary tree demons, the fire spirit tree demon is immeasurably more precious. This type of tree demon mutates from the silver-grade spirit wood, the fire cloud tree, after it gains sentience. As a silver-grade spirit tree, the fire cloud tree is already immensely valuable, let alone after gaining sentience and mutating into a fire spirit tree demon. Not only do fire spirit tree demons possess all the remarkable uses of ordinary tree demons, but they also harbor a true source fire seed within their bodies, something ordinary tree demons lack. This true source fire seed has diverse applications. Ingested directly, it enhances a practitioner's resistance to flames. It can also serve as an alchemical ingredient or be crafted into potions. Furthermore, the true source fire seed could be enchanted into equipment to enhance its potency. For summoners, the true source fire seed is an exceptionally rare summoning medium and valuable beyond measure, far surpassing the molten fire essence Jiang Zhiwen obtained within the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island. Now, witnessing Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo discover a fire spirit tree demon within the trial's secret realm, the observing practitioners could hardly remain calm. Even a purple gold tier professional like Quang Gong wore a look of astonishment. Who would have thought a fire spirit tree demon could exist within the trial's secret realm? Quang Gong withdrew his gaze from the light screen inside. Why didn't I encounter such good fortune when I participated in the secret realm trials back then? I recall you were only at Black Iron rank 8 back then. Lu Xinghe beside him scoffed, retorting with a sour expression, you couldn't even last through the second layer, let alone reach the third. With your strength back then, even if you'd encountered a fire spirit tree demon, you'd have ended up as fertilizer. Quang Gong was instantly speechless. Instead, Quang Xian beside him wore a look of concern. Can Sister Jiang and Yin Che handle that fire spirit tree demon? Hearing this question, both Quang Gong and Lu Xinghe froze. Judging by their previous performance, Zhang's current combat strength was likely close to that of a bronze 9th tier professional. Quang Gong pondered, as for that Frostblade spirit cat, it should possess silver tier strength. Without resorting to their trump cards, they'd struggle to kill the fire spirit tree demon, but escaping wouldn't be difficult given their abilities. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement beside him. He didn't believe Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen could kill the fire spirit tree demon, but if they wanted to leave, the demon couldn't stop them. This was also the prevailing view among most practitioners in the square. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's previous performance had been dazzling, but they were now facing a silver tier fire spirit tree demon. Against such a monster, merely escaping safely would be an impressive feat. A minority even believed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen might well fall to the fire spirit tree demon. As for slaying the fire spirit tree demon, no one believed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen could pull it off. The gap between bronze and silver ranks was not easily bridged, especially when facing a troublesome monster like the fire spirit tree demon. Professionals in the square buzzed with speculation, while deep within the secret realm, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had evaded the fire spirit tree demon's attacks and located its true form. A massive, reddish-brown tree towering over 10 meters high. The tree was enveloped in a layer of pale red flames. Crimson leaves rustled in the breeze, emitting a soft swishing sound. Amidst the layers of foliage, occasional flickering flames could be glimpsed. Looking down, an aged human face emerged from the trunk, now contorted in rage, its mouth emitting constant growls. The aura emanating from this tree reached a staggering silver tier 7th rank. This was the highest-ranked monster Qin Mo had ever encountered. Gazing at the fire spirit tree demon before him, Qin Mo raised his paw and swatted. A blurred shadow shot out from his body. Shadow Assault. Seeing Qin Mo unleash Shadow Assault, the professional practitioners watching the square remained remarkably calm. After all, Qin Mo had already mastered Shadow Leap, so learning Shadow Assault, another dark element skill, was hardly surprising. Under countless gazes, the shadow collided with the flames surrounding the fire spirit tree demon. The flames surrounding the fire spirit tree demon merely flickered a few times before effortlessly blocking Qin Mo's attack. Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but frown. What exactly is this layer of flame? Even with his current power, his shadow strike couldn't break through that layer of flame. Chapter 60, Confronting the Fire Spirit Tree Demon. This shield is formed by the Fire Spirit Tree Demon's innate Fire Cloud protection effect. Jiang Zhiwen's voice chimed in just in time, resolving Qin Mo's confusion. This shield reduces all damage taken by the Fire Spirit Tree Demon by 50%. Hearing this, Qin Mo dodged the Fire Spirit Tree Demon's attacks while inwardly cursing its absurd power. A silver-ranked monster possessing such an ability, could any other monster of the same rank truly threaten it? Though formidable, the Fire Cloud Protection shield effect was not invincible. Noticing Qin Mo's expression, Jiang Zhiwen chuckled. The first method is to overwhelm it with attacks exceeding the shield's capacity. Ouch. And the second? Qin Mo shook his head the moment Jiang Zhiwen finished describing the first method. If his level matched that of the Fire Cloud Tree Demon, he might have a chance to break through the Fire Cloud Shelter's shield. But currently, he was only at Bronze Tier 9. Even though his attributes weren't inferior to Silver Tier monsters or professionals, it would be difficult for him to pose a threat to the Fire Cloud Shelter's shield. Unless he played his trump card and transformed into the Irontail Mountain Lord. Yet the third layer of this trial realm was teeming with Silver Tier monsters. Recklessly expending his trump card, potential overdraw, was clearly not a wise decision. The second option was to extinguish the flames in the Fire Spirit Tree Demon's canopy. Jiang Zhiwen dodged the branches hurled by the Fire Spirit Tree Demon, then pointed at the flames atop its canopy and explained, "Those flames are the very source sustaining the Fire Cloud Sanctuary's power. Once all those flames were extinguished, the Fire Cloud Sanctuary's shield would collapse on its own." Qin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though equally challenging, this approach was far more reliable than the first. "Oh whoa! Beastmaster, distract this beast for me while I find an opening to extinguish those flames." Jiang Zhiwen nodded immediately. Qin Mo was far faster than her, possessed the shadow assault skill, and his agility was beyond her reach. Having Qin Mo extinguish the flames in the treetops was undoubtedly the best choice. Receiving Jiang Zhiwen's confirmation, Qin Mo instantly cast a water spirit enchantment upon himself before vanishing from his spot. Jiang Zhiwen, meanwhile, charged straight into the Fire Spirit Tree Demon's attacks, closing in rapidly. Seeing this, the ancient face on the Fire Spirit Tree Demon's trunk roared furiously once more. Countless roots burst from the ground, joining the branches and attacking Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Yet, just as Quang Gong had anticipated, the clumsy Fire Spirit Tree Demon posed no threat whatsoever to Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Qin Mo deftly weaved through the branches, not only avoiding injury but using them as stepping stones to rapidly close in on the trunk. Though Jiang Zhiwen's movements weren't as effortless as Qin Mo's, her spear formed an impenetrable shield. Even the occasional unavoidable strike was easily swept aside by her weapon. Soon, Qin Mo reached the treetop canopy. Gazing at the flames dancing among the leaves, Qin Mo let out a low growl as an imperceptibly faint azure glow flickered across his body. Numerous water bubbles coalesced and flew toward the flames dancing among the leaves. Aqua Prison. Unlike when Qin Mo had cast this skill in the second layer of the secret realm, the bubbles formed this time were not only much dimmer in light but also far fewer in number and smaller in size. Qin Mo was not surprised by this. Though the fire spirit energy in the area where the Fire Spirit Tree Demon resided wasn't dense enough to render the Emerald Wave Cage unusable, it was only natural that the skill's power would be affected. Most bubbles were blocked by the shield formed by the Fire Cloud's protection, yet a few still managed to pierce through the barrier, flying toward the dancing flames atop the canopy. But the Fire Spirit Tree Demon clearly wouldn't let Qin Mo succeed so easily. With a furious roar, the Flame Tree Demon's leaves sprang to life, enveloping the dancing flames atop its crown. The water bubbles collided with the leaves, shattering instantly and dissipating into nothingness. Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had hoped to conserve some spiritual energy, but now it was clear that the Emerald Wave Cage alone posed no threat to the Fire Spirit Tree Demon. With a sigh, Qin Mo held nothing back, hurling a ball of black light directly at the Fire Spirit Tree Demon. Catastrophe descends. The Fire Spirit Tree Demon vaguely sensed the danger and attempted to block the dark light. But it was clearly futile. The black light passed unimpeded through the flames surrounding the Fire Spirit Tree Demon and merged into its body. An eerie crimson glow flickered across the Fire Spirit Tree Demon's form. In the next instant, the Fire Spirit Tree Demon's attack speed surged dramatically. Its flailing roots and branches lashed out at Jiang Zhiwen like crazed serpents, relentlessly striking out. Jiang Zhiwen, who had been handling the fight with ease, suddenly found herself under immense pressure. Fortunately, her extensive combat experience had taught her to always reserve some strength for unexpected changes. Otherwise, under the Fire Spirit Tree Demon's sudden onslaught, she would have been severely battered, if not outright injured. Rage Curse. Jiang Zhiwen watched the Fire Spirit Tree Demon descend into madness, a bitter smile crossing her face. The Berserk Curse drove its target into a frenzy, causing it to attack nearby units indiscriminately. Moreover, under its influence, the target's attack power surges dramatically while its defense plummets to near zero. Such a curse effect often produced unexpected results when facing a siege. But in this situation, she'd have preferred any of those useless curse effects to appear. At least the pressure wouldn't be this overwhelming. Meanwhile, Qin Mo seized the opportunity to strike the flames atop the canopy once more. This time, the Fire Spirit Tree Demon, now completely consumed by madness, made no attempt to stop Qin Mo. Countless water bubbles pierced through the protective shield formed by the Fire Cloud shelter, colliding with the dancing flames atop the canopy. As wisps of white smoke rose, nearly half of the dancing flames atop the canopy were instantly extinguished. The protective shield formed by the Fire Cloud Sanctuary visibly dimmed. Effective. Seeing this, Qin Mo's expression sharpened. He pressed forward again, continuously conjuring water bubbles to smash into the flames atop the canopy. Wave after wave of bubbles pierced through the shield formed by the Fire Cloud Sanctuary, colliding with the unprotected flames atop the canopy. Both vanished without a trace.
Before long, as the last cluster of flames atop the canopy was extinguished, the shield enveloping the fire spirit tree demon shattered instantly, vanishing into thin air. At that moment, the fire spirit tree demon snapped out of its frenzy, letting out a deafening roar. A mere human at the 5th rank of bronze, aided by a frostblade spirit cat, had shattered its shield. As the undisputed ruler of these mountains and forests, such an event was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. The enraged fire spirit tree demon violently shook its branches, sending leaves raining down like hail toward Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen swiftly swept aside the roots and branches attacking her, retreating into the distance to avoid being engulfed by the swirling leaves. Qin Mo's response was even simpler. With a casual leap, he vanished into the shadows, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. The leaves, having lost their target, exploded upon hitting the ground. Dirt flew everywhere around the fire spirit tree demon, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 61, The Fire Spirit Tree Demon's Ace in the Hole. Seeing its attack miss, the ancient face on the fire spirit tree demon's trunk roared anew. Its branches whipped wildly, enveloping the surrounding space. At that moment, a jet black light flashed across the fire spirit tree demon's form. The fire spirit tree demon instantly fell into an odd state, as if some force had forcibly interrupted its movements, causing it to occasionally freeze in place. A paralysis curse? With his keen eyesight, Jiang Zhiwen quickly identified the curse effect afflicting the fire spirit tree demon, a smile spreading across his face. Among the myriad curse effects, the paralysis curse wasn't particularly outstanding. However, this particular curse possessed a remarkably practical effect. It had a certain probability of interrupting the target's actions. In evenly matched battles, the paralysis curse often delivered unexpected results. Faced with such a golden opportunity, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen were not about to let it slip. They immediately launched a fierce assault on the fire spirit tree demon. Jiang Zhiwen's spear struck the fire spirit tree demon. The triple effects of the spear, the weakness curse, bleed, and life drain were continuously triggered, rapidly depleting the fire spirit tree demon's condition. Meanwhile, Qin Mo used root entanglements and gravity swamps to restrict the fire spirit tree demon's movements, creating openings for Jiang Zhiwen to strike. Through the seamless coordination of man and beast, the fire spirit tree demon soon became covered in wounds. Meanwhile, on the plaza outside the city lord's mansion, the spectating professionals fell into an eerie silence. No one had anticipated Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen gaining the upper hand in this battle. Even Quang Gong, who had been their strongest supporter, believed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen could escape the fire spirit tree demon's grasp without resorting to their trump cards. What kind of skill was that black light? In the dead silence, a voice suddenly broke the quiet, sounding slightly hoarse. Everyone could see clearly that the fire spirit tree demon was being overwhelmed by Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, primarily due to that ball of black light Qin Mo had hurled at the start. Yet they combed through every skill they knew and couldn't find a single one that matched it. Could it be the innate ability of that frostblade spirit cat? Someone nearby couldn't help but speculate. At this remark, a wave of derisive snickers rippled through the crowd. As an evolved form of the curly-tailed civet, the frostblade spirit cat was a creature known to every professional present, even those who weren't beast tamers. Not to mention, there were quite a few seasoned beastmasters present. Perhaps it was merely a beast resembling the frostblade spirit cat in appearance? Otherwise, it could only be that young girl's innate talent. Another voice chimed in, and this theory gained considerable agreement. But soon, those in the know dismissed it as impossible. The story of Jiang Zhiwen contracting a curly-tailed lynx had already spread throughout First High School. That frostblade spirit cat was clearly evolved from the curly-tailed lynx. It couldn't be any other beast. As for Jiang Zhiwen's professional talent, every student at First High knew her was a D rank, power strike, a highly versatile yet barely effective talent. What if the girl's class talent had mutated, or she'd even awakened a second-class talent? At that moment, a voice cut through the crowd, silencing the heated debate. This conjecture was likely the most plausible explanation. While the professionals argued endlessly, Quang Gong and Qin Ming exchanged glances, both seeing shock and apprehension on each other's faces. That skill, right? Quang Gong turned to Qin Ming and whispered, that which Su Wan won. Exactly. The exclusive class skill of the hidden class, harbinger of calamity, curse of misfortune. Qin Ming took a deep breath, forcing down the tremor in his heart. As graduates of the Imperial Capital Academy and Purple Gold Tier professionals, their knowledge and experience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. And Qin Mo's skill had left an indelible impression on them. Because it was none other than the signature skill of Su Wanwan, the legendary disaster witch of the Imperial Capital Academy, who had once thrown the entire academy into chaos. Back in their Imperial Capital Academy days, they'd suffered more than their share of hardship at that witch's hands. And now, this frostblade spirit cat actually possessed a hidden class's exclusive skill? Quang Gong took a deep breath and said solemnly, Student Zhang's class talent is no ordinary thing. Unlike other class users, their suspicions immediately fell on Jiang Zhiwen's class talent, never once considering Qin Mo. After all, even the most mutated frostblade spirit cats had inherent limitations. The current situation could only be attributed to the influence of a beastmaster's innate talent. Or perhaps a secondary profession. Qin Ming spoke thoughtfully. Typically, only those who awaken their profession independently before the job change ceremony have the opportunity to obtain a secondary profession during the ceremony. This is precisely why self-awakened individuals are highly valued by various factions. Yet exceptions exist. Certain rare treasures of heaven and earth can also help practitioners unlock a second profession. Though Jiang Zhiwen's background in strength made it impossible for him to access such rare treasures. But considering Jiang Zhiwen's combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary beast tamers, Qin Ming could only speculate in this direction. Overhearing their exchange, Zheng Fingyan standing nearby with a gloomy expression flashed a fierce glint of murderous intent in his eyes. He concealed it well, however, and it went unnoticed by others. While the outside world buzzed with speculation, the battle within the trial's secret realm was nearing its conclusion. The silver rank, 7th tier fire spirit tree demon proved formidable indeed. But after the protective shield formed by the fire cloud shelter was shattered, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's attacks could now inflict damage upon it. Not to mention the fire spirit tree demon was also under the effect of calamity upon itself, periodically refreshing a new curse effect upon its body. Moreover, Jiang Zhiwen's spear posed a significant threat to the fire spirit tree demon. The curse of decay comprehensively weakened the fire spirit tree demon's power. The bleed effect constantly inflicted wounds that were difficult to heal. As for life drain, its effects speak for themselves. This effect not only weakened the fire spirit tree demon but also replenished Jiang Zhiwen's vitality, keeping her perpetually at peak condition. With all these factors combined, even the fire spirit tree demon, a formidable silver tier 7th rank being with boundless vitality, was pushed to the brink of death by Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Facing life or death peril, the fire spirit tree demon finally revealed its final trump card. A roar that shook the mountains and forests erupted, and the fire spirit tree demon's leaves began to wither. Simultaneously, 2 dazzling purple orbs gradually coalesced into form. This was Jiang Zhiwen's gaze fixed on the 2 purple glows, his expression abruptly changing. "In Che, be cautious. This is the disintegration technique. It possesses an effect nearly as deadly as instant death. Disintegration technique, an obscure skill whose brutality rivals that of instant death curses. Targets struck by disintegration have a chance to be reduced to dust along with their belongings, requiring high-level resurrection or prayer spells for revival." Even Jiang Zhiwen hadn't anticipated this silver tier 7th rank fire spirit tree demon would wield such an overwhelmingly powerful skill. "Die with me." The fire spirit tree demon uttered an aged human voice as its leaves withered at an accelerated pace, even its branches beginning to rot. Clearly, the fire spirit tree demon had abandoned all caution, determined to drag Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen down with it. Chapter 62, The Greenwood Body Tempering Art and the Soul Burning Technique. What a pain! Qin Mo cursed inwardly, his muscles suddenly tensing. Given the current situation, his only option was to gamble by activating potential overdraw. Either he forced a kill before the fire spirit tree demon completed its dissociation technique, or he'd have to rely on sheer luck. And when it came to his own luck, Qin Mo had never been particularly confident. Just then, a faint grayish-white glow suddenly flickered across the fire spirit tree demon's form. Qin Mo caught the glimpse but dismissed it. The randomness of the Curse of Calamity skill was too unpredictable. Surely it wouldn't randomly trigger a curse that could interrupt his own skill now? As Qin Mo silently grumbled to himself, the fire spirit tree demon's bark rapidly turned grayish-white. Within mere breaths, the fire spirit tree demon was encased in a layer of grayish-white, stone-like armor. The disintegration spell he was channeling was instantly interrupted. The 2 blazing purple orbs vanished into thin air as swiftly as punctured balloons. A petrification curse? Jiang Zhiwen watched the petrified fire spirit tree demon, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. This fire spirit tree demon was truly unlucky, triggering the calamity upon self-effect at such a critical moment, and then, as if fate had a cruel sense of humor, randomly selecting the petrification curse. On the other side, Qin Mo's face twisted into utter astonishment. A curse that actually triggered an interrupt skill? But shock aside, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's hands moved without a moment's hesitation. Taking advantage of the fire spirit tree demon's petrification, a barrage of attacks rained down upon it. With its disintegration spell interrupted, the fire spirit tree demon was already weakened. Compounded by the petrification curse, it couldn't even mount a defense. Soon, the silver-ranked 7th tier monster shattered into fragments under Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's relentless assault. A large mass of vital essence flew out from the fragments and entered Jiang Zhiwen's body. Jiang Zhiwen's level instantly jumped from Bronze Tier 5 to Bronze Tier 6, even showing signs of approaching Bronze Tier 7. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in Qin Mo's ear. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward, Qin Mo Body Tempering Art. Hearing the system notification, a flicker of delight crossed Qin Mo's eyes. The name alone suggested this reward was undoubtedly a precious cultivation technique. His hunch was quickly confirmed when he opened the system interface. Greenwood Body Tempering Technique, Silver-grade Cultivation Technique. Upon mastery, slightly enhances physical constitution and modestly increases strength. Can be practiced once daily. A silver-grade cultivation technique. After reading the system's description, the delight in Qin Mo's eyes grew even more pronounced. His only regret was that this technique couldn't enhance his spiritual power. While Qin Mo examined his loot, Jiang Zhiyun approached the fragments formed by the fire spirit tree demon and began to separate them. Soon, Jiang Zhiyun unearthed a fist-sized, iridescent crystal stone with mottled hues of blue and red, along with a cluster of softly glowing flames from the pile of debris.
The heart of the tree demon. True source fire seed.
The professionals gathered in the square were still reeling from the shock of witnessing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun actually slaying that silver tier 7th rank fire spirit tree demon. But upon seeing the two items appear on the light screen, the spectators' hearts raced. They yearned to rush through the screen and claim them for themselves. Even purple gold tier professionals like Quang Gong and Qin Ming were no exception. Though the fire spirit tree demon's heart and true source fire seed held little practical use for them personally, their successors could certainly benefit from them. Qin Ming, especially behind him, stood the Qin family of Jiangcheng, which boasted more than just Qin Feng as a rising talent. It was simply that among the new generation, Qin Feng currently stood out the most. Under countless gazes, Jiang Zhiyun picked up the tree spirit heart and held it to Qin Mo's lips. "Yin Che, this is yours." Though the tree spirit heart would be quite useful to her, it was clearly more appropriate to use it on her own contract beast. Even if their own contract beast couldn't use this tree demon heart to complete its evolution, it would at least smoothly break through to the silver rank.
With their contracted beast strength, advancing to silver rank would mean even fewer monsters within the trial secret realm could pose a threat to them. Jiang Zhiyun's actions drew sharp criticism from the observing professionals. Such a precious tree demon heart, and Jiang Zhiyun actually intended to use it on a Frostblade spirit cat. Even if that Frostblade spirit cat was somewhat special, it was still just a Frostblade spirit cat. Oh whoa! Inside the secret realm, Qin Mo saw Jiang Zhiyun handing him the tree spirit heart and hastily shook his head in refusal. Using the tree demon heart on him would be such a waste. He still wanted to freeload off the system rewards. Jiang Zhiyun tried to persuade him, but Qin Mo vanished in a flash before she could finish. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiyun froze for a moment. After regaining her composure, she shook her head and swallowed the tree demon's heart. As the energy within the tree demon heart was absorbed, Jiang Zhiyun's level instantly reached bronze tier 7. Simultaneously, her spiritual power surged dramatically beyond its previous limits, completely surpassing the threshold of silver rank. It now rivaled that of a silver-ranked professional. As Jiang Zhiyun's level increased, a timely system notification sounded in Qin Mo's ears. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward, Soul Ignition Technique. Soul Ignition Technique unleashes latent potential, boosting total mental power by 30% and mental power recovery speed by 50% for 30 minutes. After the duration ends, the user enters a 24-hour period of weakness, during which total mental energy and recovery speed are halved. After reviewing the newly acquired skill, Qin Mo couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The skill's power was undeniable. But unfortunately, the side effects were too severe. Like the skill, Potential Overdraw, it could only be used as a last resort. Meanwhile, after absorbing the tree demon's heart, Jiang Zhiyun finally turned his gaze toward the cluster of flames emitting a soft glow. "Yin Che, do you want this true source fire seed?" Jiang Zhiyun held the true source fire seed in her palm, looking at Qin Mo who had reappeared beside her. "Whoa! This thing is useless to me." Hearing this, Jiang Zhiyun promptly stowed the true source fire seed away. While this true source fire seed could enhance a practitioner's resistance to flames, consuming it directly would be a waste. She planned to wait until the secret realm trial concluded before trading it with the Qin family for something more valuable. The Qin family would absolutely be willing to trade with her. For the fiery wind sparrow Hongling, who had awakened Phoenix bloodlines, this true source fire seed could not only enhance its power but might even help it reawaken its Phoenix bloodlines. Given how highly the Qin family valued Qin Feng, as long as she showed any intention of parting with this true source fire seed, the Qin family would undoubtedly buy it at any cost. Stowing away the true source fire seed, Jiang Zhiyun scanned the area. After confirming there were no overlooked treasures nearby, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun set off along the mountain path toward the distance. With some time remaining before the secret realm closed, she needed to find and eliminate a few more silver-grade monsters. Only then could she widen the gap between herself and the others as much as possible. Chapter 63, The Roaring General. Outside the secret realm, Qin Ming watched Jiang Zhiyun stow the true source spark and his eyes lit up. If he could exchange for this true source fire seed, wouldn't his nephew's contracted blazing wind sparrow be able to advance even further? Even if his nephew couldn't match a prodigy like Jiang Zhiyun, he could still leave the other students far behind. Quan Gong, standing beside him, noticed Qin Ming's expression. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately remained silent. While the true source fire seed would undoubtedly benefit Quang Shayan, it was clear that Qin Feng's blazing wind sparrow needed it far more. As the Qin family's key protege, they would spare no expense to secure the true source fire seed for Qin Feng. Though he and Qin Ming were both purple gold tier practitioners, when it came to financial resources, he simply couldn't compete with the Qin family. Of course, he could play the emotional card, using Quang Shayan as leverage to persuade Jiang Zhiyun to resell the true source fire seed to him.
But doing so would not only erode the bond between Jiang Zhiwen and Quang Xiaoyan but also antagonize the Qin family, a decidedly unwise decision. While Qin Ming and Quang Gong were quietly strategizing, the other spectating practitioners also shifted their attention away from Jiang Zhiwen, turning their focus to the other students participating in the Secret Realm trial.
Though their performances lacked Jiang Zhiwen's dazzling brilliance, they still drew gasps of astonishment.
The young master of the Qin family has already entered the third layer of the trial realm. Su Zhibai from second high had just slain 2 bronze tier level 9 monsters. It seemed he too intended to advance to the third layer. Look at that kid from fourth high, he actually found a pool of flaming fire essence. That's a rare fire attribute treasure. Idiot. That's not how you harvest blood shadow flowers. Damn it, that fool from fifth high, he's ruined all the good stuff. That must be Du Qin Yu from first high, right? She actually ventured alone into the broken mountain ant's nest and made it out unscathed. Truly a genius with S-class professional talent. While the outside world buzzed with discussion, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen pressed onward along the winding mountain path. The surrounding vegetation gradually thinned and the view opened up. Suddenly, Qin Mo halted, his gaze darting warily toward a massive boulder in the distance. Perched atop the boulder lay a massive creature, lazily basking in the sun. Bathed in sunlight, the creature's fur shimmered like dancing flames, an undeniably striking sight. Using his night owl perception, Qin Mo clearly sensed the creature's level.
Silver tier 9.
Higher than the fire spirit tree demon's rank, reaching the upper limit for the secret realm trial. Of course, none of that was the most important thing. What mattered most was that Qin Mo recognized this creature intimately. He had once consumed its beast core.
Jiang Zhiwen also spotted the creature and exclaimed in surprise, "Fierce roar, General?"
Her surprise wasn't at encountering such a monster within the secret realm trial, but rather at her own luck. First, she encountered the extremely rare fire spirit tree demon, and now, not long after, she stumbled upon a roaring general. In terms of rarity, the roaring general naturally couldn't compare to the fire spirit tree demon. Yet the roaring general possessed one characteristic the fire spirit tree demon could never match. The roaring general was a tiger-type monster. According to the knowledge she had gained in her previous life, consuming sufficient tiger-type beast cores was one of the essential conditions for the Frostblade spirit cat to complete its evolution. And this roaring general right before her eyes, wasn't it a tiger-type beast core delivered right to her doorstep?
Roar! Yes, it's the roaring general. Beastmaster, let's team up and take it down.
Qin Mo's eyes gleamed as he stared at the roaring general in the distance, as if beholding a mountain of gold. His rank had already reached bronze tier 9, and he had consumed 4 silver-grade tiger-type beast cores. With just one more silver-grade tiger-type beast core, he would fulfill all requirements for his second evolution, transforming into the Irontail Mountain Lord.
The appearance of this roaring general was like a dream come true. Jiang Zhiwen shot Qin Mo an amused glance but didn't refuse.
A silver tier level 9 monster would be enough to permanently widen the gap between her and the others. The man and beast swiftly advanced.
Lying on a boulder, the roaring general sensed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's approach.
He merely glanced at them, emitting a lazy warning growl. It had no desire to fight right now. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen paid no heed to the roaring general's warning, continuing to advance swiftly toward it.
Outside, attention soon turned to Jiang Zhiwen's group. Is that the roaring general?
Judging by its appearance, it must be at least silver tier 9th rank.
How dare Jiang Zhiwen provoke such a monster?
Watching Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo steadily advance toward the roaring general, someone murmured in astonishment, "What on earth is she thinking?" Through their previous battle with the fire spirit tree demon, they had already gauged Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo's approximate strength. Facing the combined assault of this man and beast, weaker silver-grade monsters would find little chance of escape. Given Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's capabilities, the wisest course now was to seek out weaker silver-tier monsters for hunting. This was the fastest way to widen the gap between themselves and the others. Yet Jiang Zhiwen ignored the easy targets and instead went after a tough nut like the roaring general. And not just any silver-ranked monster, but one as high as a 9th-tier silver-ranked general of the fierce roar.
This decision puzzled many. Quang Gong shared this perplexity.
He knew full well Qin Mo had a trump card, the ability to transform into the Irontail Mountain Lord. If he played that card, dealing with the roaring general would be a piece of cake. But why bother?
With that time and energy, he could easily hunt down several more silver rank monsters.
Qin Ming, however, had a vague idea of the reason. He had heard Qin Feng mention that Jiang Zhiwen had once traded cultivation techniques and treasures with the Qin family for 2 silver-grade tiger beast cores. The reason Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen provoked that roaring general was likely for its beast core. Based on his and Qin Feng's speculation, the tiger-type beast core might be the key to enhancing the Frostblade spirit cat's power. But neither he nor Qin Feng had considered the possibility of evolution. The consensus among countless beast tamers was that the Frostblade spirit cat lacked an evolutionary form. This conclusion had become the consensus among beast tamers. Under habitual thinking, even a purple gold tier practitioner like Qin Ming wouldn't associate it with evolution. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the trial's secret realm, Seeing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen steadily closing in, the previously sluggish-looking General Roar abruptly stood up, radiating a dangerous aura. Roar! A mere Bronze Tier 7th rank human and a Bronze Tier 9th rank Frostblade Spirit Cat insignificant as ants dared disturb its rest. How utterly reckless! Chapter 64, Impervious to All Evils. Unfazed by the roaring general's warning, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen pressed forward relentlessly. Seeing this, the general could no longer contain himself. A roar that shook the mountains and forests erupted as General Roar suddenly transformed into a blazing ball of flame, charging head-on toward Qin Mo. The fierce wind lashed their faces, and swirling dust made Qin Mo squint involuntarily. In the next instant, a massive tiger paw lunged out, clawing toward Qin Mo. The sharp claws tore through the air, whistling with a piercing shriek. Qin Mo had no desire to test the general's attack power with his own flesh. He stamped his foot, instantly leaping out of the general's reach. The tiger's claws slammed into the ground, instantly leaving several deep gashes in the solid earth. Seeing his attack miss, the general's aura grew even more menacing. His amber-hued eyes swept over Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Every hair on his body stood on end as he let out a piercing roar to the heavens. Though no sound escaped his throat, ripples spread out in concentric waves through the surrounding air. Solid-like sound waves surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly crashing toward Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Barbarian tiger soul-shattering roar. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiwen immediately distanced herself from the roaring general. Sound-based skills were impossible to guard against completely. No matter how skilled she was with her spear, she couldn't block every single attack. Creating distance to evade was the best strategy. Qin Mo's countermeasure was even simpler. He executed a shadow leap, darting sideways as his body vanished into the shadows, swiftly escaping the sonic wave's reach. Not only that, but seizing the opportunity, Qin Mo hurled a ball of black light toward General Roar. Curse of Calamity. This time, however, Qin Mo's reliably effective tactic failed to work. The instant the black light touched the roaring general, a flash of golden light erupted from his body. The black light Qin Mo had hurled then vanished like ice under the scorching sun, dissipating swiftly into the air. What kind of skill was this? Watching the general of the roaring fury remain completely unaffected, Qin Mo was secretly astonished. This is the effect of being impervious to all evils. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen, having dodged the sonic attack, turned to General Roar. As he began to explain, his expression grew exceptionally grave. The effect of the immunity to all evils talent was simple and direct: immunity to all negative effects, including those inflicted by skills. This was undoubtedly an SS tier talent, and to think it would manifest in a mere General Roar. It was well known that, aside from legendary variants, monsters capable of awakening talents were exceedingly rare, their rarity rivaling that of fire spirit tree demons. Monsters capable of awakening SS tier talents were even more plentiful than phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, yet she had stumbled upon one. If this roaring general had awakened any other SS tier talent, it would have been one thing. With the curse of calamity upon it and her triple effect spear in hand, she and Qin Mo could easily wear this roaring general down to death. But of all the abilities it could have awakened, it had to be immunity to all evils, the one that completely nullified their tactics. What rotten luck! After hearing Jiang Zhiwen's explanation, Qin Mo couldn't help but curse inwardly. Ever since entering the third layer of the trial's secret realm, he and Jiang Zhiwen had first been teleported to the lair of the fire spirit tree demon, where they fought that massive silver-ranked 7th tier creature. Then they stumbled upon a roaring general that had awakened the immunity to all evils talent. While the rewards from slaying this roaring general were undoubtedly substantial, the string of misfortune was truly unlucky. Could it be that he'd caught some misfortune from that disaster magnet Voodoo Eye? Qin Mo silently cursed under his breath. His and Jiang Zhiwen's current predicament perfectly embodied that hunter's innate talent, fortune and misfortune intertwined. Meanwhile, the professional hunters watching from the sidelines also noticed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's awkward predicament. Who would have thought that roaring general could awaken a talent like immunity to all evils? Now Jiang Zhiwen and that Frostblade Spirit Cat truly have no way to deal with it. Someone in the crowd remarked. True enough. But given their strength, if they focused solely on escape, that roaring general shouldn't pose a threat to them. However, doing so would waste a considerable amount of time. Among the spectating professionals were those with keen insight. They saw clearly that while Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's own strength played a role in slaying the fire spirit tree demon, it was secondary. The true decisive factors were Qin Mo's unknown skill and Jiang Zhiwen's spear, which possessed multiple effects. Now that both these tactics proved ineffective against the roaring general, their only option was to flee. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen dodged the general's attacks while seeking an opening to counterattack. Whirlwind, Root Bind, Gravity Swamp, Shadow Assault. Even the rarely used skill, Force of Nature, was unleashed by Qin Mo without hesitation. The relentless barrage of skills left the watching professionals utterly stunned. Yet despite this, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen only managed to inflict a few insignificant wounds on the general of the fierce roar. The price paid was that the trance Qin Mo summoned through nature's power were torn to shreds. Qin Mo felt utterly helpless about this. The power of the trance summoned by nature's force was directly tied to the amount of spiritual energy expended and the grade of the trees used as mediums. The nearby trees were all ordinary, not even reaching the black iron tier. Even if he poured his spiritual energy into it without regard for the cost, the summoned trance power would still be quite limited. No choice, he had to use this tactic. Qin Mo watched the roaring general charging toward him and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The next moment, a roar like a muffled thunderclap erupted. Black flames erupted from Qin Mo's body, enveloping him entirely. Witnessing this, the professional observers watching from the sidelines all wore expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Qin Mo's earlier barrage of skills had already left them utterly dumbfounded. No one had imagined that a Frostblade spirit cat could master so many unrelated skills. They had assumed that was already Qin Mo's limit. Yet he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Quang Xiaoyan, standing beside Quang Gong, watched Qin Mo engulfed in black flames within the light screen. Her eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. She wondered what form Yin Che would take this time. Iron Tail Mountain Lord? A gilded bone demon? Or perhaps an entirely different kind of beast? Quang Gong, Qin Ming, and Lu Xinghe, these three purple gold tier professionals, were also intrigued. Quang Gong and Lu Xinghe both knew Qin Mo possessed a skill allowing him to transform into other beasts. Lu Xinghe had witnessed it firsthand, while Quang Gong's knowledge came from Li Wei and Quang Xiaoyan. The only one unaware of Qin Mo's hidden card was Qin Ming. Beside them, Zhang Fingyan remained silent, his expression growing increasingly dark. The more dazzling Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's performance became, the more certain he grew that this man and beast were the ones who had killed Zhang Yuan. Yet the very place where Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun were displaying their power was the trial's secret realm. Had it been anywhere else, he would have struck long ago to eliminate both man and beast, avenging his young grandson. Yet, with Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun trapped within the trial's secret realm, he was utterly powerless. If Jiang Zhiyun were to claim the top spot in the trial's secret realm, he would dare not act against him during this sensitive period. Such an act would not only be slapping the face of the high-ranking officials of the Qinqing Empire, but would also offend every faction in Jiangcheng. Neither he nor the Zhang family backing him could bear the consequences. Chapter 65, Close Quarters Combat. Meanwhile, on the third layer of the trial's secret realm, under countless watchful eyes, a steel whip-like tail lashed out from the black flames, striking the charging general fierce roar with brutal force. Caught off guard, the roaring general was sent flying backward by the blow, tumbling across the ground like a rolling gourd. Roar! The roaring general sprang to his feet, his mouth filled with furious roars. He had been knocked flying by a Frostblade spirit cat. This was an utter disgrace. Roar! At that moment, a roar even more piercing than his own erupted, drowning out the general's voice. As the roar echoed, the flames enveloping Qin Mo suddenly surged upward before swiftly dissipating into nothingness. Without the black flames to conceal him, Qin Mo's figure was exposed before countless eyes. His body, originally the size of a cheetah, had swollen to that of a tiger, over a meter tall at the shoulders and over 2 meters long. His muscles bulged exaggeratedly, creating a visually striking impact. Coarse black fur stood on end like steel needles, their tips even hinting at a metallic sheen. The most dramatic change, however, was in Qin Mo's tail. His naturally curled tail now stretched out completely, its whip-like form revealing distinct joints. A casual flick sent a howling wind in its wake. This was Iron Tail Mountain Lord? Outside the secret realm, a voice filled with astonishment and doubt rang out among the many spectating professionals. Hearing this, the surrounding practitioners all turned their gaze toward Lu Xinghe. The Iron Tail Mountain Lord was a beast even rarer than the Fire Spirit Tree Demon. Even most beast masters had only heard its name, never witnessed it in person. Jiang Zhiyun recognized the Iron Tail Mountain Lord instantly, drawing on his vast experience from a past life. As for Quang Xiaoyan and Quang Gong, it was because Ji Changfeng had exposed Qin Mo's true identity. Later, through Li Wei's retelling, they confirmed that Qin Mo's transformed form was indeed that of an Iron Tail Mountain Lord. As everyone turned to look at him, Lu Xinghe nodded and stated, "This is indeed the Iron Tail Mountain Spirit." Yet as he spoke, Lu Xinghe's face was filled with bewilderment. The last time Qin Mo used this skill, he clearly manifested as a gilded bone demon. How could he now transform into the Iron Tail Mountain Lord? Could this skill actually transform into different forms? Even Lu Xinghe, with his extensive experience, was taken aback. Qin Ming beside him wore an expression of utter bewilderment. It was true that Qin Mo had once used the skill, Potential Overdraw, on the underground fighting ring. But after Jiang Zhiyun concluded the challenge, Lu Xinghe had approached the representatives of the three major families overseeing the underground arena. Together, they had sealed off all related information. Since Qin Ming only occasionally inquired about the underground black market affairs, and Jiang Zhiyun was only black iron tier at the time, the Qin family's representative at the underground boxing ring did not report the incident. This left Qin Ming completely unaware of Qin Mo's hidden trump card. Now that Qin Mo had revealed the trump card of Potential Overdraw, even as a purple gold tier professional, Qin Ming was utterly shaken. That damned beast. Not far away, Zhang Fingyan gritted his teeth in fury, itching to burst through the light screen and tear Qin Mo to shreds.
He had assumed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen would flee in disarray against the fierce Roar General. But who could have imagined Qin Mo was hiding such a trump card? Most crucially, Qin Mo had shattered the Frostblade Spirit Cat's potential ceiling, elevating its rank to Bronze Tier 9. Who could guarantee his level wouldn't keep rising? Qin Mo was already such a formidable foe now. What would happen if he were allowed to grow unchecked? Unfortunately, the ongoing Secret Realm trial was a grand event watched by all corners of the Qinqing Empire. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Fingnian could only force down his murderous intent and put on a nonchalant expression, no matter how much it gnawed at him. Under countless watchful eyes, Qin Mo and General Lai Ho on the light screen collided swiftly. Two powerful bodies clashed and separated instantly, each bearing several vicious claw marks. Blood mingled with torn fur as it splattered onto the ground. Roar! Again! After re-establishing distance, General Lai Ho roared and lunged at Qin Mo once more. Qin Mo met the charge head-on without flinching, his powerful frame cutting through the air with a whistling wind. Mid-air, Qin Mo and General Roar simultaneously opened their mouths. Explosive roar. Barbarian tiger soul-shattering roar. Solid-like sound waves erupted violently, shattering the surrounding ground into fragments. Faced with the frenzied onslaught of sound, Jiang Zhiwen, who had intended to rush in for support, was forced to retreat to the side, leaving the battlefield entirely to Qin Mo and General Lai Ho. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Qin Mo and General Fierce Roar collided, their bodies pressed tightly together. Both had completely abandoned defense, unleashing claws, teeth, and tails in relentless attacks upon each other. Blood spattered everywhere, mingled with torn fur. This primal, savage style of combat sent the blood of the watching professionals boiling. That General Roar was as good as dead. Outside the city lord's mansion, Feudalea watched the close-quarters struggle between Qin Mo and the roaring general from within the crowd, shaking his head. Others might be unaware, but he knew exactly what Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had obtained within the pig-faced purple bat's lair. Facing Qin Mo, who wielded healing magic, adopting this strategy of trading wounds for wounds was nothing short of courting death. Feudala's words immediately drew rebuttals from other practitioners. To most adventurers, Qin Mo's approach seemed profoundly unwise. That roaring general was a bona fide silver tier level 9 monster. Even if Qin Mo transformed into the Irontail Mountain Lord, there remained a significant disparity in their attributes. Continuing this close-quarters battle would undoubtedly put Qin Mo at a disadvantage. Feudala couldn't be bothered to refute these comments. Once Qin Mo unleashed his healing art, these people would see for themselves whether his approach was right or wrong. Just then, the scene on the light screen abruptly shifted. Qin Mo and the roaring general, locked in fierce combat, seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement. Simultaneously, they opened their mouths. Deep blue wind blades and fan-shaped flames erupted simultaneously from their respective mouths. Though Qin Mo sensed the danger and immediately activated Shadow Leap, he still couldn't fully escape the flames' reach. Half his body was engulfed by the blaze General Roar unleashed, instantly covering him in extensive burns. General Roar fared worse. His reaction time lagged significantly behind Qin Mo's. Even as he desperately dodged, he could only try to avoid the vital areas. Two wind blades struck the roaring general without obstruction. One blade struck the base of its tail, nearly severing it clean off. The other blade struck its head, cleanly severing the general's left ear. Chapter 66, Victory. Roar. Both parties re-established distance. General Roar stared at Qin Mo, his eyes filled with apprehension. This was the first time it had ever encountered an opponent who could push it to such a desperate state. Not even that inexplicably resilient tree deep in the distant mountains had ever left it looking so battered. Qin Mo seized the opportunity to cast a healing spell directly on himself. As a vibrant green glow enveloped him, Qin Mo's injuries began to rapidly mend. Seeing this, the professional practitioners watching from outside were instantly stunned. This Frostblade Spirit Cat actually possessed healing abilities? That's just too versatile. It wasn't just the spectators outside, even the general of the fierce roar inside the secret realm stared wide-eyed. It had engaged Qin Mo in a battle of attrition, relying on its silver tier 9 level to outmatch him in vitality and recovery, intending to wear him down until he collapsed. But it never imagined Qin Mo would also possess healing skills. By the time it regained its senses, the roaring general couldn't help but feel a twinge of retreating. It had no idea how long Qin Mo could sustain this state, especially since he also possessed healing abilities. If this stalemate continued, it might truly perish at Qin Mo's hands. But clearly, neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiwen would grant the roaring general a chance to escape. Seeing the roaring general's attempt to flee, Qin Mo abandoned his recovery and lunged at the beast. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen advanced swiftly toward the fierce roar general, spear raised. Faced with Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen closing in relentlessly, the roaring general abandoned its escape plan. With a thunderous roar, it lunged at Jiang Zhiwen. As the apex predator within the trial's secret realm, it understood all too well the consequences of fleeing directly under these circumstances. Having witnessed Qin Mo's blinding speed earlier, it had no confidence it could outrun his pursuit. Therefore, to escape safely, it had to take the offensive and drive Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen back.
Even if it couldn't severely wound them, it had to render them incapable of pursuit for a short time.
You think I'm a pushover?
Seeing the roaring general lunge toward him, Jiang Zhiwen instantly understood its intent. His eyebrows shot up as he raised his spear to meet the attack. Just as the roaring general was about to pounce, several vines suddenly shot up from the ground, wrapping around its limbs. Facing the encroaching vines, the general of fierce roar merely swept its claws across them, severing the strands one by one. They could no longer hinder its advance.
Qin Mo was not surprised by this.
He had already used root tendrils to bind this roaring general before. Apart from the initial surprise entanglement, every subsequent attempt at root binding had been effortlessly thwarted.
Even now, transformed into the Irontail mountain spirit form, the power of his root entanglement remained unchanged. How could it possibly restrain the roaring general?
His use of root bind was merely to delay the general's advance.
Jiang Zhiwen clearly understood Qin Mo's intent.
The moment the vines burst from the ground, Jiang Zhiwen swiftly closed the distance to the general of fierce roar. His spear darted out at a precise, unguarded angle. Unable to dodge in time, the roaring general was pierced by the spear, a fresh wound gushing blood on his body. Meanwhile, Qin Mo seized the opportunity to close in, striking the general of fierce roar with a well-timed claw swipe. The roaring general was trapped. Outside, Qin Ming watched the scene unfold on the projection screen and declared with unwavering certainty. Lu Xinghe and Quan Gong beside him nodded in agreement. Had that roaring general chosen to flee from the start, its familiarity with the terrain might have given it a sliver of chance to shake off Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. But it chose to fight.
This decision wasn't necessarily wrong.
After all, Qin Mo's speed was undeniable. Put in its place, if they were that roaring general, they would likely choose to attack proactively as well, seeking to temporarily disable Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's pursuit capabilities. Only then could its chances of escape significantly increase. Blame it on the roaring general's misfortune encountering two freaks like Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen turned what should have been a sound decision into its death sentence.
So it seems Sister Jiang will be the top performer in this secret realm trial?
Just then, Huang Xiaoyan's voice suddenly rang out.
Hearing this, Zhang Fingyan's face twitched twice nearby, his expression growing even more gloomy.
That's hard to say, Quan Gong shook his head. Your sister Zhang's performance was indeed impressive, but the results from two silver-grade monsters aren't enough to guarantee her the top spot.
This secret realm trial has produced quite a few promising talents.
Xin Feng, the beast tamer who contracted a divine beast bloodline, is one such example. Then there's Su Jibai from 2nd High, Du Qianyu and Wang Long from 1st High, plus several students from 3rd and 5th High. These individuals have either awakened S-tier professional talents or gained extraordinary opportunities.
Though their strength may not match Jiang Zhiwen's, their pace in accumulating points is no slower.
Silver-grade monsters certainly yield substantial points, but merely defeating two such beasts was insufficient for Jiang Zhiwen to maintain his top position. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Don't worry, even if Sister Jiang doesn't take first place, the Imperial Capital Academy will likely offer her a special admission spot.
Seeing Huang Xiaoyan's expression, Quan Gong couldn't help but chuckle. During every secret realm trial, major academies across the Qinqing Empire would send representatives to observe discreetly. While the top performers from each city's secret realm trials were coveted prizes for the academies. But those promising talents who demonstrate exceptional performance during the trials are equally sought after by the great academies. It wasn't unheard of for the top performer to be overtaken by others, though it certainly didn't happen every year. Quan Gong himself was a prime example. When he participated in the secret realm trials, his final ranking didn't even crack the top 20 in Jiang City. Yet he was specially recruited by the Imperial Capital Academy and rose rapidly thereafter. He is now a purple gold tier practitioner, commanding the city guard and holding sway over his domain. Meanwhile, the top performer from Jiangqing's secret realm trial cohort remains stuck at the gold rank, unable to break through, fading into obscurity. Not only Jiang, but that kid Xin Feng will likely receive a special invitation from the Imperial Capital Academy too. Lu Xinghe chimed in beside them, chuckling. This time, Jiangcheng might just send several students to the Imperial Capital Academy. Hearing this, Quan Gong and Qin Ming immediately burst into laughter. As the undisputed premier academy of the Qinqing Empire, the Imperial Capital Academy students carried immense prestige. If this year's secret realm trials produced several more students for the Imperial Capital Academy, it would reflect well on them too. When reporting to the Imperial Capital, they would carry themselves with greater authority before other city lords and city guard commanders. As the group discussed, the battle on the light screen drew to a close. The outcome unfolded exactly as Qin Ming had predicted. General Liho, who had not chosen to flee at the outset, was now locked in a deadly struggle with Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, unable to break free. As Qin Mo's claw crushed the general's heart, this formidable silver-tier 9th rank beast met its end, its death shrouded in bitter resignation. Chapter 67, Second Evolution. Witnessing this scene, the observing professionals fell into stunned silence. Though they had anticipated this outcome, witnessing the general of fierce roar's demise still sent shockwaves through their hearts. This little girl is quite something. Amidst the crowd, an unremarkable-looking man turned to his companion and chuckled, "Want her for the Mad Lions? She might have awakened as second class." "Nah. That Frostblade spirit cat is unique, but its flaws are just as obvious."
His companion shook his head, his tone calm.
"A beast that can't evolve?
No matter how unique it seems, its potential is obvious from the start."
"As for a second class,"
the companion chuckled softly.
"I'd know if that girl had used any other class skills."
"She didn't use any other class skills during that intense battle earlier."
"Surely her secondary class isn't just passive skills?"
His tone shifted abruptly. "Compared to this girl, I'm actually more impressed by that kid who contracted the Blazing Wind Sparrow."
"Then you'll have to compete with the people from Yangyang." The man pointed toward a middle-aged woman in the distance, marked by a flame insignia between her brows. "A blazing wind sparrow who's awakened phoenix blood? Those fire element fanatics from Sunfire won't let her slip away."
"As if your Imperial Capital Academy would pass up such promising talent." His companion scoffed, returning his attention to the other students participating in the Secret Realm trial. Seeing this, the unremarkable-looking man chuckled and turned his gaze back to the light screen. Meanwhile, within the trial realm, as Jiang Zhiwen absorbed the life essence scattered after General Leiho's death, her level rapidly climbed to bronze rank 8. Such a rapid level up left the observing professionals green with envy. Just as Jiang Zhiwen's level increased, a system notification sounded in Qin Mo's ear.
"Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced.
Congratulations, host, on receiving a hundredfold feedback reward, immunity to all poisons."
Qin Mo glanced at the system reward and couldn't help but feel disappointed. The immunity to all poisons skill only grants immunity to ordinary toxins. Against special toxins, this skill only provides partial mitigation rather than complete immunity. While this effect is still quite practical, compared to the SS tier talent, immunity to all evils, immunity to all poisons pales in comparison. "In Che, this is yours." Just as Qin Mo was inwardly disappointed, Jiang Zhiwen suddenly held a bloodstained beast core to his lips. Seeing the beast core before him, Qin Mo cast aside his disappointment and immediately bit into it, swallowing it whole. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Evolution conditions met. Proceed with evolution?"
As the beast core's power was fully absorbed, the system's prompt sounded once more in Qin Mo's ears.
"Ha!" Hearing the system prompt, Qin Mo froze in surprise. He was still in the form of the Iron Tail Mountain Lord. But he quickly snapped back to reality and made his choice. "Yes." A white light instantly enveloped Qin Mo.
Moments later, the light dissipated, and Qin Mo reverted to his Frostblade spirit cat form. Immediately, a warm current surged through his body, followed by a searing, tearing pain.
"Holy! This hurts even worse than the last evolution."
Qin Mo's pupils dilated sharply, wishing he could faint on the spot. Simultaneously, black flames surged upward, enveloping Qin Mo entirely.
Qin Mo's unusual state quickly drew attention from outside. "Grandpa Lu, what's going on with Yin Che?" Huang Xiaoyan looked at Lu Xinghe with a puzzled expression. She could understand Qin Mo reverting to his Frostblade spirit cat form, but what was happening afterward? It wasn't just Huang Xiaoyan, other practitioners in the square also turned their gaze toward Lu Xinghe.
Among the practitioners present, Lu Xinghe, as a purple gold tier beast tamer, possessed the deepest knowledge of exotic beasts. Asking him was clearly the most appropriate course of action. Under the collective gaze, Lu Xinghe's face twitched visibly.
"You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?"
He had indeed seen many exotic beasts, but Qin Mo's situation was a first for him.
"What do you think? Could this Frostblade spirit cat be evolving?" Just then, a voice, severely lacking in confidence, suddenly rang out from within the crowd. Hearing this, everyone froze in surprise. The beast tamers in the crowd were about to retort, but the words died on their lips. Though it was universally accepted in the Beastmaster world that Frostblade spirit cats couldn't evolve, a conclusion verified by countless Beastmasters. Qin Mo's transformation had shaken their convictions. What if those Beastmasters had overlooked something? Or what if Qin Mo was the exception? The professional observers watching from outside were filled with doubt and astonishment, but Jiang Zhiwen inside the secret realm had no such uncertainty. According to her memories from her previous life, 3 years after the Jiangcheng beast died, Ivan Kavalik, a prodigy beastmaster from the Frost Empire, rose to prominence. His first major breakthrough, the one that cemented his reputation, was overturning the long-held belief that Frostblade spirit cats couldn't evolve. Leveraging his innate professional talent, Ivan Kavik successfully evolved a Frostblade spirit cat into an Irontail Mountain Lord, sending shockwaves through the entire Beastmaster community. However, in this lifetime, the notion that Frostblade spirit cats couldn't evolve was clearly about to be overturned prematurely. Under countless gazes, the black flame slowly dissipated, revealing Qin Mo's figure. He still appeared as an Irontail Mountain Lord, seemingly unchanged from before. Yet even through the light screen, the gathered professionals could distinctly sense a new, intimidating aura of authority emanating from Qin Mo. Evolution indeed. Amidst the crowd, an unremarkable-looking man exhaled a breath of stale air before turning to his companion. "This girl our Imperial Capital Academy claims her. Anyway, you mad lions wouldn't want a flawed beast like a frostblade spirit cat, so don't even bother competing with me. Hearing this, the man's companion stiffened, wishing he could go back in time and slap himself silly. Why did you have to open your mouth? He could certainly pretend he'd never uttered those words and try to approach Jiang Zhiwen. But knowing that bastard beside him, that jerk would undoubtedly leak his earlier remarks to Jiang Zhiwen, whether openly or covertly. While his words weren't inherently problematic, they would inevitably tarnish Jiang Zhiwen's first impression of him. And if that bastard beside him added a few embellished remarks. At that thought, the man's companion felt his heart sink halfway. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghe stared intently at Qin Mo on the holographic screen, his eyes gleaming. He remembered clearly that after Qin Mo unleashed that skill, he possessed another form, that of a golden bone demon. Now that it was confirmed the Iron-Tail Mountain Lord was an evolved form of the Frostblade Spirit Cat, what about the Golden Bone Demon? Could it be another evolved form of the Frostblade Spirit Cat? In contrast, the reactions of the other practitioners were far more varied. Excitement, astonishment, bewilderment, skepticism, and even curses. The reactions were as varied as could be. For a moment, the square outside the city lord's mansion echoed with a cacophony of voices. Qin Ming and Quang Gong made no move to silence the crowd, for their own shock was no less than that of the practitioners. The Frostblade Spirit Cat, such a rare beast, actually possessed an evolved form. This not only overturned everything they had known, but they could also foresee the immense uproar this news would cause once it spread. Deep within the third layer of the trial's secret realm, Qin Mo remained utterly unaware of the outside world. Upon completing his evolution, he immediately summoned his attribute panel with joy. Host, Qin Mo Yin Che. Current bound entity, Jiang Zhiwen. Species, Iron-Tail Mountain Lord. Level, Bronze Tier 6. Potential Cap Gold Tier 9. Skills, Wind Blade Technique, Curse of Calamity, Immunity to all poisons, Soul Ignition, Beast King's Might, Wind Spirit's Body. Evolution Paths, War Beast Commander, Spectral Lord. Qin Mo's face flashed a smile as he studied the attribute panel. Compared to before, this evolution represented a massive leap forward. Not only had his potential cap soared from Bronze Tier 5 to Gold Tier 9, but he'd also gained 3 entirely new skills, Wind Blade Technique, Beast King's Might, and Wind Spirit's Body. The only disappointment for Qin Mo was that his level had dropped to Bronze Tier 6. When he heard the system prompt earlier, he had hoped this evolution might offset the side effects of potential depletion. Now it seemed he'd been wishful thinking the level drop was inevitable. Fortunately, absorbing the beast core of the fierce roar general had granted him some gains. Overall, he only dropped to Bronze Tier 6. It was a silver lining in an otherwise unfortunate situation. Qin Mo's gaze then fell upon the evolution path. War Beast Master, Silver Tier 9 unachieved, Devour Gold Grade Equipment 03, Refine Crimson Blood Battle Demon 010L. Spectral Lord, Gold Tier 9 unachieved, Refine Nether Core 01, Devour Spectral Ghosts 010. As expected, the evolution requirements remained as demanding as ever. Qin Mo shook his head silently. The only silver lining was that neither of these two evolution paths required breaking through his potential ceiling. Closing the attribute panel, Qin Mo turned his gaze to Jiang Zhiwen. Roar! Beast Master, it's time to hunt for other prey. Chapter 68, Wild Mushroom. Thud. On the third layer of the trial's secret realm, a massive wild bull crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, its weight sending shockwaves rippling through the earth. Outside the city lord's mansion, spectators' hearts skipped a beat. That was the 5th monster already. A voice rasped from the crowd. In the short span of less than an hour since Qin Mo's evolution, he and Jiang Zhiwen had already slain 5 silver tier monsters. The lowest ranked was merely silver tier 1, while the highest ranked was this very 6-horned wild bull they had just slain, reaching silver tier 5. Yet even this formidable beast hadn't lasted 10 minutes against Qin Mo. And this was already the longest any of the 5 silver tier monsters had lasted. Moreover, Jiang Zhiwen hadn't intervened in any of these 5 battles, not even casting skills to grant Qin Mo any attribute buffs. Otherwise, the fights would have ended even faster. The surrounding professionals fell silent. No one had anticipated such a turn of events in this secret realm trial. With Qin Mo completing his evolution and demonstrating overwhelming power, the top spot in this secret realm trial was now beyond doubt. 7 silver tier monsters, such a feat was enough to tower above everyone. Impressive. Hudola, blending into the crowd, watched the 2 figures on the light screen with eyes full of admiration. Having witnessed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's prowess during the Chaos Sky Island secret realm trial, he had always believed Jiang Zhiwen would shine brightly in this secret realm trial. But he never imagined Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen would shine so brilliantly. All the other geniuses participating in the trial, whether Qin Feng, Su Zhibai, or Du Qianyu, had been completely overshadowed by this man and beast. On the other side, Qin Ming and the others watched Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen on the light screen. Their expressions varied. Qin Ming and Quang Gong wore undisguised joy on their faces. As the nominal first and second in command of Jiangchang, the more outstanding Jiang Zhiwen's performance in the secret realm trial, the greater the glory reflected upon them. Moreover, besides Jiang Zhiwen, this year's secret realm trial had no shortage of promising talents. Though overshadowed by Jiang Zhiyun's brilliance, figures like Qin Feng and Du Qianyu were themselves rare geniuses. Once the secret realm trial concluded, both of them were certain to receive commendations from higher-ups. Beside them, Lu Xinghe muttered under his breath, regretting not having snatched Qin Mo during their time in the underground black market. Zhang Fengnian kept his head bowed, his expression hidden from view, yet the overwhelming killing intent radiating from him was palpable to anyone nearby. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the trial realm, Qin Mo stepped forward to search the corpse of the hexagonal savage bull, then sighed in disappointment. No beast core. Alright, don't be too greedy. Jiang Zhiyun, standing nearby, shot him a disapproving glare at the sight of Qin Mo's expression. The appearance of a beast core within a monster was a low-probability event to begin with. Monsters below silver rank lack the strength to fully form a beast core within their bodies. Upon a monster's death, an incomplete beast core would instantly disintegrate. Only in extremely rare cases would a monster below silver rank retain an incomplete beast core after death. Monsters of silver rank and above could form complete beast cores, but these creatures possessed considerable sentience. When death becomes inevitable, the vast majority of these monsters will shatter their beast cores themselves. Finding a beast core within the corpse of such a monster requires both considerable strength and luck. Hearing Jiang Zhiyun's words, Qin Mo sighed again. He understood the logic, but finding no beast cores in 5 consecutive silver-tier monsters was just too unlucky. Be content, it's already fortunate you obtained the beast core of the Roaring General. Jiang Zhiyun understood Qin Mo's meaning and couldn't help but laugh. Let's call it even. That's true. Qin Mo felt somewhat more balanced inside, then turned his gaze to Jiang Zhiyun. Roar! There should be over 20 minutes left before the trial ends. Should we continue hunting other monsters? No need. Jiang Zhiyun shook his head and smiled. 7 silver-tier monsters are enough to widen the gap between us and the others. Besides, I've already reached bronze tier 9. Breaking through to silver tier 1 won't be achieved by hunting a few silver-tier monsters. Let's rest for a bit and wait for the trial to end. Hearing this, Qin Mo settled down on a clean spot nearby and began studying the newly acquired skill. Wild Mushroom consumes mental energy to plant a wild mushroom at the target location, lasting 24 hours. The mushroom remains stealthy until its duration ends, a target passes by, or it's triggered intentionally causing it to explode. This inflicts damage within a small area and applies debuffs. This skill was a system reward he received after killing his 4th silver-grade monster, when Jiang Zhiyun absorbed life essence to reach bronze tier 9. He had used this skill during the battle against the hexagonal savage bull, but the results were less than ideal. The wild mushroom's explosion had a limited kill radius and its damage output was nothing to write home about. However, the skill possessed a valuable effect. After detonation, the wild mushroom had a chance to inflict one of 3 debuffs on the target's slowness, poison, or confusion. It was precisely this effect that made Qin Mo believe the skill still held untapped potential. If used effectively, it might yield surprising results. Jiang Zhiyun carefully scanned the surroundings, confirming no danger before stepping directly beside Qin Mo. "Yin Che, let me rest against you for a bit." With that, Jiang Zhiyun leaned against Qin Mo and lay down. Qin Mo paid her no mind, still deep in thought about how to utilize the wild mushroom skill. Observers outside the secret realm, seeing this, shifted their attention away from Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun, turning their gaze toward the others within the realm. Look at the young master of the Qin family. A sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. How did he provoke a flock of death crow? All eyes immediately turned to the light screen displaying Qin Feng's location. On the screen, Qin Feng and Hongling were fleeing for their lives, pursued by a vast, ominous black cloud. Countless eyes glowing red lit up within the cloud, an eerie and terrifying sight. That little brat. Qin Ming also noticed Qin Feng's predicament, his expression instantly darkening. The death crow was a highly unusual monster. These creatures possess 2 distinct forms, their normal state and their crow swarm state. Under normal circumstances, death ravens exist in their normal form. However, the moment they sense danger, they swiftly gather together and transform into the flock form. In flock form, the vitality and spiritual power of all death crows are combined and shared. Until the flock's vitality is completely depleted, every death crow within it becomes virtually indestructible. It was precisely this downright despicable ability that once placed the death crow at the top of the list of monsters professionals dreaded facing. Compared to the death crow, the 2-headed water monster Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun had encountered earlier wasn't even worthy of tying its shoelaces. Chapter 69, Dawn Returns. Not only Qin Ming, but Lu Xinghe and Quang Gong's expressions also grew exceptionally grave. Qin Feng was no freak like Jiang Zhiyun. He followed the most orthodox path of a beast master. While he wasn't entirely without combat prowess, he was only marginally stronger than a black iron ranked professional. Facing the relentless pursuit of the death crow swarm, Qin Feng might not escape unscathed. Zhang Fengnian, standing nearby, wore an expression of gleeful anticipation. If Qin Feng fell to those death crows, it would deal a significant blow to the Qin family. For both him and the Zhang family behind him, this would be a rare stroke of good fortune. Look! Su Jibai and Du Qianyu are also being attacked by a flock of death ravens. At that moment, a gasp erupted from the crowd of onlookers.
All eyes immediately turned to the light screen displaying Su Jibai and Du Qianyu. A familiar scene instantly filled the vision of the watching professionals. A vast black cloud formed by the Death Crows was relentlessly pursuing the pair. Compared to Qin Feng, the Beastmaster, these two were in slightly better shape. They could still fight their way back while retreating, rather than fleeing for their lives like Qin Feng. Yet every professional present could see these two were utterly helpless against the flock of Death Crows. Ultimately, escape would be their only option. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the trial's secret realm, Qin Mo, who had been resting on the ground, suddenly perked up his ears. The next moment, Qin Mo swiftly wrapped his tail around Jiang Zhiwen, who was leaning against him, and leaped a considerable distance away. Almost the instant he vanished, a torrent of black feathers rained down, blanketing the spot where he had lain. Roar! Having dodged the ambush, Qin Mo released Jiang Zhiwen and looked up at the sky, letting out a deep growl. What keen perception truly worthy of the Iron-Tail Mountain Lord! A sound like sand scraping against stone echoed from mid-air. As an invisible ripple swept through the air, a vast black cloud suddenly appeared within Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's field of vision. A figure cloaked entirely in a hooded cape stood atop the dark clouds, gazing down at Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen from above. Ji Changfeng. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze swept over the torch pattern on the cloak, finally settling on the slender golden thread connecting the dark cloud to that figure. 3 words slowly escaped his lips. We really are destined to meet. Let's see how you'll stir up trouble this time. A sound like sand scraping against stone echoed once more, followed by the cloak being deliberately flung open. A blue figure instantly materialized before Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and the professional observers watching from outside. Standing just over a meter tall, it bore horns atop its head, bat-like wings on its back, and trailed a stingray-like tail behind it. But the most striking feature was undoubtedly its face. Where a face should have been, there was only smooth, dark green skin, no facial features whatsoever. What kind of monster was this? Outside, the observing professionals stared at the blue figure, their expressions filled with confusion. Many turned their gaze toward Lu Xinghe, seeking answers from him. But all they saw in response was an old face filled with utter bewilderment. Beside him, Quang Gong and Qin Ming exchanged glances, their faces mirroring each other's bewilderment. They too had never encountered such a creature before. Yet one thing they could be certain of, this creature was connected to the Dawn cult. After all, the torch emblem on that cloak was far too conspicuous, anyone with eyes couldn't miss it. Fortunately, Sister Jiang and the others had been inside the trial realm for nearly 6 hours now. Quang Shayan, watching the scene on the light screen beside them, expressed relief. As long as Sister Jiang and the others can endure this period and be teleported out of the trial realm, it'll be fine. Hearing this, however, Qin Ming and the others' expressions darkened further. Given their understanding of the Dawn sect, these rats wouldn't dare surface at this critical moment without a backup plan. This suspicion was soon confirmed. 2 staff members monitoring the trial realm rushed over in a panic. Lord City Master, it's bad. The staff member reported urgently, the trial realm has been sealed by the War Shackles scroll. It will remain completely sealed for the next 24 hours. The War Shackles scroll. Hearing those 6 words, Qin Ming and the others felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. This was an extremely valuable one-time use item, with the lowest grade being gold tier. Once activated, the War Shackles scroll completely seals off the targeted area. Within its effect, all spatial type skills and artifacts lose their efficacy. The duration varied depending on the scroll's grade. A gold grade War Shackles scroll lasts only 6 hours, while a purple gold grade lasts 24 hours. A Radiance grade can persist for as long as 7 days. For War Shackle scrolls of Radiance grade and above, their duration is measured in years and months. These rats sure prepared thoroughly. Zhang Fingnian's face darkened with fury. They've even resorted to using a purple gold grade War Shackle scroll. If only Qin Feng and his group were the unlucky ones, he'd be happy to watch the show. But now, all the students participating in the Secret Realm trial were caught in the crossfire. Such a major mishap occurring during the Secret Realm trial meant that while City Lord Qin Ming bore primary responsibility, he, as Deputy City Lord, could not escape blame. After all, this year's Secret Realm trial in Jiangchang was entirely under his authority as Deputy City Lord. Not to mention that several promising young talents from the Zhang family, the clan backing him, had also participated in this year's trial. While they couldn't compare to Zhang Yuan, who perished in the novice Secret Realm, their professional aptitude had all reached grade A. With careful cultivation, even if they couldn't become the pillars of the Zhang family, they could significantly bolster its core strength. Yet now they were trapped within the trial realm, their fates uncertain. Can't the War Shackles scroll be broken prematurely? Quang Shayan looked deeply concerned. Although she had been prematurely evacuated from the Shallow Rest Valley Secret Realm before, through Li Wei and others' accounts, she knew full well how perilous the situation had been. Had Qin Mo not single-handedly turned the tide, every practitioner trapped in the Shallow Rest Valley Secret Realm would likely have perished. This current situation was clearly even more perilous than the Shallow Rest Valley Secret Realm. No matter how much faith she placed in Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, she couldn't help but worry for them. Breaking the purple gold grade War Shackles scroll would require at least a Radiance grade spellcaster. Lu Xing had glanced at Zhang Fingyan beside her and sighed dejectedly. The Dawn cult clearly prepared for this long ago.
Zhang Fingyan remained silent, while Kuang Xiaoyan's expression grew even more despondent upon hearing this. I've already reported the situation. Reinforcements are on their way.
At that moment, Qin Ming set down his communicator and sighed. Now we can only hope the little ones can hold out a little longer.
Meanwhile, in the third layer of the trial's secret realm,
Qin Mo withdrew his gaze and turned to Jiang Zhiyun beside him, asking the same question as the professionals outside.
What kind of monster is this? Chapter 70, Wind Spirit's Body. Nightmare.
Jiang Zhiyun stared at the green-skinned creature, uttering the two words with a grave expression. Nightmares only existed within the twisted temples of special secret realms. They were virtually unseen in the outside world. In his previous life, these creatures first appeared before the world 13 years after the Jiangqing beast died. On that occasion, practitioners of the Dawn cult had commanded millions of nightmares to assault a free city outside the three great empires. Despite being defended by several king-tier practitioners, the city fell completely within half a day, transforming into a ghost town devoid of life. Afterward, many practitioners went to investigate the city and discovered something extremely bizarre.
Not a single trace of battle could be found anywhere within the city. Buildings and possessions remained intact, and the city's defense systems continued to function normally. Yet all living beings within the city seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever. This puzzle perplexed countless adventurers. It wasn't until Yu Feng, one of the three kings of the Dawn cult, was captured by the Free Federation that the answer was revealed. The city's lifeforms had been dragged into an illusory realm by a million night haunts, ultimately vanishing into the void along with that realm. It was then that the night nymphs and the Temple of Distortion became known to the world. You actually recognized the nightmare. No sooner had Zhang Jian finished speaking than Ji Changfeng's voice echoed in Qin Mo's ear. Even without facial features, Qin Mo could clearly sense the shock etched on Ji Changfeng's face when his voice sounded. Zhang Jian offered no reply, instead turning his gaze to Qin Mo beside him. The nightmare excels at psychic attacks. Also, watch out for its tail, it's highly venomous.
Hearing Zhang Jiyun's words, Qin Mo's heart settled. After evolving into the Iron Tail Mountain Lord, his level had dropped to Bronze Tier 6, yet his psychic power had not diminished, it had actually increased. His current mental power could easily rival that of a Silver Tier monster, meaning he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against Nightmare. Not to mention he still held the trump card of Soul Ignition. As for poison? That was the least of his worries. While its effects weren't as game-changing as immunity to all evils, the passive skill, immunity to all poisons, was no mere ornament. Even if immunity to all poisons couldn't completely nullify Nightmare's toxins, it could still significantly weaken their effects. With his current physique, it was far from certain that the weakened Nightmare poison could even affect him. So what if he recognized Nightmare? Seeing Jiang Jiyun's silence, Ji Changfeng sneered coldly and declared harshly, "You'll all die here today anyway." Before his words faded, the golden thread in Ji Changfeng's hand suddenly trembled violently. Accompanied by a shrill bird cry, the dark cloud of death ravens beneath Ji Changfeng's feet swiftly surged toward Qin Mo and Jiang Jiyun. This was the Death Crow swarm form. All Death Crows shared a single life force. Watching the dark cloud approach, Jiang Jian leapt backward while glancing at Qin Mo. "Ignore them. Focus on Ji Changfeng." As she spoke, a ball of white light shot from Jiang Jiyun's hand, landing on Qin Mo. "Cloud body, wind form. Roar." "Got it." Qin Mo leapt into the air and charged straight at Ji Changfeng. Empowered by Jiang Jiyun's skill, Qin Mo's speed advantage was amplified once more, propelling him to Ji Changfeng's vicinity in an instant. And thanks to the wind and cloud gathering state, he left behind vivid afterimages wherever he passed. "You want to take me on directly? You'll have to catch me first." Ji Changfeng snorted derisively, flapping his wings behind him as he swiftly soared upward. Though he was confident he could subdue Qin Mo, why bother taking action himself when there was an easier way? "Roar! You think you're the only one who can fly?" Qin Mo roared as he crashed back to the ground, raising his claw to strike down with all his might. Wind Spirit Body. Tiny green whirlwinds appeared, swirling around Qin Mo's limbs. Qin Mo leapt once more, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Ji Changfeng mid-air. Wind Spirit Body channels the power of wind spirits to enhance oneself for 30 minutes. Wind attribute skill power increases by 50%, mental energy consumption decreases by 30%, and the ability to fly through the air is gained. Ji Changfeng never imagined Qin Mo possessed such a skill. Caught off guard, Ji Changfeng was clawed by Qin Mo, his body instantly marked by several vicious gashes. Having landed the strike, Qin Mo gave Ji Changfeng no chance to retaliate, swiftly creating distance between them. Then, wiping the blood from his claws, he looked at Ji Changfeng with undisguised mockery. "Keep flying, huh?" Outside the secret realm, the professionals who witnessed this scene couldn't help but cheer loudly. Even Qin Ming and the others couldn't help but let a hint of a smile appear on their faces. They hadn't expected Qin Mo to possess such a hidden skill. With a single strike, he had even wounded the silver tier monster of the Dawn cult with ease. The Nightmare's vitality was incredibly resilient that little damage meant nothing.
Within the secret realm, Jiang Zhiwen dodged the Death Crow's attack while shouting a warning, "Look for an opening to strike the horns on its head. That's the nightmare's true fatal weakness." Enough with the chatter. Ji Changfeng's irritated voice rang out. The golden thread connecting Ji Changfeng to the Death Crow swarm abruptly snapped. Immediately, the Death Crow seemed to receive some command, launching a frenzied assault on Jiang Zhiwen. Roar! Beast Master, do you need my help? Watching Jiang Zhiwen being surrounded, a flash of worry crossed Qin Mo's eyes. Though his Beastmaster possessed formidable combat prowess, she might not withstand such a coordinated assault. Should I go help that little girl break free? Ji Changfeng sneered coldly, "You beast, worry about yourself first." With that, Ji Changfeng flapped the wings on his back and charged straight toward Qin Mo. The Irontail Mountain Lord's combat prowess was undeniably formidable, but Qin Mo's level was a critical weakness. Had Qin Mo reached silver rank, Ji Changfeng wouldn't have been confident he could suppress him in a one-on-one fight. But facing a bronze-tier Irontail Mountain Lord? He saw no chance of losing. "Don't worry about me. Focus on Ji Changfeng." At that moment, Jiang Zhiwen's voice echoed from below, "This flock of death crows poses no threat to me." Hearing this, Qin Mo instantly felt relieved and swiftly advanced toward Ji Changfeng. Mid-air, two figures collided violently. A claw glinting with black light swept across Ji Changfeng's body, the dark glow seeping into his flesh. Catastrophe befalls. A flash of blue light flickered across Ji Changfeng's body before vanishing. Seizing this opening, Ji Changfeng's tail struck Qin Mo. His thick skin offered no resistance whatsoever. As Ji Changfeng withdrew the tail, a gaping wound 3 fingers wide instantly appeared on Qin Mo's body. Qin Mo's body stiffened as the skin and blood around the wound rapidly turned a dark, bluish green. Chapter 71, The Dilemma. Poisoned by my nightmare venom, let's see how you struggle now. Seeing this, Ji Changfeng burst into uncontrollable laughter. Even without facial features, Qin Mo could discern the smug satisfaction and glee etched across Ji Changfeng's blank, featureless face. Outside, many spectating professionals held their breath in suspense. Currently, within the trial realm, only Qin Mo could stand against this monstrosity of the Dawn cult. If he lost his combat ability, the other students within the realm would be in grave danger. Among those students were their own loved ones. Even Zhang Fingyan, who longed to eliminate Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen immediately, couldn't help but frown. The only one who remained calm was Jiang Zhiwen, still within the secret realm. She saw clearly that when Ji Changfeng attacked, her contract beast had the chance to dodge without even needing to use the shadow leap skill. Yet in the end, her contract beast chose to stand its ground, refusing to dodge or evade. Knowing full well that the nightmare's tail carried deadly venom, her contract beast still made that decision. Clearly, it had another ace up its sleeve. Die! Ji Changfeng roared with laughter, flapping his wings as he charged toward Qin Mo. His stingray-like tail rose, the bone spines at its tip glowing with a brilliant, deadly radiance. What met Ji Changfeng were 3 metallic-hued wind blades. With the blades striking him point-blank, Ji Changfeng had no chance to dodge. He was instantly hit by all 3. Impossible. Poisoned by nightmare venom, how could you still unleash skills? Ji Changfeng's horrified voice rang out as he clutched his wounds and retreated swiftly. Though nightmare's venom possessed limited lethality, it could seal all of a target's abilities. Only when there was a massive level disparity would nightmare's venom fail. This Irontail Mountain Lord was merely bronze tier 6. How could it possibly resist the effects of nightmare venom? Qin Mo saw no need to explain. He unleashed 2 wind blades from his mouth while lunging toward Ji Changfeng. Even if you're immune to nightmare's venom, so what? The gap in levels isn't something easily bridged. Ji Changfeng snorted coldly, dodging the incoming wind blades as he charged forward without retreat. 2 figures collided once more. Claws, tails, even Ji Changfeng's bat wings became weapons, relentlessly striking out at each other. Neither showed any inclination to defend. Qin Mo relied on his thick skin and ability to cast healing spells to restore his condition. Unless struck in a vital spot, he didn't even bother to dodge. Ji Changfeng fought with equal disregard. The nightmare possessed remarkably resilient vitality, its self-healing far surpassing that of monsters of comparable rank. Unless Qin Mo's strikes targeted the horns or vital points, Ji Changfeng likewise refused to dodge or retreat, choosing instead to endure the blows and trade injuries with Qin Mo. Soon, both combatants were covered in wounds. Yet under the effects of healing spells and their own extraordinary regenerative abilities, the wounds on both bodies rapidly closed. Suddenly, Qin Mo opened his mouth and spat out 2 metallic-hued wind blades that slammed into Ji Changfeng's face. Ji Changfeng, refusing to be outdone, let out a piercing shriek from within his body the instant the blades struck him. Night Ghost Howl. Night Ghost Howl, an exclusive skill of the Night Fiend, bypassing defenses to directly attack the soul. It has a chance to induce hallucinations in the target. Qin Mo felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his head, instantly leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Left with no choice, Qin Mo retreated, pulling himself away from Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng chose not to pursue. Though Night Demon Howl had struck Qin Mo, the latter's twin wind blades had also dealt him significant damage. One blade sliced open his chest and abdomen, exposing white bones and internal organs through the wound. The other blade had nearly severed his left bat wing. Now struggling to maintain flight, how could he possibly have the strength to pursue Qin Mo? Well done, Yin Che. Witnessing this, Huang Xiaoyan outside the trial realm cheered aloud. This clash clearly favored Qin Mo. Though smiles appeared on the faces of Quan Gong and the others nearby, a lingering trace of worry remained hidden in their eyes. With their keen eyes and experience, they easily recognized the skill, Wind Spirit Body. They knew full well that this skill lasted only half an hour. If Qin Mo couldn't disable the Dawn Cult monster's flight capabilities within that half hour, the situation would instantly reverse once the Wind Spirit Body effect ended. By then, facing the Dawn Cult monster dominating the skies, Qin Mo wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Qin Mo clearly understood this as well. Regaining his footing, he immediately lunged at Ji Changfeng again, denying him any chance to recover further. Having suffered a setback, Ji Changfeng chose to retreat this time. Wind Spirit Body. Though this wind element skill was rare, as one of the Dawn Cult's key trained practitioners, he was naturally no stranger to it. He knew full well that if he could just endure the duration of Wind Spirit's body, he would gain absolute aerial superiority in the ensuing battle. By then, whether he chose to engage or retreat, the initiative would be entirely in his hands. Admittedly, avoiding battle against a mere Bronze Tier 6 Irontail Mountain Lord was somewhat embarrassing. But Ji Changfeng couldn't afford to be picky now as long as the final outcome was favorable. The two parties, one pursuing and one fleeing, rapidly ascended into the high skies. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen, who had just escaped the encirclement of the Death Crows, watched Ji Changfeng's frantic flight with a growing sense of gravity. By now, she had been in the trial realm for over 6 hours, yet she still hadn't been teleported out. Drawing on her past life experience, she instantly grasped the reason. The trial realm's space had been sealed off. Though she couldn't be certain which method the Dawn sect had employed to seal it off, one thing was certain. The Dawn sect had dared to strike during the sensitive period of the secret realm trial precisely because they were thoroughly prepared. The seal on the trial realm would not be broken anytime soon. Of course, while the sealing technique was formidable, it wasn't entirely unbreakable. At least she possessed a solution right now, directly activating the system's boundary-breaking teleportation function. She did not believe the spatial blockade set by the Dawn sect could withstand a system capable of reversing time and space to rebirth her into her student years. But that was her ultimate, last-ditch life-saving card. Not only could that card be used only once, but after activation, the system would also enter a century-long hibernation period. Unless driven to the absolute brink, she would never resort to this final option. Moreover, she was currently within the trial secret realm, where countless eyes were watching her from the outside world. If she exposed this trump card, who knew how many schemers would target her? Therefore, she now had only two choices. The first option was, naturally, to kill Ji Changfeng. Without Ji Changfeng, the remaining crow of Death Swarm would be troublesome but utterly incapable of threatening her in Qin Mo. The second option was to stall for time. As long as she could hold out until the spatial lock was lifted, she would be teleported out of the trial realm. But regardless of her choice, crippling Ji Changfeng's flight ability and denying him aerial superiority was crucial. Unfortunately, she currently possessed no aerial combat methods. For now, she can only pin all her hopes on her own contract beast. If her contract beast couldn't disable Ji Changfeng's flight ability within the duration of her wind spirit body, then she'd have no choice but to find a way to escape with her contract beast. Chapter 72, An Unexpected Arrival. Under countless gazes, the distance between Qin Mo and Ji Changfeng rapidly closed. Just then, a dark green glow suddenly flared from Ji Changfeng's body. Immediately, before the eyes of all present, Ji Changfeng's movements froze. Then, like a stone, he plummeted straight toward the ground. Seeing this, Qin Mo swiftly changed direction while unleashing two wind blades from his mouth toward Ji Changfeng. Though he couldn't identify the nature of Ji Changfeng's newly acquired curse effect, that didn't stop him from kicking a man when he's down. This unexpected turn of events left the practitioners outside the secret realm equally stunned. Curse of Dead Wood? Jiang Zhiwen, who was constantly dodging the attacks of the Deathcrow flock, flashed a peculiar expression across his face. The Deadwood curse possessed no lethal power, it merely caused the target's body to grow increasingly rigid, gradually transforming into withered wood. Among the myriad bizarre curses, this effect ranked near the bottom. However, the Deadwood curse possessed one intriguing effect. The stronger the vitality of the cursed unit, the more potent the curse becomes and vice versa. And Nightmare was precisely a monster renowned for its tenacious vitality. Two wind blades swiftly slammed into Ji Changfeng. Bound by the Deadwood curse, Ji Changfeng couldn't even dodge, forced to endure the blades striking his body. Half a bat wing flew out along with foul-smelling green blood, crashing onto the ground and kicking up a small cloud of dust. At the same moment, Qin Mo charged to Ji Changfeng's side, lunging to bite the horn protruding from the top of his head. This time, however, Qin Mo's attack missed its mark. A figure darted up from below, blocking Ji Changfeng's path and taking Qin Mo's strike head-on. You finally made it. Seeing the newcomer, Ji Changfeng instantly breathed a sigh of relief. To be pushed to this extent by a mere bronze-tier Irontail Mountain Lord, what a waste of space. The newcomer shot Ji Changfeng a dismissive glance. And to think the organization went to such lengths to extract this nightmare from the secret realm for you. Ji Changfeng remained silent. The other ignored Ji Changfeng entirely, turning his attention to Jiang Zhiyun instead. Mr. Jiang, your contract beast is quite powerful. It actually pushed this useless fool to the brink. Now, I'm offering you a chance. Join our holy order, and I can personally spare your life. Who would have thought you're from the Dawn sect? Jiang Zhiyun stared at the intruder, surprise etched across her face. She wasn't exactly familiar with him, but he wasn't a stranger either. The man was none other than Su Zhibai from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, a sword dancer with the S-rank talent, Sword Heart. In a past life, Qin Feng had made a name for herself in the trial secret realm, outperforming S-class talent holders like Zhang Yuan and Su Zhibai to secure admission into the Imperial Capital Academy. Su Zhibai, relegated to playing second fiddle to Qin Feng, accepted an invitation from another top academy in the Qinqing Empire, the Yangyang Academy, and became one of its members. Later, Su Zhibai met an untimely end during a trial at Yangyang Academy. When the news reached Jiangcheng, Jiang Zhiyun, still struggling at the Black Iron rank, felt a deep sense of regret for him. Little did he know that Su Zhibai was actually a member of the Dawn sect. Well, it's all your fault, Jiang. You ruined our holy sect's plans in the shallow Rest Valley secret realm. Su Zhibai sighed, glancing at Ji Changfeng beside him before continuing, otherwise, the holy sect wouldn't have orchestrated this operation, and I certainly wouldn't have exposed myself at this critical moment. However, our holy sect has always welcomed talented individuals. If you, Jiang, are willing to join us, we can consider the Shallow Dwelling Valley incident a misunderstanding. Moreover, I can guarantee that after joining the holy sect, you, Jiang, will receive far more resources than that good-for-nothing Ji Changfeng. Hearing this, a peculiar expression flickered across Jiang Zhiyun's face. Judging by Su Zhibai's demeanor, it was clear his standing within the Dawn sect far surpassed Ji Changfeng's. She wondered what expression Su Zhibai would wear if he learned that in his previous life, he had perished before even breaking through to gold rank, while Ji Changfeng had risen to become one of the three kings of the Dawn sect. Especially considering that in his previous life, Ji Changfeng had continued to roam freely using the flesh parasite technique, even after the other two of the three kings had been successively executed. Even after she perished at the hands of the outer realm demon god, Ji Changfeng's true form was never discovered. After a moment, Jiang Zhiyun shook her head and said indifferently, "Forget it. I have no interest in being a rat living in a sewer." Su Zhibai's expression stiffened, about to speak, when a deep, rumbling roar cut him off. Roar! If you want to fight, fight. If not, get lost. Qin Mo blared at Su Zhibai, every hair on his body bristling with fury. If Su Zhibai kept stalling like this, by the time Ji Changfeng recovered, Qin Mo wouldn't be confident he could take on two opponents alone. While the soul ignition technique boosted his power, it couldn't compare to the effects of pushing his potential to the limit. Su Zhibai glanced at Jiang Zhiyun, noting her expressionless face. He sighed, "What a pity. I actually held you in high regard, Jiang. But since you refuse to recognize kindness, you'll perish here." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Zhibai's figure vanished abruptly from his original position. Stealth. As a branch of the rogue profession, the sword dancer naturally possessed the stealth skill. However, compared to rogues who specialized in ambushes and lethal strikes, sword dancers excelled at ending battles head-on with their masterful sword techniques. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the professional observers watching from the sidelines grew incredibly solemn. The teachers from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School wore even more vivid expressions. Stunned, furious, worried, incredulous, their expressions ran the gamut. Who would have thought Su Zhibai was actually a member of the Dawn sect? Lu Xinghe's expression darkened as he turned to Qin Ming beside him. "Lord Mayor, how much longer until reinforcements arrive?" "At least 6 hours," Qin Ming replied grimly, his voice tinged with resentment. Besides Jiangcheng, several other nearby cities have also been attacked by those vermin. Headquarters can only redeploy personnel from other areas. Zhang Fingyan turned his gaze to Quan Gong standing nearby. The city lord's mansion and the city guard operate under separate systems. Perhaps the city guard might have a solution. "Don't look to me, I can't help either." Quan Gong shook his head immediately. "There are no Radiance tier spellcasters among the nearby city guards. We'd have to request reinforcements from elsewhere." Zhang Fingyan withdrew his gaze in disappointment. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the trial's secret realm, a flash of black light appeared before Jiang Zhiyun, and Qin Mo's figure materialized in front of her. He raised his claw to block Su Zhibai's attack. Roar! "Beastmaster, you take care of Ji Changfeng. I'll handle this guy." Though Ji Changfeng was a formidable silver tier 9th rank, the curse still bound him, making this the perfect moment to strike. With their Beastmaster's prowess, eliminating accursed Ji Changfeng amidst the swarm of death ravens shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Zhiyun understood the signal, sweeping aside the approaching death ravens with his spear before charging swiftly toward Ji Changfeng. Su Zhibai attempted to intervene, but Qin Mo effortlessly blocked him. Sword dance warriors weren't lacking in speed, but their true mastery lay in exquisite, dazzling sword techniques. Against ordinary practitioners, Su Zhibai might hold a speed advantage, but before Qin Mo, his swiftness was utterly insignificant. Chapter 73, Su Zhibai's Apprehension. After being intercepted by Qin Mo, Su Zhibai still harbored reluctance. He attempted to bypass Qin Mo to support Ji Changfeng. After several failed attempts, each effort effortlessly thwarted by Qin Mo, Su Zhibai reluctantly abandoned the idea and focused solely on confronting Qin Mo. Ji Changfeng's fate was beyond his control now. Fortunately, the flock of death crows was tying up Jiang Zhiyun. That good-for-nothing should be able to hold out a little longer. Facing Su Zhibai's full-force assault, Qin Mo distinctly felt the pressure mounting. Though Su Zhibai's level was far below Ji Changfeng's, his attacks were far more vicious. His thick fur armor proved useless against Su Zhibai, unable to withstand even a casual slash from the man's blade. Most crucially, the pair of short swords in Su Zhibai's hands possessed the same special effects as his own Beastmaster's spear. After merely taking a probing strike, his strength and speed dropped by 20%. And his stamina began draining rapidly. Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to abandon the idea of clashing head-on with Su Zhibai and instead opted for hit-and-run tactics. While Qin Mo faced immense pressure, Su Zhibai wasn't exactly having an easy time either. Though the S-tier class talent Sword Heart granted him unparalleled offensive power and the ability to bypass most defenses, his base level remained a critical weakness. His Bronze V rank placed him a full tier below Qin Mo's Bronze 6. This placed him at a massive disadvantage in terms of attributes. While the Sword Dancer class wasn't as extreme as the Berserker, it was still notoriously high attack, low defense. Facing Qin Mo's attacks, he dared not relax for a moment, fearing any opening might be seized by his opponent. After all, he wasn't like Ji Changfeng. Even if he suffered severe injuries, he couldn't heal himself as long as his vital organs remained intact. If Qin Mo truly seized an opening to land a claw strike, he'd be gravely wounded if not outright killed. While he possessed a last-ditch survival ability, it didn't grant invincibility at best. It would allow him to endure a few more of Qin Mo's strikes. Beyond that, Qin Mo's occasional skill usage was a constant irritation. Gravity Swamp was manageable, that skill didn't affect him much. But the Emerald Prison and Root Entanglement skills were ones he dared not ignore. Thus, both sides fought with reservations, their movements constrained, and the scene descended into an eerie stalemate. Meanwhile, Ji Changfeng's situation was far more dire. Deeply aware of the urgency, Jiang Zhiyun abandoned defense entirely. Ignoring the swarm of death ravens attacking her, she threw all her strength into striking Ji Changfeng. Though Ji Changfeng desperately commanded his death crow flock to block Jiang Zhiyun, she still managed to shatter one of his horns. Nevertheless, the death raven's delay bought Ji Changfeng considerable time. The effects of the deadwood curse on his body were gradually fading. It wouldn't be long before he could fully regain his mobility. By then, he would have nothing to fear from Jiang Zhiyun. Outside the city lord's mansion, numerous practitioners watched the battle unfold on the light screen, their faces etched with anxiety. Just as Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun clashed with Su Zhibai, flocks of death ravens also appeared on the first and second levels of the trial secret realm. The students on these levels lacked the strength of Jiang Zhiyun and his allies. Under the relentless assault of the death crow swarms, casualties began to mount rapidly among the students on the first and second levels. Damn it! Zhang Fingyan muttered under his breath as he stared at the holographic screen above the secret realm's entrance. Just moments ago, a Zhang family practitioner had fallen to the death crow swarm's assault. Quan Gong and the others beside him also frowned deeply. But now that the trial secret realm was sealed by the War Shackles scroll, no matter how anxious they felt, they could only watch helplessly from outside. Look! The Qin family's young master has joined forces with Du Qianyu. A voice rang out from the crowd at that moment. They're heading towards Jiang Zhiyun right now. Everyone immediately turned their gaze to the light screen displaying Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. Then, unconsciously, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by their surroundings, their current location wasn't too far from where Jiang Zhiyun and the others were fighting. As long as they didn't veer off course, they should reach the battlefield where Jiang Zhiyun and the others were fighting before long. Though they were still being hunted by the dead crow swarm, the addition of these two fresh reinforcements should be enough to take down those two members of the Dawn sect. Just then, the light screen showing Jiang Zhiyun's location suddenly went dark. The expressions of the observing professionals instantly changed. They had all witnessed just how formidable Su Zhibai and the Dawn sect monster were. Whether it was Qin Feng or Du Qianyu, their abilities fell short compared to these opponents. Within the secret realm, the only threat to them was Jiang Zhiyun, or more accurately, Jiang Zhiyun's contract beast. If anything happened to Jiang Zhiyun. Just then, Qin Ming's communicator buzzed. He quickly grabbed the communicator and scanned it twice before sighing in relief. Nothing serious. Just Zhang's recorder got damaged. The light screen above the secret realm's entrance displayed real-time footage captured by the recorders. This was precisely why every student participating in the secret realm trial was required to wear and protect their recorder. Only this way could the outside world constantly monitor them to prevent cheating. Beyond that, the recorders served as a life-saving trump card. If a student wearing one faced life-threatening danger, the device would automatically activate its teleportation function, transporting them out of the trial realm. However, with the trial realm currently sealed by the War Shackles scroll, the recorders had lost their life-saving function. Hearing this, Quan Gong and the others let out a collective sigh of relief.
Thankfully, it was merely the recorder that was damaged, not some worse outcome. As for the light screen corresponding to Su Zhibai's recorder, it still displayed Su Zhibai battling monsters within the trial realm. This was clearly another manipulation by the Dawn cult from the very beginning. The outside world had only witnessed scenes fabricated by the cult. With Jiang Zhiyun's footage gone, the outside professionals could only shift their attention to the other light screens. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the trial's secret realm, Ji Changfeng, having regained his mobility, swiftly withdrew from Jiang Zhiyun's attack range and reunited with Su Zhibai. Qin Mo and Su Zhibai also abandoned their respective opponents, retreating to their comrades' sides. Jiang, how about we make a deal? Su Zhibai clutched his left shoulder, eyeing Qin Mo beside Jiang Zhiyun with palpable wariness. During their recent clash, a momentary lapse had allowed Qin Mo to seize an opportunity and neutralize one of his vital survival cards. Even though the substitute talisman had blocked Qin Mo's lethal strike, he had still been scratched by Qin Mo's follow-up attack, nearly having his left arm torn off. Earlier, witnessing Ji Changfeng being suppressed by Qin Mo, he had dismissed it as Ji Changfeng's inferior skill. But after actually fighting it, he realized this Iron-Tail Mountain Lord was far stronger than he'd anticipated. Though this Iron-Tail Mountain Lord was only a Bronze Tier 6, in actual combat, most Silver Tier monsters wouldn't stand a chance against it. How on earth did Jiang Zhiyun cultivate such a monstrously powerful contract beast? Chapter 74, The Deal and the Rebirth Device. A deal? Jiang Zhiyun raised an eyebrow, replying coolly, what kind of deal could there possibly be between us? She'd never held much regard for the Dawn cult, especially since her previous life had ended at the hands of the demonic deity summoned by this pack of rats. Jiang, your strength is undeniable. But if we continue fighting, what are your chances of victory? Su Zhibai looked at Jiang Zhiyun, his tone calm, you know what my professional talent is. Even if we keep fighting, the end result will only be mutual destruction. Jiang Zhiyun fell silent. If one were to rank S-tier professional talents, the sword heart talent would undoubtedly place within the top 5. Beyond granting the user the ability to bypass most defenses and significantly boosting their own attack power, this talent also bestowed an active skill. 10,000 swords converge. Its effect is straightforward, it lowers the user's level to Black Iron Tier 1, unleashing an attack that ignores all defenses and guarantees a hit. The greater the level reduction, the more devastating the attack. 800 years ago, the Radiant Tier Sword Dance warrior Li Minka used this skill to leap over 3 major levels, dealing devastating damage to a legendary Tier Flame Demon. Though Li Minka was subsequently incinerated to ashes by the enraged Fire Demon, the world witnessed the terrifying power of the Sword Heart talent. Though Su Zhibai was only at Bronze Tier 5, if he unleashed 10,000 swords to the abyss without reservation, she couldn't be certain she could block it. Even with the substitute talisman she'd obtained from the Qin family treasury, it would be utterly useless against the 10,000 swords returned to the void skill. Not just the substitute talisman, even upgrading to a higher tier substitute puppet would yield the same result. Only skills or items with absolute defensive effects could withstand the 10,000 swords returned to the void. Such skills and items were rare even in her previous life, let alone now. Roar. Mutual destruction? That's something we'll only know after the fight. At that moment, Qin Mo's voice rang out beside him, causing Su Zhibai's expression to darken. For the time being, he truly didn't want to fight this twisted Iron-Tail Mountain Lord again. Seeing Qin Mo's eager expression, Su Zhibai quickly interjected, Classmate Jiang, the terms of our deal are simple. As long as you don't interfere with our holy sex operation, I won't lay a finger on you. Beyond that, I'll hand over Ji Changfeng's worthless corpse to you. That way, you can at least give some explanation to the outside world. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun both turned their gaze to Ji Changfeng lying nearby. As long as you agree to the deal, this clone is yours to dispose of. Ji Changfeng's voice rang out. Though tinged with undisguised anger, he accepted Su Zhibai's terms. A satisfied expression immediately spread across Su Zhibai's face. At that very moment, a cold, sinister voice echoed in Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's minds, I'll make a deal with you too. If you help me kill Su Zhibai, not only will this clone be yours to handle, but I'll also reveal another secret about this secret realm. Telepathy? Did this guy actually have another trick up his sleeve? Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's hearts jolted, exchanging a glance. Qin Mo then gave Ji Changfeng an almost imperceptible nod. Beside him, Jiang Zhiyun adopted a pensive expression, seemingly weighing whether to accept Su Zhibai's terms. Su Zhibai, suspecting nothing, simply waited nearby for Jiang Zhiyun's decision while using the time to recover his strength. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Zhiyun stalling for time. The longer the delay, the greater the casualties within the secret realm and the closer he'd be to completing his plan. Meanwhile, Ji Changfeng's voice echoed once more in Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's minds. Su Zhibai possesses 2 life-saving artifacts. One is a substitute talisman, and the other is rather unique, it's called the revival bottle. Jiang Zhiyun's gaze sharpened slightly. Su Zhibai actually carried a life-restoring device. The revival bottle was an exceptionally precious life-saving artifact, with even the lowest grade being radiance level. This item could only be activated once. When the holder suffered a fatal attack, the revival bottle would instantly transport the holder away.
Moreover, even if only a faint soul imprint remained, the revival device could swiftly restore the user to full health. This item was even rarer than a substitute puppet. Who would have thought Su Zhibai possessed one? Su Zhibai remained oblivious to Jiang Zhiyun's unusual state, but Ji Changfeng noticed the subtle shift in her expression. So you know about the resurrection device? All the better. The substitute talisman has already been neutralized by you. Your task now is to intercept the resurrection vial after I eliminate Su Zhibai. The revival bottle isn't particularly fast. If you give it your all, you should be able to intercept it. Ji Changfeng's voice echoed again in Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's minds. Of course, you could also play dirty and let the revival bottle escape. Just be prepared to face the consequences from me and the Dawn sect. Roar! Qin Mo let out a low growl. On the surface, he was urging Jiang Zhiyun to make a decision, but in reality, he was responding to Ji Changfeng. Rest assured, we're old friends after all. Since I agreed to this deal, I won't hold back. Jiang, your contract beast is getting impatient waiting. Hearing Qin Mo's call, Su Zhibai couldn't help but speak up. I suppose it's time for you to make your decision. Accept or refuse. Agreed, Jiang Zhiyun nodded calmly. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't make the first move. Rest assured, I've no desire to make enemies with you, Jiang, or your contract beast. Hearing this, Su Zhibai's face immediately broke into a smile. Though he possessed sufficient life-saving trump cards to face Jiang Zhiyun to the bitter end, he didn't want to waste his precious reincarnation device on such a trivial matter. Since Jiang Zhiyun agreed to cooperate, it couldn't be better. But the smile froze on Su Zhibai's face the very next moment. For a stingray-like tail had mercilessly pierced through his back. You? Su Zhibai stared at Ji Changfeng in utter disbelief. He never imagined this useless fool, who had always been meek and submissive toward him, would dare to strike first. A mere bronze 5th-tier trash actually thinks he's something special. Ji Changfeng's voice rang out, thick with contempt. It's only because you have a good background. Otherwise, I would have slaughtered you long ago. Fine. Very fine indeed. Su Zhibai's rage twisted into a bitter laugh. I'll see how you explain this to my grandfather. As he spoke, Su Zhibai's complexion rapidly turned ashen. Simultaneously, a white light shot out from within Su Zhibai's body, fleeing into the distance. That's the reincarnation vial. Quick! Before Ji Changfeng could finish his sentence, the white light collided with a dark shadow and crashed into the ground. Ha! Is that the reincarnation device? Qin Mo stared at the white bottle he'd smashed into the ground with a single swipe, then turned to his beast tamer with a look of curiosity. Chapter 75, Inside Information in Taking the Fall. Jiang Zhiyun stepped forward, gave it a quick glance, then nodded. Correct. This is indeed the reincarnation device. Saying this, Jiang Zhiyun stepped forward, pulled the white bottle from the ground, and tapped it firmly twice. A shadowy figure drifted out of the jade bottle, none other than Su Zhibai. Su Zhibai first looked at Jiang Zhiyun, then shifted his gaze to Ji Changfeng, his face twisted with venomous hatred. The life-restoring vessel was an invaluable treasure. Even with his standing within the Dawn sect, he possessed only this single artifact. Never did he imagine he'd be forced to use it here. Of course, what enraged him most was Ji Changfeng's betrayal. Even now, he refused to believe that Ji Changfeng, who had always been meek and submissive in his presence, had the audacity to attempt his murder. Don't look at me like that. Ji Changfeng sneered coldly. Killing you was an order from the Holy Sect's Elders Council. I merely carried it out ahead of schedule. I hadn't planned to act so soon, but since you insist on courting death, I can only grant your wish. Impossible. Su Zhibai's expression darkened as he snapped. If the council had issued such an order, how could my Su family not know about it? Fool. Ji Changfeng snorted with disdain, not bothering to explain. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun beside him couldn't help but shake their heads. Wasn't the answer obvious? Clearly, other factions within the Dawn sect had reached a consensus to target the Su family behind Su Zhibai. The only uncertainty lay in the extent to which these factions intended to go. Whether they intended to cripple the Su family, forcing them to cede their interests, or to annihilate the entire Su clan outright, drinking their blood and devouring their flesh. Regardless of how far those factions ultimately wish to go, the Su family behind Su Zhibai is bound to be bled dry. Neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiyun, however, showed any interest in the internal strife within the Dawn sect. The man and the beast swiftly withdrew their gaze from Su Zhibai and turned their attention to Ji Changfeng. Roar! Ji, don't forget what you promised earlier. Qin Mo growled lowly, signaling Ji Changfeng to honor his agreement. Rest assured, I never go back on my word. Ji Changfeng glanced at Jiang Zhiyun, then pointed at Su Zhibai and said indifferently, actually, this secret is also connected to the Su family behind this fool. Ji Changfeng, you dare. Realizing what Ji Changfeng was about to say, Su Zhibai immediately roared in anger. Ignoring Su Zhibai's rebuke, Ji Changfeng continued unabashedly, that old fossil of the Su family possesses a unique artifact that allows him to prolong his life using the core of the secret realm. However, after repeated use, that artifact demands increasingly greater requirements from the secret realm's core. After extensive searches, the Su family has only found 5 secret realms that meet the requirements. Coincidentally, the two most accessible secret realms were both located in Jiangcheng. One is the shallow Abode Valley secret realm, while the other lies within Jiangcheng's trial secret realm. Jiang Zhiyun finally understood.
No wonder the Dawn sect had inexplicably targeted the shallow dwelling valley secret realm, a mere 4th-tier Black Iron secret realm.
So that was the underlying reason.
Jiang Zhiyun's attention then swiftly shifted to the latter half of Ji Changfeng's statement.
Other secret realms within the trial secret realm? Naturally overlapping secret realms? Jiang Zhiyun looked at Ji Changfeng, surprise evident on his face. While overlapping realms were commonplace within the Qinqing Empire, the vast majority were the result of human intervention. Take the trial realm she was currently in, for instance. Originally 3 separate realms, they had been artificially merged into one, ultimately becoming an overlapping realm. Naturally occurring overlapping realms, untouched by human intervention, were not 1 in 10,000, but they were exceedingly rare. Yes, a natural overlapping secret realm.
Ji Changfeng nodded, replying indifferently, it lies hidden within the 3rd layer of this trial secret realm, though a blood sacrifice is required to unlock it.
Jiang Zhiyun instantly lost interest.
While she didn't reject the method of a blood sacrifice, she wasn't prepared to target other students participating in the secret realm trial. Especially now, with countless eyes watching the trial realm from outside. She'd have to be insane to perform a blood sacrifice on another student in plain sight.
Using monster blood would achieve the same effect.
Noticing Jiang Zhiyun's expression, Ji Changfeng casually added, if that fool hadn't insisted on making a big deal out of this, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you lot.
As he spoke, Ji Changfeng pointed at Su Zhibai.
Even without facial features, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun could still read the contempt and scorn for Su Zhibai etched across his blank face.
Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Su Zhibai.
He truly was more of a hindrance than a help. Had Su Zhibai and Ji Changfeng not caused trouble and instead quietly hunted monsters in the 3rd layer of the secret realm to gather the blood needed for the sacrifice, they would likely have succeeded by now. Under the strange stares of Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun, Su Zhibai's face flushed crimson. He then glared at Ji Changfeng, at least I'm not a traitor like you.
2 people are approaching. It's best our deal remains undisclosed.
Ji Changfeng ignored Su Zhibai's furious outburst and turned to Jiang Zhiyun instead.
Jiang Zhiyun nodded.
She didn't want any connection to the Dawn sect either. Had the recorder not been damaged in the previous battle, she never would have given Su Zhibai and Ji Changfeng the chance to propose a deal. Roar! At that moment, Qin Mo pointed at the rebirth vial in Jiang Zhiyun's hand, letting out a low growl.
What about this guy? That idiot?
Ji Changfeng replied calmly, once he's rebuilt his body, you can just kill him again, right?
With your strength, that shouldn't be too difficult, right?
Roar!
Wouldn't it be best to kill this guy in front of witnesses?
Qin Mo stared at Ji Changfeng, his eyes brimming with scorn.
You've got quite the plan, haven't you?
I do want you to take the fall for me.
Ji Changfeng nodded, speaking plainly, but you both profited from it too, didn't you?
You killed me and that fool, thwarted my holy cult's operation, and saved the students undergoing trials.
Such merits, is it too much to ask you to take the fall for me? Besides, with things escalating to this point, whether that fool died by your hands or not, the Su family will surely come after you, won't they? Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun offered no rebuttal.
Unless they had previously agreed to Su Zhibai's deal mutual non-interference. Otherwise, the ultimate outcome would have been much the same.
Alright, let's get moving.
Seeing no objection from Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun, Ji Changfeng immediately spoke up.
Our deal was nothing more than each getting what we wanted. Next time we meet, I won't hold back.
As for the death crows around us, you'll have to deal with them yourselves.
Better not to arouse suspicion. With that, Ji Changfeng strode directly toward Qin Mo, exposing his other intact horn completely defenselessly. Qin Mo, of course, showed no mercy.
A blurred figure shot from his body, striking Ji Changfeng's intact horn. With a sharp crack, the intact horn snapped clean off. Ji Changfeng's body swayed twice before collapsing motionless onto the ground.
Chapter 76, Reunion.
With Ji Changfeng's death, the surrounding death ravens, who had been under his control, snapped out of their trance.
Immediately, the flock spotted Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun and launched a swift attack.
However, without the greatest threats, Ji Changfeng and Su Zhibai, the remaining death ravens, clearly posed little trouble for Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun. While evading the death ravens' assaults, the man and beast still found energy to communicate.
Roar! Beastmaster, is there any way to take care of that guy early? Qin Mo pointed at the reincarnation vial. We can't really wait until Su Zhibai reshapes his physical body before killing him. That would be far too troublesome. Since our Beastmaster is a reincarnated big shot, he should have a way to break the reincarnation device, right? Don't worry, this thing is easy to break. Hearing Qin Mo's voice, Jiang Zhiyun nodded with a smile. For practitioners above the epic tier, the reincarnation device was practically standard equipment. However, most practitioners only possessed the lowest tier Radiance grade device. In her past life, she'd slain countless such practitioners. She knew the methods to bypass the resurrection device like the back of her hand.
Subsequently, while evading the Death Crow's attacks, Jiang Zhiwen diverted her energy to erode the soul imprint on the resurrection vial. Before long, a piercing scream echoed as Su Zhibai's form dissolved completely into a wisp of blue smoke. The resurrection vessel itself crumbled into a pile of debris. With Su Zhibai dealt with, Jiang Zhiwen finally turned her full attention to the surrounding Death Crows. The battle raged on for some time. Roar! Suddenly, Qin Mo's ears twitched and he growled lowly at Jiang Zhiwen. Beastmaster, an old acquaintance has arrived. An old acquaintance? Qin Feng? Jiang Zhiwen snapped to attention and looked at Qin Mo. Roar! Indeed, that motley feathered bird was present too, accompanied by an unfamiliar figure. They were also being hunted down by the defendant Dead Crow. Jiang Zhiwen sighed immediately. He'd thought they were reinforcements, but it turned out to be 2 more big headaches. Caw! As Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen were talking, a shrill bird cry echoed from the distance. Immediately after, 3 figures appeared within Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's line of sight. Leading the pack was Qin Feng. The young master of the Qin family looked particularly disheveled at that moment. His hair was tousled, his face covered in bruises, and his body was riddled with minor cuts and scrapes. Following Qin Feng was a slender figure. Compared to Qin Feng, this figure carried herself with far greater composure, though she too bore numerous wounds. Hongling brought up the rear, periodically turning back to fend off the pursuing flock of death ravens. It was Du Qianyu. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze fell upon that slender figure, and his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Like Zhang Yuan, Du Qianyu was a mage who had awakened an S-rank talent. Compared to Zhang Yuan's S-rank talent, silent casting, Du Qianyu's talent, spell fusion, was arguably more powerful in certain respects. In her previous life, Du Qianyu had successfully ascended to the epic tier and earned the title of Archmage. Among all the students in her cohort, she was one of the most accomplished. At the same time, Du Qianyu spotted Jiang Zhiwen, a complex expression fleeting across her eyes. From the very start of their enrollment, Jiang Zhiwen had comprehensively outshone her in every aspect. Whether it was her figure, her looks, her grades, or even her family background, Du Qianyu couldn't hold a candle to Jiang Zhiwen. Though Jiang Zhiwen's family was only moderately well off, she at least had a complete family. Her parents had gone missing just a year prior. She, however, had grown up in an orphanage, surviving on welfare payments from the Qinqing Empire. All this time, she had regarded Jiang Zhiwen as her greatest rival, dreaming of surpassing her one day. Yet no matter how desperately she chased after her, the gap between them only widened. This pattern persisted until the end of the class selection ceremony. She unexpectedly awakened the S-rank talent, Spell Fusion, while Jiang Zhiwen, the prodigy, only awakened a D-rank talent, Power Strike. Only then did she finally feel vindicated, no longer overshadowed by Jiang Zhiwen or relegated to playing second fiddle. She had assumed the gap between them would widen from then on, just as Jiang Zhiwen's advantage over her had once been. Yet when the Secret Realm trials commenced, Jiang Zhiwen stood head and shoulders above the crowd at Bronze Tier 5, making a grand declaration of her return. Not only that, but Jiang Zhiwen's curly-tailed cat, once mocked by countless others, had evolved into a Frostblade Spirit Cat, reaching the staggering rank of Bronze Tier 9. Now, encountering Jiang Zhiwen again in the 3rd layer of the trial's Secret Realm. Though she had anticipated this, her emotions became exceptionally complex the moment she actually saw Jiang Zhiwen. Meanwhile, Qin Feng immediately noticed the corpses of Ji Changfeng and Su Zhibai, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. In contrast, Hongling's reaction was far simpler. Shrill. The moment Hongling spotted Qin Mo, she let out an excited bird-like chirp and swiftly flew toward him. Cat brother, save me. Hearing Hongling's cry, Qin Feng sighed inwardly. This is the 2nd time already, isn't it? Qin Mo felt equally speechless. Has this fiery wind sparrow truly awakened phoenix blood? It doesn't possess a shred of the phoenix's noble grace, it's more like a street thug. In contrast, the professionals observing from outside the Secret Realm wore much more relaxed expressions. Through the light screen where Du Qianyu and Qin Feng stood, they had already seen the bodies of Ji Changfeng and Su Zhibai. Though they didn't know how Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had managed to kill them, with these 2 biggest threats eliminated, the situation within the trial Secret Realm was clearly about to improve. I told you Sister Jiang would win. Quang Xiaoyan clutched Quang Gong's arm, cheering excitedly as if she herself, not Jiang Zhiwen, had been the one to kill Ji Changfeng and Su Zhibai. Quang Gong offered no reply, only visibly exhaling in relief. Lord City Master, it seems the top spot in this Secret Realm trial is now decided without question. Lu Xinghe, standing nearby, turned to Qin Ming and said with a smile. Though other light screens still showed several Dawnlight sect members, they were no longer a threat. With Su Zhibai and that silver-rank 9th tier monster out of the picture, once Jiang Zhiwen and the others dealt with the Death Crow swarm, they'd easily take care of the rest. This time, the top spot belongs to none other than Jiang. Qin Ming nodded, his expression visibly relaxing. Although Jiang Zhiwen's recorder had been damaged during the battle, according to the rules, his score should have been reset to 0. But this situation was exceptional, it clearly couldn't be handled strictly by the book. Besides, if he dared declare Jiang Zhiwen's score nullified, the surrounding professionals would likely tear his city lord's mansion to pieces on the spot. You city guards have truly struck gold this time. Qin Ming then turned his gaze to Quan Gong, his tone growing noticeably stiffer.
He and Quan Gong actually shared a fairly good personal relationship. However, the City Lord's mansion and the City Guard belonged to different systems, and their daily rivalry, both overt and covert, was no less intense. While this didn't affect their personal rapport, both harbored a competitive edge, each striving to outdo the other. But as things stood now, the City Lord's mansion would likely be overshadowed by the City Guard for quite some time. Who could blame Quan Gong for seizing the initiative and co-opting Jiang Zhiwen into the City Guard's camp ahead of time? Ironically, the rivalry between the Jiangqing City Lord's mansion and the City Guard primarily centered on those below the gold rank. Gold-tier practitioners were already prominent figures in Jiangqiang, and under normal circumstances, they wouldn't get involved in the conflicts between the City Guard and the City Lord's mansion. And given the strength Jiang Zhiwen had demonstrated, the City Lord's mansion's practitioners below gold rank were simply no match for her. Luck, pure luck. Quan Gong chuckled twice, his mood lifting considerably. Who could blame him for having such a wonderful daughter? Had it not been for Quang Xiaoyan's persuasion, Jiang Zhiwen might never have accepted the honorary position in the City Guard. But now? Who dared claim Jiangcheng's City Guard didn't include Jiang Zhiwen? Chapter 77, Soul-Severing Sound Slays the Howl. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the trial's secret realm, Jiang Zhiwen and his companions continued their battle against the flock of death crows. Although the number of death-bearing crows had greatly increased, as time passed, Jiang Zhiwen and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. This was largely due to the presence of Hongling. Having awakened the Phoenix bloodline, Hongling possessed a natural, bloodline-level advantage over the death crows. In truth, had Qin Feng the beast tamer not been so utterly inept in combat, Hongling and Qin Feng wouldn't have been reduced to fleeing from the death crows in their previous skirmish. Later, Qin Feng encountered Du Qianyu. However, Du Qianyu's strength was similarly limited. She could barely defend herself against the death crow swarm's assault and was utterly unable to spare any attention for Qin Feng. Thus, they had no choice but to flee. It wasn't until they encountered Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen that the situation finally improved. With no rear threats to worry about, Hongling could finally unleash the might of her Phoenix bloodline. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, greatly relieved by Hongling's suppression of the death crows, could now spare enough strength to deal with the surrounding death crows while protecting Qin Feng. Soon after, a piercing screech echoed as the death crow pierced by Jiang Zhiwen's spear lost all signs of life. Like a chain reaction, death ravens began crashing to the ground like raindrops, utterly still. Though the death crows in their crow form were difficult to kill, once their life force was depleted, they could be instantly wiped out en masse. Then, vast amounts of vital essence flew out from the corpses of the death ravens and merged into the bodies of Jiang Zhiwen and his two companions. Though the life essence from a single death crow was meager, the cumulative effect yielded a substantial boost. With this massive influx of vital essence, Qin Feng's level rapidly surged to Bronze Tier 8, showing signs of potentially breaking through to Bronze Tier 9. Du Qianyu's advancement was relatively modest, reaching only Bronze Tier 7. Yet for her, such gains were already a pleasant surprise. Jiang Zhiwen, though unable to break through, had touched the threshold of silver rank. With just a few more silver rank monsters hunted and their life essence absorbed, she would smoothly enter silver tier 1. The greatest beneficiary, however, was Qin Mo. After Jiang Zhiwen absorbed the life essence provided by the flock of death crows, he also received a feedback reward from the system. With the system's reward, he not only restored his rank to Bronze Tier 9, fully compensating for the level he had lost due to overexertion, but also gained a new skill. Soul-Severing Sonic Howl. Like Explosive Roar, this skill belonged to the rare category of sonic-based abilities. Compared to Explosive Roar, Soul-Severing Scream far surpasses it in both attack power and range. Additionally, this skill carries a psychic attack effect, possessing a certain probability of inflicting confusion on the target. The only drawback is its energy cost. Among all the skills Qin Mo currently possessed, aside from Calamity's Curse which consumed mental energy based on a percentage, the skill demanded the highest expenditure of mental energy. After dealing with the flock of death ravens, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, relieved, immediately turned their attention to Qin Mo. "Jiang, is that your contract beast Irontail Mountain Lord?" Qin Feng pointed at Qin Mo beside him, hesitation evident on his face. He had noticed Qin Mo's transformation when they first met, but the urgency of the situation had forced him to suppress his doubts. Du Qianyu perked up beside her, awaiting Jiang Zhiwen's response. She remembered clearly that Jiang Zhiwen's contract beast was a Frostblade spirit cat, so why had it transformed into its current form? "That's right," Jiang Zhiwen nodded. "I was fortunate Yin Che happened to complete its evolution within the secret realm." Qin Mo's evolution wasn't a secret, nor was there any reason to conceal it. Even if she didn't mention it, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu would easily uncover the details once they left the trial's secret realm. "Evolved." Du Qianyu's heart jolted, and she blurted out, "A Frostblade spirit cat can actually evolve?" Though she wasn't a Beastmaster, she knew it was common knowledge in the Beastmaster world that Frostblade spirit cats couldn't evolve. Now, that consensus had been shattered. Once word spread, it would surely send shockwaves through the outside world. In contrast, Qin Feng, the Beastmaster, remained surprisingly calm. This wasn't his first encounter with Qin Mo.
From the very beginning, Qin Mo's behavior had been unlike that of an ordinary Frostblade spirit cat. Especially since Qin Mo had once demonstrated the ability to transform into other beasts, which had long prepared him mentally. Hearing the sudden news of Qin Mo's evolution, he felt not surprise but a sense of inevitability. If even such a unique Frostblade spirit cat couldn't evolve, then this type of beast truly held no value for cultivation. Meanwhile, Qin Mo and Hongling were locked in a staring contest. Roar! You scruffy bird, didn't you say you'd beat me into begging for mercy? Qin Mo stared at Hongling, his voice dripping with mockery. Even before his second evolution, he wouldn't have feared the current Red Feather. Unlike Deathcrow, he wasn't subject to the bloodline suppression from Red Feather. Caw! Just kidding, cat brother. Don't take it seriously. Hongling retracted its wings and let out a cry, promptly backing down. As fellow beasts, it understood far better than Qin Feng and the others just how terrifying Qin Mo had become. If it ever clashed with Qin Mo without igniting its phoenix bloodline, it would only be crushed under his relentless assault. Only then did Qin Mo nod in satisfaction before turning his gaze to his own Beastmaster. Roar! Beastmaster, don't forget the Dawn sect. Rest assured, I'm aware. Hearing Qin Mo's voice, Jiang Zhiwen smiled and nodded. He then turned to Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, briefly explaining the matter concerning the Dawn sect. Qin Feng finally understood why Su Zhibai and another unidentified monster's corpse were nearby. Du Qianyu was even more startled. Though she had seen Su Zhibai's body, she had assumed he and the monster had perished together. She never imagined both Su Zhibai and that monster had actually fallen at the hands of Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. And after that, Jiang Zhiwen had still managed to effortlessly handle a group of death ravens. Was this truly within the capabilities of a beast tamer? As for the truth of Jiang Zhiwen's words, neither Qin Feng nor Du Qianyu doubted it. They believed Jiang Zhiwen wouldn't be foolish enough to deceive them with such an easily exposed lie. If that's the case, we must hurry back to the first two levels and eliminate the remaining members of the Dawn cult. After Jiang Zhiwen finished speaking, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Had he been unaware of this information, it might have been different. But now that he knew, he had to confront it head-on. It wasn't out of any particular selflessness, but rather his position left him no room to evade responsibility. After all, he was a member of the Qin family of Jiangcheng, and his uncle was the city lord of Jiangcheng. Right, we must deal with those people first. Du Qianyu nodded in agreement without hesitation. First, she feared the remaining members of the Dawn sect might stir up more trouble. If another incident occurred, it would spell trouble. Secondly, whether it was eliminating the Dawn sect members or rescuing the other students trapped in the secret realm, either would be a significant achievement. This would also pave the way for her future endeavors. Jiang Zhiwen turned to Qin Mo, her gaze filled with inquiry. With Qin Feng and Du Qianyu's strength, they should be able to handle the remaining Dawn sect members regardless of whether she joined in or not. Therefore, she simply handed the decision over to Qin Mo. Roar! Then I'll make the trip. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen looking at him, Qin Mo immediately responded. He was just looking for someone to test his newly acquired skill. Chapter 78, Imperial Capital Academy Mentor. Roar! 6 hours later, first layer of the trial secret realm. Accompanied by Qin Mo's roar, invisible sound waves swept over the dozen members of the Dawn sect, shaking them until blood flowed from their 7 orifices. Soul-severing sonic kill. Before the Dawn sect members could recover, Jiang Zhiwen, Du Qianyu, and Hongling swiftly closed in. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen members of the Dawn sect lay dead. Behind them, the rescued students stared blankly at the scene, taking a long moment to comprehend what had just unfolded. What kind of monstrous beast was that? How could it be so powerful? Someone pointed at Qin Mo, their finger trembling uncontrollably, their face etched with disbelief. A single roar had instantly rendered over a dozen Dawn sect members incapable of fighting. Such combat prowess was simply too outrageous. And there were even silver-ranked professionals among them. The students exchanged bewildered glances. Though the Irontail Mountain Lord was a well-known beast, few practitioners could identify it at a glance. No idea, but it looks like Jiang Zhiwen's contract beast. Someone murmured under their breath. Isn't her contract beast the Frostblade spirit cat? Someone nearby responded instinctively. Immediately afterward, the speaker realized the truth. Their pupils dilated, and a look of sheer terror spread across their face. The others around them reacted the same way. That strange beast they couldn't name, was it a mutated Frostblade spirit cat, or had it evolved? Enough with the guesswork. That's the evolved form of the Frostblade spirit cat. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Qin Feng couldn't bear it any longer and casually remarked, "You've all heard of the Irontail Mountain Lord, right? Is this the Irontail Mountain Lord?" Someone gasped, instinctively stepping forward as if to get a closer look. Seeing this, Qin Mo immediately growled. The person snapped back to their senses and hurriedly stepped back. He dared not provoke Qin Mo. Otherwise, if Qin Mo let out another growl like that, his life would likely be forfeit. The rest watched Jiang Zhiwen with mixed expressions. When they learned Jiang Zhiwen had contracted a tailed civet, they had secretly mocked him behind his back, convinced he was willingly descending into a lower realm and would never again be part of their world. But right at the start of the secret realm trial, Jiang Zhiwen's curled tail lynx had smoothly evolved into a frostblade spirit cat, reaching a staggering bronze tier 9 level.
Back then, they could still console themselves that it wasn't a big deal. After all, it's a widely accepted fact that frostblade spirit cats cannot evolve. No matter how high their level, their potential is clearly limited. Given enough time, they would inevitably catch up to and surpass Jiang Zhiwen. But now, Jiang Zhiwen stands before them with a frostblade spirit cat that has successfully evolved, proving the long-held consensus of the Beastmaster realm to be wrong. Not only can frostblade spirit cats evolve, but their evolved form is the Irontail Mountain Lord, a legendary species rumored to rival other legendary creatures of the same level. Some did doubt Qin Feng's judgment. Even so, Jiang Zhiwen and her contracted beast remained figures they could only look up to. Jiang Zhiwen paid no heed to the students' expressions. She casually shook the blood from her spear before beckoning Qin Mo and vanishing from everyone's sight. The ones they had just slain were the final remnants of the Dawn cult within the Trial Secret Realm. Now, the dangers within the Trial Secret Realm were completely eliminated. Next, she planned to hunt down a few silver-grade monsters before being teleported out of the Trial Realm, aiming to break through to silver-grade herself. If the opportunity arose, she also intended to test whether she could enter the secret realm mentioned by Ji Changfeng. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu chose to remain behind. Their gains from this secret realm expedition had already been substantial. With the realm's dangers now neutralized, they intended to rest properly, remaining here to await their teleportation out of the Trial Realm. Meanwhile, outside the Trial Realm, a graceful woman clad in luxurious robes watched Jiang Zhiwen vanish into the light screen, a smile spreading across her face. That girl is promising a fine prospect. After speaking, the elegant woman glanced at Qin Ming beside her and added, "Your nephew performed adequately as well, he didn't disgrace you." Hearing this, Qin Ming's face immediately broke into a smile. The woman before him was Lin Qing, Vice Dean of the Hidden Dragon Academy at the Imperial Capital Academy. Not only was she a powerful 9th-rank sovereign herself, but she had personally cultivated over a dozen sovereign-level students. Beyond that, she held another identity, the only daughter of Lin Yifeng, the Imperial Capital Academy's principal. Lin Yifeng, the headmaster of the Imperial Capital Academy, was a legendary tier professional, a pillar of stability for the Qinqing Empire. For his nephew to receive even a passable evaluation from Lin Qing was enough to catapult his reputation among the young generation of the Qinqing Empire. Beside him, Zhang Fengyan wore a blank expression, though a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. If his beloved grandson hadn't perished in the novice secret realm, how could that Qin brat have ever stolen the spotlight? This thought only intensified the murderous intent burning within Zhang Fengyan's heart toward Jiang Zhiwen. By now, he was almost certain that it was Jiang Zhiwen and her contract beast who had killed Zhang Yuan in the novice secret realm. Lin Qing sensed the hidden murderous intent within Zhang Fengyan. But she paid it no mind. A mere purple gold tier practitioner was nothing perfect fodder for Jiang Zhiwen to sharpen her blade on. If he couldn't even pass this test, he certainly wasn't worthy of being her student. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Qing flicked a dark purple orb from her sleeve, sending it hurtling toward the gates of the Trial Secret Realm. Waves of dark purple radiance cascaded down, enveloping the entire gate. Moments later, the sound of shackles snapping echoed through the void. White beams of light instantly appeared within the luminous barrier above the realm's gates. Within mere breaths, the students participating in the secret realm trial were teleported out, reappearing on the square. Seeing the familiar surroundings, the teleported students breathed a collective sigh of relief. Finally out of the secret realm. Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, Qin Feng, and Du Qianyu were teleported near Qin Ming and the others. Just as Qin Feng was about to greet them, Qin Ming raised his hand to stop him, then introduced, "This is Instructor Lin Qing from the Imperial Capital Academy." Lin Qing, the Dark Magic Empress. Jiang Zhiwen's heart trembled violently. In her previous life, Lin Chang, like herself, had ascended to mythic tier status. Moreover, Lin Chang was the only practitioner in that lifetime to have ventured deep into the frozen ancient river and emerged alive from that forbidden zone. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu's faces lit up with delight. A mentor at the Imperial Capital Academy was a high-ranking figure, even within the entire Qinqing Empire. For one to attain the title of Imperial Capital Academy instructor, two conditions must be met: reaching the sovereign tier and having trained at least 3 sovereign tier professionals. In other words, Imperial Capital Academy mentors weren't just powerful themselves, their networks were vast beyond imagination. No need to get so excited. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Lin Qing's lips curved into a faint smile. "I observed your performance within the secret realm. It was quite satisfactory. Therefore, I wish to ask you too, are you willing to join the Imperial Capital Academy and become members of the Hidden Dragon Academy?" As he spoke, Lin Qing pointed at Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. "Us too?" Qin Feng and Du Qianyu froze in surprise. "What about Jiang Zhiwen? Wasn't Jiang Zhiwen the one who performed most outstandingly in this secret realm trial?" Qin Ming and the others, however, possessed far keener senses than Qin Feng.
A flicker of envy swept across their faces in unison. This mentor from the Imperial Capital Academy seemed to have taken a liking to them. Seeing Qin Feng and Du Qianyu still standing there dumbfounded, Qin Ming cleared his throat lightly. I wish to join the Imperial Capital Academy. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu finally snapped out of their daze, answering in unison. Lin Cheng nodded, then turned his gaze to Jiang Zhiyun. Seeing her still wearing that calm expression, he silently commended her before speaking. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Hearing this, envious expressions flashed across both Qin Feng and Du Qianyu's faces. They finally understood why Lin Cheng hadn't mentioned Jiang Zhiyun earlier. Chapter 79, Lin Cheng's Trial. Become his disciple? Jiang Zhiyun was momentarily dazed by Lin Cheng's words. She never imagined she would encounter Lin Cheng so early in this lifetime, let alone inspire him to consider taking her as a disciple. After all, even at her peak in her previous life, she still lagged significantly behind Lin Cheng. After all, her rise had come too late. Before she could catch up to Lin Cheng, she had perished in the battle against the demon gods from beyond the domain. But she was no stranger to storms. She quickly regained her composure and turned to Lin Cheng. Disciple Jiang Zhiyun greets her master. Just call me teacher. A faint smile touched Lin Cheng's lips as she turned her gaze toward Qin Ming and the others. Qin Ming and the others understood the implication. They immediately led Qin Feng and Du Qianyu away, giving her and Jiang Zhiyun space. If I'm not mistaken, you've awakened your second profession? Once Qin Ming and the others had moved far enough away, Lin Cheng finally spoke. Though phrased as a question, her tone carried an unmistakable certainty. It was a stroke of luck. Jiang Zhiyun made no attempt to conceal it, nodding frankly. Her awakening of a second profession was impossible to conceal from those with keen eyes. After all, her combat prowess was simply too extraordinary. At her current low level, it could be attributed to her exceptional talent, but once she reached gold rank, every profession would undergo a transformation. By then, unless she deliberately concealed her strength, even a fool would notice something was off. Luck or no luck, securing such an opportunity was entirely your own doing. However, even though you've awakened a second profession, you can still continue down the path of a beastmaster. As he spoke, Lin Cheng's gaze shifted to Qin Mo beside him. Don't squander the potential of this Irontail Mountain Lord. Although by the time she arrived in Jiangcheng, Jiang Zhiyun and the others had already departed the third layer of the trial secret realm and begun searching for members of the Dawn sect. Through Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's subsequent actions, along with accounts from Quang Gong and others, she had gained a general understanding of their situation. In her view, Qin Mo encountering such a beastmaster was like a pearl lost in the mud. Had Jiang Zhiyun followed the most orthodox path of a beastmaster like Qin Feng, Qin Mo, bolstered by the full range of a beastmaster's skills, might even have been able to go toe-to-toe with a gold-tier professional. The bonded beast and the beastmaster were inherently interdependent, each indispensable to the other. Yet this new student of hers was single-mindedly focused on boosting his combat power, neglecting to master a single orthodox beastmaster skill. This was a complete waste of Qin Mo's potential. Of course, she could understand Jiang Zhiyun's reasoning. After all, according to the information provided by Quang Gong and others, Jiang Zhiyun's beastmaster talent was only D-grade, and it was the rather useless strike skill. Having awakened a second profession and facing limited resources, abandoning the beastmaster path to focus entirely on the second profession was a perfectly reasonable choice. But now that Jiang Zhiyun had become her student, the beastmaster profession could be revisited. After all, resources were never in short supply for her students. Hearing Lin Cheng's words, Jiang Zhiyun couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Her contract beast had grown to its current state almost entirely on its own. She hadn't provided much assistance. Even the beast core essential for its evolution into an Irontail Mountain Lord had been obtained by chance, not through deliberate collection. Truth be told, as Qin Mo's beastmaster, she really had been quite irresponsible. I'll pay more attention from now on. Jiang Zhiyun glanced at Qin Mo before speaking. After Qin Mo evolved into Irontail Mountain Lord, she had already made up her mind about this. After all, a contract beast's strength was built upon both its own capabilities and the skill enhancement from its beastmaster. And given the strength and potential her contract beast had demonstrated, it was certainly worth her investment of effort. That's exactly right, Lin Cheng nodded approvingly. Possessing two professions is your greatest advantage. What you need to focus on now is how to continuously expand that advantage. As for resources, I'll provide them. At least until you reach the purple gold rank, you won't need to worry about resource issues. Jiang Zhiyun nodded silently. Oh, and that little grandson of Zhang Fengnian, you killed him, didn't you? Suddenly, Lin Cheng changed the subject, asking a seemingly unrelated question. Jiang Zhiyun paused, then nodded. She hadn't held back her strength in the trial secret realm. By now, many likely already suspected Zhang Yuan's death. If her guess was correct, Zhang Fengnian would likely make his move soon. She was merely curious how Lin Cheng came to be interested in such matters. As a purple gold tier mage, Zhang Fengnian naturally stood at the pinnacle of power in a small place like Jiangcheng. Yet for someone of Lin Cheng's stature, a mere purple gold tier mage was hardly worthy of her attention. The same applied to Zhang Yuan. A genius with S-class professional talent might catch Lin Qing's eye, but only a living genius was worthy of her attention. Dead, they were worthless. Though Zhang Fengyan's strength was lacking, he was still a purple gold tier mage. Lin Qing glanced at Jiang Zhiwen, her expression casual as she remarked, "Dealing with a little punk like you is more than enough for me.
He must have some suspicions about you killing his grandson.
Barring any surprises, he'll find an opportunity to strike against you before you reach the imperial capital.
I'm telling you this so you can prepare yourself mentally. At the same time, this is my first test for you. If you can survive Zhang Fengyan's pursuit and reach the imperial capital alive, I'll present you with a grand gift." Qin Mo, standing nearby, couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Why does everyone love this kind of thing? Rarely does one encounter such a promising student. Shouldn't he simply bring him back for proper cultivation? What kind of teacher abandons their student to be hunted down by a formidable enemy? He wasn't worried that Zhang Fengyan could pose any real threat to Jiang Zhiwen.
After all, their own Beastmaster was a reincarnated powerhouse, holding plenty of hidden cards up his sleeve. Even though Zhang Fengyan was a purple gold tier practitioner, he could at most force our Beastmaster to play 1 or 2 survival cards. To think he could actually eliminate our Beastmaster? That's pure fantasy. He simply found Lin Chang's approach utterly unnecessary. Jiang Zhiwen, however, didn't dwell on it as much as Qin Mo. She nodded immediately, indicating her understanding. Back when she just emerged from the novice realm, she genuinely feared Zhang Fengyan. After all, back then she was only Black Iron tier, and Qin Mo was merely a slightly unusual Frostblade Spirit Cat. Had Zhang Fengyan targeted her back then, fleeing Jiangchang would have been her only option. But now? Although there was still a considerable gap between her strength and Zhang Fengyan's, she now had room to maneuver. "Very well, it seems you're quite confident." Lin Qing's face broke into a smile. "Then I'll be waiting for your arrival in the imperial capital." With that, intense magical fluctuations surged from Lin Qing's body before she vanished into a streak of light. Chapter 80, 7 Days. Seeing Lin Cheng depart, Qin Ming and the others finally gathered around to congratulate Jiang Zhiwen. Times had changed. Previously, they could still regard Jiang Zhiwen as a junior, but now, with Lin Qing as his powerful backing, Jiang Zhiwen had earned the right to speak with them as equals. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu wore looks of pure envy. Though they had entered the Dragon's Lair Academy, one of the 4 elite academies of the Imperial Capital Academy, their futures looked bright. But compared to Jiang Zhiwen, who had been taken as a disciple by Lin Qing, a mentor at the Imperial Capital Academy, they were simply incomparable. Jiang Zhiwen responded to each of them in turn. Soon after, Jiang Zhiwen was pulled away from the plaza by Kuang Shaoyan. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu followed suit. Qin Ming and the others turned to handle the aftermath. This secret realm trial involved the Dawn sect, compounded by casualties within the realm itself. The aftermath would keep them busy for quite some time. As for the rankings and rewards from the secret realm trial, they would be announced and distributed by each school 7 days later, as per tradition. These matters didn't require much of their attention. For the next 7 days, Jiang Zhiwen remained at Kuang Shaoyan's home. This was specifically ordered by Kuang Gong, a precaution against Zhang Fengyan becoming desperate and targeting Jiang Zhiwen. After witnessing Jiang Zhiwen's performance in the secret realm trial, anyone would easily connect her to Zhang Yuan's death. Jiang Zhiwen initially intended to decline, but he couldn't refuse Kuang Shaoyan's persistence and ultimately stayed at her home. During these 7 days, Jiang Zhiwen spent his days completing the system's daily tasks and his nights cultivating in the specially prepared cultivation room at the Kuang residence, using the instant clock. In contrast, Qin Mo's days were far more leisurely. He either tagged along with Kuang Shaoyan on her wanderings or found a quiet spot to nap, all while being attended to by numerous servants. The only thing that left him speechless was Lu Xinghe, who, for reasons unknown, had sent a large number of curl-tailed civets and frostblade spirit cats to the Kuang household. Sending them was one thing, but the old man had specifically chosen female cats in heat. Qin Mo was utterly exasperated by the constant disturbance from those curly-tailed civets and frostblade spirit cats. In the end, it was only through the intimidating aura of his Beast King's might skill that he managed to restore some peace. 7 days passed swiftly. After 7 days of intense cultivation, aided by system rewards, the momentary bell, and the training chamber, Jiang Zhiwen finally crossed the threshold between bronze and silver ranks. As Jiang Zhiwen's rank reached silver tier 1, Qin Mo, bolstered by the system's reciprocal rewards, also broke through, successfully attaining silver tier 1. Unfortunately, this time, no additional rewards beyond the level advancement were granted. Regarding Qin Mo's breakthrough, both Kuang Shaoyan and Jiang Zhiwen wore expressions of utter nonchalance, which left Qin Mo somewhat disappointed. His attendants showered him with praise and flattery, but Qin Mo lost interest after hearing just a few compliments. Formulaic. Too formulaic. Not a shred of originality. That day, Qin Mo was napping in the courtyard when Kuang Shaoyan suddenly woke him. Qin Mo looked at Kuang Shaoyan in confusion. At this time, shouldn't this girl be pestering her own beast master? Today was the day the rankings for the secret realm trial were announced and rewards distributed. Seeing Qin Mo's blank expression, Kuang Shaoyan rolled her eyes and snapped, "You didn't forget, did you? She knew Qin Mo was no ordinary beast, so she had always treated him as a sentient human. After spending several days together, their interactions had grown increasingly casual.
Qin Mo felt a pang of shame.
These past days, aside from sleeping, he'd either been wandering aimlessly or stuffing his face. He'd grown quite content to forget his troubles.
Had Kwang Xiaoyan not brought it up, he wouldn't have remembered. Kwang Xiaoyan immediately wore a look of disdain. Qin Mo couldn't be bothered to argue with her and immediately got up to find Jiang Zhiwen.
Shortly after, Jiang Zhiwen, having completed her daily tasks, led Qin Mo and Kwang Xiaoyan to Jiangcheng First High School. Along the way, many people recognized them, but with Kwang Xiaoyan serving as a natural shield, no one approached them. It didn't take long for Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen to arrive at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School.
Then, a massive banner came into view.
Congratulations to our school's Jiang Zhiwen for winning first place in the Secret Realm trial. Staring at the red banner with golden characters, Qin Mo felt utterly speechless. How could he still see this kind of thing after traveling through time? Jiang Zhiwen beside him couldn't help but sigh. She had completely forgotten about this. If only she'd been more restrained during the Secret Realm trial. Kwang Xiaoyan, however, was thoroughly engrossed in examining the banner above the school gate, while also pondering whether the city guard should get one of their own. After all, Jiang Zhiwen was now technically a member of the city guard. But before she could act on the idea, Jiang Zhiwen raised his hand to silence her, dragging her into Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Along the way, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen encountered numerous students from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. The looks they gave Jiang Zhiwen held only reverence, no trace of mockery or ridicule. His top ranking in the Secret Realm trial was proof enough of Jiang Zhiwen's prowess. Moreover, shortly after they left the Secret Realm, videos of the trial had rapidly spread. Jiang Zhiwen's performance in the footage was nothing short of astonishing. Who could have imagined a beast tamer possessing such formidable combat prowess? As for Qin Mo, after witnessing Qin Mo's performance within the Secret Realm, they could only describe him with two words: freak. Some curious souls had tallied up that Qin Mo had unleashed no fewer than 7 distinct types of skills within the Secret Realm, and these skills showed absolutely no connection to one another. This completely defied their understanding. Ultimately, they could only attribute it to Qin Mo's exceptional nature. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen ignored the stares around them and hurried to the playground. A crowd of students had already gathered, surrounding Qin Feng and Du Qianyu in conversation. Upon seeing Jiang Zhiwen, their eyes lit up, and they immediately surrounded her. Roar! What greeted them was Qin Mo's deep growl. Simultaneously, a deep, oppressive aura emanated from Qin Mo, causing the students nearby to recoil in fear. Many instinctively touched their backs, only to discover they were drenched in cold sweat. Immediately after, Kwang Xiaoyan stood before Jiang Zhiwen like a mother hen protecting her chicks, arms spread wide. She glared fiercely at anyone attempting to approach. First intimidated by Qin Mo, then met with Kwang Xiaoyan's fierce glare, the students who had wanted to strike up a conversation instantly lost their nerve. Whether it was Qin Mo or Kwang Xiaoyan, neither was someone they could afford to provoke. They only had themselves to blame for not cultivating a relationship with Jiang Zhiwen earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't be left staring longingly at the scene now. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu slipped away from the crowd and drew close to Jiang Zhiwen, secretly breathing sighs of relief. Finally rid of those overly enthusiastic classmates. The two looked at Jiang Zhiwen, about to express their gratitude, but their faces quickly turned to astonishment. Jiang, you and your contract beast have broken through to Silver Tier? Chapter 81, News brought by Zhou Yang. Xin Feng's voice rang out, unmasking her astonishment. Beside her, Du Qianyu also wore an expression of surprise. While they had anticipated Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's breakthrough, the speed at which both human and beast achieved it was beyond their expectations. At Xin Feng's prompting, the other students finally noticed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's ranks, their faces instantly turning pale with shock. It had only been a few days. Jiang Zhiwen and her contract beast had both already broken through to the silver rank. Such a rapid advancement rate could easily rival even the most elite prodigies. What's so surprising about that? Kwang Xiaoyan beside them looked unconcerned. Sister Jiang was already on the verge of breaking through when she left the trial secret realm. She's been holed up in that private training chamber these past few days. Isn't it perfectly normal she'd reach silver rank? Compared to that, Yin Che, that freak who breaks through even while sleeping, is the real absurdity, okay? Kwang Xiaoyan kept that last remark to herself, never voicing it aloud. After all, voicing it would be downright demoralizing. Qin Feng and the others around her were rendered speechless by Kwang Xiaoyan's retort. I saw you all gathered together from afar. What were you discussing? A voice called out from a distance. Everyone turned to look and saw Zhou Yang approaching them with a beaming smile. As Jiang Zhiwen's homeroom teacher, Zhou Yang had been riding high these past few days. After all, having taught such an outstanding student as Jiang Zhiwen brought him immense prestige. Moreover, he'd heard the buzz, the principal of First High was about to be transferred elsewhere. Once the vice principal was officially promoted, the vacant position would be his for the taking. We were just marveling at how quickly Jiang has been progressing. Only when Zhou Yang drew near did Qin Feng speak up to explain.
Only then did Zhou Yang realize Jiang Zhiwen had already broken through to the silver rank, and he was taken aback. Truly, the young generation is formidable. After a long moment, Zhou Yang shook his head with a wry smile, his excitement over his impending promotion to vice principal of First High School significantly dampened. He was naturally delighted that his student had achieved such promise. But being surpassed by his own student like this inevitably left him feeling defeated. Fortunately, Zhou Yang possessed remarkable composure. He quickly regained his poise, deliberately shifting the topic to the Zhang family's movements. After the secret realm trial, it was almost certain that Zhang Yuan had perished at Jiang Zhiyun's hands. While Jiangcheng First High had a strict rule forbidding students from killing each other in the novice secret realm, with severe punishment for violators. But rules are rigid, while people are flexible. Having witnessed Jiang Zhiyun's performance in the trial realm, the school administration naturally wouldn't pursue the matter to its conclusion over the death of a prodigy. Regarding Zhang Yuan's death, the school's final response would likely be to make a show of action while taking minimal real consequences. But the Zhang family would certainly not let it rest. Thus, over the past few days, Zhou Yang had been closely monitoring the Zhang family's movements. Leveraging his network of connections, he had indeed uncovered something. Collusion between the Zhang family and the barbarian bone hunters? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Qin Feng immediately frowned. It seemed Zhang Fingyan had truly lost his mind, resorting to those scoundrels. Colluding with those bastards? They deserve to die. Beside her, Du Qianyu's face also darkened with fury. Students nearby noticed Du Qianyu's expression change, their curiosity piqued. But with Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun standing guard nearby, they dared not approach rashly. They could only speculate in secret about what Zhou Yang had actually said to Jiang Zhiyun and Qin Feng. Qin Mo turned his gaze toward his own beastmaster. What's the deal with this barbarian bone hunters guild? Why does it seem so notorious? It's a fairly capable group of wilderness hunters operating near Jiangcheng. Noticing Qin Mo's expression, Jiang Zhiyun calmly explained. Wilderness hunters referred to those who roamed outside cities year-round, specializing in murder and robbery. Of course, these wilderness hunters occasionally took on shady jobs in the underground black market, nothing good, that's for sure. Most were lone wolves, never amounting to much. However, a small number had formed organizations, roaming the wilderness year-round and earning themselves a notorious reputation. The barbarian bone hunters were one such notorious group operating near Jiangcheng. Led by Li Yi, a gold tier 6 swordsman, and his deputy Yu Yu, a gold tier 5 priest. The two complemented each other perfectly, with few rivals within the golden tier. Under their leadership, the Savage Bones Hunters roamed Jiangcheng and its surrounding cities, causing headaches for the authorities in several nearby cities. But to Jiang Zhiyun, the Savage Bone Hunters posed no real threat. After breaking through to silver rank, her self-preservation abilities had greatly improved. Even when facing gold-tier professionals, she was confident she could retreat with ease. Her greatest concern remained Zhang Fingyan's personal intervention. If a purple gold-tier mage personally intervened, her current strength would likely require her to play her ultimate survival card. Seeing Jiang Zhiyun's composed expression, Zhou Yang felt reassured. The group then briefly exchanged intelligence regarding the barbarian bone hunters. Unfortunately, neither Qin Feng nor Du Qianyu knew much about this group of wilderness hunters. Zhou Yang knew slightly more than Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, but the intelligence he could offer was still limited. Nevertheless, this information proved quite helpful to Jiang Zhiyun. Her knowledge of the barbarian bone hunters was limited to knowing the identities of their leader and deputy leader. Beyond that, she had no further knowledge of the wilderness hunting team. This wasn't her fault. After all, though she possessed memories from her previous life, she had fled Jiangcheng early on during that existence, constantly on the run from the Zhang family's pursuit. Back then, she had no mind to pay attention to the barbarian bone hunters. It wasn't until Zhang Fingyan's downfall and Zhang Yuan's disappearance after joining the Dawn sect that she could finally return to Jiangcheng. By then, the savage bone hunters had been disbanded for years, making it even less likely she'd concern herself with their affairs. Time gradually passed. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. As the principal of Jiangcheng First High School stepped onto the podium, the murmurs on the field quickly subsided. Despite some setbacks during this secret realm trial, the principal began, "Your performance has left our school deeply satisfied." Principal Xie Yan of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School stood on the podium, unusually delivering a lengthy speech filled with praise and compliments, drawing smiles from the assembled students. It was the first time they had ever seen the notoriously taciturn principal speak so much, and all of it was praise. Simultaneously, many students kept glancing toward Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun. They weren't fools, they understood that Xie Yan's unusual behavior today was clearly due to Jiang Zhiyun's performance within the trial realm. Now, I shall first announce the rewards for this trial. Xie Yan's gaze swept over the crowd as he declared solemnly, "In light of your performance within the secret realm, the school administration has deliberated and decided to grant additional rewards." Hearing this, the assembled students including Jiang Zhiyun and Qin Feng all perked up. They were well aware of their rankings in the trial, but what rewards the school would bestow remained unknown. And this was precisely what they anticipated most. Chapter 82, Secret Realm Trial Rewards. Traditionally, rewards for the Secret Realm trials were only given to the top 100 students in the school. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Xia Yan immediately announced, however, this year is exceptional. The rewards will be extended to the top 200 students. The specifics of the rewards will be explained by your homeroom teachers later. For now, I'll only announce the rewards for the top 10. Students ranked 6th to 10th will each receive 200,000 credit points and equivalent resources, plus an additional bronze tier skill book. 4th and 5th place, 300,000 credits and equivalent resources, plus 1 bronze tier profession-specific equipment piece. 3rd place, 500,000 credit points and equivalent resources, 1 bronze tier rare class skill book, and 1 bronze tier class exclusive equipment. 2nd place, 1 million credit points and equivalent resources, 1 silver tier rare profession skill book, and 1 piece of silver tier profession-specific equipment. As for the top performer of this Secret Realm trial, at this point, Xia Yan suddenly fell silent, a faint smile curling his lips as he gazed down at the group of students below. Damn it! Old man, don't just stop halfway through. Qin Mo, standing beside Jiang Zhiwen, cursed inwardly. He'd heard this old codger was always serious, and by the book, why was he suddenly playing hard to get now? It wasn't just Qin Mo, every student present, and even the high-ranking figures from other Jiangqing factions who'd come to observe, were silently cursing under their breath. Alright, old Xia, stop teasing us. Surely it's not that the rewards are too lavish for first high school to afford? Should the Beast Taming Center step in and distribute the rewards for you? At that moment, a voice cut through the crowd. The speaker was Lu Xinghe, who had arrived unnoticed. As one of Jiangqing's rare purple gold tier practitioners, Lu Xinghe naturally had fewer reservations, especially since he and Xia Yan shared a decent rapport. Following Lu Xinghe's words, high-ranking members from other factions in Jiangqing began to urge him on. Seeing this, Xia Yan could no longer keep the suspense going. He immediately announced the answer. The top performer of this Secret Realm trial would receive 5 million credit points and equivalent resources. Additionally, the winner would receive 1 gold tier universal skill book and 1 gold tier profession-specific equipment. Hearing this, all the students instinctively turned their gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen, their envy unmistakable. This reward was simply too generous. Setting aside the 5 million credits and equivalent resources, a gold-grade universal skill book and a profession-specific piece of equipment were treasures that couldn't be bought with credits. Such items were typically monopolized by major factions, only occasionally appearing at high-profile auctions. Whenever they appeared at auctions, they sparked fierce bidding wars among countless professionals, ultimately fetching staggering prices. Even Jiang Zhiwen wore a look of surprise. She hadn't expected the city lord's mansion to offer profession-specific gear as a reward this time. She had assumed Zhang Fingyan would interfere and sabotage the event. As for Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, the institution distributing the rewards, she didn't believe Jiangcheng No. 1 High School could possibly offer golden grade universal skill books and class-specific equipment. Needless to say, this was undoubtedly an extra reward from the city lord's mansion. Qin Feng and Kuang Xiaoyan both rolled their eyes inwardly. One hailed from the Qin family of Jiangcheng, the other was the only daughter of the city guard commander, both well aware of the undercurrents at play. While Jiangcheng No. 1 High School appeared to be making a grand gesture this time, how much of it actually came from the school itself remained questionable. With the rewards announced, it was time to reveal the rankings for this Secret Realm trial. Xia Yan's gaze swept across the assembled students before he declared, the top spot in this Secret Realm trial needs no introduction, you all know who it belongs to. Our schools Du Qianyu and Qin Feng have secured 2nd and 3rd place. Gu Ziho, ranked 4th within the school, achieved 6th place overall in the Secret Realm trial. Bai Yang, Zhang Wu, ranked 10th within the school, placed 19th overall in the Secret Realm trial. I won't announce the rest here, your homeroom teachers will inform you, and the results will also be posted publicly. As Xia Yan finished announcing the top 10 school rankings for the Secret Realm trial, cheers erupted across the field. They finally understood why Xia Yan had been acting out of character and had the energy to tease them. Among the top 20 in the overall Secret Realm trial rankings, First High School claimed a full 10 spots. Moreover, First High School had swept the top 3 spots outright. Yet this outcome held little surprise for the crowd. The undisputed champion of the Secret Realm trial was undoubtedly Jiang Zhiwen. Unless the city lord's mansion exploited the incident of Jiang Zhiwen's recorder being damaged to nullify her results entirely. But no matter how you looked at it, the city lord's mansion wouldn't make such a foolish decision. As for 2nd and 3rd place, Su Zhibai from 2nd High would have been a formidable contender. Yet he belonged to the Dawn sect and met his end at Jiang Zhiwen's hands. With this strongest rival out of the picture, Du Qianyu and Qin Feng naturally secured 2nd and 3rd place. The only surprise was that Du Qianyu's ranking surpassed Qin Feng's. After all, based on the leaked video footage, Qin Feng's performance had actually been superior to Du Qianyu's. But considering that the Lord of Jiangcheng was Qin Feng's uncle, no one thought much of it. After all, Qin Ming would never allow Qin Feng to be disadvantaged. The city lord's mansion had its own reasons for this ranking. As for the specific calculations and power plays involved, that was none of their concern. Amidst the cheers, everyone kept glancing at Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo beside her. They understood clearly that the true driving force behind Jiangqing First High School's achievements this time was Jiang Zhiwen and her contract beast. Whether it was thwarting the Dawn-sect's actions within the trial secret realm or later leading Qin Feng and Du Qianyu to rescue others, Jiang Zhiwen, or more accurately, Qin Mo, had been the driving force behind it all. Yet as Jiang Zhiwen's contract beast, all credit was attributed to her. Yet everyone understood that without this unique Iron-Tail Mountain beast, the outcome of the secret realm trial would have been entirely different. Under the intense stares, Qin Mo felt distinctly uncomfortable. Especially those students who had transferred to become beast masters. They practically looked like they wanted to eat him alive. Of course, the gaze that made him most uncomfortable was that of the old codger Lu Xinghe. Even with his back turned, he could guess what schemes the old man was hatching. On the podium, Xia Yan smiled down at the cheering students below. The teachers present stood quietly by, making no move to intervene. Once the fervor on the field subsided, Xia Yan descended the podium and mingled among the students. He then beckoned Jiang Zhiwen and the others, leading them deeper into the campus. The other students watched Jiang Zhiwen and the others depart with envious eyes before leaving the field at their teacher's urging. Chapter 83, Zhaolong. Deep within the campus, a winding path stretched forward, cutting through a grove of trees before ending at a small wooden cabin. Amidst the trees, Xia Yan glanced at Jiang Zhiwen and the others following behind him and murmured, "This is where the former principal lived in seclusion to cultivate his skills. Mind your manners when we get there." Qin Feng and Du Qianyu's expressions immediately stiffened. This area was off limits at Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Not only were students forbidden from entering, but even teachers were barred from stepping foot here. Who would have thought this was where the former principal of Jiangqing No. 1 High School had secluded himself for cultivation? He was the city's sole glorious tier practitioner, its very pillar of stability. Jiang Zhiwen remained composed. With her memories from a past life, such matters held no secrets for her. Xia Yan observed the reactions of the three and felt a pang of emotion. Compared to Jiang Zhiwen, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu still lacked composure. He couldn't help but wonder how Jiang Zhiwen had cultivated such composure at such a young age. Bang! Before the group could exit the woods, a profound, weighty aura suddenly emanated from the wooden hut ahead. Transparent patterns rippled through the air, coalescing into intricate, arcane runes that swiftly spread across the surroundings. Jiang Zhiwen and the others felt a crushing weight descend upon them, as if a mountain had been placed upon their backs, their bones cracking under the immense pressure. Even Qin Mo nearly collapsed under the sudden, crushing pressure. Only Xia Yan remained unaffected, darting swiftly dozens of meters away before shaking his head helplessly. He knew this situation all too well. Every time he brought people here, they went through this ordeal. He wondered when his teacher would ever change that peculiar quirk of his. Under the crushing pressure, Qin Feng was the first to collapse, lying motionless on the ground. Among the three, his strength was the weakest. Without summoning Red Feather from his beast taming space, even a Black Iron tier practitioner could threaten him. Facing the overwhelming aura of a Radiance tier practitioner, the fact that he managed to hold out even this briefly was already remarkably impressive. The second to collapse was Du Qianyu. This genius mage, who possessed an S-rank talent, lasted only slightly longer than Qin Feng. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen continued to struggle desperately. Soon, 5 minutes had passed. To endure this long at Silver Tier 1 was commendable. In the distance, Xia Yan first glanced at Qin Feng and Du Qianyu lying on the ground, then fixed his gaze on Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, silently nodding in approval. But immediately afterward, a look of schadenfreude flashed across his face. If Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had simply lain down obediently like Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, that would have been one thing. Now, though, they were in for a rough time. The thought barely formed in Xia Yan's mind when the surroundings shifted. Transparent runes rapidly coalesced, forming chains of symbolic links. The chains intertwined and coiled, completely sealing off the space around Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. The pressure on Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen intensified sharply. No, they couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Qin Mo forced himself upright, his throat bulging as a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. Soul-severing sonic kill. The invisible sound waves swept out, crashing against the surrounding rune chains. With a series of faint snaps, several chains shattered. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Yan's eyes. He recognized the skill soul-severing sonic kill instantly. But that Qin Mo, at his current Silver Tier 1 level, could actually shatter the surrounding rune chains with it. That was beyond his expectations. A soft gasp echoed from within the wooden hut. Immediately, the severed rune chains rapidly dissipated, replaced by new ones sprouting rapidly in their place. Yin Che, attack the cabin door directly. Jiang Zhiwen's voice rang out at the perfect moment. That's the erase focal point. Roar! Qin Mo let out a low growl, and tiny green whirlwinds instantly swirled around his limbs. Wind Spirit Body. In the next instant, 3 deep blue wind blades shot from Qin Mo's mouth, flying straight toward the wooden door. This little hut of mine won't hold up to your antics. A hoarse voice echoed from within the cabin. Immediately, runes coalesced into shields, materializing before the cabin to collide with the incoming wind blades. Both the talismans and the wind blades vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the pressure on Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's bodies suddenly eased, and the surrounding transparent talismans swiftly vanished. Impressive strength. Alright, come inside.
The aged voice sounded again as the cabin door swung open. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu scrambled to their feet, their expressions complex as they looked at Jiang Zhiwen.
Once again, they had been outshone by Jiang Zhiwen.
Before they could speak, however, Xia Yan strode over and led them into the wooden hut.
The interior was spartanly furnished, just a table and chair, a small bed tucked into the corner, and a modest bookshelf beside it.
2 oil lamps burned on the wall, their wicks crackling softly as they consumed the clear lamp oil. A one-armed elder sat in the chair, smiling warmly as he watched Jiang Zhiwen and the others enter the cabin. This elder was Zhao Long, the former principal of Jiangqing First High School and currently the city's sole glorious tier professional.
Teacher, Xia Yan stepped forward briskly and bowed respectfully to Zhao Long. You may leave. These 3 youngsters will stay.
Zhao Long waved dismissively.
Xia Yan immediately exited the wooden hut, closing the door behind him as he left.
Your performance in this secret realm trial was commendable.
You've brought great honor to our first high school.
After Xia Yan departed, Zhao Long turned his attention to Jiang Zhiwen and the other 2. I summoned you here primarily to ask whether you're willing to join the covert division of First High School, he stated.
The covert division?
Du Qianyu looked puzzled, while Qin Feng wore a look of surprise. Qin Mo, however, looked directly at Jiang Zhiwen. The top institutions of the Qinqing Empire all maintain private armed forces.
This secret division must be First High's hidden strength.
Noticing Qin Mo's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen immediately explained. Such matters weren't exactly a secret, but only the most prestigious institutions with legacies spanning over 1,000 years were qualified to privately establish armed forces. After all, establishing private military units demanded vast resources and elite talent. Only those institutions with such long-standing legacies possess the depth and capability to develop such capabilities.
The covert division of Jiangqing First High School clearly couldn't compare to the armed forces of those elite institutions.
To her knowledge, Jiangqing No. 1 High School's covert unit had fewer than 10 official members, excluding honorary members. However, their ranks were quite high, every single one had reached the gold tier. As for the head of the covert division, that was Zhao Long, standing before them, a Radiance tier rune mage.
Correct, Zhao Long nodded. The covert division is our school's greatest trump card. Every member is at least gold tier. Upon joining, the school provides all cultivation resources. Their sole duties are cultivation and safeguarding the school's interests.
Of course, since the 3 of you are already prospective students of Imperial Capital Academy, I never expected you to join the Dark Division as full members.
You need only maintain honorary membership. All channels and resources of the Dark Division will be accessible to honorary members.
The only difference is that honorary members must earn all resources they require by completing missions for the Dark Division.
Chapter 84, Individual Rewards.
Jiang Zhiwen and the others naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, being affiliated with the Dark Division at First High wouldn't affect them in any way. Seeing all 3 agree, Zhao Long's smile broadened. He then produced 3 chips. Insert these chips into your communicators to access the Dark Division's internal channels.
Simply remove them when not in use.
Zhao Long handed the chips to Jiang Zhiwen and the others, adding, originally, the skill books and equipment rewards for you were fixed. But since you've now registered with the Dark Division, I'll give you a small bonus. You may freely select skill books and equipment matching your current level from the Dark Division channel to replace your existing rewards. With that, Zhao Long flickered his wrist, and 6 items flew out from his sleeve, hovering before Jiang Zhiwen and the others. What lies before you now are the rewards originally intended for you. Whether to exchange them is entirely up to you. Jiang Zhiwen and the others grabbed the items before them, examined them briefly, then opened their communicators. Inserting the chips, they entered the Dark Division's internal channel. After careful deliberation and comparison, the trio finally made their choice. Qin Feng retained the original reward, the bronze tier skill, wood burning technique. This technique enhanced both the Beastmaster's and his contract beast's fire attribute attack capabilities, making it the most suitable choice for him. As for the bronze tier Beastmaster exclusive staff originally awarded to him, he replaced it with a bracelet that boosted mental power and accelerated the stamina recovery of his contract beast. Du Qianyu swapped her original reward, the silver tier rare skill, meditation technique, for fire resistance ring. Though the former was a rare skill of the cultivation type, after careful consideration, Du Qianyu ultimately chose the fire resistance ring, a life-saving skill that balanced offense and defense. As for the reward, a silver-grade mage exclusive staff, Du Qianyu chose to keep it. That staff could enhance casting speed and also came with a Wither Curse skill, making it quite practical. Jiang Zhiwen, however, replaced both rewards. Her original reward was the gold-tier universal skill, Beast Control Art. This particular technique was unique, unlike other cultivation skills that could be repeatedly practiced to enhance one's attributes. Yet its effects truly justified its tier. After cultivating the Beast Taming Art, a practitioner could permanently contract any beast below purple gold rank as their contract beast. While the contracted beast's level could not be elevated, this effect was still remarkably powerful.
Unfortunately, Jiang Zhiwen had no intention of contracting other beasts, so she ultimately abandoned this gold tier technique and instead chose the universal skill, Sacred Prayer. This skill not only comprehensively enhances the target's attributes but also carries purification and healing effects, making it a remarkably versatile ability. Moreover, it possessed a notable advantage: its consumption of spiritual energy was relatively low. Additionally, Jiang Zhiwen exchanged the golden grade Beastmaster robe originally awarded to her for a necklace named Heart of the Dark Knight. The effect of the Heart of the Dark Knight was very singular: it enhanced spiritual energy. Compared to other gold grade equipment, the Heart of the Dark Knight clearly falls short. However, it possessed an unmatched advantage: its effects could be applied to contracted beasts. Indeed, Jiang Zhiwen had specifically chosen the Heart of the Dark Knight for Qin Mo. She understood just how much Qin Mo depended on his spiritual power, and this item would perfectly alleviate that pressure. As for the sacred prayers, she intended to study it herself. After Jiang Zhiwen and the others selected their rewards, Zhao Long offered them a few words of encouragement before dismissing them. The credit points and resource rewards were matters for Jiangcheng First High School to handle internally, no need for Zhao Long's involvement. Jiang, Du, what are your next plans? As soon as they left Zhao Long's cabin, Qin Feng turned to Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu, her expression questioning. All three would eventually enter the Imperial Capital Academy, especially Jiang Zhiwen, who had been taken on as a disciple by one of its mentors. Qin Feng naturally wanted to use this opportunity to grow closer to Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu. I don't have any plans. If Qin has anything she needs help with, just ask. Du Qianyu paused briefly before replying with a smile. Qin Feng hadn't hidden his intentions, so she could easily guess what he was thinking. But she too wanted to use this chance to build a good relationship with Qin Feng. After all, they were both from Jiangcheng. Once they entered the Imperial Capital Academy, they would inevitably need to support each other. There are matters with the city guard that require my attention. I doubt I'll have any free time in the coming days, Jiang Zhiwen said with a hint of resignation. 3 days prior, Quan Gong had sought her out, reporting that the city guard had detected unusual activity at Howling Moonridge and requesting her assistance in investigating. She had agreed to accompany him once she collected her rewards from the Secret Realm trial. As for why Quan Gong had sought her out, she understood perfectly well. What Quan Gong truly valued wasn't her, but Qin Mo. Monsters ran rampant in Howling Moonridge, and deep within its heart lurked a Radiance-tier Howling Moon Wolf King. Lower-level practitioners struggled to venture deep into the mountain, while higher-level practitioners risked easily disturbing the Radiance-tier Howling Moon Wolf King. Only silver and gold-tier adventurers were suitable for venturing into Howling Moonridge. Though she was only silver-tier, Qin Mo's presence meant she could be far more effective in the harsh environment of Howling Moonridge than many gold-tier adventurers. The city guard matter? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, do you need my help? Du Qianyu also shot Jiang Zhiwen a questioning look. Yes. You two can come with me to see Commander Quang. Jiang Zhiwen pondered for a moment before nodding. Though Qin Feng's personal strength was average, the red feather could prove quite useful in an environment like Howling Moonridge. As for Du Qianyu, after receiving her Secret Realm trial rewards, her strength had also increased. She was more than capable of serving as a bodyguard. Commander Quang? Hearing this, both Qin Feng and Du Qianyu were startled. It seemed this matter was far from simple. Jiang Zhiwen offered no further explanation. Whether Qin Feng and Du Qianyu could participate in this operation ultimately depended on Commander Quang's final decision. Especially Qin Feng. Behind him stood the Qin family of Jiangcheng, and his uncle Qin Ming, the city lord of Jiangcheng. If he were truly asked to take such risks, the Qin family and Qin Ming might not consent. Moreover, Qin Feng naturally aligned with the city lord's residence. Even though Quan Gong and Qin Ming shared a close personal relationship, matters involving the city lord's mansion and the city guard might not be something Quan Gong would readily agree to let Qin Feng meddle in. Afterward, Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and the others traversed the woods, locating Quang Xiaoyan waiting outside. The group swiftly departed Jiangcheng First High School. Chapter 85, The Heaven-Devouring Golden Toad. 2 days later, northern Jiangcheng. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen traversed swiftly through the undulating mountain ranges. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu followed closely behind them. 2 days prior, after leaving Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Jiang Zhiwen had sought out Quan Gong to inform him that Qin Feng and Du Qianyu also wished to journey to Howling Moonridge. Quan Gong was naturally overjoyed. He had actually considered bringing Qin Feng and Jiang Zhiwen along to Howling Moonridge. After all, Qin Feng's contract beast, Hongling, possessed genuine phoenix bloodline. On Howling Moonridge, Hongling's potential contribution might even surpass Qin Mo's. However, Qin Feng's own combat skills were lacking, making her completely unmatched by Jiang Zhiwen in that regard. Furthermore, the Qin family backing Qin Feng might not release her, so Quan Gong abandoned the idea. Then, unexpectedly, Qin Feng volunteered to go to Howling Moonridge. This was like a godsend, and Quan Gong readily agreed. What followed were negotiations between Quan Gong and the Qin family. Whatever terms Quan Gong offered Qin Ming, the Qin family ultimately agreed to let Qin Feng venture to Howling Moonridge. However, the negotiations between Quan Gong and the Qin family delayed matters by a day. Combined with the necessary preparations beforehand, Jiang Zhiwen and the others didn't formally set out until today. Roar! Suddenly, Qin Mo halted in his tracks and growled at Jiang Zhiwen. A golden grade beast up ahead. Should we take a detour? Gold grade? Che, see what kind of monster it is. Jiang Zhiwen pondered for a moment before addressing Qin Mo. Once we enter Howling Moon Ridge, encountering gold-tier monsters is inevitable. Given that, it might be wise to let Qin Feng and Du Qianyu get accustomed to the rhythm of fighting gold-tier monsters now. That way, we can avoid any mishaps once we're inside. Of course, that assumes the gold-tier monsters blocking our path aren't too absurd. Roar! Got it! Qin Mo nodded and immediately activated his vision spell. In the next instant, two beams of white light shot out from Qin Mo's eyes, piercing through the forest ahead. A golden toad instantly appeared within Qin Mo's field of vision. The toad wasn't large, only about the size of an adult's head. It was currently lounging in a small nest made of emerald green branches. The nest was surrounded by piles of monster corpses. The toad would occasionally flick out its tongue, wrapping it around a corpse and stuffing it into its mouth. Qin Mo stared in astonishment. Even the smallest of those monster corpses were several times larger than the toad itself. Yet it devoured them whole. If that were all, it might be tolerable. But the toad's belly seemed insatiable. Though the surrounding corpses steadily diminished, its belly remained completely flat, showing not the slightest ripple. Moments later, the white light dissipated. The scene before him vanished. Qin Mo immediately turned to Jiang Zhiwen and briefly described what he had seen. So it was the swallowing heaven golden toad, Jiang Zhiwen realized, then chuckled. Seems our luck isn't half bad after all. The swallowing heaven golden toad may sound formidable, but its combat prowess is rather weak. Among monsters of the same level, its combat prowess, while not the absolute weakest, still ranks in the lower middle tier. However, while its combat prowess may be lacking, its speed and defense are legendary. Monsters of the same level rarely pose a lethal threat to it. Moreover, due to the self-contained space within its body and its insatiable appetite for consuming anything and everything. Thus, each swallowing heaven golden toad can be considered a walking treasure trove. Legends abound of fortunate individuals who, by slaying a swallowing heaven golden toad, obtained treasures that propelled them to sudden, meteoric success. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu were visibly stirred. They had heard the legends of the swallowing heaven golden toad, never imagining they would encounter one here. As for the vision technique Qin Mo had deployed, though they recognized it as a signature skill of Holy Word mages, given Qin Mo's previous actions, they found little surprise in it. They had grown accustomed to such feats. Unless Qin Mo suddenly conjured a forbidden spell, nothing would truly astonish them. The group then swiftly made their way toward the location of the sky-swallowing golden toad. Passing through the forest ahead, Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and the others soon arrived near the swallowing heaven golden toad's lair. Indeed, it was the swallowing heaven golden toad. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze pierced through the dappled foliage, locking onto the swallowing heaven golden toad's form. Her smile grew even broader. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu's expressions grew increasingly excited as they turned to look at Jiang Zhiwen, awaiting her command. Qianyu, Silver, and I will strike first. Find an opening to restrain that swallowing heaven golden toad. Jiang Zhiwen turned to Du Qianyu and whispered, lowering her voice. Du Qianyu's profession was Frost Mage, a class most adept at crowd control. Unfortunately, her class and innate talent, spell fusion, weren't perfectly aligned. Had she been an elemental mage, this S-rank talent could have reached near SS rank effectiveness. Du Qianyu nodded solemnly. Then, Jiang Zhiwen turned to Qin Feng. Should I summon Red Feather? Seeing Jiang Zhiwen's gaze turn to her, Qin Feng immediately asked. No need. Qin, you just stay hidden here and protect yourself. Jiang Zhiwen shook his head. Monsters like the swallowing heaven golden toad possess an extremely keen sense of danger. If Qin Feng summoned Hongling, the swallowing heaven golden toad would likely flee before they could even act. Qin Feng's face immediately fell with disappointment. However, since this operation had been agreed to be led by Jiang Zhiwen, he naturally wouldn't question her decision. He nodded in agreement. After assigning tasks to Du Qianyu and Qin Feng, Jiang Zhiwen turned his attention to Qin Mo. Qin Mo understood immediately. He cast a water spirit vitality spell on himself, then transformed into a black streak and darted away. Inside the small nest woven from emerald branches, the swallowing heaven golden toad currently stuffing the monster's corpse into its mouth suddenly froze. Sensing danger approaching, it swiftly retracted its tongue and kicked off with its hind legs, attempting to flee into the distance. But Qin Mo wasn't about to let it succeed. A terrifying pressure surged from nowhere, crushing down upon the swallowing heaven golden toad like a mountain. Simultaneously, as vines burst from the earth, invisible sonic waves swept over the swallowing heaven golden toad's body. The swallowing heaven toad's body trembled violently before crashing to the ground. It scrambled about like a headless fly, only to be swiftly bound tightly by the vines erupting from the earth. Gravity swamp, soul-severing sound, root entanglement, 3 techniques combined. As Qin Mo seized the moment to strike, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu followed suit.
Jiang Zhiwen swiftly closed in on the swallowing heaven golden toad, thrusting her spear through the gaps in the vines to pierce its body, leaving multiple wounds. Du Qianyu swiftly chanted an incantation, then slammed her staff into the ground. Frost blanket. A layer of azure frost spread rapidly outward from her starting point. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ground was encased in ice, the once soft soil instantly frozen solid. Having severed the swallowing heaven golden toad's escape route underground, Du Qianyu gripped her staff and began chanting another incantation. Chapter 86, The Spatial Blade and the Harvest. Moments later, icy chains rapidly coalesced, weaving and twisting above the swallowing heaven golden toad before coalescing into a vast net that descended upon it. Layers of frost swiftly spread across the swallowing heaven golden toad's body. In an instant, both the toad and the vines entangling it were completely frozen solid. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip. They unleashed a barrage of skills upon the swallowing heaven golden toad. True to its reputation for thick, resilient skin, the swallowing heaven golden toad sustained only non-fatal wounds despite Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's relentless assault. Even those wounds were inflicted by the shattering effect of Jiang Zhiwen's spear. Soon, the wounded swallowing heaven golden toad thawed from its frozen state and attempted to flee once more. Unfortunately, under the relentless vigilance of Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu, the swallowing heaven golden toad was swiftly frozen once more. When it finally thawed once more, the thoroughly enraged swallowing heaven golden toad abandoned its attempts to flee and instead launched an attack against Jiang Zhiwen. Though not renowned for combat prowess, it remained a gold-tier monster. Against an average silver-tier practitioner, it would have had ample room to maneuver. Unfortunately for it, it had encountered Jiang Zhiwen, a freak of nature. Facing the swallowing heaven golden toad's desperate onslaught, Jiang Zhiwen defended with his spear, leaving no openings. He even managed to land a surprise strike on the toad. Half an hour later, accompanied by the swallowing heaven golden toad's mournful cries, the golden tier monster's life force was completely extinguished. It collapsed to the ground, motionless. A vast amount of vital essence flew out from its corpse, entering Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu's bodies respectively, while a tiny fraction was absorbed by Qin Feng. Earlier, when the swallowing heaven golden toad was frozen, he had also unleashed several skills, thus receiving a minuscule share of the vital essence. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a hundredfold feedback reward, Spatial Blade. As Jiang Zhiwen absorbed the vital essence provided by the swallowing heaven golden toad, Qin Mo heard the system notification ring in his ears. Spatial Blade? Qin Mo opened the system panel for a glance, then shook his head in disappointment. This was yet another skill with equally obvious strengths and weaknesses. Its strengths lay in its blinding speed, stealthy nature, and ability to bypass targets' defenses, dealing massive damage. Had they possessed this skill during their battle against the swallowing heaven golden toad, they wouldn't have needed to engage in such a prolonged struggle despite holding complete dominance. As for the drawback, it was the same old issue, the skill consumed enormous amounts of mental energy. This was the second skill Qin Mo had acquired after Calamity upon self that consumed psychic energy at a percentage rate. Each activation of Spatial Blade drained 20% of his current remaining mental energy. While this drain was less severe than Calamity's curse, it still meant the skill could only be used as a decisive finishing move in critical moments. Closing the system panel, Qin Mo turned his gaze to Jiang Zhiwen beside him. Jiang Zhiwen and the others were currently gathered around the corpse of the swallowing heaven golden toad, frantically cutting open the stomach pouch they'd retrieved from its remains. Yet even in death, the swallowing heaven golden toad's stomach pouch remained incredibly tough. Even Jiang Zhiwen could only make progress by exploiting the slash effect of his spear. After half a day of effort, they had only managed to tear a small slit in the stomach sac. Seeing this, Qin Mo let out a low growl. Roar! Beastmaster, let me give it a try. Besides, he wanted to see the true power of his newly acquired Spatial Blade for himself, so he'd know what to expect in the future. Hearing Qin Mo's voice, Jiang Zhiwen promptly placed the swallowing heaven golden toad's stomach sac on the ground and stepped aside to make room for Qin Mo. Qin Mo raised his claw, invisible spatial energy surging. Moments later, a seamless spatial blade sliced through the swallowing heaven golden toad's stomach pouch, cleaving it in two. Instantly, a torrent of contents erupted from the split pouch, raining down like a deluge. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen hurriedly dodged to a safe distance, avoiding the falling debris. Soon, the storm passed, and countless objects blanketed the ground around the swallowing heaven golden toad's stomach pouch. However, neither Jiang Zhiwen nor the others paid any attention to the debris. Instead, their gazes turned to Qin Mo in unison. A spatial ability. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu's faces were etched with shock. Any item involving time and space was invariably worth dozens or even hundreds of times more than comparable items of the same grade. The sole exception was spatial pouches. But that only applied to low-grade, small-sized spatial pouches. Once a spatial bag surpasses gold tier, its price also increases exponentially. Skills involving time and space, however, are even rarer. Even Qin Feng, backed by the Qin family of Jianchang, has only ever encountered one practitioner who mastered spatial skills. That individual was Lin Qing, a tutor at the Imperial Capital Academy, a terrifying presence at the peak of the King tier, 9th rank. Now, he had witnessed spatial skills manifesting in Qin Mo. This development left him utterly baffled. As for Du Qianyu beside him, her gaze was even more intense, a scorching stare that seemed capable of roasting Qin Mo alive, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Jiang Zhiwen, however, remained remarkably composed. After all, in her previous life, she had been a mythic tier practitioner. Her experience far surpassed that of Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. Though space-time abilities were rare, she'd encountered them frequently in her past life, so she remained unmoved. Secondly, she had grown accustomed to Qin Mo's peculiarities. At first, she would be startled whenever Qin Mo unleashed skills beyond his gold element. But as Qin Mo continued to unleash a variety of abilities, she gradually grew accustomed to such occurrences. Now, witnessing Qin Mo unleash a spatial ability, she merely flinched slightly before regaining her composure. Roar! Why are you staring at me? Go look around for something worthwhile. Feeling uncomfortable under Du Qianyu and Qin Feng's stares, Qin Mo let out a low growl and pointed his tail at the ground beside him. Du Qianyu and Qin Feng snapped out of their daze and turned their attention to examining the items that had spilled out of the swallowing heaven golden toad stomach pouch. Now we're talking. Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction and found a spot nearby to lie down and rest. Identifying treasures was best left to the experts. He was just an ordinary Irontail mountain spirit, no need to meddle in that. Seeing Qin Mo blatantly slacking off, Jiang Zhiwen shot him an amused glare but said nothing more, turning instead to join the treasure identifying group. After a thorough search, Jiang Zhiwen and the others actually found 6 treasures. A scroll radiating intense magical fluctuations, a head-sized jar, a palm-sized copper token, and 3 distinct pieces of equipment. Roar! Qin Mo first looked at the scroll in Qin Feng's hands, his face lighting up with curiosity. This is a random teleportation scroll. Noticing Qin Mo's gaze, Qin Feng immediately explained, once activated, this scroll can teleport you to a random location within a 1,000-mile radius. It's a pretty decent survival tool. Qin Mo instantly understood, then turned his gaze to the 3 pieces of equipment Du Qianyu held in her arms, his face lighting up with anticipation. What tier are these items? All 3 are purple gold grade equipment. Du Qianyu explained, but they're completely damaged now. We can only melt them down for materials. As she spoke, Du Qianyu couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Intact purple gold tier equipment, even if damaged, held immeasurable value. Unfortunately, these 3 pieces are utterly ruined, rendering them useless for any practical purpose. Their sole remaining value lies in extracting materials. While purple gold grade materials are precious, their value pales in comparison to that of intact purple gold grade equipment. Qin Mo withdrew his gaze in disappointment. He had thought they were gold grade equipment. Among his next 2 evolution paths, the Battle Beast evolution required devouring 3 gold grade equipment pieces. Though the Heart of the Dark Knight and the spear in Jiang Zhiwen's hands were both gold grade, both pieces of equipment currently served vital purposes. He certainly couldn't bring himself to devour them. He had hoped one of these 3 items might be gold grade, but now it seemed he had been wishful thinking. Qin Mo's gaze then fell upon the copper-colored token in the jar in Jiang Zhiwen's hands. Not only Qin Mo, but Du Qianyu and Qin Feng also turned their attention to those 2 items. Jiang Zhiwen had unearthed these from a pile of items, and their exact purpose remained unknown to them. Chapter 87, Crimson Blood Battle Demon and White Peak Mystic Gold. Noticing Qin Mo, Du Qianyu, and Qin Feng all looking at him, Jiang Zhiwen immediately spoke up. This jar contains the Crimson Blood Battle Demon. Roar! The Crimson Blood Battle Demon. The moment Jiang Zhiwen finished speaking, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. The War Beast evolution path required not only devouring 3 gold grade equipment pieces but also refining 10 liters of Crimson Blood War Essence. He had been fretting over where to find Crimson Blood Battle Essence, yet now it had practically delivered itself to his doorstep. Qin Mo's reaction left Qin Feng and Du Qianyu momentarily stunned. The name Crimson Blood Battle Essence was not unfamiliar to them. It was a silver-grade material rare, yet its niche applications limited its use to crafting specific potions for enhancing physical prowess, keeping its value relatively low. But why did Qin Mo react this way? Could it be that Crimson Blood War Essence had other uses? Knowing he needed it, Jiang Zhiwen smiled as she handed the jar to Qin Mo's lips. It's all yours. As far as she knew, the Irontail Mountain Lord had 2 known evolutionary paths. One was the Spectral Soul Lord path, involving absorbing and fusing with the Nether Core before devouring specters. The other was the path of the War Beast Lord, devouring and refining high-grade equipment and Crimson Blood War Essence. The former was the well-known evolutionary path within the Beastmaster realm. The latter, however, was discovered and verified later by Ivanka Vich, the genius beast tamer from the Frost Empire. It remains unknown to the outside world. It was only through her memories from her previous life that she knew the Crimson Blood War Demon held great value for the Irontail Mountain Lord. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given this niche, mediocre silver-grade material a second glance. Qin Mo naturally showed no courtesy to Jiang Zhiwen, snatching the jar and beginning to absorb and refine the Crimson Blood War Fiend within. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu's expressions grew increasingly astonished. The Crimson Blood Battle Essence could aid the Iron Tail Mountain Lord's evolution. Noticing their expressions, Jiang Zhiwen casually offered an explanation before tossing the copper-colored token in his hand.
This token contains quite a bit of Baiwei Xianjin. Who wants it? Qin Feng and Du Qianyu were startled upon hearing this. Could the Crimson Blood Battle Essence actually have such a use? If word got out, the price of Crimson Blood War Fiends would likely skyrocket. But upon hearing Jiang Zhiyun's second remark, they immediately set aside their astonishment at the Blood War Demon's utility and turned their attention to the token in her hand. White Peak Mystic Gold was a purple gold grade material. Unlike the niche-purpose Crimson Blood War Demon, White Peak Mystic Gold had extremely versatile applications. This material could be used to forge equipment, craft potions, inscribe arrays and talismans, and even for enchantments. Beyond these applications, White Peak Mystic Gold possessed another highly practical use: personal protection. After a drop of blood was added, Baiwei Xianjin could transform into a form-fitting soft armor that offered some degree of protection against attacks below the purple gold tier. While this function holds little value for Jiang Zhiwen himself, it proves exceptionally useful for Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. Give it to Qin. Du Qianyu hesitated for a moment before saying, he has the weakest survival skills. He needs the Baiwei Xianjin more than I do. Though she coveted such a treasure herself, she understood Qin Feng needed this life-saving item more than she did. With the protection of the Baiwei Xianjin soft armor, she and Jiang Zhiwen could proceed with greater ease in their subsequent actions, freeing them from the constant need to keep a watchful eye on Qin Feng. Seeing Du Qianyu decide so swiftly, Jiang Zhiwen gave a slight nod and immediately tossed the token to Qin Feng. Then this random teleportation scroll shall remain with Du Qianyu for her protection. Qin Feng caught the token and promptly handed the random teleportation scroll in her hand to Du Qianyu. Du Qianyu accepted it with delight. Though the random teleportation scroll was certainly less valuable than the Baiwei Xianjin, how could she not be delighted to gain a life-saving item? As for the 3 discarded purple gold grade equipment pieces, the trio divided them equally among themselves. Qin Feng then summoned Honling and used Phoenix Flames to melt down the token and the 3 completely destroyed purple gold grade equipment pieces. Soon, the process was complete. The trio gathered the refined materials and, joined by Qin Mo who had fully absorbed the Crimson Blood Battle Essence, pressed onward toward Howling Moon Ridge. Half a day later, the figures of Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiyun, and the others appeared amidst crimson-hued mountain ridges. The interior of the ridge was intensely scorching. Peak after peak resembled volcanoes, continuously spewing crimson smoke that dyed the sky a fiery red. Roar! What the hell is this place? It's unbearably hot. Qin Mo's gaze swept over the sparse, low-lying shrubs dotting the landscape, and he couldn't help but let out a low growl. Initially, he had assumed the environment of Howling Moon Ridge would be similar to the 3rd layer of the Trial's secret realm. But I never imagined it would be a mountain range of flames. His thick coat of fur was nothing but a burden in such an environment. Shriek! Hearing Qin Mo's complaints, the crimson-feathered creature in the sky let out a cheerful chirp. Unlike Qin Mo, possessing phoenix blood, it thrived in this environment like a fish in water. It seemed a major upheaval had indeed occurred within Howling Moon Ridge. Qin Fang's gaze swept over the surroundings. Frowning, he spoke with a grave expression. The Howling Moon Wolf King was a dual-element monster of ice and wind. Unless a major upheaval had occurred, how could the Howling Moon Ridge, which it had dominated for years, have transformed into this world seemingly composed entirely of flames? Du Qianyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. In such conditions, her combat effectiveness as an ice mage would undoubtedly be severely diminished. She feared she would be of little help in the upcoming operations. This was merely the outskirts of Howling Moon Ridge. They must press deeper to investigate. Jiang Zhiyun surveyed the surroundings, his expression growing equally grave. In her previous life, she had never heard of such a calamity befalling Howling Moon Ridge. The current state of Howling Moon Ridge was likely influenced by her rebirth. Under these circumstances, the information she had gathered about Howling Moon Ridge in her previous life would likely prove of little use. The group pressed onward. Soon, several corpses came into view. Roar! Members of the Dawn Cult. Qin Mo's gaze swept over the torch emblem on the corpse's clothing, and a low growl escaped his throat. Why must these persistent pests follow him everywhere? Their shadows lurked in the shallow Rest Valley secret realm, in the Jiangcheng Trial secret realm, and now, upon reaching Howling Moon Ridge, he still encountered them. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu also spotted the torch emblem, their expressions immediately darkening. Before the secret realm trials, they had always looked down on the Dawn Cult, a bunch of rats who only knew how to stir up trouble from the shadows. But after what happened in the trial realm, they dared not underestimate the Dawn sect anymore. Had it not been for Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun blocking Su Ji by the greatest threat and that mysterious silver tier level 9 monster within the secret realm, the previous trial would have resulted in catastrophic casualties. And this was merely a fraction of the Dawn sect's forces deployed for this operation. Outside the secret realm, the Dawn sect's operations were even more extensive. Led by 7 purple gold tier practitioners, nearly 100 gold and silver tier practitioners launched scattered attacks on cities surrounding Jiangcheng, causing immense chaos. Rumors even suggested several purple gold tier practitioners had perished in the chaos. Now, the turmoil at Howling Moon Ridge has been linked to the Dawn cult, casting a shadow over their hearts. Chapter 88, Instant Kill. In contrast, Jiang Zhiwen remained far more composed. Though the remnants of the Dawn cult were still formidable, their elite combat forces were under constant surveillance by the three great empires and numerous free cities. Even if the Dawn cult was involved in the Xiaoyu Ridge incident, at most only a few purple gold tier practitioners would have been involved. Moreover, the sect had recently orchestrated a large-scale operation, making it unlikely they could spare many forces for Xiaoyu Ridge in the short term. Jiang Zhiwen then stepped forward to examine the scene closely and quickly made a discovery. These fellows must have stumbled into this place while fleeing for their lives. Jiang Zhiwen withdrew his gaze and spoke. There were 7 bodies in total, 5 bronze tier practitioners and 2 silver tier ones. Such strength wouldn't make them completely helpless in Howling Moon Ridge, but attempting any trouble here would be nothing short of suicide. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The crucial point is that all these corpses died from excessive blood loss. The wounds on their bodies were inflicted by magic crystal charged guns. The magic crystal charged gun is one of the standard issue weapons of the Qinqing Empire's city guard, capable of dealing significant damage to practitioners below gold tier. The advantage of this standard issue weapon lies in its potent lethality and lack of skill requirements. Even untrained civilians could use it to threaten practitioners below gold rank. As for its drawbacks, each shot requires a lengthy recharge period, and it demands significant time to accumulate energy before firing. Consequently, the magic crystal charging rifle only proves effective in large-scale engagements. In close combat, the magic crystal charging gun is less effective than a simple bludgeon. Hearing this, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the turmoil at Howling Moon Ridge had nothing to do with the Dawn cult. Roar! Shriek! At that moment, Qin Mo and Hong Ling simultaneously let out warning cries. Jiang Zhiwen and the others immediately turned to look at Qin Mo and Hong Ling. Roar! It's a trap! We're surrounded by wolves! Screech! That's right! There's even a gold-ranked alpha wolf among them. Jiang Zhiwen and the others' eyes sharpened as they instantly shifted into combat mode. Soon, the wolves closed in from all directions. Leading them was a massive wolf, its entire body a fiery crimson. Its sharp fangs glinted menacingly in the sunlight. A crimson flame wolf. Seeing that massive wolf, Qin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. The crimson flame wolf was a mutated variant of the wind wolf, an extremely rare sight. Who would have thought they'd encounter one here? After mutating from wind-attributed wind wolves, crimson flame wolves not only retained their original wind attribute but also gained ice and fire attributes. Yes, ice attributes. Though named for fire, the crimson flame wolf was a rare monster possessing both ice and fire attributes. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze, however, was fixed on a massive silver-furred wolf. Shadowfawn Demon Soul Wolf. This creature possessed extraordinary intelligence and was notorious for its cunning and ruthlessness. Within the wolf pack, the Shadowfawn Soul Wolf always served as the strategist. The trap they just encountered was clearly the work of the Shadowfawn Soul Wolf. Yin Che, find an opportunity to take out that white wolf first. Jiang Zhiwen withdrew his gaze and turned to Qin Mo beside him. Though the Crimson Flame Wolf was the pack leader, the true core of the pack was that silver-ranked, 8th-tier Shadowfawn Demon Soul Wolf. Eliminating it would drastically reduce the threat posed by this pack. And Qin Mo, who wielded the spatial blade, was undoubtedly the best choice for this decapitation strike. Qin Mo nodded, his gaze locking onto the Shadowfawn Demon Soul Wolf within the pack. Though they shared the same silver rank, he was utterly confident he could eliminate that Shadowfawn Demon Soul Wolf swiftly. The Shadowfawn Demon Soul Wolf clearly sensed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's gaze and immediately retreated to the side of the Crimson Flame Wolf. Jiang Zhiwen observed the Shadowfawn Demon Soul Wolf's movement but paid it no mind, instead turning her attention to Qin Feng and Du Qianyu beside her. Qin, you have Hong Ling assist me in distracting that Crimson Flame Wolf. Qianyu, you're responsible for protecting Qin. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu nodded immediately. With the plan set, Jiang Zhiwen seized the initiative, charging toward the lead Crimson Flame Wolf with her spear raised. Qin Mo, however, leapt to the side and vanished in an instant. Shadow Leap. Hong Ling, follow him. Qin Feng barked the command, simultaneously casting several buffs onto Hong Ling. Shriek. Hong Ling let out a high-pitched, piercing bird call. With a powerful flap of its wings, it drew a fiery trail through the air as it dove straight toward the Crimson Flame Wolf. Awah! Simultaneously, the Crimson Flame Wolf let out a long howl, leading the pack in an attack against Jiang Zhiwen and the others. The Crimson Flame Wolf had intended to pick on Qin Feng, the softest target, but Jiang Zhiwen intercepted it mid-charge. After taking a shot from Jiang Zhiwen and, to its misfortune, triggering both a laceration and weakness curses simultaneously, the Crimson Flame Wolf had no choice but to redirect its attention back to Jiang Zhiwen. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu found themselves surrounded by the pack. Fortunately, Qin Feng had previously obtained the White Peak Mystic Gold, and now, protected by its soft armor and with Du Qianyu providing support from the side, she was safe for the time being.
As for Qin Mo, he lurked in the shadows, swiftly closing in on the Shadowfang demon soul wolf within the pack.
The Shadowfang demon soul wolf clearly sensed the approaching danger, repeatedly calling the pack to gather around it. Watching the Shadowfang demon soul wolf cowering within the pack, a flicker of mockery crossed Qin Mo's eyes. Thinking that would stop him? The next moment, a deep, thunderous roar erupted. Soul-severing sound kill. The invisible sonic wave swept through, causing blood to pour from the nostrils and ears of the surrounding wolves. Several unlucky ones fell into a state of chaos, charging wildly in all directions. The once tight protective circle instantly collapsed. Qin Mo wouldn't let such an opportunity slip. He raised his claw and swung it. Accompanied by an imperceptible spatial ripple, a blade of space shot out without a trace, striking the Shadowfang demon soul wolf squarely on the neck. The wolf's thick, resilient hide offered no protection whatsoever. A torrent of blood spurted forth as the massive wolf head flew skyward. Moments later, it slammed onto the ground, rolling several times before coming to rest at Qin Mo's feet. Qin Mo's gaze met the eyes on the wolf head, still frozen in shock and disbelief. He couldn't help but curl his lips. This was far too weak. He'd even started with a lethal move like the spatial blade just to be safe. Now it seemed like a complete waste of spiritual energy. Impressive. Qin Mo, currently under attack by the wolf pack, caught sight of this and couldn't help but shout his admiration. As a beast master who followed orthodox methods, he naturally recognized the Shadowfang demon soul wolves. He knew their traits well and understood the core of this pack. Watching Qin Mo dispatch this potential threat with such decisive efficiency, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Qin Mo's performance left him utterly stunned. Though he had witnessed Qin Mo in action multiple times and had a general understanding of his strength. But witnessing a silver-ranked, 8th-tier Shadowfang demon soul wolf protected by its pack instantly obliterated by Qin Mo still delivered a tremendous shock. Du Qianyu's reaction mirrored Qin Fang's. Yet amidst her awe, a complex mix of envy and disappointment stirred within her. She was a practitioner with S-class professional talent. Yet both Qin Mo, with her A-tier talent, and Jiang Zhiwen, with her D-tier talent, had already left her far behind. Especially Jiang Zhiwen. Not only was his personal strength beyond what one would expect from a beast master, but he had also contracted such a powerful contract beast. This was utterly unreasonable. Chapter 89, Fox Borrowing Tiger's Might. Meanwhile, the giant wolf tasked with guarding the Shadowfang demon soul wolf, seeing its charge instantly slain by Qin Mo, immediately charged at him with bloodshot eyes. Seeing this, Qin Mo flickered and vanished back into the shadows. He couldn't be bothered to waste his energy on these creatures. The giant wolf, having lost its target, let out a furious howl before abruptly turning its attack toward Qin Mo and Du Qianyu. The pressure on Qin Mo and Du Qianyu surged, leaving them inwardly cursing their luck. Especially Du Qianyu. The environment of Howling Moon Ridge already severely limited her power, reducing the effectiveness of her ice spells to less than half their usual potency. To make matters worse, she had to divert her energy to protect Qin Mo. Meanwhile, Qin Mo swiftly submerged near the Crimson Flame Wolf, raising his claw to hurl a jet of black light at the golden 5th-tier Wolfpack leader. Catastrophe descends. The black light pierced precisely into the Crimson Flame Wolf's body. As a flash of black light flickered, the Crimson Flame Wolf's movements instantly slowed to a crawl, as if a mountain had been placed upon its body. Slow curse. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiyun's eyes lit up. He immediately closed the distance, his spear searing through the Crimson Flame Wolf's body, leaving several gaping wounds. Mid-air, the Crimson Feather let out a piercing bird-like cry, followed by wisps of blue-green flames appearing on its body. Qin Mo glanced up at Hongling in surprise. Seems this scruffy bird's power has increased significantly. He recalled Jiang Zhiwen mentioning that Phoenix Flames came in 5 colors, their power increasing from weakest to strongest: green, blue, gold, white, and black. When he had fought Hongling on the underground boxing stage, it could only unleash the weakest green flames. Now, however, more than half of Hongling's green flames had transformed into blue ones, and it seemed the complete shift to blue was imminent. Such rapid advancement truly lived up to its reputation as the bloodline of a legendary hybrid. As Qin Mo pondered this, the flames surrounding Hongling rapidly coalesced, eventually solidifying into the shadowy form of a phoenix. Accompanied by Hongling's shrill, piercing cry, the phantom phoenix swiftly sliced through the sky, transforming into a dazzling line of fire that struck directly at the Crimson Flame Wolf. Flame Slash. A skill inherited from the phoenix bloodline. As the fiery streak closed in, a flash of terror flickered in the Crimson Flame Wolf's eyes, and it attempted to flee into the distance. Its instincts screamed that this flame slash posed a deadly threat. But how could it evade this blazing strike hurtling toward it, bound by the curse of slowness? The phantom phoenix struck the Crimson Flame Wolf's head with pinpoint accuracy, cleaving through its hardened skull. A piercing howl erupted from the Crimson Flame Wolf's mouth. Qin Mo beside it sighed inwardly. That damn bird sure knows how to pick its spots. Ignoring every other part of the body, it specifically targets the fiery wolf's hardest point. In the end, he'd have to finish it off himself. Qin Mo swiftly closed the distance to the wolf, lunging to bite its neck. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhiwen thrust his spear straight toward the gash on the wolf's head, the very wound split open by the Crimson Feather.
Facing the combined assault from Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, the Crimson Flame Wolf sensed a deadly threat.
Its eyes turned savage, and its aura began to surge rapidly.
Simultaneously, an unnatural crimson hue began to manifest across its body. Qin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He sensed a threat from the Crimson Flame Wolf that was deadly enough to kill.
Roar! Beast Master, watch out! It's about to self-detonate. Silver clear, run!
Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's voices rang out almost simultaneously, then both man and beast swiftly put distance between themselves and the Crimson Flame Wolf. The crimson feathered beast in the sky flapped its wings and soared directly upward. Seeing this, a flicker of human-like scorn passed through the Crimson Flame Wolf's eyes before it turned tail and fled.
The abnormal crimson hue on its body rapidly faded, and its previously rising aura began to plummet. We've been tricked. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen exchanged glances, both man and beast clearly seeing the awkwardness on each other's faces. Then, Qin Mo, stung by the humiliation, let out a low growl and vanished from the spot. If I let you get away now, that would be the last straw. Jiang Zhiwen, however, gave a somewhat self-deprecating chuckle.
Seriously, to actually fall for the fox borrowing the tiger's might skill. Fox borrowing tiger's might was a rare universal skill available to all classes. Its effect is straightforward, it mimics the appearance of another skill being cast to intimidate opponents.
As for actual power? None whatsoever.
Moreover, the skill carries a significant side effect. After activation, the caster enters a 12-hour period of severe weakness. It's fair to say this is a rather useless and peculiar skill. She hadn't expected the Crimson Flame Wolf to possess this peculiar skill either, and ended up falling for the trick in her momentary lapse. Shaking her head, Jiang Zhiwen then charged toward Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, who were under attack by the wolf pack, spear in hand. As for that Crimson Flame Wolf, she didn't believe it could escape the pursuit of her own contract beast. It had already inflicted numerous wounds on her, endured a flame strike from Hongling, and now faced the side effects of the fox borrowing tiger's might skill combined with the influence of catastrophe upon self. Under these circumstances, if that Crimson Flame Wolf could still escape her own contract beast, then she would have nothing more to say. Meanwhile, Hongling flapped its wings toward Qin Feng. Originally, it had intended to pursue the Crimson Flame Wolf, but since Qin Mo had already taken the lead, there was no need for it to chase after. It had witnessed Qin Mo's speed firsthand at full throttle. He was 3 points faster than itself. If that Crimson Flame Wolf could evade Qin Mo's pursuit, then even if it took over, the outcome would be no different. With Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling joining the fray, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu instantly felt the pressure ease. The surrounding wolf pack, unable to break through despite prolonged attacks, coupled with the escape of the Crimson Flame Wolf and the death of the Shadowfawn Demon Soul Wolf, began to show signs of retreat. Their once fierce assault noticeably slowed. Noticing this, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, 2 clusters of vital energy flew in from the distance, merging into Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Feng respectively. It seemed Yin Che had succeeded. After absorbing the essence, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but smile. She had successively slain the Swallowing Heaven Golden Toad and the Crimson Flame Wolf, 2 gold-tier monsters. Combined with the Shadowfawn Demon Soul Wolf and the Giant Wolf he'd slain while rescuing Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, his level had finally reached Silver Tier 2. Qin Feng's face also broke into a smile. After absorbing this cluster of life essence, he smoothly ascended to Bronze Tier 9. After defeating the Swallowing Heaven Golden Toad earlier, he hadn't gained much life essence since he'd mostly been tagging along, allowing Du Qianyu to catch up to his level. Now, he had finally widened the gap between them once more. As for Jiang Zhiwen, Qin Feng sighed inwardly. He had completely abandoned any thoughts of competing with Jiang Zhiwen. Although Hongling had awakened her phoenix bloodline, she still lagged significantly behind that freak, Qin Mo. He even harbored a faint premonition. Even if Hongling's phoenix bloodline continued to awaken, and she eventually succeeded in evolving into a phoenix, she likely still wouldn't be a match for Qin Mo. As for himself, it went without saying. Without the protection of his contract beast, he doubted he could withstand even 2 shots from that freak Jiang Zhiwen. Chapter 90, Howling Moon Peak. Not long after, Qin Mo appeared in the trio's line of sight, carrying the corpse of the Crimson Flame Wolf. Upon seeing the corpse on Qin Mo's back, the surrounding wolves, who had already begun to retreat, turned tail and fled into the distance. Jiang Zhiwen and his companions did not pursue them. Instead, their gazes fixed on the corpse on Qin Mo's back. Thud! Qin Mo walked before them and flung the Crimson Flame Wolf's corpse to the ground. Roar! Beastmaster, this one's yours. After all, the Crimson Flame Wolf was a golden-grade mutant monster. Unlike the devouring Heaven Golden Toad earlier, its corpse wasn't torn to shreds and still held some value. Therefore, after disposing of the Crimson Flame Wolf, Qin Mo went to the trouble of dragging the corpse back. Jiang Zhiwen immediately stepped forward to begin dissecting the corpse. Meanwhile, Qin Mo took the opportunity to examine his newly acquired skill. Frostfire Storm consumes mental energy to summon a Frostfire Storm, inflicting area of effect frostbite and scorching damage. After reading the skill description, Qin Mo couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The surrounding pack of wolves had retreated too soon, otherwise, he could have tested the skill's power. This was his first triple attribute skill.
Closing the attribute panel, Qin Mo turned his attention to Jiang Zhiwen beside him. Soon, Jiang Zhiwen finished processing the Crimson Flame Wolf. Just as Qin Mo had anticipated, the Crimson Flame Wolf truly was a treasure trove. Though the tattered wolf pelt was merely a silver-grade material, its dual-element nature combining wind, fire, and ice attributes granted the pelt the same triple-element properties. Whether used for crafting equipment or drawing talismans, this pelt held considerable utility. As for the Crimson Flame Wolf's fangs, they were an excellent material for crafting arrows. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhiwen doesn't use bows and arrows, so these fangs must be handed over to Qin Feng for processing. The Qin family would certainly be delighted to purchase these materials. Not only to foster a good relationship with Jiang Zhiwen, but also because the Qin family genuinely has a great need for such materials. Beyond that, the most valuable materials from the Crimson Flame Wolf are the two pouches within its body, one ice, one fire. The sacks themselves were merely silver-grade materials, versatile yet not particularly valuable. The true treasures lay within the ice seed and fire seed stored in each pouch. The ice seed and fire seed have only two uses. First, they can be administered to contract beasts to accelerate the evolution of those possessing the corresponding elemental attributes. Second, they can be refined and absorbed by practitioners to master the power of ice and fire. Precisely because of these two uses, ice seeds and fire seeds command exorbitant prices on the market. They are scarce commodities, with demand far outstripping supply. Every time they appear, they are snapped up in a frenzy. Needless to say, the pouch containing the fire seed was naturally assigned to Qin Feng. Hongling, possessing the bloodline of the phoenix, was undoubtedly the ideal candidate to consume the fire seed. As for the ice seed, it ultimately fell into Jiang Zhiwen's hands. Du Qinyu's profession was that of an ice mage. Even if she refined and absorbed the ice seed, the increase in her power would be quite limited. After deliberation, the trio ultimately decided Jiang Zhiwen should refine the ice seed. As for Qin Mo, upon learning the effects of the ice seed, he instantly lost interest in the thing. He wasn't an ice attribute user. Later, under Qin Mo's protection, Jiang Zhiwen successfully absorbed and refined the ice essence. Unfortunately, this time the system failed to trigger any feedback, which left Qin Mo somewhat disappointed. Once Hongling successfully refined the fire seed, the group pressed onward into the depths of Howling Moon Ridge. A day later, Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and the others appeared at the base of a steep mountain peak. The peak pierced the clouds like a straight spear, seemingly merging with the sky. Gusts of fierce winds swept across the summit, scattering the surrounding clouds and revealing a snow-white peak. At the base of the peak, however, lay a raging sea of flames. The flames and snow formed a distinct boundary at the mountain's midpoint, dividing the peak into two starkly contrasting halves. This was Howling Moon Peak, the lair of the Howling Moon Wolf King. Jiang Zhiwen gazed at the peculiar mountain ahead, his expression grave as he spoke. "Silver Clear and I will enter Howling Moon Peak to assess the situation. You remain here to provide backup." Throughout their journey, aside from the earlier ambush by the Crimson Flame Wolf and its pack, they had encountered no other monsters, not even a single corpse. Barring any surprises, the monsters within Howling Moon Ridge should all be gathered on this peak right now. Once they entered Howling Moon Peak, he and Qin Mo would inevitably face hordes of monsters, potentially even an attack from a purple gold-grade creature. As for the Howling Moon Wolf King being a Radiance tier monster, it was unlikely to personally intervene. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu exchanged a glance, their expressions turning bitter. Howling Moon Peak was the heart of Howling Moon Ridge. Once deep inside, if any real danger arose, Jiang Zhiwen would be burdened with two dead weights. There aren't many monsters around here. With Du Qianyu watching my back, I shouldn't be in any real danger. Qin Feng considered for a moment before speaking. "Let Hongling accompany you on this mission." Hongling possessed phoenix blood, granting her innate superiority over many monsters. Her potential contribution far exceeded his own. "Qin, you'd better be sure about this." Hearing this, Jiang Zhiwen immediately grew serious. This isn't a joke. While contract beasts didn't have that ridiculous restriction of never straying too far from their tamers, tamers generally wouldn't let their contract beasts act alone. First, the beastmaster's own strength is often weak, requiring the protection of their contract beast. Second, the contract beast also relies on the master's various skills for enhancement. Beyond that, the most crucial factor was that by staying close to their master, the beastmaster could instantly recall the beast into their system space, shielding it from many deadly dangers. It must be noted that while the death of a contract beast does not immediately cause backlash to the beastmaster, the resulting impact is still significant. This is because a deceased contract beast still occupies one of the contract beast slots. For beastmasters of gold rank and above, this is manageable. They can contract multiple contract beasts, and losing one merely slightly impacts their strength without completely crippling their combat ability. But for beastmasters below gold rank, it's a different story. If their contract beast dies, they have no choice but to dissolve the contract and endure the backlash. Otherwise, they would remain relatively weak until reaching gold rank. Jiang Zhiwen, that freak of nature, was an exception. Of course, besides breaking the contract and enduring the backlash, there is another path, requesting a healing profession skilled in high-level resurrection techniques to revive the contract beast.
But for the vast majority of beast masters below gold rank, this was nothing short of a fairy tale. After all, healers capable of advanced resurrection techniques are at least king-tier beings. Unless one had exceptionally powerful connections, beast masters below gold rank would rarely encounter such individuals, let alone secure their assistance. Qin Feng's decision to bring Hongling along on her current mission was undoubtedly a risky move. Should anything happen to Hongling, the Qin family of Jiangcheng lacked the influence to summon a practitioner skilled in advanced resurrection techniques. In that case, Qin Feng would have no choice but to dissolve the Beastmaster contract.
I understand.
Qin Feng took a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, I'm prepared for it. If Hongling really meets with some misfortune, then I can only blame my own bad luck.
Hearing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but glance up at Qin Feng.
He knew just how risky such a decision was for Qin Feng.
He never imagined Qin Feng would make the decision so decisively. Then I'll take Hongling with me on the mission.
Jiang Zhiwen pondered for a moment, his expression solemn. I will do everything in my power to ensure Hongling's safety. With that, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo and Hongling into the territory of Howling Moon Peak, their figures vanishing from Qin Feng and Du Qianyu's sight.
Chapter 91, Phoenix Blood Grass and Fire-Scaled Eels.
Shortly after entering the territory of Howling Moon Peak, Qin Mo's group encountered several packs of wolves. Strangely, however, the highest-ranked giant wolf among these packs was merely a silver 5th tier. Not a single one reached gold tier, let alone silver 9th tier. Such packs posed no threat to Qin Mo's group.
Red Feather effortlessly drove them back without Qin Mo or Jiang Zhiwen needing to intervene.
Under these circumstances, Qin Mo and his companions swiftly advanced toward the peak of Howling Moon Peak. As they climbed higher, the surrounding temperature steadily rose.
Eventually, not only Qin Mo but even Jiang Zhiwen began to struggle under the intense heat.
In the end, Qin Mo had no choice but to continuously cast the Emerald Wave Cage and Gale spell upon himself and Jiang Zhiwen, preventing the heat from forcing them back. Even so, the pace of both man and beast slowed considerably. In contrast, Hongling found the journey far easier. This environment was practically paradise for her. Eventually, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen simply let Hongling scout ahead, content to follow behind. Shriek! After venturing further in, Hongling suddenly flew back from ahead, emitting a low growl. There's a lava pool up ahead with some good stuff inside. But there are several big beasts guarding it. They're incredibly powerful, and I dared not approach to investigate. Hongling's voice sounded troubled. It sensed the immense benefit the items ahead held, but those formidable creatures were far beyond its ability to provoke.
Something valuable? Roar! Beastmaster, I'm going to check it out.
Hearing Hongling's words, Qin Mo's eyes lit up instantly. Forgetting the heat, he immediately dashed forward. Soon, 4 formidable auras appeared within Qin Mo's perception. These 4 auras were slightly stronger than the crimson flame wolves he'd encountered earlier, likely monsters of the 7th or 8th tier of the golden rank. Additionally, there was a very subtle aura, faint and elusive, making it difficult for Qin Mo to gauge its exact strength. This discovery instantly heightened Qin Mo's vigilance. Though his current level was only silver tier 1. But with the enhancement of the Heart of the Dark Knight, the Soul Nurturing technique, and the boost from system rewards, his mental power could now rival that of gold tier monsters and professionals.
Combined with the enhancement of Night Owl Perception, ordinary gold tier monsters stood no chance of evading his senses.
Given the current situation, there were only 2 possibilities. It was either a special type of monster, or its level surpassed gold rank. Either scenario was clearly bad news. After carefully assessing the situation and confirming it wasn't a misjudgment, Qin Mo swiftly retreated. Facing a monster whose true nature was unknown, he dared not rashly use sight to probe. Though stealthy, vision spell could still be detected when there was a significant disparity in mental power between the caster and the target. If he was unlucky enough to encounter a ghost, it wouldn't be surprising if the target traced the spell back to its caster.
Yin Che, what's the situation up ahead? Seeing Qin Mo retreat, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but ask. Roar! There are 5 monsters guarding the way ahead 4 gold tier, and 1 whose strength is unknown. As for the good stuff that feathered bird mentioned, I haven't sensed anything.
After hearing Qin Mo's report, Jiang Zhiwen's face immediately grew pensive.
It seems to be some sort of fire attribute treasure with a particularly concealed aura. Hongling possesses Phoenix bloodline, which is why she could sense the treasure's presence. 4 gold tier monsters and 1 of unknown origin.
Jiang Zhiwen pondered for a moment before turning to Qin Mo. Yin Che, use your sight technique to take a look. She was well aware of the limitations of the sight vision spell. But she was also deeply curious about what this good thing Hongling had mentioned truly was. Something capable of attracting Hongling, who possessed Phoenix blood, couldn't be just any ordinary treasure. If they really were that unlucky to be discovered, then so be it. After all, before leaving, she had gathered quite a few valuable items from the city guard's treasury.
They certainly weren't short on life-saving tools now.
Upon hearing Jiang Zhiwen's words, Qin Mo offered no rebuttal and immediately cast the vision spell.
2 beams of white light shot from Qin Mo's eyes, vanishing into the void.
Soon, a lava pool about 100 meters in diameter appeared in Qin Mo's vision. Four massive wolves with fiery red fur stood beside the pool, heads lowered as they leisurely licked the molten lava within. Within the pool, a serpentine creature with golden scales and wings swam in circles around three strange plants. The strange grass stood about 30 centimeters tall, its entire body radiating a crimson gold hue. Faint patterns of phoenixes twirling in flight could be discerned upon its surface. Qin Mo glanced left and right, confirming he hadn't missed any details, before voluntarily ending the sight spell.
The vision vanished, and immediately, Qin Mo met the expectant gazes of Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling.
Qin Mo, of course, held nothing back, immediately describing the vision he had witnessed.
Fire-scaled eels and phoenix blood grass?
Upon hearing Qin Mo's description, Jiang Zhiwen's eyes lit up instantly. Both were rare treasures. The phoenix blood grass needed no introduction, it was clearly the valuable item Hongling had sensed earlier. Legend held that phoenix blood grass was formed from the blood of the blazing phoenix, offering immense benefits to fire attribute beasts. Hongling, possessing phoenix bloodlines, could perfectly absorb the herb's potency. Moreover, the phoenix blood grass could be used to concoct several precious potions, each offering tremendous enhancements to practitioners. There were even rumors of adventurers awakening a second profession after consuming it.
However, this rumor remains unverified, both in my past life and present existence.
Even so, this does nothing to diminish the phoenix blood grass's value. The fire-scaled eel, meanwhile, is a treasure trove of resources. Its scales, teeth, skin, and flesh all serve vital purposes, and even its internal organs can substantially enhance a practitioner's attributes. Beyond that, the fire-scaled eel is a prized ingredient coveted by countless chefs. Not only is its flavor exquisite, but the attribute boosts from dishes made with it far surpass those of treasures of the same grade. Noticing Jiang Zhiwen's expression, Qin Mo's heart instantly lurched. Roar! Beastmaster, calm down. That's a suspected purple gold grade monster. As for the 4 golden grade red-furred giant wolves nearby, Qin Mo couldn't be bothered to mention them. Compared to a purple gold grade monster, the threat posed by those 4 gold grade red-furred giant wolves was utterly negligible. I know that fire-scaled eel is suspected to be purple gold grade, Jiang Zhiwen said impatiently. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I won't do anything without being certain. After speaking, Jiang Zhiwen turned to Hongling. Hongling, we might need you to ignite your phoenix bloodline shortly. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Zhiwen would never suggest Hongling actively ignite her phoenix bloodline. But with the phoenix blood grass at stake, Jiang Zhiwen had no such reservations. As long as they secured the phoenix blood grass, Hongling could fully replenish the phoenix bloodline she sacrificed and might even surpass her original level. Screech! Hongling nodded, signaling her understanding. Though burning her phoenix bloodline would be a tremendous sacrifice, it would be worth it if she could seize the phoenix blood grass. Then, Jiang Zhiwen turned to Qin Mo. Roar! Rest assured, I won't hold back when it matters. Qin Mo growled softly, sighing inwardly. He had finally regained the levels he'd lost in the trial realm, climbing back up to silver rank. Great, looks like I'll be back in bronze before long. But complaints aside, if the situation truly became urgent, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his rank. After all, the phoenix blood grass and fire-scaled eel were so important to his beastmaster that their value was undoubtedly far greater than he imagined. If he could truly succeed in obtaining them, then even dropping back to bronze rank would be worth it. Chapter 92, Flame Incarnate. After the discussion, Qin Mo and his group swiftly approached the lava pool. Soon, the figures of 4 massive red-furred wolves came into view. Oh whoa! Sensing their approach, the 4 golden tier red-haired giant wolves immediately let out warning howls. They sensed an oppressive pressure emanating from Qin Mo's very bloodline, while Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling beside him also gave off a faint sense of threat. Therefore, the wolves did not attack immediately, instead attempting to scare off Qin Mo's group. Qin Mo paid no heed to the wolves' warning. With a powerful leap from his feet, he instantly charged toward the nearest red giant wolf. A faint tiger's roar echoed through the air, causing the 4 red-haired giant wolves to instinctively take a step back. Beast King's might, when acting, there is a certain probability of intimidating beast-type monsters whose bloodline tier is no higher than one's own. This was an exceptionally practical passive skill, often yielding unexpected results during group battles. Had they not been besieged by a flock of death crows in the trial's secret realm earlier, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen would have ended the battle even faster thanks to the Beast King's might. Watching the 4 red-haired giant wolves retreat in fear, Qin Mo held nothing back. He raised his claw and swung it, sending an invisible spatial blade hurtling toward the farthest red-haired giant wolf. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling both struck, engaging the remaining 2 red-furred giant wolves. The fire-scaled eel in the lava pool continued to circle around the phoenix bloodgrass, showing no intention of joining the fight. For it, the paramount task was safeguarding these 3 phoenix bloodgrasses. Truthfully, if those 4 red-haired giant wolves hadn't been relatively docile and hadn't set their sights on the phoenix bloodgrass, it wouldn't have tolerated their presence nearby. So why should it care about the fate of those 4 red-furred giant wolves now? With the fire-scaled eel standing idly by, Qin Mo and his group gradually gained the upper hand. Though all 4 red-furred giant wolves were gold tier, both Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen possessed the strength to take on a gold tier monster in single combat.
Jiang Zhiwen, wielding her spear, quickly gained the upper hand against the red-haired giant wolf she was fighting. Qin Mo, meanwhile, held his own against two opponents. He had severely wounded one red-furred giant wolf with his spatial blade from the outset. Coupled with the occasional activation of the Beast King's might, intimidation effect, the pressure he faced at this moment was actually quite manageable. Hongling's strength naturally couldn't compare to Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Yet it possessed an advantage neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiwen had, the ability to fly and move with remarkable agility. The red-furred giant wolf it had engaged could only occasionally retaliate with bursts of fireballs, otherwise forced into a defensive stance. By comparison, the weakest red feather was actually the most relaxed member of Qin Mo's group. Soon after, the red-haired giant wolf locked in combat with Jiang Zhiwen let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground, utterly still. After ascending to silver rank, Jiang Zhiwen's combat prowess had surged beyond comparison to her strength before entering the trial's secret realm. Moreover, the spear in her hands had unlocked its first forging seal due to her level increase, greatly amplifying its power. Leveraging the triple effects imbued within her spear, she unsurprisingly ended her battle first. A large mass of vital essence flew out from the red-haired giant wolf's corpse and entered Jiang Zhiwen's body. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in Qin Mo's ears. However, engrossed in combat, he had no time to focus on the newly acquired reward. He immediately dragged the two red-haired giant wolves toward Jiang Zhiwen. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen then joined forces, swiftly dispatching the remaining two red-haired giant wolves. Seeing its companions fall one after another, the last red-furred giant wolf immediately abandoned the red feather and fled into the distance. But Qin Mo wasn't about to let this prize slip through his fingers. A silent spatial blade sliced through the air, severing the wolf's hind legs cleanly. Jiang Zhiwen, who had rushed to the scene, immediately finished it off with a spear thrust. Jiang Zhiwen absorbed a vast amount of vital essence, though the life energy from the 4 golden-grade red-haired giant wolves fell short of elevating him to silver tier 3. Meanwhile, Qin Mo took advantage of Jiang Zhiwen's absorption to examine the system rewards he had obtained. The life essence from the 4 red-haired giant wolves triggered 2 system rewards for Qin Mo. The first reward was relatively commonplace, merely a single level increase. For Qin Mo at this stage, such a reward wasn't bad, but it hardly stirred any emotion in him. The second reward, however, was a skill named Flame Incarnation. Flame Avatar consumes all mental energy to enter the Flame Soul state for 10 minutes. In Flame Soul state, fire attribute attack power increases, and the user can freely switch between flame form and physical form. After reading the skill description, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. This was some pretty good luck. According to the information he had gathered, Flame Avatar was a signature skill of elemental mages. As a branch skill of Elemental Avatar, elemental mages typically had to reach the purple gold tier before learning it. The defining feature of Elemental Avatar skills is immunity to attacks of the corresponding element. Additionally, while in Elemental Avatar form, the caster could disperse and reform at will, greatly enhancing combat flexibility. Satisfied, Qin Mo closed the attribute panel and turned his gaze to Jiang Zhiwen beside him. Should we take down that fire-scaled eel? Having mastered the Flame Avatar skill, his confidence was undeniably boosted. At least in Flame Avatar form, this fire-scaled eel stood no chance against him. This inflated his confidence considerably, and he began to set his sights on the fire-scaled eel. Jiang Zhiwen had long since grown accustomed to Qin Mo's sudden level-ups. Seeing Qin Mo look at her, Jiang Zhiwen immediately spoke up, prioritize capturing the phoenix bloodgrass. We'll decide on the fire-scaled eel based on the situation. Upon close inspection, she could confirm that the fire-scaled eel had reached the purple gold tier. Unlike the swallowing heaven golden toad, which wasn't known for its combat prowess, the fire-scaled eel ranked among the top fighters among beasts of the same level. Just securing the phoenix bloodgrass would likely require Hongling to ignite her phoenix bloodline, and she'd have to sacrifice some of her trump cards in the process. If she truly attempted to kill this fire-scaled eel, she would likely have to sacrifice her entire fortune. Fire-scaled eels were indeed precious, especially one like this one before her, having reached the purple gold rank. But staking everything on a single fire-scaled eel was clearly an unwise choice. Moreover, she couldn't guarantee success even if she played every last card. If it managed to escape, she'd truly lose both the battle and the war. Chapter 93, Snatching Food from the Mouth of a Fish. Roar! Upon hearing Jiang Zhiwen's words, Qin Mo nodded and turned his gaze toward the fire-scaled eel in the lava pool. As if sensing their intent, the fire-scaled eel lashed its tail, its jaws clacking like clashing metal, a clear warning to Qin Mo and his companions. Qin Mo and his group immediately retreated several paces. Defeating those 4 golden-grade giant wolves had already drained their strength considerably. Confronting the fire-scaled eel now would undoubtedly lead to a severe disadvantage. Seeing Qin Mo's group retreat, the fire-scaled eel immediately withdrew its attention and resumed circling the phoenix bloodgrass. These 3 phoenix bloodgrasses were nearing full maturity. At this critical juncture, the eel would not rashly abandon its post. Meanwhile, Qin Mo and his group hurriedly consumed potions to restore their condition. According to Jiang Zhiwen's assessment, the 3 phoenix bloodgrasses were about to reach maturity. If they didn't act before the phoenix blood grass matured, they'd have to search for it inside the fire-scaled eel's belly. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen took the opportunity to share some characteristics of the fire-scaled eel with Qin Mo and Hongling. Shortly after, Qin Mo finished recovering and immediately turned to Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling beside him. Both man and bird nodded in unison. Roar! I'll make the first move. You two provide support from the flanks. Qin Mo growled lowly and charged forward first. Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling followed closely behind. Seeing Qin Mo's fierce charge, the fire-scaled eel in the lava pool immediately warned with a cry. Simultaneously, it whipped its tail, sending a torrent of molten lava hurtling like a cannonball straight toward Qin Mo. Such an attack posed no threat to Qin Mo. He casually sidestepped the incoming lava and continued closing in on the fire-scaled eel. Seeing this, the fire-scaled eel flew into a rage. That earlier strike had merely been a warning. If this Iron-Tail Mountain Lord had sensed the danger and retreated, it would have been one thing. But to dare approach so recklessly, showing no fear of death. In the next instant, the fire-scaled eel's tail rose high before slamming down forcefully onto the molten lava. The splattering molten lava swiftly coalesced into a massive, crimson hammer and a flaming longsword. Lava creation magic. The hammer and sword, coalesced into tangible forms, seemed to possess a life of their own as they swiftly closed in on Qin Mo from both sides. Seeing this, Qin Mo's eyes narrowed as he opened his mouth to spew forth two wind blades. The blades struck the hammer and sword head-on, one from the left and one from the right. To Qin Mo's disappointment, however, the wind blades left not even a trace upon the weapons forged from molten lava. The molten sword and hammer paused only briefly before resuming their advance toward him. Realizing the wind blades were ineffective, Qin Mo immediately accelerated toward the lava pool. He had no desire to clash head-on with that hammer and sword. After all, those weapons were forged from molten lava, while he was flesh and blood. A direct clash would only leave him at a disadvantage. The hammer and sword attempted to pursue, but were swiftly intercepted by Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling. Jiang Zhiwen faced the lava sword. With her masterful spear skills, she easily suppressed it completely. In contrast, Hongling fared much worse, merely using her speed to engage the molten hammer in a stalemate, preventing it from closing in on Qin Mo. Seeing this, the fire-scaled eel in the lava pool raised its tail once more and brought it crashing down. Thud! A dull collision echoed as a ring of fiery ripples radiated outward from the fire-scaled eel. Wherever the fiery ring passed, the hard rock beneath the ground melted instantly, revealing just how scorching its temperature truly was. Fire ring repulsion. This was a common skill among spellcasting classes, conjuring a ring of fire to push back nearby targets while dealing flame damage. In the hands of ordinary spellcasters, a repel fire ring typically measured only 3 to 5 meters in diameter. Yet when unleashed by the fire-scaled eel, its range had expanded by more than tenfold. As for its power? The difference was like night and day. As the ring of fire spread toward him, Qin Mo leapt into the air, his limbs instantly swirling with delicate green whirlwinds. Wind Spirit Body. Leveraging the brief flight granted by this form, Qin Mo swiftly soared toward the lava pool, aiming directly for the 3 phoenix blood grasses. Seeing this, the fire-scaled eel emitted a metallic screech from its jaws. Its serpentine, elongated body shot upward, 2 pairs of small wings beneath its gills flapping rapidly to maintain its hovering position. Its golden fish eyes fixed on Qin Mo as he rapidly approached, blazing with murderous intent. Foolhardy. As Qin Mo charged forward, the fire-scaled eel instantly raised its tail, swinging it down with a crushing blow. Challenging my strength? A fierce glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He flicked his tail upward, meeting the descending fish tail head-on. Tiger tail and fish tail collided violently. Both were sent flying backward several paces, then stared at each other in astonishment. Qin Mo hadn't expected the fire-scaled eel's strength to be so formidable. His strength, bolstered by system rewards and the Greenwood body tempering technique, had long reached the golden tier level. Yet against a monster like the fire-scaled eel, which wasn't known for its strength, he hadn't gained the upper hand? The golden fish eyes of the fire-scaled eel were filled with utter bewilderment. While strength wasn't its primary attribute, it was still a purple gold tier existence. Its power shouldn't be much weaker than that of an ordinary gold tier monster. How could a mere silver tier 2 Iron-Tail Mountain Lord match it blow for blow in raw strength? Though judging by the distance both retreated, the earlier clash of strength had given it a slight edge, this clearly wasn't the outcome it desired. Perplexed though it was, the fire-scaled eel's movements showed no hesitation. Its 2 pairs of small wings flapped rapidly as it lunged forward, snapping its jaws at Qin Mo. Flames rapidly gathered within its jaws, coalescing into razor-sharp fiery fangs. Blazing flame shatterbite. Qin Mo met the attack head-on, neither dodging nor retreating. Just as the fire-scaled eel was about to bite him, a layer of earth-yellow scales suddenly appeared on Qin Mo's body rock scale technique. Though Qin Mo rarely used this skill due to his combat style, its defensive efficacy was undeniable. The fiery fangs collided with the rock scales, producing a sharp, crisp cracking sound. Dense cracks spread across the hard rock scales, as if they might shatter at any moment. Seizing the moment, Qin Mo flicked his claw, hurling a ball of black light at the fire-scaled eel. Curse of Calamity. A dark blue glow instantly flickered across the fire-scaled eel's body. Sensing the change in its condition, the fire-scaled eel immediately raised its tail and lashed out at Qin Mo. Qin Mo was sent flying backward, the rock scales on his body shattering completely. Yet, a smile spread across his face. His reason for choosing to endure the fire-scaled eel's scorching flame shatter bite head-on was to ensure the Calamity descend skill landed with 100% accuracy. He knew full well that with his current strength, alongside Jiang Zhiwen and Hong Ling, the Calamity upon flesh skill was absolutely crucial to defeating this fire-scaled eel. Only by continuously weakening the fire-scaled eel's condition with catastrophe upon flesh would they stand a chance of defeating this purple gold tier creature. Of course, this depended on the fire-scaled eel not possessing a talent like the Trial Secret Realm's Roaring General, something akin to immunity to all evils, that could resist or weaken the effects of Calamity's curse. If Calamity's curse proved ineffective, their only option would be to grab the Phoenix Bloodgrass and make a hasty retreat. Judging by the dark blue glow flickering over the fire-scaled eel, his luck this time was exceptionally good. This fire-scaled eel before them was no freak like the Roaring General. Chapter 94, Phoenix Bloodgrass secured. While Qin Mo battled the fire-scaled eel, Jiang Zhiwen and Hong Ling dealt with the massive hammer and longsword formed from molten lava. Jiang Zhiwen then applied a sky riding talisman to herself. Bird and Rider swiftly charged toward the three phoenix bloodgrasses from different directions. Seeing this, the fire-scaled eel immediately attempted to shake off Qin Mo and intercept Jiang Zhiwen and Hong Ling. Qin Mo, of course, wouldn't let it escape so easily. Borrowing the fleeting flight ability granted by his wind spirit body, he flickered forward and blocked the fire-scaled eel's path. Woo! Get out of the way! The fire-scaled eel roared furiously, opening its mouth to spew a fan-shaped blast of flame toward Qin Mo. Fiery breath. Qin Mo's heart skipped a beat. A crimson glow instantly enveloped his body, transforming his entire form into dancing flames. Flame Avatar. The fan-shaped flame struck Qin Mo's body, yet failed to inflict any damage. Flame Avatar? Jiang Zhiwen, who was charging toward the Phoenix Bloodgrass, caught sight of this scene. A look of astonishment flashed across her exquisite features. Though she had witnessed Qin Mo wielding the Vision and Curse of Calamity, both class-exclusive skills, those abilities carried no level requirements. Flame Avatar, however, was a genuine class-specific skill. Under normal circumstances, only elemental mages who had reached purple gold rank or higher could learn it. Her contract beast could now master exclusive skills from other professions, completely ignoring level requirements? Even Jiang Zhiwen, long accustomed to Qin Mo's peculiarities, couldn't help but feel astonished. Hong Ling also sensed Qin Mo's transformation. However, the Phoenix Bloodgrass held such a powerful allure that it merely glanced at Qin Mo before withdrawing its gaze and charging resolutely toward the plant. In contrast, the fire-scaled eel's reaction was far more dramatic. The purple gold monster's golden fish eyes brimmed with disbelief. Even the two pairs of small wings beneath its gills froze, unable to sustain its hovering posture. How could this be? A mere silver tier 2 Irontail Mountain Lord could remain unscathed by its own flames. Its flames were so intense that even monsters of the same rank couldn't withstand them head-on. But soon, the disbelief in the fire-scaled eel's eyes was replaced by rage. Qin Mo had already shifted from his flame form back into his physical body and was rapidly closing in on the fire-scaled eel. Woo! Woo! This never ends! The fire-scaled eel's furious voice echoed as it raised its tail and slammed it down with tremendous force. Countless chains of flame shot out from the molten lava pool, closing in on Qin Mo from all directions. 10,000 flames locking the sky. Faced with flames assaulting him from all sides, Qin Mo had no choice but to shift back into his flame form. The fiery chain struck Qin Mo's body, piercing through him effortlessly without inflicting any damage. Qin Mo then advanced toward the fire-scaled eel once more. This time, the fire-scaled eel didn't even glance at Qin Mo, charging straight toward the red feather closest to the Phoenix Bloodgrass. Seeing this, Qin Mo immediately prepared to switch back to his physical form to stop the fire-scaled eel. But the moment he moved, the surrounding flame chains coiled around him as if possessed of their own will. Faced with this, Qin Mo had no choice but to remain in his flame state. He dared not risk his own flesh and blood to test the power of these fiery chains. Shrill! Sensing danger approaching, Hong Ling immediately let out a shrill, piercing cry as multicolored flames swiftly ignited upon her body. A phantom phoenix appeared behind Hong Ling, radiating an aura of noble and majestic presence. The fire-scaled eel froze upon seeing the phantom phoenix, its body trembling involuntarily. As prey on the phoenix's menu, the fire-scaled eel's fear of the phoenix was ingrained deep within its bloodline. Even a mere phantom image of the phoenix still instilled dread in this fire-scaled eel. But upon seeing Hong Ling steadily approach the Phoenix Bloodgrass, the fire-scaled eel swiftly suppressed its fear. The two pairs of small wings beneath its gills flapped rapidly as it shot toward Hong Ling. It's just a phantom image of a phoenix, not the real thing. Nothing to be afraid of. Shriek! Seeing this, Hong Ling abandoned the Phoenix Bloodgrass altogether and turned to confront the fire-scaled eel. A golden phoenix flame erupted from the crimson feather's beak, engulfing the charging fire-scaled eel. The fire-scaled eel refused to be outdone, opening its mouth to unleash its own breath.
A crimson line of fire shot from its jaws, colliding with the phoenix flame.
Though Hongling's phoenix flame possessed superior quality, the fire-scaled eel ultimately held the advantage of its higher level.
Under the onslaught of crimson flames, the golden phoenix fire gradually lost ground, the scarlet flames steadily closing in on Red Feather. Screech! Seeing this, the crimson-feathered phoenix let out another piercing cry. The phantom phoenix behind it suddenly blurred significantly. Simultaneously, a jet of flame erupted from the phantom's mouth, striking toward the fire-scaled eel. Flame slash! The fire-scaled eel couldn't dodge in time, its body torn open by a gruesome wound. The phoenix flames clung to the wound like a festering sore, relentlessly scorching the fire-scaled eel. The fire-scaled eel let out a piercing scream, and the flames spewing from its mouth rapidly dissipated. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Mo's eyes. Red Feather had actually wounded the fire-scaled eel. The enhancement granted by igniting the phoenix bloodline was far greater than he had imagined. Amidst his astonishment, Qin Mo maintained his flame form and charged swiftly toward the fire-scaled eel. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen seized the moment the fire-scaled eel was entangled by Red Feather. He swiftly reached the phoenix blood grass, his hand glowing crimson as he uprooted all three plants. After securing them, Jiang Zhiwen immediately tossed the phoenix blood grass into the system space. Then, while the effect of the sky riding talisman still lingered, she swiftly flew toward the edge of the lava pool. Having its phoenix blood grass snatched right from under its nose, the fire-scaled eel let out an enraged shriek. Its tail lashed wildly, slapping the molten pool and sending sparks of lava flying everywhere. Qin Mo and Hongling glanced at the enraged fire-scaled eel before swiftly escaping the lava pool. Woo! Where do you think you're going? Stay right here. Seeing Qin Mo and Hongling attempt to flee, the fire-scaled eel roared furiously and charged straight at Qin Mo. Simultaneously, countless chains of flame intertwined, forming a vast net that descended toward Hongling. Hongling flapped her wings, sending two bursts of flame soaring into the air. They stretched and expanded mid-flight, eventually coalescing into twin blades of fire that sliced the encroaching net to shreds. Qin Mo's counter was simpler. He opened his mouth and expelled a storm of frost and flame that rapidly coalesced, blocking the fire-scaled eel's path. Frost firestorm. Though the frost within the storm melted rapidly under the surrounding environment, the flame's power surged dramatically, amplified by the environment and the flame's soul state. Moreover, under the cover of the storm, Qin Mo silently hurled a spatial blade at the fire-scaled eel. Dual techniques combined. The enraged fire-scaled eel, having lost its usual vigilance, charged headlong into the advancing flamestorm without hesitation. A space blade then struck its body. The eel's dense scales proved utterly useless against the spatial blade. Gushing blood marked the creature as a gruesome wound instantly carved into its body. Chapter 95, Escape to Freedom. Woo! The fire-scaled eel let out a piercing wail of agony. The damage inflicted by this spaceblade was no less than the flame slash unleashed earlier by Red Feather in his burning phoenix bloodline state, perhaps even more devastating. At least against the flame slash, the fire attribute monster fire-scaled eel possessed some degree of resistance. The spatial blade, however, sliced right through its scales, inflicting lethal damage. In the next instant, the fire-scaled eel's golden eyes were covered in blood. Staring fixedly at Qin Mo, it charged recklessly toward him. It was a creature of purple gold rank, yet it had been wounded by a mere silver tier 2 Irontail Mountain Lord. This was an utter disgrace. Facing the enraged fire-scaled eel, Qin Mo immediately fled toward the distance. Having consecutively unleashed both Calamity's Curse and Spatial Blade, two skills that drained his mental energy severely, his reserves were now nearly depleted. Though he remained within his flame avatar form, shielding him from the fire-scaled eel's attacks. But if this purple gold tier monster managed to latch onto him, once the flame avatar's duration ended, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The fire-scaled eel pursued while Qin Mo fled, and they soon escaped the lava pool's reach. Amidst this relentless pursuit, the flame avatar's duration finally reached its end. Watching the fire-scaled eel closing in, Qin Mo sighed inwardly and prepared to exhaust his potential to fight the monster to the death. Just then, a flash of black light suddenly flickered across the fire-scaled eel's body. In the next instant, countless dark red runes rapidly materialized, coalescing into chains that tightly bound the fire-scaled eel. Immediately, the sky above darkened, swarming with black clouds. Moments later, streaks of blue-purple lightning pierced through the clouds and crashed down, striking the fire-scaled eel with pinpoint accuracy. Wherever the lightning struck, the fire-scaled eel's scales shattered instantly, blood spattering everywhere as countless tiny wounds erupted across its body. Under the relentless thunder assault, the fire-scaled eel's serpentine body writhed in agony. Soon, it could no longer sustain flight, plummeting helplessly toward the ground. Qin Mo, who had been preparing to fight desperately, saw this and was overjoyed. Finally, a useful curse effect. Curse Thunder Bind? Jiang Zhiwen, who was fleeing with Hongling, caught a glimpse of this and a look of surprise flashed across his face. That fire-scaled eel was unlucky even getting cursed like this. The core of this skill didn't lie in the relentless thunderbolts, but in the dark crimson rune chains that bound the fire-scaled eel. These rune chains possessed a debuff that steadily reduced the target's resistance to lightning attacks. Ironically, the fire-scaled eel's innate lightning resistance was alarmingly low. Even under normal circumstances, lightning attribute attacks hold a significant advantage against the fire-scaled eel. For such a lightning-weak monster to randomly trigger a curse like the lightning bind spell was nothing short of its own misfortune. Surprised, Jiang Zhiwen immediately pulled out 2 silver talismans and hurled them at the struggling fire-scaled eel. The silver talismans ignited mid-air without flame, followed by 2 silver bolts of lightning crashing down, striking the fire-scaled eel with pinpoint accuracy. Beside it, Hongling flapped its wings, sending 2 blazing phoenix flames hurtling toward the fire-scaled eel. Like a flesh-eating ulcer, the flames clung to its body, steadily draining its vitality. Qin Mo seized this moment to create distance between himself and the fire-scaled eel, then hurled a spatial blade toward it. Instantly, a new, gruesome wound appeared on the fire-scaled eel's body. The fire-scaled eel glared furiously at Qin Mo and his companions, but bound by the runic chains, it could only vent its rage by repeatedly spewing fireballs at them. Such attacks posed no real threat to Qin Mo and his companions. After several fruitless attempts, the fire-scaled eel gradually calmed down. Then, with a powerful flick of its tail, a ring of fire rapidly expanded outward from the center of the fire-scaled eel. Fire resistance ring. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen scrambled to evade. The destructive power of this repelling ring was undeniable. A direct hit would be fatal, or at the very least, take away most of one's life. Especially Qin Mo, now that he had shed his flame avatar form, he dared not take any risks. The crimson feather in midair remained unaffected by the ring. However, it dared not approach the fire-scaled eel either, forced to rely on the phoenix flame to wear it down from a distance. While effective, the results were far from significant. After forcing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen back, the fire-scaled eel lashed its tail once more. The expanding fire resistance ring seemed to respond to some summoning. Its flickering flames rapidly coalesced, transforming into a dense barrage of flaming arrows. In the next instant, a torrent of fiery arrows engulfed Qin Mo and his companions. Flame gathering. This skill, like lava creation, was one of the abilities fire mages could learn. However, when these 2 skills are cast by ordinary fire mages, they pale in comparison to the current spectacle. Inche, come back! Seeing the fire-scaled eel unleash its flame-gathering and weapon-condensing technique, Jiang Zhiwen immediately raised his right hand and shouted at Qin Mo. Qin Mo instantly understood, abandoning his resistance and transforming into a streak of light that was drawn into the beast-taming space. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhiwen produced a pale golden talisman and crushed it in her hand. A layer of pale golden light swiftly enveloped Jiang Zhiwen, ultimately coalescing into the phantom image of a golden bell. Purple gold-grade golden bell talisman. This was a valuable item Jiang Zhiwen had discovered in the city guard's treasury. Once activated, the illusory bell could perfectly block the vast majority of purple gold-grade attacks. The flaming arrows struck the bell's phantom form, sending ripples across its surface. Fortunately, the purple gold-grade golden bell talisman's defense proved formidable. Even after the overwhelming barrage of flaming arrows was exhausted, the illusory golden bell remained standing. As for Red Feather, it had already flown far away when the fire-scaled eel unleashed its gathering flames and condensing soldier's technique, completely avoiding the barrage of flaming arrows. After withstanding the fire-scaled eel's assault, Jiang Zhiwen did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he signaled Hongling and turned to flee. In that brief moment, the effects of the thunder-binding curse had begun to fade. If she didn't make a quick escape now, she might have to sacrifice a few more life-saving items later. Soon, Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling vanished from the fire-scaled eel's sight. The fire-scaled eel, bound by the rune chains, let out a frustrated cry yet could only watch helplessly as Jiang Zhiwen and Hongling departed. Shortly after, the fire-scaled eel broke free from the rune chains and charged toward the direction Jiang Zhiwen had vanished. But by then, Jiang Zhiwen had vanished without a trace. The enraged fire-scaled eel continuously spewed flames, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of fire. After venting its fury, the fire-scaled eel finally turned and returned to the lava pool where it had previously dwelled. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen had departed from Howling Moon Peak with Hongling, reuniting with Qin Feng and Du Qianyu who were waiting outside. Chapter 96, Sudden Turmoil and Its Cause. Jiang, what happened? Outside Howling Moon Peak, Qin Feng looked at the slightly disheveled Jiang Zhiwen and the dejected Qin Mo, her face clouding with concern. With Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo's strength, ordinary gold-grade monsters couldn't have pushed them to this extent. Add to that the nearly unconscious Red Feather he'd sealed away in his beast-taming space earlier. Could they have encountered a purple gold-grade monster? Du Qianyu remained silent beside her, but her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen briefly recounted the events within Howling Moon Ridge before retrieving 2 phoenix bloodgrasses and handing them to Qin Feng. The recent burning of Phoenix bloodline had taken a significant toll on Hongling. The extra Phoenix bloodgrass served as compensation for her. 2 Phoenix bloodgrasses would be more than enough for Hongling to recover from this loss and even enhance her Phoenix bloodline. Phoenix bloodgrass and purple gold-grade fire-scaled eels. And 4 gold-grade wolf monsters? After hearing Jiang Zhiwen's account, Qin Feng was startled at first, then wore a wry smile. Classmate Jiang, you really are bold daring to snatch prey from the mouths of purple gold-grade monsters.
Not only that, but they also managed to slay 4 gold-grade red-furred giant wolves in the process. Such combat prowess. Beside them, Du Qianyu stared at Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo beside her, her eyes filled with shock. She knew full well that Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen possessed formidable combat prowess. But to kill 4 red-haired giant wolves slightly higher tier than the crimson flame wolves they'd encountered earlier right under the nose of a purple gold tier monster? Was simply beyond belief. Just who possessed the true S-rank professional talent? While Du Qianyu was inwardly stunned, Qin Feng turned her gaze to the phoenix bloodgrass in Jiang Zhiwen's hand, her expression hesitant. Though Jiang Zhiwen hadn't elaborated, during the acquisition of the phoenix bloodgrass, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had undoubtedly exerted themselves no less than Hongling. The optimal distribution for these 3 phoenix bloodgrasses was undoubtedly an equal split among the 3 parties Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Hongling each receiving 1. Hongling had burned its phoenix bloodline this time, so the extra phoenix bloodgrass could be considered compensation for it. Noticing Qin Feng's expression, Jiang Zhiwen smiled. If you feel uncomfortable about this, Qin, simply let me select a treasure from your family's vault once we return to Jiangcheng. Only then did Qin Feng gladly accept the 2 phoenix bloodgrasses. With Jiang Zhiwen having gone to such lengths, refusing would be downright rude. Moreover, the phoenix bloodgrass's efficacy for Hongling was undeniable. He had no choice but to accept this favor. After handing the 2 phoenix bloodgrasses to Qin Feng, Jiang Zhiwen finally produced the last one and waved it before Qin Mo's eyes. "Yin Che, do you want this phoenix bloodgrass?" Qin Mo immediately rolled his eyes. He wasn't a fire attribute user. What use would this thing be to him? It would be more suitable for that fire-scaled eel. That massive creature is beyond our current capabilities. Jiang Zhiwen knew exactly what Qin Mo was thinking and shook her head with amusement. To take down that fire-scaled eel, she'd have to pull out her ace in the hole, the purple gold-grade Thunderbolt lightning seal. The Thunderbolt snatching lightning talisman was renowned for its lethality. Among purple gold-grade talismans, few could rival its destructive power. Combined with the fire-scaled eel's alarmingly low lightning resistance, a single talisman would surely reduce it to ashes. But such an approach would undoubtedly be a waste of precious resources. Not only would it waste a precious purple gold-grade talisman, but it would also cost her a priceless fire-scaled eel. She'd have to be crazy to do that. Qin Mo pursed her lips but offered no rebuttal. Given their current strength, their only chance to kill the fire-scaled eel lay in continuously weakening it with the curses randomly generated by the Curse of Calamity skill. Of course, this was assuming their Beastmaster didn't resort to their life-saving trump cards. Unfortunately, while the Curse of Calamity skill successfully hit the fire-scaled eel, aside from the Thunderbolt binding curse, it hadn't randomly triggered any other particularly effective curses. Given the vitality of a purple gold tier monster, neither the Thunderbound curse nor their subsequent attacks posed a fatal threat to the fire-scaled eel. Under these circumstances, they truly had little hope of defeating the fire-scaled eel. Jiang Zhiwen then stowed away the phoenix bloodgrass and turned to look at Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. Just as she was about to speak, a deeply oppressive wolf howl suddenly echoed across Howling Moon Peak. That single howl seemed to flip a switch. Instantly, the peak echoed with a relentless chorus of howls, rising and falling in waves, an utterly bone-chilling sound. This was the voice of the Howling Moon Wolf King. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze sharpened as she swiftly turned her attention toward Howling Moon Peak. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu also turned their gazes in that direction. A golden flame shot skyward, enveloping the upper half of Howling Moon Peak. Within the flames, countless shadowy figures of giant wolves could be faintly discerned, converging relentlessly toward a single point. The snow blanketing the peak rapidly melted under the golden glow, while the flames burning at the mountain's base swiftly crept upward. What kind of strange phenomenon was this? Du Qianyu gazed at the towering golden flames, her face clouded with confusion. Beside her, Qin Feng wore a thoughtful expression. He seemed to recall seeing related information in the Qin family's library, but in his haste, he couldn't quite place it. This was the phenomenon accompanying the Howling Moon Wolf's evolution. The Howling Moon Wolf King was attempting to complete its transformation. Drawing upon her past life's memories, Jiang Zhiwen swiftly discerned the truth behind this phenomenon, her expression shifting to one of realization. No wonder Howling Moon Rage had transformed into this state. As far as she knew, the Howling Moon Wolves had 3 evolutionary paths. The first path was the moon-devouring celestial wolf route, preserving its original dual attributes of ice and wind. The second path was the dark moon soul-devouring wolf, which embraced the dark attribute. The final path, the most demanding of all, was that of the Calamity Fire Herald. According to her past life's memories, that golden flame was precisely the phenomenon produced when a Howling Moon Wolf evolved into a Calamity Fire Herald. As for why Howling Moon Ridge had transformed into its current state, barring any surprises, it was likely caused by the Howling Moon Wolf King deliberately piercing the underground fire vein beneath the ridge, triggering the leakage of subterranean fire energy. The Howling Moon Wolf King did this for one reason: to prepare a suitable environment for its own evolution. The Howling Moon Wolf King's evolution? Qin Feng and Du Qianyu's expressions abruptly darkened. Howling Moon Ridge had always been a major threat to Jiangcheng. Over half of the beast swarms that attacked the city were organized from there. However, due to the Moonhowl Wolf King's presence, Jiangcheng had never been able to eradicate the Moonhowl Ridge. It wasn't until 30 years ago when Zhao Long, the former principal of Jiangcheng First High School, ascended to the glorious rank and engaged the Howling Moon Wolf King in a fierce battle deep within the Howling Moon Ridge, that the mountain finally fell silent for a period. Zhao Long lost an arm in that battle, significantly diminishing his power. If the Howling Moon Wolf King were allowed to complete its evolution unimpeded, the pressure Jiangcheng would face would be even greater. They considered intervening, but the sheer gap in power between themselves and the Howling Moon Wolf King quickly extinguished any such notion. The Howling Moon Wolf King is a glorious tier, being a mere sneeze could wipe out bronze tier adventurers like them. Not to mention the countless gold and purple gold tier monsters guarding the Howling Moon Wolf King on the Howling Moon Ridge. With their strength, preventing the Howling Moon Wolf King from evolving was out of the question. Even getting close to it was an insurmountable challenge. Jiang Zhiwen turned his gaze toward Howling Moon Peak, his expression deepening in contemplation. Moments later, he turned to Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. Qianyu, you two head back to Jiangcheng first. I need to go back into Howling Moon Peak and take another look. Chapter 97, Concealment Talisman. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu were startled by Jiang Zhiwen's words. Jiang. They hadn't expected Jiang Zhiwen to be so bold, attempting to sneak into Howling Moon Peak under these circumstances. Exchanging a glance, they immediately tried to dissuade him. Qin Mo frowned beside them but remained silent. Though their beastmaster occasionally took risks, she would never make such a reckless decision without reason. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Before Qin Feng and Du Qianyu could finish speaking, Jiang Zhiwen cut them off. While all the monsters of Howling Moon Ridge are gathered on Howling Moon Peak, you two hurry back to Jiangcheng. I'll find a way out later. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen's resolute stance, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu abandoned their attempts to persuade her and turned to leave. Roar! Only after Qin Feng and Du Qianyu vanished from sight did Qin Mo turn to Jiang Zhiwen, his expression questioning. As far as I know, in that battle 30 years ago, the Howling Moon Wolf King's foundation was destroyed, completely severing any possibility of evolution. Noticing Qin Mo's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen finally explained, yet now the Howling Moon Wolf King is evolving into a Calamity fire messenger. There must be something fishy about this. Perhaps a great opportunity lies ahead. In her previous life, though forced to leave Jiangcheng due to the Zhang family, she had heard numerous tales about the Howling Moon Wolf King. It was certain that the Howling Moon Wolf King of her past life had never met the conditions for evolution before its death. In this life, however, the Moonhowl Wolf King, despite its damaged foundation, was advancing toward becoming a Calamity fire messenger ahead of schedule. Clearly, another opportunity had presented itself. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Fortunately, she still held several life-saving trump cards. Even if the Howling Moon Wolf King personally intervened, she was confident she could escape. Moreover, whether the Howling Moon Wolf King, in the midst of its critical evolutionary phase, could even spare the energy to focus on her remained uncertain. Given this, why not take a gamble? If Ruwa could truly snatch this opportunity from the jaws of danger, her strength would undoubtedly undergo a monumental leap. Hearing this, Qin Mo sighed inwardly. He personally favored playing it safe. The changes in Howling Moon Ridge were almost certainly caused by the Howling Moon Wolf King. Plus, they had obtained the Phoenix Bloodgrass. This trip hadn't been entirely in vain. As for Jiang Zhiwen's conjecture about a potential opportunity, let alone the fact that it was merely Jiang Zhiwen's conjecture. Even if a colossal opportunity truly existed, snatching food from the jaws of a shouting Moon Wolf King, a glorious tier monster, would be hellishly difficult. He knew full well that Jiang Zhiwen possessed a trump card to save his life. But such a trump card shouldn't be squandered so carelessly. Rest assured, I'll just sneak in and take a look. Noticing Qin Mo's expression, Jiang Zhiwen immediately assured him, I promise, I won't make a move unless I'm at least 70% certain. Qin Mo couldn't help but curl his lips. Was she really treating him like a 3-year-old? Gore. Fine, you win. Qin Mo sighed helplessly. His beast tamer clearly had her mind made up. No amount of persuasion would change her mind. Anyway, she had plenty of trump cards to save her life. Might as well let her take a wild ride this once. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but smile. Soon, the man and beast sped forward, quickly re-entering the territory of Howling Moon Peak. Shortly after entering Xiaoyu Peak, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen encountered several wolf packs attacking them one after another. However, just like when they first entered Howling Moon Peak, the wolves in these packs were low-level monsters. Even the alpha wolves had only just reached silver rank. Such packs posed no real threat to Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. At times, Qin Mo didn't even need to intervene. The passive Beast King's might alone was enough to scare the wolves away. Roar! Upon returning to the vicinity of the lava pool where the fire-scaled eel resided, Qin Mo abruptly halted his steps. He turned to Jiang Zhiwen, his voice deepening into a low growl. Beastmaster, shall we check if that fire-scaled eel is still there? His persistent fascination with that fire-scaled eel wasn't due to its monetary value. Rather, it was because Jiang Zhiwen had mentioned that fire-scaled eels were a rare delicacy. Of course, it wasn't because he was greedy. He was simply curious just how delicious the fire-scaled eel could be. To make his own beastmaster a reincarnated powerhouse unconsciously were an expression of lingering delight whenever it was mentioned. Jiang Zhiwen shot Qin Mo a disapproving look and tapped him lightly on the head twice. Don't complicate things. We'll go around it. With that, Jiang Zhiwen flicked out 2 golden talismans. Stealth charms, golden grade talismans. Once activated, they would allow her to enter a stealth state, completely suppressing her aura for 3 hours. Any skill used would automatically cancel the effect. Like the purple gold grade golden bell talisman she had used earlier, this concealment talisman was also found in the city guard's treasury. Leveraging her honorary status with the city guard and Quan Gong's influence, coupled with the mission's deep penetration into Howling Moon Ridge, the city guard had granted her considerable leniency. Seizing this opportunity, she acquired numerous valuable items from the treasury at near-cost prices. Both the concealment talisman and the purple gold grade golden bell talisman were merely a fraction of these acquisitions. This was precisely the confidence that emboldened her to infiltrate Howling Moon Peak once more. Her original plan upon entering Howling Moon Peak was to bypass the purple gold grade monsters using the stealth talisman and head straight for the summit. But who could have foreseen that the very first purple gold grade monster she encountered would be a fire-scaled eel? And besides the fire-scaled eel, there were also 3 precious phoenix bloodgrasses. Shaking her head, Jiang Zhiwen swiftly pushed these distracting thoughts aside and turned her gaze to Qin Mo. Inche, this concealment talisman can completely suppress your aura, maintaining a stealth state for 3 hours. Jiang Zhiwen cautioned, under no circumstances should you use any skills unless absolutely necessary, or the tracking symbol will lose its effect immediately. Roar! Qin Mo nodded, indicating his understanding. Only then did Jiang Zhiwen nod, affixing one concealment talisman to himself and the other to Qin Mo. A faint, hazy glow flickered as their figures gradually blurred and vanished. Afterward, the man and beast swiftly made their way toward the peak. Over an hour later, Qin Mo, who had been striding forward, suddenly halted. What's wrong, Inche? Through the bond established by their beast-taming contract, Jiang Zhiwen quickly sensed Qin Mo's unease. He cautiously drew near and whispered, "What is it?" Roar! Qin Mo growled lowly, his tone thick with apprehension. "I've spotted the Howling Moon Wolf King." A profoundly heavy and formidable aura suddenly appeared within his perception. Among all the practitioners and monsters he had encountered, aside from Lin Cheng whose presence he couldn't sense at all, this aura was the most formidable. Whether it was purple gold tier professionals like Quan Gong and Qin Ming, or the fire-scaled eel he had encountered earlier, their auras paled in comparison. And on the entire Howling Moon Peak, what other monster could possess such overwhelming power besides the Howling Moon Wolf King? Chapter 98, The Howling Moon Wolf King and the Fusong Tree Branch. The Howling Moon Wolf King? Jiang Zhiwen's heart skipped a beat. His vigilant gaze swept the surroundings as he whispered, "Are you sure?" Their current position was midway up Howling Moon Peak. Before the Howling Moon Wolf King triggered the anomaly, this spot had been the dividing line between the Sea of Fire and the snowy expanse. According to her calculations, the Howling Moon Wolf King should be at the peak right now. Roar! At least 80% certainty. Could this be a deliberate diversion? Jiang Zhiwen pondered for a moment before murmuring, "Never mind. Let's go check it out first." Every evolution of monsters and beasts carries immense risk. As a Radiance tier monster, the Howling Moon Wolf King possessed intelligence on par with humans. Before preparing for evolution, it would naturally lay numerous contingency plans. Even if the aura detected by his contract beast wasn't the real Howling Moon Wolf King, it was at least one of its backup plans a perfect opportunity to destroy it. Soon after, guided by Qin Mo, the man and beast cautiously advanced, quickly arriving outside a cave that offered little concealment. No monsters guarded the entrance, allowing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen to slip inside unhindered. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of heat hit them, causing Qin Mo to instinctively take a few steps back. He detested this kind of environment. Outside, he could still endure it to some extent. But inside the cave, the temperature soared even higher, making even his thick fur feel as though it might catch fire. This was pure torture for him. Jiang Zhiwen, however, was carefully surveying the surroundings. All that met his eyes were naturally fallen fragments of rock. Beyond that, not a single trace of anything else could be seen. Jiang Zhiwen casually thrust his spear forward, sending a fist-sized rock tumbling ahead. The crisp clatter echoed through the cavern before fading into the deepest recesses. No other monsters? Jiang Zhiwen frowned, then turned to look at Qin Mo beside him. Roar! I haven't sensed any other monsters either, but we can't rule out traps or ambushes. Qin Mo scanned the surroundings warily, his voice low. Though he trusted his perception, his level was only Silver Tier 2. Even with the enhancement of Night Owl Perception and various equipment skills, his perception was comparable to Gold rank, yet it still had its limits. Certain special monsters and purple Gold tier creatures could still evade his detection. The Howling Moon Wolf King was another matter entirely. Such a Radiance tier being, if truly intent on concealment, would leave not a single trace detectable by his current perception. Jiang Zhiwen nodded in understanding, then cautiously advanced deeper into the cave alongside Qin Mo. To their surprise, the path ahead proved completely unobstructed. They encountered neither monsters nor traps. Soon, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen reached the end of the cave. A vast magma pool, studded with lava stalagmites, suddenly came into view before the man and beast. At the center of the pool stood a stone platform hundreds of meters in diameter, upon which grew a massive mulberry tree so thick it took several people to encircle its trunk. The mulberry leaves glowed fiery red, like dancing flames. A giant wolf with silver-white fur lay motionless at the base of the mulberry tree, seemingly deep in slumber. At a glance, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen knew without a doubt that this silver-furred giant wolf was none other than the Howling Moon Wolf King. Qin Mo's gaze then fell upon the rear half of the Howling Moon Wolf King's body. That portion was engulfed in black-purple flames, flesh and fur reduced to ashes, leaving only bones gleaming like red jade. What on earth was going on? Qin Mo tore his gaze away from the Howling Moon Wolf King and turned to Jiang Zhiwen. When it came to knowledge, he certainly couldn't compare to his own Beastmaster, a reincarnated powerhouse. Bone molding Calamity fire. Jiang Zhiwen lowered her voice, slowly uttering the 4 words. Qin Mo watched Jiang Zhiwen quietly, waiting for her to continue. This was the essential process the Howling Moon Wolf must undergo to evolve into a Calamity fire messenger. Jiang Zhiwen explained softly, only by enduring the tribulation fires scorching to reshape the physical body could the evolution be successfully completed. The current phase was the most critical, bone reshaping. Once the entire skeletal structure was remolded, the evolution would be largely complete. After that, it would only require methodically reshaping the meridians and flesh. After speaking, Jiang Zhiwen withdrew her gaze from the Howling Moon Wolf King and turned it toward the large mulberry tree. This Howling Moon Wolf King was indeed fortunate to have encountered a severed branch of the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree was a mythical great spirit wood growing in the Yanggu Forbidden Zone of the Far East. Its branches, leaves, and fruits were treasures coveted by fire attribute monsters and beasts. As for the Yang Valley Forbidden Zone, it was a restricted area whose danger rivaled that of the Arctic Ancient River. It was a paradise for fire attribute monsters and beasts, ruled by a mythical 9th-tier golden crow. In her previous life, Jiang Zhiwen had ventured into the Yang Valley Restricted Zone, though she had only explored its outer regions. It was precisely in the outskirts of the Yang Valley Restricted Zone that she encountered a legendary phoenix. During their sparring, she was wounded by a flame slash, requiring a full 3 months of recuperation afterward. Based on her past observations, while the Forbidden Zone wasn't exactly teeming with epic legends, a monster like the Howling Moon Wolf King clearly didn't rank among its most formidable inhabitants. If she were inside the Yang Valley Restricted Zone, forget about a branch of the Fusang tree, even a leaf of the Fusang tree would be beyond the Howling Moon Wolf King's reach. For even the lowest grade Fusang tree leaf was an epic tier treasure. Fusang branches started epic tier, with most reaching legendary status. This was precisely why she had remarked that the Howling Moon Wolf King was fortunate. Then, Jiang Zhiwen turned to Qin Mo beside her and whispered, "Inche, later find an opportunity to break off that golden mulberry branch right in the center and take it with you." The entire mulberry tree they now saw was actually a physical manifestation formed by that golden branch gathering the surrounding fire spirit energy, a treasure of considerable worth in its own right. If there were no dangers nearby, she wouldn't let such a magnificent mulberry tree slip away. But the Howling Moon Wolf King was right beneath the mulberry tree. Though it was currently in the critical phase of its evolution, uprooting the entire mulberry tree from its roots right under its nose was clearly unrealistic. Therefore, she reluctantly abandoned the mulberry tree and settled for the most potent fragment of the Fusang branch instead. Qin Mo nodded, his gaze fixed firmly on the golden mulberry branch Jiang Zhiwen had pointed out. Beside him, Jiang Zhiwen drew a deep breath and retrieved a purple talisman from the system space, its surface faintly shimmering with lightning like light. Thunderbolt Summoning Talisman. In terms of sheer destructive power alone, the Thunderbolt Summoning Talisman ranked among the top 5 purple gold grade talismans. Even monsters of the Radiance grade would have to avoid its sharp edge when confronted with it. Of course, the Thunderbolt and Lightning Talisman also had its drawbacks. First, it required a lengthy preparation time. Second, its coverage area was relatively small. In the heat of battle, landing a Thunderbolt Strike Talisman on an enemy proved quite difficult. But in the current situation, there was clearly no need to worry about the Thunderbolt Strike Talisman missing its mark. "Inche, prepare." Jiang Zhiwen clutched the Thunderbolt Summoning Talisman, his voice hushed as he called out. Qin Mo nodded, his muscles suddenly tensing. "Now!" With a low shout, the Thunderbolt Summoning Talisman ignited without flame, immediately unleashing blinding bolts of lightning. Simultaneously, Qin Mo darted forward, transforming into a dark shadow that vanished beneath the blinding light. Chapter 99, Clever Steal. Elsewhere, the Howling Moon Wolf King, crouched beneath a mulberry tree, abruptly snapped his eyes open, his gaze filled with shock and fury. This evolution was crucial. To ensure absolute success, it had meticulously prepared numerous arrangements. First, it pierced through the subterranean fire vein beneath Howling Moon Ridge, channeling the earthfire energy into its nest atop Howling Moon Peak to create the illusion that the evolution would occur there. Next, it had laid a trap within the nest and left a decoy to draw fire. Any enemies daring to come knocking would surely regret it.
For added security, it even created several decoy nests throughout Howling Moon Ridge to throw its enemies off the scent. After completing these preparations, it quietly slipped away from its subordinates and hid here alone. It had believed this setup to be foolproof, yet never imagined 2 silver-ranked ants would track it down here. If that were all, it might be tolerable. After all, it was a Radiance tier being. Even abandoning all defense, its thick, resilient fur alone could easily withstand silver tier attacks. But that silver-ranked human actually wielded a devastating weapon, the Thunderclap Lightning Seal. As the ruler of Howling Moon Ridge and a leader of multiple beast-tide assaults on Jiangcheng, the Howling Moon Wolf King was well acquainted with the Thunderbolt summoning talisman's power. Not only was it currently in a critical phase of evolution, rendering it incapable of mounting an effective defense. Even at its peak, a single strike from the Thunderbolt summoning talisman would have cost it half its life. Just as the Howling Moon Wolf King surged with fury and shock, the blinding lightning struck it without mercy. The Howling Moon Wolf King let out a piercing howl of agony. The skin on its upper body instantly charred black, while countless cracks appeared on the jade-red bones of its lower half. Upon closer inspection, one could even see bone shards flying off. Arg! The Howling Moon Wolf King's eyes instantly turned blood red, fixating on Jiang Zhiwen, who had broken stealth. A single Thunderbolt seal was hardly enough to take its life. But it was now at a critical moment in its evolution. Jiang Zhiwen's Thunderbolt seal had completely nullified all its previous efforts. If it weren't for needing to focus its energy on completing the evolution, it would have torn the damned human apart. Sensing the Howling Moon Wolf King's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen flipped his wrist, drawing forth another talisman with a faint blue hue along its edges. Wind Scythe Striking Heaven Talisman. Like the Thunderbolt Strike Talisman, the Wind Scythe Strikes Heaven Talisman was also a purple gold grade talisman. In terms of sheer destructive power, the Wind Scythe Striking Heaven Talisman naturally couldn't compare to the Thunderclap Lightning Talisman. However, when it came to trapping enemies, the Thunderbolt Striking Lightning Talisman was far inferior to the Wind Scythe Striking Heaven Talisman. Against ordinary purple gold grade monsters, the Wind Scythe Striking Heaven Talisman could restrain them for about 2 minutes. Against a Radiance grade entity like the Howling Moon Wolf King, its effectiveness is significantly reduced, yet it can still restrain it for over 10 seconds. That was sufficient. She never intended to kill the Howling Moon Wolf King. Trapping it briefly to buy her contract beast time to seize the branch of the Fusang tree was all she needed. The next moment, the Wind Scythe Striking Heaven Talisman activated. A green whirlwind surged upward, swiftly engulfing the Wind Scythe Striking Heaven symbol. The whirling vortex then roared toward the Howling Moon Wolf King. Mid-air, the whirlwind swelled in size before shattering into chains that coiled around the Howling Moon Wolf King. Soon, the Howling Moon Wolf King was completely encased within a giant cocoon formed by the chains of the green whirlwind. By this time, Qin Mo had already reached the Fusang tree. He grabbed the golden mulberry branch and snapped it with force. With a crisp snap, the golden branch broke cleanly. Without delay, Qin Mo clenched the severed branch between his teeth and sprinted toward Jiang Zhiwen's location. AOW. Before Qin Mo could run far, a furious wolf howl erupted from behind him. The Howling Moon Wolf King broke free from the wind cocoon, utterly disregarding the black-purple flames still burning on its body. It leaped forward, lunging directly at Qin Mo. It could ignore being struck by Jiang Zhiwen's Thunderbolt Summoning Talisman and Wind Scythe Striking Heaven Talisman. Those attacks were insufficient to interrupt its evolution. But the theft of the Fusang branch? That was beyond its tolerance. The very reason it could evolve into a Calamity Flame Messenger despite its damaged roots was because of this branch of the Fusang tree. To have the branch snatched away was tantamount to uprooting it. As the Howling Moon Wolf King leapt, 2 brilliant blue beams erupted from its jaws, striking Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen respectively. Pillar of Starlight. Sensing the wind behind him, Qin Mo wasted no time, leaping sideways and swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Shadow Leap. The Starfire pillar streaked past Qin Mo's body, striking the stone wall. An abyssal hole instantly gouged through the stone wall. Cold sweat instantly drenched Qin Mo. Thankfully, his reflexes had been sharp enough. Otherwise, he'd be meeting the King of Hell by now. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen flicked out a golden talisman. The golden talisman ignited without a spark. In an instant, a layer of golden light enveloped Jiang Zhiwen. The extensive golden light talisman, a gold-grade talisman. This talisman was an enhanced version of the golden armor talisman, capable of dramatically boosting defensive power for a short time. The pillar of starlight struck the golden light, sending ripples across its surface. Yet within mere breaths, the golden light enveloping Jiang Zhiwen was completely depleted. The remaining starfire pillar slammed into him unimpeded. Seeing this, the Howling Moon Wolf King's face twisted into a human-like sneer. It had merely been focused on its evolution and unwilling to intervene earlier. Had Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen shown the sense to retreat, it wouldn't have bothered to pursue the matter, treating it as if it had never happened. But these 2 silver-ranked ants had the audacity to snatch a branch from the Fusang tree right under its nose. How utterly reckless. Yet the next moment, the Howling Moon Wolf King's expression froze. Because Jiang Zhiwen stood unscathed where she had been. The only difference was the shattered talisman in her hand.
A substitute talisman.
This was one of 2 gold-grade talismans Jiang Zhiwen had selected from the Qin family treasury after returning from the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island. It could withstand a single lethal attack below Radiance grade. Though the Moonhowl Wolf King's spewed pillar of starlight was powerful, its force had been weakened by the golden light covering talisman, dropping below Radiance grade.
It was precisely blocked by the substitute talisman. Arg!
The Howling Moon Wolf King let out an exasperated roar, unleashing another pillar of starlight at Jiang Zhiwen while leaping toward Qin Mo. Failing to instantly kill Jiang Zhiwen was indeed embarrassing, but its immediate priority remained reclaiming the Fusang branch. Even though it didn't believe 2 silver-ranked ants could escape its grasp, its cautious nature urged it to play it safe, retrieving the Fusang branch first. Qin Mo, who was sprinting for his life, sensed the wind behind him and his heart instantly tightened.
He immediately let out a low, deep roar. Soul-severing sound slash.
Simultaneously, a mass of vines burst from the ground, blocking the path behind Qin Mo.
Root entanglements. Chapter 100, The Grey Rock Giant.
Whether it was the root entanglements or the soul-severing howl, neither could stop the Howling Moon Wolf King. With a casual sweep of its claws, the Moonhowl Wolf King neatly severed every vine blocking its path. As for the soul-severing howl sonic assault, it failed to affect the Howling Moon Wolf King in the slightest. After severing the vines, the Howling Moon Wolf King charged toward Qin Mo without slowing down.
Qin Mo knew full well that neither the root entanglement nor the soul-shattering howl could stop the Howling Moon Wolf King.
He had unleashed these skills merely to conceal his true move. Before the Howling Moon Wolf King had covered much ground, an unusual sensation suddenly touched his claws. In the next instant, a purple mushroom appeared and rapidly exploded. Dark purple smoke billowed forth, instantly engulfing the Howling Moon Wolf King.
Wild mushroom. The Howling Moon Wolf King's vision darkened.
The scene before his eyes rapidly shifted, transforming into a vast, frozen wasteland.
The hallucinogenic effect of the wild mushroom.
But the Howling Moon Wolf King was, after all, a Radiance tier monster. Though he'd unfortunately triggered the hallucinogenic effect of the wild mushroom, he quickly shook off the daze and resumed his pursuit of Qin Mo. Qin Mo inwardly cursed his luck, continuously unleashing various skills in an attempt to slow the Howling Moon Wolf King's pursuit. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen was bathed in a golden glow, blocking the pillar of sparks the Howling Moon Wolf King had unleashed. Sacrificial Barrier, a Rakshasa King class skill. Completely destroys an equipment piece of at least gold grade quality to gain absolute defense. This was one of the Rakshasa King's rare defensive skills, and among all its abilities, the only one capable of granting absolute defense. However, the cost of casting this skill was immense. Each use required the destruction of at least 1 gold grade equipment piece. To unleash this power, Jiang Zhiwen sacrificed the very golden grade spear he held in his hands. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhiwen retrieved a handful of multicolored talismans and hurled them toward the Howling Moon Wolf King. These talismans were of low grade, most were bronze tier, with only a handful reaching silver tier. As for gold tier talismans, there wasn't a single one among them. But that was sufficient. Ice Wall, Thunder Sphere, Wind Blade, Wooden Thorns. A barrage of diverse skill effects formed a barrier between Qin Mo and the Howling Moon Wolf King. While these skills couldn't inflict significant damage on the Howling Moon Wolf King, they effectively slowed its advance. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Mo's figure flickered repeatedly, swiftly creating distance between himself and the Howling Moon Wolf King. During this time, Qin Mo didn't forget to toss a few wild mushrooms onto the ground. He hadn't used this skill much before, as his previous battles had favored offensive tactics. Trap-like skills like wild mushrooms rarely found their place. This time, however, the skill delivered a pleasant surprise. While the wild mushroom's damage was negligible against the Howling Moon Wolf King, its 2 debuffs Slow and Confusion proved remarkably effective, significantly easing the pressure on Qin Mo. Soon, the Howling Moon Wolf King broke through the barrage of skills. By then, Qin Mo was less than 100 meters away from Jiang Zhiwen. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen within arm's reach, Qin Mo couldn't help but smile. Almost there, just hand over the Fusan branch to my own beast tamer, and then I can make my escape. The thought flashed through Qin Mo's mind just as his body froze. Before he could react, he was swept into a streak of light and absorbed into Jiang Zhiwen's beast taming space. In the next instant, sharp wolf claws slashed through the air where Qin Mo had stood moments before, leaving behind a piercing whistling sound. Had Jiang Zhiwen not reacted swiftly enough to pull Qin Mo into the beast tamer space, that claw would have ended him on the spot. Its strike missed, and the Howling Moon Wolf King immediately turned its gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen, its eyes brimming with murderous intent. He had been so close to finishing off that damned Irontail Mountain Lord, yet the victory had slipped through his fingers. But soon, the Howling Moon Wolf King withdrew its gaze and raised its paw toward the fallen Fusan branch. Qin Mo's escape was one thing, but retrieving the Fusan branch was the priority. Jiang Zhiwen, witnessing this, flashed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He was so close to getting that Fusan branch. Alas! But she was decisive by nature. Seeing the situation was hopeless, she prepared to activate her talisman and flee. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. A fist formed from solid rock erupted from the ground, striking the Howling Moon Wolf King squarely. Arg! The Howling Moon Wolf King was sent flying backward, letting out a piercing howl of agony. The damage inflicted by this blow was no less severe than that from Jiang Zhiyun's Thunderbolt talisman earlier. Ha! Jiang Zhiyun watched the scene in astonishment, his motion to activate the talisman momentarily halting.
Amidst the trembling ground, a massive rock giant soon appeared within Jiang Zhiyun's line of sight. A mountain giant?
Jiang Zhiyun stared at the suddenly appearing gray-hued rock giant, her eyes widening with astonishment. In her previous life, she had never heard of mountain giants existing within Howling Moon Ridge. But she soon understood. In its dormant state, a mountain giant was indistinguishable from a pile of ordinary rocks. Unless they chose to reveal themselves, even practitioners and monsters several tiers above them would struggle to detect their presence. Ironically, mountain giants possessed incredibly long lifespans, and it was perfectly normal for one to slumber for several hundred years at a time. If this particular mountain giant had been slumbering here throughout her past life, it would indeed have been remarkably difficult to detect. Immediately, Jiang Zhiyun's expression brightened. The gray rock giant before them, though merely the lowest tier gray rock giant within the mountain giant lineage, had nonetheless ascended to the glorious tier. If this gray rock giant clashed with the Howling Moon Wolf King, she could seize the chance to secretly snatch the Fusang branch. On the other side, the Howling Moon Wolf King wore an equally human-like expression of astonishment. Before preparing to evolve, it had thoroughly scouted this area multiple times. How had this gray rock giant managed to evade its senses? Disturb my slumber and die. Unconcerned with the Howling Moon Wolf King's thoughts, the gray rock giant roared furiously and charged straight at it. It had been sleeping peacefully here, lost in sweet dreams, only to be abruptly roused. All its pent-up resentment could only be vented upon the Howling Moon Wolf King. As for Jiang Zhiyun, a mere silver-ranked human, easily crushed with a single breath utterly unworthy of its attention. Seeing the gray rock giant charging toward him, the Howling Moon Wolf King's face turned green. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't fear this gray stone giant. But now it was in the critical phase of its evolution. If it truly engaged in a fierce battle with this gray stone giant, even if it emerged victorious in the end, this evolution would likely end in failure. At this thought, the Howling Moon Wolf King shot a murderous glare at Jiang Zhiyun, wishing he could tear her limb from limb. If it weren't for this damned human and her contract beast barging in here, none of this would have happened. But soon, the Howling Moon Wolf King had to withdraw his gaze. The gray rock giant had already closed in upon him. As fellow Radiant Tier beings, it dared not lose focus against the gray rock giant's assault. Chapter 101, The Purple Gold Treasure Chest and the Silver Light Arha Talisman. The Howling Moon Wolf King and the gray rock giant soon clashed fiercely. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Zhiyun stepped forward to store the Fusang branch into the system space, then released Qin Mo from the beast-taming realm. Ha! Qin Mo watched the Howling Moon Wolf King being overwhelmed by the gray rock giant, his expression turning astonished. What the hell? He'd only been in the beast-taming space for a moment. How did such a massive creature appear? Jiang Zhiyun briefly explained the situation. Is that even possible? Understanding the sequence of events, Qin Mo looked utterly speechless. His gaze then shifted to the two Radiant Tier beasts, his expression turning contemplative. If these two Radiance Tier beasts fought each other to mutual destruction, could they reap the benefits and find an opportunity to take down these two giants? These were glorious tier monsters. No matter which one they took down, the rewards would be unimaginable. What are you thinking? Jiang Zhiyun knew exactly what he was thinking. She shot him an amused glare and retorted impatiently, glory tier monsters aren't that easy to deal with. The only talismans I possess capable of threatening a Radiance Tier monster are the Thunderclap and Lightning Strike talisman and the Wind Scythe Sky Strike talisman. Now both of those talismans are spent. Even if the Grey Rock Giant and Howling Moon Wolf King stood still and let us attack, it'd still take us half a day to take them down. Hurry up and see if there's anything else useful nearby. As she spoke, Jiang Zhiyun felt a bit speechless. Her plan was simply to loot the area while they had the chance. Qin Mo, however, had the audacity to target the Howling Moon Wolf King and the Grey Rock Giant. Who was it that had been warning her against taking such risks earlier? Qin Mo gave a sheepish chuckle before nodding in understanding. He knew his ideas were wildly unrealistic. They couldn't even handle the purple gold grade fire-scaled eel, let alone these two radiant grade beasts. If it were only the Howling Moon Wolf King, there might be a chance. After all, it was in the midst of a critical evolutionary phase. If the evolution failed and backfired, there might still be a glimmer of hope to take it down. But the Grey Rock Giant was clearly built for defense. His and Jiang Zhiyun's attacks would likely barely scratch its surface. After that, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun bypassed the Howling Moon Wolf King and the Grey Rock Giant locked in combat, carefully searching the surrounding area. AOW. The Howling Moon Wolf King, witnessing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's actions, flew into a rage. Those damn ants. Not only did they refuse to flee while they had the chance, but they actually dared to covet its treasure. Interesting. The Grey Rock Giant also noticed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's little maneuvers. But it paid them no mind. After all, its treasure wasn't hidden here. If Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun actually found something worthwhile, it would welcome the outcome.
After all, who else but the Howling Moon Wolf King had disturbed its slumber? Taking advantage of the Moonhowl Wolf King being pinned down by the Grey Rock Giant, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen quickly made their way to the base of the Fusang tree. Roar! There's something good here. Qin Mo scanned the area carefully, his eyes lighting up instantly. He extended his claws and dug around the roots of the Fusang tree. The surface soil was quickly swept away, and immediately, a dazzling purple radiance burst forth. It was a purple gold treasure chest. As the purple radiance faded, an intricately designed purple gold chest appeared before Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. Whoa! Quick, let's see what treasures are inside. Qin Mo's expression lit up with excitement. The last time they encountered a treasure chest was in the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island. But that one was merely silver-grade. How could it compare to this purple gold treasure chest before them? Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but show an expectant expression as he quickly stepped forward to open the treasure chest. A flash of bright yellow light instantly filled the eyes of Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen. At that moment, the howling roar of the Howling Moon Wolf King erupted nearby, followed by a piercing, whistling sound cutting through the air. Startled, Jiang Zhiwen instantly retracted Qin Mo into the system space while simultaneously crushing the talisman she'd been clutching. A dazzling silver light appeared, transforming into a shimmering aura that enveloped Jiang Zhiwen. Silver Light Arhat Talisman. It conjured a shimmering silver Arhat aura, lasting 10 seconds and capable of withstanding one lethal attack. This talisman was a reward she had earned by completing a system quest. It had no level, but its effectiveness was undeniable. Its sole flaw was its brief duration, just 10 seconds, and its complete deactivation after blocking a single lethal strike. This placed immense demands on the timing of its activation. However, with Jiang Zhiwen's combat experience, she knew precisely when to activate the Silver Light Arhat Talisman. Under the talisman's protection, Jiang Zhiwen swept her hand, instantly storing everything from the treasure chest into her system space. She then retrieved another talisman and crushed it. Simultaneously, the Moonhowl Wolf King's claws, blazing with black-purple flames, slashed through the air. Accompanied by a crisp, resonant chime, the Arhat's illusory shadow enveloping Jiang Zhiwen shattered instantly. The Howling Moon Wolf King's claws landed on Jiang Zhiwen, only to tear through a distorted afterimage. Arg! The Howling Moon Wolf King roared in fury. It had barely escaped the Grey Rock Giant's relentless assault, determined to eliminate this damned human. Yet she had slipped away. An interesting human. The pursuing Grey Rock Giant watched the Howling Moon Wolf King's furious expression and felt a surge of satisfaction. How dare you disturb my slumber? Then, the Greystone Giant strode forward, swinging its fist toward the Howling Moon Wolf King. Its morning grogginess hadn't fully dissipated yet. Seeing this, the Howling Moon Wolf King scrambled to escape to the side. The Grey Rock Giant pursued relentlessly. Soon, the two radiant tier beasts were locked in combat once more. Meanwhile, somewhere on Howling Moon Peak, accompanied by a twisted light, the pale-faced Jiang Zhiwen materialized out of thin air and tumbled to the ground. Without pausing to survey his surroundings, Jiang Zhiwen immediately released Qin Mo from the beast taming space. Roar! Qin Mo glanced around, finding no immediate danger, before turning his attention to Jiang Zhiwen. Beastmaster, are you okay? I'm fine, just a bit drained. Jiang Zhiwen shook her head, signaling Qin Mo not to worry. Her current state was merely an aftereffect of using the 5 elements escape talisman, nothing serious. After a brief rest to recover some stamina, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo quickly departed from Howling Moon Peak. Soon after, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen encountered Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, who had been waiting along the way. After parting ways earlier, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu had discussed the situation and decided to stay behind to provide backup for Jiang Zhiwen. However, to play it safe, they had retreated a considerable distance, avoiding proximity to Howling Moon Peak. Seeing Jiang Zhiwen return safely, both visibly relaxed. After reuniting, they briefly exchanged information before hastening toward Jiangcheng. Chapter 102, Return to Jiangcheng. One day later, Jiangcheng. Gazing upon the familiar city walls, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu visibly relaxed. They were finally back. Beside them, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen were somewhat surprised. Had Zhang Fengyan really not seized an opportunity to strike against them? Their operation hadn't been particularly covert, certainly not beyond the notice of a deputy city lord like Zhang Fengyan. They had expected Zhang Fengyan to strike at some point along the way. For this reason, they had prepared well in advance and remained exceptionally vigilant throughout their journey. Yet, whether it was Zhang Fengyan or the barbarian bone hunters mentioned in Zhou Yang's earlier warning, neither side made a single move. After the initial surprise, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen shook their heads and quickly put the matter behind them. Zhang Fengyan's inaction saved them a great deal of trouble. Of course, they understood that since Zhang Fengyan hadn't rushed to act, he must be secretly preparing behind the scenes to ensure absolute certainty. But they didn't dwell on it. They weren't standing still either. While Zhang Fengyan was making his preparations, their own strength was also growing. The longer the delay, the less of a threat Zhang Fengyan would pose to them. Subsequently, Qin Mo and his group swiftly made their way to the city guard's headquarters within the city. At the garrison, Qin Mo and his group encountered not only Quan Gong, but also Lu Xinghe and Qin Ming. This came as a surprise to Qin Mo and his companions. Quang Gong and Qin Ming did indeed share a close personal relationship. But given the relationship between the city guard and the city lord's mansion, the presence of Qin Ming, the city lord of Jiangqing, at the city guard headquarters was truly major news. It was about the Dawn sect. Noticing the expressions on Jiang Zhiwen and the others, Qin Ming casually explained, "Commander Quang and I plan to conduct a thorough investigation of Jiangqing to root out those rats of the Dawn sect." This visit was to discuss the operation with Commander Quang and Old Man Lu. "It's about time we got to the bottom of this." Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately nodded, his voice dripping with malice. He hadn't forgotten how wretchedly he'd been chased by the dead crow swarm all over the place in the trial's secret realm. Had he not encountered Du Qianyu and Jiang Zhiyun in succession, his very survival was far from certain. Wasn't the Dawn sect the root cause of all this? Du Qianyu remained silent. Jiang Zhiyun wore an expression that offered no clear indication of her stance. If the Dawn sect dared orchestrate this operation, they must have prepared countermeasures beforehand. So many days had passed since the secret realm trial, the sect's core members had likely already slipped away in the shadows. Even if the city lord's mansion and the city guard joined forces, they'd likely only catch some small fry. But she didn't spell it out. Quang Gong and Qin Ming were both purple gold tier practitioners who had wielded significant power for years. They couldn't possibly be unaware of this reality. Since they had reached a consensus on this matter, they likely had other plans in mind. Qin Ming took in the expressions of the three men, silently sighing to himself. Compared to Jiang Zhiyun, his own nephew still fell somewhat short. Jiang Zhiyun had already caught on to some clues, while his own nephew remained completely oblivious. Quang Gong nodded silently to himself before turning to Jiang Zhiyun. "Mr. Jiang, regarding the upheaval at Howling Moon Ridge, have you uncovered any information?" Jiang Zhiyun made no attempt to conceal anything, briefly recounting what he had seen and heard. She omitted only the purple gold treasure chest and the Fusan tree branch, revealing everything else. Purple gold grade fire-scaled eel and phoenix blood grass? The Howling Moon Wolf King attempting to evolve? A radiance grade grey rock giant still slumbering within Howling Moon Ridge? After hearing Jiang Zhiyun's account, even Qin Ming and Quang Gong, whose self-control was no mean feat, couldn't help but show shock on their faces. Lu Xinghe, disregarding his composure, rushed to Jiang Zhiyun's side and urgently asked, "Classmate Jiang, you haven't used that phoenix blood grass yet, have you?" Even taken individually, the things Jiang Zhiyun mentioned were enough to send shockwaves through the entire Jiang city, let alone all of them converging together. But right now, his primary concern was the phoenix blood grass. Qin Feng's contract beast, Hongling, possessed phoenix bloodlines, so he couldn't count on those two phoenix blood grasses. But Jiang Zhiyun's phoenix blood grass was a different story. Before Jiang Zhiyun could respond, Qin Ming beside him snapped out of his daze and urgently said, "Classmate Jiang, I'm willing to trade 3 gold grade equipment pieces and items of equal value for your phoenix blood grass." As a dragon blood warrior, this phoenix blood grass could stimulate the dragon blood within him, offering tremendous benefits. Lu Xinghe's expression stiffened. His personal wealth was substantial, but compared to Qin Ming's, it fell far short. After all, Qin Ming has the entire Qin family backing him. As the pillar of the Qin family, they would spare no expense to bolster Qin Ming's strength. If it came down to a contest, he simply couldn't compete with Qin Ming. "That phoenix blood grass has a crucial purpose for me." Jiang Zhiyun shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Qin Ming and Lu Xinghe sighed in disappointment. "What a pity to miss out on such a rare treasure. I actually have another phoenix blood grass left." Noticing their expressions, Qin Feng spoke up at the right moment. "Uncle and old Lu, if you need it, I can give you that phoenix blood grass." When they harvested the phoenix blood grass, all 3 plants were still immature, their medicinal potency not yet fully developed. Had Hongling not burned her phoenix bloodline, he wouldn't have administered the phoenix blood grass so early, fearing it might leave her with lasting side effects. That would have been such a waste. Fortunately, Hongling possessed the phoenix bloodline. Even the immature phoenix blood grass proved immensely beneficial to him. After consuming the next phoenix blood grass, Hongling not only fully replenished the depletion caused by burning his phoenix bloodline but also saw an enhancement in its power. Originally, he had intended to cultivate the other phoenix blood herb for a while longer, waiting until it was fully matured before giving it to Hongling. But since Qin Ming and Lu Xinghe needed it, he didn't mind parting with it. Hearing this, Qin Ming and Lu Xinghe's eyes lit up. They pulled Qin Feng aside and began discussing the ownership of that phoenix blood grass. Quang Gong turned to Jiang Zhiyun and Du Qianyu. "You two worked hard this time. Go back and rest first. As for the rewards for this operation, I'll have them delivered to you in a couple of days." Jiang Zhiyun and Du Qianyu nodded before turning to leave. Afterwards, Du Qianyu headed to Jiangqing First High School. She intended to use the school's cultivation room to train, aiming to break through to silver rank before reporting to the Imperial Capital Academy. Jiang Zhiyun, meanwhile, borrowed a private training room within the city guard's headquarters. The internal training rooms of the city guard were never open to outsiders, but as an honorary member of the city guard, she naturally had the right to use one. After paying the fee, Jiang Zhiyun led Qin Mo directly into the cultivation room and took out everything she had obtained from the treasure chest.
Previously preoccupied with the journey, she hadn't had time to examine her recent acquisitions. Now, she could finally take the time to properly sort through them. Chapter 103, The Hall. As soon as Jiang Zhiwen had laid everything out, Qin Mo's gaze immediately landed on a broken tooth. The tooth resembled the canine of some monstrous creature, roughly the length of a forearm. It was a dark yellow color, smooth and lustrous throughout, appearing almost like jade. From that tooth, Qin Mo sensed a profound, oppressive aura. This pressure struck directly at his bloodline, causing him to tremble slightly. He was no longer the same curl-tailed civet he once was. After evolving into the iron-tailed mountain lord, he might not rank at the very top among the beast clans, but he certainly stood among the upper middle tier. That a Fang could instill such bloodline-level dread spoke volumes about its owner's origins. This was. Noticing Qin Mo's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen immediately turned to the dark yellow tooth, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Could it be a crystal dragon's tooth? Though she had seen much in her previous life, even she found it difficult to definitively identify the creature to which the single, broken tooth belonged. One thing she could be certain of, however, was that this tooth belonged to some kind of higher-order dragon species. After all, the dragon's aura lingering on the tooth was undeniable. It seemed a new weapon was within reach. Jiang Zhiwen withdrew her gaze from the tooth, a smile spreading across her face. Dragon teeth were exceptional forging material. Though the one before her was broken, it was more than sufficient to forge the tip of a spear. With the addition of other materials, it could easily be reworked into a new spear, with this dragon tooth at its core. As for who would forge the equipment, that went without saying. Apart from Chang Fenglin, her subordinate from her previous life, she would struggle to find a more suitable candidate in the short term. So it was a dragon tooth, no wonder it carried such an oppressive aura. Upon hearing Jiang Zhiwen's explanation, Qin Mo understood immediately. She quickly lost interest in the tooth and began examining other items. Fusang branches? Skip. Phoenix blood grass? Also passed over. Soon, Qin Mo's gaze settled upon a fist-sized black rhombic crystal. The crystal displayed an irregular rhombic shape, its surface crisscrossed with numerous cracks. Wispy strands of dark purple energy swirled around it, continuously radiating a chill. In just this brief moment, a faint layer of white frost had already settled upon the surrounding ground. Qin Mo stared intently at the black crystal, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily. He had a hunch about what this crystal might be. Ha! Another nether core? Jiang Zhiwen tucked away the tooth and followed Qin Mo's gaze, quickly spotting the black crystal. Silver clear, you're quite lucky, he exclaimed in surprise. The nether core had a wide range of uses and offered tremendous benefits to dark attribute beasts. Of course, none of that mattered. What truly mattered was that one of the two known evolution paths for the Irontail Mountain Lord, the Spectral Soul Lord path, required a nether core. Now that they had obtained the nether core, their contract beast only needed to reach the required level and devour large numbers of ghosts to smoothly evolve into a Ghost Soul Lord. Compared to evolving into a battle beast, she personally favored Qin Mo becoming a Spectral Lord. Though not adept at direct combat, the Soul Lord excels at casting curses and can continuously summon soul spirits to aid in battle. Such abilities perfectly complemented the shortcomings of her own profession. Indeed, it was the nether core. Hearing Jiang Zhiwen's words, Qin Mo's face instantly broke into a smile. This brought him one step closer to evolving into a Spectral Lord. As for whether he would ultimately evolve into a Battle Beast Lord or a Spectral Lord, that depended on which path's requirements were met first. The evolution requirements for the Battle Beast Lord were relatively straightforward, but he hadn't met a single one yet. The Crimson Blood Battle Demon he had obtained from the Swallowing Heaven Golden Toad's belly amounted to just over 2 liters, far short of the required 10 liters. The Soul Lord's evolution requirements were more demanding, but he already possessed the most elusive item, the nether core, fulfilling one of the 3 conditions. Shifting his focus away from the nether core, Qin Mo continued to examine the remaining items. First to catch his eye was a leather scroll. Made from the hide of some unknown monster, it was covered in strange script. Qin Mo lost interest after just one glance. These were the writings of the inferior demon clan. Jiang Zhiwen picked up the scroll and scanned it twice before chuckling. It's a children's story from the inferior demon clan. In Che, want to hear it? I can translate it for you. Qin Mo curled his lips. He couldn't care less about this thing. Seeing Qin Mo's disinterest, Jiang Zhiwen promptly set the scroll aside. The contents of this scroll hold little value. However, the scroll itself was made from the leather of an ancient leather giant. For collectors with a penchant for such items, it could be considered a rare treasure. At the same time, Qin Mo's gaze fell upon a pitch-black wooden board. The material of the board was unknown. Roughly the size of a book, its surface was covered in thick layers of mud. In the few spots where the mud hadn't obscured it, faint characters could be discerned. Qin Mo examined the board for a few moments before raising his claw to summon several water orbs and hurl them at it. Emerald Wave Cage. The water spheres struck the board in succession, swiftly washing away the surface dirt to reveal the characters and patterns beneath. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen both looked over, then froze simultaneously. After a moment, Jiang Zhiwen flushed slightly and tossed the board aside.
Qin Mo wore an expression of utter speechlessness.
The wooden plank contained a silver tier skill called the Golden Yang Tempering Yin Technique, a cultivation method that could marginally enhance physical strength and spiritual power through sexual union between a man and a woman.
Another useless item.
Disappointed, Qin Mo withdrew his gaze and immediately turned his attention to the last two items. A silver beast egg the size of a human head and a one-handed shield engraved with a skull pattern.
Gold-grade equipment.
Jiang Zhiwen first picked up the shield, examined it briefly, then handed it to Qin Mo. "Yin Che, it's yours."
This shield actually boasts quite impressive attributes.
While it doesn't possess the triple effects of her previous spear, it still boasts two highly practical abilities, Fortified Wall and Thorns. Fortified Wall enhances resistance against physical attacks, while Thorns deals a chance of counter damage to the attacker. However, she had never been fond of shields, so this gold-grade shield would naturally serve as material for Qin Mo's evolution. Qin Mo took the shield and set it aside before turning his attention to the silver beast egg, examining it closely.
After a moment of scrutiny, Qin Mo turned to Jiang Zhiwen. "Ha? Beast Master, can you identify what kind of monster this egg belongs to?"
He couldn't identify this thing himself, but his beast master was a reincarnated expert. This shouldn't be too difficult for her.
"I don't know." Jiang Zhiwen spread her hands innocently.
While she possessed the experience of her past life, she had only been a mediocre beastmaster back then. Ask her about common knowledge or hidden secrets of the beastmaster world, and she could rattle off answers effortlessly.
But asking her to identify a beast egg? That was pushing it.
Beyond a handful of eggs with distinctive features, she could recognize very few. Most of those were precious exotic species. The beast egg before her clearly didn't belong to any of the rare, exotic species she knew.
Qin Mo sighed in disappointment.
"I may not recognize it, but someone else might."
Seeing Qin Mo's expression, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but find it amusing. "Let's tidy up this place first. I'll take you to find some help later."
Hearing this, Qin Mo immediately began devouring and refining the nether core and that golden grade one-handed shield.
Chapter 104, The Origin of the Beast Egg.
Soon after, Qin Mo successfully refined and absorbed both the nether core and the gold grade one-handed shield. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen stowed the items into a small spatial pouch. Then, the man and beast left the training room, heading deeper into the city guard barracks. Soon, they encountered Quang Gong, Lu Xinghe, and the uncle-nephew pair, Qin Ming and Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen return so soon, the others were visibly surprised.
"Is there something wrong, Jian?" Lu Xinghe edged closer to Jiang Zhiwen and asked.
Yet as he spoke, his gaze kept darting toward Qin Mo beside him.
This made Qin Mo unconsciously take a few steps back, then he glared back fiercely.
Earlier, while he and Jiang Zhiwen were recuperating at the Quang residence, this old codger had sent a bunch of rutting curly-tailed civets and frostblade spirit cats over, causing him no end of headaches. He hadn't settled the score with that old codger yet. Qin Ming and Quang Gong wore equally puzzled expressions. "We simply wish to request Mr. Lu's assistance in identifying this beast egg." Jiang Zhiwen retrieved the silver beast egg from his spatial pouch and explained, "I found this in the lair of the Howling Moon Wolf King." Hearing this, not only Lu Xinghe, but even Qin Ming and Quang Gong perked up.
A beast egg found in the Howling Moon Wolf King's lair? That couldn't possibly be ordinary. Lu Xinghe took the egg from Jiang Zhiwen's hands, then produced an exquisite magnifying glass to examine it closely. Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and the others waited quietly nearby.
When it came to appraising beast eggs, the combined expertise of all of them couldn't match Lu Xinghe's.
If even Lu Xinghe couldn't discern the egg's true nature, they certainly wouldn't be able to.
After a long moment, Lu Xinghe set down the magnifying glass and turned to Jiang Zhiwen. "Jiang, have your contract beast throw a couple of water balls at this egg?" He didn't approach Qin Mo directly. He knew full well that given Qin Mo's attitude toward him, the latter would likely ignore him outright. Hearing this, Jiang Zhiwen immediately turned to Qin Mo. Though Qin Mo disliked the old man, he wasn't about to pick a fight at this moment. He promptly formed two water spheres and hurled them at the egg. The spheres struck the beast egg, instantly sending ripples of silver light across its surface. Then, the water balls dissolved into the beast egg and vanished. Witnessing this, everyone's faces lit up with astonishment before they all turned their gaze toward Lu Xinghe. Clearly, the old man had uncovered something significant. Facing their gazes, Lu Xinghe didn't explain immediately. Instead, he looked at Qin Feng. "Qin, have your contract beast come out and throw two fireballs at this." At his command, Qin Feng immediately prepared to release Honling from her beast taming space.
"Roar! No need for that. I'll handle it."
Before Qin Feng could make a move, Qin Mo let out a low growl and slammed his paw down with force.
Frost firestorm.
A storm of intertwined frost and flame rapidly coalesced. Under his deft control, tendrils of flame separated from the vortex and shot toward the silver beast egg. What incredible skill control!
Quang Gong's eyes narrowed in astonishment. He was no longer surprised that Qin Mo could unleash the frost firestorm. After all, during the Secret Realm trials, he had watched from the sidelines and witnessed Qin Mo unleash skills far beyond his expected mastery on more than one occasion. Adding another frost firestorm to his repertoire held little surprise.
But Qin Mo's mastery of this skill left him utterly astonished. Even among purple gold tier elemental mages, few could wield Frostfire Storm to such an extent.
Admittedly, this was partly because many elemental mages didn't place much value on this skill, so they hadn't delved deeply into its study.
Yet this single display of skill control was sufficient proof of Qin Mo's innate talent. Such talent, if possessed by a mage, could forge a formidable practitioner even with modest innate class potential. Yet this talent manifested in a contract beast. Fortunately, none of them were mages, otherwise, they'd be utterly crushed. Qin Ming, his nephew, and Lu Xinghe all wore expressions of astonishment. But soon, their attention was drawn to the beast egg. Before the flames could touch the silver beast egg, several runes abruptly appeared on its surface. Then, clusters of water spheres coalesced, forming a barrier to meet the incoming flames. The flames Qin Mo had separated from his Frostfire Storm were swiftly extinguished. The remaining water orbs, however, carried their momentum forward, hurtling toward Qin Mo. Such an attack posed no threat to Qin Mo. With a flick of his claw, the Frostfire Storm materialized before him, deflecting every incoming water ball. Then Qin Mo dispersed the Frostfire Storm and turned his gaze toward Lu Xinghe. Roar! Old man, what the hell is this egg? Jiang Zhiwen and the others also turned their gaze toward Lu Xinghe. This is the egg of the Azure Dragon Qilin, Lu Xinghe declared without further preamble, meeting their collective gaze. Upon hearing Lu Xinghe's words, Quang Gong and Qin Ming showed little reaction. They weren't beast masters. Though they'd heard of the Azure Water Dragon Qilin, their knowledge was limited to it being an extremely rare beast, comparable in rarity to the Irontail Mountain Lord. As a beast master, Qin Feng reacted much more strongly. As soon as Lu Xinghe finished, Qin Feng's eyes lit up as she stared intently at the silver beast egg in his hand, exclaiming with delight, "It really is a green water dragon Qilin?" The Azure Water Dragon Qilin possessed faint dragon and divine beast Qilin bloodlines within its body, endowing it with extraordinary potential. Unlike the wind summoning sparrow, even without awakening its divine beast bloodline, the Azure Water Dragon Qilin possessed formidable combat prowess. At the same level, an unawakened Azure Water Dragon Qilin could even hold its own against an iron-tailed mountain lord. Qin Mo turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. He had never heard of such a beast as the Azure Dragon Qilin before. Since he had questions, he naturally turned to his own beast master. Seeing Qin Mo's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but chuckle before explaining the creature's origins. While she wasn't deeply familiar with the Azure Dragon Qilin, it wasn't entirely unfamiliar to her either. In her previous life, she had once faced off against a beast tamer who had contracted a Azure Dragon Qilin on the arena stage. Back then, she had already stumbled into the purple gold rank and contracted a formidable heavenly crown Shen bird that Beastmaster and the Azure Water Dragon Qilin had only reached the golden rank. Yet that battle ended in her crushing defeat. Despite her level advantage, she and her heavenly crown blackbird were completely dominated from start to finish by that gold tier Azure Water Dragon Qilin, unable to mount even the slightest resistance. Afterward, she scoured for any news about the Azure Water Dragon Qilin, yet found nothing. Later, she unexpectedly gained a system that accelerated her rise. Having abandoned the Beastmaster profession, she naturally ceased pursuing any further information about the Azure Water Dragon Qilin. Unexpectedly, after reincarnating, she was the one who found an egg of the Emerald Dragon Qilin. After hearing Jiang Zhiwen's explanation, Qin Mo instantly understood. From this perspective, the Greenwater Dragon Qilin's cultivation value was actually quite high. Roar! Qin Mo then turned to Jiang Zhiwen, letting out a low growl. Beastmaster, how about keeping this egg? Once you reach gold rank, you could make it your second contract beast? Given his Beastmaster's rapid advancement, reaching gold rank shouldn't take long. This beast egg couldn't have come at a better time. Chapter 105, The Deal in Qin Han's Passion. Hearing Qin Mo's words, Jiang Zhiwen smiled and shook her head, no need. Having you is enough for me. Once a Beastmaster reaches gold rank, they can indeed contract more beasts. But nurturing contract beasts demands time and energy. Surely not every one of her contract beasts would be as exceptionally gifted as Qin Mo, requiring no effort on her part? Roar! Hearing this, Qin Mo paused in surprise before shaking his head. Fine, you're the Beastmaster. You decide. Beside him, Qin Feng's eyes lit up at the mention. This is a Bisui Dragon Qilin egg. Even without awakening divine beast bloodlines, it still holds immense cultivation value. Since Jiang Zhiwen doesn't plan to hatch this beast egg, he could easily trade for it and make it his second contract beast after reaching gold rank. Since you're not planning to hatch this Azure Water Dragon Qilin egg, Jiang, I wonder if you might be interested in parting with it? Before Qin Feng could speak, Lu Xinghe's voice rang out first. Old man here has always enjoyed collecting these rare and peculiar beasts. If you, Jiang, are willing to part with it, I can offer 5 gold tier equipment pieces or items of equivalent value in exchange. His offer wasn't particularly high. If this Azure Dragon Qilin egg were put up for auction, it could fetch a staggering price. After all, it was a beast possessing the bloodlines of 2 divine beasts. Coupled with its rarity and the fact that it was seldom seen in the outside world, even a purple gold grade or higher beast tamer would likely be tempted. However, as this was a private transaction, it naturally wouldn't command the excessive premiums seen at auctions. 5 gold-grade equipment pieces or items of equivalent value was a reasonably calculated price he had arrived at.
Transacting at this price ensured neither he nor Jiang Zhiwen would suffer a loss.
Should the azure water dragon Qilin hatching from this egg truly awaken its divine beast bloodline, he could compensate Jiang Zhiwen afterward.
1 purple gold-grade equipment or equivalent item.
Additionally, you, Mr. Jiang, may select any treasure from the Qin family treasury. No sooner had Lu Xinghe finished speaking than Qin Ming replied in a deep voice, "Old Lu, I already gave you the phoenix blood grass earlier.
Why not let me have this azure water dragon Qilin egg?" Hearing this, Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well.
The azure water dragon Qilin's egg is yours." His relationship with Qin Ming was solid, so there was no need to fight tooth and nail over this. Besides, Qin Ming had already conceded the phoenix blood grass to him earlier. It would be awkward to refuse him now. Qin Ming immediately broke into a smile and turned to Jiang Zhiwen. "Ms. Jiang, you heard the terms I just offered.
Are you willing to make the trade?" "Certainly. However, I have no need for purple gold-grade equipment."
Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiwen immediately replied, "I need the Crimson Blood War Demon and high-grade materials for forging weapons." The Crimson Blood War Demon was naturally for Qin Mo.
The Qin family had dominated Jiangcheng for years, amassing immense wealth.
They undoubtedly collected all sorts of rare and exotic materials, and the Crimson Blood War Demon might very well be sitting in their inventory.
This is simple.
Later, you can go straight to my Qin family treasury and pick whatever materials you like. Take whatever catches your eye.
Qin Ming waved his hand generously, his tone brimming with magnanimity.
Truth be told, if he had to hand over a single purple gold-grade equipment piece, it would actually sting. Those were the very foundations of the Qin family's legacy.
High-grade materials were a different story.
While precious, the Qin family didn't excel in forging or alchemy, so many high-grade materials just gathered dust in storage.
Using them now to trade with Jiang Zhiwen was putting them to good use. After reaching an agreement, Jiang Zhiwen didn't linger any longer and headed straight for the Qin family estate.
Soon after, guided by Qin Feng, she and Qin Mo once again entered the treasury deep within the Qin family estate.
"Miss Jiang, here is the inventory list of materials in the treasury. Just tell me what you need, and I'll have someone fetch it for you. If it's not in the vault, I can arrange for it to be collected for you."
Within the vault, Qin Feng's uncle, Qin Han, handed Jiang Zhiwen a thick ledger with particular enthusiasm. During their last meeting, Jiang Zhiwen had merely been a bronze-tier practitioner with promising potential. Had Jiang Zhiwen not saved Qin Feng's life in the Chaos Sky Island's secret realm, Qin Han wouldn't have even bothered to appear. After all, though he hadn't yet reached purple gold rank, he was already at the peak of gold rank 9.
Holding real power, he was a prominent figure throughout Jiang City. And Jiang Zhiwen?
He was merely a promising beastmaster with a mere D rank in professional aptitude.
While professional aptitude doesn't determine everything, the gap it creates requires vast resources to fully bridge.
Under equal conditions, practitioners with higher-tier professional talents would naturally be more sought after. Yet in the brief time they'd been apart, Jiang Zhiwen's strength and status had undergone a dramatic transformation. During the previous secret realm trial, Jiang Zhiwen emerged as the undisputed champion. Moreover, she single-handedly turned the tide within the trial realm, nearly single-handedly disrupting the Dawn Sex operation and rescuing the other students trapped there. But that alone wasn't the most significant development. The crucial point was that Jiang Zhiwen had ultimately been chosen by Lin Qing, becoming a student of that Imperial Capital Academy mentor.
A mentor from the Imperial Capital Academy.
Both in terms of personal strength and connections, he stood among the upper echelons of the Qinqing Empire. With such a powerful patron backing her, Jiang Zhiwen now stood on equal footing with purple gold tier practitioners. Consequently, when Qin Han encountered Jiang Zhiwen again, his attitude underwent a complete and utter transformation. During their previous encounter, Qin Han had been cordial, but his warmth had largely been a matter of courtesy. This time, however, Qin Han's warmth was clearly genuine, even bordering on obsequiousness.
Qin Feng, standing nearby, sighed inwardly.
Her uncle was a master of diplomacy, managing relationships with such precision that no one could find fault.
It wasn't that there was anything inherently wrong with this approach.
Wasn't inherently wrong, but Qin Han's behavior made him feel quite awkward. Jiang Zhiwen accepted the scroll, politely thanked Qin Han, and then began flipping through it alongside Qin Mo.
Roar!
After flipping through a few pages, Qin Mo extended a paw to point at the recorded materials, letting out a low growl. "Beastmaster, this is quite something." The material he pointed to was named Illusory Mist Purple Spirit Miasma.
This was an exceptionally rare gold-grade miasma material.
As for its effects, it was somewhat similar to the mirage mist they had encountered earlier in the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island, capable of affecting perception and creating illusions.
If this substance could be infused into equipment, it would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results in battle. Jiang Zhiwen pondered briefly before nodding. Dragon's Fang possessed exceptional compatibility, so there was no need to worry about elemental conflicts between materials. Using Phantom Mist Purple Spirit Miasma as a secondary material was indeed a sound choice. Having settled on the first material, Jiang Zhiwen continued flipping through the pages. Roar! A familiar material soon appeared in Qin Mo's line of sight. Upon seeing it, Qin Mo immediately let out an excited roar. Beastmaster, pick this one. I want this one. Chapter 106, Chang Fomin.
The material that had Qin Mo so excited was none other than Crimson Blood Battle Essence. This was the crucial material needed to evolve into a battle beast lord. The only thing Qin Mo found regrettable was that, according to the records in the ledger, the Qin family's inventory of Crimson Blood Battle Essence amounted to only 5 liters. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged on your Crimson Blood Battle Essence. Jiang Zhiwen gave Qin Mo a light, exasperated pat before turning to Qin Feng beside him. Qin Feng, we'll need your family's assistance in gathering more Crimson Blood Battle Essence going forward. Though she knew Qin Mo needed Crimson Blood Battle Essence, she had no idea how much exactly. Still, anything that could aid the evolution of one's own contract beast was undoubtedly something to have in abundance. After all, Crimson Blood Battle Essence is merely a silver-grade material with niche applications. Its greatest advantage lies in its extreme rarity. Materials like this won't fetch a high price. With her current resources, she could absorb whatever quantity the Qin family collected. Qin Feng knew the Crimson Blood Battle Essence held great significance for Qin Mo, and she immediately nodded in agreement. Qin Han's response was even more decisive. He picked up his communicator, dialed a number, and issued a few low-voiced instructions. Personnel responsible for related matters within the Qin family sprang into action, immediately beginning to search for information on Crimson Blood War Essence. Jiang Zhiwen continued reviewing the catalog with Qin Mo. After careful selection, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen finally settled on 2 purple gold grade materials. The Nether Demon Bone and the Silver Thread Rock. The former was the arm bone of a purple gold grade Nether Demon, intended to synergize with the Phantom Mist Purple Spirit Mist to amplify its potency. As for the latter, Jiang Zhiwen valued its high compatibility, intending to use it to balance other materials. Beyond these, the man and beast also selected over a dozen gold and silver grade materials. These materials would either imbue forged equipment with formidable offensive power or carry cursed energies, enabling the crafted gear to inflict curses upon targets. After selecting the materials, Jiang Zhiwen led Qin Mo away from the Qin Manor. Before departing, Jiang Zhiwen handed over the miscellaneous items gathered within Howling Moon Ridge, such as the Crimson Flame Wolf's Fangs, ancient leather scrolls from giant beasts, and wooden tablets inscribed with the Golden Sun tempering technique. She entrusted the Qin family to handle these items. She retained only the most crucial items, the Fusang Tree Branch and the Phoenix Blood Grass. She had other uses for these 2 items. After leaving the Qin Manor, Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo immediately headed for the Chang family estate. Soon after, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen arrived once more at the Chang family estate, which nearly occupied half the street. Jiang Zhiwen approached the gatehouse and explained their purpose. After the gatekeeper relayed the message, a golden tier practitioner soon emerged from the estate. This individual was Chang Fengyin, the second in command of the Chang family and currently their most promising candidate for breaking through to purple gold rank. In the past, Jiang Zhiwen would never have dared to disturb a practitioner of Chang Fengyin's caliber. But times had changed. After the Secret Realm trial, Jiang Zhiwen's fame had skyrocketed, and he had even been taken as a disciple by a mentor from the Imperial Capital Academy. Major clans like the Qins, Changs, and Peis understood the immense prestige attached to being a mentor at the Imperial Capital Academy. With an Imperial Capital Academy mentor backing him, Jiang Zhiwen naturally commanded their utmost attention. Thus, upon hearing of Jiang Zhiwen's visit, Chang Fomin immediately set aside his affairs to personally receive him, extending every courtesy imaginable. Guided by Chang Fomin, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen soon entered the Chang family estate. Mr. Jiang Fenglin is currently in seclusion striving to break through to gold rank. If you wish for him to perform the forging, you'll need to wait some time. If you don't mind, Mr. Jiang, other smiths from my Chang family could assist you. Within the estate, Chang Fomin spoke as they walked. Thank you for the offer, but I still hope Mr. Chang Fenglin will handle the forging. Jiang Zhiwen smiled and shook her head. If she were to choose another forger, why wouldn't she pick the Pei family? The Pei family is the holy ground of Jiangqing's blacksmiths, boasting the city's sole purple gold tier blacksmith. Among Jiangqing's 3 great families, when it comes to equipment forging alone, even the Qin and Chang families combined couldn't match the Pei family. Her choice of Chang Fenglin was precisely because of his innate talent, divine forging. A Fenglin creation is always a masterpiece. That phrase was renowned throughout the entire Qinqing Empire in her previous life. Jiang, you sought Fenglin's help largely because of his professional talent. Hearing Jiang Zhiwen's words, Chang Fomin immediately shook his head, but as you surely know, Fenglin's forging success rate isn't particularly high. If your materials are precious, it's best to play it safe. The Chang family's leadership felt both love and frustration toward Chang Fenglin's talent. Chang Fenglin's talent has brought the Chang family a wealth of high-quality equipment, greatly enhancing their strength. But his forging success rate was simply too low. The average blacksmith achieved a success rate of around 60%, with only 10 to 20% of their forged items qualifying as high quality. Experienced master smiths can achieve success rates of 80 to 90%, with a high quality rate of around 30%. Chang Fenglin, however, was different. His premium item rate was 100%, but his success rate was pitifully low. Even with the Chang family investing resources without regard to cost, his forging success rate barely reached 30%. The resources invested during this period could have easily cultivated over a dozen more seasoned silver-tier blacksmiths for the Chang family.
I understand, Jiang Zhiwen nodded. I'm prepared for that.
The dragon tooth in her hand was precious, but it was severely damaged, greatly diminishing its value. Had it been intact, she might have hesitated to entrust it to the current Chang Fenglin to ruin.
But a half-broken dragon tooth?
She didn't place such high value on it. If the forging truly failed, she would accept it. After all, she still had the Fusan tree branch. If Chang Fenglin failed, she could just find any silver-level spear to make do. Once she reached the Imperial Capital Academy, she would ask Lin Qing to help find a blacksmith who could reforge a weapon using the Fusang branch as the primary material. Hearing this, Chang Fenglin refrained from further persuasion. Since Jiang Zhiwen had made up her mind, further persuasion would only risk provoking her resentment. If Chang Fenglin truly failed in forging, he could find a way to compensate her afterward. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries and contact information, Jiang Zhiwen departed the Chang family estate with Qin Mo. This time, Jiang Zhiwen did not go to the Quang family. Previously, she had feared Zhang Fengyan's retaliation and, unable to resist Quang Xiaoyan's insistence, had sought temporary refuge at the Quang residence after the secret realm trials.
But now, Zhang Fengyan hadn't made a move when she'd left Jiangcheng for Xiaoye Ridge, a prime opportunity. Now that she was back in Jiangcheng, the likelihood of him striking was even lower. As long as she remained cautious, she should be fine. Soon, the woman and the beast sped along the road, returning to the home they had been away from for so many days. Chapter 107, Half a Moon. For the next period, Jiang Zhiwen's schedule remained as regular as ever. By day, she ventured out to complete the system's daily tasks. By night, she cultivated using the instant clock. Qin Mo remained at home, taking it easy and resting, though he now had a new task, caring for the phoenix blood grass. On the very first day back home, Jiang Zhiwen specifically purchased a specially made flower pot and a large quantity of fire attribute plant essence. He carefully transplanted the phoenix blood grass into the new pot. Qin Mo's task was to promptly replenish the plant with the spirit essence. Beyond this duty, Qin Mo had little else to occupy his time. His days were spent either lounging at home or exploring the world through various channels. Half a month passed quickly. During this period, no major noteworthy events occurred in the outside world. According to updates from the Chang family, Chang Fenglin remained in seclusion, striving to break through to the gold rank. He was now at the final threshold and would emerge successfully within 3 days at the latest. Zhang Fengyan and the Zhang family maintained an eerie calm, as if they had completely forgotten Zhang Yuan's death. Yet anyone with eyes could see this was merely the calm before the storm. When Zhang Fengyan and the Zhang family made their move, it would be a fatal strike, leaving Jiang Zhiwen no chance to turn the tables. The only noteworthy development was that on the third day after Jiang Zhiwen returned home, Quang Gong sent representatives to deliver the rewards for the expedition to Howling Moon Ridge. The reward consisted of only 2 items, 10 million credit points and a universal skill book. The skill book contained the passive ability, malice detection, an exceptionally practical skill that could effortlessly sense hostility directed at the user within a certain range. Quang Gong's intention in sending this skill book as a reward was self-evident. Additionally, on the 10th day after Jiang Zhiwen returned home, her homeroom teacher, Zhou Yang, came to see her. This time, Zhou Yang brought the disciplinary decision from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Jiang Tian's killing of Zhang Yuan in the trial secret realm could no longer be concealed, and Jiangcheng No. 1 High School naturally couldn't pretend to be unaware. The punishment was straightforward. 10 years of community service at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, which could also be offset with credit points. Such a punishment was practically meaningless. Zhou Yang had initially speculated that the school administration would make a show of severity but ultimately handle it lightly. But in reality, the school's handling was even simpler than Zhou Yang had anticipated. They merely issued a disciplinary notice, effectively stating their stance. For this matter, the wealthy Jiang Zhiwen naturally accepted the penalty without hesitation, paying the full 10,000 credit points in one lump sum. Yes, 10,000 credit points. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen even suspected that if the administration hadn't needed to consider the Zhang family's reaction, the higher-ups might have changed that number to 1. Even so, the cover-ups and half-hearted efforts were practically written all over their faces. Beyond these matters, what pleased Qin Mo most was Jiang Zhiwen's successful breakthrough to Silver Tier 3. This time, his luck was exceptionally good. The system feedback reward granted him an extremely practical skill. Dragon's Recovery, passive effect, increases physical and mental energy recovery speed by 30%. Active effect, consumes all remaining mental energy to fully restore all injuries and enter an absolute defense state for 3 seconds. Active effect, consumes all remaining mental energy to fully heal all injuries and enter an absolute defense state for 3 seconds.
Like natural force, this skill possessed both passive and active effects, and both were astonishing. The passive effect, in particular, was a godsend for Qin Mo, whose demand for mental energy was growing by the day. As for the active effect, he didn't place much emphasis on it. Given his combat style, he rarely found himself pushed to the brink of exhaustion. Moreover, with Jiang Zhiwen a battle-hardened Beastmaster by his side, she would undoubtedly pull him into the Beastmaster's space the moment any life-threatening crisis arose. Regardless, acquiring the dragon's recovery skill gave Qin Mo a brand new trump card for survival. This thought brought him genuine satisfaction for quite some time. That day, Qin Mo was poring over materials to understand this world, while Jiang Zhiwen used the ephemeral clock for cultivation. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiwen's communicator rang. After answering, Chang Fengyin's voice came through immediately. Zhang Fenglin has emerged from seclusion and successfully broken through to gold rank. We plan to host a banquet in his honor, scheduled for 3 days hence. Should you be available, I shall have an invitation delivered tomorrow. Hearing this, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen exchanged glances. They quickly grasped the Chang family's intention behind this move. Building momentum. Chang Fenglin's professional talent was no secret in Zhangcheng. Everyone knew he could produce premium equipment with 100% success, though his only flaw was an extremely low forging success rate. Now that Chang Fenglin had broken through to gold rank, his professional talent alone made him a threat capable of challenging the purple gold-ranked blacksmith of the Pei family. Naturally, the Chang family would spare no effort in building momentum for him. In fact, the Chang family had done the same when Chang Fenglin broke through to gold rank in his previous life. Unfortunately, before Chang Fenglin could challenge that forger's position, Zhangcheng was struck by the beast tide. The Qin, Chang, and Pei families were all manipulated by Zhang Fengyan during the beast tide, suffering devastating losses. The Qin family lost its pillar, Qin Ming, while the Chang family saw the majority of its gold-tier professionals fall in battle. The Pei family fared relatively better, though nearly half of their mid-tier generation perished. The Qin family later rose again under Qin Feng, while the Pei family, with that purple gold-tier blacksmith at their helm, managed to maintain their standing. The Chang family, however, never recovered from this blow. Among the three great families, only the Chang family lacked a purple gold-tier professional, relying solely on their accumulated strength to hold their ground. Yet a single beast tide decimated most of their gold-tier professionals. Later, Chang Fenglin, seeking to break through his limits, had no choice but to leave Jiangcheng and travel far and wide. By a stroke of fate, Jiang Zhiwen saved Chang Fenglin. From that day forward, Chang Fenglin became her personal blacksmith. Getting back to the point, after hearing Chang Fengyin's proposal, Jiang Zhiwen readily agreed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Zhiwen ended the call. Afterward, Jiang Zhiwen continued her cultivation using the ephemeral bell. She was already very close to reaching the 4th tier of silver rank, so she naturally wouldn't slack off at this stage. Qin Mo, meanwhile, reviewed some materials for a while before settling into a comfortable position to rest. Meanwhile, at the Jiangcheng Beast Taming Center, Lu Xinghe, Qin Ming, and Quang Dong gathered on the top floor of the Beast Taming Center, their gazes fixed on a street in the eastern part of Jiangcheng. That area was precisely the Zheng family's sphere of influence. We've intercepted Zhang Fengyan twice already. Should we continue to block him this time? Lu Xinghe looked at the other two and asked. Third time's the charm. We might not be able to stop him this time. Quang Gong shook his head solemnly. 3 days after the Secret Realm trial concluded, Zhang Fengyan attempted to strike against Jiang Zhiwen only to be stopped by them. Later, when Jiang Zhiwen traveled to Howling Moon Ridge, Zhang Fengyan tried again, only to be stopped by the three of them once more. Now that Chang Fenglin has successfully emerged from seclusion, the Chang family is hosting banquets for all quarters, building momentum for him. Given Zhang Fengyan's temperament, he would certainly seek an opportunity to strike. If successful, this operation could not only eliminate Jiang Zhiwen but also severely cripple the Chang family, allowing the Zhang family to usurp their position. Blocking Zhang Fengyan twice was enough. Qin Ming suddenly chuckled. Before his departure, Mentor Lin Qing privately instructed me not to interfere with Jiang Zhiwen's affairs. This time, let Zhang Fengyan have his way. That Jiang fellow managed to snatch the treasure from the Howling Moon Wolf King. His methods are likely far more numerous than we imagined. A whetstone? Hearing Qin Ming's words, Quang Gong and Lu Xinghe exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Only a mentor from the Imperial Capital Academy would do such a thing. Though Zhang Cheng possesses extraordinary talent, she remains only a silver-tier practitioner. Using a purple gold-tier professional as her sharpening stone, doesn't she fear breaking the blade itself? How could our perspective possibly match that of a sovereign-tier practitioner? Qin Ming sighed. To us, Zhang seems exceptionally gifted, but in Mentor Lin Qing's eyes, she probably isn't anything special. At this point, Qin Ming paused before shifting his tone. I wonder how Jiang will handle this challenge. Hearing this, Quang Gong and Lu Xinghe perked up. They too were curious to see just how far Jiang Zhiwen could go against Zhang Fengyan, a purple gold-tier mage. Chapter 108, Silver-Plated Plum Blossom Spear. 3 days later, at the Chang family manor. The entire estate was decked out in festive decorations, bustling with extraordinary excitement.
Uninformed passers-by inquired everywhere, only to learn that Chang family SS-tier talent blacksmith had successfully ascended to gold tier, prompting the entire family to celebrate. Beyond the Chang family, many prominent figures from Jiangcheng would attend this grand gathering, including Jiang Zhiwen, the current darling of the city after claiming first place in the Secret Realm trials. Additionally, several purple gold tier professionals from Jiangcheng were also in attendance. Such a banquet was unparalleled in Jiangcheng, the pinnacle of extravagance. Many gazed upon it with envy, yet none possessed the qualifications to partake. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard deep within the Chang family estate, it really was a dragon tooth. Chang Fenglin repeatedly stroked the dragon tooth in his hand, his face filled with fascination. Judging by its appearance, it was undoubtedly a crystal dragon's tooth. Beside him, Qin Mo watched with an exasperated expression, unable to suppress a sigh. He understood a blacksmith's obsession with high-grade materials, but Chang Fenglin's expression as if clutching his dream lover left him utterly speechless. Jiang Zhiwen, however, remained calm. She'd witnessed this scene countless times in her past life and had long since grown accustomed to it. After a long while, Chang Fenglin finally calmed down, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the dragon tooth and turning to Jiang Zhiwen. "Jiang, this is a crystal dragon's tooth. A tooth from a high-tier dragon, even severely damaged, is a precious material approaching the radiance grade." Chang Fenglin looked at Jiang Zhiwen hesitantly. "With just half a dragon tooth, you could easily get that person from the Pei family to help. There's no need to stake everything on me. After all, you know my success rate with forging. To say he didn't want to forge with this half-tooth would be impossible. But his current success rate had only just broken the 30% mark. Handing this fragment to him would be nothing short of squandering a precious resource. As a blacksmith, he understood the preciousness of this fragment far better than practitioners of other professions. You must understand that most high-tier dragon clans, like the Crystal Dragons, dwell within the Celestial Court. This forbidden realm, even more perilous than the frigid ancient river and the Yang Valley restricted zone, floats perpetually above the sea of clouds, its location elusive and unknowable. For adventurers, entering it was out of the question. Even locating its whereabouts proved an arduous task. When a high-tier dragon perishes, its remains are interred within the dragon pit of the Celestial Court, ensuring its materials never leak out. Even if one occasionally encountered a lone high-tier dragon, such creatures often of epic or even legendary rank were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary adventurers. The difficulty of obtaining materials like scales, teeth, hide, or bones from such solitary high dragons goes without saying. This half-crystal dragon tooth in his possession was a rarity even in a small place like Jiangcheng, a sight that could be called a once-in-a-century occurrence. Even in the grand auction houses of the Qinqing Empire, this single dragon tooth would easily qualify as the centerpiece or even the grand finale of a medium to large auction. "I have faith in your abilities, Mr. Fenglin." Hearing Chang Fenglin's words, Jiang Zhiwen smiled. "Just go ahead and do it. Even if the forging fails, it'll only be down to my bad luck. Asking that purple gold tier smith from the Pei family to handle it would be safe, but it's unlikely to produce anything exceptional. If it were merely for an ordinary purple gold or even gold grade spear, why would she go to such great lengths?" Chang Fenglin's expression instantly grew solemn, his breathing slowing noticeably. After a long moment, he nodded. "Since you trust me, Jiang, I'll give it my all. Starting tomorrow, I will retreat once more to focus solely on the forging. I cannot predict how long this forging will take, but I guarantee it will be completed before you depart for the imperial capital." As he spoke, Chang Fenglin retrieved a long spear, entirely silver in color, from his spatial pouch. This heavy silver plum blossom spear is merely a practice piece of mine. Though only silver grade, it carries two useful effects, spell break and piercing. Chang Fenglin handed the spear to Jiang Zhiwen and said earnestly, "For the time being, Jiang Zhiwen, you may use this plum blossom spear." Jiang Zhiwen accepted it without hesitation, weighing the spear in her hands before casually demonstrating a few moves. She nodded in satisfaction. She had originally planned to find any spear to make do, but now that hassle was unnecessary. Though this silver plum blossom spear couldn't compare to her previous gold grade spear, it was still a rare masterpiece. Especially its spell break effect when facing spellcasting classes, it often delivered unexpectedly powerful results. Afterward, Jiang Zhiwen retrieved the remaining materials and handed them to Chang Fenglin. She then departed the villa with Qin Mo, heading to a small courtyard specially arranged for her by the Chang family. Within the courtyard, two figures sat conversing by a stone table. Spotting Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, they immediately looked up. These two were none other than Du Qianyu and Qin Feng. Though overshadowed by Jiang Zhiwen as the second and third place finishers in the Secret Realm trial, they were still rising stars in Jiangcheng. Du Qianyu, in particular, stood out. Unlike Qin Feng, who had the backing of the Qin family, or Jiang Zhiwen, who maintained close ties with Quan Gong and the Qin family, she had no such powerful connections. Having grown up in an orphanage and lacking any powerful backing, she was undoubtedly the object of courting by all factions in Jiangcheng. During this period, Du Qianyu was even more popular than Jiang Zhiwen. Naturally, the Chang family wouldn't overlook them when hosting this banquet to build momentum for Chang Fenglin.
Since they, along with Jiang Zhiwen, were all prospective students of the Imperial Capital Academy, the Chang family simply arranged for the three of them to stay in a separate courtyard, facilitating their interactions.
Jiang, you're here? Du Qianyu smiled as she spoke. I knew it. Since the Chang family sent invitations to me and Qin, they couldn't possibly leave you out. But given your temperament, it's rather surprising you'd attend such a banquet.
Though Jiang Zhiwen wasn't the type to shut people out, her days were filled solely with cultivation.
In her estimation, Jiang Zhiwen wouldn't waste precious time on such a gathering.
I still need to ask Mr. Feng Lin to craft equipment for me, so I couldn't very well refuse the invitation. Jiang Zhiwen offered a smiling explanation before shifting gears. Haven't seen you in days, Qianyu. Congratulations on breaking through to silver rank.
Still not as good as you. Du Qianyu's expression darkened with disappointment.
Ever since returning from Howling Moon Ridge, she had been locked away in the training room at Jiangcheng First High School, practicing relentlessly. During this period, she expended vast resources to achieve 2 consecutive breakthroughs, rising from bronze 8th tier to silver 1st tier. She had thought this would narrow the gap between her and Jiang Zhiwen, but unexpectedly, Jiang Zhiwen had silently advanced to silver tier 3. Qin Feng, standing nearby, dared not speak. Both Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu, fellow top 3 finishers in the Secret Realm trial, had already broken through to the silver tier, while he remained stuck at bronze tier 9. Worse still, he had once ranked higher than Du Qianyu, only to be surpassed by her now.
Chapter 109, Malicious Detection and Unwelcome Guests.
Qin Mo, standing nearby, caught Qin Feng's expression and inwardly chuckled. Yet his own face abruptly darkened, every hair on his body standing on end.
Such intense killing intent. An enemy approaches.
After the expedition to Howling Moon Ridge, one of the rewards from the city guard was the universal skill, malice detection. After much deliberation, Jiang Zhiwen had ultimately decided to have Qin Mo learn this skill.
Qin Mo's current reaction was the passive activation of this skill. Roar!
Qin Mo hesitated not a moment, letting out a thunderous roar as invisible sound waves swept through the surrounding area.
Soul-severing sonic kill.
The surrounding space warped, and in the next instant, over a dozen figures were violently shaken out of the void.
This Iron-Tail Mountain Lord possesses such keen perception.
The figures staggered to their feet, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Qin Mo. They had concealed themselves within spatial crevices, their auras completely fused with the surrounding space.
Even a Radiance tier practitioner might fail to detect them, yet this silver tier Iron-Tail Mountain Lord saw right through them? Its perception was simply too godlike.
At the same time, cold sweat poured down Qin Mo's back. Had it not been for the passive skill, malicious detection, sensing the intense killing intent, he likely wouldn't have noticed these figures sneaking up on him.
What an eerie tactic.
On the other side, Jiang Zhiwen watched the dozen or so figures, her expression growing increasingly grave. Most of these figures were familiar faces to her. They represented the hidden forces of the Zhang family she had known in her previous life. Apart from the Zhang family's hidden forces, only 4 professionals did not belong to the Zhang family.
Jiang Zhiwen recognized only 2 of them.
Li Yi, the golden 6th tier swordsman and leader of the barbarian bone hunters, and Yu Yu, the golden 5th tier priest and deputy leader of the barbarian bone hunters. As for the remaining 2, she had no recollection of them. However, given that they were operating alongside members of the Zhang family and the 2 leaders of the savage bone hunters, these 2 individuals clearly could not be allies.
Dispatching over a dozen gold-tier professionals at once, the Zhang family must have emptied their coffers.
Jiang Zhiwen's gaze settled on an unremarkable middle-aged man. She snorted coldly. The Zhang family sure knows how to make a grand gesture. She knew full well that despite his unassuming appearance, this middle-aged man was likely the second most dangerous threat among the dozen or so, surpassed only by the duo of Li Yi and Yu Yu. His name was Zhang Meng, Zhang Fingnian's right-hand man. His profession was the extremely rare and elusive curse mage, whose methods were notoriously unpredictable and sinister. Truly worthy of the top spot in the Secret Realm trials, your discernment is impressive.
Zhang Meng offered his praise without any intention of concealing his identity.
After speaking, Zhang Meng turned his gaze to Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, who stood beside him as if facing mortal enemies. The young master of the Qin family, and this young lady surnamed Du. Zhang Meng narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, I have only one objective this time.
As long as you behave yourselves, I'll let you leave without incident.
Qin Feng and Du Qianyu both sneered coldly.
Such nonsense wouldn't fool a 3-year-old, how could they possibly fall for it? So it seems you've chosen to oppose me.
Zhang Meng shook his head, his expression tinged with regret.
I was actually considering showing mercy and letting you off.
What a pity. Roar. Before Zhang Meng could finish speaking, an enraged roar erupted from nearby.
If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense?
I'll see if you worthless trash can even touch me. At that moment, a black flame suddenly erupted from Qin Mo's body.
Potential overdraw.
Facing over a dozen prepared gold-tier professionals, he dared not hold back, immediately playing his trump card. After all, he now possessed the Dragon's Recovery skill. While it couldn't restore the levels lost from activating Potential Overdraw, it could swiftly replenish some of his combat strength.
No! Stop that beast. Zhang Meng's expression darkened at the sight. After the secret realm trial, it was no secret that Qin Mo possessed a powerful transformation skill.
According to the Zhang family intelligence operative's analysis, Qin Mo's skill involved sacrificing levels to temporarily transform himself into a higher-tiered beast. Zhang family intelligence further speculated that this transformation prioritized evolutionary relationships above all else. If the beast possessed an evolutionary form, the transformation would prioritize becoming that specific evolutionary variant. If no evolutionary form existed, two possibilities arose, either transforming into a randomly selected higher-tier beast, or directly undergoing an explosive level surge. Regardless of which of these three scenarios occurred, it would cause a qualitative change in Qin Mo's strength within a short period. Regarding Qin Mo's ability, the Zhang family intelligence operatives offered only one solution: eliminate him before he could activate it. According to Zhang Meng's original plan, once their dozen or so gold-tier professionals infiltrated the Chang family using spatial artifacts, they would immediately move to surround and kill Qin Mo, denying him any chance to fight back. He never anticipated Qin Mo's perception would be so acute that he could detect their presence hidden within the spatial crevices. Nevertheless, he had prepared contingency plans for this very scenario long ago. According to his plan, if the initial ambush failed, he and the two captains of the barbarian bone hunters would then restrain Qin Mo. All three possessed skills with silencing effects. By taking turns, they could form a seamless control chain, preventing Qin Mo from unleashing any abilities. But he hadn't anticipated Qin Mo going all in from the very start. This move of laying all his cards on the table from the very start was completely unexpected. Before Zhang Meng could finish speaking, Li and Yu both struck simultaneously. Two beams, one black, one red, shot from their hands, hurtling toward Qin Mo. Spell counter. Sword of disruption. Yet before these beams could reach Qin Mo, they were swallowed whole by the black flames that had suddenly surged upward. Faced with black flames capable of devouring and assimilating even phoenix fire, the skills unleashed by Li and Yu proved utterly ineffective. Forget that beast. Team up and kill that Zhang brat first. Seeing this, Zhang Meng immediately shouted. According to his original plan, they were supposed to kill Qin Mo first, then capture Jiang Zhiwen and bring her back to the Zhang family. After all, Jiang Zhiwen was merely a D-rank beastmaster with no noteworthy background. Her current level of power could only have been achieved through extraordinary opportunities. Securing whatever opportunity Jiang Zhiwen possessed would not only avenge Zhang Yuan but potentially compensate for the losses his death inflicted upon the Zhang family. But now that Qin Mo had come at them with everything he had from the start, he had no choice but to change his plans on the fly. Beastmasters and their contract beasts were inseparable. Once the beastmaster perished, no matter how powerful the contract beast, it would lose all ability to resist under the backlash of the contract, becoming helpless prey. No sooner had Zhang Meng finished speaking than the others launched their attacks at Jiang Zhiwen. Chapter 110, Qin Mo's Might. As numerous gold-tier professionals closed in, Jiang Zhiwen planted her foot and charged straight at Zhang Meng. With her strength, none of these gold-tier professionals could match her individually. Even when surrounded by many, she could handle them with ease. However, all of this hinged on the spellcaster Zhang Meng staying out of the fight. A spellcaster's combat style was unpredictable and inscrutable, their bizarre curses impossible to guard against. If Zhang Meng were given any room to maneuver, even she couldn't guarantee she'd emerge unscathed. We've been waiting for you. A Zhang family professional wielding a massive shield stepped in front of Zhang Meng, while an ethereal red chain instantly bound him to Zhang Meng. Chain of Devotion, a shield warrior class skill that links the caster to another target, sharing half of the damage taken by that target. Endless duration, persisting until one party's vitality is depleted or the bond is actively severed. Simultaneously, another Zhang family shield armor warrior raised his hand and hurled a beam of light toward Jiang Zhiwen. Shield armor warrior class skill, Drag. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiwen had no choice but to abandon Zhang Meng and retreat swiftly. Other gold-tier professionals immediately seized the opportunity to close in. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu were targeted by two professionals Jiang Zhiwen didn't recognize. Though Qin Feng and Du Qianyu possessed considerable strength, they were ultimately no match for Jiang Zhiwen, a true anomaly. Facing the attacks of two gold-tier professionals, they quickly found themselves in dire straits. Zhang Meng observed their situation and couldn't help but sneer coldly. His gaze then shifted to Qin Mo, who was engulfed in black flames, his face gradually clouding over with gloom. According to the Zhang family intelligence operative's assessment, the greatest variable in the operation was this Iron-Tail Mountain Lord. That was why he had planned to eliminate Qin Mo first, then deal with Jiang Zhiwen later. Yet Qin Mo's perception proved far stronger than Zhang Meng had anticipated. Even Zhang Fengnian, a purple gold level mage, couldn't detect their presence hidden within the spatial crevices. Yet, they couldn't escape Qin Mo's perception. After the ambush failed, they could have still attempted to surround and kill Qin Mo. But Qin Mo immediately played his trump card and fought desperately, and that skill couldn't even be interrupted. Let's hope nothing unexpected happens. Zhang Meng sighed inwardly. For this operation, the Zhang family had invested heavily, even dipping into their reserves, all to eliminate Jiang Zhiwen and if possible, deal a severe blow to the Chang family.
Should this operation fail, the Jiang family would suffer immense losses.
Not to mention the potential retaliation from the Qin, Shang, and Pei families, or even the city guard and that old fox Lu Xinghe. Just then, a peculiar metallic clang echoed through the small courtyard. The sound carried both the deep, resonant weight of a temple bell being struck and the grim, deadly edge of clashing blades, drawing everyone's attention involuntarily. Unconsciously, all eyes in the courtyard turned toward the source of the sound. Under their collective gaze, a claw that seemed cast from metal stepped out of the black flames enveloping Qin Mo, landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Immediately after, the black flames enveloping Qin Mo dissipated, revealing his figure. Compared to before, Qin Mo's frame had grown significantly larger. His massive body, paired with bulging muscles, radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. His once coarse black fur had been replaced by black metallic scales, each faintly etched with weapon-like patterns. The most dramatic change, however, was his tail. The whip-like tail now sprouted numerous sharp bone spurs, resembling a giant flail from afar. Beyond this, countless faint shadows swirled around Qin Mo's body, faint wails echoing from within them. Thud! Qin Mo's gaze swept over Zhang Meng and the others. With a single step forward, his heavy footfall struck their hearts like a hammer, causing them to involuntarily stumble back several paces. Sovereigns dread a passive skill exclusive to sovereign warbeasts. Upon moving, there is a chance to activate residual sovereign will within the beast, inflicting indiscriminate intimidation on surrounding targets. Zhang Meng quickly steadied himself, his gaze fixed on Qin Mo with shock and dread. What kind of monster was this? How could it possess such overwhelming presence and oppressive aura? Qin Feng and Du Qinyu seized the moment to catch their breath, their expressions a mix of surprise and delight. Ever since their expedition to Howling Moon Ridge, they had completely abandoned any thoughts of competing with Jiang Zhiyun. Jiang Zhiyun was a freak, but Qin Mo was a freak among freaks. And now these two freaks had joined forces. They couldn't fathom how they could ever catch up to these two freaks. With their competitive drive extinguished, witnessing Qin Mo unleash his power now left them with only shock and delight. Awe stemmed from Qin Mo's performance. With just a casual step forward, he sent over a dozen gold-tier professionals reeling backward in unison. Their delight stemmed from the fact that in this situation, the stronger Qin Mo was, the better. The stronger Qin Mo became, the safer they would be. On the other side, Jiang Zhiyun's expression flickered with surprise. She was certainly no stranger to Qin Mo's current form in her previous life, she had dealt with such beasts more than once. But Yin Che's current form was unmistakably that of a battle beast lord. Jiang Zhiyun stared at Qin Mo and murmured, but why does it bear the characteristics of a soul lord? Though she had been only a mediocre beast tamer in her previous life, she had nonetheless ascended to mythical tier existence, encountering countless rare and wondrous beasts. The soul-devouring lord was rare, yet she had encountered it multiple times in her past life. And the ethereal shadows swirling around Qin Mo were the most distinctive trait of a spectral soul overlord. Could it be because Yin Che had devoured the nether core? The thought flashed through Jiang Zhiyun's mind, but she quickly dismissed it, charging toward Zhang Meng with her heavy silver plum blossom spear raised. These questions could be pondered later. The immediate priority was to eliminate the enemy before her. At that moment, Zhang Meng snapped back into focus and bellowed, "Captain Li, leave that Jiang brat to you lot. We'll handle this beast." As he spoke, Zhang Meng's right hand swept across the spatial pouch at his waist, producing a dark gold chain. The chain was forged from an unknown material, its surface etched with strange, arcane runes. "You forced me to wield the chain of Salar enough to make you proud." Zhang Meng gripped the dark gold chain, his tone grim. Salar were demons dwelling in the abyss, cunning, cruel, elusive, and masters of ambush and stealth. The Salar chain was a special artifact frequently used by these fiends, capable of binding a target and temporarily banishing it to another dimension. During this period, the bound target could not affect the outside world, yet remained vulnerable to external harm. The Salar chain in his hand was one of the Jiang family's most treasured artifacts. He truly did not wish to waste such a precious artifact here unless absolutely necessary. But the overwhelming pressure Qin Mo radiated was simply too intense. Despite being only a silver-ranked cultivator, he radiated an inexplicable aura of authority, making Zhang Mo feel as if he were facing a sovereign from ancient times. If only he alone had been affected, that would have been one thing. But the others he brought along were also forced back by Qin Mo's imposing presence. And all Qin Mo had done was take a single step forward. Faced with this situation, he could think of no other solution but to draw upon his reserves. Chapter 111, The Chain of Salar. Yin Che, be careful. Don't get tangled in the Salar chain. Jiang Zhiyun caught sight of the dark golden chain in Zhang Meng's hand and immediately shouted the warning. In her past life, she had dealt with monsters like Salar countless times and knew their power all too well. As for the Salar chain, this artifact had earned a notorious reputation in her past life. Countless legendary tier adventurers and monsters had fallen victim to its influence. Seeing Zhang Meng actually produce a Salar chain now, Jiang Zhiyun felt both concern and a chill run down her spine. In her past life, it wasn't until the 30th year after the Jiangqing beast tide that vast numbers of abyssal monsters began pouring through spatial rifts into this world. It was only after that period that Salar gained its notorious reputation. With the spatial rift connecting to the abyss still a long way off, both abyssal monsters and equipment from within were rare treasures.
Who would have thought the Jiang family had been fortunate enough to obtain a salar chain?
Had she possessed a salar chain during the expedition to Howling Moon Peak, that fire-scaled eel would never have slipped through her grasp. Hearing Jiang Zhiyun's words, Qin Mo's expression also turned serious.
Truthfully, he hadn't needed Jiang Zhiyun's warning.
The moment Jiang Meng had drawn the salar chain, he'd sensed the eerie aura emanating from it. He had a premonition, if entangled by the salar chain, he'd lose at least half his life.
Careful? Jiang Meng scoffed. The salar chain isn't something you can simply dodge.
As he spoke, Jiang Meng casually flung the dark gold chain in his hand. The salar chain shot into the air, then, as if possessed of its own intelligence, instantly transformed into a nimble venomous serpent, coiling toward Qin Mo at lightning speed.
Qin Mo dared not take it lightly.
Planting his foot firmly, he leapt toward the distance, swiftly vanishing into the shadows.
Shadow leap. Yet even after Qin Mo slipped into stealth mode, the chain of salar relentlessly pursued him.
Don't waste your effort, Jiang Meng sneered coldly.
The chain of salar ignores stealth entirely.
Jiang Meng's masked face twisted into a cold smile. You beast, just wait obediently for your death. Simultaneously, other Jiang family operatives closed in from multiple directions, relentlessly squeezing Qin Mo's maneuvering space.
Jiang Zhiyun attempted to break through for Qin Mo, only to be entangled by Li Yi and Yu working together. Moreover, to prevent Jiang Zhiyun from summoning Qin Mo into his beast-taming space, Yu immediately cast the exceptionally rare universal skill, Spell Silence. Spell Silence places both caster and target into a state of silence for 30 minutes. Under the silence, both Yu and Jiang Zhiyun lost the ability to cast skills, forcing them into close-quarters combat. However, with Li Yi a gold-tier swordsman protecting him and Yu's own formidable combat prowess, Jiang Zhiyun couldn't kill him immediately. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. Li Yi and Yu were naturally delighted with this outcome. As long as they held Jiang Zhiyun off, once her contract beast was dealt with, she would be left isolated and vulnerable. Then, whether they chose to crush or spare her would be entirely up to their whim. As for Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, they were once again targeted by the two professionals Jiang Zhiyun didn't recognize. Soon, they found themselves completely on the defensive, struggling to hold their ground against the relentless attacks of two gold-tier professionals. Roar! At that moment, Qin Mo's voice, filled with rage, rang out. Facing the relentless pursuit of the salar chain, Qin Mo finally lost his temper after several failed evasive maneuvers. If I can't dodge it, then I won't dodge it.
I'll see just how powerful this thing really is. Ignoring the coiling salar chain entirely, Qin Mo charged straight toward a Jiang family professional.
You were the one chasing me the hardest just now, weren't you? Take this claw from old man Qin. Sharp claws sliced through the Jiang family practitioner's body.
Though the Jiang family mage was cloaked in a spell shield, it crumbled like paper before Qin Mo's claw. With a casual swipe, Qin Mo shattered the shield. His claws continued their momentum, striking the Jiang family professional. In an instant, four bloody claw marks appeared across the Jiang family practitioner's chest. Through the gashes, the professional's beating heart was clearly visible within the chest cavity. Just as Qin Mo prepared to press his advantage, the relentless chain of salar finally caught up, binding him firmly in place. Qin Mo snorted coldly, opening his mouth to spit two wind blades toward the Jiang family professional. As an evolved form of the Iron-Tail Mountain Lord, the War Beast Commander shared the dual attributes of gold and wind with its progenitor. After his own evolution, the power of Qin Mo's wind blades had also significantly increased. Two deep blue wind blades, gleaming with a metallic sheen, sliced through the air, only to be halted by an invisible barrier. The blades struck the barrier, merely stirring faint ripples across its surface. Qin Mo frowned, drew a deep breath, and let out a deep, muffled roar. Explosive roar. Sound waves, tangible as if solid, swept through the surroundings, yet still only stirred ripples in the air. Don't waste your effort. Once bound by the salar chain, you can't affect the outside world. Seeing Qin Mo's actions, Jiang Meng's face twisted with scorn. You beast, just wait for your death. This final salar chain was meant for a purple gold tier enemy, yet here we are using it on a mere silver tier beast like you. Consider yourself honored. As he spoke, the Jiang family's professionals swiftly closed in, launching relentless attacks at Qin Mo. Jiang Meng, staff in hand, rapidly chanted incantations. Facing the onslaught of the Jiang family's professionals, Qin Mo dared not delay. A fiery red glow instantly enveloped his body, and soon his entire form transformed into dancing flames. Flame Avatar. A torrent of attacks rained down upon him. Qin Mo, now in his flame form, attempted to disperse to evade, but the binding effect of the salar chain proved far stronger than he had anticipated. Even in his fiery form, he remained firmly anchored to the spot by the salar chain, forced to endure the incoming blows. Fortunately, in his flame form, he was immune to physical and fire attribute attacks, instantly having the threat he faced. Even so, by the time the flame avatar's flame soul state ended and Qin Mo was forced to revert to his physical form, his body was covered in numerous wounds. His once impressive black metallic scales were now torn and battered, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Fortunately, since evolving into a war beast, Qin Mo's defense and physique had significantly improved compared to before. Combined with his daily practice of the greenwood body tempering technique, his physical constitution had been steadily improving. Thus, while his injuries appeared gruesome, they were far from life-threatening. Moreover, Qin Mo had previously acquired the dragon's recovery skill. Over the past 10 minutes, thanks to the passive effect of Dragon's Recovery, Qin Mo had partially replenished the spiritual energy he had completely depleted while channeling his flame avatar. Now, he could activate the active effect of Dragon's Recovery at any moment to protect himself. Thus, Qin Mo still possessed the confidence to withstand the fierce assault of the Zhang family's professionals. Chapter 112, Dragon's Recovery and the Stunned Crowd. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng watched Qin Mo, who remained as energetic as ever, his face darkening like charcoal. After enduring a 10-minute barrage from over a dozen gold-tier professionals, even a purple gold-tier professional or monster would be lying flat on the ground by now. Yet Qin Mo had stubbornly endured it all thanks to the flame avatar skill. And judging by his condition, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage at all. No more holding back, bring everything you've got. Zhang Meng's gaze swept across the faces of the Zhang family's professionals. His expression darkened as he declared, "We must end this battle quickly." They chose this moment to strike precisely to catch Jiang Zhiwen off guard. After all, the Chang family's grand banquet drew nearly every purple gold-tier professional in Jiangcheng to attend out of respect. Add to that the Chang family's influence in Jiangcheng. No one would have anticipated they would suddenly strike at this moment. But this very arrangement meant their operation had to be swift and decisive. Though they had made prior preparations, the hastily arranged backup plans could buy them only a limited amount of time. Moreover, the duration of the Salar chain was nearing its end. Once Qin Mo broke free from its constraints, eliminating him would become an entirely different challenge. Upon hearing Zhang Meng's words, the Zhang family practitioners immediately held nothing back, unleashing a barrage of skills upon Qin Mo. Zhang Meng gritted his teeth, his face twisted with pain as he drew forth a golden talisman. The Heavenly Sword Talisman, a purple gold-grade talisman whose raw power rivaled even the Thunderbolt Talisman. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Talisman contained the power of light, granting it exceptional effectiveness against undead creatures. Though he couldn't identify what kind of strange beast Qin Mo had become, the shadowy aura surrounding him allowed Zhang Meng to conclude that Qin Mo must possess certain characteristics of undead creatures. Under these circumstances, the Heavenly Sword Talisman in his hand would undoubtedly unleash its fullest effect. To make me deploy both the Salar Chain and the Heavenly Sword Talisman in succession, you've earned your death. With that, Zhang Meng activated the golden talisman in his hand with a solemn expression. A dazzling golden light burst forth, swiftly transforming into countless fine golden blades that shot toward Qin Mo. The moment Zhang Meng drew the Heavenly Sword Talisman, Qin Mo had sensed danger and focused his attention intensely. Seeing the swarm of golden blades approaching, Qin Mo activated the dragon's recovery skill without hesitation. Roar! A phantom dragon emerged from Qin Mo's body, its roar shaking the heavens and earth. Simultaneously, a faint golden radiance enveloped Qin Mo, accentuating his heroic and noble bearing. The golden blades struck Qin Mo's body relentlessly, yet they seemed to collide with an indestructible iron plate. They instantly shattered into countless specks of light, ultimately dissipating into the air. The attacks from the Zhang family's practitioners struck Qin Mo like stones thrown into the sea, failing to make even the slightest dent. 3 seconds passed swiftly. The golden spears were exhausted, and the golden light on Qin Mo's body quietly retracted, as if it had never existed. What left the Zhang family's practitioners utterly despairing was that after the golden light faded, Qin Mo's injuries had completely healed. Even the damaged black metallic scales had restored themselves to their original state. What the hell kind of skill is this? Zhang Meng and the other Zhang family professionals stared at Qin Mo, now unscathed, collectively frozen in shock. Li Yi and Yu Yu, who had been distracted by the commotion, were equally stunned. Over a dozen gold-tier professionals from the Zhang family, backed by 2 purple gold-tier artifacts, and they still couldn't take down that silver-tier iron-tail mountain beast? What kind of freak is this? Stunned, their movements slowed by a split second. Jiang Zhiwen keenly seized this opening, thrusting his spear into Yu Yu's thigh. The piercing effect of the silver plum blossom spear activated, cleanly piercing through Yu Yu's right thigh, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bull. Yu Yu recoiled with a scream. Li Yi snapped back to his senses and swung his sword to block Jiang Zhiwen, denying her the chance to pursue. But the most dramatic reaction came from the 2 gold-tier professionals who had attacked Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. Compared to Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Mo, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu were clearly outmatched by more than a notch. Qin Feng, in particular, was barely stronger than an iron-tier professional due to Hongling's deep slumber after consuming the phoenix blood grass. Had Du Qianyu not been distracted by monitoring him, and had he not been protected by numerous talismans, he would have perished long ago, never lasting until now. With complete dominance in their favor, these 2 gold-tier professionals naturally had the leisure to monitor the other 2 battlefields. The situation with Jiang Zhiwen unfolded exactly as they'd anticipated. They had reviewed videos of this secret realm trial and possessed some understanding of Jiang Zhiwen's capabilities. Li Yi and Yu Yu's combined efforts were indeed unstoppable, with few equals among gold-tier practitioners. However, Yu, determined to prevent Jiang Zhiwen from sealing Qin Mo into his beast taming space, had immediately cast the spell silence upon entering the battle, effectively tying his own hands. Without Yu's skill support, Li Yi alone found it extremely difficult to take down Jiang Zhiwen. Not to mention Li Yi had to divert his attention to bail Yu out. As a priest, Yu held little advantage over Qin Feng, the Beastmaster, in close combat. Unable to cast spells, he became the most vulnerable target. Therefore, once Jiang Zhiwen's battle with the two reached a stalemate, they ceased paying attention. What truly sent chills down their spines was Qin Mo's performance. Before being bound by Salor's chain, Qin Mo had briefly intervened. And with that single strike, he had nearly taken the life of a gold-tier professional from the Zhang family. And this Zhang family practitioner was a mage who had even cast a magical shield upon himself. Even for a professional of the same rank, breaching a mage's spell shield would require considerable effort. Yet before Qin Mo, that shield seemed as flimsy as paper. If that were all, it wouldn't have been so shocking. They'd seen plenty of beasts and monsters renowned for their brutal attacks. Qin Mo was merely a bit unusual. What truly stunned them was Qin Mo's subsequent actions. After being bound by the Serre chain, he withstood the relentless barrage from over a dozen gold-tier professionals of the Zhang family solely by relying on his flame avatar skill. They knew Qin Mo was exceptional, possessing skills he shouldn't have mastered. But when he unleashed flame avatar, they couldn't help but be stunned. This skill was a branch of elemental avatar. Except for a few exceptionally gifted elemental mages, most elementalists couldn't learn and master it until reaching purple gold rank. Yet, such a skill with such stringent level requirements was being wielded by a silver-tier Iron-tail mountain beast, no, an unnamed exotic beast, as it should now be called? And after that, Qin Mo unleashed a skill they had never witnessed before. Using this skill, Qin Mo not only absorbed the full force of the Heavenly Sword rune and the attacks of the entire Zhang family's professionals, but also completely healed the injuries he had sustained earlier. This utterly defied their comprehension. Chapter 113, Escape. Old Wu, hold back. Don't kill her. The gold-tier professional tasked with handling Du Qianyu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down before whispering to his comrade. Their ties to the Zhang family were tenuous. They were here merely for the paycheck. There was no need to risk their own lives. After all, they had successfully restrained Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. The Zhang family would have no grounds to cause trouble for them afterward. Besides, after this incident, the Zhang family would likely be too preoccupied with their own affairs to spare any attention for them. The other gold-tier professional immediately understood and nodded in agreement. With these two deliberately easing up, the pressure on Qin Feng and Du Qianyu suddenly lessened. They weren't fools. They could easily guess the two's intentions. Yet they chose not to call them out, instead continuing to feign a struggle with them. Zhang Mang also noticed their little maneuvers, but he dared not say much. Given Qin Mo's current performance, it seemed unrealistic to defeat him in the short term. Under these circumstances, provoking them further, causing them to abandon the fight or even turn against them outright would undoubtedly make matters worse. Though these two weren't exerting much effort, they were at least tying up Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, preventing them from interfering. Qin Feng was manageable. He still hadn't summoned his contract beast, suggesting it remained dormant and posed no immediate threat. Du Qianyu, however, was a different story. Though she was only at the silver rank, the skill she had unleashed earlier, similar to a fire resistance ring, proved exceptionally troublesome. While its destructive power couldn't match the fire resistance ring, its field control capabilities were far beyond comparison. If Du Qianyu were freed and found an opportunity to unleash that skill, the tide of battle could turn in an instant. After that, Zhang Meng continued leading the Zhang family's professionals in their assault on Qin Mo. This time, Qin Mo's situation was far less optimistic than before. Having already expended both Flame Avatar and Dragon's Recovery, coupled with his mental energy drained dry by these two skills, he could only brace himself against the incoming attacks. Fortunately, his transformation into the Battle Beast Commander granted him formidable defense through his metallic scales. Moreover, after Zhang Meng had expended his Heavenly Sword talisman, he appeared to lack any talismans of comparable power to deploy. For the time being, Qin Mo was safe. Most crucially, after this prolonged struggle, the Salor chain binding Qin Mo had developed numerous cracks. It appeared that before long, the Salor chain would be completely damaged and utterly useless. Zhang Meng and the Zhang family practitioners clearly recognized this. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Meng immediately split his forces, sending half to surround and attack Jiang Zhiwen while he led the remaining half to continue their assault on Qin Mo. At this moment, Zhang Meng felt a twinge of regret. When he had used the Salor chain to restrain Qin Mo earlier, he should have immediately led all his men to forcefully kill Jiang Zhiwen. Once the Beastmaster was dead, Qin Mo, as a contract beast, would naturally be powerless to cause any trouble. But at that moment, he'd been fixated on killing Qin Mo and then capturing Jiang Zhiwen to seize the opportunity she carried. If only he hadn't been so greedy. Now he was stuck in this awkward predicament. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Meng fixed his gaze firmly on Qin Mo, chanting incantations without pause. For now, all he could do was stall Qin Mo while trying to kill Jiang Zhiwen first. As several Zhang family professionals joined the fray, Jiang Zhiwen, who had been gradually gaining the upper hand, found himself pushed back once more. She was simply battle-hardened, remaining remarkably composed even under siege and showing no fatal weaknesses. It seemed unlikely anything would happen to her in the short term. The standoff persisted for a while. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. Qin Mo, whose black metallic scales were once again torn to shreds, broke free from the bonds of the salar chain. Eyes red with fury, he lunged at the nearest Jiang family professional. You've been ganging up on this young master for so long, it's time for me to fight back. An eerie crimson flame pulsed around Qin Mo's body, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Soul ignition. This skill was obtained after slaying the fire spirit tree demon within the trial secret realm. This ability boosted his total spiritual power by 30% for 30 minutes and accelerated its recovery rate by 50%, a formidable trump card. Since acquiring it, this was the first time Qin Mo had ever used it. Previous battles had either been too easy to warrant its use or too perilous, forcing him to gamble with the potential overdraw skill instead. Now, having exhausted both Dragon's recovery and potential overdraw, this skill finally found its purpose. Seeing Qin Mo charging toward him with fierce momentum, the unfortunate target he'd chosen instinctively tried to flee. His physique was no match for a magical shield. If even a magical shield couldn't withstand Qin Mo's claw, a direct hit would likely finish him right then and there. Yet before he could move, a terrifying aura suddenly radiated from Qin Mo, freezing his actions in place. Zhang Meng and the others wanted to support the unfortunate victim, but at that moment, they seemed to have glimpsed something terrifying as well, all instinctively taking a few steps back. The might of the War Lord. The exclusive passive skill of the War Beast of the Lord of War. Roar! Seeing this, Qin Mo let out a gloating roar. Well, you really are unlucky. Qin Mo wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. A claw glinting with cold steel sliced through the unlucky soul's neck. With a gush of blood, the head flew skyward. His eyes still held shock and terror. Qin Mo swept his tail, flinging the headless corpse aside before lunging at another Zhang family professional. After being surrounded for so long, he was seething with pent-up rage. Now was the perfect moment to unleash it. Seeing Qin Mo lunge at him, the Zhang family professional turned ashen with fear. As a gold-tier professional, he shouldn't have feared Qin Mo, who was only silver-tier. After all, the level advantage was clear. But having witnessed Qin Mo's earlier performance, the current Qin Mo seemed more terrifying to him than any purple gold-tier monster. At least when facing a purple gold-tier monster, their group of over a dozen gold-tier professionals, combined with the Sailor Chain and Heavenly Sword Talisman, could easily eliminate it. Seeing the man's expression, Zhang Meng cursed inwardly. How could a gold-tier professional be so intimidated by a mere silver-tier contract beast? It was an utter disgrace to the Zhang family. Yet recalling Qin Mo's earlier display, an inexplicable chill crept into his heart. This beast was already so troublesome at just silver rank. Once it reached gold rank, wouldn't it be able to walk all over any enemy below radiance rank? Qin Mo paid no heed to Zhang Meng's thoughts. In a flash, he appeared beside the pale-faced Zhang family professional. His tail, like a wolf's fawn club, whipped through the air with a howling wind and slammed into the man. The man was instantly sent flying. Before he could hit the ground, a spatial blade followed, slicing him clean in half at the waist. The severed torso and scattered entrails hit the ground, making Zhang Meng and the others' hearts skip a beat. This freak actually possessed spatial abilities? The rarity of spatial abilities needed no further explanation. Across the entire Jiangcheng region, not a single practitioner openly possessed such abilities. Even if someone kept it secret, treating it as a hidden trump card, the number of practitioners in Jiangcheng who possessed such skills wouldn't exceed the fingers on one hand. Yet now, they witnessed a spatial ability manifesting in a contract beast. Chapter 114, Cursed Remnant Body. Meanwhile, the two gold-tier professionals tasked with dealing with Qin Feng and Du Qianyu also saw their expressions change abruptly. Qin Mo's current performance completely exceeded their understanding. A silver-tier contract beast unleashing endless survival tricks was bad enough, but mastering spatial abilities? Had they known they'd be facing such an anomaly, they never should have accepted the Zhang family's payment. Exchanging a glance, they immediately abandoned Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, fleeing swiftly into the distance. If they didn't run now, once Qin Mo dealt with the Zhang family's people, they'd be the ones in trouble. As for taking on Qin Mo, they'd be insane to antagonize such a freak. At least they hadn't killed Qin Feng and Du Qianyu earlier, so those two probably wouldn't pursue relentlessly. You two bastards. Watching those two gold-tier professionals turn tail and flee, Zhang Meng was both furious and anxious. Never mind how demoralizing their cowardly retreat was, the mere fact that Du Qianyu had been released was headache-inducing enough. Especially now that Qin Mo had broken free from the bonds of the Salar Chain. With Qin Mo's agility and offensive power, combined with Du Qianyu's crowd control, the mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Qin Mo glanced at the fleeing pair, paying them little mind. He had seen their actions all along. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't let them off the hook. But now? There were more pressing matters at hand. With that thought, Qin Mo flickered and lunged toward another Zhang family professional. The effects of potential overdraw and soul ignition didn't last long. 1 hour for the former, half an hour for the latter. Once these two skills wore off, he feared he would instantly lose his combat effectiveness. Before that happened, he had to end the fight quickly. As for the Chang family's side, since the Zhang family dared to make their move at this moment, they must have prepared countermeasures in advance. In the short term, the Chang family likely couldn't be counted on. Just as Qin Mo lunged at another Zhang family professional, Li and Yu who were currently besieging Jiang Zhiwen alongside the Zhang family professionals exchanged a glance. Seizing an opening, they immediately withdrew from the fray. Without looking back, the two fled toward the exit. Like the two fleeing gold-tier operatives, they too had been hired by the Zhang family at a hefty price. While they were hired to do the dirty work, they certainly weren't going to risk their lives here. Especially since Yu was still under the effects of spell silence and had taken a shot from Jiang Zhiwen earlier, his combat effectiveness severely diminished. If they didn't seize this moment while Qin Mo's attention was elsewhere to make their escape, when else would they get the chance? Jiang Zhiwen watched Li Yi and Yu vanish rapidly from sight, letting out a cold snort. Yet she chose not to pursue. Unlike those two unfamiliar gold-tier professionals, Li Yi and Yu had the Man-Bone Hunter Guild backing them. You can run, but you can't hide. She'd have plenty of time later to make these two pay. Then, Jiang Zhiwen turned her gaze to the remaining Zhang family professionals. Two pools of eerie fire suddenly ignited in her eyes. Rakshasa King's class skill, Battle Will Ignition. Ignites one's own battle intent, enhancing all attributes. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. During the previous battle, she had remained in a passive defensive stance and hadn't utilized this skill. But now was the perfect time to kick a man when he's down. She wouldn't hold back any longer. Empowered by the formidable attribute boost, Jiang Zhiwen lunged forward like a fierce female panther, striking the nearest Zhang family professional. The Zhang family professional attempted to dodge, but two thick vines suddenly shot out from beneath his feet, binding his legs. The unfortunate Zhang family professional's face instantly paled. He knew exactly who had unleashed this skill. He simply hadn't expected Qin Mo to have the spare attention to monitor his situation while dealing with others. Jiang Zhiwen wouldn't let such an opportunity slip. The silver plum blossom spear thrust forward, piercing the unfortunate man squarely between the eyes. As the Yi pierce effect attached to the silver plum blossom spear activated, a transparent hole instantly appeared in the man's forehead. He was dead as a doornail. On the other side, the Zhang family professional targeted by Qin Mo couldn't escape his pursuit either. Two swipes from his claws smashed into the man's skull, sending him straight to meet the King of Hell. Within moments, two gold-tier professionals had fallen. Witnessing this scene, the expressions on Qin Feng and Du Qinyu's faces beside him instantly turned extremely complex. They knew Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen possessed formidable strength and had anticipated such an outcome. After all, within Howling Moon Ridge, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had both snatched prey from the jaws of a purple gold tier fire-scaled eel and a radiance tier Howling Moon Wolf King, ultimately escaping unscathed. Ordinary gold-grade practitioners naturally posed little threat to them. But anticipation was one thing, witnessing it unfold left a bitter taste in their mouths. As fellow top 3 contenders in the Jiangcheng Secret Realm trial, Jiang Zhiwen had now left them far behind. If this continued, they might not even catch a glimpse of his retreating figure. Compared to the conflicted emotions of Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, Zhang Meng and the remaining Zhang family practitioners now wore expressions of utter despair. How on earth did these two freaks boost their strength? Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen couldn't care less about their thoughts. Having been ambushed earlier, they were now seething with pent-up fury, itching for someone to take it out on. As the two menacing figures charged once more, one Zhang family professional took a deep breath, his expression hardening as if resolving something. He swiftly drew a scroll and crushed it in his hand. A white light enveloped him. Moments later, the light faded, and the Zhang family practitioner vanished without a trace. A teleportation scroll. The Zhang family professional's desertion in the heat of battle dealt a heavy blow to the remaining members. Zhang Meng's expression darkened considerably. He glared viciously at the remaining Zhang family professionals, his eyes flashing with ferocity. As a staunch loyalist of the Zhang family, he would never desert his post at this critical moment. He had believed the others shared his resolve to fight to the death. But now it seemed he had overestimated them. Feeling Zhang Meng's gaze, the Zhang family professionals all shifted their eyes nervously. As professionals secretly cultivated by the Zhang family, their loyalty to the clan was beyond question. But in this dire situation, even if they were willing to fight to the death, what difference could it make? They had already exhausted all their trump cards and still failed to eliminate Qin Mo. Now that Qin Mo had broken free from the shackles of the Salar chain, he moved with elusive speed. Tracking his movements was already a challenge, let alone inflicting any harm. Jiang Zhiwen, on the other hand, was somewhat easier to deal with. But just that root-wrapping attack moments ago confirmed Qin Mo had been monitoring Jiang Zhiwen's movements all along. Given their current predicament, attempting to kill Jiang Zhiwen under Qin Mo's watchful eye was nothing short of a pipe dream. Given the circumstances, it was wiser to flee now and preserve their strength. Noticing the shifting glances among the group, Zhang Meng suddenly sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. Everyone, save yourselves. With that, Zhang Meng turned to face Qin Mo simultaneously. Crimson patterns began to emerge across his body. His level, previously only at golden 7th tier, rapidly broke through to purple gold 1st tier and continued to climb at an astonishing speed.
Cursed Mage A-Class Talent, Cursed Remnant Body, enhances the power of Cursed Mage skills, slightly reduces skill consumption, and grants the skill Evil Sacrifice. Evil Sacrifice consumes all life force to explosively boost the caster's level for 3 minutes. This skill was Zhang Yuan's final trump card at true life or death ability. Casting it meant certain death. For Zhang Meng, this failed operation meant he had no face left to return to Zhang Fengyan. Thus, at this final juncture, he resolved to unleash this skill in a desperate gambit to see if he could drag Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen down with him. Chapter 115, Chang Yunpeng. Moments later, Zhang Meng, his body now covered in crimson patterns, his face gaunt and haggard, stared coldly at Qin Mo. A low, hoarse voice emerged from his throat. This time, I'll see if you can turn the tables. After casting Evil Sacrifice, his level finally reached purple gold tier 9. Though he hadn't shattered the final barrier to reach Radiance tier, he believed it would be more than enough to deal with Qin Mo, who was only at silver tier. Even if his current state could only last 3 minutes. As for the other Zhang family operatives, they fled toward the exit the moment Zhang Meng cast his sacrifice. Since Zhang Meng was willing to stay behind as a rear guard, they naturally wouldn't compete with him for this task. Qin Mo watched Zhang Meng, whose entire being radiated a thick, bloody aura, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. Within Howling Moon Ridge, he had only managed to engage the purple gold tier fire scaled eel thanks to his flame avatar skill. As for the Howling Moon Wolf King, it went without saying they never even engaged it in a proper fight from start to finish. Had the commotion they created not disturbed the sleeping grey rock giant within the cavern, thereby tying up the Howling Moon Wolf King, he and Jiang Zhiwen wouldn't have even managed to secure the Fusong tree branch. Now, facing a genuine purple gold tier professional, the pressure he felt was unimaginable. Especially since he had already played all his trump cards. Jiang Zhiwen's expression beside him gradually grew grave. She was no stranger to the skill Evil Sacrifice. It was a true life or death ability. Use it, and you die. Yet, this skill capable of dragging enemies down with him in a final, mutual destruction possessed power unmatched by any other. This was truly trouble. Qin Feng and Du Qianyu beside him paled visibly. They never imagined Zhang Meng had such a trump card hidden up his sleeve. A purple gold 9th tier practitioner, and one renowned for his bizarre methods as a curse master at that. Even if he'd artificially boosted his power through skills, crushing them mere bronze and silver tier minnows would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Oh? Is that so? At that moment, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from nearby. I'd like to see what skills you possess that would allow you to run wild in the Chang family's territory. The crowd turned to see an elegantly dressed elder striding swiftly toward them. Behind the elder stood Chang Fenglin, his face ashen, alongside Chang Fengmin and numerous other Chang family professionals. The Chang family hosted this banquet not only to build momentum for Chang Fenglin but also to showcase their clan's might. Yet these reckless fools from the Zhang family dared to lay a hand on the Chang family's guests at such a critical moment. This was nothing short of slapping the Chang family in the face. Not to mention that the Zhang family had targeted Jiang Zhiwen and his companions, the very individuals who had just secured the top 3 spots in the Jiangqing Secret Realm trials. Beyond their top 3 rankings, these 3 had rescued numerous students within the trial realm. And that's not even mentioning the formidable forces backing Jiang Zhiwen and Qin Feng. If anything happened to these 3 on Chang family territory, the blow to the Chang family would be utterly devastating. Old Ghost Chang, you're still alive? Zhang Meng's expression darkened instantly upon seeing the elegantly dressed elder striding toward them. This elder was renowned throughout Jiangcheng. Before Zhao Long ascended to the Radiance tier, this elder was unquestionably Jiangcheng's foremost martial artist. However, over 40 years ago, he failed in his attempt to break through to the Radiance realm. Soon after, rumors spread that he had exhausted his lifespan and passed away. The Chang family had immediately denied the rumor at the time. Yet after the rumors spread, the Chang family imposed a gag order internally, forbidding any discussion of matters related to the old man. This desperate attempt to cover up the truth only reinforced the belief among Jiangqing's factions that even if the old man hadn't passed away, his days were undoubtedly numbered. After waiting patiently for over a decade, Zhang Fengyan and the Zhang family made their move, forcibly seizing the deputy city lord position long held by the Chang family along with several other lucrative posts. The Zhang family braced for a thunderous retaliation from the Chang family, only to find the latter unexpectedly retrenching its forces and adopting a stance of defending its core holdings. This reaction from the Chang family finally put the various factions in Jiangcheng at ease. It seemed the formidable old Ghost Chang had truly passed away. Otherwise, given old Ghost Chang's style, the Chang family would have stirred up a storm across Jiangcheng after suffering such a heavy loss. Yet now, the old Ghost Chang rumored to be long dead stood before him, alive and well. Old dog Zhang isn't dead, so how could I be? The elegantly dressed elder known as Old Ghost Chang snorted heavily, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Enough. I'm not wasting my breath on you. Do yourself a favor and slit your own throat now. Save yourself the agony of a slow, painful death later. Zhang Meng couldn't help but snort derisively.
With only 3 minutes left to live after casting Evil Sacrifice, the old man's threat was nothing but a joke to him.
Come on then. I'll see what the legendary Chang Laogui, who once ruled Jiangcheng, is really made of. Jiang Meng roared, his palms erupting with 2 blazing orbs of blood. One shot toward the elder in the ornate robes, while the other slammed directly at Qin Mo. You dare show off your power in front of me? A fierce glint flared in the elder's eyes. With a flick of his right hand, 2 golden beams shot forth, instantly piercing Jiang Meng's forehead and heart. Jiang Meng's body convulsed once before his gaze rapidly lost focus. His lifeless corpse collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. With Jiang Meng's death, the 2 black orbs swiftly dissipated, as if they had never existed at all. So it was just a sham after all. I actually thought he had some real skill. The elderly man in fine robes glanced at Jiang Meng's corpse and snorted disdainfully before gesturing to Chang Fenglin and Chang Fengyin behind him. Chang Fengyin turned and gave a few orders, and immediately, Chang family professionals stepped forward to clean up the battlefield. While the Chang family's professionals cleaned up the battlefield, the elderly man in fine robes led Chang Fenglin and Chang Fengyin to stand before Jiang Zhiyun. Qin Mo watched the elderly man in fine robes warily. The threat this old man posed was almost on par with the Howling Moon Wolf King within Howling Moon Ridge. Consider that the Howling Moon Wolf King was a Radiance tier monster, while this old man was merely at the 9th rank of Purple Gold. Barring any surprises, this was another free capable of fighting above his level. Noticing Qin Mo's gaze, the elegantly dressed elder smiled and turned to Jiang Zhiyun. The youngster shows promise. That contracted beast of yours, if I'm not mistaken, should be a battle beast of the soldier rank, correct? Such beasts are exceedingly rare. You have keen eyes, senior. But In Che's condition is unique. This state won't last long. Jiang Zhiyun nodded, a flicker of surprise crossing his own eyes as he spoke. Chang Yunpeng, the tiger of the Chang clan, once a legendary figure in Jiangcheng. Who would have thought he'd be stirred from his seclusion? As far as he knew, Chang Yunpeng had less than 5 years left to live. He should be focusing all his efforts on breaking through to the Radiance rank. Her attack was no minor incident, yet it wasn't significant enough to warrant his attention. Logically, it shouldn't have disturbed Chang Yunpeng. It's clear your contract beast must have unleashed some powerful transformation skill. Chang Yunpeng nodded with a smile. The side effects of that skill must be considerable. I happen to have a treasure that can counteract such after effects. Little one, are you interested? Chang Yunpeng gazed at Jiang Zhiyun, his tone dripping with allure. Chapter 116, Trade and Reward. Jiang Zhiyun's eyes flashed at Chang Yunpeng's words. The only things on her that could catch Chang Yunpeng's attention, aside from the phoenix bloodgrass, were the half-dragon tooth. As for the Fusang branch, though precious, its existence was known only to her and Qin Mo. No matter how extensive the Chang family's intelligence network was, they couldn't possibly know she possessed such a treasure. If she remembered correctly, Chang Yunpeng's profession seemed to be similar to Qin Ming's dragon blood warrior, also connected to the dragon clan? At this realization, Jiang Zhiyun's mind cleared instantly. That half-dragon fawn must have been of significant value to Chang Yunpeng. Otherwise, the Chang family would never have dared to disturb this Jiangcheng heavyweight, who was wholly focused on his seclusion to break through to the glorious rank. So you've already figured it out, little one. I won't hide it from you that half-crystalline dragon tooth you gave Fenglin is crucial for my breakthrough to Radiance tier. The question is whether you're willing to part with it. Chang Yunpeng looked at Jiang Zhiyun, a gentle smile spreading across his aged face. If anyone else possessed that fragment, he might have entertained some ulterior motives. But facing Jiang Zhiyun, he dared not take any risks. Setting aside Jiang Zhiyun's own potential, the power behind her alone was not something the Chang family could easily afford to offend. Especially that Lin Qing instructor from the Imperial Capital Academy. He was a king-tier professional, backed by an immense network of connections. For someone of that stature, wiping out the entire Chang family of Jiangcheng would be as easy as uttering a single command. Sacrificing the entire Chang family for half a crystal dragon tooth was absolutely not a wise move. Even if he could disregard the Chang family entirely, simply killing them to seize the treasure and using the crystal dragon tooth to break through to the Radiance tier. But what good would that do? Before a sovereign tier practitioner, a Radiance tier practitioner was nothing more than a slightly larger insect. The higher the tier, the greater the chasm between each rank. Below the purple gold or even Radiance tiers, fighting opponents several ranks above one's own level wasn't exactly commonplace, but it certainly wasn't unheard of. Take Chang Yunpeng himself, he had fought his way up through higher tiers back in the day. But once one reached the Radiance tier, such cross-tier battles essentially ceased to exist. Therefore, even if he broke through to Radiance rank, Mentor Lin Chang would still find it effortless to eliminate him. As for those who resort to underhanded tactics, how could a mentor from the Imperial Capital Academy, one who had ascended to the sovereign tier and cultivated at least 3 sovereign tier practitioners, possibly be a fool? No evidence was even needed. The slightest suspicion from Mentor Lin Chang could spell utter ruin for the Chang family. This was precisely why he had been so enraged earlier, resorting to lethal force to eliminate Jiang Meng without hesitation. Had he not arrived in time, any harm to Jiang Zhiyun would have left the Chang family utterly defenseless.
Not to mention that besides Jiang Zhiyun, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu were also present. Qin Feng had the Qin family backing her. Though Du Qianyu lacked such powerful support, she was a prodigy from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, and her performance in the Secret Realm trials had been quite commendable. Barring any mishaps, she would undoubtedly be registered in Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's covert division. If anything happened to her on the Chang family's turf, there was no guarantee that old Zhao Long wouldn't seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. Though Zhao Long was once defeated by him, he now stands as Jiangcheng's sole Radiance tier professional. Neither he nor the Chang family dared to provoke Zhao Long lightly. The moment Chang Yunpeng finished speaking, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu beside him froze, their expressions shifting to shock. Crystal dragon teeth? That's material from high-tier dragons. How did Jiang Zhiyun even get his hands on such a precious item? Could it have been obtained within Howling Moon Ridge? Should they find time to revisit Howling Moon Ridge? The thought barely formed in their minds before they promptly dismissed it. Forget it. They weren't freaks like Jiang Zhiyun and Qin Mo, capable of escaping unscathed even after provoking the Howling Moon Wolf King. Their expressions swiftly shifted to envy. A Radiance tier practitioner? Not just in Jiangcheng, but even across the entire Qinqing Empire, that would barely qualify as a notable figure. If Jiang Zhiyun's crystal dragon tooth truly helped Chang Yunpeng break through to Radiance tier, that favor would be immense. Qin Mo, however, merely curled his lips. Such matters never interested him. Whether or not to strike a deal with Chang Yunpeng was a headache best left for his own beastmaster to deal with. Qin Mo then stepped aside to begin sorting through the spoils of war gathered by the Chang family's practitioners. But after the inventory was complete, the final result was far from satisfactory. Zhang Meng's spatial pouch contained only scattered odds and ends, the most valuable item being a palm-sized piece of gold-grade explosive crystal. This highly reactive fire attribute material was typically used in crafting wands or single-use artifacts, commanding a significant price. But having seen far better items while accompanying Jiang Zhiyun, Qin Mo naturally couldn't be bothered with a mere shatter crystal. Moreover, it was utterly useless to him. This discovery made Qin Mo want to resurrect Zhang Meng just to beat the crap out of him. First the sailor chain, then the heavenly sword talisman, so whenever you get your hands on something decent, you just dump it all on this young master, huh? As for the 3 gold tier professionals from the Zhang family, there was no need to elaborate. Their spatial pouches contained only bronze and silver grade materials, with the occasional bronze grade talisman utterly worthless junk that didn't even register on Qin Mo's radar. The only consolation Qin Mo found was discovering a liter of crimson blood battle essence in the spatial pouch of that unlucky bastard he'd bisected with his spatial blade. This brought him one step closer to refining and absorbing 10 liters of crimson blood battle essence. After tallying the spoils, Qin Mo returned to Jiang Zhiyun with a sense of disappointment. By then, Jiang Zhiyun and Chang Yunpeng had concluded their discussion. After some negotiation, Chang Yunpeng ultimately traded 1 purple gold grade item, 3 gold grade items, plus the previously mentioned treasure, in exchange for that half-crystal dragon tooth. Once the deal was sealed, Chang Yunpeng immediately handed Jiang Zhiyun an emerald green bead the size of an egg. As for the 4 pieces of equipment, Jiang Zhiyun would have to visit the Chang family treasury later to select them personally. Jiang Zhiyun took the jade green bead and handed it directly to Qin Mo, gesturing for him to drip blood onto it. Qin Mo's gaze swept over the jade green bead several times, finding nothing unusual. He looked at Jiang Zhiyun suspiciously. Beastmaster, is this thing really useful? This is a substitute Calamity bead. Seeing Qin Mo's expression, Jiang Zhiyun immediately smiled. While it can't completely immunize you against the negative effects of skills, it's sufficient to counteract most of the aftereffects. Qin Mo nodded reluctantly, then slit his own paw and dripped several drops of blood onto the bead. A brilliant light flashed across the substitute Calamity bead. Soon, Qin Mo's blood was absorbed by the artifact. At the same time, Qin Mo sensed an elusive connection forming between himself and the substitute Calamity pearl. Jiang Zhiyun finally put away the substitute Calamity jewel. After exchanging a few casual words with Chang Yunpeng and Jiang Zhiyun, the 3 hurriedly turned and departed. He intended to enter seclusion as soon as possible to break through to the Radiance tier. Chapter 117, Zhang Fengnian's murderous intent. After Chang Yunpeng departed, Chang Fengnian stepped forward and spoke with a wry smile. "My apologies, Jiang. Fenglin came to me earlier with the crystal dragon's tooth, hoping I could help refine it. But since this tooth could benefit third uncle, I took the liberty of informing him about it." Chang Fenglin beside him wore an equally guilty expression. He was to blame for this. If he hadn't sought Chang Fengnian's help, none of this would have happened. Still, he hadn't anticipated that the crystal dragon tooth would prove so crucial to Chang Yunpeng's breakthrough to the Radiant Realm. "It's fine," Jiang Zhiyun shook her head, her expression calm as she spoke. She never placed much value on that half-dragon tooth to begin with, otherwise, she wouldn't have entrusted it to Chang Fenglin for forging. While Chang Fenglin's equipment was always top-notch, his current forging success rate was truly pitiful. Handing the dragon tooth to Chang Fenglin was merely a gamble. And what a gamble it was, trading a broken half-tooth for 4 premium pieces from the Chang family treasury, plus a substitute Calamity orb, not to mention the Chang family's gratitude. By any measure, she had come out ahead in this deal.
Hearing this, Chang Fenglin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He then informed Jiang Zhiwen that he still possessed a piece of star steel. As compensation for this matter, he intended to use that star-patterned steel to replace the crystal dragon's fang, forging a new spear using the materials Jiang Zhiwen had given him. Jiang Zhiwen naturally had no objections. Though star steel couldn't compare to crystal dragon fang, it was still a top-tier purple gold grade material, worth a fortune. Chang Fenglin's offering of a piece of star steel as an apology was a gesture of profound sincerity. After exchanging a few casual words, Chang Fenglin and Chang Fomin took their leave one after the other. They still needed to prepare for the Chang family banquet. Soon after, the effects of the soul ignition technique and potential overdraw wore off, and Qin Mo reverted to his Irontail Mountain Lord form. Thanks to the disaster-deflecting orb, Qin Mo only dropped back to Silver Tier 1 this time, avoiding the catastrophic 5-tier plunge that would have sent him tumbling back to Bronze Tier. Most importantly, unlike previous instances of potential overdraw, he didn't immediately fall into a weakened state after the skill ended. Unfortunately, after absorbing most of the negative effects from soul burning and potential overdraw, 2 distinct cracks appeared on the substitute Calamity orb. According to Jiang Zhiwen's estimation, the substitution orb could now activate only about 7 more times, and its subsequent effects would not be as pronounced as this time. This left Qin Mo somewhat disappointed. He had thought that with this substitute Calamity orb, he could recklessly unleash potential overdraw and soul burning from now on. Greedy! Noticing Qin Mo's expression, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Getting 1 substitute Calamity orb is already your luck. How dare you fantasize that it could last forever? Qin Mo instantly adopted an innocent expression. He was merely daydreaming. The SS tier talent, immunity to all evils, possessed by that roaring general he encountered in the trial secret realm merely granted immunity to all negative effects. A treasure capable of permanently resisting all skill debuffs. Even if its value couldn't match that SS tier talent, it would at least be on par with an S tier talent. Such an artifact would be a hot commodity anywhere. Afterward, Qin Mo sighed inwardly. This time, just a dozen or so prepared gold tier professionals had forced him to play all his trump cards. Had Chang Yunping not arrived in time, even his Beastmaster's last-ditch survival card would have been forced into play. With the Zhang family's operation failing this time, they would likely have to face the purple gold tier mage, Zhang Fengnian, next. Though he had experience battling purple gold tier monsters, that had been an exceptional circumstance. Had the flame avatar not been completely immune to the fire-scaled eel's attacks, he wouldn't have been able to engage it for so long. With his current strength, facing Zhang Fengnian head-on would leave him with virtually no chance of victory. And Zhang Fengnian was merely a purple gold tier practitioner. Once Jiang Zhiwen arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy and entered a broader world, the opponents he would face would likely soon reach this level, or even surpass it. He must grow stronger quickly. Qin Mo, driven by this sense of urgency, couldn't help but yawn. He then found a suitable spot nearby and lay down to rest. The previous battle had drained him considerably. Better to rest first before contemplating self-improvement. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen and the others turned their conversation to matters concerning the Zhang family. Shortly after, Chang Fenglin returned to the small courtyard, informing Jiang Zhiwen and the others that the banquet was about to begin and inviting them to take their seats. At noon, the Chang family banquet officially commenced. It was indeed a grand gathering, with most of Jiangqing's prominent gold-tier professionals in attendance. Even those unable to attend in person had sent congratulatory gifts. Quan Gong, Qin Ming, Lu Xinghe, and Zhang Fengnian were present, along with 3 purple gold-tier professionals Qin Mo didn't recognize. In total, 7 individuals attended the banquet. Such grandeur had been unseen in the city for nearly a decade. The fact that the Chang family could host such a banquet was testament to their standing in Jiangcheng. The moment Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen appeared at the banquet, they instantly became the focal point of the gathering. Jiang Zhiwen and her 2 companions needed no introduction, the top 3 finishers of the Secret Realm Trial and prospective freshmen of the Imperial Capital Academy. These 2 accolades alone granted them equal standing to converse with the gold-tier professionals. Qin Mo, however, drew even more attention. The Irontail Mountain Lord was an exceptionally rare beast, and Qin Mo's performance within the Trial Secret Realm had completely overshadowed Jiang Zhiwen and the others. It could be said that this entire Secret Realm trial had been a stage built for Qin Mo. Many beast tamers eyed him with such intense heat that Qin Mo couldn't help but shiver, every hair on his body standing on end. Jiang Zhiwen chuckled as she patted Qin Mo's shoulder. She then declined Chang Fenglin's invitation to join the main table, instead finding a corner with Du Qianyu and Qin Mo to converse in hushed tones. Qin Mo, meanwhile, occupied a table nearby all by himself, devouring the delicacies on it with lightning speed. At the main table, Zhang Fengnian's gaze swept over Qin Mo and the 2 women in the corner, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. Over a dozen gold-tier professionals had infiltrated the Chang family under the cover of the void escape device, yet they failed to execute their ambush. Worse still, out of over a dozen gold-tier professionals, only 1 had managed to escape. Even though he had braced himself mentally before planning this operation, such a loss still made his heart bleed. These were all loyalists the Zhang family had invested immense resources to cultivate.
Losing even one felt like a physical wound, let alone the near total annihilation of over a dozen.
Those damned beasts.
Quan Gong and the other two beside him shot Zhang Fingyan a subtle glance, their faces breaking into barely perceptible smiles. The old fool had actually chosen to strike during the Chang family's grand banquet. Too bad the outcome didn't go his way. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he also lost over a dozen gold-tier professionals from the Zhang family in one fell swoop. Even Zhang Meng, Zhang Fingyan's trusted right-hand man, had fallen at the hands of the Chang family. This time, the Zhang family suffered devastating losses. Their covertly cultivated forces were likely wiped out entirely. For a long time to come, the Zhang family would be unable to make any significant moves. But that wasn't what shocked them most. What truly stunned them was that Chang Yunpun was still alive. That old devil Chang had some serious guts. When the Zhang seized the deputy city lord position and several other lucrative posts once held by the Chang family, old Chang actually managed to swallow his pride. If not for that old codger Zhang Fingyan attacking Jiang Zhiyun at the Chang residence, old ghost Chang would likely have remained in hiding indefinitely. Unfortunately, after Chang Laogui made his move, he hastily went into seclusion, leaving them unable to probe his true depths. In the corner, Qin Mo sensed Zhang Fingyan's murderous intent and instantly grew wary. Surely the old fox wouldn't strike now? Though Qin Mo believed Zhang Fingyan, who had reached the purple gold rank and held his current position, wasn't a fool, the Zhang family's failed operation had resulted in devastating losses. What if Zhang Fingyan couldn't hold back? Just as Qin Mo's guard was up, a Chang family professional approached Jiang Zhiyun to inform her that a guest was waiting in the side hall, wishing to see her. A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Zhiyun's face, but she still took Qin Mo with her and left the hall alongside the Chang family professional. Chapter 118, 5 Skills. Guided by the Chang family professional, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun soon arrived outside a side hall. Qin Mo's gaze swept past the open parlor door and immediately landed on a man of striking beauty, his face as fair as jade. Seated upright in his chair, his back straight as a golden sword, he was currently engrossed in reading a leather scroll. That leather scroll was no stranger to Qin Mo, for it was the very one he and Jiang Zhiyun had retrieved from the purple gold treasure chest in the Howling Moon Wolf King's lair. Jiang Zhiyun had entrusted the scroll to the Qin family for safekeeping, yet somehow it had ended up in this man's possession. At that moment, the man seemed to sense Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's arrival. He lowered the scroll in his hand and turned his gaze toward the doorway. Qin Mo's gaze locked with the handsome man's, and instantly, it was as if he'd seen some terrifying beast. Every muscle in his body tensed abruptly, and every hair on his body stood on end. Roar! Be careful, this man is dangerous. Qin Mo whispered a warning to Jiang Zhiyun. This handsome man gave him an aura even more formidable than the Howling Moon Wolf King within Howling Moon Ridge. The Howling Moon Wolf King was already a Radiance tier monster. If this man surpassed it, he was at least Radiance tier himself. And the greater possibility was that he was a sovereign tier. As for whether this handsome man was stronger or weaker than Mentor Lin Qing, whom he had encountered before, Qin Mo couldn't tell. Mentor Lin Qing's aura was completely concealed. Even with his passive skill, Night Owl Perception, the vast disparity in their levels made it impossible for Qin Mo to gauge her true strength. The dashing man before him, however, was different. The aura he radiated was like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, so intense it was almost unbearable to look at directly. Don't be nervous. He's not an enemy. Jiang Zhiyun's gaze swept over the handsome man before she patted Qin Mo, signaling him not to worry. She had no recollection of this handsome man. Barring surprises, he should have perished long before her rise in her previous life. Yet though she didn't recognize the man, his attire was familiar. They were the standard attire of the Hidden Dragon Academy, one of the 4 elite academies of the imperial capital. The golden dragon emblem on the collar signified his status as a teacher at the academy. Recognize my identity? A faint smile flitted across the handsome man's face at Jiang Zhiyun's words. You have keen eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Qi, a special professor of the Hidden Dragon Academy. You may also call me 7th senior brother provided you pass the teacher's trial. With that, Wang Qi flipped his wrist, retrieving an exquisite spatial pouch and tossing it toward Jiang Zhiyun. Jiang Zhiyun caught the pouch, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. The master has a task for you to undertake. The contents within are an advance reward for your efforts. Seeing the confusion on Jiang Zhiyun's face, Wang Qi immediately explained. Hearing this, Jiang Zhiyun's confusion deepened, drawing even Qin Mo's attention from nearby. As a mentor at the Imperial Capital Academy, Mentor Lin Qing certainly wouldn't lack errant runners under her command. Why would she specifically send Wang Qi to Jiangcheng to find Jiang Zhiyun? You haven't formally become the teacher's disciple yet, so you're unaware of the inner workings. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Wang Qi immediately explained with a smile, this is actually a long-standing teaching style of our teacher. Every assignment she gives us is meticulously tailored after careful consideration, designed to hone our skills to the utmost. Each time we complete one of her assignments, our abilities see a significant leap forward. Likewise, the rewards she bestows upon us after completing these tasks are always perfectly suited to our needs. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun finally understood. Since you're a junior disciple who just joined the teacher's door and your level isn't high yet, the task the teacher assigned you this time isn't difficult. After explaining the details to Jiang Zhiwen, Wang Qi continued, according to intelligence our teacher obtained, the Dawn sect will launch an operation targeting Star City in 10 days.
Your task is to stop them.
This isn't your first time handling such matters, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Hearing this, Qin Mo's expression turned peculiar.
They really had a knack for crossing paths with the Dawn sect. First the Shallow Abyss Valley Secret Realm, then the Jiang City Trial Secret Realm, and now they were about to clash with the Dawn sect again. The only difference was that the previous 2 times they'd been forced into defensive counterattacks, whereas this time they were taking the initiative. Wonder if that bastard Ji Chanfeng will show up. Qin Mo's eyes flashed. He was eagerly anticipating this old rival. Their first encounter saw Ji Chanfeng control a bronze tier undead skeleton through his flesh parasite technique. In the Trial Secret Realm, Ji Chanfeng operated through the body of a silver tier nightmare. Who knows what form Ji Chanfeng would appear in next time they met. Alright, I've delivered the message. I have other matters to attend to and won't linger here.
Little junior sister, once you've handled matters here, depart for Star City as soon as possible. Also, you may bring along those 2 youngsters master directly recruited into the Hidden Dragon Academy.
It'll help them acclimate to life in the Elite 4 academies ahead of time. With that, Wang Qi vanished before Jiang Zhiwen could respond, his figure blurring into the distance.
Oh, right, one more thing I forgot to mention.
That scroll from the ancient giant beast is quite interesting.
Little junior sister, if you ever come across something like that again, just come find me.
I promise you won't lose out.
Just then, Wang Qi seemed to recall something and added another sentence.
With that, the special professor from the Imperial Capital Academy vanished completely from Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's sight. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen exchanged glances, each seeing the peculiar expression on the other's face.
This Wang Qi was quite an interesting fellow. Then, Qin Mo snapped back to reality, his gaze fixating eagerly on the storage pouch in Jiang Zhiwen's hand.
Roar! Beastmaster, hurry and see what treasures are inside. These were specially sent by Mentor Lin Qing. They couldn't possibly be commonplace trinkets, could they?
Hearing Qin Mo's voice, Jiang Zhiwen immediately opened the storage pouch to inspect its contents. The bag contained quite a few items, neatly categorized by type and arranged together. There was no need to waste energy sorting or counting them. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze first landed on 5 skill books stacked together. Universal Enhancement unleashes the potential of a contract beast, temporarily boosting all its attributes by 50% for 30 minutes. Afterward, the contract beast enters a weakened state lasting 2 hours. Life Spring consumes half of the caster's spirit power to grant the contract beast a revival trait lasting 1 hour. While active, the contract beast's physical and mental energy recovery rates increase by 20%, and a healing spell is automatically cast on the beast every 5 minutes. Soul Resonance establishes a soul contract with the contract beast, sharing attributes between both parties for 1 minute. Mirror Image creates a mirror image based on the contract beast, possessing 20% of its attributes. Lasts for 10 minutes. Sacrificial Pact depletes all of the user's stamina and spirit to grant the contract beast a burst enhancement effect, lasting 3 minutes. Without exception, all 5 skills were exceptionally rare, exclusive to beast tamers, and possessed formidable effects. Jiang Zhiwen had originally planned to collect these skills after arriving in the imperial capital, but unexpectedly, Mentor Lin Qing had already prepared them for her in advance.
Chapter 119, Team Formation.
Pulling her attention away from the skill book, Jiang Zhiwen turned her gaze elsewhere.
Over 100 black crystals instantly captured her attention.
A faint black mist swirled around the crystals, and faint wails seemed to emanate from within, sending a chill down one's spine. "Yin Che, these are yours." Jiang Zhiwen retrieved the 100 black crystals from her storage pouch and piled them before Qin Mo.
Qin Mo looked at her in confusion. What the hell are these?
These black crystals gave him an extremely unsettling feeling, causing an involuntary sense of resistance to well up within him. These are the soul orbs of ghostly spirits.
They'll greatly aid your evolution.
Jiang Zhiwen patiently explained, her tone tinged with surprise. Mentor Lin Qing had actually prepared the soul orbs of the ghosts. It seemed Mentor Lin Qing's thoughts aligned with hers, both leaning toward evolving Qin Mo into a spectral lord.
Qin Mo understood, yet his brow furrowed involuntarily.
Consuming the soul orb of a ghost spirit might not be as effective as devouring and refining the entire creature, but as Jiang Zhiwen had said, it would indeed greatly aid his evolution. Yet the problem lay precisely here. If these ghost soul orbs truly aided his evolution, he wouldn't have developed an inexplicable resistance to them. While Mentor Lin Qing, as an instructor at the Imperial Capital Academy, shouldn't make such a mistake over a minor detail.
But in comparison, Qin Mo still trusted his own instincts more.
Especially when it came to evolution, such instinctive intuitions were often the most accurate.
What's wrong? Is there a problem with these soul orbs?
Noticing Qin Mo's expression, Jiang Zhiwen immediately asked. I don't know, but these soul orbs feel very off to me.
My instincts tell me that consuming them would do me more harm than good. Qin Mo wouldn't hide such a thing, so he explained immediately. A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Zhiwen's face. In her previous life, she had never heard of such a situation. Yet when it came to matters like this, she, like Qin Mo, trusted the primal instincts rooted in biological intuition more than her own experience. In that case, these soul orbs should be entrusted to the Qin family for disposal. Jiang Zhiwen shook her head and stowed the soul orbs into her storage pouch. She then proceeded to inventory the remaining items. Apart from skill books and soul orbs, the rest were talismans and single-use items. The highest grade among these items was merely gold tier. Not a single purple gold tier talisman or item was in sight. It seemed these items were prepared by mentor Lin Qing for her upcoming mission to Star City. The absence of higher grade talismans and items likely meant she wasn't meant to have an overly easy time on this mission. After inventorying the storage pouch, Jiang Zhiwen first learned all 5 skill books before leaving the side hall. Afterward, Jiang Zhiwen did not continue attending the banquet. Instead, she sought out a Chang family professional and, under his guidance, hurried to the Chang family's equipment vault. Chan Yunpeng traded her the half-crystalline dragon fawn for 4 pieces of equipment and the substitute Calamity orb. Qin Mo had already performed the blood oath to bind the substitute Calamity orb to her, but she hadn't even picked out those 4 pieces of equipment yet. The Chang family gold tier professional guarding the armory had clearly been informed in advance. Upon seeing Jiang Zhiwen arrive, he promptly handed her a small booklet. It was the inventory list of the equipment vault, detailing every piece of gear stored within. Such documents were typically closely guarded secrets among major factions, yet they were now openly presented to Jiang Zhiwen, a clear demonstration of the Chang family's sincerity. Jiang Zhiwen took the inventory list and skimmed through it casually, quickly selecting 3 gold tier pieces of equipment. While one bracer that boosted mental power was her deliberate choice, the other 2 gold grade items were selected for Qin Mo provisions to aid his evolution. As for the purple gold grade equipment, after much deliberation, Jiang Zhiwen ultimately chose a soft armor. She was actually more inclined to take the only purple gold grade spear on the list, the Thunderbolt Spear. However, considering the upcoming journey to Star City to complete the task assigned by mentor Lin Qing, and the inevitable confrontation with the Dawn Cult faction, she ultimately dismissed that idea as a precaution and opted for the protective soft armor instead. The silver plum blossom spear in her hands was only silver grade, but its special effects were decent and would suffice for now. Moreover, Chang Fenglin was about to forge new weapons for her. Using star steel as the primary material, combined with the additional materials she had provided. If Chang Fenglin succeeded in forging it, the final weapon might not reach purple gold rank, but it would undoubtedly be a top-tier gold rank piece. Thus, there was truly no need to rush into replacing her weapon just yet. After Jiang Zhiwen finished selecting her equipment, Qin Feng and Du Qianyu both slipped away under various pretexts. With Jiang Zhiwen present, she shielded them from attention. After all, members of other factions seeking to strike up conversations simply couldn't bypass her. But without Jiang Zhiwen as their shield, the 2 of them were doomed. Qin Feng was the most unfortunate. Hailing from the Qin family of Jiangcheng, he had dealt with these factions to varying degrees. Many of those approaching him were elders from his uncle's and aunt's generation. He dared not show the slightest disrespect to these figures. Du Qianyu's situation was slightly better, but only marginally less stressful than Qin Feng's. After enduring a relentless barrage from the various factions, the 2, utterly exasperated, had no choice but to make an excuse and leave. Shortly after, they bumped into Jiang Zhiwen, who had just finished selecting his equipment. "Why are you 2 out already?" Jiang Zhiwen looked at them, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. "Is the banquet over?" Seeing Jiang Zhiwen's expression, the 2 rolled their eyes simultaneously. They could tell perfectly well that Jiang Zhiwen was mocking them. Too many people. Annoying. Du Qianyu shook her head, her words concise and to the point. Qin Feng gave a bitter laugh. "Du's fine, but I'm the one who's truly miserable. Those factions all have ties to my Qin family, and the guests were my uncles and elders. I couldn't even fake a casual response. Some of those old fools even tried to use this occasion to arrange my marriage. Isn't that great?" Du Qianyu teased, "So many young beauties for you to choose from, and you're not happy?" Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen beside them also looked at Qin Feng with keen interest. "Marriage alliances? That's not something I can decide on my own." Qin Feng shook his head. "Those old fools just think I'm young and naive. They want to pressure me into making a commitment so they can conveniently bring it up with my uncles later. How tedious." Hearing this, Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu all shook their heads in unison. Such is the downside of hailing from a prominent family. Despite Qin Feng's current prominence, she remains constrained by circumstances in many matters. Jiang Zhiwen then turned to the 2 of them and smiled. "Since you find it tedious, Qin, I happen to have something rather interesting to propose. I wonder if you'd be willing to take it on." Qin Feng and Du Qianyu both turned to look at him, their expressions filled with curiosity. Jiang Zhiwen briefly recounted the matter concerning Wang Qi. "The Dawn sect plans to stir trouble in Star City?" Qin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness as he snorted. "Count me in. It's about time we settled the score with those bastards over the trial secret realm." Du Qianyu's pretty face flashed with determination as she nodded. "Count me in too. She hadn't forgotten how thoroughly she'd been chased by a pack of death crows in the trial's secret realm. And the root cause of all this? The Dawn sect. Now that she had the chance to make their lives miserable, she wasn't about to pass it up. In that case, let's all return and prepare. We'll set out for Star City together in 3 days. After finalizing their plans, the trio enlisted a Chang family professional to relay their message before departing the estate together. Chapter 120, The Airship in Star City. 3 days later, at the eastern gate of Jiang City, a butterfly-shaped aircraft was parked on an open field. Its jet-black metallic hull emitted a cold, icy glint that was almost blinding. Qin Mo gazed at the craft, its design radiating a futuristic beauty, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. When Jiang Zhiwen had mentioned heading to Star City, he'd assumed they'd be traveling on foot or by mount. After all, the wilderness was the domain of monsters, and ground transportation between cities was essentially paralyzed. Buses and subways couldn't even leave the city limits. He never imagined Qin Feng would arrange for such an aircraft. While the wilderness was indeed the domain of monsters, the skies were comparatively safer, especially within our Qinqing Empire. Noticing the astonishment in Qin Mo's eyes, Qin Feng beside him explained with a smile, at the founding of our Qinqing Empire, several mythical tier professionals forged blood pacts with those aerial overlords. Bound by this blood pact, those formidable aerial rulers rarely enter our imperial airspace. Even when passing through, they never initiate conflict. As for ordinary flying monsters, the frame of this aircraft was constructed from the bones of a bloodthirsty flying dragon. Its inherent dragon aura alone is enough to intimidate most low-level flying monsters. Should any ill-advised flying beast dare approach, the craft's built-in firepower alone would suffice to handle the threat. As he spoke, a hint of pride flickered across Qin Feng's face. This flying vessel symbolized the Qin family's profound heritage. Throughout Jiangcheng, aside from the city lord's mansion and the city guard, only 2 factions possessed such a flying vessel. One was the Pei family, and the other was the Qin family. The Qin family had proactively deployed this aircraft for this operation not only to signal goodwill toward Jiang Zhiwen but, more crucially, because this mission directly involved the Dawn sect. The sect's previous meddling in the trial's secret realm had infuriated the entire Qin family. Now, learning of the sect's plans to deploy operations in Star City, Qin Han and Qin Ming, the 2 professionals wielding the Qin family's power, were energized beyond measure. Had this mission not been assigned to Jiang Zhiwen by mentor Lin Qing, Qin Han and Qin Ming would have been itching to join the expedition to Star City themselves. Beside them, Jiang Zhiwen remained utterly composed. The Qin family's aircraft was merely a lowly C-class model rarely seen even in a place like Jiangcheng. By the time they reached the imperial capital, these flying machines weren't exactly commonplace, but they weren't particularly rare either. If they wished, most Radiance tier professionals could have one custom made for themselves. However, many practitioners still preferred capturing wild monsters as mounts for transportation. They typically reserved things like flying machines for their juniors to use. As for Du Qianyu, she stood quietly in place, seemingly utterly uninterested in the aircraft before her. Shortly after, a Qin family professional emerged from the aircraft. "Young master, the inspection is complete. All systems within the aircraft are functioning normally and ready for takeoff at any time." The Qin family professional looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression. Only core members of the Qin family were permitted to board this particular aircraft. Therefore, every takeoff requires a thorough inspection to prevent any mishaps. Qin Feng nodded, then motioned for Qin Mo and the others to board the aircraft. The interior of the aircraft was quite spacious. Sitting in his seat, Qin Mo felt a surge of excitement. This was his first time riding such a mode of transportation since arriving in this world. Jiang Zhiwen and the others couldn't help but smile at the sight. They hadn't expected Qin Mo to be so excited about riding this kind of aircraft. Buzz! A soft hum filled the air. The butterfly-shaped aircraft abruptly lifted off, yet Qin Mo, seated inside, felt no vibration whatsoever. Soon, Qin Mo calmed down, his tail swishing rhythmically against the seat. He turned his head to look at Jiang Zhiwen. "Roar! Beastmaster, when can we get a flying machine to play with?" Qin Mo's eyes gleamed with longing. This kind of big toy was right up his alley. "We'll see about that once we reach the imperial capital." Jiang Zhiwen chuckled as she patted Qin Mo on the shoulder. "Getting a C-class flying machine isn't hard at all. The real worry is you changing your mind again later. Owning a C-class flying machine isn't a big deal. If you're willing to join the military of the Qinqing Empire, all purple gold tier practitioners can apply to be equipped with a C-class flying machine." While applications from ordinary purple gold tier practitioners might be rejected, there had never been a case where a purple gold tier practitioner from the Imperial Capital Academy was denied by the military. Hearing this, Qin Mo grew even more enthusiastic. Gazing at the clouds streaking past the window, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. The journey to Star City was brief. Qin Mo scarcely felt his seat warm before the aircraft glided silently to a stop outside the city. Stepping out of the cabin, Qin Mo looked up at the distant scene and couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Whoa! Where was this? Where was Star City?
In the distance, a majestic mountain range stretched across the land like a colossal dragon lying dormant upon the earth, its vastness stretching beyond the horizon. Above the mountains, the sky was swarming with flying monsters, a dense, dark mass that sent a chill down one's spine. Surveying the surroundings, all that met the eye were lush, verdant trees, not a single trace of a city in sight. Star City lies deep within the mountain range. Noticing Qin Mo's confusion, Qin Feng beside him smiled and explained, at the dawn of the Great Cataclysm, humanity retreated under the monster's onslaught, forced to build cities in perilous terrain to hold the line. Star City was among the first cities established during that era, possessing profound historical depth. Qin Mo was quite right, Du Qianyu chimed in, her tone turning serious. Star City's history predates even the Qingqing Empire itself. It's a place where hidden talents and extraordinary individuals abound. Once we enter Star City, we should tread carefully to avoid running into trouble. No need to be that cautious. Hearing Du Qianyu's words, Jiang Zhiwen shook his head and smiled. Star City is divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city truly harbors hidden talents, but the outer city's overall strength is even weaker than our Jiangcheng. This time, we'll only be operating in the outer city. As long as we don't provoke trouble, we'll be fine. The inner city of Star City holds several glorious tier and even sovereign tier secret realms, attracting a large number of glorious and sovereign tier practitioners. Presiding over Xingqing are 5 epic tier old monsters. These beings never concern themselves with the outer city unless it faces annihilation. Those practitioners wouldn't give it a second glance. This time, the Dawn Sex operation is solely targeting the outer city of Star City. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they would have no interaction whatsoever with the city's inner district. With that, Jiang Zhiyan led the way, guiding Qin Mo, Qin Feng, and Du Qianyu toward the mountain range ahead. Chapter 121, Observations in Star City. Qin Mo's group moved swiftly, soon arriving before a massive mountain wall. The cliff face was riddled with caves, from which practitioners emerged and disappeared intermittently. This was the entrance to Star City. Qin Feng gazed at the mountain wall ahead, his voice tinged with emotion. They say hundreds of thousands perished carving these passages during the monster siege. The entire Star City was built upon a foundation of bones. Jiang Zhiyun shook his head, saying nothing. Which of today's human cities wasn't built upon bones? Even with the 3 great empires growing in power and expanding their territories, humanity remained on the defensive against the overwhelming numbers of monsters. As for the Forbidden Zones, that goes without saying. Forbidden Zones were the monsters' strongholds. Even mythic tier professionals venturing deep inside might not emerge unscathed. As long as those Forbidden Zones existed, the monsters could never be eradicated. Qin Mo and his group then selected a nearby passageway and walked straight into it. The passage stretched on endlessly, its ultimate destination unknown. Walking inside, a persistent chill permeated the air, which was also extremely damp. What surprised Qin Mo, however, was that despite the dampness, the surrounding walls remained smooth and clean, without a trace of moss. Whether this was due to regular maintenance or some other reason remained unclear. Upon closer inspection, intricate murals adorned the walls, their style starkly different from contemporary art. This was the style prevalent before the great upheaval of the world. These murals bore witness to the rise of Star City and could truly be called ancient relics. The murals here were truly exquisite. No wonder so many people flocked to Star City each year, drawn by their fame. Du Qianyu's gaze swept over the murals lining the passageway, her eyes reflecting a hint of fascination. As far as she knew, a significant portion of the tourists visiting Star City each year were historians, archaeologists, and other scholars. Though these individuals pursued their professions, their greater passion lay in researching and exploring ancient ruins. Moreover, most of them were backed by major factions. Qin Mo showed little interest in such things, glancing briefly before withdrawing his gaze. Jiang Zhiyun was the same. In her previous life, although she had many professionals engaged in archaeology and historical research under her command, she had never bothered to review their findings. Such matters were always handled by her subordinates. Qin Feng, however, found these materials quite intriguing. He frequently chimed in with comments and soon struck up a lively conversation with Du Qianyu. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun paid them no mind, continuing to walk in silence. Soon, flashes of light appeared ahead, accompanied by the sound of trickling water. Simultaneously, a refreshing breeze swept over them, causing Qin Mo's expression to brighten. How could there be the sound of water? Qin Mo wondered inwardly. Their current location should be deep within the mountain's belly. Could this be an underground water source? Just as he pondered this, the space ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a strange scene that instantly caught Qin Mo's attention. The passageway's exit connected to a sizable garden. Shaded by surrounding trees, the ground was covered in lush vegetation, radiating the essence of spring. Qin Mo's gaze swept past the garden, revealing estate-like structures. Streets crisscrossed like a spider's web, separating each manor. No lamplight illuminated the ancient city itself, yet the mountain walls above radiated a brilliant starlight, bathing the entire city in illumination. Only then did Qin Mo understand why this ancient city was called Star City. On the streets, diverse modes of transportation darted swiftly through the city.
Alongside modern vehicles, Qin Mo spotted steam-powered locomotives and even carriages drawn by all manner of monstrous beasts. Such sights left Qin Mo marveling in astonishment. On the streets of Jiangcheng, you won't see these oddball vehicles. First, find a place to stay temporarily. Jiang Zhiyun's gaze swept over the surroundings before turning to Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. Let's make some early preparations over the next few days. The dawn sex operation is scheduled for 7 days from now. Since they've arrived early, they certainly won't be sitting idle. Let's head to our Qin family's base. Qin Feng immediately smiled. Our Qin family has secured an estate here as our base. We also collect materials and items unique to Star City here on a regular basis. Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiyun, and Du Qianyu naturally had no objections. Led by Qin Feng, Qin Mo's group soon arrived at a small estate. The Qin family professionals within the estate had clearly been informed in advance, thoughtfully preparing their rooms and cultivation chambers. Jiang Zhiyun and Du Qianyu thanked the Qin family's professionals, then exchanged a few casual words with Qin Feng before retiring to their respective rooms. Exhausted from the journey, Qin Mo immediately found a comfortable spot to lie down and rest upon returning to his room. Jiang Zhiyun, however, activated the momentary bell, using this artifact to cultivate. Her breakthrough to Silver Tier 4 was just a day or two away. With another confrontation against the Dawn sect imminent, she naturally wouldn't slack off at this critical juncture. Soon after, a system notification suddenly sounded in Qin Mo's ear. Ding! Bound entity's strength enhanced. Congratulations, host, on receiving a hundredfold feedback reward, level up by 2 tiers. As the system notification sounded, Qin Mo's aura rapidly surged to Silver Tier 3. Qin Mo, who had been lying prone asleep, was startled awake by the system notification. He promptly lay back down again. He'd expected some extraordinary reward, only to receive a mere 2-tier level boost. While level progression was important, Qin Mo valued rewards like skills, attributes, or even innate traits far more. Among all system feedback rewards, level progression was arguably the least significant. Qin Mo was dissatisfied with this system reward, but Jiang Zhiyun's face betrayed a look of surprise. She had grown accustomed to Qin Mo's sudden level ups. Previously, his inexplicable level ups had been gradual, 1 tier at a time. This time, he had leaped 2 tiers at once? Still, Jiang Zhiyun's surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by calm. Whatever strange and extraordinary events befell Qin Mo, she could now accept them with equanimity. Sometimes she even wondered if her contract beast, like herself, had somehow bound itself to some kind of system. Shaking her head to dispel the stray thoughts, Jiang Zhiyun plunged back into her cultivation state. Soon after, a rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. Jiang, I just got word of a small auction tonight. Would you like to attend? Qin Feng's voice came from outside the door. Rumor has it there are quite a few treasures up for bid, including an extremely rare ghost servant. Ghost servants? Qin Mo's eyes snapped open. Of the 3 requirements for the Chang'oyu Soul Lord's evolution path, he had only fulfilled one so far, devouring and fusing the nether core. As for devouring ghost servants, originally could have been substituted with ghost spirit pearls. But whether it was due to issues with the ghost soul orb sent by mentor Lin Cheng or some other reason, he felt an instinctive aversion to them. In the end, he hadn't absorbed a single one. Jiang Zhiyun had discarded them all, leaving them for the Qin family to handle. Now, upon hearing news of the ghosts, his interest was immediately piqued. Jiang Zhiyun observed Qin Mo's reaction, shook his head with a hint of resignation, and stored the instant clock back into the system space. Let's go. We'll check out the auction in Star City. Chapter 122, Kong Feng. Guided by a Qin family professional, Qin Mo's party quickly arrived at the auction venue. It was a massive 3-story pavilion, standing out starkly among the surrounding estates. A large crowd of professionals had already gathered, queuing up in an orderly fashion to enter. Their ranks varied widely. The lowest were Black Iron Tier, while the highest reached Gold Tier. As for Purple Gold Tier professionals, Qin Mo hadn't spotted any yet. His gaze swept over the crowd of professionals before settling on the plaque above the pavilion. In bold, sweeping calligraphy, 3 characters were inscribed upon the vermilion plaque. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Qin Mo's gaze fixed on the plaque, his eyes suddenly narrowing. This plaque somehow made him sense a deadly threat. Particularly the final character, Jia's 2 straight vertical strokes resembled 2 sharp swords. Merely glancing at it twice sent a chill down his spine. Don't stare at that plaque. Jiang Zhiyun's sharp warning echoed in Qin Mo's ear. Qin Mo snapped back to his senses, shaking his head as a flicker of astonishment and suspicion crossed his eyes. What the hell was this? The plaque for Treasure Gathering Studio was inscribed by a legendary sword saint. Noticing Qin Mo's confusion, Jiang Zhiyun explained softly, the very characters Treasure Gathering Studio were imbued with that sword saint's will. Though merely a replica, this plaque still carries a trace of that sword saint's essence. Staring at it for too long could easily draw one into an illusion from which they might never escape. Hearing this, Qin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. So this plaque has such a monumental origin? The guest was correct. But it's merely the lingering influence of our ancestors, nothing to speak of.
Before Jiang Zhiwen could finish speaking, an elderly man dressed in simple robes emerged briskly from within the treasure-gathering studio.
I am Kong Fong. Greetings, esteemed guests. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding professionals all wore expressions of astonishment and uncertainty. This self-proclaimed elder Kong Fong was the proprietor of the treasure-gathering pavilion in the outer city of Xingqing, possessing a formidable gold-tier cultivation level. Across the entire outer city of Xingqing, Kong Fong was a figure of considerable stature.
Even purple gold-tier practitioners rarely drew his personal attention. Yet today, Kong Fong had actually come out specifically to welcome these youngsters. Probably another prodigy from some major power. The gathered practitioners murmured to themselves. They looked at others, then looked at themselves. Sure enough, choosing the right family at birth is a skill in itself. You old fox Kong, your nose is sharp as a dog's. The Qin family professional in charge of guiding the way muttered with a laugh, if I'd known you old codger would be here, I never would have come to this treasure-gathering pavilion. His tone was deliberately casual. Clearly, this Qin family professional and Kong Fong shared a very close relationship. Kong Fong chuckled, but his gaze swept past the Qin family professional and settled on Jiang Zhiwen. His appearance this time was, of course, because of Jiang Zhiwen, the top performer of the Jiangcheng Secret Realm trial, the newly accepted student of mentor Lin Cheng. Such credentials would attract significant attention from practitioners not only in the outer city of Star City, but even within its inner city. As the head of the treasure-gathering pavilion in Star City's outer city, encountering such a talented individual with both background and potential naturally prompted him to seek an alliance. Most crucially, Jiang Zhiwen's appearance offered a potential solution to a recent problem that had been troubling him. I knew you'd sniff it out, old man. Stop staring. The Qin family professional leading the way waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and get us inside. Having us stand out here like monkeys on display isn't exactly how Jubiozai treats its guests, is it? My oversight. Kong Fong immediately understood, then gestured with his hand, please, honored guests, come inside. Qin Mo and his group then bypassed the queue ahead, striding directly into the treasure house. They left behind a crowd of practitioners, each wearing a different expression, speculating endlessly about their identities. Inside the treasure house, Qin Mo and his group were led by Kong Fong into an elegant tea room. An unidentified incense burned within, filling the entire room with a subtle, elegant fragrance. Just a couple of breaths of it was enough to invigorate the senses. Snow frost fragrance. The Qin family professional wore an expression of admiration, truly befitting the deep-pocketed treasure pavilion. Even an old-timer like you, Mr. Kong, a gold-tier manager, gets to use such fine stuff. Snowfrost fragrance, a special incense crafted primarily from purple gold-grade snowwood, blended with multiple rare materials. When ignited, this incense releases a unique fragrance. Inhaling it not only keeps practitioners mentally alert at all times, but prolonged exposure can even gradually enhance their spiritual power. Yet alongside its remarkable effects, snowfrost fragrance commands a hefty price. Even the Qin family, one of Jiangcheng's foremost powerhouses, could only supply small quantities to key figures like Qin Ming and Qin Han. Beyond that, even Qin Feng, a key talent being groomed by the Qin family, lacks the privilege to use snow crystal incense. I'm merely passing on a favor. Kong Fong chuckled, I couldn't afford this stuff normally. It's only because Jiang came that I dared light the snowfrost incense. This time, I'm truly riding on Jiang's coattails. Too bad the single leaf has already bloomed and faded. Otherwise, I could have used this chance to sample that precious treasure tea. At this point, Kong Fong's face was filled with regret. Seeing Kong Fong so brazenly admit his self-serving motives, Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and the others were left speechless. As for the Qin family's professional, he wore an expression of accustomed indifference. Having known Kong Fong for years, he understood his character well. With a sigh, he snapped, enough with the useless chatter. What's the real reason you called us here? Would it kill you to keep your mouth shut, you bastard? Kong Fong shot a glance at the Qin family's professional before turning his attention to Jiang Zhiwen. But I did invite you and your colleagues here today with a specific request. As he spoke, Kong Fong retrieved a square wooden box from a nearby cabinet. If you're willing to help, Jiang, this box of snow-frosted fragrance is our token of gratitude. Should the matter proceed smoothly, I will personally offer further substantial rewards on behalf of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Hearing this, Qin Mo's brow furrowed involuntarily. A gift offered to someone implies a request. Since Kong Fong was willing to present such a generous gift, the matter he sought help with was bound to be no simple affair. Jiang Zhiwen, however, remained impassive, her thoughts impossible to discern. As for Qin Feng and Du Qianyu, they treated him as if he were invisible. They now followed Jiang Zhiwen's lead without question. Old Kong, you'd better tell us what this is about first. At that moment, the voice of the Qin family's professional agent rang out, speaking in a detached tone. We need to know what this is about before we can decide whether to help. Exactly. Tell us what it's about first. Qin Mo nodded in agreement with the Qin family professional's words. Though Jiang Zhiwen remained silent, his gaze also turned to Kong Fong, his eyes conveying a question. Chapter 123, The Treasure House of Star City's Plea. It's not a difficult matter, but it concerns a secret location belonging to my treasure-gathering pavilion. Kong Fong gave a wry smile and said helplessly, it's a third-tier golden secret realm, rich in magic spirit grass. It's a major source of income for our Xinqing treasure-gathering pavilion.
For some unknown reason, strange phenomena have been occurring frequently within the secret realm lately.
I sent numerous people to investigate, including 2 gold-tier professionals, but they all perished inside. Therefore, I'd like to request that you, Jiang, and your team enter the secret realm to investigate and uncover the truth. Hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes flashed as he immediately turned to look at Jiang Zhiwen. This situation reminded him of the previous incidents in the Shallow Abode Valley secret realm and the Jiangcheng Trial secret realm. According to the intelligence Ji Changfeng had shared with them during the Trial secret realm, this was an operation orchestrated by the Su family of the Dawn sect to extend the lifespan of the Su family's ancient patriarch. Ji Changfeng had mentioned that only 5 secret realms met the criteria. Could it be that the third-tier golden secret realm controlled by the treasure-gathering pavilion was one of those 5? Jiang Zhiwen had the same thought, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. Her purpose in coming to Star City was to thwart the Dawn sect's operations here. If the disturbance at the secret realm held by the treasure pavilion was indeed connected to the Dawn sect, she could not stand idly by. But even gold-tier practitioners were trapped within that secret realm? While ordinary gold-tier practitioners posed little threat to her current strength, she remained only silver-tier. That third-tier golden secret realm still posed a threat to her. Most crucially, the Dawn cult's operation was set to commence in 7 days. If she intended to intervene, she had less than 7 days to act. I need all intelligence on that secret realm. Jiang Zhiwen pondered for a moment before turning to Kong Fong and speaking with solemn resolve. After careful consideration, she decided to enter that secret realm and investigate. Better safe than sorry. If the turmoil within the secret realm truly involved the Dawn cult, it would at least eliminate a potential threat early on. Hearing this, Kong Fong's face lit up with delight. He promptly retrieved 2 scrolls and a thick tome from his storage pouch. These contain all the relevant information about the secret realm. Seeing the helpless expressions on everyone's faces, Kong Fong hastily explained, the scrolls are maps of the secret realm, detailing the vast majority of its already explored areas. The book contains our Jubao Studios development records of the secret realm. Jiang Zhiwen nodded, accepted the scrolls and book, and began flipping through them in the tea room. Over an hour later, Jiang Zhiwen set down the materials and turned to Kong Fong, who had been waiting nearby. Take me to the location of the secret realm. After speaking, Jiang Zhiwen turned to Qin Feng and Du Qianyu. Qin, this mission might be dangerous. Will you join me or stay outside? Of course we'll join you. Du Qianyu smiled. I'd love to see what the golden secret realm is really like. Then I'll stay outside. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before replying, Hongling won't awaken for another 3 days or so. Entering the secret realm won't allow me to assist much anyway. Staying outside will allow me to prepare for the next phase of the operation. That sounds reasonable. Jiang Zhiwen nodded. Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu then departed the tea room under Kong Fong's guidance, heading toward the secret grounds of the Gathering Treasure Studio. Soon after, Qin Mo's group arrived before a sizable lake. A heavy metal gate hung over the center of the lake, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. Several stone pillars stood around the lake, emitting bright light that coalesced into a semicircular light barrier encircling the metal gate, sealing it off from the outside world. Qin Mo's gaze fell upon the stone pillars, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This was peculiar. The light barrier actually blocked his probing, its effectiveness nearly matching the mirage energy within Chaos Sky Island. This was the Star Sea Group's Star Sea Shield Type 4. Jiang Zhiwen, sensing Qin Mo's curiosity, immediately explained, this shield lacks defensive capabilities, but once activated, it completely masks the internal situation. It was a common protective measure employed by major factions within the Qinqing Empire. Still, using a Star Sea Shield Type 4 to conceal a golden secret realm was indeed a rather extravagant and wasteful approach. Truly befitting the deep pockets of the treasure house. You flatter me, Mr. Jiang. Hearing Jiang Zhiwen's words, Kong Fong, standing nearby, was first astonished by Jiang's erudition, then felt a sense of shared pride. He immediately smiled and shook his head. Our treasure house may hold some standing within the Qinqing Empire, but beyond its borders, whether others acknowledge our worth is another matter entirely. If we're talking about truly deep pockets, it's got to be Sanluo Wanyang and Chuanlu Buxiang. Kong Fong's words were modest, yet the pride within them was unmistakable. Only a handful of trading houses held standing within the Qinqing Empire, and Jubao Zhai was among them. Even the imperial-backed Qinqing trading house was firmly overshadowed by our establishment. Whoa! Sanluo Wanjiang and Chuanlu Bushi? Qin Mo turned to Jiang Zhiwen, his expression questioning. Beastmasters, have you heard of these 2 trading houses? The Sanluo Wanqing trading house is headquartered in the Free Federation. They claim that if you can afford the price, there's nothing you can't buy. Noticing Qin Mo's expression, Kong Fong immediately explained, as for the ever-flowing alliance. Kong Fong shook his head abruptly at this point, adopting an air of profound secrecy. The Endless Flow Alliance, much like the Dawn sect, doesn't belong to the three great empires or even to any human faction. Jiang Zhiwen picked up the conversation and casually remarked, this faction was formed through the alliance of humans and monsters.
It is an absolutely neutral commercial force that never interferes in any disputes between humans and monsters. Upon hearing Jiang Zhiwen's words, Qin Mo suddenly understood, while Kong Feng's astonishment grew even more pronounced. This information wasn't exactly secret, but it wasn't something ordinary people could access either. Just look at Du Qianyu's reaction over there for proof.
Jiang Zhiwen's ability to instantly recognize the Starsea Shield Type 4 had already astonished him beyond measure.
He never imagined Jiang Zhiwen would also be so thoroughly familiar with these hidden details.
However, recalling the mentor behind Jiang Zhiwen, Lin Chang, Kong Feng found his surprise understandable. With such a powerful patron backing him, it was hardly surprising that Jiang Zhiwen possessed access to information beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Alright, let's get down to business.
Seeing that Qin Mo still seemed to have questions, Jiang Zhiwen immediately spoke up, once we enter the Imperial Capital Academy, this information will be easy to look up. Since his own Beastmaster had spoken, Qin Mo could only suppress his curiosity and turn his gaze toward the distant gate of the secret realm. Kong Feng then retrieved a compact remote control, entered a code, and pressed a few buttons. The light barrier enveloping the secret realm's gate instantly cracked open, forming a passage wide enough for two people to pass through.
Jiang, I'm purely a life support specialist. I won't be accompanying you into the secret realm.
Kong Feng stowed the remote and handed two talismans with golden-edged inscriptions to Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu.
These are secret realm teleportation talismans. Once activated, they'll instantly transport you out of the realm. However, Kong Feng sighed.
The professionals who entered the secret realm before also carried teleportation talismans, yet not a single one returned alive. So whether these teleportation talismans actually work, I can't say for sure.
Take them for now. Consider them a last-ditch lifesaver. Qin Mo shot Kong Feng a speechless look. You actually bring something like this, when you don't even know if it works?
Jiang Zhiwen said little, stowing the teleportation talisman before leading Qin Mo and Du Qianyu through the secret realm's gate into its depths.
Chapter 124, The Nest of Young Dragon's Secret Realm. The Nest of Young Dragon's Secret Realm.
Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu materialized on a vast, open plain. A faint mist shrouded the plain, within which the shadowy movements of monsters could be vaguely discerned. In the distance, layered mountains were cloaked in mist, occasionally revealing the silhouettes of soaring dragons. Qin Mo scanned the surroundings, confirming no immediate danger before relaxing and taking in the scenery. Jiang Zhiwen stood beside Qin Mo, carefully comparing the map Kong Feng had given her.
She quickly pinpointed their current location. We're currently on the Canine Plains. Jiang Zhiwen put away the map and looked at Qin Mo and Du Qianyu.
According to the map, most of the dogmen here aren't much of a threat. Just be cautious of the occasional dogfolk overlord and dogfolk assassin. Houndmen are a common low-tier monster species in the outside world, with a potential ceiling of only bronze tier 5. Though weak in combat, they excel at locating or in metal deposits. Many factions capture and domesticate them for prospecting and mining. Among the dogmen, the most dangerous are the dogman leaders and dogman assassins. The former are exceedingly rare, with perhaps one appearing among hundreds of dogfolk clans. They possess at least gold tier strength and are virtually unmatched within their tier. The latter wield a self-destructive skill, capable of expending all their life force in one go to inflict massive damage upon their target.
Even gold-tier professionals find the suicidal assaults of canine assassins a headache.
If a purple gold-tier professional were to unwittingly fall into an assassin's ambush, the slightest misstep could spell their demise. Qin Mo and Du Qianyu both understood the formidable power of the canine leader and the canine assassin, nodding immediately to show their comprehension.
Let's cross this dogman plain first.
Seeing their response, Jiang Zhiwen continued, according to the information from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, the source of the secret realm's disturbance is the young dragon's nest. We must hurry there as quickly as possible.
Qin Mo and Du Qianyu naturally had no objections.
Qin Mo and his group swiftly advanced toward the distant, layered mountain range.
After traveling a short distance, Qin Mo suddenly halted, his face tightening with alertness. What is it, Yin Che? Jiang Zhiwen glanced at Qin Mo and asked in a low voice.
As she spoke, she unconsciously tightened her grip on the heavy silver plum blossom spear in her hand. Given the strength of her contract beast, such an expression would never appear if it had merely detected ordinary dogmen. Beside him, Du Qianyu gripped her staff tightly as well, scanning the surroundings warily. Roar! There's a large creature nearby, but its aura is strange.
I can't pinpoint its exact location.
Qin Mo's voice sounded, tinged with puzzlement. He was now at Silver Tier 3, equipped with the gold great item Heart of the Dark Knight, which amplified his spiritual power. Additionally, he had been continuously practicing the soul nurturing technique, and the system rewards had further boosted his spiritual power attribute. With all these factors combined, his current spiritual power attributes were fully on par with, and even surpassed, those of ordinary gold tier practitioners.
With his current spiritual power combined with night owl perception, ordinary purple gold tier monsters and practitioners would find it difficult to evade his senses. Only under certain exceptional circumstances could they evade him. Take the Jiang family professionals who attempted to ambush him and Jiang Zhiwen at the Chang residence earlier. Those individuals had employed some unknown method to conceal themselves within spatial fissures, their auras completely suppressed. This current situation was similarly unusual. He could sense the opponent's aura, but it was elusive and evasive, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Hearing this, Jiang Zhiwen's face flashed with surprise before turning intrigued. The Dragon Cub's Nest secret realm they were currently in was merely a third-tier golden secret realm. And third-tier realms didn't harbor monsters beyond their tier. A mere gold-tier monster could evade the perception of his own contract beast, leaving him unable to pinpoint its exact location? It must be some kind of special monster? Let's go check it out. Jiang Zhiwen paused briefly before swiftly making his decision. According to the records of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, only two types of monsters existed within the Young Dragon's Nest secret realm. One was the Dogmen of the Dogman Plains, and the other was the Young Dragons within the Young Dragon's Nest. Neither species was known for stealth abilities. Even the Dogkin assassins possessed nothing remarkable in the way of stealth. The appearance of this peculiar monster within the secret realm might be connected to its recent changes. Qin Mo then led Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qinyu swiftly toward the source of the aura. After traveling some distance, the surrounding scenery gradually transformed. The once level terrain grew steeper, the air increasingly humid. Upon closer inspection, thick mist seemed to condense into crystalline droplets suspended in the air. These droplets were grayish-black, emanating an aura of decay and ruin. Qin Mo's gaze fixed on the grayish-black droplets, his brow furrowing slightly. While this stench of decay and ruin wasn't unique to undead creatures, in the vast majority of cases, places saturated with such an aura harbored powerful undead beings. Could it be undead creatures? It's the Mist Spirit Clan, Jiang Zhiwen said as he caught several droplets in his hand for closer inspection. He then smiled. This is quite an unexpected delight. The Mist Spirit tribe was one of many alien races. Though not royal, their status rivaled that of the royal clans. This race is not renowned for combat prowess, but excels in cultivating unique plants and crafting potions. Among the myriad alien races, the Mist Spirit clan's alchemical prowess easily ranks within the top 10, having produced numerous master alchemists. The potions crafted by Mist Spirit alchemists were coveted treasures among countless alien races and adventurers. Du Qinyu had also heard of the Mist Spirit tribe's fame, and her face lit up with delight. The Mist Spirit tribe was one of the rare alien races inherently peaceful and capable of communication. Within the Qinqing Empire, tales circulated of fortunate individuals encountering the Mist Spirit tribe and trading for various precious potions. Who would have thought that this time, she herself would become one of those fortunate individuals from the tales? Qin Mo had never heard of the Mist Spirit tribe. However, judging by the reactions of his own Beastmaster and Du Qinyu, he could guess that the Mist Spirit tribe posed no threat. They might even represent some kind of opportunity. Qin Mo then led Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qinyu deeper into the mist. The air grew increasingly humid, with grayish-black water droplets suspended mid-air nearly coalescing into a thin curtain of mist. The already grayish ground now glistened with a layer of frost, radiating a chill. However, after Qin Mo and his group ventured further ahead, the scene before them abruptly transformed. The grayish-black droplets in the air and the frost-covered, dull ground vanished completely. Crisp green grass spread across the ground like a carpet. At the center of the meadow stood a colossal tree, its canopy resembling a majestic canopy. The moonlight shone upon its branches, casting an ethereal, dreamlike glow. A thin mist swirled around the colossal tree, and from within its depths, gentle, soothing melodies drifted out, drawing one in irresistibly. Chapter 125, The Mist Spirit Tribe. Listening to the song emanating from the tree, Qin Mo's tense spirit gradually relaxed, his gaze softening. Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qinyu beside him felt the same. Suddenly, tiny points of light, like fireflies, began to appear. These points coalesced into a slender ribbon of light that spread outward toward the giant tree. The soothing song gradually ceased, replaced by a gentle, melodious voice. Adventurers who have journeyed far, welcome to my humble abode. Guided by the luminous ribbon, Qin Mo and his companions swiftly advanced, arriving beneath the colossal tree. Looking up, they all gasped in unison. Beneath the mist-shrouded canopy, branches intertwined by an unseen force formed a natural treehouse. A woman, her face veiled in mist, sat upon a thick branch before the treehouse, casting a friendly gaze toward Qin Mo and his companions. Qin Mo tore his gaze away from the woman and turned to look at Jiang Zhiwen. He could now confirm that this mysterious woman was the source of the aura he had sensed earlier. Moreover, the malice detection skill detected no hostile intent from her toward them. But malice detection wasn't infallible. At this moment, Qin Mo also needed his own Beastmaster to help him make a judgment. It was indeed the Mist Spirit Clan. Under Qin Mo's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen murmured softly, simultaneously relaxing the hand that had unconsciously tightened around the heavy silver plum blossom spear. Beside him, Qin Mo exhaled a slow breath of stale air upon hearing this, quietly lowering the claw he'd raised. Du Qinyu noticed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's movements.
She froze for a moment before her face flushed with shame. In the end, she was the only one who had truly let her guard down. The Mist Spirit Woman perched on the branch clearly noticed Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's subtle movements too, shaking her head silently. Such cautious adventurers. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. As she spoke, the Mist Spirit Woman waved her hand. Countless points of light coalesced into a luminous palm that flew into the treehouse. Moments later, the luminous palm emerged from the treehouse, carrying 3 emerald green leaves that it presented before Qin Mo and his companions. These are leaves from the Spirit Awakened tree. Though their effects pale in comparison to those of the Tree of Life, they remain rare alchemical materials. That you found your way here is a sign of our shared destiny. Consider these 3 leaves of the Spirit Awakened tree as a token of our meeting. Qin Mo's gaze lingered on the leaves for a moment. After confirming they posed no threat, his interest quickly waned. He had no use for alchemical materials anyway. Du Qianyu turned to Jiang Zhiwen, her expression questioning. Though she'd heard of the Spirit Awakened tree, she'd never seen this peculiar treasure tree herself. Naturally, she couldn't determine the true nature of these 3 leaves before her. At such a moment, she could only turn to Jiang Zhiwen for guidance. They are indeed leaves from the Spirit Awakened tree, Jiang Zhiwen nodded and smiled. Take them. As she spoke, she reached out and took 2 of the leaves. Seeing this, Du Qianyu happily tucked away the last leaf. Just as the Mist Spirit Woman had said, the leaves of the Spirit Awakened tree were indeed rare alchemical materials. Incorporating them into potion or alchemical concoctions not only significantly boosted success rates but also imbued the final products with unique properties. Most crucially, these leaves were essential ingredients for several specialized potions, including one known as Frostbloom. This potion amplified the potency of ice-based spells, making it one of the most coveted elixirs among frost mages and elementalists specializing in ice magic. Now that she had obtained this enlightenment tree leaf, once matters in Star City were concluded, she could begin gathering ingredients and then commission an alchemist to craft a vial of Frostbloom potion. After receiving the Spirit Awakened leaf, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu immediately thanked the Mist Spirit Woman. You're welcome, the Mist Spirit Woman replied, shaking her head. Then, shifting the conversation, she asked, so, adventurers who have traveled far, what brings you here? Is there something you need to do? Anything? Hearing this, Qin Mo's heart stirred. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. Perhaps this Mist Spirit Woman knew why the young dragon's nest secret realm had undergone such a change. Why not ask her? Du Qianyu had the same thought and instinctively looked at Jiang Zhiwen. Jiang Zhiwen offered no concealment, briefly recounting the secret realm's upheaval and stating she had come to investigate its cause. Investigating the cause of the secret realm's upheaval? The Mist Spirit Woman paused for a moment before smiling. It seems we truly are destined to meet. I came to the secret realm to hunt down a traitor from my Fog Spirit clan. Barring any surprises, the upheaval here is connected to him. A traitor from the Fog Spirit clan? Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu all wore expressions of surprise. Their targets actually overlapped? That traitor is hiding within the young dragon's lair. The Mist Spirit Woman continued, her tone tinged with coldness. With my strength, I should have been able to kill that traitor. But he had several human allies with him. Those human helpers were all gold tier, and they'd somehow obtained a small vial of diluted mad dragon's blood. Using the mad dragon's blood, they controlled over a dozen gold tier young dragons within the nest. With just my strength alone, I was no match for them. At this point, the Mist Spirit Woman sighed. Previous adventurers had also ventured into the young dragon's nest, but they all perished within a short time. I didn't even have time to intervene and save them. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen exchanged glances. The other adventurers the Mist Spirit Woman mentioned were likely the professionals sent by the Treasure Gathering Pavilion to scout the situation. Those sent by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion into the young dragon's nest secret realm at such a time must have been their carefully cultivated elite forces. That such professionals were wiped out in such a short time, leaving even the Mist Spirit Woman before them no chance to intervene? The situation seemed rather. Yet, a fierce battle intent surged within Qin Mo. If things went as expected, the human allies accompanying that Fog Spirit traitor were most likely members of the Dawn sect. Old friends meeting must exchange greetings. Fortunately, his Beastmaster had just acquired 5 new skills perfect for testing them out on an old acquaintance. Jiang Zhiwen turned his gaze to the Mist Spirit Woman, then flipped his wrist, producing a tattered cloak. Do any of those humans bear this symbol? Jiang Zhiwen pointed to the torch emblem on the tattered cloak and asked. Is this the emblem of the Dawn cult? The Mist Spirit Woman's gaze lingered on the torch emblem for a moment before she shook her head. Those humans didn't bear such markings. But whether they belong to the Dawn cult, I cannot say. Not members of the Dawn cult? Qin Mo's brow furrowed, then relaxed. Why overthink it? Once we capture those men, we'll have plenty of ways to pry the truth from them. Then we'll know for sure whether they're connected to the Dawn sect. Then, Qin Mo turned to look at Jiang Zhiwen. First, let's check out the nest of the young dragon. Jiang Zhiwen understood Qin Mo's meaning immediately and nodded. The nest of young dragons was only a 3rd-tier golden secret realm, devoid of any super limit monsters. Given her current strength, while she wasn't invincible against anything below purple gold rank, there were indeed very few gold rank monsters or adventurers who could pose a real threat to her. Even knowing her opponents were numerous and controlled over a dozen gold-grade young dragons, she remained confident that even if defeated, she could retreat safely.
Chapter 126, Golden Treasure Chest.
Hearing Jiang Zhiwen's words, the mist-shrouded face of the fog spirit woman betrayed a hint of disapproval. In her view, Jiang Zhiwen was merely a silver-grade beastmaster. While her contract beast, the Iron-Tail Mountain Lord, was a rare creature capable of fighting above its tier, a single silver-tier Iron-Tail Mountain Lord was utterly incapable of holding its own against a horde of gold-tier young dragons. Not to mention that besides those dozen or so gold-tier young dragons, the dragon lair also harbored traitors from her own Mist Spirit clan and numerous human allies. Those human warriors were also golden tier, while the traitor from her Fog Spirit clan had few equals even within the golden tier ranks. Even she, without the aid of her clan's secret treasure, could not defeat the traitor in a one-on-one fight. As for Du Qianyu standing nearby, it goes without saying. A mere silver-tier frost mage, both her field control abilities and spell damage still had much room for growth. Even with her exceptional talent, she could handle one or two gold-tier young dragons at most. To rashly venture into the young dragon's lair with Jiang Zhiwen's group's strength is practically tantamount to suicide. Adventurers, if I were you, I'd leave this secret realm now and seek help outside. The Mist Spirit woman paused thoughtfully before warning, the enemies within the young dragon's lair are beyond your capabilities. Thank you for the warning, but I still intend to investigate the dragon hatchling's lair. Jiang Zhiwen shook his head, his expression calm. Though she couldn't confirm whether the humans following the Fog Spirit tribe traitor were truly members of the Dawn cult. But to be safe, I must go and confirm it. Roar! Qin Mo let out a low growl, radiating fierce confidence. Now that he possessed the treasure-stealing orb, he no longer had to worry about the side effects of his two skills' potential overdraw and soul-burning technique, allowing him to act far more boldly than before. Not to mention that his Beastmaster had recently acquired 5 powerful skills from other Beastmasters. With the resources they now possessed, they might even stand a chance against purple gold tier monsters and professionals. The highest tier enemies in the young dragon's lair wouldn't exceed gold tier level 9. Even if they were outnumbered, he was confident they could extricate themselves with ease. Du Qianyu remained silent, but her expression spoke volumes. She intended to accompany Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen to the young dragon's lair. She was well aware of the combined strength of the man and the beast. Facing the ambush of over 10 gold-tier professionals from the Zhang family, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had both found opportunities to counterattack, even killing 3 of the Zhang family's professionals. Had Zhang Meng not resorted to a desperate, mutually destructive skill to forcibly break through to purple gold rank at the last moment, perhaps every Zhang family professional involved in this operation would have been left behind. Though the enemies within the young dragon's lair were numerous, she trusted Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen could handle them. Besides, she wasn't entirely without combat capability. Facing 1 or 2 gold-tier adversaries, she might not win outright, but she was confident she could hold them off for a while. At the very least, she still held a random teleportation scroll, ready to make her escape at any moment. The Mist Spirit woman observed Qin Mo's group's reaction and shook her head silently, saying nothing more. She felt a kinship with Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, which was why she had offered the warning. Since they chose to ignore her warning and rush headlong into danger, she wouldn't stand in their way. After bidding farewell to the Mist Spirit woman, Qin Mo's group hurried toward the young dragon's lair. Soon after, they successfully crossed the Canine Plains and emerged onto a muddy marshland. From afar, the dark green marshes resembled meticulously carved jade. Walking along the soft, damp paths even gave one a sense of refreshing delight. Yet Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu all knew this was merely an illusion. According to the records of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, this swamp was far more treacherous than the Dogman Plains. On the Dogman Plains, one only needed to worry about the occasional Dogman overlord and those reckless Dogman assassins. But within this swamp, one must not only be wary of the lurking swamp monsters, giant pythons, giant crabs, poisonous scorpions, and slime monsters, but also be extremely cautious of the ubiquitous natural traps within the marsh. Once trapped in these natural hazards, one could suffocate to death in the quicksand without even encountering the swamp's monsters. According to records from the treasure house, during the exploration and development of this swamp, at least 100 of their professionals accidentally fell into the mud and drowned. Only after paying such a heavy price did the treasure house finally chart a safe route. With the blood-soaked lessons of the treasure house laid bare before them, Qin Mo and his companions naturally avoided wandering recklessly. Instead, they diligently followed the safe route marked on the map. Though each carried a last-ditch survival card, it would be utterly frustrating to exhaust these crucial resources merely due to the swamp's natural traps. Roar! Beastmaster, what's over there? Qin Mo suddenly growled lowly, extending his tail to point toward the distance. Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu followed the direction of Qin Mo's tail and quickly wore expressions of surprise and delight. On a nearby grassy knoll, a golden chest lay quietly amidst the weeds, radiating an enticing aura. A golden treasure chest. Che, are there any other monsters nearby? Jiang Zhiwen regained her composure first, fixing her gaze on Qin Mo.
In both secret realms and the wild, treasure chests were usually guarded by monsters. Opening these chests was no easy feat. Hearing this, Du Qianyu quickly snapped out of her excitement over discovering the golden treasure chest, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Roar! No other monsters. But I can't say for sure if there are traps. Within his perception range, only a few silver-tier monsters lingered nearby. With their strength, such monsters posed no real threat. Most importantly, those monsters are still far from the golden treasure chest and won't interfere with them opening it. Qianyu, it's up to you. Receiving Qin Mo's confirmation, Jiang Zhiwen nodded and turned to Du Qianyu beside him. Du Qianyu immediately understood. Grasping her staff, she swiftly chanted a spell before thrusting it into the ground. Frost cover the ground. A layer of azure frost spread rapidly outward from her starting point. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ground was encased in a layer of ice, transforming the once soft, muddy terrain into solid, frozen ground. Then, the two humans and the beast stepped onto the frozen ground, steadily advancing toward the golden treasure chest. Roar! Just as they were about to reach the golden treasure chest, Qin Mo felt a sudden chill down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. This was the manifestation of his passive skill, malicious detection, being triggered. A chill ran through Qin Mo's heart. He immediately let out a low growl. Watch out, there's an ambush! Almost the instant his voice echoed, three phantom figures burst from the frozen ground, each lunging toward Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu. Chapter 127, Marsh Specters. Fortunately, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu hadn't let their guard down just because they were near the golden treasure chest. The moment Qin Mo's warning echoed, both women reacted instantly. Jiang Zhiwen thrust off with her feet, leaping a considerable distance away. Du Qianyu swiftly chanted an incantation, instantly covering herself in a layer of faint frost armor. Frost armor. Qin Mo's response was equally straightforward and brutal. With a forceful slap of his claws, his body became encased in a thick layer of yellow rock scales. Rock scale technique. Jiang Zhiwen's attack missed its mark, but the two assailants targeting Qin Mo and Du Qianyu succeeded. A crisp clang echoed as countless cracks instantly appeared across Qin Mo's rock scales. Meanwhile, the frost armor shielding Du Qianyu shattered violently, showering fine ice shards that settled over the ethereal figure. Seizing this moment, Qin Mo and his companions confirmed the attackers' identities. They were swamp specters. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze shifted away from the three phantom figures, and he exclaimed in realization, "No wonder you couldn't sense them, Yin Che." According to the records of the treasure-gathering pavilion, the swamp specter is a highly unusual monster dwelling in this marsh. It spends the vast majority of its time in a state of nothingness, its aura completely concealed. Jubiozai remains uncertain about their origin, but it is certain they are transformed from practitioners who perished in these marshes. Driven by resentment and devoid of any rational thought, these creatures indiscriminately attack any living being that comes near. Moreover, these creatures possess an utterly repulsive trait. Unless their corpse is located and destroyed, these creatures are virtually undead. Unfortunately, the corpses of swamp specters are buried deep within the muddy swamp, making them impossible to locate. Precisely for this reason, the materials provided by the treasure house mark this creature as extremely dangerous, one of the monsters its adventurers dreaded encountering most. Du Qianyu's expression grew grim. She knew the characteristics of the swamp specter. In many ways, these creatures were even more troublesome than the flock of death crows encountered during the Zhangcheng trial secret realm. After all, while the death crow flock in its crow form is difficult to kill, with sufficient strength, its vitality can ultimately be drained. The corpses of these swamp specters, however, proved difficult to locate. Qin Mo studied the swamp specter before him, a flicker of strange emotion passing through his eyes. The moment he saw this swamp specter, a craving surged unconsciously in his mind, even causing his heartbeat to quicken significantly. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. Whenever he encountered something beneficial to his evolution, this sensation would arise. Could this swamp specter actually be a type of ghost? Never mind, let's try it first. When it came to evolution, Qin Mo trusted his instincts above all else. Without hesitation, Qin Mo leaped forward, lunging directly at the swamp specter that had attacked him earlier. Du Qianyu watched the scene unfold, her expression turning puzzled. Jiang Zhiwen froze for a moment before realizing, chuckling softly, "I'd forgotten these drowned souls also belong to the category of ghosts. There are two types of ghosts. The first type accompanies powerful tiger-like monsters, serving as their minions. After the death of their host tiger-like monster, these ghosts would lose control and wander aimlessly. Most of these ghosts quickly dissipate over time, while a small fraction mutate into monsters like ghost servants, ghost elites, or even ghost overlords. The second type consists of drowned souls. These specters are often adept at water manipulation and, due to their watery demise, are filled with resentment and harbor intense hatred toward the living. Compared to the first type, these ghosts are often more dangerous and troublesome. An ordinary practitioner encountering such a ghost could easily meet their end with the slightest misstep. But to their own contract beasts, these ghosts are nothing more than a meal served right to their mouths. By now, Qin Mo had already lunged at the swamp specter that had attacked him. The swamp specter erupted in fury, its icy fingers suddenly elongating like steel needles, stabbing toward Qin Mo.
Qin Mo ignored the attack entirely, instead reaching directly for the swamp specter's body. According to the records of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, this type of swamp specter only materialized into a physical form during the instant of its attack. Before mastering methods to directly strike the soul entity, the only way to harm the swamp specter was to seize this fleeting moment. The swamp specter's attack struck Qin Mo, only to be blocked by his rock scale technique. Qin Mo seized the opportunity to slash his claws across the swamp specter's form. A faint, dark glow followed Qin Mo's claws as it sank into the spirit's body. Simultaneously, 4 vicious claw marks appeared on the swamp specter's body. Its already ethereal form faded significantly, as if it might vanish entirely at any moment.
Qin Mo pulled away from the swamp specter, opened his system panel, and glanced at it. A smile instantly flashed across his face. His hunch had been correct. The system panel displayed that the progress of devouring the ghost had increased by 0.05. Though this tiny increment was but a drop in the bucket, it proved beyond doubt that the swamp specter before him could indeed aid his evolution. Qin Mo leapt forward once more, lunging at the swamp specter before him.
Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu were locked in combat with the other 2 swamp specters. Facing the swamp specter's attacks, Jiang Zhiwen moved with effortless grace. With just a few quick dodges within a small space, he effortlessly evaded the swamp specter's strikes. Du Qianyu's performance was comparatively weaker, but thanks to the slowing effect from her shattered frost armor, the swamp specter attacking her couldn't pose much threat in the short term. Moments later, accompanied by a shrill wail, the swamp specter attacked by Qin Mo dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished completely. Qin Mo glanced at the system panel and found that this swamp specter had only increased the progress of devouring the ghost to 0.3%.
This left Qin Mo somewhat disappointed.
He had expected at least 0.5% progress from a single swamp specter. But recalling the creature's nature, he understood. The true core of these swamp specters lay hidden beneath the muddy marsh, their corpses. If he could devour and absorb the corpse of the swamp specter, the progress might increase significantly. But the thought of the corpse buried in the mire for who knows how long, likely rotted beyond recognition, sent an involuntary shiver down Qin Mo's spine. Oh well, slow progress be damned. At least he wouldn't have to devour those disgusting corpses. Closing the system panel, Qin Mo immediately shifted his focus and lunged toward the swamp specter that was relentlessly attacking Du Qianyu. The swamp specter posed no threat to his own beastmaster. Better to help the weaker Du Qianyu break free from its grasp first. With Qin Mo's support, Du Qianyu's burden eased. She no longer relied solely on her frost armor to endure the assault, instead seeking openings to unleash offensive spells against the swamp specter. Before long, with Qin Mo and Du Qianyu working together, the swamp specter was successfully dealt with. Perhaps because this swamp specter was weaker than the previous ones, its defeat only increased the progress of devouring the ghost by 0.2%. Qin Mo, who had anticipated this outcome, showed no disappointment. He immediately lunged at the final swamp specter. Facing the combined assault of Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu, the last swamp specter held out even less time, quickly dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. With the swamp specters dealt with, Qin Mo and his companions immediately turned their attention to the golden treasure chest. Roar! Beastmaster, hurry and see what goodies are inside. Qin Mo tore his gaze away from the chest and turned to urge Jiang Zhiwen. Du Qianyu also turned her gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen, her face lighting up with anticipation. Jiang Zhiwen wasted no time, stepping forward to swiftly open the chest. Chapter 128, War's Trampling. A dazzling light burst forth from the treasure chest, causing Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu to instinctively squint. Moments later, the light faded, revealing the treasures concealed within. A pair of wrist guards, a skill book, a small, exquisitely crafted cloth pouch, and a scroll that looked slightly aged. Qin Mo's gaze immediately landed on the bracers. Crafted from the silk-like filaments of some unknown monster, they glowed an eerie white, faintly emanating a chill. Golden-grade wrist guards capable of enhancing the potency of ice element spells. Qianyu, you're in luck. Jiang Zhiwen glanced at the wrist guards before handing them to Du Qianyu. Though she hadn't studied appraisal techniques, her experience alone allowed her to easily determine the bracer's grade and purpose. Du Qianyu accepted the bracers, her face lighting up with a mix of surprise and delight. She never imagined such an unexpected windfall so soon after entering the secret realm. A pair of gold-grade wrist guards capable of enhancing the potency of ice element spells would surely spark fierce competition among ice element mages and frost mages outside the secret realm. After confirming the bracer's ownership, Jiang Zhiwen picked up the skill book. Glancing through it casually, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Roar! What's wrong, Beastmaster? Noticing Jiang Zhiwen's expression change, Qin Mo couldn't help but look surprised. His Beastmaster was a reincarnated powerhouse whose knowledge and experience far surpassed ordinary people. For this skill book to elicit such a reaction from her suggested it was no ordinary item. Du Qianyu, who had been fiddling with her wrist guard, also turned her gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen, curiosity flitting across her face. This is a skill book exclusive to contracted beasts and pets, Jiang Zhiwen realized, smiling. Skills like this are rare indeed. I never imagined encountering one here. Yin Che, this is yours.
As he spoke, Jiang Zhiwen handed the skill book to Qin Mo. Qin Mo accepted it, pressing a claw against its surface while communicating with it through his mental energy. Soon, the skill book transformed into a white light and vanished into Qin Mo's body. War Stomp, forcefully strike the ground, indiscriminately attacking all targets within a 50-meter radius, causing them to fall into a brief state of dizziness. After reading the skill description, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. Following Root Entanglement, Gravity Swamp, and Emerald Cage 3 control skills, he finally obtained a brand new control ability. And it was a large area crowd control skill. Though neither item was for her personal use, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but show a hint of delight. Jiang Zhiwen then retrieved the slightly weathered scroll. After examining it closely, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Whoa! Beastmaster, what kind of treasure is this? Upon hearing Jiang Zhiwen's voice, Qin Mo felt a surge of curiosity and immediately asked. Though Du Qianyu remained silent, her gaze also turned in that direction. This is a potion formula. Under the gaze of Qin Mo and Du Qianyu, Jiang Zhiwen immediately explained, the low-efficiency Shadow Sanctuary Potion. This potion is quite rare even among gold-grade potions. Once we leave the secret realm, I'll have Qin handle it for me. The Shadow Sanctuary Potion temporarily enhances a professional's resistance to dark, curse, and undead-type skills, making it remarkably versatile. When exploring relevant secret realms or regions infested with dark and undead monsters, this potion often delivers unexpectedly powerful effects. Formulas for potions like this have always been a primary target for collection and stockpiling by major factions within the Qinqing Empire. Jiang Zhiwen tucked away the inefficient Shadow Sanctuary Potion formula and promptly retrieved the delicate little cloth pouch from the treasure chest. Inside lay seeds of some unidentified plant. Seeds of the demon spirit grass. The quality was quite decent. Jiang Zhiwen pinched one between her fingers for a closer look, then shook her head in disappointment. According to the records of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, the Dragon's Nest secret realm they were currently in was abundant with demon spirit grass. Within this secret realm, obtaining demon spirit grass seeds, while not as simple as eating or drinking, wasn't particularly difficult either. While this small bag of demon spirit grass seeds was of decent quality, and the probability of yielding high-grade demon spirit grass with careful cultivation was not low. Compared to the other 3 items, however, this bag of seeds was undeniably far less valuable. Casually tossing the seeds into his spatial pouch, Jiang Zhiwen consulted the map and motioned for Qin Mo and Du Qianyu to follow. Guided by the map, Qin Mo's group successfully navigated around the swamp's natural traps and crossed the marsh. During their journey, they encountered numerous attacks from swamp monsters. Yet against the prepared Qin Mo and the 2 women, Jiang and Du, these swamp creatures' assaults proved utterly ineffective. Not only that, but the occasional swamp specters that appeared were all consumed as fuel for Qin Mo's evolution. The only regret Qin Mo felt was that the number of swamp specters they encountered was insufficient. Even though he made every effort to consume everyone he encountered, by the time they left the swamp area, his progress in devouring the ghosts had only reached halfway. After traversing the swamp, Qin Mo and his companions emerged at the edge of a sprawling mountain range. Hovering above the mountains were countless flying dragons, their roars echoing relentlessly between the peaks, a sound powerful enough to scare off timid monsters and adventurers alike. This was the nest of young dragons. Jiang Zhiwen stowed away the map, his expression growing grave as he gazed at the mountains ahead. Be cautious. Watch out for traps and ambushes. This place was the source of the secret realm's upheaval, and it was also connected to the traitorous Miss Spirit tribe and the human adventurers suspected of being affiliated with the Dawn sect. Even she couldn't predict what kind of traps those creatures might have set here. As for the various young dragons that originally inhabited this lair, their threat pales in comparison to the Fog Spirit tribe traders and those human adventurers. Qin Mo nodded, then immediately took the lead. His perception far surpassed that of Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu. Coupled with his night owl perception and malice detection skills, he was undoubtedly the most suitable choice to lead the way. Du Qianyu followed closely behind Qin Mo, gripping her staff tightly as she scanned the surroundings warily. Jiang Zhiwen brought up the rear, wielding her heavy silver plum blossom spear, ready to handle any unexpected threats. As Qin Mo's group rapidly advanced deep into the young dragon's lair, atop a mountain peak encircled by flying dragons in the heart of the range, a figure seated at the center of a mysterious magic array, shrouded in faint mist, suddenly opened its eyes. 3 silver-ranked youngsters actually managed to breach the swamp specter's blockade and infiltrate this place? The figure toyed with an exquisitely crafted black dagger, a low chuckle escaping its lips. Quite interesting. With that, the figure waved a hand. A burly human man emerged from the shadows, his numb face betraying no hint of emotion. 3 rats have snuck in. Their strength seems decent. The figure thrust the dagger forcefully into an empty spot within the magic formation and said indifferently, "Take a few young dragons over there and kill them. They'll just run around and ruin my plans." The human man nodded stiffly, his joints creaking with each movement. Then, with stiff, jerky steps, the human man swiftly vanished from the mountain peak. Chapter 129, Corpse Puppet. Meanwhile, Qin Mo and his group sped through the mountain forests. Along the way, they encountered numerous monsters, juvenile dragons resembling velociraptors known as the Runner, frost dragons spewing ice, and flame dragons breathing fire. They even encountered the exceptionally rare ghost young dragon. Fortunately, all the monsters they encountered were only bronze or silver tier, making them relatively easy to handle. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen didn't even need to intervene. Du Qianyu single-handedly dispatched the creatures with ease. Under these circumstances, Qin Mo and his companions swiftly advanced deeper into the young dragon's lair. As they advanced, the monsters they encountered gradually grew stronger. While bronze and silver tier monsters remained the majority, the occasional gold tier creature would appear among them. At this point, Du Qianyu alone could no longer handle them, necessitating assistance from either Qin Mo or Jiang Zhiwen. Fortunately, these gold tier monsters were few in number and relatively limited in power, so Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen could handle them without much effort. Even so, their progress slowed considerably due to the constant monster harassment. Roar! After traversing another stretch of the mountain forest, Qin Mo suddenly halted, his face hardening with alertness. A group of gold-tier monsters was closing in on us, accompanied by an odd aura that felt distinctly like undead creatures. Qin Mo couldn't claim to be an expert on undead monsters, but they weren't entirely unfamiliar to him either. He'd dealt with them plenty during his time in the Shallow Abode Valley secret realm. Not to mention he possessed the skill Dark Curse, which could generate undead monsters. Yet the aura he sensed now was peculiar. It carried both the deathly chill unique to undead creatures and the vibrant life force of living beings. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a situation. A peculiar aura? Jiang Zhiwen furrowed her brow slightly. Qin Mo had provided too little information. No matter how extensive her knowledge and experience, it was difficult to determine what kind of monster was approaching based on such sparse details. On the other side, Du Qianyu gripped her staff tightly, her gaze fixed warily ahead. Soon, 6 figures appeared within Qin Mo's party's line of sight. Leading the group was a burly human man, while the other 5 figures were 5 golden-grade young dragons, each possessing distinct attributes. So it was a corpse puppet. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze fell upon the burly man, and her expression instantly revealed understanding. Corpse puppet? Qin Mo looked at Jiang Zhiwen, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Beside him, Du Qianyu's expression grew extremely grave as she quietly explained the origin of the corpse puppets to Qin Mo. Corpse puppets were a highly unusual type of undead monster. Crafted from the corpses of recently deceased beings, they retain some of their former abilities while also possessing the undead's immortality. Furthermore, since the strength of the corpse used to create the puppet varies, the power of the corpse puppet itself fluctuates wildly. Weak ones were scarcely stronger than the most feeble undead skeletons, while powerful ones could rival top-tier undead monsters like Lich Lords and Necrolith dragons. This very trait makes ghouls the most troublesome foe for adventurers. After all, until the moment of combat, no one can determine the true level of the corpse golem they encounter. If one was unlucky enough to encounter a corpse golem comparable to a lich or a necrolord, ordinary adventurers wouldn't even have a chance to flee. After hearing Du Qianyu's explanation, Qin Mo finally nodded and turned his gaze toward the corpse puppet. Roar! Beastmaster, I'll go have some fun with it. You lot can handle those 5 golden-grade young dragons. With that, Qin Mo stomped his foot on the ground and charged straight toward the corpse puppet. You're asking for it. The corpse puppet's neck stiffly twisted twice, and 2 words slowly escaped its mouth. Then, the corpse puppet raised its hand and waved. Instantly, the 5 golden-grade young dragons swarmed toward Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu. As for the corpse puppet itself, it advanced directly toward Qin Mo. Qin Mo quickly closed the distance, his front paw raised high as he slammed it down onto the ground. The ground within a 50-meter radius shook violently. The corpse puppet and the golden-grade dragon cubs closing in on Jiang and Du froze instantly in place. War stomp. Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu, being farther away, remained unaffected by the war stomp. Faced with such a golden opportunity, the 2 women naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Jiang Zhiwen's feet darted forward, instantly appearing beside the soulfire-breathing young dragon among the 5. Her heavy silver plum blossom spear thrust out repeatedly. As the piercing effect of this silver-grade spear activated, several gruesome blood holes instantly appeared on the unfortunate young flame dragon's body. Du Qianyu, meanwhile, stepped into the center of the 5 young dragons and began chanting her incantation rapidly. Moments later, as the final mystical note escaped her lips, a brilliant ring of ice radiated outward from her center. Resisting Ice Ring. Leveraging her S-tier class talent, Spell Fusion, she merged the skills Fire Resistance Ring and Freeze Spell into one. The resulting skill was the Resisting Ice Ring she now unleashed. This skill combined the strengths of both Resisting Fire Ring and Freeze Spell. Upon activation, it unleashed a ring of ice centered on her, freezing every target within a 30-meter radius. Before the 5 young dragons could recover from the dizziness induced by the war stomp, they were struck by the sweeping frost ring, instantly encased in a thick layer of ice. Drawing on her extensive combat experience, Jiang Zhiwen swiftly created distance while Du Qianyu chanted the spell, avoiding the anti-ice ring's effect. Facing the 5 frozen young dragons, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu now concentrated their fire, relentlessly attacking the flame-breathing young dragon that Jiang Zhiwen had wounded earlier. Meanwhile, Qin Mo engaged the zombie puppet that had shaken off its dazed state. Damn tough. The moment they clashed, Qin Mo couldn't help but curse inwardly.
He had no idea what profession this corpse puppet had held in life, but even transformed into a corpse puppet, its physical strength remained terrifyingly high. When his claw struck the corpse puppet, it felt like punching solid purple gold-grade metal. Not only did he fail to leave a visible wound, but the impact sent a numbing shock through his own claw. The corpse puppet wouldn't let Qin Mo attack unchallenged. Its bloodless fists glowed with a faint, ominous sheen as they relentlessly pounded toward Qin Mo. Each punch whipped through the air with a howling wind, snapping weeds from the ground as they flew toward Qin Mo. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, Qin Mo instinctively chose evasion. While his rock scale technique could withstand the blow, he had no masochistic tendencies.
Why would he willingly take such an attack head-on?
The corpse puppet's attacks were powerful and heavy, but its speed and agility were truly nothing to speak of. With a single leap, Qin Mo vanished from the corpse puppet's reach. The corpse puppet's formidable assault ultimately struck nothing but empty air. Seeing its strikes all miss their mark, the corpse puppet let out a hoarse roar and immediately charged toward Qin Mo.
Chapter 130, Hidden Apprehension. Roar! Bring it on!
As the corpse puppet charged toward him, Qin Mo let out a thunderous roar, slamming his raised tail down onto the ground. In the next instant, a mass of vines burst from the earth, swiftly binding the corpse puppet tightly.
Vine bind.
Caught off guard by the sudden restraints, the corpse puppet bellowed in rage, flailing its arms in a desperate struggle. Under the corpse puppet's terrifying brute strength, the resilient vines were swiftly torn apart. Within mere breaths, the vines binding the corpse puppet snapped into countless fragments, scattering haphazardly across the ground.
Qin Mo had anticipated this outcome.
As he unleashed root entanglement, he had already closed in beside the corpse puppet. With a swift exhalation, a storm of frost and flame coalesced around it, enveloping the creature entirely.
Frost firestorm.
Bone-chilling winds whipped relentlessly across the corpse puppet's body, leaving behind countless tiny wounds. Before the blood could flow from the wounds, it was instantly covered by the relentless waves of ice shards and flames. Enveloped by the storm, the corpse puppet roared in fury, flailing its arms wildly and stirring up howling gusts of wind. Yet by then, Qin Mo had already pulled away from the corpse puppet.
The corpse puppet's attack once again struck empty air. Seizing the moment, Qin Mo raised his claw and gave it a light flick. Accompanied by an imperceptible spatial ripple, a blade of space, leaving no trace, sliced through the air, striking the corpse puppet squarely across the neck. The corpse puppet's physical defense was indeed formidable.
Qin Mo's claws struggled to penetrate its armor, and even the frost firestorm failed to inflict significant damage.
But against the spatial blade that bypassed all defenses, the corpse puppet's astonishing physical resilience became utterly useless. As pitch-black blood gushed forth, a gruesome wound instantly appeared on the corpse puppet's neck. The gash ran across its neck, nearly severing its head clean off. Yet the corpse puppet, struck by this blow, seemed utterly unaffected, continuing to advance relentlessly toward Qin Mo. Undead monsters are such a pain. Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but curse under his breath. For ordinary monsters or adventurers, such an injury would be fatal.
But undead monsters were different. This type of creature had only one fatal weakness, the soul flame. Only by shattering the soul flame could they be utterly destroyed. Though this corpse puppet was modified, it still possessed this characteristic of undead monsters. Until its soul flame was shattered, the corpse puppet was virtually immortal. Seeing the corpse puppet closing in once more, Qin Mo instantly backed away while flinging a green light to the side. The green light struck several trees as thick as water vats. The trees vanished instantly, replaced by nearly 10 massive tree-ants. This was the active effect of nature's power. By expending mental energy, it summoned tree-ants of corresponding strength using trees as conduits. In past battles, he rarely had the opportunity to use this skill either due to environmental constraints or the overwhelming strength of his opponents. After all, a treant's strength was intrinsically linked to the quality of the trees used as mediums and the amount of spiritual energy expended. Using ordinary trees as conduits meant that even if he poured his spiritual energy into the summoning without regard for the cost, the resulting tree-ants could only serve as cannon fodder. This time, however, against the bulky undead monsters like the corpse golems, these cannon fodder units proved surprisingly effective. Under Qin Mo's command, nearly 10 tree-ants shuffled forward with stiff steps, forming a circle that trapped the corpse puppet in the center. The corpse puppet let out a hoarse roar, swinging its fist to smash into one of the tree-ants. The tree man was instantly knocked flying, its body bearing a deep fist-shaped indentation. Yet it quickly scrambled back to its feet and rejoined the encirclement. Though lacking in offensive prowess, the tree-ants summoned by Qin Mo possessed remarkable defensive capabilities and vitality. Even a gold-tier monster like the corpse puppet couldn't instantly kill a tree-ant. Taking advantage of the corpse puppet being entangled by the tree-ants, Qin Mo abandoned it outright and joined the fray on the other side. Earlier, during Qin Mo's clash with the corpse puppet, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu had seized the initiative granted by Qin Mo's war stomp to successfully eliminate the flame young dragon from the group of 5. Now, the two women were locked in combat with the remaining 4 young dragons, having already wounded one of the frost young dragons. If the battle continued this way, barring any surprises, the remaining 4 young dragons would likely be defeated one by Jiang and Du. Qin Mo's sudden intervention instantly intensified the pressure on the 4 golden grade young dragons. At the same time, deep within the dragon nest, upon the mountain peak encircled by flying dragons, the figure shrouded in faint mist watched the light screen before them. Their hand, mid-motion of twirling a dagger, froze in place. The light screen displayed the scene of Qin Mo's group battling the corpse puppets and the 5 young dragons. These 3 rats. A deep voice sounded, tinged with unmistakable astonishment and apprehension, mere silver-grade beings possessing such formidable strength? As he spoke, the figure's gaze settled upon Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen within the light screen. Du Qianyu's resisting ice ring was indeed impressive, but aside from that single spell, there was little else that caught his attention. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, however, were different. This man and beast had utterly overturned his understanding. Jiang Zhiwen, of course, needed no further explanation. A beast master not known for combat prowess, fighting 5 golden grade young dragons to a standstill without a contract beast's protection. And she was only silver ranked. While Qin Mo's performance wasn't as breathtaking as Jiang Zhiwen's, that spatial blade truly startled him. Temporal artifacts and abilities were exceedingly rare, yet here he witnessed one manifested by a mere silver-tier Iron-Tail Mountain Lord. Moreover, beyond the spatial blade, Qin Mo had successively unleashed 2 class-exclusive skills, the Elemental Mage's Frostfire Storm and the Druid's Natural Force. A contract beast capable of mastering class-specific skills? A mutant? Or perhaps a special talent of the Beast Master? But regardless of the possibility, Qin Mo's current demonstrated power was already more than enough to pose a threat. Especially the Space Blade. Most spatial-type attack skills possess the ability to bypass defenses, making them the ultimate weapon for fighting opponents of higher tiers. Facing an Iron Tail Yamask wielding the Space Blade, even purple gold tier professionals and monsters would tread cautiously, let alone someone like him, still stuck at the gold tier. Damn it! Of all times to show up, it had to be now. The figure shrouded in mist couldn't help but curse under its breath, dispelling the light barrier before beckoning toward the shadows behind. A corpse puppet emerged from the darkness and stood respectfully in place. Go to the young dragon pit and find those humans. Tell them to deal with those 3 silver-ranked rats. Tell them that if they can't take down those 3 troublemakers, my cooperation with them ends right here. Then whoever wants to maintain this formation can do it. The corpse puppet nodded stiffly before vanishing back into the shadows. Chapter 131, Slaying the Corpse Puppet. Qin Mo and his group remained unaware that an unknown entity had already set its sights on them. After jointly dispatching the 5 golden grade young dragons, they turned their attention to the corpse puppet held back by the Trey Ant. Faced with Jiang Zhiwen's heavy silver plum blossom spear imbued with the yi-piercing effect, the corpse puppet's formidable physical defenses proved utterly useless. After only a few exchanges, the corpse puppet bore several gruesome, gaping wounds. Foul-smelling, pitch-black blood gushed from the injuries, staining the surrounding ground. Roar! Qin Mo whipped his tail, and thick vines burst from the ground, binding the corpse puppet's limbs. Simultaneously, a low growl erupted from his mouth. Where exactly was this corpse puppet's soul flame hidden? Were it not for the undead monster's disgusting resilience, facing the combined assault of him, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu, this corpse puppet would have long since collapsed to the ground, reduced to a true corpse. Du Qianyu's brow creased with growing impatience. Unlike those freaks Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, who possessed not only formidable combat prowess but also remarkable self-healing abilities. Dealing with those 5 gold-grade young dragons earlier had already drained a significant portion of her mental and physical energy. Now, after prolonged entanglement with this corpse puppet, though she was merely supporting from the sidelines, with Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen bearing the brunt of the fight, the toll of battle remained undeniable. If this stalemate continued, her condition would inevitably deteriorate significantly, jeopardizing their subsequent operations. Jiang Zhiwen's expression remained unreadable, yet her attacks grew increasingly ruthless. Clearly, she too was thoroughly irritated by the corpse puppet's disgusting nature. Just then, the besieged corpse puppet suddenly let out a thunderous roar. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from its center, causing the surrounding vegetation to rustle violently. Even Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, quick as they were left reeling from the sudden sonic assault. Du Qianyu's face flushed an unnatural crimson, and a faint trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Roar! Beastmaster, are you okay? Qin Mo pulled away from the corpse puppet, shaking his slightly dizzy head as he looked toward Jiang Zhiwen nearby. He never imagined the corpse puppet possessed such a technique. Fortunately, his attributes, bolstered by various enhancements, now rivaled those of a low-tier gold-rank practitioner. This pure sonic assault couldn't harm him. I'm fine. Where's Qianyu? Jiang Zhiwen shook her head and turned her gaze to Du Qianyu beside her. Her situation was similar to Qin Mo's. Even taking such a sonic attack head-on wouldn't be a problem. At the moment, she was merely feeling a bit dizzy and lightheaded. A short rest would see her recover. Nothing serious. Just need to rest for a bit. Du Qianyu wiped the blood from her lips and gave a wry smile. But I won't be able to help you guys for a while. Be careful out there. Roar! Don't worry, I'll handle this beast. Qin Mo growled lowly, raising his paw to cast a healing spell on Du Qianyu. He then turned his gaze toward the corpse puppet, his eyes cold as ice. He who hunts birds all day never imagined today he'd be pecked in the eye. He was the one who always used sonic skills against his enemies, yet today he'd been outmaneuvered by the corpse puppet. Though the corpse puppet's sonic attack hadn't harmed him, the embarrassment was palpable on his face. Qin Mo leapt forward, his figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Shadow leap. The corpse puppet instantly grew wary. In their previous encounter, Qin Mo had caused it far more trouble than Jiang Zhiwen ever had. Now that Qin Mo had vanished without warning, it dared not let its guard down. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. Invisible shockwaves swept over the corpse puppet, causing its body to jerk violently several times before it began darting around wildly like a headless fly. Soul-severing sonic kill. Compared to the corpse puppet's sonic attack, Qin Mo's soul-severing sonic kill howl possessed not only greater lethality but also a certain probability of inducing confusion in its target. This corpse puppet was clearly unlucky. Although the soul-severing sound slash didn't inflict obvious damage, it coincidentally triggered the skill's special effect, causing it to instantly lose control of its body. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Man and beast closed in on the corpse puppet simultaneously, the spear and wind blades striking its legs. Pop! With the sound of bubbles bursting, the silver plum blossom spear effortlessly pierced the corpse puppet's right leg. Strands of ghostly blue flames seeped out from the blood hole pierced by the spear. Seeing this, both Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's eyes lit up. At last, they had found the soul flame. Then, man and beast struck simultaneously, targeting the corpse puppet's right leg. Even in its normal state, the corpse puppet couldn't withstand the combined assault of Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, let alone now that it was in a state of confusion. The space blade and the silver plum blossom spear struck the corpse puppet's right leg in succession, instantly scattering the soul flame concealed within. With the soul flame extinguished, the corpse puppet instantly lost its vitality, crashing straight to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. 2 clusters of vital essence flew out from the corpse puppet's body, merging into Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu respectively. Compared to the 5 golden grade young dragons, the life essence provided by this golden grade corpse puppet was significantly less, not even half of what a single young dragon offered. This was another defining trait of undead monsters and one of the primary reasons countless practitioners held such deep distaste for them. Roar! Finally dealt with. Qin Mo watched the corpse puppet completely transform into a corpse, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. The corpse puppet posed little threat, yet its vitality was frighteningly tenacious, especially its formidable physical body, something ordinary gold-tier adventurers could scarcely shake. Fortunately, Qin Mo possessed the space blade, an attack skill that could bypass defenses. Combined with Jiang Zhiwen's heavy silver plum blossom spear, which carried the extremely rare, piercing, property, they had managed to overcome it. Otherwise, when encountering undead monsters with such formidable defenses, they would have had no choice but to detour. Afterward, Qin Mo and the 2 women, Jiang and Du, rested briefly at their current location. Jiang Zhiwen took the opportunity to briefly process the 5 young dragon corpses. Though mere sub-dragon species and not even notable among them, young dragons were indeed treasures from head to tail. Their hides and scales provided excellent material for crafting armor, while dragon sinews had even broader applications useful for bowstrings and certain specialized tools. Most importantly, young dragon tendons possessed a remarkable flavor. While not quite on par with delicacies like fire-scaled eels, they were still a rare and delicious treat. Unfortunately, all 5 young dragons they had slain were merely gold grade. Jiang Zhiwen deemed their hides and scales unworthy, ultimately taking only the most precious dragon sinews, and soon after, Qin Mo and his companions finished their rest and set off once more, venturing deeper into the young dragon's lair. Chapter 132, Beast Soul Resonance. Perhaps due to the impact of slaying the corpse puppet and the 5 gold grade young dragons, Qin Mo's group encountered no further monster attacks for the following period. While this brought them relief, it also stirred a sense of caution within them. They understood clearly that this lull could only be the work of the traitorous Wuling tribe members within the young dragon's lair and the suspected human adventurers from the Dawn sect. The calmer the situation now, the more perilous the confrontation they would face later. However, Qin Mo and his companions were skilled and bold, confident they possessed the means to protect themselves. Far from being deterred, they instead accelerated their pace. After roughly half an hour, Qin Mo and the 2 women, Jiang and Du, emerged into a mountain hollow. The mountain pass showed little vegetation, its cliffs strewn with boulders where small animals occasionally scurried among the rocks. Qin Mo led the way through the valley, with Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu following closely behind. Roar! After traveling some distance, Qin Mo suddenly halted, letting out a low growl. Enemies ahead, at least 10 gold tier. Jiang Zhiwen's expression sharpened as he tightened his grip on the heavy silver plum blossom spear in his hands. Du Qianyu's face grew wary as she scanned the surroundings cautiously. Ha! Their senses are surprisingly sharp. Suddenly, a voice echoed from ahead, tinged with surprise. No wonder that fool from the Wuling clan came begging for our help. As the voice echoed, 5 figures emerged from behind the boulders, coldly observing Qin Mo and his group. Jiang Zhiwen of Jiangcheng, one of the targets the Su family had placed a hefty bounty on within the holy sect. The figure leading them fixed his gaze on Jiang Zhiwen. Never expected to run into you here.
Looks like our luck's holding out.
Hearing this, Qin Mo's gaze sharpened.
It was indeed the Dawn sect. A bounty from the Su family?
A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Zhiyun's eyes before he shook his head and chuckled. Looks like the Su family's in a tight spot, resorting to placing bounties within the Dawn sect itself.
But didn't your Dawn sect claim to be humanity's hope? How can you still be squabbling internally even as you've fallen this far?
As he spoke, Jiang Zhiwen couldn't help but recall the Dawn sect from his previous life, a mocking expression creeping onto his face. The sect's propensity for infighting was truly a trait passed down through the generations. After the sects were consolidated in his previous life, the infighting among the three kings never ceased. When Mengguiyu Yufeng, one of the three kings, was captured by the Free Federation, the shadowy influence of Ji Changfeng and Chang'ing, the last of the three kings, the demon princess, loomed behind the scenes. Chang Ying's eventual death in battle against the Frost Empire was also tied to Ji Changfeng's schemes. It was precisely through his flesh parasite technique, which concealed his true form from all, that Ji Changfeng maintained his freedom. Yet even so, he lost several capable host bodies to the schemes of Chang'ing and Yu Yufeng. The inner workings of our holy cult are not for a mere silver-ranked practitioner like you to judge. The lead Dawn cult practitioner's expression darkened as he coldly snorted. You'd better start thinking about how you're going to die. With that, the practitioner swung his hand downward with brutal force. Nearly 10 gold-tier young dragons led a vast swarm of young dragons of varying levels, surging from the bend of the mountain pass like a tidal wave toward Qin Mo and his companions. Yin Che. Seeing the overwhelming surge of young dragons, Jiang Zhiyun immediately let out a low shout, a faint glow emanating from his palm.
Qin Mo instantly understood. He leapt forward, landing beside Jiang Zhiyun, and released his spiritual energy.
Jiang Zhiyun's palm touched Qin Mo, and the radiance within her hand suddenly intensified, enveloping both her and Qin Mo.
Beast Soul Resonance. A Beastmaster's Beast Soul Resonance?
The leader of the Dawn cult professionals sneered coldly, dismissively remarking, if you two were gold tier, I might consider stepping aside for this skill.
But mere silver rankers? Even with attribute sharing and stacking, what could they possibly achieve? Do you really think you can turn the tables? The other four Dawn cult practitioners couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Their experience and knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners at their level, allowing them to instantly recognize the skill Jiang Zhiyun had unleashed. But as the leader had said, two silver tier players, even with shared attribute stacking, could barely break through the threshold of gold tier.
Even if Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun possessed formidable combat prowess, they couldn't possibly slaughter all the young dragons within a minute.
Not to mention, the five of them weren't dead. They weren't just going to stand there watching Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun slaughter the young dragons. Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun heard the leader of the Dawn sect speak, yet neither paid it much mind. At that moment, they were both astonished by the sheer power of each other's attributes. Qin Mo knew his Beastmaster diligently completed system quests daily, and with the constant boost from system rewards, his stats rivaled those of ordinary gold tier professionals. But when Jiang Zhiyun's stats were shared, he realized they surpassed his expectations. Excluding his mental strength, Jiang Zhiyun's other attributes even surpassed Qin Mo's, reaching the level of a gold tier 6 or 7 practitioner. Even his weakest attribute, spiritual power, likely rivaled that of a gold tier 1 practitioner. Compared to Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiyun was undoubtedly more astonished. Her attributes were earned through relentless completion of system quests, yet her contract beast, which slept when idle, possessed attributes barely weaker than her own? Especially its mental strength. It had already reached the level of a gold tier 4-5 professional. It was well known that among all attributes, spiritual power was the most difficult to enhance. Even for innate spellcasters with a natural advantage in mental power growth, enhancing it remained an arduous task. For ordinary spellcasters, even those with exceptional mental power might only surpass their current level by 5 or 6 tiers. Yet her contract beast's mental power attribute had leaped over an entire tier and then some. Even with the enhancement of the gold tier equipment, the Heart of the Dark Knight, such a mental power attribute was simply too outrageous. She also wore a pair of gold tier bracers obtained from the Chang family treasury that boosted her spirit power. Yet, even with them, her current spirit power had only just crossed the threshold into gold tier. And she was a Beastmaster, a profession renowned for its focus on mental power. Moreover, while her secondary class, Rakshasa King, wasn't particularly adept at mental power, it had still significantly boosted her mental strength. Yet her mental strength still couldn't match that of her own contract beast? Irontail Mountain Lord has never been known for its mental prowess. What kind of rare treasures had her contracted beast been secretly consuming? After their initial shock, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun quickly regained their composure. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The beast soul resonance lasted only 1 minute. They had to take advantage of the temporary power surge to eliminate their enemies immediately. Roar! Beastmasters, handle those young dragons. I'll deal with those 5 bastards from the Dawn cult. Qin Mo growled lowly, then transformed into a black streak of light, charging straight toward the Dawn cult practitioners.
In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo materialized before the lead Dawn cult practitioner, his claws gleaming coldly as they lunged for the man's throat. Blazing speed. The Dawn cult practitioners were utterly stunned. This Irontail Mountain Lord was only a silver tier 3. Even with Jiang Zhiwen's attributes stacked on, it was barely at the level of having just broken through to gold tier. Yet the speed Qin Mo had just displayed was something only a handful of legendary gold tier beasts, renowned for their blinding speed, could possibly match. What kind of freak of nature was this? Chapter 133, The Rock Turtle Formation. Had Ji Changfeng been present, such doubts would never have crossed his mind. Having clashed twice with both Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, he knew full well that both man and beast were freaks of nature. Judging their strength solely by rank would lead to a brutal death. Yet these Dawn cult practitioners had never encountered Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen before. Their knowledge of them was limited to the bounty hunt notice issued by the Su family within the Dawn cult. They hadn't even paid attention to the videos documenting the Jiangqing secret realm trials. Beyond the information on the bounty, all they knew was that Qin Mo's group had taken down a corpse puppet and 5 gold-grade young dragons. Such prowess seemed respectable enough to them, yet hardly a threat. At best, they were merely 2 slightly stronger calves, something they could handle with a bit of effort. But when Qin Mo finally unleashed his true power, they realized just how wildly off their previous assumptions had been. This was a ferocious tiger that preyed on its victims. Even if Qin Mo's other attributes lagged behind, his sheer speed alone placed him among the most dangerous of gold-tier monsters. However, these Dawn cult practitioners were battle-hardened veterans with immense combat experience. Though stunned by Qin Mo's displayed speed, their reactions were anything but slow. The leader of the Dawn cultists rolled sideways on the spot, dodging Qin Mo's claws entirely. Simultaneously, the sole mage among the 5 began chanting a spell. A projectile brimming with potent magical energy rapidly coalesced into form. The other 3 closed in on Qin Mo from different directions, aiming to pin him down. Just then, Qin Mo's throat suddenly bulged twice. Watch out! It might be a sonic attack. The shield-bearing warrior, noticing Qin Mo's unusual reaction, immediately shouted the warning. The other 4 snapped to attention, bracing for the impending attack. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed, its invisible shockwave sweeping across the 5 Dawn cult practitioners, momentarily dazing them. A boring trick. It might have worked if you were higher level. A mere silver rank. The mage among the 5 was the first to recover, a sneer curling his lips. Just then, the ground within a 50-meter radius shook violently, cutting off the rest of his words. War Stomp, soul-shattering sonic kill. Dual techniques combined. In the next instant, Qin Mo's figure materialized before the Dawn cult mage, his claws mercilessly slicing across the man's throat. Having disposed of the mage, Qin Mo shifted his focus to the hunter among the 5. In a flash, he materialized before the hunter. Hunters were a remarkably versatile class, proficient in both ranged and melee combat while also adept at deploying various traps. Moreover, hunters could even tame pets to handle different situations. Most crucially, the hunter class possessed a skill Qin Mo deeply despised, the illuminating arrow. This skill could pierce through most stealth states and apply a mark to the target, making it an unparalleled tool for tracking. Qin Mo's shadow leap was completely countered by this skill. Therefore, after eliminating the mage with the highest burst damage, he immediately targeted the hunter. As the hunter awoke from his dazed state, he watched the claws looming ever larger in his line of sight, his soul nearly leaping out of his body in terror. Though versatile, the hunter class offered little more defense than fragile mages. If Qin Mo's claw connected, even if he didn't die, he'd likely be gravely injured. Yet in the panic, the hunter had no time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Mo's claw descended upon him. Just then, an ethereal red chain shot from the side, wrapping itself around the hunter. Chain of Devotion, a shield warrior class skill that links the caster to another target, sharing half of the damage taken by that target. Duration, infinite, until one party's vitality is depleted or the bond is voluntarily severed. Coming to his senses, the shield armor warrior saw Qin Mo charging toward the hunter. Without a moment to spare, he immediately activated this support skill. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot from the shield armor warrior's hand, streaking toward Qin Mo. Shield armor warrior class skill, drag. This very scene had played out before at the Chang residence. Back then, the Jiang family shield armor warrior had used this very move to deflect Jiang Zhiyun's attack on Jiang Meng. But now, these Dawn cult professionals were facing a vastly enhanced Qin Mo. As the light cord hurtled toward him, Qin Mo let out a low growl. Swirling green whirlwinds materialized, swirling around him. Wind Spirit Body. Empowered by the Wind Spirit's body, Qin Mo swiftly soared into the air, evading the light chains while simultaneously unleashing a storm of frost and flame from his mouth. Frost Firestorm. The 4 Dawn cult practitioners were engulfed by the storm. The bone-chilling winds tore through their bodies, leaving behind gruesome wounds. The raging frost and flames left extensive frostbite and burn marks across their bodies. Damn it! This Irontail Mountain Lord actually possesses flight abilities. The shield-armored warrior burst out of the storm's reach, his face turning grim as he watched Qin Mo soar through the air. Qin Mo's speed was already a formidable threat, but to think he could actually fly. Of the 5 of them, only the hunter and mage could pose a threat to aerial targets. And the mage had already perished during Qin Mo's initial assault. Relying solely on the hunter to pose a lethal threat to Qin Mo was utterly unrealistic. Form the rock turtle formation. Buy us a minute. Among the remaining 4, the knight wielding a spear glanced at Qin Mo, who was striding through the air, and ordered without hesitation. Hearing this, the other 3 immediately acted on his command. A bright yellow glow surged from their bodies, coalescing into the shadowy form of a rock turtle that enveloped them all. Ha! An array-type skill? Qin Mo stared at the rock turtle's phantom, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He had heard Jiang Zhiwen mention such skills before. Such skills were even more specialized than cultivation-type skills. The defining characteristic of formation skills was that they required multiple practitioners of the same skill to collaborate in order to activate. The more practitioners involved, the greater the formation's power. Legend had it that during the founding of the Qinqing Empire, 10 legendary practitioners had used an array skill to defy their levels and slay 2 mythical monsters. It was precisely the prestige gained from that battle that compelled the Empire's powerful monsters to negotiate with the Qinqing Empire's leadership, ultimately signing a non-aggression pact. Qin Mo then tentatively unleashed 2 wind blades toward the 4 members of the Dawn cult below. The illusory rock turtle instantly solidified. The wind blades struck the rock turtle's phantom form, leaving not even a trace behind. Seeing this, Qin Mo's brow furrowed. He raised his claw and flicked out a spatial blade. The intangible blade sliced through the air, only to be blocked once more by the rock turtle's phantom form. The only difference this time was a deep crack appearing on the rock turtle's phantom form, nearly slicing it clean in 2. Could a spatial skill be blocked? Qin Mo glanced at the rock turtle's phantom without hesitation, immediately abandoning the 4 captives and charging toward the nearby group of young dragons instead. Since these 4 were hiding behind their turtle shells, he'd first assist his beastmaster in dealing with those young dragons. Chapter 134, Dark Curse. Seeing Qin Mo depart, the 4 Dawn cult professionals enveloped by the rock turtle's phantom exhaled in unison, their moods turning intensely complex. They were both stunned that Qin Mo possessed such a rare spatial skill and relieved that they had deployed the rock turtle formation in time. Had the rock turtle formation not offered such comprehensive defense capable of even countering spatial skills, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Against a spatial skill that ignored most defenses, their level advantage meant absolutely nothing. Moreover, that Irontail Mountain Lord was a true freak of nature. Even without a spatial skill, its terrifying speed alone would have posed a significant threat. Beyond shock and relief, however, their hearts were filled with rage. Given that bastard from the Mist Spirit clan's level of caution, there was absolutely no way he hadn't been watching Qin Mo's group battle the corpse puppet earlier. The fact that Qin Mo's group could slay the thick-skinned corpse puppet must have relied on spatial skills. Yet that bastard from the Mist Spirit clan had concealed such crucial information from them. Maybe we should find a chance to escape? The hunter among the 4 hesitated for a moment before whispering, with that Irontail Mountain Lord's speed combined with spatial abilities, the threat is simply too great. Escape? How? The shield-armored warrior immediately retorted, who among us can match that Irontail Mountain Lord's speed? There's only one way to survive: take down that Irontail Mountain Lord. As he spoke, the shield-armored warrior sneered inwardly. Among the 4, he was the slowest. If they chose to flee now, he would inevitably be left behind, becoming a target for the remaining 3. He wouldn't do something that harmed himself to benefit others. He'd stall for time, waiting until the Irontail Mountain Beast's soul resonance ended before deciding his next move. The lance-wielding knight glanced at the shield-armored warrior and the hunter, his tone flat. At this point, it's time to put away your petty schemes. Otherwise, all 4 of us will die here today. As he spoke, the knight's expression grew distinctly unnatural. The 5 of them were, after all, seasoned gold-tier professionals. While not invincible at their level, none were mediocre fighters. Yet here they were, forced to rely on a rock turtle formation for survival against a mere silver-tier Irontail Mountain Bear. Worst of all, the mage among them had been instantly slain by that same beast. If news of this reached the Dawn cult, they would become laughingstocks overnight. Meanwhile, on another battlefield. With their numerical superiority, the fledgling dragon pack gradually gained the upper hand. While these young dragons posed no threat to Jiang Zhiwen in his beast soul resonance state, the encirclement formed by nearly 10 gold-tier young dragons and a vast swarm of their young made it difficult for him to break free. As for Du Qianyu, she continuously unleashed various area of effect spells under Jiang Zhiwen's protection. Yet she remained only silver tier. Unlike Jiang Zhiwen, who not only possessed formidable innate attributes but also amplified Qin Mo's stats through beast soul resonance, Du Qianyu lacked that dual advantage. Against bronze and silver tier young dragons, Du Qianyu's spells still inflicted significant damage. Yet when her skills struck the gold tier young dragons, their lethality was drastically diminished. The only good news was that her spell control effects weren't significantly diminished by the level disparity, allowing her to create numerous opportunities for Jiang Zhiwen during the battle. While Qin Mo engaged the 5 members of the Dawn cult, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu seized the moment, swiftly slaying 2 golden tier young dragons. As for the bronze and silver grade young dragons, who knows how many the 2 women disposed of? Unfortunately, such losses, while not negligible for the vast dragon hatchling horde, were far from crippling. If the battle continued like this, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu would likely have no choice but to break through the encirclement and flee for their lives. Fortunately, Qin Mo joined the fray just in time. His arrival swiftly turned the tide of the battle. Charging into the young dragon horde, Qin Mo did not immediately target the gold-tier young dragons. Instead, he focused his efforts on the bronze and silver-tier young dragons. In his beast soul resonance state, Qin Mo could instantly kill bronze and silver-grade young dragons with a single strike. Yet with each bronze or silver-grade dragon slain by Qin Mo's claws, a dark slave wielding bone shields and bone blades would swiftly crawl from the corpse and attack the surrounding young dragons. This was. The 4 Dawn cult practitioners sheltered within the rock turtle formation witnessed this scene, their faces instantly contorting with shock. Dark Curse. The shield-armored warrior among the 4 reacted first, his face turning grim. The other 3 watched Qin Mo weaving through the young dragons, mercilessly reaping the lives of the low-level young dragons. Their astonishment swiftly turned to apprehension. They had all heard of the Dark Curse skill, one of the signature abilities of the necromancy school. However, in terms of raw power, this signature undead ability was actually not particularly strong. Dark slaves summoned by Dark Curse only lasted half an hour, and their maximum level never exceeded silver rank. Undead monsters were always among the weakest of their respective tiers, and among undead creatures, skeletons were the absolute bottom of the barrel. Unless they can overwhelm their opponents with sheer numbers, dark slaves pose a very limited threat. Under normal circumstances, even with the Dark Curse skill, Qin Mo could summon only a handful of dark slaves at most. A mere handful of dark slaves posed a threat far less significant than Qin Mo himself. But now, with a vast number of bronze and silver tier young dragons available for Qin Mo to slay, they became the very medium for summoning dark slaves. In this brief span, the number of dark slaves Qin Mo had summoned by slaying the young dragons had already surpassed 100. These dark slaves rampaged through the young dragon herd, completely tearing apart the tight encirclement. The only consolation was that a full minute had passed since Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had activated their beast soul resonance. Without the enhancement of the beast soul resonance, the combined strength of the man and beast was noticeably weaker than before. Yet, watching Qin Mo move with ease among the young dragons, the 4 practitioners of the Dawn cult hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding not to step out of the rock turtle formation. Even without the beast soul resonance state, that Irontail Mountain Lord still possessed spatial type skills. Facing attack skills that could bypass defenses, even with their level advantage, the slightest misstep could mean certain death. Better to let the young dragons wear down the Irontail Mountain Lord's stamina and mental energy first. On the other side, Du Qianyu shielded behind Jiang Zhiwen and continuously casting area of effect spells watched Qin Mo weaving through the young dragon swarm. Her face was equally etched with awe. She knew Qin Mo was exceptionally powerful. Though only a silver tier level 3, ordinary gold tier professionals and monsters stood no chance against him. Given his prowess, slaughtering a pack of bronze and silver tier young dragons shouldn't have elicited such an expression from her. Yet the scene before her eyes was simply too visually impactful. Wherever Qin Mo passed, young dragons fell instantly, only to rise again as skeletons and join the fray moments later. Such a scene was something she had only ever seen in books chronicling the wars between humans and undead monsters. Now witnessing it unfold before her eyes, the shock she felt was beyond description. Jiang Zhiwen, however, remained the most composed. Within the shallow Abyss Valley secret realm, she had already witnessed Qin Mo wielding the Dark Curse skill. Moreover, she knew that Qin Mo's mastery of Dark Curse was exceptionally unique, directly shattering the ironclad rule that this skill was ineffective against undead monsters. Seeing him use this skill to break the stalemate now, she wore an expression of utter matter-of-factness. Taking advantage of the gap Qin Mo had opened in the young dragon swarm, she swiftly located the golden-grade young dragon mingling among them and seized the opportunity to eliminate one. Unfortunately, the remaining gold-tier young dragons no longer gave her the chance to pick them off one by one, swiftly gathering together. Without the boost from the beast soul resonance state, these gold-tier young dragons posed no threat to her, but she also found it difficult to eliminate them all in a short time. Chapter 135, Scheming. Within the mountain hollow, as the numbers of dark slaves continued to swell, the fledgling dragon pack, having lost their numerical advantage, swiftly found themselves at a disadvantage. Their once tight encirclement was torn to shreds by the dark slaves. At this moment, Qin Mo abandoned targeting the lower-tier young dragons, instead directing his spear toward the remaining gold-tier young dragons. Those bronze and silver-grade young dragons were mere cannon fodder. These few large ones were the true core of the young dragon pack. Now, free from the distraction of the lower-tier young dragons, he could unleash his full power to deal with these beasts. Seeing Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen begin to deal with the remaining golden-grade young dragons, the expressions of the Dawn cult practitioners within the rock turtle formation grew grave. Bronze and silver-grade young dragons posed little threat to Qin Mo and his companions. Now, their only hope lay with the remaining gold-tier young dragons to put up a fight, hoping to wear down Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's stamina as much as possible. As for Du Qianyu, this silver-tier frost mage's performance was truly dazzling among practitioners of her rank.
That skill resembling a fire resistance ring was something they had never seen before.
Under any other circumstances, they would undoubtedly have paid Du Qianyu much closer attention. Unfortunately, with Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, two exceptional anomalies setting the bar so high, Du Qianyu now seemed less remarkable. She was, after all, merely a capable silver tier frost mage. She might gain an advantage against ordinary gold tier practitioners, but against their caliber, Du Qianyu posed no real threat. Roar! At that moment, Qin Mo suddenly let out a deafening roar. Invisible sound waves swept over the remaining gold tier young dragons, but unfortunately, they failed to trigger a state of confusion. The sheer destructive force of the sound waves alone was far from enough to pose a lethal threat to these thick-skinned, tough-as-nails gold tier young dragons. Seeing that the soul-severing sound kill had failed to achieve its goal, Qin Mo hesitated not a moment. He immediately raised his claw and slammed it forcefully onto the ground. The ground within a 50-meter radius shook violently. War Stomp! Before the golden-grade young dragons could react, the ground's tremors plunged them into a state of dizziness. Jiang Zhiwen seized this golden opportunity. Her long legs propelled her forward like a leopard, lunging toward the nearest golden-grade young dragon with her spear thrusting out. Du Qianyu's reaction was a split second slower. Only after Jiang Zhiwen had charged forward did she begin chanting her incantation, a brilliant cluster of ice crystals rapidly forming in her hands. Meanwhile, Qin Mo seized the moment to thrust into the midst of the golden-grade young dragons, unleashing a barrage of wind blades from his mouth. Though his wind blades, unleashed in his wind spirit body state, lacked the sheer power of spatial blades, their lethality was still formidable. The wind blades struck the golden-grade young dragons, effortlessly tearing through their resilient scales and skin, leaving gruesome gashes across their bodies. The four Dawn cult practitioners within the rock turtle formation watched in horror as their expressions darkened. No! We must help distract that Iron-Tail Mountain Lord. The Night-class Dawn cult member turned to the other three, his voice grave. Otherwise, those gold-tier young dragons won't last much longer. What he most hoped to see was Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's battle against those golden-grade young dragons becoming deadlocked. That way, even if all the golden-grade young dragons perished in the end, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen would inevitably face severe exhaustion. That would be the perfect moment for them to strike. Yet Qin Mo's current performance was completely contrary to his expectations. Though those golden-grade young dragons possess thick, tough hides, if Qin Mo continued unleashing his wind blades with such reckless abandon, they wouldn't last much longer. What should they do? The shield-armored warrior frowned and muttered, "Don't forget that Iron-Tail Mountain Lord still possesses spatial attack skills. Forget you lot, even I couldn't withstand a single one of its spatial attacks." Don't worry, the knight shook his head. I was also intimidated by that Iron-Tail Mountain Lord earlier and forgot something crucial. Hearing this, the trio turned their gaze toward the knight. Don't forget how much mental energy spatial skills consume. That Iron-Tail Mountain Lord may be unique, but it's still only a silver tier 3 beast. And Iron-Tail Mountain beasts aren't exactly known for their formidable mental power. After unleashing both Dark Curse and Wind Blade consecutively, its remaining mental energy must be severely depleted. The other three froze for a moment, then their eyes lit up. That's right, they actually forgot something so crucial. While spatial abilities possess immense power, their drain on mental energy is equally extraordinary, far surpassing that of ordinary skills. Even if that Iron-Tail Mountain Tiger is exceptionally unique, does it really possess an inexhaustible supply of mental energy? I'll strike first. When you get the chance, hit that Iron-Tail Mountain Tiger with severing tendons and chain arrows. The knight looked at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "I'll say it again, put aside your petty schemes right now, or we'll all die here." Hearing this, the three exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, but they eventually nodded in agreement. Given the speed Qin Mo had demonstrated, they stood no chance of escaping his pursuit. And if Qin Mo got a chance to recover his mental energy, he could easily chase them down to the death with his speed. Therefore, the best course was indeed to strike while the young dragons still possessed combat strength to find an opening to eliminate either Qin Mo or Jiang Zhiwen. Inche Zhiwen, watch out for those four Dawn sect members. Du Qianyu, who had been keeping a watchful eye on the four members of the Dawn sect, noticed them huddled together as if plotting something. She immediately spoke up to warn them. Roar! Don't worry, I've been watching them the whole time. In his view, the threat posed by the remaining four members of the Dawn sect far outweighed that of the young dragon group. Those golden-grade young dragons merely held the advantages of thick hides and sheer numbers. With his and Jiang Zhiyun's strength, these young dragons posed no lethal threat to them. Even if they were outmatched, they could still break through and escape with ease. Even Du Qianyu, whose power was inferior to theirs, still possessed a life-saving tool like the random teleportation scroll. There was absolutely no need to worry about being trapped within the juvenile dragon swarm. But the remaining four members of the Dawn cult were a different story. Setting aside whether they harbored any hidden trump cards, their level and combat prowess were simply incomparable to these few golden-grade young dragons. His earlier success in instantly eliminating the mage among the five was primarily due to their misjudgment of his strength and lack of adequate preparation. Moreover, at that time, he had the attribute boost from Beast Soul Resonance.
Combined with the surprise of the soul-severing howl and war stomp, he caught them off guard, allowing him to achieve success in one fell swoop. Now that the beast soul resonance effect had faded, without resorting to his trump cards, he had little confidence in swiftly taking down the remaining four. Chapter 136, Qin Mo's Hidden Hand. It wasn't just Qin Mo. Jiang Zhiwen was equally distracted, keeping a close eye on the movements of the four members of the Dawn sect. Her assessment mirrored Qin Mo's. Hearing Du Qianyu's reminder, she immediately nodded, confirming she hadn't overlooked the four. Seeing this, Du Qianyu relaxed, then locked onto a golden-grade young dragon and swiftly began chanting her spell. Under the combined assault of Qin Mo and the two women, Zhang and Du, one of the golden-grade young dragons soon fell to the ground, wailing pitifully. Compared to the 5 young dragons led by the corpse puppet they had encountered earlier, these gold-grade young dragons were of a lower rank and weaker in power. It was precisely because of the earlier swarm of bronze and silver-grade young dragons distracting Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu. Otherwise, Jiang Zhiwen in her beast soul resonance state, combined with Du Qianyu's spell support, would have easily dispatched these golden-grade young dragons. Meanwhile, witnessing Qin Mo's group dispatch a golden-grade young dragon so swiftly, the expressions of the 4 members from the Dawn cult darkened further. This couldn't drag on any longer. The knight among the 4 gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. Gripping his lance, he surged forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, charging straight toward Qin Mo. Lance charge. This skill resembled the charge of a shield-armored warrior, yet it possessed subtle differences. A shield warrior's charge merely closed the distance rapidly and inflicted a brief stun upon impact. The lance charge, however, was different. It was the knight's exclusive, enhanced version of the charge skill. It covered greater distance than a standard charge, sacrificing the stun effect for formidable lethality. Powerful knights wielding this skill while mounted can even instantly slay opponents and monsters of equal level. With this knight initiating the attack, the remaining 3 no longer hesitated, charging out of the rock turtle formation. Ha! They actually dared to come out of their shells? Qin Mo caught their movements out of the corner of his eye, a peculiar glint flashing in his gaze. Seems that little thing I casually set up earlier might come in handy. Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu also noticed the 4 riders' movements and were about to shift their targets when purple mushrooms suddenly appeared along the rider's path, rapidly exploding. Dark purple smoke billowed forth, instantly engulfing the 4. Wild mushrooms. Jiang Zhiwen immediately turned his gaze toward Qin Mo. When had he planted these wild mushrooms? How had she failed to notice them at all? Du Qianyu stared blankly at Qin Mo, her half-chanted spell abruptly halting. She never imagined Qin Mo had kept such a backup plan in reserve. Roar! Noticing the 2 women's gazes, Qin Mo let out a low roar and charged straight at the 4 members of the Dawn cult. Beast Masters, I'm leaving the remaining young dragons to you. I'll take care of those 4 first. Though these 4 had been tripped up by the wild mushrooms he'd secretly planted earlier, that skill alone posed no real threat to them. The greatest weakness of the wild mushroom skill lay in its low lethality. Moreover, among the 3 random effects triggered by wild mushroom, only the poison effect carried any significant lethality. As luck would have it, all 4 men were fortunate enough to trigger only the slowed effect, the least disruptive of the 3. Apart from the knight whose lance charge was interrupted, which had a significant impact, the other 3 were practically unaffected. To eliminate those 4, he would have to take the initiative. Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of the 4 members of the Dawn cult became utterly priceless. This wild mushroom must have been planted when they first charged at us. The knight's face twisted with frustration as he gritted out, that cunning beast. His assault, which he was certain would succeed, had been effortlessly nullified by such an inconspicuous skill. And because he charged ahead, he took the brunt of the wild mushroom's explosive damage. Though the wild mushroom's lethality was low, the successive blast waves still sent his internal chi and blood surging violently. The other 3 exchanged stunned glances. Who could have imagined that Irontail Mountain Boar would have the presence of mind to set traps during its ambush? The hunter's face flushed crimson. Hunters excel at setting traps for enemies, and equally, they are masters at detecting and disarming them. Yet he had failed to detect the wild mushrooms Qin Mo had secretly planted. He was a gold-tier hunter. Yet he fell victim to a trap set by a silver-tier contract beast. If word of this got out, he'd be branded a disgrace to the hunting profession, drawing scathing criticism from countless hunters. Stop dwelling on useless thoughts. That Irontail Mountain Beast is already charging at us. The most taciturn of the 4, the rogue, suddenly spoke up coldly. Quick, figure out how to deal with that beast. Hearing this, the other 3 snapped back to reality, their gazes locking onto Qin Mo as he charged toward them. They had already experienced Qin Mo's speed firsthand. Even without the boost from his beast soul resonance, the slightest lapse in their guard would surely give Qin Mo an opening. As Qin Mo closed in, the shield-armored warrior among them immediately stepped forward, raising his shield before him and charging toward Qin Mo. Shield charge. Ha! Seeing this, a flash of mockery crossed Qin Mo's eyes. He leapt to the side, vanishing instantly into the shadows. Shadow leap. Having lost their target, the shield-armored warrior became as disoriented as a headless fly. Nervously peering over his shield, he frantically scanned the area for Qin Mo's whereabouts.
At that moment, a faintly glowing arrow shot into the sky, then abruptly exploded. Illumination arrow. Countless white sparks scattered, completely illuminating the area within 100 meters. Qin Mo's figure reappeared within the sight of the 4 Dawn cultists. Alongside him, the wild mushrooms he had casually planted earlier were also illuminated by the arrows. Seeing the ring of wild mushrooms surrounding him, the 4 members of the Dawn cult instantly turned green in the face. That damn beast was truly ruthless, secretly planting so many wild mushrooms. And these were merely the ones exposed by the illumination arrows. Who knows how many more wild mushrooms this iron-tail boar had secretly planted elsewhere. But the 4 had no time to think further, for Qin Mo was already closing in on the hunter at breakneck speed. Seeing this, the other 3 immediately attacked Qin Mo. The shielded warrior even activated the chain of devotion, binding himself to the hunter. After witnessing Qin Mo's shadow leap, they became acutely aware of the hunter's critical importance. Among the 4 of them, only the hunter possessed the counter-stealth skill, Illumination Arrow. If the hunter fell, facing Qin Mo with his shadow leap ability, they would be completely at a disadvantage. As for why Qin Mo could cast the dark elemental shadow leap, was a question they couldn't be bothered to ponder. After all, he'd already unleashed elemental mage exclusive Frostfire Storm, Necromantic Dark Curse, nature-based wild mushroom, and even rare spatial skills. Adding his shadow leap from the dark element to his arsenal was hardly surprising. Chapter 137, Frost Breath. Facing the trio's assault, Qin Mo's gaze turned icy as he charged forward without flinching. The attack struck his body, only to be blocked by a thick layer of rock scales. Using the time bought by rock scale, Qin Mo decisively raised his claw and hurled a spatial blade at the hunter who was trying to create distance. The hunter dodged desperately, yet the blade still struck, severing his bow-wielding right hand clean off at the wrist. Seeing the spatial blade miss its mark, Qin Mo did not pursue relentlessly but instead re-established distance from the 4 hunters. His defensive skills were limited. Aside from rock scale technique, he only possessed Flame Avatar and Dragon's Recovery. The latter 2 skills would drain his remaining spirit power upon activation, serving as his last resort trump cards. He would never use them unless absolutely necessary. Relying solely on rock scale technique, he had no confidence he could withstand the 4's relentless assault unscathed. After all, he held the advantage in speed. There was absolutely no need to clash head-on with them. Seeing Qin Mo temporarily retreat, the hunter clutching his severed arm and the other 3 secretly exhaled in relief, though shock still lingered on their faces. Where on earth did that beast get so much spiritual energy? The shield armor warrior's gaze locked onto Qin Mo in the distance, his voice thick with disbelief. During the previous battle, Qin Mo had unleashed countless skills including spatial abilities. Even if other skills consumed minimal psychic energy, at Qin Mo's silver tier 3 level, his reserves should have been nearly depleted by now. Where did he find the reserves to unleash spatial blade? Something's wrong with that beast. At that moment, the hunter whose right arm had been severed suddenly cried out, "Look at his body." Only then did the 4 belatedly notice that an eerie crimson flame had silently enveloped Qin Mo's body. Though they couldn't identify the soul-burning technique Qin Mo had cast, they could tell that his ability to still wield spatial skills was undoubtedly linked to this very technique. Instantly, the expressions on all 4 faces turned grim. Qin Mo's performance kept shattering their expectations. Facing such an adversary was nothing short of a nightmare. After creating distance from the 4, Qin Mo remained vigilant against their sudden attacks. He couldn't be certain what hidden cards these 4 were holding. Therefore, he couldn't afford to let his guard down until the battle was completely over. As for the shield-armored warrior, he had heard them mention as well. But he certainly wasn't going to answer their questions. In truth, despite continuously casting skills, his mental energy still held about 20 to 30% thanks to the buff from Water Spirit Vitality and the passive effect of Dragon's Recovery. Activating soul burning was merely a precaution. With the treasure-stealing orb now protecting him, he had no need to worry about the side effects of soul burning art. As for the potential drain, that skill's side effects couldn't be fully countered by the treasure-stealing orb. Coupled with the fact that the orb's effects were limited in number, Qin Mo still treated it as his ultimate trump card. Just then, 2 cries of anguish suddenly echoed from the other side of the battlefield. Qin Mo and the 4 members of the Dawn sect looked in the direction of the sounds, only to see Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu, almost one after the other, take down 2 golden-grade young dragons. Massive amounts of vital essence flew out from the golden-grade young dragons' corpses and merged into the 2 women's bodies. Having slain several golden-grade young dragons, along with the corpse puppets and numerous bronze and silver-grade young dragons, the 2 women finally achieved another level up after absorbing vast amounts of vital essence. Du Qianyu smoothly ascended to silver tier 2, while Jiang Zhiwen reached silver tier 5. As Jiang Zhiwen's level increased, a system notification sounded in Qin Mo's ears. Ding! Bound partner's strength increased. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold feedback reward, Frost Breath. Hearing the notification, Qin Mo kept a watchful eye on the 4 members of the Dawn cult while opening his system panel for a quick glance. Frost Breath consumes half of the user's current spirit and stamina to unleash a frosty breath, freezing all targets within range and inflicting the fragile status. Freeze duration depends on the amount of spirit and stamina consumed. Another white area control skill? Qin Mo's eyes lit up upon reading Frostbreath's skill description.
Compared to Warstomp, Frostbreath undoubtedly consumed more resources, but its effects were equally unmatched. His gaze then settled on the 4 members of the Dawn cult. With a flash, he vanished from his original position.
Time to test this skill on you lot.
Sensing Qin Mo's movement, the 4 members of the Dawn cult instantly grew wary. Although Qin Mo was still marked by the illuminating arrow, preventing Shadow Leap's stealth effect from activating. But even without stealth, his sheer speed alone allowed him to firmly seize the initiative. Entering stealth merely made his attacks even harder to defend against.
Soon, Qin Mo charged toward the knight.
The hunter, now missing his right arm, was shielded by the remaining 3, forcing Qin Mo to choose a new target.
As the squad's commander, the knight naturally became Qin Mo's primary target under these circumstances.
Seeing Qin Mo lock onto him, the knight's heart sank, and sweat began to bead on his palm gripping the lance. Though he was a high-level gold-ranked warrior, after witnessing Qin Mo's monstrous strength, he didn't believe he could defeat Qin Mo in a one-on-one fight. Now that Qin Mo had singled him out for attack, his nervousness was palpable. Qin Mo shot a glance at the knight, whose face was set in grim resolve. Suddenly, his throat convulsed twice.
Alarm bells immediately rang in the knight's mind and those of the other 3.
They had already experienced this tactic of Qin Mo's before. Initially, Qin Mo had caught them off guard by chaining 2 restriction skills together, allowing him to swiftly eliminate the only mage among their 5.
Now, seeing Qin Mo attempting to repeat the same tactic, how could the 4 dare to lower their guard?
Just as they braced for the impending sonic assault, a blast of icy frost erupted from Qin Mo's mouth, enveloping all 4 members of the Dawn cult.
Frost breath.
A bone-chilling wind swept over them, carrying fine ice shards that instantly formed a thick layer of frost on the 4 members of the Dawn cult. Far away, Du Qianyu, who was busy dealing with the remaining gold-grade young dragons alongside Jiang Zhiwen, caught sight of this scene.
Her movements froze instantly. Frost breath?
Moments later, Du Qianyu's voice, filled with shock, echoed through the mountain hollow. Du Qianyu was no stranger to the frost breath skill. It was an exclusive class ability for frost mages, requiring a purple gold rank to learn. Yet now, Qin Mo, merely a silver tier 3, had unleashed this skill before her eyes, one she herself wouldn't be able to learn until reaching purple gold tier. Compared to Qin Mo previously unleashing Dark Curse to summon hordes of dark slaves that tore through the young dragon's encirclement, the scene before her now delivered an even greater shock. After all, she knew very little about the Dark Curse skill. Previously, she had been more shocked by the sight of countless dark slaves crawling out of the young dragon's corpses.
But the skill Qin Mo was using now? She knew it inside out. On the other side, Jiang Zhiwen wore an expression of calm familiarity.
Back in Howling Moonrage, she had already witnessed Qin Mo disregard level requirements to unleash Flame Avatar, a skill only mastered by purple gold elemental mages. Now, witnessing him unleash Frostbreath, she was startled for only a moment before quickly regaining her composure. There was no helping it, she'd witnessed such things too often to be fazed anymore. Even if her own contract beast suddenly unleashed a forbidden spell, she could accept it with equanimity.
Chapter 138, Making a Clean Getaway.
Meanwhile, Qin Mo surveyed the 4 unfortunate souls encased in frost before him, a satisfied smirk crossing his face.
Though frost breath consumed a lot of energy, its effect was undeniably impressive. Now to test the effects of the fragility status. With that thought, Qin Mo flickered forward, materializing directly before the shield-armored warrior. He raised his tail and lashed out. The tail is actually Irontail Mountain Lord's most powerful attack, and it's also the origin of this beast's name. However, Qin Mo possessed numerous skills sufficient to handle most combat situations, so he rarely needed to use this tail in everyday battles. The sharply jointed tail lashed out like a steel whip, whistling through the air as it struck the shield-armored warrior with brutal force. Renowned for their defensive prowess, the shield-armored warrior shattered like fragile ice sculptures under Qin Mo's strike. Countless cracks rippled across its surface before it crumbled into a pile of fragments. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Mo's eyes. Was the fragility effect this potent? Though he seldom used his tail for attack, he knew its destructive power well. Under normal circumstances, even if the shield armor warrior were caught completely off guard by his tail strike, the worst outcome would be internal injuries and a few mouthfuls of blood. For a thick-skinned, tough-as-nails class like the shield armor warrior, such injuries were nowhere near fatal. Yet after applying the fragility debuff, the shield armor warrior was instantly killed by a single tail strike? But Qin Mo quickly suppressed his surprise and launched attacks against the remaining 3. The controlled duration of Frostbreath was finite after all. He had to eliminate the others while he still could. The knight and rogue met the same fate, torn to shreds by Qin Mo's tail. But when confronting the hunter, a minor complication arose. Just as he launched his attack, the hunter's control effect wore off. The moment the frost melted from his body, the hunter unleashed astonishing potential, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Failing to kill the hunter as planned, Qin Mo had no choice but to pursue. It took him some time to finally catch up and eliminate the hunter. After dealing with the 4 members of the Dawn sect, Qin Mo rejoined the battle at another location.
By this point, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu had gained the upper hand. The dark slaves were holding the fledgling dragons in check, and Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu seized the opportunity to slay 2 more of the remaining gold-grade fledglings. The few remaining gold-tier young dragons were merely clinging to survival. Even without Qin Mo's intervention, it was only a matter of time before these last few golden-grade young dragons were dealt with. With Qin Mo joining the fray, the remaining golden-grade young dragons completely lost their ability to resist. Soon, the last golden-grade young dragons were slain by Qin Mo and the 2 women, Jiang and Du, working together. With all the gold-grade young dragons dead, the bronze and silver-grade young dragons that had narrowly escaped began scattering in all directions. Qin Mo and his companions did not pursue them. Instead, they rested briefly at the scene before beginning to clean up the battlefield. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon hatchling's lair, upon the mountain peak encircled by flying dragons, the figure shrouded in mist watched the scene unfolding within the light screen, frozen in place like a statue. After a long moment, the figure finally snapped back to reality, waving a hand to dispel the light screen before them. Where on earth did this freak come from? A deep voice echoed across the mountain, filled with apprehension and disbelief. During the previous battle, Du Qianyu's performance hadn't surprised him. Apart from resisting the ice ring, she had shown nothing truly remarkable at best. She was a competent frost mage. Granted, possessing such power at her age was already a testament to her genius. But compared to those other 2 freaks, Du Qianyu was nothing. Jiang Zhiyun's performance remained consistent with previous encounters, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. This made him suspect that Jiang Zhiyun had awakened a second profession. A practitioner suspected of awakening a second profession would draw countless eyes wherever they went, becoming a prized treasure coveted by all major factions. Yet compared to Jiang Zhiyun, Qin Mo's performance was undeniably more dazzling. Initially, Qin Mo had caught his attention solely because he possessed spatial-type skills. As for Qin Mo unleashing the class-exclusive skills Frostfire Storm and Natural Force, he hadn't paid them much mind. While rare, such occurrences were not unheard of. It could be attributed to a Beastmaster's unique talent or a mutation in the contracted beast itself. However, Qin Mo's performance in the previous battle had left him utterly stunned. An endless stream of skills, seemingly inexhaustible spiritual energy, and blinding speed that rivaled even the finest gold-tier monsters and professionals. Most crucially, he had mastered Frost Breath, a skill that disregarded level requirements. That was a skill only purple gold-tier frost mages could learn. Yet here it was, unleashed by a mere silver-tier Irontail Mountain Lord. This was even more terrifying than when Qin Mo had unleashed the spatial blade earlier. What rotten luck! To have stumbled into this secret realm at such a critical moment. After regaining his composure, the figure shrouded in mist couldn't help but curse under his breath. He then pulled out a talisman with golden edges. If Jiang Zhiyun and the others were here, they would recognize this talisman as the secret realm teleportation talisman Kong Fong had given them before entering the realm. Gripping the secret realm teleportation talisman, the figure glanced around hesitantly before steeled his resolve and activated it. This was indeed his home turf, but the strength Qin Mo and his group had demonstrated already posed a genuine threat to him. Qin Mo, in particular, possessed both the spatial blade and frost breath. Either skill alone could pose a lethal threat to him. Moreover, he even suspected that Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiyun, and even Du Qianyu were still holding back their ultimate survival cards. If he engaged them in combat, even with the home field advantage, he couldn't guarantee he'd emerge unscathed. Even if he emerged victorious, there was still that madwoman relentlessly pursuing him within this secret realm. That madwoman's strength wasn't much to speak of, but she held her clan's secret treasure in her hands. Should he sustain injuries in battle against Qin Mo and the others, facing that madwoman wielding the Fog Spirit clan's secret treasure would spell certain death for him as well. Therefore, the wisest choice was to flee immediately, before Qin Mo and his group arrived here. Though fleeing meant all his previous arrangements within the secret realm would be lost, preserving his life meant future opportunities to scheme again. As the secret realm teleportation talisman activated, a streak of golden light swiftly enveloped the figure shrouded in mist. Moments later, the golden light dissipated. The mist-shrouded figure vanished completely, leaving only the vast array system churning relentlessly in its place. Before long, several corpse puppets burst forth from the shadows, beginning to wreak havoc on the surroundings. Chapter 139, The Young Dragon Pit. The Young Dragon's Nest Secret Realm. In the mountain hollow, Qin Mo and his group finished clearing the battlefield and began tallying their haul from the expedition. First, they examined the spatial pouches of the 5 Dawn cult professionals. Though all 5 were gold-tier practitioners, they carried only the most basic small-sized spatial pouches. The restrictions on small spatial pouches were inherently weak. With their owners dead, Jiang Zhiyun effortlessly erased the mental imprints from the pouches. Roar! Seeing Jiang Zhiyun open the spatial pouches, Qin Mo hurried over. Beastmaster, hurry up and see if there's anything good. After all, they were gold-tier practitioners from the Dawn sect. Their possessions should be beyond comparison to those of the Zhang family's gold-tier practitioners, right? Jiang Zhiyun chuckled as she began inspecting the bag's contents one by one. But soon, she set the spatial pouch aside with a look of disappointment. Ha! Nothing worthwhile? Seeing Jiang Zhiyun's actions and expression, Qin Mo had already guessed the answer, but he still asked, unwilling to give up. Nothing but low-grade materials, not even any talismans or potions. Jiang Zhiyun shook her head, her tone tinged with disappointment. She hadn't expected to find any life-saving talismans or items anyway. After all, if those 5 from the Dawn sect truly possessed such items, the other 4 wouldn't have been completely helpless in front of their own contract beasts, except for the mage who was caught off guard and instantly killed at the start. But finding not a single high-grade material in their spatial pouches was completely beyond her expectations. Even during her most desperate times in her previous life, she hadn't been this destitute. Hearing this, Qin Mo could only resign himself to the situation and shift his gaze toward Du Qianyu. She was responsible for dissecting the young dragon corpses and collecting valuable materials from them. We've slain 8 gold-grade young dragons in total, 3 frost young dragons, 2 rock-scale young dragons, 2 blaze young dragons, and 1 relatively rare ghost young dragon. Except for the ghost dragon, we only kept the dragon tendons from the others. Since the ghost dragon had no scales, we took its dragon hide, tendons, and teeth. As for the bronze and silver grade young dragons, I selected some rarer specimens and also removed their. Hearing this, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's expressions finally eased slightly. Securing such a wealth of gold-grade materials, especially from a wyvern, made the journey well worth it. After tallying their haul, Qin Mo and his companions rested briefly to optimize their condition before setting off deeper into the young dragon's lair. Soon after, Qin Mo and his companions emerged at the entrance of a valley permeated by a thick, oppressive stench of death. The putrid stench wafting from within made Qin Mo, whose sense of smell was exceptionally keen, involuntarily take a few steps back. Roar! This must be the young dragon pit, right? Qin Mo covered his nose with his tail and turned to look at Jiang Zhiyun, growling softly. Correct, Jiang Zhiyun nodded, her expression unchanged. In her past life, she had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This mere stench would hardly faze her. According to the records of the treasure-gathering pavilion, the young dragons within the nest were all buried in the young dragon pit. Du Qianyu covered her nose, yet a gleam shone in her eyes. I wonder if dragon crystals can be born here. Dragon crystals were exceedingly rare treasures with wide-ranging applications useful in alchemy, potion-making, and forging equipment alike. Beyond these applications, dragon crystals could serve as summoning mediums for summoners or be consumed by beasts with dragon bloodlines to purify their heritage. Of course, practitioners could also consume dragon crystals directly. Not only could dragon crystals directly boost a professional's level, but they also carried a chance of granting dragon bloodline, causing a positive mutation in their profession. Dragon blood warrior, dragonling mage, dragon soul assassin. Only a small fraction of those who possess such professions awaken them during their class change ceremony. More commonly, it results from ordinary practitioners consuming treasures like dragon crystals, causing their professions to mutate. It's difficult, Jiang Zhiyun shook his head, his tone calm. While the environment of the young dragon pit could potentially produce dragon crystals, the level of these young dragons is far too low. The birth of dragon crystals is extremely demanding. Such treasures only emerge in locations where vast quantities of dragon corpses accumulate, places like the young dragon pit before them. The higher the rank of the dragon corpses, the greater the probability of dragon crystals forming. Given the level of the young dragons within the young dragon nest secret realm, even if the pit were filled entirely with gold-tier young dragons, the probability of dragon crystals appearing would still be less than 1 in 10,000. To her knowledge, only one place in this world could reliably produce dragon crystals, the dragon pits of the Azure Sky Royal Court. The dragon pit of the Celestial Court contained the remains of countless epic and legendary high-grade dragons. Under such conditions, a dragon crystal would form roughly every 6 months. Unfortunately, those dragon crystals, much like the corpses of the Sky Court's high-tier dragons, were strictly forbidden from entering the outside world. The only way to obtain dragon crystals from the dragon pit was to seek out high-grade dragons that had left the Sky Court to roam the world. Occasionally, these high-level dragons might carry 1 or 2 dragon crystals on their persons. Compared to slaying these high-tier dragons to harvest their scales, teeth, hides, and bones, seizing the dragon crystals they carry is considerably less difficult. What if we get lucky? Du Qianyu was well aware of the stringent conditions required for dragon crystals to form, yet a faint, elusive hope still lingered in her heart. Roar! Let's go in and take a look. Qin Mo had heard of dragon crystals too. Learning that the infant dragon pit before them held a chance to produce dragon crystals, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Qin Mo then led the way, swiftly guiding Jiang Zhiyun and Du Qianyu into the valley ahead. Entering the valley, a vast, pitch-black pit came into view. The pit walls were crisscrossed with claw marks, faint traces of dragon essence still lingering on them. The pit floor was strewn with shattered dragon bones, and a thick, oppressive aura of death emanated from the pit, permeating the entire valley. Roar! Beastmaster, there's something down there. Qin Mo approached the edge of the pit and peered down, quickly spotting 4 pillars made of an unknown material. Carved upon them were dragons, phoenixes, tortoises, and tigers. While their forms bore a resemblance to the 4 sacred beasts he knew, they emanated a chilling aura of malevolence, making it difficult for Qin Mo to discern their true nature. Seeing this, Qin Mo immediately turned to call out to Jiang Zhiwen. At a time like this, seeking help from his own Beastmaster was naturally the simplest solution. His Beastmaster was a reincarnated powerhouse whose knowledge and experience far surpassed his own. Hearing Qin Mo's voice, Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu hurried over, quickly spotting the 4 pillars at the bottom of the pit.
This looks like some kind of formation?
Du Qianyu frowned, a look of confusion crossing her face. This was the 4 spirits devouring heaven formation, a rather obscure and specialized formation.
Jiang Zhiwen's gaze fixed on the pillars, his expression darkening instantly.
The creator of this formation was a prodigious array master from the Dawn Sect's past.
Ha! Is there something wrong with this formation? Seeing Jiang Zhiwen's expression, Qin Mo immediately asked.
This formation has only one effect, Jiang Zhiwen replied, his tone icy. It demands a blood sacrifice of all flesh within the formation.
She knew this formation all too well.
In her previous life, the Dawn cult had used this very formation to sacrifice over a dozen cities, ultimately summoning a demon god from beyond the realms. And that was precisely the direct cause of her demise in that lifetime.
Chapter 140, The Harvest in the Young Dragon Pit. Blood sacrifice?
Qin Mo's brow furrowed slightly before he raised his claw and slammed it down. A blurred figure shot from his body, swiftly striking the nearest pillar.
Shadow assault. A crisp cracking sound echoed as countless cracks instantly appeared on the pillar, shattering it into a multitude of fragments in an instant.
Seeing this, Qin Mo froze for a moment before turning to look at Jiang Zhiwen.
How could this 4 spirits devouring heaven formation be so fragile?
As his level steadily increased, the shadow assault skill had gradually fallen out of favor due to its limited power.
Earlier, he'd merely intended to test the formation's defenses. Yet this pillar couldn't even withstand a single shadow assault? The 4 spirits devouring heaven formation hasn't even begun operating yet. Those 4 pillars are merely empty shells at this stage naturally, they couldn't withstand your strike.
Noticing Qin Mo's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen's tone softened as he casually explained, maintaining the 4 spirits devouring heaven formation requires immense energy to sustain it. Those 5 from the Dawn cult certainly lack the capability to sustain such an array. Barring any surprises, there should be another formation within this dragon cub's nest. It's designed to convert and store energy, serving as the power source to activate the 4 spirits devouring heaven formation.
That traitor from the Mist Spirit clan should be near that formation.
Qin Mo suddenly understood, then inquired about the strange beasts carved upon the 4 pillars. They represented 4 formidable malevolent entities dwelling in the depths of the abyss. The putrid abyss demon dragon, the bloodbone war wreckage, the ashen wings, and the cataclysmic prison ice turtle. These 4 malevolent entities were born at the sovereign tier and would naturally ascend to the mythic tier upon maturity. Even within the abyss, that realm of extreme danger and chaos, these 4 entities stand among the most formidable beings. Jiang Zhiwen paused here before adding with a smile, the ancient leather giant scroll we obtained earlier documented these 4 entities.
Too bad you weren't interested.
These 4 monstrosities are notorious throughout the abyss, featuring prominently in nearly every legend of its races. Roar! I'm heading down to the dragon pit to investigate. Having grasped the identities of those 4 fiends, Qin Mo let out a low growl. As for Jiang Zhiwen's teasing remark, he pretended not to hear it. Then, Qin Mo leapt into the dragon pit. A series of cracking sounds echoed as Qin Mo crushed countless dragon bones beneath his feet. Had anyone else been present, they might have cursed him out, accusing Qin Mo of destroying these precious materials.
But neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiwen nor even Du Qianyu paid the dragon bones any mind.
Most of these dragon bones were of bronze or silver grade, with gold grade being exceedingly rare. Moreover, having been abandoned in the dragon pit for who knows how long, most of their essence had long since dissipated, greatly diminishing their value.
For weaker practitioners, this might be considered a windfall.
But in Qin Mo's eyes, these things were nothing more than useless trinkets. The only thing in the entire young dragon pit that held any value for them was the extremely rare possibility of finding dragon crystals.
Let's head down too.
Seeing Qin Mo begin his search within the pit, Jiang Zhiwen immediately turned to Du Qianyu beside him. Du Qianyu gave a wry smile. For the sake of the potential dragon crystals, she had no choice but to pinch her nose and leap down. The 2 men and the beast searched the bottom of the young dragon pit thoroughly for quite some time, but their final haul proved disappointing. Beyond a few well-preserved golden-grade young dragon bones and a dozen or so golden-grade young dragon scales, they found nothing else.
Qin Mo had initially intended to take the 4 pillars carved with demonic beasts.
However, after Jiang Zhiwen's appraisal, it was determined that the pillars were cast from a bronze-grade material called black bloodstone, rendering their value quite limited. In the end, Qin Mo had no choice but to abandon the pillars and prepare to leave the dragon pit with Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu. Before leaving, Qin Mo glanced at the scattered dragon cub bones littering the pit. In a fit of frustration, he raised his claw and stomped down hard. His sense of smell far surpassed that of Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu, making the environment of the dragon pit an absolute ordeal. He endured the overwhelming stench of decay, searching for a long time, yet his final gains were negligible. As Qin Mo moved, the ground within a 50-meter radius around him shook violently.
War Stomp.
Countless infant dragon bones shattered completely, turning into a layer of bone dust piled at the bottom of the dragon pit.
Something's wrong.
At that moment, Qin Mo detected an anomaly and shifted his gaze toward the edge of the dragon pit.
What's wrong, Che?
Jiang Zhiwen, caught in the war's trampling, awoke from a brief daze and looked at Qin Mo helplessly. As for Du Qianyu, who had also been caught in the blast, she remained dazed.
Roar! Something good.
Qin Mo growled lowly, then flickered to the edge of the dragon pit, raising his claw to strike down with a fierce slap.
Whirlwind technique.
In an instant, the wind howled, and the sudden gale swept the surrounding bone fragments aside. Then, a dark red rock emitting a faint glow appeared within Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's line of sight. A potent dragon essence emanated from the stone, drawing their attention irresistibly.
Dragon crystal bloodstone? Jiang Zhiwen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. This is quite an unexpected delight.
Though its value fell far short of dragon crystals, it remained a rare treasure. This peculiar crystal had only one practical use: jewelry crafting. The piece before them measured a full half-meter square. If crafted by a skilled jeweler of sufficient rank, it could yield at least 2 exceptionally high-quality magic gems. As for the lower-grade pieces, those would yield even more.
Compared to dragon blood crystals, magic gems undoubtedly had far more versatile applications.
Whether worn for the attribute bonuses they provide or fused into equipment by a blacksmith to enhance gear properties, they are excellent choices. Additionally, these high-quality gems are essential for array masters when setting up formations and for alchemists conducting their research.
Hearing this, Qin Mo instantly broke into a smile. This trip hadn't been in vain after all.
At that moment, Du Qianyu, who had been caught in the war's aftermath, slowly regained consciousness. She shot Qin Mo a disgruntled glance before her gaze settled on the dragon blood crystal.
Ha! Is this a dragon crystal bloodstone? Du Qianyu examined the dragon crystal bloodstone, a look of hesitation spreading across her face.
Her knowledge ultimately couldn't match Jiang Zhiwen's, so she could only speculate at this moment, unable to make a definitive judgment. It is the dragon crystal bloodstone, Jiang Zhiwen nodded, smiling.
We owe this entirely to Che.
Otherwise, we would have missed this treasure. As he spoke, Jiang Zhiwen stepped forward, dug out the dragon crystal bloodstone, and stored it in his spatial pouch.
Afterward, Qin Mo and the two women thoroughly searched the bottom of the dragon pit once more.
Satisfied they had left nothing behind, they swiftly departed this burial ground of infant dragons.
Chapter 141, The Astonishing Mist Spirit Clan. After leaving the young dragon pit, Qin Mo and his companions continued deeper into the young dragon's lair. Soon, they arrived at the base of the mountain peak encircled by flying dragons. This was the core area of the young dragon's lair. Jiang Zhiwen gazed at the precipitous peak ahead and spoke. That traitor from the Mist Spirit Clan should be up there.
Though the Fog Spirit tribe wasn't renowned for combat prowess, they were masters of various poisons. Be cautious from now on to avoid falling victim to their schemes. As she spoke, Jiang Zhiwen's expression grew solemn. In a direct confrontation, she would naturally feel no fear. But against unpredictable tactics like poison or curses, even a slight lapse in caution could leave her vulnerable. After all, she was not yet the legendary powerhouse at the peak of her former life, and her mastery of techniques fell far short of what she possessed before.
Ha! Poison? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow.
He still possessed that passive skill immunity to all poisons. While that passive skill only granted immunity to ordinary toxins and merely weakened the effects of special toxins.
But against enemies who skillfully wield poison, this passive skill could still prove remarkably effective.
In the Jiangcheng Trial Secret Realm, Ji Chongfeng's parasitic nightmare had been countered by this very passive skill, rendering its notoriously troublesome venom nearly useless. I know you're immune to deadly poisons, but Qianyu doesn't have your abilities. Hearing Qin Mo's voice, Jiang Zhiwen retorted irritably. She had witnessed Qin Mo endure the nightmare's poison firsthand. Though unaware of his immunity to all poisons skill, she could infer his extraordinary resistance to toxins. I'll be careful, Du Qianyu nodded quickly, signaling her understanding. As for Qin Mo, he let out a low growl and dashed forward first. Seeing this, the two women quickly followed behind him, hastening toward the mountain peak. Along the way to the summit, Qin Mo's group encountered numerous flying dragon attacks. However, these flying dragons were only bronze or silver tier, with the occasional black iron tier specimen appearing. The bloodline within these flying dragons was far weaker than that of the young dragons. They were less like true flying dragons and more like peculiar, large bird-like monsters. As for strength, these flying dragons were far weaker than the young dragons. Along the way, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen didn't even need to intervene. Du Qianyu single-handedly slaughtered every attacking flying dragon? After fending off 6 or 7 waves of dragon attacks, Qin Mo and his group finally reached the peak. The first sight to meet their eyes was one of utter devastation. The summit resembled a bombed-out wasteland. The ground was pitted with craters strewn with scattered rubble and dotted with stones bearing strange, intricate patterns. Not far away, several corpse puppets lay motionless on the ground. A woman, her face obscured by a thin mist, watched them with a complex expression. Ha! Seeing the mist spirit woman, Qin Mo froze in surprise. How did she get here?
What about the promised Mist Spirit clan traitor?
But immediately, Qin Mo's expression turned wary. His muscles tensed abruptly, his posture signaling readiness to strike at any moment.
Though Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu's reactions weren't as obvious as Qin Mo's, they too took 2 discreet steps back, watching the Mist Spirit woman warily. The traitor has already fled. A crisp voice rang out, yet it couldn't mask the complex emotions within. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be that you scared her off. The moment she sensed the traitor's presence vanish, she had rushed here. What she ultimately witnessed, however, were several corpse puppets relentlessly destroying the ground formations, while the traitor had long vanished without a trace. She expended considerable effort, using a clan artifact to slay several corpse puppets, only to be plunged into confusion afterward. She knew that traitor well. Unless he sensed a mortal threat, he would never have abandoned the formation he was about to activate and fled. But that was precisely the problem. She knew clearly that the only ones who had entered the area around the young dragon's lair before her were Qin Mo and his group. How could 3 silver-ranked warriors have frightened that traitor into fleeing without a fight? Scared off? Qin Mo and the 2 women, Jiang and Du, froze in unison.
This was the first time they'd encountered such a situation. Jiang Zhiwen was no exception. In her previous life, before she had risen to prominence, it was always her who fled in disarray, never her enemies. Even after her rapid rise to power, she mostly faced foes of higher rank than herself. She had never encountered an enemy who would simply turn tail and run. But then, they all snapped back to reality. A faint smile flashed across Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen's faces. Now that the traitor from the Mist Spirit clan had fled, they could save themselves a great deal of trouble. Du Qianyu, however, gazed at the man and beast, her heart filled with profound emotion. With her strength, it was impossible for her to have frightened that gold-tier Fog Spirit tribe traitor into retreating without a fight. The only ones the traitorous Mist Spirit truly feared were these 2 freaks. Though Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen had demonstrated enough power to potentially defeat the traitor in a direct confrontation. But the fact that they had frightened the traitor into retreating without a fight undoubtedly highlighted their extraordinary nature. If news of this reached Jiangcheng, who knew how many gasps of astonishment it would draw, the Fog Spirit woman observed every reaction of Qin Mo and his companions, her curiosity growing by the moment. If she hadn't been mistaken, the traitor had likely been scared off by that little Beastmaster girl and that Irontail Mountain Lord. As for the Frost Mage, he was probably just window dressing. What terrifying power did this human and beast possess to make that traitor flee without a fight? Yet despite her puzzlement, the Mist Spirit woman held her tongue. Such matters likely touched upon their hidden cards, and asking rashly could easily lead to misunderstandings. Without relying on her clan's secret treasures, her strength still fell short of that traitor's. If even that traitor dared not engage Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen in direct combat, she certainly wouldn't risk provoking this man and beast. Especially since their previous encounter had been relatively amicable. While they couldn't exactly be called friends, they had established a certain rapport. Subsequently, Qin Mo's group exchanged intelligence with the Mist Spirit tribewoman. Through her descriptions, Jiang Zhiwen's deductions about the Dragon Cub Pit were confirmed. A water convergence array capable of storing and converting energy did indeed exist here. However, the formation had been completely destroyed by the corpse puppet, and the energy stored within had been utterly depleted. This left Jiang Zhiwen somewhat disappointed. Though not an array master herself, her past life as a mythic tier practitioner had granted her considerable understanding of such formations. Had the water convergence array atop the peak remained intact, she could have utilized techniques mastered in her previous life to condense the stored energy into pure energy crystals. Such pure energy crystals could be used to craft a special potion that, when consumed, would directly elevate a practitioner's level. Unfortunately, that traitor from the Mist Spirit tribe must have feared precisely this outcome, so he had ordered the corpse puppets to destroy the formation outright. The Mist Spirit woman also learned from Du Qianyu's account about the several battles they had endured earlier. Only now did she finally understand why the traitor had fled so decisively and without hesitation. 5 gold tier adventurers, 8 gold tier young dragons, plus a vast number of bronze and silver tier young dragons. Such a formidable force not only failed to eliminate Qin Mo and his group, but instead allowed them to seize the opportunity and slay every single gold-tier professional and young dragon. Even the bronze and silver-grade young dragons suffered heavy casualties. Faced with such monstrosities, forget the traitor she was hunting, even she, wielding her clan's secret treasure, could only flee at the first sign of danger. Chapter 142, Another Treasure Chest. In her moment of realization, the Fog Spirit woman's shock was equally beyond words. The Frost Mage class wasn't particularly adept at offense. At least before reaching the purple gold rank, this profession's offensive capabilities were notably lacking. Their greatest strength lay in battlefield control. Moreover, Du Qianyu was only silver tier. Against gold tier practitioners and a young dragon, the damage her spells could inflict was even more limited. In other words, the ones who had likely dealt with those gold tier practitioners and the young dragon were Jiang Zhiwen, the Beastmaster, and her contract beast, that silver tier Irontail Mountain Lord. For 2 silver ranked beings to survive an ambush by a group of gold ranked opponents was already remarkable enough. Yet this human and beast had managed to slaughter every single gold-ranked enemy that attacked them?
Such prowess, while still falling short of the legendary figures of the Mist Spirit clan in their youth, was not far behind. A seed of legend? At this thought, the Mist Spirit woman's gaze toward Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen grew even softer. Legendary tier beings stood at the pinnacle of existence wherever they were. Even forbidden realms like the Sky Court or the Yang Valley Exclusion Zone were no exception. A legendary seed with the potential to reach legendary rank was already worthy of the Mist Spirit clan's attention. Especially since Jiang Zhiwen did not belong to any of the races hostile to the Mist Spirit clan. Jiang Zhiwen sensed the change in the Mist Spirit woman but paid it little mind. In this world, strength ultimately speaks for itself. She could only be described as possessing boundless potential at this stage, yet the path to true maturity stretched long before her. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the formidable foes she would face in the future. Compared to that foreign demon god, whom even 10 mythic tier professionals combined couldn't defeat, her current strength was utterly insignificant. Qin Mo paid the Mist Spirit woman even less attention. With the Fog Spirit Trader's escape and the destruction of the Peak's Converging Waters array, the issues within the Young Dragon's Nest secret realm were now thoroughly resolved. His sole desire now was to leave the secret realm swiftly and have his own Beastmaster find a high-level chef to cook those young dragon tendons into a delicacy. But the Mist Spirit woman's next words quickly drew his attention. Now that the traitor has fled this secret realm, I should depart as well. You scared off that traitor, ruining his plans within this secret realm. You've done me a tremendous favor. The Mist Spirit woman looked at Qin Mo and the two women, Jiang and Du. Before I depart, I shall bestow one final gift upon you. As she spoke, the Mist Spirit woman raised her right hand. A feather shrouded in mist flew from her sleeve, shooting straight toward a spot on the peak. With a sharp crack, countless fissures suddenly appeared in the air nearby. The cracks rapidly expanded, shattering like broken glass in an instant. Fragments peeled away, revealing what lay hidden behind. It was a purple gold chest, radiating an aura of opulent grandeur. A purple gold treasure chest. Qin Mo and his companions visibly froze upon seeing the treasure chest. Especially Qin Mo, whose eyes flashed with astonishment. Despite his keen senses, he had completely failed to detect the presence of this purple gold treasure chest. But he quickly suppressed that flicker of surprise, his eyes gleaming as he turned to look at Jiang Zhiwen. Hey! Beastmaster, hurry and open that treasure chest. See what treasures lie within. Jiang Zhiwen, however, turned his gaze toward the Mist Spirit tribe woman beside him. Mist Spirit Barrier? The Mist Spirit Barrier is a special skill passed down within the Mist Spirit clan. It can completely seal off an area's space and comes with an illusion effect, making it extremely difficult for others to detect. Indeed, it is precisely the Mist Spirit Barrier of our Mist Spirit clan. A hint of surprise also flashed in the Mist Spirit woman's eyes. She hadn't expected Jiang Zhiwen to be so knowledgeable. While the Mist Spirit Barrier isn't a major secret, those who know of it are mostly glorious king level or higher beings. That Jiang Zhiwen, a mere silver tier practitioner, knew of its existence was truly beyond her expectations. However, considering Jiang Zhiwen's formidable combat prowess, she found it understandable. A prodigy like him likely came from a formidable background, making it only natural he'd possess knowledge of Mist Spirit secrets. The Mist Spirit woman quickly suppressed the flicker of surprise in her eyes and turned her gaze toward Qin Mo and his companions. This treasure chest is my gift to you. But don't get too excited, it's still a ways off from true purple gold tier. Call it a pseudo-purple gold treasure chest. With that, the Mist Spirit woman dissolved into mist, vanishing completely from Qin Mo and his companion's sight. After the Mist Spirit woman departed, Qin Mo immediately turned to Jiang Zhiwen, his expression questioning. Is there something wrong with this treasure chest? Du Qianyu inwardly frowned. This was the first time she'd encountered a treasure chest of such a high grade. If there was something wrong with it, that would be terribly disappointing. Don't forget the level of the nest of young dragon's secret realm. Noticing Qin Mo's gaze, Jiang Zhiwen shook her head and reminded him, this is only a tier 3 secret realm. No monsters exceeding the realm's tier would exist within a tier 3 secret realm. Likewise, the items produced wouldn't surpass the realm's tier limit. In comparison, while 4th tier secret realms were far more perilous, they held the potential for higher tier opportunities. It's a case of trade-offs, I suppose. Qin Mo and Du Qianyu finally realized. Their minds had been entirely focused on that purple gold grade treasure chest, completely overlooking this crucial point. Understanding the crux of the matter, Qin Mo's initial excitement quickly faded. He had encountered true purple gold grade treasure chests within Howling Moonridge before. While this counterfeit purple gold grade chest was certainly valuable, it hardly stirred much excitement within him. Du Qianyu, however, wore a delighted expression. As long as this treasure chest was in good condition, that would suffice. Then, Jiang Zhiwen stepped forward to open the chest. A dazzling light burst forth from within, causing Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiwen, and Du Qianyu to instinctively squint. Moments later, the light faded, revealing what lay hidden within the chest. Only then did Qin Mo and Du Qianyu notice the chest's peculiarity. The interior remained a solid golden hue, starkly contrasting with the purple gold exterior. What a pity! If this had been found in a 4th tier secret realm, the chest would undoubtedly have been purple gold grade.
Jiang Zhiwen sighed regretfully as he retrieved the contents from the chest.
Only 3 items lay within.
Qin Mo's gaze immediately settled upon a jade-like green stone, smooth and lustrous.
He sensed a potent life force emanating from it. Barring any surprises, this must be a rare treasure, perhaps even the most precious of the 3. Chapter 143, Ancient Tree Seed and Twilight Spear.
Du Qianyu's gaze also settled on the green stone.
Though she didn't recognize the stone, she could sense its extraordinary nature.
This was. Jiang Zhiwen held the green stone and examined it closely for a moment, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. This left Qin Mo, who had been watching Jiang Zhiwen closely, inwardly astonished.
After all, their beast master was a reincarnated powerhouse. Could this object truly baffle even her? This is an ancient tree seed of the elven race.
Jiang Zhiwen pondered for a moment before speaking, but I cannot determine exactly which ancient tree it belongs to.
The elven race isn't limited to a single tribe.
Like the barbarian races, this race has numerous branches. The wood elves, who cherish nature and peace; the sylphs, who have fallen into the abyss and roam with elusive grace; the Naga sea demons, who thrive in the depths of the ocean, bloodthirsty and warlike.
Different elven branches wield different ancient trees. The tree of life, the tree of miracles, the tree of souls, the tree of bloodlust.
The sheer variety of ancient trees possessed by the elven race far exceeds the number of elven subraces themselves. Even professionals who frequently deal with the elven race find it difficult to identify the specific type of ancient tree from just a seed. Jiang Zhiwen was no exception. In her previous life, she had little interaction with the elves and rarely encountered their artifacts. Recognizing this as an elven ancient tree seed already counted as a testament to her extensive knowledge.
Upon hearing this, Qin Mo instantly lost interest.
He had heard legends about the elves of this world. Ancient trees were a powerful tool they wielded, serving myriad purposes.
But cultivating an ancient tree demanded immense time and effort.
Neither he nor Jiang Zhiwen could afford to invest such extensive time in nurturing one.
In the end, this ancient tree seed would likely be traded for something he and Jiang Zhiwen needed.
Du Qianyu, however, examined the seed more closely.
It was actually an item from the legendary elven race.
But then, she shook her head and shifted her attention away from the seed. Legend had it that the elven race spent decades, even centuries, cultivating a single ancient tree.
She simply didn't possess the time or energy to nurture an elven ancient tree.
Such things were only suitable as foundational assets for ancient, established factions. Otherwise, it could only serve as a collector's item, satisfying the obsessive hoarding tendencies of certain practitioners. Jiang Zhiwen casually tossed the ancient tree seed into her spatial pouch before picking up another item. It was a staff roughly 2 meters long, its tip adorned with a deep blue magic crystal, while the base was forged from an unknown metal and shaped like a spearhead. A conspicuous crack ran through the center of the staff. Jiang Zhiwen casually snapped it in two, and the staff broke cleanly in her hands.
2 gleaming blades, radiating a dark sheen, sprang from the fracture.
Simultaneously, a faint, peculiar fragrance wafted through the air.
Du Qianyu took just a couple extra breaths before her head grew dizzy and heavy.
Sensing something amiss, she quickly covered her nose and mouth, retreating several steps as she eyed the staff in Jiang Zhiwen's hand with apprehension. Jiang Zhiwen had sensed the anomaly immediately and held his breath in time, so he remained unaffected. As for Qin Mo, possessing the passive skill, immunity to all poisons, such a faint trace of poisonous gas couldn't affect him at all. This staff was called the Twilight Spear. Jiang Zhiwen's gaze swept over the faintly visible runes etched upon the blade as he spoke, a gold-grade staff capable of enhancing spiritual power to a certain degree.
It possesses 3 forms: staff, spear, and dual blades. Unfortunately, the spear form carries no additional attributes, and the dual blades are merely poison-coated, limiting their lethality. Still, it's a decent piece of equipment. As she spoke, Jiang Zhiwen shook her head with a hint of disappointment. Though this weapon holds considerable value and possesses a spear form, it simply doesn't align with her combat style. Most crucially, it functioned primarily as a staff, with spear and dual blades being secondary forms. In terms of attribute bonuses, this staff significantly boosted mental power far more than any other attribute. Qin Mo's gaze settled on the staff, a hint of curiosity playing across his face. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered such a weapon. Back in the secret realm of Chaos Sky Island, the black bone bow wielded by that 3-eyed woman possessed 2 distinct forms. However, this staff's forms were more varied than that bone bow, and its grade was higher. "Qianyu, this is yours." Jiang Zhiwen tossed the staff to Du Qianyu without waiting for her reaction, immediately picking up the final item. It was a pair of metal claw gauntlets gleaming with a cold light. "Yin Che, this is for you." Jiang Zhiwen examined the claw gauntlets closely, a smile spreading across his face. "It's rare to find gear you can actually use." Though only silver grade, these claw gauntlets held value rivaling ordinary gold grade equipment. For they were among the rare pieces of equipment usable by contract beasts. The only thing she found regrettable was the material used to forge them. The main body was forged from Qin Mo gold. Using such a large quantity of gold-grade material to create merely a pair of silver-grade claw gloves was nothing short of a waste of precious resources. Fortunately, the rank of the claw gauntlets did not diminish their inherent effects.
They perfectly inherited the armor-piercing and laceration properties inherent to Qin Mo gold. Her contract beast was already exceptionally powerful, and now, with these claw gauntlets maximizing its offensive capabilities, its strength would receive another significant boost.
Qin Mo took the gauntlets and slipped them onto his claws.
He casually waved his claws a few times before nodding in satisfaction. Though forged from metal, the claw gauntlets felt weightless upon his paws, hindering his movements not at all.
Alright, let's head out.
After inventorying the treasure chest's contents, Jiang Zhiwen turned to Qin Mo and Du Qianyu.
Their purpose in venturing into the nest of young dragon's secret realm was to uncover the cause of the frequent anomalies occurring within.
Not only had they uncovered the truth, but they had also eliminated the Dawn cult practitioners within the secret realm and driven off that mysterious traitor from the Mist Spirit tribe. Their mission objectives had been flawlessly accomplished. There was no need to linger in the secret realm any longer. After all, her primary purpose in coming to Star City was to halt the Dawn cult's activities here.
Their entry into the nest of young dragons was merely a precaution, suspecting the sect might be behind the realm's disturbances. Qin Mo and Du Qianyu naturally had no objections. Qin Mo and his group swiftly departed the dragon's nest, traversing the swamp region and the canine plains once more. This time, they encountered no further monster obstructions and ultimately exited the secret realm without incident.
The Jubiozai professionals who had been stationed outside the secret realm immediately ushered Qin Mo's group into the tea room where Kong Fong was waiting.
Chapter 144, Kong Fong's Token of Appreciation.
Inside the tea room, Kong Fong's gaze casually swept over Qin Mo and the two women, Zhang and Du, a smile immediately spreading across his face. Miss Zhang, Miss Du, it seems your gains from the secret realm were substantial. Kong Fong pushed the freshly brewed hot tea toward Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu, smiling as he spoke. I imagine you've uncovered some clues regarding the unexpected events within the secret realm, haven't you? As a gold-tier practitioner who had presided over the treasure-gathering pavilion in Jiangqing's outer city for years, he had long cultivated an eagle eye. With just a casual glance, he determined that the silk wrist guards newly adorning Du Qianyu's wrists and the staff in her hand had already reached gold-tier status. These two items were clearly obtained by Du Qianyu after entering the secret realm of the young dragon's nest. Moreover, the pair of metal claw guards encasing Qin Mo's paws were no ordinary items either. Though they appeared to be only silver grade, the primary material forging the core of these claw guards was genuine Qin Mo gold. With such a substantial amount of Qin Mo gold as the primary material, it would be entirely feasible to later seek out additional materials and commission a blacksmith to reforge these claw guards into higher-tier equipment. Not to mention that Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu had both advanced a level. Since they managed to gain such rewards within the secret realm and emerge unscathed, they must have uncovered some clues along the way. As for completely resolving the issues within the secret realm, he didn't harbor much hope. After all, no matter how formidable Qin Mo's combat prowess or how astonishing Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu's abilities might be, they were still only silver tier. From the outset, his hope was that Qin Mo and the others could uncover the truth behind the upheaval in the young dragon's nest secret realm. As long as they could gather some preliminary intelligence, he could use it to request assistance from the headquarters of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, while also minimizing the responsibility he would have to bear. Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu didn't hold back, briefly recounting the events within the secret realm. There was little to conceal. Even if they hadn't spoken, the Treasure Gathering Pavilion's professionals entering the secret realm later would uncover the same information. After all, they had merely looted the battlefield without destroying the corpses or combat traces within the secret realm.
Traitors from the Mist Spirit clan? And practitioners from the Dawn sect?
After hearing the women's account, Kong Fong maintained a calm expression, but inside, his mind was churning violently. Though Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu hadn't specified the ranks of the Dawn sect professionals or the Fog Spirit clan traitor, he wasn't a fool. The fact that they could kill the gold-tier professional he'd sent into the secret realm spoke volumes about the level of those Dawn sect professionals and the Fog Spirit tribe traitor. How could two silver-ranked practitioners like Jiang Zhiwen and Du Qianyu, along with a silver-ranked Iron-Tail Mountain Beast, possibly take down such a group of gold-ranked enemies? Had they perhaps harnessed the power of the young dragons within the secret realm? But neither the Dawn cult nor the Fog Spirit tribe were fools. How could they possibly leave young dragons that threatened them behind? In fact, given the methods of the Dawn cult, it was entirely possible they had already subdued the young dragons within the secret realm long ago. At this thought, Kong Fong's pupils suddenly contracted, and the expression on his face grew even more fervent. Regardless of the methods Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen used to eliminate those gold-tier enemies, the strength they had demonstrated was already enough to command his respect. Not to mention Jiang Zhiwen had a mentor from the Imperial Capital Academy backing her. Even Du Qianyu, who came from the humblest background, was now a student of the Hidden Dragon Academy. That was one of the 4 elite academies of the Imperial Capital Academy. Those who gained admission were either outstanding individuals or possessed formidable backgrounds without exception. Du Qianyu's admission to the Hidden Dragon Academy meant her future potential was boundless. Kong Fong then rose and walked to the side, retrieving 2 square boxes from a cabinet. He placed them on the table, pushing one toward Jiang Zhiwen and the other toward Du Qianyu. These were the snow frost fragrance he had promised the 2 students earlier. As he spoke, Kong Fong gritted his teeth, pulling 2 items from his storage pouch and placing them on the table.
Jiang, your contract beast is the Irontail Mountain Lord. This nether core should be useful to you. Kong Fong pushed the nether core toward Jiang Zhiyun with a pained expression.
The nether core had remarkably versatile uses, extending far beyond merely aiding dark elemental beasts in their growth. This nether core was a treasure he had treasured for years, never willing to part with it. Offering it now as a token of gratitude felt like cutting flesh from his own heart. But considering the strength of mentor Lin Qing behind Jiang Zhiyun and the formidable power of Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun himself, he gave it willingly. If such a core could forge an early alliance with Jiang Zhiyun, it would be a surefire win.
Ha! A nether core?
Qin Mo, who had been lying nearby with his eyes closed, instantly opened them at the sound of Kong Fong's voice. His gaze was immediately drawn to the nether core on the table. Though he had already consumed one such core, he never considered such evolution-enhancing items to be superfluous.
Qin Mo's reaction flashed a hint of confusion across Jiang Zhiyun's eyes.
As far as she knew, the Irontail Mountain Lord only needed to devour one nether core to evolve into a spectral lord. Why did her contract beast still look so covetous? But recalling Qin Mo's uniqueness, she dismissed the thought.
His contract beast was inherently unique, perhaps its evolution requirements were simply more demanding.
In that case, I'd be rude to refuse. Jiang Zhiyun withdrew her gaze from Qin Mo and turned to Kong Fong, smiling as she spoke. Thank you, Manager Kong.
Not at all, Ms. Jiang.
I only hope you don't find this token of appreciation too meager. Kong Fong's heart swelled with delight as he slid another item toward Du Qianyu. Ms. Du, this frozen essence may not compare to the nether core, but it's still a rare treasure.
I hope you won't find it too common.
Du Qianyu examined the frozen ice essence before her, then turned her gaze to Jiang Zhiyun. During this secret realm expedition, she had merely served as support for Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun, failing to make a significant impact. Even without her, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's combined strength meant this expedition would have been merely a bit more troublesome at worst. In her view, it would be more appropriate to give this frozen essence to Jiang Zhiyun.
Why are you looking at me? Jiang Zhiyun shook his head with a smile. This is a token of gratitude from Manager Kong. Du Qianyu had played no small part in this expedition. Without her assistance, she and Qin Mo might have been forced to play several of their trump cards. Roar! Qin Mo nodded beside her, gesturing for Du Qianyu to accept the frozen essence. This item held great value for ice elemental practitioners or beasts, but in his or Jiang Zhiyun's hands, it was nothing more than a useless burden. Du Qianyu finally expressed her delight and thanked Kong Fong before accepting the frozen essence. After Jiang Zhiyun and Du Qianyu had both accepted the nether core and the frozen essence, Kong Fong finally produced 2 silver-white metal cards radiating a faint, misty glow. He slid them toward the 2 women. These are my Jubao Studio VIP silver cards. Kong Fong looked at the 2 women and smiled wryly. You both have done my treasure-gathering pavilion a tremendous favor this time. By rights, even a VIP gold card would be well-deserved. However, my authority only allows me to issue silver cards. Please accept these silver cards for now. Once I report this matter and it passes headquarters review, the relevant staff will personally deliver gold cards to you both. Jiang Zhiyun and Du Qianyu naturally accepted without hesitation, smiling as they took the 2 VIP silver cards. The requirements for obtaining a Jubiozai VIP silver card were actually quite lenient. Once they officially enrolled at Imperial Capital Academy, their status as Qianlong Academy students would make it easy to apply for a VIP silver card. However, being able to obtain the VIP silver card in advance, saving them the trouble, was certainly a cause for celebration. After receiving the cards, Jiang Zhiyun steered the conversation toward recent events in Star City. Kong Fong naturally held nothing back, immediately having a booklet containing relevant information delivered to Jiang Zhiyun. Having obtained the desired intelligence, Jiang Zhiyun exchanged a few polite words with Kong Fong before taking their leave alongside Qin Mo and Du Qianyu. They set off for the Qin family estate where they would be staying. Chapter 145 Intelligence. Qin Family Manor, Outer City of Xingcheng. Qin Mo lay by the estate's artificial lake. 2 Qin family operatives stood nearby, continuously having people bring him freshly cooked meals. Most ingredients came from the Qin family's reserves, while the remainder included dragon tendons from the young dragons they'd obtained within the young dragon's nest secret realm. Upon returning to the Qin manor, Qin Mo immediately urged Jiang Zhiyun to hand over the young dragon tendons to Qin Fong, instructing him to have the Qin family's chefs prepare them. Qin Fong was well aware of just how formidable Qin Mo's power was. Moreover, he understood that Qin Mo possessed intelligence indistinguishable from that of ordinary humans, meaning he couldn't be treated as a mere contract beast. Given this opportunity to strengthen ties with Qin Mo, especially over such a trivial matter, how could Qin Fong possibly refuse? Jiang Zhiyun shot Qin Mo a helpless glare. But such a minor matter wasn't worth incurring a debt of gratitude, so she chose not to pursue it. After handing over all the young dragon tendons to the Qin family's chef, Jiang Zhiyun joined Qin Fong and Du Qianyu in the study to discuss their next course of action.
Earlier in the Young Dragon's Nest secret realm, they had eliminated the 5 Dawn cult practitioners and driven off the traitorous members of the Mist Spirit clan, preventing the 4 spirits devouring heaven formation from being activated as intended. This had disrupted the Dawn cult's operational plans. But given the sect's modus operandi, they would never abandon their mission over a mere setback. A fierce battle still lay ahead. The more thoroughly they prepared now, the easier the subsequent battle would be, and the fewer trump cards they would need to play. Qin Mo, uninterested in such matters, simply remained by the artificial lake, waiting for the food to finish cooking. And thus, the scene from earlier unfolded. Roar! Not bad at all. This dragon tendon truly is a rare delicacy. After devouring 2 more grilled dragon tendons, Qin Mo couldn't help but wag his tail, his face beaming with satisfaction. Though this chef from the Qin family is only silver tier, the exceptional quality of the dragon tendon itself more than compensates. Even with the simplest cooking technique, he brought out the full deliciousness of the dragon tendon. Beside him, 2 Qin family professionals gazed at Qin Mo with envy, their lips glistening faintly. That was golden-grade young dragon tendon. Moreover, beyond the tendon, the other ingredients were no ordinary fare either. While they couldn't match the young dragon tendon, most were bronze or silver tier ingredients. Prepared by the chef, they too became rare delicacies. Such delicacies were only served once or twice a year at the grand banquets within the estate. How could they ever be freely available like this? Yet despite their envy, they harbored no ill feelings. They had seen videos of the Jiangqing secret realm trials and knew full well just how terrifying this Irontail Mountain Lord truly was. Exchanging mere bronze and silver grade ingredients to forge a bond with this formidable contract beast was a bargain too good to pass up. Especially since the most precious ingredient, the dragon tendon, was provided by Jiang Zhiwen himself. Roar! Qin Mo sensed their gazes and immediately growled at them, simultaneously pointing his tail toward the pile of food beside him. Care to share? Apart from the young dragon tendon, all the other ingredients came from the Qin family. Naturally, he wouldn't hog it all. The two hesitated at first, but after Qin Mo urged them twice, they set aside their reservations and gathered beside him, digging in heartily. Soon, Qin Mo was full and content. He stretched out lazily by the lakeside, his tail dangling into the water. It swayed unconsciously, sending gentle ripples across the tranquil surface. The 2 Qin family professionals beside him recounted tales of strange occurrences in Star City. A strange incident had occurred in the southern part of Star City not long ago, roughly a little over half a month prior. After recounting some of Star City's ancient legends, the conversation naturally turned to recent events. The older Qin family professional propped his chin on his hand and murmured, "Several estates on Frost Shadow Street in the southern city have been plagued by nightly screams. Some even claim to have seen undead monsters lurking nearby. But for some reason, this news hasn't spread, as if deliberately suppressed." "I know about this," the younger practitioner interjected, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before whispering, "I even snuck in to investigate." As he spoke, the adventurer's face turned deathly pale, as if recalling some horrific memory. Seeing this, Qin Mo and the other adventurer both exchanged puzzled looks. Beneath those estates lie heaps of monster and human corpses, including many half-dead creatures still struggling. The young adventurer swallowed hard, lowering his voice further. A few humans clad in black robes sat beside the piles of corpses, gnawing away at the flesh. Qin Mo's brow instantly furrowed. Though he now inhabited the body of the Irontail Mountain Lord, the soul within remained human. The act of directly consuming human corpses was hard for him to stomach, especially when the ones eating were humans. Any distinguishing features on those individuals? Qin Mo pondered for a moment, then extended a claw to scrawl a line of words on the ground. He suspected those individuals might be connected to the Dawn cult. After all, the Dawn cult had committed every conceivable evil. It wouldn't be surprising if they were behind this. "Let me think." The young professional pondered for a while before continuing, "I don't know about other distinguishing features, but I've seen this particular mark on their wrists." As he spoke, the young adventurer casually sketched a few strokes on the ground, outlining the shape of a palm. The palm had only 4 fingers, and at its center was an open eye. Within that eye, the pupils were shaped like the sun and moon. "The secret cult." Jiang Zhiwen's voice came from nearby, tinged with surprise. "Those half-human, half-ghost creatures have come to Star City too?" The 2 Qin family practitioners startled at first, then quickly regained their composure. Spotting Qin Feng, who had appeared out of nowhere nearby, they wore awkward expressions. Qin Mo turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen, his expression questioning. He had long noticed the approach of his own beastmaster, Qin Feng, and Du Qianyu, but had chosen not to alert the 2 Qin family operatives. Not only Qin Mo, but Qin Feng, Du Qianyu, and the 2 Qin family professionals all turned their gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. The name Secret Society was entirely new to them. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jiang Zhiwen made no attempt to conceal anything and briefly introduced the Secret Society. Like the Dawn sect, this organization had been founded during the early days of the Great Change. Unlike the Dawn sect, however, the secret church lived up to its name, maintaining an extremely low profile and rarely appearing in public. This congregation worshipped a powerful entity dwelling in the depths of the abyss.
Blessed by that being, its members could enhance their own strength by consuming corpses. Moreover, when consuming corpses, blessed secret church members possessed a certain chance of acquiring the bloodlines and skills possessed by the deceased. This was undeniably a formidable ability. Unfortunately, this power carries a significant side effect. The more corpses consumed, the more chaotic their minds become, until they degenerate into mindless monsters driven solely by the urge to kill and devour corpses. Precisely because of this, the secret church has always suffered from a severe shortage of elite combatants, preventing them from achieving significant influence. Moreover, the hidden church and the Dawn sect maintain an alliance. Behind many of the Dawn sect's major operations, the hidden church's influence could be felt. After hearing Jiang Zhiyun's explanation, Qin Mo's spirit soared. If the secret church was allied with the Dawn sect, then the appearance of its members in Star City must be connected to the Dawn sect's activities. Roar! Qin Mo sprang to his feet, turning to Jiang Zhiyun. Beastmaster, let's go check it out. Chapter 146, Mutant Evolution. Don't rush. Jiang Zhiyun shot Qin Mo a helpless glance. There's something else. As he spoke, Jiang Zhiyun retrieved 3 items from his spatial storage. The first 2 were familiar to Qin Mo. The first item Jiang Zhiyun retrieved was the nether core Kong Fong had gifted her as a token of gratitude. After obtaining this nether core, Jiang Zhiyun had initially intended for Qin Mo to absorb it immediately, but at that time, Qin Mo was preoccupied with the dragon vein of the young dragon, so he temporarily entrusted the nether core to Jiang Zhiyun for safekeeping. The second item was an ancient-looking jar, containing something Qin Mo recognized instantly, crimson blood battle essence. With just a cursory glance, Qin Mo determined that this jar contained at least 5 liters of crimson blood battle essence. Once he absorbed all this crimson blood battle essence, the 3 requirements for his war beast's evolution path, excluding level, would be fully met. Ha! Where did you find all this crimson blood war essence? Qin Mo's gaze shifted from the jar to Jiang Zhiyun, surprise evident in his eyes. Crimson blood battle essence required extremely harsh conditions for both its creation and storage. Moreover, due to its rather limited utility, few factions would bother stockpiling large quantities of this stuff. 5 liters of crimson blood battle essence, not an enormous quantity, but certainly not easily obtained. This was an item from the treasure-gathering auction. Qin Feng, standing nearby, explained with a smile, didn't Jiang classmate entrust my Qin family to help locate crimson blood battle essence earlier? Since it happened to appear at the auction, I simply snapped it up. Currently, the information that crimson blood battle essence could aid Irontail Mountain Lord's evolution remained largely undisclosed. Precisely because of this, he managed to secure the jar of crimson blood battle essence with remarkable ease. Qin Mo suddenly understood, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, Qin Feng hadn't accompanied them into the Dragon's Nest secret realm. Otherwise, they might have missed out on this crimson blood war essence. After his relief, Qin Mo's gaze shifted to the third item. It was a black crystal stone shaped like an irregular rhombus, within which a faint, blurred shadow could be discerned. The instant he saw that black crystal, a craving surged uncontrollably in his mind. Even his heartbeat quickened slightly. This sensation was all too familiar to Qin Mo. Whenever he encountered something beneficial to his evolution, this sensation would arise. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Ha! Is this the soul orb of a ghostly specter? That's right. Jiang Zhiyun nodded, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. These ghost pearls are rather unique. In Che, haven't you noticed anything unusual? Qin Mo paused, his gaze sweeping over the irregular rhombic crystal before shaking his head frankly. Beyond sensing that this thing could aid his evolution, he hadn't noticed anything else. Jiang Zhiyun offered no explanation. Instead, he picked up the irregular black crystal and rubbed it vigorously several times. Soon, the black crystal stone transformed back into the form Qin Mo had first seen. The moment he saw that familiar black crystal, Qin Mo instinctively furrowed his brow and took a half step back. Ha! What was going on? Qin Mo looked at Jiang Zhiyun in confusion. Why did this ghost pearl possess 2 distinct forms? It's a twin mutation. This time, Jiang Zhiyun didn't keep him guessing. She explained, due to certain special circumstances, fragments of the tiger-like monster that coexisted with the ghost's soul fused into its soul bead. Ultimately, this caused the Changgui's soul bead to undergo such a mutation. The 2 distinct forms of such a soul bead are governed respectively by the spirit of the ghost itself and the fragment of the tiger-like monster's soul. The differing forms also resulted in distinct effects for the soul pearl. At this point, Jiang Zhiyun couldn't help but feel fortunate. Such mutations were rare. In her previous life, she had only heard rumors of similar occurrences. Due to the scarcity of such cases, she had never considered this possibility back then. Fortunately, she had entrusted the soul orbs to the Qin family for handling. Earlier, before the auction at Treasure Gathering Pavilion began, Qin Feng had intended to put these soul orbs up for sale. Later, during the appraisal process,
The Jubiozai appraiser accidentally discovered that the soul bead of this ghostly spirit possessed another form. Fearing she might miss out on a treasure, Qin Feng retrieved the soul orbs. Judging by her contract beast's reaction now, this alternate form of the soul pearl clearly held the potential to aid him. Is that even possible? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Mo's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it. This world held all manner of strange and wondrous phenomena. The concept of twin mutations was hardly beyond comprehension. Compared to that, he was far more interested in the ghost soul orbs themselves. Since the soul orb's alternate form could aid his evolution, he certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity. With a flick of his tail, Qin Mo swept the items Jiang Zhiwen had produced toward himself and began devouring them. Ding! Congratulations, host, on simultaneously fulfilling all conditions for 2 evolution paths, excluding level requirements. The mutation evolution path is now unlocked. As Qin Mo devoured the Crimson Blood Battle Fiend and the multitude of ghostly soul orbs, the system's notification suddenly rang in his ears. Mutant evolution path? Hearing the system notification, Qin Mo's eyes flashed as he hurriedly opened the system interface. Host, Qin Mo, In Che. Current bound target, Jiang Zhiwen. Race, Irontail Mountain Lord. Level, Silver Tier 3. Potential Cap Gold Tier 9. Skills, Warstomp. Frost Breath. Flame Incarnation. Dragon's Recovery. Calamity Affliction. Immunity to all poisons. Soul Ignition. Evolution paths, War Master Beast. Spectral Lord. War Master Beast, Soul Master. Spectral Lord, Radiant Gold. The rest of the system panel remained unchanged, save for 2 new options appearing under the evolution paths. Qin Mo's gaze swept over the newly added choices, quickly grasping the essence of the mutant evolution path. So-called mutation evolution essentially involved inheriting partial abilities from another evolution path on top of the original evolution. Choosing the Battle Beast, Guardian Spirit, path meant gaining 1 special ability and 1 special talent from the Soul Lord form after evolving into the Battle Beast. If the Soul Lord, Radiant Gold, path was chosen, after evolving into the Soul Lord, one could imbue controlled soul spirits with certain traits of the Battle Beast. Both variants offer substantial rewards. Unfortunately, mutation evolution requires simultaneously fulfilling all conditions of both evolutionary paths excluding level requirements, while also demanding a higher base level than standard evolution. For the Battle Beast path, normal evolution only requires reaching Silver Tier 9, while the Battle Beast, Soul, Mutation Evolution path demands reaching Gold Tier 5. The Changhan Lord path is even more demanding. Even its standard evolution requires reaching Gold Tier 9. As for the Changhan Lord, Yao Gold, Mutation Evolution path, its level requirement is an absurd purple Gold Tier 2. Chapter 147, The Manor on Frost Shadow Street. Having grasped the specifics of mutated evolution, Qin Mo closed the system interface and turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. Roar! Beast Master! It's time to head over to Frost Shadow Street. Even the most basic evolution path for a soldier-class Beast Master, with its lowest level requirement, still had a long way to go before his next evolution. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Compared to that, he was far more curious about the secret church. Jiang Zhiwen nodded, then turned to Qin Feng. Qin, I'll leave it to you to handle these ghost orbs Yin Che left behind. Qin Feng's contract beast, Hong Ling, remained in deep slumber, rendering his combat effectiveness virtually negligible. While the secret church lacked elite forces, that was due to the side effects of mass corpse consumption. Those secret church followers whose minds remained uncorrupted possessed formidable combat prowess, virtually unmatched among their peers. In Qin Feng's current state, going to Frost Shadow Street would only slow them down. Qin Feng promptly agreed. Such a minor matter was no more than a word to him. Truthfully, he was quite eager to explore Frost Shadow Street himself, but considering Hongling was still in a deep slumber, he had no choice but to suppress his curiosity. Yin Che, Qian Yu, let's go. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiwen immediately turned to call out to Qin Mo and Du Qianyu before swiftly departing the Qin Manor. Accompanying them was the younger Qin family practitioner, Qin Changshu. Guided by Qin Changshu, Qin Mo's group soon reached the southern district of Xingqing's outer city. After a series of twists and turns, they finally emerged outside several estates deep within Frost Shadow Street. Those 4 estates. On the quiet night street, Qin Changshu pointed out the 4 distinctive estates nestled among the many others, then whispered, should I go in and scout the situation again? Though his rank was only Silver Tier 1 lower than both Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiwen, his professional talent was quite exceptional. His class talent was called Enhanced Stealth. This B-rank talent enhanced stealth effectiveness while in a hidden state, making it a highly practical ability for the rogue class. It was precisely thanks to this talent that he had previously managed to infiltrate those estates undetected and gather detailed intelligence on their inner workings. No need for such trouble. Jiang Zhiwen shook his head, turning his gaze to Qin Mo instead. As long as there were no special arrangements within the estate, It would be impossible to evade the perception of his own contract beast.
Roar! Qin Mo carefully scanned the area,
quickly uncovering the details of the 4 estates, his low growls echoing continuously. From left to right, the first estate held 1 gold tier and 6 silver tier beings, the second estate contained only 2 silver tier beings, and the last 2 estates each housed 1 gold tier being.
Additionally, I sensed numerous weakened auras, likely mortally wounded humans and monsters. 3 gold tier and 8 silver tier in total? Jiang Zhiwen's expression instantly relaxed considerably.
While the followers of the hidden church possessed strength that ranked among the top of their respective classes,
but with only 3 gold tier and 8 silver tier opponents, dealing with them wouldn't be too difficult. Especially since these secret church followers were scattered across 4 different estates, they could be taken down one by one.
Take care of those 2 silver tier first.
Jiang Zhiwen paused briefly before turning to Qin Mo and Du Qianyu.
Be cautious of potential traps within the manor.
Also, be wary of secret church members who can evade Yin Che's perception.
She had complete faith in Qin Mo's perception abilities, but the secret church's methods were ever-changing,
and she couldn't guarantee the estate wasn't specially rigged.
Therefore, until the dust settles, we must remain vigilant.
Qin Mo and Du Qianyu nodded in unison.
As for Qin Changshu, his role was solely to guide the way. The ensuing battle was far beyond the scope of a silver tier 1 rogue like him to get involved in.
Qin Mo, along with Jiang and Du, cautiously infiltrated the second estate.
The moment they stepped inside, a thick, putrid stench mixed with the smell of blood assaulted their senses.
Qin Mo instinctively took a few steps back,
quickly covering his nose with his tail. Du Qianyu likewise clamped her hands tightly over her mouth and nose, scanning the surroundings with utter disgust.
Even Jiang Zhiyun's brow furrowed imperceptibly, judging solely by the smell.
The number of corpses piled up inside this estate was undoubtedly staggering, yet this overwhelming stench had been completely undetectable from outside. Clearly, the interior of this estate had been specially arranged.
Roar! At that moment,
Qin Mo, who had been covering his nose with his tail, suddenly leaped forward, lashing his tail violently at the air. With a piercing whistling sound,
Qin Mo's tail slammed into a dark figure, knocking it to the ground. Qin Mo and the 2 women immediately fixed their gaze upon the figure. It was a monkey, entirely covered in black fur, its face hideously grotesque like a specter. In its hands,
it clutched 2 daggers crafted from the teeth of some unknown beast.
The razor-sharp edges glowed with a brilliant purple hue, clearly imbued with deadly venom. Black Blood Mountain Succubus Assassin.
Jiang Zhiyun raised an eyebrow as he observed the creature.
Yin Che, Xian Yu, be cautious.
Like the dogman assassins, these monsters possessed average strength but mastered skills of mutual destruction.
Du Qianyu nodded in understanding. Qin Mo's figure flickered, instantly appearing before the Black Blood Mountain Succubus Assassin.
A cold gleam flashed as his claw sliced through the Black Blood Mountain Ogre Assassin's neck, effortlessly dispatching the mere bronze tier 6 monster. The instant the Black Blood Mountain Ogre Assassin died,
deep within the estate,
a figure holding a severed human hand and gnawing on it froze in place.
What's wrong?
Beside it, another figure cloaked entirely in black robes turned to look and asked,
"An outsider has intruded."
The figure growled, setting down the severed hand.
"My treasure has been slain."
Your Black Blood Mountain Ogre Assassin was only bronze tier 6, yet its strength rivaled that of a typical silver tier monster.
How could it be killed without a sound?
The cloaked figure's voice carried a hint of astonishment.
Could the intruder be gold tier? He knew the Black Blood Mountain Ogre Assassin's capabilities well. Even silver tier monsters and professionals would struggle to kill that ogre. Only gold tier or higher adventurers and monsters could eliminate it without a trace. And therein lay the problem. Frost Shadow Street was a notorious slum in Star City. On ordinary days, not even silver tier professionals would willingly set foot there, let alone gold tier. They'd been operating with extreme discretion lately, aided by the Dawn cult in concealing their activities. Star City's professionals shouldn't have noticed anything amiss. So how could a gold tier professional just wander into their estate for no reason? Never mind.
I'll go check it out.
The figure cloaked in black robes sighed, muttering helplessly.
With those madmen of the Dawn cult about to strike,
it's best nothing goes wrong.
With that, the cloaked figure rose swiftly, muttering under their breath, who knows what the higher-ups are thinking.
Meddling in the Dawn cult's operation this time.
The outer city district of this Star City isn't exactly a vital area.
Even if it were completely destroyed, those old fools in the Qinqing Empire wouldn't bat an eye. Sigh, my life is truly wretched. Chapter 148, a hasty conclusion. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the estate, after Qin Mo dispatched the Black Blood Mountain Boar assassin,
his gaze suddenly sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the distance.
Jiang Zhiyun's expression also darkened, while only Du Qianyu remained oblivious. Oh, quite perceptive, aren't you?
A flippant voice rang out, as if drifting in from the horizon.
Qin Mo, Jiang Zhiyun,
and Du Qianyu turned to look. only to see a man with snow-white skin stepping out of the shadows. His exposed skin was etched with bizarre crimson runes, while his pupils formed the shapes of the sun and moon. Qin Mo's gaze locked with the man's, and he felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy blow, nearly fainting on the spot. Du Qianyu let out a muffled groan and collapsed limply to the ground. Jiang Zhiyun's hand gripping the gun trembled uncontrollably, yet his gaze grew exceptionally sharp, as if he had encountered a mortal enemy. Interesting. Very interesting. The man's gaze swept past the unconscious Du Qianyu, settling instead on Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun. One from another world, one from the future, two wandering souls utterly out of place in this era. Yet here they were, together. How fascinating. Hearing this, Qin Mo and Jiang Zhiyun's expressions changed abruptly. This mysterious man had just exposed their deepest, most hidden secret. Who exactly was he? But then, Jiang Zhiyun turned his gaze toward Qin Mo. No wonder his contract beast was so unique, its soul actually originated from another realm. Though shocked, Jiang Zhiyun knew this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. After all, they still faced a formidable enemy whose true nature remained unknown. That mysterious man had exposed their true nature in one fell swoop. His strength spoke for itself. Roar! Beast Master, do you know what this guy is? Qin Mo turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiyun, his voice low and growling. Jiang Zhiyun shook her head. This mysterious man bore no resemblance to any of the powerful figures she knew. The only discernible clue was that he hailed from the depths of the abyss. Only beings dwelling in the chaotic depths of the abyss could possess such an unearthly aura. I come from the 17th layer of the abyss, guarding the path of no return. The mysterious man glanced at Qin Mo and casually remarked, my duty is to purge anomalies like you. Enough. I'm not wasting my breath on you lot. Let me see what you're really made of. As he spoke, the mysterious man raised his hand and tapped the air. A crimson beam shot forth, striking Jiang Zhiyun. A crimson light screen swiftly materialized, its surface flickering with images that revealed Jiang Zhiyun's past. So that's why he obtained a fragment of that stone disc from the depths of the no-return passage. No wonder. The mysterious man watched as Jiang Zhiyun stowed the small stone disc fragment into his spatial pouch, a look of sudden realization dawning on his face. The path of no return was the most enigmatic place in this world, beyond even the god's ability to interfere with its workings. The mysterious stone disc at its deepest core possessed unimaginable, colossal power. Ancient lore claimed that whoever controlled that stone disc could command the abyss, the divine realm, and the material world. Yet throughout endless ages, no other being had ever entered the passage of no return, let alone mastered the stone disc, save for him, the guardian entrusted with its protection. As for him, bound by his duty, he too was repelled by the stone disc. Millions of years ago, during the zenith of the ancient heavenly court, the celestial emperor attempted to seize control of the stone disc. His actions, however, provoked a violent backlash from the artifact. Ultimately, the ancient divine realm and the celestial court collapsed. Most of the mythical beings within the divine realm vanished without a trace, with only a few divine beasts remaining. Yet, they too lived in seclusion, rarely appearing before the mortal world. It was during that time that a fragment of the stone disc shattered and drifted into the material realm, its whereabouts unknown. 1,000,000 years ago, the pantheon rose to power. Its divine ruler forcefully entered the no-return passage, attempting to seize the fragmented stone disc. Instead, he was directly suppressed and refined by the very artifact he sought. The pantheon perished overnight, its gods falling one after another, leaving only fragmented divine essences behind. The gods who now rule the divine realm are merely mortals who have obtained the fragmented divine essences of the pantheon's gods. They are not true gods. Since you have gained the stone tablet's recognition, I cannot bring myself to harm you. The mysterious man pondered for a moment before declaring in a deep voice, but this otherworldly soul beside you, I cannot spare it. As per the old rule, let's see what he's made of first. Before his words faded, the mysterious man thrust out a finger once more. A crimson light pierced the air, sinking into Qin Mo's body. A crimson light screen rapidly formed, its surface flickering with images. This time, it revealed Qin Mo's past. Jiang Zhiyun watched the scenes on the crimson screen with curiosity. This concerned the origins of her own contract beast. Qin Mo, however, lay bored on the ground nearby. Before his transmigration, he had been nothing more than an ordinary student. Due to a congenital illness, he had spent more time confined to a hospital bed than at school or home. His past life held nothing particularly noteworthy. I never expected you to be quite the looker. In Che. Jiang Zhiyun withdrew his gaze from the light screen and chuckled. No wonder you didn't strike me as a beast, turns out you really do have a human soul inside you. Roar. Is this really the time for that? Qin Mo rolled his eyes, snapping irritably. His dog system was acting up again, not a peep from it at a time like this. Facing this powerful, mysterious man before him, without the dog system's assistance, he had no idea how he could possibly win.
The gap in power was simply too vast.
The mysterious man before him was at least a mythic tier existence, while he was merely silver tier. Even if he played all his trump cards, he could only hope to face off against someone at purple gold tier at best. With such a colossal gap in tiers, he didn't even have the right to fight back. What neither Qin Mo nor Jiang Zhiwen noticed was that during their exchange, a complex flicker passed through the mysterious man's eyes. After a long while, when the holographic display finally froze on the scene of Qin Mo's burial, the mysterious man waved his hand to dismiss the projection, letting out a deep, hollow sigh. After so many years, I never imagined my hometown would remain largely unchanged. The mysterious man shook his head, then turned his gaze to Qin Mo. By my duty, I should have eliminated you outright. But since we hail from the same place, considering us fellow townsfolk, I shall offer you two other choices. As he spoke, the mysterious man raised his right hand. A token formed entirely of blood hung in his hand, radiating an enigmatic aura. Ha! Qin Mo looked at the mysterious man, a look of confusion on his face. This is the token of guardianship for the no-return passage, the mysterious man said calmly as he tossed the token toward Qin Mo. Your first choice is to succeed me as guardian of the no-return passage. The guardian gains eternal life and power surpassing the gods, yet is forever bound to this world. As for your second choice, the mysterious man paused briefly before continuing, enter the no-return passage. With me protecting your soul, there's a 20% chance you might return to your homeland. However, even if you do return, all memories of this world will be erased upon passing through the passage of no return. To you, everything in this world will become nothing more than a dream. Of course, you may also choose a third path, to be directly annihilated by me. Ha! If I were to take your place, what would become of you? Qin Mo looked at the mysterious man and asked, what difference would it make to return to the world before my transmigration? He was already dead in that world. Even if his soul traveled back, it would be impossible to return to his former life. In comparison, staying here was preferable. This world still held countless unknowns for him. Even if he could never leave, at least for a long time, he wouldn't grow weary of it. Having shed the duties of a guardian, I am no longer bound by the rules. Naturally, I would leave this world to wander freely. If the chance arose in the future, I might even return for a visit. The mysterious man chuckled. You don't think I just vanished because you took my place, do you? Though we are fellow countrymen, and I have indeed grown weary of guarding the unreturned passage, I'm not about to sacrifice my life to pave your path. Qin Mo gave a sheepish chuckle, then without further hesitation, reached out and seized the floating token before him. The token, formed from blood, swiftly merged into Qin Mo's body the moment it made contact. Simultaneously, Qin Mo's aura surged upward. Silver 9th tier, gold tier 9, purple gold 9th rank, legendary 9th tier. Only when his level reached mythic 9th tier did Qin Mo's aura cease to grow. Not only that, but as his rank ascended, Qin Mo's physical form underwent constant transformation. Iron Tail Mountain Lord, War Beast Commander, Bishi Subspecies, Guardian Soldier Divine Messenger, Gungjin Calamity Tiger. Finally, Qin Mo's form swelled to a length of 99 zhang, enveloped in innate gunmetal energy. Starlight streamed down from the heavens, bathing him in an ethereal glow. These were the guided starlights of the Western Seven Stars, capable of vastly enhancing Qin Mo's combat prowess. Ding! Congratulations, host, on evolving into the final form, the Sacred Beast, the White Tiger. System task completed. Binding will be released shortly. Wishing the host prosperous martial fortune. The instant Qin Mo's evolution concluded, the system's mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his ears. Moments later, as the system unbound itself, a small fragment of the stone disc flew out from within him and sank into the body of Jiang Zhiwen beside him. Qin Mo's face betrayed his astonishment. So his system was freeloading off Jiang Zhiwen? The mysterious man wore a look of surprise. I never imagined you had a stone disc fragment within you too. Now I'm not sure whether appointing you as the guardian was the right decision or not. The mysterious man suddenly shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Having guarded the no-return passage for countless years, he knew full well the immense power that Stone Tablet possessed. Though the fragment within Qin Mo was but a small shard, it was sufficient to grant him unimaginable, formidable power. Now that Qin Mo had taken up the role of guardian of the no-return passage, while gaining immense power, he had also lost all chance of ever controlling that stone disc. One could only say that every sip and every bite had its predestined course. There was no right or wrong in it. A flash of radiance enveloped Qin Mo, transforming him into his former self. He wore a carefree expression. I never had any grand ambitions. This situation suits me just fine. The mysterious man nodded and spoke. Since you feel that way, it couldn't be better. Now that you've assumed the role of guardian, proceed to the 17th layer of the abyss without delay to establish your command. With that, the mysterious man prepared to depart. But before he could vanish,
Qin Mo grabbed his arm. HM?
The mysterious man turned back, a puzzled expression on his face. Buddy, you've been guarding the unreturned passage for so long, you shouldn't be in such a rush to leave just for a day or two, right?
Qin Mo grinned sheepishly. Could you hold the fort for me a little longer?
Sure, I can. The mysterious man nodded, then shifted his tone.
But what's in it for me? We may be fellow countrymen, but even brothers keep clear accounts. I can't just help you for nothing. Qin Mo immediately hesitated.
He genuinely had no idea what could sway this enigmatic man. Deep within the no-return passage, a rare species of fish occasionally appears. Its flavor is exquisite.
But I can't enter the passage now.
The mysterious man casually remarked. If you agree to get me 100 or so of those things, I'll guard for you for 100 years.
Deal. Qin Mo pondered for a moment before nodding his agreement.
Though he sensed the stranger was setting him up,
he'd take the loss after all. He needed this favor. Very well.
I'll await you on the 17th layer of the abyss. With that, the mysterious man vanished in an instant.
Qin Mo turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhiwen. Shall we dissolve the contract? Jiang Zhiwen met Qin Mo's gaze and asked. Qin Mo's current level had reached mythic tier 9,
surpassing her peak strength from her previous life by an immeasurable margin.
With her current power, Qin Mo probably wouldn't be willing to stay by her side like he used to. Ha! Qin Mo paused, then chuckled. Why do you think I stayed? After waking Du Qianyu and handling matters here, we should head home.
Home?
What else?
I'm homeless now. I'm counting on Her Majesty the Dark Knight Empress to take me in.
Though I wonder if Her Majesty the Empress would be willing.
Jiang Zhiwen froze for a moment, then a smile blossomed on her face.
Alright, let's go home. The end.